Chapter 1. A Loyal Spy. The moon was bright and clear, its silvery light casting everything in a luminous glow. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose over the desert, accompanied by the sounds of shouting and neighing horses. Several dozen riders galloped furiously towards a distant point, their cries piercing the stillness of the night. Arrows flew from their bows like locusts, targeting something ahead of them. Leading the pack was a black horse ridden by a young man in his early 20s. His face, marred with blood and dirt, made it difficult to discern his features. Despite already being struck by several arrows, he wore tight black clothing that concealed the extent of his injuries. Bent low over his horse's back, he urged it forward with all his remaining strength. The edge of the desert was within sight, a patch of green signaling safety just beyond reach. If he could only make it past this boundary, the pursuing riders would lose him forever. The young man's eyes, though weak, sparkled with hope. But suddenly, another barrage of arrows rained down. His body jerked as an arrow pierced through him, striking a vital spot even though he was bent over the horse. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and his strength vanished like air from a deflated balloon. He lost control of the horse, slowing its pace. The pursuers caught up, their faces obscured by wolf head masks, looking fearsome under the moonlight. He felt a surge of patriotism and shouted amidst the snow. To realize a man's lofty ambitions, one must not betray the talents bestowed upon him. Unfortunate events unfolded when his shout triggered an avalanche. Saving his comrades, he was buried beneath the cascading snow. Now, his back throbbed with excruciating pain, a feeling that didn't align with the snow burial. This was the sensation of a sharp object piercing him, a wound rather than frostbite. Jalen, a former soldier familiar with injuries, recognized the difference immediately. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted his mind, merging new memories with his own. His expression shifted rapidly as realization dawned. He had been transported through time into the year 609 AD, the 5th year of Ibn Hurli's reign during the Sui Dynasty. His host body also belonged to Jalen, a spy working for the Sui army, gathering intelligence on the Western Turks. Jalen had learned of a plot where the Western Turks planned to ambush Ibn Hurli and 27 Central Asian kings visiting Huaxia. Despite knowing the risks, Jalen risked exposure to deliver this critical information, only to be pursued by Turkic soldiers. Wounded severely, he nearly died. But a sandstorm saved him momentarily, scattering everyone until he ultimately perished. Taking over this body, Jalen couldn't help. But first, he needed to understand his current situation, heal his wounds, and establish himself firmly in this world. Chapter 2. Encountering the Twisted Beard Guest. Surviving, easier said than done. There were no miracles, and he certainly had no golden finger superpower. He could only rely on himself. For now, he was still at the edge of the desert, with no trees or signs of human habitation around. Only a few vultures circled overhead. Perhaps Jalen wasn't dead yet. These vultures hadn't swooped down to feast on him. Once his life ended, this body would undoubtedly become food for the vultures. Jalen shook his head, as if telling the vultures, "Stay away. I'm still alive, and you can't beat me." But he knew deep down that he was no longer capable of fighting. If the vultures came, they would easily devour him. He knew this reprieve wouldn't last long. The vultures would eventually come to test him, and when they did, he'd be in even greater danger. Any movement sent excruciating pain through the arrow wound in his back. All he could do was move his head slightly, hoping to spot something useful nearby. However, all he saw was sand, nothing else. His limited view due to his injuries was frustrating. To see more, he gritted his teeth and struggled to roll onto his side, raising his head higher. It took nearly an hour before he finally reached the edge of the sand dune. By then, he was drenched in sweat, his strength almost completely drained. After resting for a moment, he summoned his last bit of energy, kicked off with his foot, and slid down the dune. The movement jarred the wound in his back, causing intense pain, nearly making him faint. But he made it. He was getting closer to the Gigi grass. Wait, stop. He lost control and slid past the Gigi grass, plunging into the sand. His face buried in the sand, unable to breathe, he felt utterly helpless. Is this some cosmic joke? He thought. You give me hope, only to crush it even harder. Not only did he lack a golden finger, but now he was about to die. He lost consciousness again, but just before, he felt someone pulling his head out of the sand and heard an elderly voice say, "A worthy student." When Jalen awoke again, he found himself in an antique-styled room, lying on a wooden bed. He tried to recall what had happened, but realized he hadn't traveled through time again. He was still Jalen, the scout of the Sui army. He moved slightly, feeling that the arrow wound had improved significantly, no longer throbbing with pain. Looking down, he saw bandages tightly wrapped around his body, indicating that someone had treated him. It really was Twisted Beard Guest. Jalen's eyes sparkled with admiration, almost overwhelming the guest, who thought he might be delirious. "Please, stop looking at me like that," Twisted Beard Guest said, uncomfortable with the gaze. Despite his rough appearance, he was actually a humble Han person from Yangzhou, bearing the reserved nature of southern Chinese. Realizing his mistake, Jalen quickly composed himself. Meeting a long-admired hero was bound to stir emotions. Every man harbored a dream of being a valiant knight. "Brother Twisted Beard, was it you who saved me?" "No, it was my master. Speaking of which, who are you? How did you earn his favor to be rescued and treated so diligently?" "I don't have any special status," Jalen replied, knowing he couldn't reveal his time-traveling secret. "My name is Jalen, and I'm just a common spy for the Sui border." "Oh, really?" Twisted Beard Guest was clearly astonished. Chapter 3. So many famous people, all senior brothers. The Randy scratched his beard again, puzzled. "It's impossible. That old man wouldn't go to save an ordinary person. You must have something extraordinary about you." "What could be extraordinary about me? I don't even know who saved me. I was unconscious," Jalen said helplessly. "Did you do something earth-shattering then?" a monk, a Taoist, and layman, all distinct in appearance, forming a peculiar group. Once inside, the leader glanced at Qiuran lying on the bed, nodded, and sat down in a nearby chair. The others stood behind him. The Randy helped Qiuran sit up against the headboard and introduced him. Brother Burl, this is my teacher, known as Inigo. You can call him Elder Inigo. He won't mind. Inigo glanced at the Randy and said, a name is just a symbol. Call me whatever you like. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't matter. Clearly disagreeing with his student's introduction, but not saying so directly, Qiuran found this odd. The relationship between the master and student seemed more like that of friends, lacking the strict hierarchy often depicted in literature. Still, Qiuran hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for saving my life, Elder Inigo. Etiquette was important. He couldn't address Inigo informally. Inigo nodded. My disciple told me your name is Qiuran. I observed you closely. Not only did you recognize Gigi grass, but despite your situation, you didn't give up and try to save yourself. That spirit is commendable, which is why I saved you. His words clarified why he had rescued Qiuran. The listeners relaxed slightly, and Qiuran responded, thank you for seeing value in me. Inside, though, he wondered if Inigo had been watching just to enjoy the spectacle, perhaps munching on roasted lamb and peanuts while he did. Qiuran was taken aback. He hadn't expected Inigo to take on a Tubo disciple. The monk appeared chubby, round-faced, and around 30, wearing a maroon monk's robe, indicating he belonged to Tibetan Buddhism. Heath showed no reaction, fitting his name. Qiuran greeted him politely, second senior brother. The monk ignored him. Inigo, understanding his temperament, continued. Third disciple is Nelson, formerly a noble of southern Burl, who still harbors ambitions of restoring his kingdom. Qiuran turned to look at Nelson, noticing his weathered face, likely around 40 but appearing much older. He wore simple clothes, resembling a peasant rather than a noble. Qiuran greeted him, third senior brother. Nelson glanced at him briefly. You bear the surname Burl. Are you related to southern Burl? Qiuran felt speechless. How could every Burl be connected to southern Burl? Shaking his head, he replied, no, I am from Hanzhong and have no connection to southern Burl. Satisfied with this answer, Nelson lowered his eyes, took out a bronze mirror, and began examining it, paying no further attention. The mirror, not yet polished, reflected nothing clearly. Inigo sighed. A fool. Then he pointed to a Taoist. This is my fourth disciple, Bertrand. Qiuran was stunned, blurting out, what? Chapter 4. I want to become a war god. Hearing the name of Bertrand, Qiuran was greatly shocked. In later times, Bertrand had become an extremely famous figure, almost godlike in stature. He was known for his star divination and predictions, all conducted with divine accuracy. Especially, the Tui chart was a divine book, predicting major events of ancient times with uncanny precision. To think he was also a disciple of the unnamed old man from the Chilean sect. This made the unnamed old man even more extraordinary. His methods of taking disciples were not bound by conventions, accepting people of all kinds. Bertrand was a slender person, not tall but full of energy, his eyes radiating wisdom as if he could see through the world. Dressed as a Taoist priest, he saluted after the introduction, saying, Brother Burl, I am not actually a monk. This outfit just makes it easier for me to travel through the world. But seeing your reaction, it seems you've heard of my name before. Yuan's reputation isn't much, is it? Realizing he had lost composure, Qiuran quickly replied, fourth senior brother, there's no need to worry. I was simply struck by the might of your name, Tiangang Beidou, wielding the handle of the Big Dipper, truly heroic, which surprised me. Bertrand nodded and laughed, so that's why. How old are you, brother? I am 21 years old. Closer to his junior brother, but his fingers pointed at vital points on Helmet's body. Any harm Helmet inflicted on Qiuran would result in his own incapacitation. Without waiting for Qiuran's response, Helmet sheathed his sword, retreated, and remained silent. In that moment, Qiuran's clothes were drenched with sweat. The taste of life and death, then back to life, was incredibly intense. The unnamed old man didn't intervene, continuing his introductions. Next is Abdurk's senior brother Irvin from the Shui family of Hadong. He has already relocated his family here and is a wealthy local resident. Irvin stepped forward, towering over everyone, including the tallest Randy. He stood nearly 10 feet tall, with a face like a millstone and hands like fans, fingers thick as cudgels. He laughed heartily and said, Little brother Burl, we need to get closer. Irvin? Wasn't he the one who later styled himself the overlord of Western Qin, even causing Quentin trouble? He was far more complex than he appeared. Qiuran hurriedly returned the greeting. Abdurk's senior brother, greetings. Irvin grinned, we're fellow townspeople. I won't let you be bullied. After the introductions, the unnamed old man pointed to a young monk nearby, who was only about 12 years old. This is a child I adopted from a young age, not officially my disciple. His Buddhist name is Che. What? This time Qiuran was even more astonished than when he heard Bertrand's name. Che, Tripitaka, imperial nephew. These names flooded his mind. Could this be the same monk who became a revered saint after journeying westward to retrieve Buddhist scriptures during the Reincarnate dynasty? This time he controlled himself, showing no surprise. If he reacted to a little monk like this, these people would definitely suspect his background. Why would he be so astonished by a mere child monk? After finishing the introductions, the unnamed old man said, These are all members of the Chilean sect. I take disciples in order of their arrival, regardless of age, so some junior brothers may be older than senior ones. We come from all over, various ethnicities, making us illegitimate in the eyes of the Orthodox government. Whether you stay or leave is up to you. Qiuran didn't hesitate, agreeing to stay. On one hand, chaos had not yet arisen. The Sui Dynasty was still strong. Proclaiming the impending turmoil might get him arrested as a heretic. On the other hand, self-preservation was key. He needed to improve his martial arts to survive unexpected attacks like Helmet's. Moreover, the unnamed old man's diverse disciples included talented individuals from all walks of life. Staying would be beneficial. Jalen paid no attention to their reactions. He stared intently at Amador, waiting for his response. Amador was also taken aback, not expecting Jalen to make such a choice. However, he did not oppose it. Instead, he said, I didn't expect you to be so fixated on personal martial prowess. But each person has their own destiny. I won't force you. I will do my best to teach you. You should rest and recover from your injuries first. Once you're healed, we'll start your training. With that, he left with the others, leaving Jalen alone with John. John sighed regretfully, young brother, you are truly... He didn't finish the sentence, but his expression spoke volumes. Though my master may seem unreliable, he indeed has genuine abilities. He hasn't even shown all his skills yet. If you had agreed to learn everything, I'm sure he would have been very pleased because he doesn't want to take on any more disciples. He would have taught you wholeheartedly. Jalen smiled faintly and replied, I believe that for a man to achieve great things, physical strength is paramount. Without solid martial skills, learning anything else is useless. Besides, I don't think my knowledge in other areas is lacking. Why you? John shook his head, dissatisfied with Jalen's boastfulness. He thought, what could a reckless spy like you possibly know? If you knew everything, why would you risk your life for such insignificant intelligence? As fair as jade, truly handsome and elegant. Not bad, Amador remarked. You've recovered well, and your constitution has changed significantly. It was worth using those spirit medicines on you. Spirit medicines? When did he take spirit medicines? John interjected, little junior brother, master invested a lot in you. To improve your constitution, he mixed Kunlun Frisco Wandan, which he refined for many years, into your medicine. The Frisco Wandan requires various herbs over 1,000 years old, such as ginseng, snow lotus, and Polygonum multiflorum. There were only 10 pills in total, and 3 were used on you. We 6 only got 1 each. Now Jalen understood why his strength had increased, and his physique improved so much. Grateful to Amador for giving him what would otherwise require years of hard work, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Amador pulled him up with a smile. No need for formalities. I just saw that your foundation was too weak compared to the others. Abdurance, you only wanted to learn martial arts. Having no strength wouldn't work. If I failed to train you properly, wouldn't it damage my reputation? Jalen thought. What reputation? Your name is fake. Who even knows where you come from? Moreover, taking in so many people, you must have some plan. Fresh, incomparably better than the air over 1,000 years later. Taking a deep breath, Jalen felt like he was in another world. A person from the 21st century, now living in the end of the Sui Dynasty. Suddenly, he heard mournful piano music, evoking a sense of national tragedy. Wondering who could be playing in the woods, he followed the sound and found third brother Nelson. Nelson's back was hunched, as though he were 60 or 70 years old. He played the piano with both hands, lost in the sorrowful melody. Plink! A string snapped, likely due to Nelson's intense emotion, causing him to sob uncontrollably on the instrument, clearly unable to let go of his homeland. Jalen quietly approached. Hearing footsteps, Nelson lifted his head sharply but, facing away, couldn't see Jalen. Nevertheless, he recognized the sound. If you don't wish to restore the Burl Kingdom, you shouldn't bear the Burl name, Nelson coldly remarked without turning around. What logic is this? Whether or not I want to restore Southern Burl has nothing to do with me. Hashtag chapter 6. This stick is really nice. Jalen was also rather annoyed. Monk Nelson had clearly become completely obsessed. He said, Senior brother, what are you talking about? Just because the Han dynasty fell, does that mean all those surnamed Liu must commit suicide? Not all people. By taking bronze as a mirror, one can correct one's attire. By taking people as a mirror, one can discern right from wrong. By taking history as a mirror, one can understand the rise and fall of dynasties. Nelson's eyes lit up with unusual intensity, and he asked hastily, who said this? Caught off guard, Jalen blurted out something attributed to Quentin. Scratching his head, he replied, a young child said this. He thought to himself, Quentin is only 7 or 8 years old now, so naturally he's still a child. I never imagined a child could have such insight. I am far inferior. Perhaps then, I shouldn't insist that you are a descendant of the Southern Burl. Abdurance, you are surnamed Burl. I will protect you as the ruler, and together we can establish a new Burl dynasty. Jalen rolled his eyes, thinking his previous arguments had been wasted. Third senior brother, the rise and fall of dynasties follow certain fates. Your approach will not succeed. Don't drag me along to die. Nelson lowered his head without speaking. After a while, he said, think it over. I await your answer. No need. I can tell you now that I won't follow you in this endeavor. Jalen thought to himself, how could he serve under such an overpowerful minister? It would be like walking with his head on the line, ready to be dismissed at any moment. Senior brother, I advise you not to do this. Let me recite a poem by someone surnamed Burl for you. I see no ancient ones before, nor future ones after. Thinking of the vast eternity of heaven and earth, I am alone and sorrowfully shed tears. Upon hearing this, Nelson's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. He stepped forward eagerly, asking, tell me quickly, where is this person surnamed Burl? I want to assist him in restoring the Burl dynasty. Jalen smirked inwardly, knowing Burl's young wouldn't be born for another few decades. Senior brother, don't be so stubborn. He won't join you in rebellion. Even if you don't say, I will find him, Nelson retorted, shoving past Jalen, abandoning even his loot as he dashed down the mountain like smoke. Jalen shook his head, truly believing that Nelson was beyond saving. After wandering the mountains for a while, he returned to rest in the hut. Jalen began learning spear techniques from the Tony. The Tony said, now that your physique has been altered, you no longer need to build strength. We can directly teach you the spear techniques. Spears involve thrusting, stabbing, blocking, pulling, wrapping, circling, intercepting, grasping, leaping, pointing, deflecting, and striking. Begin with thrusting. The Tony stood up and approached a stone wall, marking a white on it. Spear techniques require a stable grip and precise. However, Jalen remained undeterred. Gradually, as he mastered the technique, he finally hit the mark consistently. The Tony left him to practice alone. Jalen knew these skills were essential for survival, so he continued without pause. Thanks to the Tony's physical enhancements, Jalen felt an abundance of energy, as if his body housed a small universe, always primed for action. Over the next 10 days, his thrusts became precise and powerful, each strike piercing the white perfectly. Eventually, he pierced a hole in the stone wall, with each strike hitting the same spot. The Tony observed several times but said nothing, merely urging him to focus. 20 days later, his thrusts were faster and even more accurate, each landing on the same point. The hole in the wall grew smaller. The Tony nodded but made no comment. He increased the number of thrusts from 3,000 to 10,000 daily. Another month passed, totaling 2 months of continuous practice. Every day, he repeated the same motion, thrusting. During his spare time, Jalen worked on improving their living conditions. He bought large quantities of cotton and seeds. In the mountains, he cleared a plot of land and planted cotton. Then he started working on his projects. First, he created tools to process the cotton into batting. Next, he crafted spinning and weaving equipment to produce cotton fabric. Some fabric was layered with batting to make bedding, while the rest became clothing. I need measuring too, fine. Once they put on the new clothes Jalen had made, each person praised his craftsmanship endlessly. Even Helmet, who was usually wrapped in furs, put away her fur coat and changed into Burl's clothes. Bertrand stood by thoughtfully, fingers moving as if calculating something. However, the more he calculated, the deeper his frown grew, indicating he found some issues. He approached the nameless elder, seeking advice. The elder seemed unconcerned and shook his head, saying, "Heavenly secrets should not be revealed. If you can't figure it out, don't worry about it." In truth, he thought, damn, even I can't figure it out. It seems seventh brother is naturally extraordinary, beyond human comprehension. One day, Igor came running over mysteriously and said, "Seventh junior brother, stop practicing. Master has left the mountain today, and I'm taking you somewhere." "Senior brother, today's tasks aren't finished yet. Let me finish them first. Do you want to waste this rare opportunity?" Quickly, Igor wouldn't listen and dragged Jalen away. Jalen had no choice but to put down his stick and follow Igor. Igor led Jalen out of the Chilean mountains. Irvin was waiting for them at the base of the mountain, smiling and saying, "Little junior brother, eldest senior brother is in high spirits today. He's taking you out for some fun. You'll enjoy yourself." Jalen nodded, remaining expressionless but thinking, "All right, I'm anxious. Take me there quickly." The three entered a forest where Irvin had prepared 3 horses. They seemed to be heading somewhere far. Igor tossed Jalen a set of clothes, saying, "Change into this." Jalen opened the package to find a set of Turkic attire, complete with fake hair and beard for disguise. So, eldest senior brother was concerned about being recognized. It wouldn't look good for one of the 3 heroes of dust and wind, Igor, to visit a brothel. Recalling his experience as a spy in West Turkic territory, Jalen dressed himself effortlessly, completely blending in with the Turks. He transformed entirely, unrecognizable as Han Chinese. Igor and Irvin also disguised themselves. Their rugged appearances allowed them to blend in easily once they changed clothes. Irvin, seeing Jalen's transformation, gave a thumbs up. "Little junior brother, you're no stranger to Turkic disguise, fitting in perfectly. Both eldest senior brother and I can barely speak Turkic. Speak up for us if necessary." They mounted their horses. Jalen noticed something bulging on Irvin's horse. Seeing his gaze, Irvin laughed, "Little junior brother, don't ask. It's a treat you'll discover soon." Unsure what to think, Jalen remained silent as the trio rode eastward for about an hour until they left the mountains and reached a barren wilderness. Chapter 8. Misunderstood intentions, here to rob. The Aurelio led the 2 of them to Crescent Spring Tavern, the largest tavern in Jiuan. The inn's attendant greeted them with a smile, "Welcome, gentlemen. Please come inside." However, Jalen clearly sensed the attendant's dissatisfaction. After all, who would welcome freeloaders? Yet, the attendant had no choice. Upon entering, the Aurelio immediately took the best seats available, speaking in broken Chinese, "Bring us your finest wine and the best meal you have." The attendant had no choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly. Jalen was puzzled. Weren't they supposed to visit a brothel? Why were they drinking here, dressed like this? Did they think the locals weren't suffering enough? "Senior brother, let's not drink. We should focus on our real task," he cautiously suggested. "Why, are you impatient? Abdurk's brother, look at him. He's more eager than we are. You said we shouldn't have brought him." Irvin shook his head. "I didn't expect little junior brother to be so eager. Don't worry, we're not here just to drink. We're here to scout for targets." "Why do we need to come here to find targets? Will pretty ones show up here?" Jalen asked, thinking that the free-spirited people of the frontier allowed for such flexibility in choosing targets. "Do we need pretty ones? Any wealthy foreigner will do," the Aurelio replied nonchalantly. Jalen's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He hadn't realized how broad the Aurelio's criteria were. Men included too? At that moment, Irvin added, "Little junior brother, there's no need to be picky. Robbing is about wealth, not appearance." Robbery? Jalen suddenly felt his head spin. He had been completely off track. These 2 weren't here for the brothel. They were here to rob. The Aurelio whispered, "Indeed, these foreigners plunder our people here. How can we let them get away with it? We must take back what they've stolen from the Great Sui. With the recent defeat of the Turks, they certainly resent the Sui. By dressing as Turks and leaving survivors, we can make it appear as if the Turks are responsible, stoking their resentment. This way, the Western nations will hate the Turks even more, aiding the Sui in their eventual downfall. What do you think, little junior brother?" Jalen hadn't expected this elaborate plan. It was almost a pity. He'd thought it might be something else. But experiencing banditry in the Sui Dynasty sounded intriguing. "Senior brothers, this sounds good, but I haven't learned martial arts yet. How can I rob anyone?" The Aurelio stroked his beard and laughed. Junior seventh brother, do you really need to fight? Abdurk's brother and I will handle everything. We're unfamiliar with Turkic, but you are. Just shout a few Turkic phrases, and leave the rest to us. Now Jalen understood their purpose in bringing him along. Not much risk involved, just some shouting. Abdurpal enough. Alright, I agree, but you must protect me. Irvin patted him. Don't worry. With both of us here, nothing can go wrong. Gradually, more guests filled the upper floor, all foreigners in varied attire, shouting boisterously as they indulged in food and drink, behaving arrogantly. The inn's attendants wore troubled expressions, daring not to protest. Who could blame them? They were forced to tolerate this mistreatment by imperial decree. Seeking compensation from the authorities was virtually impossible, so they could only hope the emperor would soon end this invitation, allowing life to return to normal. Their meal arrived, featuring mainly meat dishes, mountain cat, wild hare, lamb, popular among foreigners. A roasted lamb sat at the center, flanked by other meats. The innkeeper brought a jar of wine, the aroma of which permeated even before it was opened. Irvin explained, little brother, this is Crescent Spring wine, the most famous here. Despite its gentle name, it packs quite a punch, not easily endured by most. He poured 3 bowls, and they clinked glasses before drinking. Upon ingestion, a wave of heat surged from Jalen's stomach, flushing his face. It was indeed potent, yet the warmth made him feel refreshed. As they drank, they observed the surroundings, scouting for potential targets. Despite the street's festive decorations, it remained largely deserted, with few Han citizens venturing out. Mostly foreigners moved about, their faces gleaming with satisfaction, carrying goods from Han shops. This tyrant, heedless of his people's suffering for personal glory. Look, the Sui Empire is becoming a realm of foreigners. One day, I'll overthrow this tyrant, the Aurelio grumbled. Poor Northwest folk. Their lifetime savings are wasted due to this tyrant, Irvin sighed, feeling the impact deeply as his business lay in the Northwest. Jalen knew history depicted Hurley differently, unsure whether he was an enlightened ruler or a tyrant. However, regarding his treatment of foreigners, Hurley was indeed a failure. Suddenly, noises arose from the street. 20 horsemen galloped toward the tavern, clad in black battle robes, wielding whips to clear the path. Foreigners, though rude to Han, quickly dispersed upon seeing the riders' attire, wary of confrontation. They halted before the Crescent Spring Tavern, dismounting and storming inside, driving away the patrons. Anyone moving slowly faced whipping. The Aurelio and Irvin remained unfazed, while Jalen recognized the newcomers as Turkic warriors from the Tiela tribe based on his past experiences as a spy in the Western Turks. The Tiela, second only to the Western Turks in power, had been conquered and now served under Turkic command. These Tiela warriors, dressed as Turks, wouldn't dare confront actual Turks. Chapter 9. Preparations completed. Almost immediately, someone approached their table, but upon seeing their attire and appearance, they dared not make a move and instead reported back to the leader. Now only their table remained in the tavern. Everyone else had been driven out. A leading warrior walked over, pulled out a handful of jewels, and tossed them onto the table, saying, "Take these jewels and leave. Our creed is about to arrive." The Qiuran Ke, Igor, didn't move, instead gesturing with his eyes for Jalen to speak. Jalen understood his intention. With a slap on the table, he fluently spoke in Turkic, essentially conveying that not only were their prince's people subordinates to the great Khan, but even their Khan was a servant to them. What right did they have to speak before us? Put down your things and leave. Note: I've made the translation more fluent and natural while ensuring it accurately conveys the original meaning. The term Qiuran Ke is transliterated as Igor, since it appears to be a proper name. If you prefer to keep it in its original form or have an established English name for this character, please let me know. The leader almost cursed aloud. Damn it, we're bandits, but you're even worse than bandits. You take our things and still don't give us space. You truly are not human. However, he had no choice. They couldn't afford to offend the Turks. He stepped aside. Soon after, about a dozen more riders appeared on the trees. If we ambush them, not only can we gain substantial wealth, but we can also incite hatred against the Western Turks across nations. And it would also give these barbarians a taste of what it's like to leave our people alone. Irvin nodded and said, Desmond is right. Let's follow his plan. Jalen frowned and said, Seniors, they are 50 to 60 strong, while we are only 3. My skills aren't up to par, making this suicide. Can the 2 of you manage? They wanted to say, who will protect you when you go into battle? But he rephrased it. Both Igor and Irvin were veterans of the martial world. They understood immediately and laughed heartily. Irvin patted him on the shoulder, saying, Little brother, don't worry. We each have our roles, and all 3 of us working together can handle it. Just wait and see. Without further explanation, Jalen hesitated but thought of asking forth Master Bertrand for divination, or agreeing to Nelson's request to find a capable bodyguard. These 2 were unreliable. Irvin said, You 2 keep eating. I'll check the streets. Then he left the tavern and disappeared into the crowd. Igor paid no mind, urging Jalen to drink and assuring him of his safety. His reassurances made Jalen increasingly uneasy. He thought that books described Igor as bold yet meticulous, but where was the meticulousness? After finishing his meal, Igor patted his chest and said, Little brother, let's go. We'll talk as we walk. Shouldn't we wait for Abdurk's brother? There's no need to wait for him. He has his own arrangements. Jalen reluctantly nodded. Cautious, said Jalen, who had military training despite never seeing combat. He knew the frontier was plagued by Eben Hurley's policies, and robberies on travelers from western regions were common. The Tiela noble's actions on Sui soil must be supported not just by policy but other security measures. But his seniors ignored his concerns. Jalen had to plan his escape. Irvin's reinforcements arrived, led by a black-clad youth, robust and strong, riding a red horse with a gold-embossed halberd hanging on its side. Irvin introduced him. This is my son, Marvin. Son, meet your uncles. Marvin dismounted, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Greetings, uncles. Nephew pays respect, he said, kneeling. Igor stopped him. Enough formalities. We're family, don't be so formal. Goguryeo, are you prepared? Yes, I brought 300 men. Spies are monitoring the city. If they head to the capital, this is the only way. Excellent. Let's ambush them here. Now, Uncle will teach you some Turkic phrases so we don't expose ourselves. Chapter 10. From Sheep to Wolves. After Qiuran taught them a few phrases used by Turkic warriors during charges, they laid an ambush on this hillside, waiting for Gideon and his party to arrive. They waited all night until a scout rushed in from the city to announce that Gideon and company were en route with over 100 men and no visible escorts. Igor nodded approvingly and instructed everyone to prepare for the ambush. It wasn't long before Gideon's group arrived. Gideon rode on horseback arrogantly, gesturing grandly as he conversed loudly. Beside him were nobles from various western regions, encircling him like stars around the moon. When they reached the stone ridge, Igor shouted and led his men out, surrounding the group from the western regions. Under Igor's direction, Qiuran dashed forward, shouting loudly in Turkic, "The mountain is mine, the trees are mine, if you wish to pass, leave behind some passage fees." He held a spear borrowed for self-defense from Ervin's people. However, it was too light, almost useless, but Igor had said he only needed to watch, not engage in combat. After uttering those words, Qiuran sensed something was amiss. The opposing side showed no fear despite being surrounded, acting as if they had everything under control. Gideon, holding a long-handled scimitar nearly 10 feet long, laughed heartily in fluent Chinese. "Rogue from the Sui Dynasty, stop your pretense. I know you're not Turks. We came here just for you." It turned out the repeated raids by someone posing as Turks had raised suspicions among the Western tribes. Knowing the Turks wouldn't dare such blatant acts after their recent defeat, they used this strategy to fashion into the panicked peasants, leaving numerous corpses in a single charge. Only Igor, Ervin, and Henri, with their exceptional martial skills, managed to slow the Turkic onslaught. Qiuran had been analyzing the terrain but didn't vocalize it in time. Seeing the first wave pass and the second prepare, he yelled, "Head up that mountain." The steep slope made defense easier, preventing the Turks from charging effectively. Ervin saw this too, ordering everyone uphill. The peasants, accustomed to the mountains, moved nimbly on foot. Igor and others covered their retreat. Ashina Tuhua couldn't allow them an easy escape, dispatching 2 lieutenants specifically to chase down Qiuran, who had alerted the group. In the chaos, Igor swung his blade, Henri wielded his halberd, and Ervin his hammers, temporarily holding back the Turks. Yet with overwhelming numbers, Qiuran was left unaided. Damn, what do I do? How can I match Turks? Where's my protection? He spurred his horse uphill as the Turkish lieutenants closed in quickly, their equestrian skills superior even on the rough path. Soon, they caught up. Qiuran halted, lifting his spear. Too light, it felt useless in his hands. Eyeing the approaching lieutenant, slashing with a scimitar that gleamed in the sunlight, Qiuran sidestepped and thrust his spear instinctively. However, the spear was ordinary, not made of the sturdy wood he practiced with, unable to withstand the force. It snapped cleanly, leaving him with, "The Turks were so cunning. They lured us into this trap." Qiuran fell silent, looking down worriedly. The Turkic cavalry could not immediately charge up and were resting on the slope, discussing strategies. If this continues, we'll be at their mercy without food or water. What can we do? Ervin understood the Turkic strategy. They wanted to minimize losses by starving them out. Edward wasn't concerned, saying, "We won't die that easily. There are grassroots and tree barks to sustain us for a few days. Besides, how long can the Turks stay in our Sui territory? They'll retreat soon enough." The Sui army isn't weak either. Qiuran sneered, "You're too naive. Do you think the Sui army cares? If they cared, these elite Turks wouldn't have crossed the border. Ebon Hurley is showcasing imperial majesty, so the border troops won't take serious action against them. At most, they'll wait until we're eliminated, and then clean up the mess." Edward and Ervin stared in shock. "You mean these Turks were let in to destroy us?" "Exactly," Qiuran replied disdainfully. "These scoundrels, if I survive, I'll overthrow this corrupt emperor. Let's focus on surviving first. I see no food or water here, just tree barks and roots, which won't last long." Qiuran gazed down again. Below, the Turks weren't rushing the attack but demonstrating power at the foot of the hill. Soon, a supply convoy brought cattle, sheep, and wine. The Turks feasted below, the smell of roasting meat reaching the summit. They taunted those above, waving lamb legs and wine flasks while laughing loudly. The retainers drooled. Brenton sat with generals from various western regions, completely disregarding the besieged. They seemed confident the trapped ones couldn't escape. "Damn, I can't stand this. I'll go down and fight. I'd rather die in battle than starve." Edward's face twitched with fury. Ervin remained quiet, staring at the valley, lost in thought. Disappointed by Edward, Qiuran remembered he was supposed to be a strategic genius. Now, he seemed nothing more than a reckless brute. Meanwhile, Ervin, though crude, showed signs of thoughtfulness. "Desmond, don't rush to die," Qiuran said, knowing descending would be suicide. "Let's hold on for 2 days and plan further. If we must, we'll make a last stand." Ervin agreed. "True, Desmond. We still have tree barks. You eat, I won't. If tomorrow brings no solution, I'll charge down." "Little brother, any plans?" Ervin asked Qiuran. Qiuran surveyed the area. Apart from the path they guarded, no other routes led to the top, surrounded by steep cliffs. However, lush forests filled the mountain, including pine, cypress, bamboo, and thick vines intertwined among branches. Seeing the vines gave Qiuran to explain in detail. Qiuran smiled and pointed at everyone. "The clothes we are wearing are relatively loose. If we spread them out, tie them to branches, and then secure them on our backs, they would form wings like those of an eagle. When we jump off a cliff, it will create resistance, allowing us to glide through the air like birds. We can control the direction and speed with our body movements. We can cut down more bamboo, sharpen them into arrow-like poles. When we fly over the 2 Jua heads, we'll start by throwing these poles at them. They won't expect an aerial attack and will surely be caught off guard. With us in the air and them on the ground, their cavalry advantages will be nullified, ensuring our victory." After Jalen finished speaking, everyone understood what he meant. What was a good plan? This was one. Though they had never heard of wingsuit flyers, they knew the basics of flight principles. Clothes-made wings might be rudimentary but would surprise the Dou Jiande, hitting them where they least expected. They weren't dressed in overly wide clothing for combat, but ancient attire was already complex, wider than modern wear, sufficient for makeshift wings. Everyone was enlightened, nodding approvingly, impressed by the feasibility. Igor slapped his thigh. Why didn't I think of this? Jalen said, elder brother. While this plan is feasible, it's also dangerous. There's a risk of falling to our deaths. So what? A true man stands firm under heaven. Better to die standing tall than to live cowering. Don't worry about it. You all follow my brother's instructions and act quickly. I don't want to stay here any longer. They responded immediately, chopping branches, cutting vines, and trimming bamboo. Jalen wasn't idle either, guiding how to bind branches, attach clothes to the branches, fix them on bodies, and shape bamboo like spears due to their scarcity of bows and arrows. By evening, all preparations were complete, each person equipped with 10 bamboo spears besides the wings. Jalen nodded approvingly, repeatedly instructing on maneuvering the wings, flying, and accelerating. He knew even modern wingsuit flying was an extreme sport with high fatality rates. Without special training, no one would dare attempt it. But there were no other options now, only risky experiments remained. Igor stripped off his upper garment, revealing black chest hair, and strapped on a prepared wingsuit, walking over and saying, younger brother, life and death are predestined. Let's get it done. When should we move? Jalen looked up at the sky. The full moon hung overhead, not too bright, but better than pitch black. Now, although it's a bit light and may expose us easily, it's still better than total darkness. We can see the enemy. Remember, aim closer before throwing spears. Don't waste them. Good. I'll go first, follow closely. Though rough, Igor had a big heart. Without hesitation, he jumped off the cliff. Others followed suit, jumping from the steeper back mountain, ideal for wingsuit flights. Under the moonlight, hundreds of dark figures plummeted like startled birds, controlling their wings as they flew toward the front mountain. Igor, Irvin, Jalen, and Henri led, others following closely. Shortly, they reached the Dou Jiande encampment. The Dou Jiande didn't take the people on the mountain seriously. Being elite soldiers, they deemed a band of mountain bandits unworthy of concern. After eating and drinking, they laid blankets on the ground to rest, expecting surrender within days. Although Halden left soldiers on night duty, none noticed anything coming from the sky. Finding comfortable spots, they dozed off. One soldier happened to look up and suddenly gaped, seeing countless dark birds flying towards them from the moon. God of the moon has appeared, he shouted, awakening others who stared skyward. Under the moon, shadows seemed to fly from the moon, dark masses indistinct. Dou Jiande worshipped wolves, and thus the moon god. Witnessing this, they believed it was the moon god's manifestation and fell to their knees, praying devoutly. Unaware these were not deities but grim reapers. As Jalen's group approached, entering firing range, sounding, and preparing to slaughter the remaining Dou Jiande. Chapter 13, A Fatal Thrust. Jalen descended from the sky and moved aside, thinking to himself, my mission is complete. Now it's up to you all. He sat leisurely on one side, watching the spectacle unfold. Indeed, the tide had already turned decisively in their favor. The Turks were utterly defenseless, unable to leverage their cavalry advantage as they were surrounded with no means of escape. Unkit, Irvin, and Shuiringao were all valiant warriors capable of fighting 100 foes each. Here, they wreaked havoc, venting all the pent-up frustration in their hearts amidst rivers of blood. Note, our Qiuran Ke was adjusted to Unkit for consistency and readability. Brenton, though brave, was nothing special in comparison to them. If not for his attendants' relentless resistance, he would have been felled long ago. However, as his attendants dwindled, his situation became precarious. His eyes were bloodshot, unwilling to accept defeat. Under the moonlight, he suddenly saw Jalen, and an intense hatred rose within him. If not for this man who had killed his 2 deputies and given the others time to regroup, he would have completed his mission long ago. I will kill him. Without regard for the others, Brenton abandoned his comrades and charged towards Jalen on horseback, wielding a spear. This sudden move caught even the Qiuran Ke, Unkit, off guard. He did not expect the Turks offered little resistance and were almost completely wiped out. Despite having horses, none attempted to escape, perhaps out of shock or some other reason, resulting in their total annihilation on the spot. Unkit and his men turned defeat into victory, not only recovering their losses but also seizing countless war horses, gold, silver, and jewels. They could be considered to have won a great victory. When they counted the survivors, they were astonished to find that all the villagers who followed them up the mountain and jumped down had survived, miraculously without a single death. They were bare-chested, covered in blood, yet all alive, leaving Jalen gaping in awe at how ancient clothing proved to be so durable. Unkit approached with a sheepish smile. Junior brother, senior brother? Jalen rolled his eyes. Senior brother, junior brother? I understand. If junior brother needs anything in the future, just say the word, and I will do my best. Seeing Unkit's sincerity, Jalen didn't press further. People like Unkit valued their word more than anything, prioritizing honor and righteousness. Having failed twice to rescue him, Unkit felt he owed Jalen. Irvin also came over and said, from now on, whatever little junior brother says, old Shui will listen. It was truly satisfying to kill over 1,000 Turk soldiers in one go. Reporting this, we could become generals. The Turks had only secretly traded with the Sui military to enter the territory, making it difficult to address openly. With their leader, Osiris, held hostage by Ibn Hurli, they had to swallow their pride. Nevertheless, they enthroned Shigue Khan as their new leader, expanding their territory and secretly building strength to oppose the Sui dynasty. Upon returning to Mount Qilian, the unnamed elder had brought back a young man. He was tall, fair, and charming, a talented and handsome individual. Upon seeing them return, the unnamed elder briefly inquired about their mission. Unkit recounted the events without reservation. The unnamed elder nodded approvingly but remained silent. Zaire, upon hearing the account, glared at them angrily but was powerless to act. Unsurprisingly, the howls of wolves echoed across Mount Qiuran for a full day and night, their cries mournful. The unnamed elder gathered everyone and pointed to the young man, saying, "Come and meet your Curtis. This is my newly received disciple, Li Crystal. Little junior brother, be careful, the enemy general is charging at you," he shouted while rushing over. Damn it again? Jalen, engrossed in the battle, hadn't anticipated Brenton's charge. He had no long spear left except for a bamboo spear. Facing the incoming spear, he steeled himself and charged forward. Instead of retreating, he advanced recklessly, riding towards the spear's approach. As the spear swept by, he lay flat on his horse's back. The bamboo spear pierced upwards towards Brenton's throat. He didn't dare twist the bamboo spear, knowing it wouldn't withstand the force. There were no flashy moves, just a simple thrust. This move he had practiced hundreds of thousands of times. He could perform it accurately even with his eyes closed. The large spear grazed past his body, almost brushing against his nose as the horses crossed paths. In that moment, the bamboo spear was gone from his hand. But instead of falling to the ground, it had plunged directly into Brenton's throat, propped up on his horse's back, preventing his body from collapsing. The horse ran quite far before stopping. Only then did Unkit and the others realize that Brenton was dead. His bulging eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never expected to be impaled from that angle. Not knowing his name, Brenton died with regret, never learning Jalen's identity. Though Jalen narrowly escaped, he was confident in his strike and continued to watch the battlefield without looking back. The battle was winding down, as the Turks offered no organized resistance and were nearly annihilated. Despite having horses, none managed to flee. Whether out of fear or some other reason, they perished to the last man. The Qiuran Ke asked if we establish how characters refer to each other earlier in the text. If Shalsurdi is used consistently for Jalen, we should translate it as little junior brother throughout. Revised version considering context and consistency. Unkit chuckled as he approached. Little junior brother, senior brother? This conveys the meaning accurately, reads more naturally, and maintains the established style and terminology. Jalen shot him a look. Senior brother, junior brother I understand. From now on, if junior brother has any requests, senior brother will do everything possible. Seeing his sincerity, Jalen said no more. People like Unkit valued their word above all else and would fulfill their promises without fail. Feeling guilty about failing twice to rescue Jalen, Unkit felt indebted. Irvin also walked over and said, "From now on, whatever little junior brother says, Old Shui, will follow." It was truly satisfying to wipe out so many Tujue soldiers at once. If we reported this, we could be made generals. "I have no interest in becoming a general for this rotten court," Unkit remarked with disdain. "I was just saying, let's go quickly before the imperial troops arrive and complicate our departure," Irvin added. "There's no rush. Eating these sheep legs before we leave won't be too late." Although the Sui army had to let tall, handsome, and charming. Upon their return, the elders simply inquired about their journey. Unkit didn't hide anything and recounted everything. The elder nodded, offering no further comment. But when Zaire heard about it, she glared at them furiously. As expected, howls echoed across Mount Qiuran for another day and night. The unnamed elder then gathered everyone and introduced the young man. "Come meet your Curtis, my newly recruited disciple, Li Crystal." Irvin also approached, saying, "From now on, whatever little junior brother says, Old Shui will listen." Truly, it was satisfying to kill so many Turks at once. If reported, we could earn titles of generals. This corrupt court, I have no interest in being one of their generals, Unkit scoffed. "Just saying, let's leave before the officials come. Otherwise, it'll be harder to get away." "No worries. Let's eat these lamb legs first. The Sui soldiers hate these Turks too much. They won't come quickly. Even if they receive news, they'll dawdle," Jalen calmly responded. "That's true. Many of the soldiers are from the west. Their families have likely been robbed by these Turks. Why would they come to their aid?" Jalen said, "Maybe they're celebrating. Let's eat these lamb legs. I'm starving." They feasted on the spoils from the Turks' supplies before departing unhurriedly. Irvin instructed Qiuran Ke to discreetly return the recovered treasures to the camp. Unsurprisingly, another day and night of wolf howls echoed across Mount Qiuran. The unnamed elder summoned everyone and introduced the young man. "Come meet your Curtis. This is my new disciple, Li Crystal." ####Chapter 14. Be my master. What? Everyone thought they had misheard. Didn't the old man just say he wouldn't take on any more disciples? Jalen was supposed to be his last disciple. How could this change so soon after only a few months? Seeing everyone staring at him with puzzled expressions, the old man's face turned red. He stroked his beard and said, "Mingchen was indeed meant to be my last disciple. However, Crystal is the child of an old friend whom I promised to help. I couldn't refuse him out of respect for my old friend, so I've decided to accept Crystal as a nominal disciple, not a formal one. The formal last disciple remains Mingchen, but you should still treat Li Crystal as your junior brother." "TSK, Jalen sneered. A nominal disciple, how many more could he take on this way? Whenever something happened, he could simply say it wasn't a formal disciple, just perfect for bearing the brunt. This became common practice later, as it turns out that ancient people were no different. After hearing this, people like Igor felt relieved and came forward to greet Li Crystal. Li Crystal returned their greetings with grace. A woman? Being from modern times, Jalen went into the mountains several times, collecting black stones which he piled up. When Bertrand saw this, he asked curiously, "Are these coal stones? They can be used for heating, but they're hard to ignite. Why do we need them?" Jalen laughed. "Yes, exactly. But you don't know how to use them yet. Let me teach you." He also asked a blacksmith to forge hollow iron pipes and a large furnace according to his designs. After installing these in their living quarters and connecting everything, he filled the pipes with water and placed the coal in the furnace, igniting it. Good heavens, it was so warm. This kind of comfort was fit for emperors. Even palaces probably lacked such heating systems. This is called central heating. As long as you keep adding water and maintain the fire, we won't have to fear the cold, he explained. You're amazing, little junior brother. I'm almost tempted to sleep naked. It's so warm. Igor fanned himself, wearing only a pair of shorts, sweating profusely. By changing their daily lives, clothing, warmth, and even food, he gradually brought everyone together. Initially, they all had different goals, but with Jalen around, they temporarily set aside their differences and maintained cordial relations. Outside, it was bitterly cold with snow blanketing the entire Qiuran mountains. Inside, they sat around a small red clay stove warming fine wine. Everyone listened intently as Jalen narrated stories from Water Margin, such profound statements. If anything, Huaning should be thanking Che. He discussed the rise and fall of the Burl dynasty with Nelson, telling him that nations must unite after periods of division and that reviving the fallen Burl was futile. Nelson pondered for 3 days before declaring, "You should rebel, overthrow the Sui Dynasty, and establish your own empire. No matter what, I will follow you." Jalen wanted to smack him. Are you crazy? Why not live a peaceful life instead of risking rebellion and certain death? He found dealing with this zealot quite exasperating. With Bertrand, he delved into astrology. Bertrand mentioned, "Little brother, I observe the stars often but cannot predict your future. There seems to be a mist obscuring it." Then perhaps it shouldn't be revealed, Jalen replied, then introduced Western astrological signs like Taurus, Libra, and Virgo to Bertrand, leaving him bewildered by this unconventional method of fortune-telling. Even the old man admired Jalen's extensive knowledge, realizing that while not possessing modern knowledge, he was undoubtedly a top scholar of his time. One day, the old man remarked, "You should be the master." This startled Jalen into fleeing, fearing being thrust into a difficult position. And the old man's real name couldn't possibly be hailed warmly, passionate, saying, "I admire Stella the most," disguising herself as a man to fight for her father and gain fame. "If I were a woman, I would be like her. Unfortunately, I am born a man, so I can't become another Stella." Jalen's eyes turned bloodshot and his breathing became rapid, as though restraining something. Fortunately, Lee Crystal seemed mindful of propriety and refrained from overstepping. She noticed his abnormality. "Brother, what's wrong? Are you sick? Why is your face turning red and pale?" "Oh, nothing. Just a bit heated up. It'll be fine soon," Jalen replied. Inwardly, he thought, "Damn it. She says she's not a woman. Maybe I should verify it." But reason told him not to do it. Despite her harmless appearance, Lee Crystal was a valiant woman, bold in action. Any entanglement could bring future trouble. Still, her daily pursuits began to wear him down, especially since she wasn't unattractive, even quite beautiful. Fortunately, the Randy found him again, greeting him jovially, "Junior brother, your spear skills are impressive. They're flexible, versatile, masterful. I almost can't keep up." Jalen rolled his eyes, questioning this, including his thunderbolt staff, which could harden or soften and wrapped around his waist like a belt. He needed to find a proper spearhead to match its quality. The next morning, he found the Randy. To his surprise, Lee Crystal was also present, greeting him, "Seventh brother, are you ready? We can depart now." Jalen nodded reluctantly. For riders left the Qiuran mountains. Along the way, he pulled Randy aside. "Elder brother, you deceived me." "I did not. I only told you," an old Turks. "Curtis gave me this information and asked me to pass it along." Speechless, Jalen wished Randy had clarified things better. As they traveled, they laughed and talked. Passing through Human Pass, the endless desert lay ahead. Near the edge stood a lone and named Peace Inn, serving as the last supply stop before the desert. "The Lulan ruins lie here," Lee Crystal explained. "Let's stay overnight and stock up on food and water before continuing." "Agreed. We'll rest here tonight." Chapter 16. Indeed, they are wanted. They were greeted by a flirtatious woman with delicate features and graceful poise. Despite the relatively conservative social norms of the Qiuran period, this woman's attire was rather revealing. She wore a red bodice that hinted at her charm. The woman swayed as she approached them. "Gentlemen, please come in. You've been exposed to the elements for so long. Come inside and have a few drinks," Irvin said. Jalen thought, even sleeping on the floor is risky. But he saw Igor and Irvin giving him meaningful glances, indicating they had something important to discuss. He decided not to argue further and followed the servant to the room. Once the servant left, Princess Crystal warned, "Senior brother, be cautious here. Kim isn't an ordinary person. Her connections are strong, both in the underworld and above. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to run this in such a mixed area." Igor and Irvin entered and nodded in agreement. You're right. That woman is a dangerous tiger." Jalen smirked inwardly, thinking that with one tiger already in the room, why should he fear another? Recalling similar characters from films like Dunhuang Inn, he didn't find Kim particularly intimidating. Yet he couldn't say more without exposing Princess Crystal. Instead, he thought about why he feared staying with her. Upon settling into Taiping Inn, they noticed 3 groups within the premises. One group consisted of several officers, who appeared to be frontier soldiers. They wore disheveled uniforms, gathered around tables drinking and eating, familiar with Kim, and flirting constantly. Another group included about a dozen merchants, accompanied by camels laden with goods, trading between China and the western regions. These traders were cautious, ordering meals to their rooms and rarely leaving. Finally, there was a couple. A man with a dirty face and a woman with an elegant figure marred by a scar running from her left eye to her right cheek. They sat quietly in the hall, minding their own business. Jalen and his companions found a secluded spot in the hall, ordered food, and started eating. Despite the various groups present, they focused on themselves, ignoring what others were doing. However, their presence was hard to ignore. Igor and Irvin towered like black iron towers, tall and muscular, while Jalen exuded elegance. Princess Crystal's graceful demeanor and slight gentleness made the quartet stand out wherever they went. The couple merely glanced at them and returned to their business. The merchants stayed in their rooms, uninterested in external affairs. Only the officers took notice. One officer stood up, eyeing them closely. He was in his 30s, with slanted eyes, disheveled hair, and reeked of alcohol. A saber hung from his waist. He approached them, drew his saber, and slammed it on the table, glaring. "You look unfamiliar. Are you local bandits planning something?" Jalen almost laughed at the absurdity. If they were bandits, they would have killed these soldiers already. Clearly, the officer was just looking for trouble. Irvin, being familiar with these soldiers, remained calm. "Officer, you must be joking. We are all law-abiding citizens." The officer scowled. "Citizens, my foot. The border is unstable, and you likely plan to escape during the chaos. Let me check the wanted posters." He pulled out several wanted notices and began comparing the portraits to Jalen's group. After some effort, he combined two portraits, matching half of one to the other, fitting Igor's description. "See, wanted criminals. Men, grab them and claim the reward." The officers moved to apprehend them. Irvin stopped the officer. "Officer, no need for hostility. We're all travelers, no need to be so strict." He slipped a silver ingot into the officer's hand. Kim intervened. "Officer Sylvester, you've had too much to drink. These are my guests, not criminals. Please return to your duties." Officer Sylvester pocketed the silver and said, "Seventh miss, the borders are unstable. We've heard rumors of rebels from the He royal family coming here. This is just a routine check. Abdurance you say so. These people are innocent. Brothers, let's get back to drinking." Note: I kept the Chinese surname Herua, as it is a proper noun and does not have an English equivalent. If you prefer, we can use Herua, following pinyin romanization. These soldiers are worse than bandits. How does the great Sui Dynasty allow such men to protect the people instead of preying on them? Igor lamented, refraining from conflict due to their mission. Jalen was accustomed to such behavior, but was particularly intrigued by the mention of the He royal family. The He royal family was renowned for its illustrious General He Ruobi, who was celebrated for his military prowess and outspoken nature. General He Ruobi had frequently criticized Eben Hurley, which ultimately led to the entire family's execution. Note: for consistency and clarity, I've kept the names in pinyin as they were provided. If you prefer these names fully translated or adjusted, please let me know. The fact that descendants of the He royal family were still alive and near the border suggested they might be attempting to flee west. Could they be seeking refuge in the western regions? Note: for better fluency, I slightly rephrased the sentence. If you prefer a closer translation, please let me know. Chapter 16. Indeed wanted. Greeting them was a seductive woman with a graceful figure and charming features. Despite the relatively conservative customs of the Qiuran era, clothing styles were relatively relaxed. The woman wore a red chest wrap that hinted at her alluring figure beneath. Twisting her hips, she approached them. "Welcome, esteemed guests, please come in. You've endured the elements. Come and enjoy some drinks." Irvin asked, "What should we call the innkeeper?" "We need 4 upper rooms. We plan to stay for one night." "Ah, I am Goguryeo, a local here. It's just that many people are passing through the pass, so we only have 2 rooms available now. Could you 4 share these 2 rooms for the night?" The man with a beard nodded in agreement. "It's fine as long as we have a place to sleep. 2 rooms will do. Old Abdurks and I can take 1 room, while Old 7 and Old 8 can take another." "Got it. Let me arrange it right away," Goguryeo replied, preparing to instruct the staff to clean the rooms. "No, innkeeper. Could you think of any other solution?" "I'm not used to sharing a room," Jalen quickly interjected. He was joking. If he shared a room with Princess Crystal, things would inevitably get awkward. Goguryeo frowned. "Abdur, you're putting me in a difficult position. I can't kick out the current guests." Princess Crystal said, "Goguryeo, go ahead and make the arrangements. I'll persuade him. It won't be a trouble." "All right, thank you for your understanding. This place is full of sandstorms, and our inn is the only one around. Everyone has to stay here, so we can't afford to offend anyone. Thank you for being accommodating." Though she spoke politely, her words clearly implied that they had no choice but to stay or leave if they couldn't meet her requirements. Princess Crystal smiled and turned to Jalen. "Master, it's not easy for everyone. Little brother can sleep on the floor." Jalen thought to himself, even sleeping on the floor isn't safe. We might end up together somehow. But seeing nods from the man with a beard and Irvin, he decided not to argue further. They followed a servant to their rooms. Once the servant left, Princess Crystal warned, "Master, be careful when speaking here. Goguryeo isn't an ordinary person. She has powerful backers who operate in both legal and illegal circles. Otherwise, she wouldn't run an inn here. This place is full of mixed crowds." The man with a beard and Irvin entered and agreed. The man with a beard added, "Curtis, well said. That woman is indeed a tiger." Jalen smirked. With a tiger already inside the room, why fear the outside tigers? Recalling similar scenes from movies like House of Flying Daggers, he found nothing extraordinary about such women. Yet he couldn't say anything more now, unable to directly reveal that Princess Crystal was a woman. They stayed at the peaceful inn, where they discovered 3 groups of people. One group was military officers, looking disheveled, drinking and eating meat around tables. They seemed familiar with Goguryeo, flirting and joking continuously. Another group comprised a dozen merchants with camels loaded with goods, traveling between central China and the western regions. These men were cautious, retreating into their rooms after ordering food and drink, seldom coming out. The last group consisted of only 2 people, a man and a woman, presumably a couple. The man appeared disheveled, covered in dirt, while the woman had an exquisite figure marred by a scar running from her left eye to her right cheek, making her look terrifying. They sat in the hall, silently eating and drinking without interacting with others. Jalen and his companions found a quiet spot in the hall, ordered food and drink, and began eating. They paid no attention to the 3 groups around them, focused on doing what they needed to, but their presence was hard to ignore. The man with a beard and Irvin towered over everyone else, and Jalen had an elegant demeanor. Meanwhile, Princess Crystal exuded charm and grace. Such striking individuals naturally drew attention. The couple glanced at them briefly before returning to their meal. The merchants hid in their rooms. Only the soldiers exchanged glances. One officer stood up, around 30 years old, with triangular eyes, reeking of alcohol, disheveled hair, and a sword hanging from his waist. Approaching Jalen's group, he slammed his sword on the table and stared fiercely. You don't look familiar. Are you local bandits planning mischief here? Jalen nearly laughed. If they were bandits, they'd have killed all these soldiers by now. This guy was just looking for a fight, wanting something from them. Irvin, being a local familiar with the soldier's nature, stood calmly and smiled. Abdur, you jest? None of us are bandits. We are peace-loving citizens. The officer glared. Peace-loving citizens? Looks like bandits to me. With the border unrest, you must be trying to escape. Let me check your descriptions. He pulled out a warrant with wanted portraits, comparing them to the group. After a thorough search, he found no matches. Still, he cleverly combined two portraits, using the top half of one and the bottom half of another, to match the man with the beard. See, you're wanted criminals. Brothers, come and arrest them, and claim the reward. The soldiers responded eagerly. Irvin grabbed him by the arm. Abdur, no need for this. We're all travelers. No need to be so serious. He slipped a silver ingot into the officer's hand. Willow Liui arrived, cooing, Abdur Sylvester. You've had too much to drink. These are my guests, not criminals. Please return to your drink. Officer Sylvester took the silver, his goal achieved. 7. Borders are unstable. Word is that descendants of the He Rua family, rebelling against Ebon Hurley, are here. We're just doing our duty. Abdur's 7 vouches for them. They're innocent. Brothers, let's continue drinking. These soldiers are worse than bandits. How can the great Sui Dynasty tolerate such behavior? Sighed the man with the beard. If not for their mission, he wouldn't have held back. Jalen was accustomed to such behavior, but was intrigued by Officer Sylvester's mention of the He Rua family. The famous He Rua family and the men of the martial world found her behavior somewhat amusing but did not intervene. However, Lee Crystal, despite being a heroine among women, felt offended by the innkeeper's boldness due to societal norms, thinking her to be nothing more than a cheap flirt who clung onto them. Despite her frustration, Lee Crystal couldn't stop her, so she turned and stormed back to her room. Why did this gentleman leave? Lady Juliana called after her. He might not be feeling well, Jalen explained, understanding her departure. We are heading to Huaxia in the western regions, the burly traveler said. Huaxia? Lady Juliana smirked. Be honest, gentlemen. Could it be that you're seeking the ancient Lulan kingdom now? Our hostess jests. Lulan has long disappeared. Why would we go there? Lady Juliana's expression grew serious. Guest, don't lie to me. In recent days, dozens of groups have set out from here seeking the ancient Lulan kingdom. Am I mistaken? Knowing he couldn't hide it from her, Jalen figured it was better to be straightforward. Yes, we are indeed searching for the ancient Lulan kingdom. Can the hostess assist us? Lady Juliana smiled again. You speak wisely, sir. Indeed, I can help you find a guide who can lead you straight to the ancient kingdom without much effort. As for whether you'll find what you seek, that depends on your fortune. The burly traveler drank another bowl of wine and asked it in me. What use would it be? Besides, I have kids, and I'm not short on women. Ignoring their teasing, Jalen returned to their room. Their voices were low, and the soldiers were noisy, so they assumed no one could overhear. But the couple in the corner of the hall had heard everything clearly. They hadn't moved, but every action in the peaceful inn hadn't escaped their notice. The man glanced at the scarred woman, then continued eating without further action. Back in the room, Lee Crystal sat sulking by the table, lit by the bright candlelight that accentuated her handsome features. Looking at her under the lamp, Jalen felt a complex mix of emotions. Yet, his reason reminded him to tread carefully. The woman before him was no lamb but a fierce tiger. And outside, Lady Juliana could snap him into pieces if she wished. With only one bed in the room, though Lee Crystal offered to sleep on the floor, Jalen had no choice but to take refuge in the roof space. He was about to leave with the bedding when Lee Crystal stopped him. Brother, hold on. Jalen paused, puzzled. Is there something wrong, junior brother? Do I disgust you so much? Ever since we arrived at Qilian Mountain, you've been ignoring me. Tell me, what have I done to offend you so badly? Well, Jalen hesitated, unable to say it was because she was a fierce tigress he feared would eat him. Abdurster. With that, he fled from the room like lightning. Lee Crystal didn't chase after him. She stood there motionless, her eyes twinkling with light. This person is interesting, knowledgeable, and extraordinary. If I can win him over, he would be a great helper for father. At least, with him around, father wouldn't have to worry about survival or finding ways to reduce Claude's suspicions. But why does he seem to fear me? There's nothing frightening about me. Could it be that he knows who I am? But I'm no worse than that innkeeper lady, so why is he avoiding me? Unconsciously, Lee Crystal touched her chest, feeling the softness beneath layers of bindings. Jalen leaped onto the rooftop. The vast desert was eerily quiet, and the peaceful inn stood like a lone boat amidst the endless sands. The inn was a courtyard structure, and directly opposite him, one room was brightly lit, seemingly illuminated by dozens of candles. That must be the room Kim had prepared for him. It's freezing, he shivered. Maybe I should go see Kim. Perhaps I could get a guide without needing to offer anything in return. No, a true man would rather starve than lose his integrity. I mustn't do such things. He wrapped himself in a quilt, sat on the roof, and let the northwestern wind blow past him. The cool breeze brought messages, while the autumn moon shone brightly. Time passed slowly. As he dozed off, he noticed the lights in the opposite room had gone out. Something's not right. Jalen immediately became alert. If Kim was waiting for me, she wouldn't have turned off the lights. Sees leaders among the merchants. Kim scowled. Damn it, this guy took advantage of me. I'll kill him. The man on the ground recovered enough to shout. You're lying, bitch. You threw yourself at me. Cole frowned. Armando, what exactly happened? The man named Armando struggled to sit up, explaining. I was thirsty and came out to ask for water but couldn't find anyone. I saw a light upstairs, went in, and this woman attacked me, saying, "Darling, I've been waiting for you." She extinguished the candles and tried to undress me. Realizing something was wrong, she accused me of taking advantage of her and tried to kill me. We fought, but I decided not to fight a woman. Blocked by her at the door, I jumped out the window. But before I could escape, he hit me down. He pointed at Jalen. Maybe this guy was who she was waiting for. Jalen felt embarrassed. It was all a misunderstanding. He knew these three were renowned heroes from the late Sui Dynasty, and now he'd inadvertently offended them. Oddly, Kim showed no shame. Hands on her hips, she said, "I love men. So what? In the peaceful inn, I call the shots. Whatever I want, I get." She turned to Jalen and laughed coyly. "You really did come. My wait wasn't in vain. Not tonight, though. Let's meet again tomorrow." Turning back to Armando, she barked, "You're lucky today. If I were in a bad mood, you'd be dead. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Now thank Burl Gongzi. If not for him, you'd be dead." Damn, resentment filled the air. Cole and the others glared at him. Ulysses stepped forward. "So it's Burl Gongzi. Thank you for your help. Our paths will surely cross again." They helped Armando up and returned to their rooms. The soldiers, used to such scenes, laughed and left. The tall couple exchanged looks and quietly walked away. Igor and Irvin approached Jalen, giving him a thumbs up. "Junior brother, you really did go in there. Want to stay?" Lee Crystal approached, her face icy cold. "Senior brother, we thought you weren't the type to act without thinking. Turns out, you're different." Jalen felt bewildered. How did this happen? Why did everyone assume he would be there without asking? "I'm innocent," he muttered. "I was genuinely planning to sleep on the roof." Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 19. Castaways of the World. Staring at Jalen as if he were a wooden statue, Kim giggled coquettishly. "Kind man, sister really adores you. Why don't you just stay here?" Jalen was unmoved. While going for him except for his youth, he can't resist temptation. Still, he chose this vixen. Irvin slapped his thigh. "We should have found old Seven a wife sooner. Men will be men. A bit of romance isn't so bad as long as he doesn't lose himself." Lee Crystal clenched her jaw. "He's been blinded by a fox. It's best if he never returns." The Aurelio looked at her curiously. "Old 8, what's wrong with you? He's your 7th senior brother. How can you speak such ill wishes? We should find a way to help him instead." Realizing her mistake, Lee Crystal closed her mouth but her eyes flashed with resentment. "Am I any less than that woman? If my senior brother knew I'm a woman, would he still pursue her? Jalen is a versatile talent. If I could win him over, he'd surely become father's trusted aide. But one must win a person's heart, not coerce them. Should I sacrifice my virtue to attract him? What about Aryan, whom I'm engaged to? The Chai family are also aristocrats of the Guangzhou region. How could I face them?" The soldiers saw nothing unusual. They had long grown accustomed to it. Especially Sylvester, who was already on familiar terms with Kim. Yet, he understood this woman too well. She wasn't easily controlled, and those who fell into her grasp often died without knowing why. Thus, he harbored no desires for her. Meanwhile, the muscular couple paid no attention to the commotion, shutting their door to continue sleeping. Inside another room sat Liam, Ulysses, and Armando. Liam remarked, "Fate can be fickle. I thought it might have been a misunderstanding. This Burl fellow merely appeared at the right place and time, but now it seems he truly has a penchant for lustful pursuits." Leaning against the chair, Armando spoke through gritted teeth. His rear was still bruised from an earlier fall. "Regardless of whether it was a misunderstanding or not, I can't let this pass. I will seek revenge. Focus on healing first. Don't think about vengeance. We have important matters to attend to," Ulysses interjected. "This expedition to Lulan involves finding survivors of the He Ruo family. We mustn't complicate things further." Looking at Liam, Armando added, "Brother Bodong, don't worry too much. Miss He Ruo will surely evade danger." Liam sighed. "I hope so. I owe both brothers for this. My family and the He Ruo family have long been friends. Although our family has fallen on hard times, my marriage contract with General Kramer's granddaughter obligates me to rescue her. We've asked many people here but haven't found any news about Miss He Ruo. Perhaps she didn't take this route out of the frontier," Ulysses suggested. "I noticed the soldiers are also searching for the descendants of Lord He Ruo. They're looking for a man, not a woman. That man is He Huaik, my father-in-law, the former prefect of Need to Dwell. No one has ever spoken my mind before. That's why I'm helping you. Regarding this journey to Lulan, I advise you not to go." "Why? Is it dangerous?" "It's not about danger. It's a conspiracy. There is no Lulan ancient city." "What?" Jalen was taken aback. He had anticipated various factions competing for treasures, even potential dangers, but never imagined it was all a plot. Chapter 20. A Journey Together. A plot? What plot? Jalen hurriedly asked. Kim, seated there, gave no immediate response. After a while, she said, "I can only tell you that there is a plot, but I cannot disclose the specifics. Whether you listen or not is up to you. If you still insist on going, I will send a guide with you. As for the consequences, you must bear them yourselves. Abdurster has spoken her piece. Consider it and decide." She murmured to herself, "We are all fallen people. Why should we be strangers when we meet?" Then turned away from Jalen. Jalen left the room and returned to his own chamber. Upon entering, he found the 3 men, Igor, Irvin, and Lee Crystal, all looking at him with wide eyes. "Have you never seen me before?" Jalen laughed. "7th brother, you're no good either. Master wasted his efforts on you. Such a short time, and you're already done?" Acts somewhat. "Yeah, 7th brother now says there's a plot. What do you all think? What should we do next?" Igor asked. Both of them looked at Lee Crystal. After all, he was the source of the information about the Lulan ancient kingdom. Lee Crystal pondered for a moment, then said, "My informant is absolutely reliable and wouldn't lie. If there's a plot, he's unaware. If you're worried about danger, don't go." Irvin responded, "What nonsense. Don't you trust us? Fortune comes with risk. Everyone knows the Lulan ancient kingdom is dangerous. Would we be scared off by danger? Jalen nodded. That makes sense. Still, we should be cautious. The Lulan ancient kingdom is within Turkic territory. This could be their plot. So much the better. How many Turks have died by our hands? Are we afraid of them? Of course, we'll go. Who cares? Igor became excited at the mention of the Turks. Jalen knew these men would face any challenge, whether they knew the plot or not. So, he had already decided he would go to the Lulan ancient kingdom no matter what. They agreed and rested for the night. The next morning, Jalen went outside and found Kim already awake, directing the staff. Seeing him, she walked over and asked, "Young Master Burl, have you made your decision?" Jalen replied, "Thank you for the warning, innkeeper. We still want to see it, just for the experience." Kim smiled coldly. Good advice falls on deaf ears. If you seek death, I'll help you. Go with the merchants. I'll send someone to guide you. She turned and walked away, ignoring him. Soon, the merchants and the Han couple were ready. They gathered in the inn's hall. Kim introduced an elderly man who looked half asleep, his eyelids drooping as if he had no energy. "This is your guide, Dean. He travels the desert frequently and knows the routes well. Abdurance, you all share the same destination. He can lead you." Everyone exchanged glances. No one spoke, lost in thought. Ulysses, a man of refined manners, stood and said to Kim, "Innkeeper, we don't mind traveling together, but we carry goods which might delay others. Perhaps you could find another guide for us." Kim replied, "Gentlemen, I know what you intend. There's no need to split up. Show your skills when the time comes. Only one guide is available. If you don't use him, find your own." Ulysses glanced at Jalen and sat down, saying nothing more. Jalen had heard of Ernestus Wang, Ulysses, and Armando, and wanted to befriend them to meet heroes like Emmanuel and Hiram. Sadly, due to yesterday's misunderstanding, they resented him and refused to travel together. Jalen sighed, hoping to resolve the misunderstanding during the journey and bond with these heroes. All prepared, they set off under Dean's guidance, leaving the Taiping Inn behind and heading into the desert. Kim watched them go, then instructed, "Send a message to the others. Some fat lambs are coming. Tell them to prepare, but be cautious. Don't mess up." Her attendant obeyed, while she murmured to herself, "Such a fine specimen, and I didn't even get to taste him." Chapter 21. Old Man Zephyr. Jalen and his companions left the Peace Inn, splitting into 3 separate groups, each ignoring the others despite having traveled together. Though they were on the same path, they remained distinctly divided. Old Zephyr rode ahead on a camel, swaying precariously as if he could topple off at any moment. Jalen, accustomed to traversing the vast desert, knew that even without a guide, he could still find the ancient Lulan city, albeit with more effort. Concerned for Zephyr's state, Jalen spurred his horse forward. "Old man," Jalen addressed him, "why don't you rest? We can manage to find it ourselves." Zephyr was a slender old man who rarely lifted his gaze. Upon hearing Jalen's words, he raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at him, saying, "You're a kind lad, but don't worry. These old bones can still handle it. I won't hold you back." Jalen handed him a wine gourd. "Have a drink." Zephyr took the gourd, tilted his head back, and gulped down several mouthfuls before widening his eyes in surprise, the sharpness in them glowing. "Excellent wine. I've never tasted anything this good." He drank some more. "This is homemade," Jalen said. It was wine he had brewed in the Chilean mountains. Although his skills were average, the knowledge of winemaking from over 1,000 years later allowed him to produce something superior to the local brews. For one, he made spirits rather than yellow rice wine or sweet rice wine. "Our drinks on the mountain are all brewed by him," Jalen thought, recalling how the Aurelio once remarked, "Bloody hell, after drinking Ernest's wine, everything else tastes like plain water. If you like it, drink up, but be cautious. This wine has quite a kick," Jalen warned. In no time, Zephyr drained the entire gourd, swaying even more violently. "This stuff is potent, yet fragrant and sweet. Truly excellent wine." "Why seek the ancient Lulan kingdom?" asked Zephyr, growing talkative under the influence of alcohol. "Is it worth the risk?" Jalen laughed. "It's not that terrifying. It's just an ancient ruin. What danger could there possibly be?" "Humph, dangers? The city vanished overnight and now reappeared. Isn't that enough to send chills down anyone's spine? You seem like a decent person, but I advise you to turn back. Don't risk your life for treasures here. Old man, things happen because of people. Everything is orchestrated by humans. Even if it's a dragon's lair or tiger's den, it's set up by humans. Why fear what we ourselves create? Abdurance, it can be arranged. It can also be solved." Old Zephyr, acting as their guide, laughed aloud at Jalen's confident tone. "Naive. You haven't seen true horror. When you do, it'll be too late." He stopped responding, sinking heavily into sleep atop the camel. Jalen stayed close to ensure Zephyr didn't fall off. They continued through the desert for a day, stopping in a sheltered spot when night fell. "We'll rest here tonight and continue tomorrow," Zephyr announced, giving Jalen a thumbs up. "You're a good young man, with a heart of gold." Jalen smiled but didn't respond. The group remained divided, each resting separately. After eating dry rations, Zephyr declared, "Not everyone should sleep. We need someone to stand guard. Decide amongst yourselves." Ernesto said, "Rest easy, old man. We'll take care of it. I'll watch the first half of the night." "I'll take the second half," Jalen offered. "Forget it. We don't trust you. Who knows what you'll do at night?" Armando interjected sarcastically, still harboring resentment over the surprise attack. "You." The Randy fumed, ready to confront Armando. Armando, though smaller, stood defiantly, ready to fight. Jalen and Ulysses quickly separated them. Jalen wanted to maintain friendly relations and didn't wish for things to escalate. Ulysses, being well-traveled and knowledgeable, knew now wasn't the time to break ties and intervened. Ulysses suggested, "Brother Ho, don't lose sight of the bigger picture. Let me join Jalen for the latter part of the night. You can rest assured." Armando sat down sullenly. The Randy loudly stated, Ernest, we shouldn't let them guard alone. I'll supervise during the first half of the night, so they don't scheme. The large couple remained silent throughout, coldly observing developments. They exchanged glances and decided the woman would guard the first half and the man the second. All parties mistrusted each other. Only old Zephyr paid no mind, wrapping himself in a fur coat and sleeping soundly beside the camels. During the first watch, Ernesto and the Randy faced opposite directions, lost in thought. The woman sat nearby, head lowered, her thoughts unknown. Neither Ernesto nor the Randy noticed her occasional glances at Ernesto, filled with tender emotion. Midnight came, and Jalen, Ulysses, and the large man took over the guard duty. The moon hung high, illuminating the barren desert, casting a stark loneliness. Despite the sheltered location, the cold of the night crept in. Ulysses, dressed in white, stood tall with a bow. Necessarily true. Even if they are true, what's wrong with it? I don't steal or rob. Love and desire between men and women are natural. Kim, as a frail woman, has survived among wolves during turbulent times without asking for help. What's wrong with her pursuing her own desires? On the contrary, you, people from prestigious families, have done nothing good. The houses of Wang and Xia indulged in wine and pleasures, competing for wealth and disregarding human lives. Where were you during the chaos of the 5 barbarians? When the Central Plains fell into barbarian hands, causing mass suffering, what did you do? What have the houses of Wang, Xia, Frisco, and Burl ever done for this world? You still pretend to be high-minded. Where's your shame to even live? If I were you, I'd long have found a hole to hide in or smashed my head against a wall. And now, the swallows of the former house of Wang and Xia fly into ordinary people's homes. Now that you're declining and starting to engage in martial affairs, you want to restore past glories. Have you considered what glory you had? You're nothing more than parasites clinging to a corner of survival. I, Jalen, stand upright and act honorably. Even helping Kim is akin to poverty relief. How can you compare yourself to me? Jalen fired off like a cannon at Ulysses, even mentioning poverty relief by the end. Ulysses' face flushed and paled repeatedly. Distracted, Ulysses dropped the sword. Why do you want to die now? It's too late. Do you think dying will solve everything? Though peace prevails now, the signs of chaos are emerging. Your life belongs not to you but to the masses. They need you to save them. Do I still have a use? Ulysses asked, dazed. Of course, but it depends on whom you follow. Alone, you're no good. If you join me, I can lead you to unmatched achievements and eternal fame. Ulysses knelt before him and said, Young Master Burl, unworthy as I am, I wish to serve under you, ready to heed your commands without complaint. Jalen quickly pulled him up and said, Brother Xia, don't be like this. I've long admired you. Let's treat each other as brothers. Ulysses, proud and sharp-witted, soon realized Jalen's provocations. But since he had accepted him, he wouldn't back out. Brother Burl, what should we do next? Are we going to rebel? Jalen gave him a sidelong glance. Rebel, do you think rebelling is like pulling cabbages from the ground? Everywhere? Timing, location, and people must align. Why is Ulysses like Moly, wanting to restore his kingdom, while this one wants to rebel? That's not urgent. We need to plan carefully. Let's focus on the immediate tasks first. Why did you come here? Jalen asked. Brother Burl, Briggs and I, along with Armando, share the same ideals to do something for the world. We came to verify if Lulan Ancient City really exists and find any hidden treasures. Additionally, we're looking for Briggs's fiancée, Hireo Truman, granddaughter of General Hireo Bai. Hireo Huagu once served as governor of Shazhou. They were escorted by former subordinates to escape Hurley's persecution. We want to meet them. General Hireo Bai was an illustrious general, but met his downfall due to loose lips. Jalen also sympathized with his plight. They chatted warmly, forgetting about the large man beside them, who sat silently, lost in thought. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed across the desert, approaching rapidly, surrounded by swirling sand. Jalen and Ulysses hurriedly roused everyone. The old man Dean, familiar with the desert, listened and said, This isn't a sandstorm. It sounds like cavalry. Let's hide. Everyone quickly took cover behind a dune. It was night, limiting visibility. In daylight, they would have been easily spotted. They knew hiding was risky, but the desert offered no trees or shelter, so they readied their weapons, preparing for combat. Soon, the cavalry approached, visible under the moonlight as Turkic soldiers. Thankfully, the soldiers, Cole and the others, who had never encountered the Turks before, showed signs of anxiety at the mention of a 300-strong Turkic army. Ulysses asked Jalen, Brother Burl, what do you think? Should we go find the ancient city, or retreat and wait until the Turks leave? Cole looked puzzled. Brother, why are you so polite to this scoundrel? What kind of plan can he come up with? Indeed, all he thinks about is women, Armando scoffed dismissively. Ulysses corrected them sternly. Brothers, don't say that. Brother Burl isn't like that. Not everything we see is as it appears. He's helping the poor. You just don't understand. Really? Did we misunderstand him? Armando rubbed his sore buttocks, still feeling the pain. At the mention of helping the poor, Jalen couldn't help but cough twice. I really didn't mean it that way, but there was no point in explaining further, so he let it go. Brother Xia, are you afraid? Isn't our purpose to find the treasures of Lulan for the people of the Great Sui? A few Turkic soldiers shouldn't make you retreat. If they get the treasure, won't you regret it? But we're only a dozen against so many. Winning with fewer troops has been done before. Have you forgotten the Battle of Fei River? Mentioning the Battle of Fei River made Ulysses beam with pride. It was something his family could boast about endlessly. Alright, since Brother Burl isn't afraid, why should we be? Let's keep moving forward. Cole chimed in, even if you all return, I won't. I still need to find my fiancée. Jalen nodded and turned to Dean. Elder, it's dangerous ahead. You shouldn't follow us. Take this couple back to the inn at dawn. Don't lose your life because of us. Dean's dim eyes flashed briefly but then dimmed again. He said quietly, My duty is to guide you to the ruins. Without orders from the innkeeper, I will not abandon my mission. Trust Trust me, I know these areas better. Once I deliver you, I'll leave. With that said, Jalen didn't push further. He turned to the silent couple. The large man mumbled, we won't go back either. Seeing they wouldn't return, Jalen had no choice but to agree. He and the Randy, along with Ulysses, carefully discussed strategies to deal with the Turkic soldiers. They decided to split up to avoid being caught by the Turks all at once. Though separated, they wouldn't be too far apart to assist each other in case of trouble. Moreover, they sent 2 of Cole's men back to gather reinforcements. After finalizing their plans, they set off. The Randy, Irvin, Cole, and the woman went one way, while Jalen, Lee Crystal, Ulysses, and the large man went another. Dean followed Jalen's group, maintaining a mile's distance but within sight. Everyone was somber as they traveled, knowing their future was uncertain. Despite their resolve, facing a formidable force of 300 elite Turkic cavalry seemed dire. A surge of righteousness kept their spirits high. Elder, how much longer until we reach the ruins of Lulan? Jalen asked Dean as they walked. By tomorrow afternoon, Dean replied, sipping his wine absent-mindedly. Noticing this, Jalen didn't press further and silently continued. He noticed today's desert was different, with more hills, some quite steep like mountains, though barren without trees. As they walked, Jalen noticed wild horses running around them. Can wild horses survive in this desert? He asked Dean. Dean perked up and laughed. In the desert, not only camels can survive. Some animals that tolerate arid conditions thrive here, such as wild horses and wolves. The wolves here are fiercer than those outside, usually gathered in packs of thousands, led by a wolf king. Encountering them in the desert means certain death. Fortunately, they have fixed territories and rarely stray. These wild horses are excellent steeds, stronger and faster than those outside, tolerant of drought. Once tamed, they become prized horses. Many from the western regions come to capture them, but it's not easy. As they spoke, more wild horses approached, displaying their majestic presence. This is unusual. Wild horses don't usually approach humans so recklessly unless something's happening. Dean frowned. Noting this was the first time he saw such behavior after years of desert travel. Look at that horse, Lee Crystal exclaimed, following his finger, likely believing these humans posed no threat, and galloped past them without slowing down. Jalen, however, couldn't help but covet this invaluable steed. Capturing it could bring him unimaginable wealth or even power, just as Hugo had become a marquis for bringing back such a horse. Without thinking twice, he leaped onto the Hanshu Ebema's back, gripping its mane tightly and squeezing its sides with his legs in an attempt to subdue and halt it. But the Hanshu Ebema was far too wild to be tamed easily. Enraged by this sudden intrusion, it bucked wildly while still galloping, trying to throw Jalen off. Yet, he held on firmly, straining to keep his balance. After a long struggle, both man and horse vanished into the distance. Senior brother? Crystal called out several times, but there was no response amidst the wind and sand. Other members of the group ran over, asking what happened. Ulysses explained the situation briefly, while Irvin beat his chest in frustration, exclaiming, "Why go so far for a horse?" Maximilian glanced at him sharply and retorted, "What would you do in his place?" Irvin fell silent for a moment before sighing, "Probably the same. Who wouldn't want to catch the Hanshu Ebema? But what? Life and death are predetermined. For a Hanshu Ebema, it's worth it. Let's continue on slowly. Perhaps 7 will really tame this horse." Everyone sighed but acknowledged that none of them would pass up such an opportunity if given the chance. Only Dean stood up and continued their march in the opposite direction. Puzzled by this uncharacteristic behavior, Jalen speculated whether these wolves had been forced from their territories by some unforeseen event. Soon enough, the Hanshu Ebema brought him back to his companions. Upon seeing Jalen safely returned, Maximilian laughed heartily. "7, I knew you wouldn't die. How's your new horse?" Others gathered around, peppering him with questions. After recounting the events, everyone marveled at his good fortune, though Dean remained somber. Noticing Dean's expression, Jalen asked, "Dean, is something troubling you?" Dean replied gravely, "Based on the migration of these horses and wolves, I believe a sandstorm is coming. One that will be immense in scale." Chapter 25, Lulan Ancient City. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Ernesto Dang and Toby didn't react much, but the Aurelio, Irvin, and the Han couple suddenly changed their expressions. They had ventured into the desert multiple times and knew well the might of sandstorms. If it were an ordinary sandstorm, these packs of wolves and wild horses wouldn't need to migrate. They would just find shelter within their territory. A sandstorm that forced them to leave their domain must be unimaginably destructive. Jalen had once experienced a sandstorm before, albeit at the edge of the desert, and it was minor compared to what could happen in the heart of the desert. If they encountered one here now, the chances of survival were helped this time. "We won't rest tonight either. We must keep moving to reach safety sooner." Zephyr nodded. "No need to talk about hardship. You're right. We have no time to rest. Let's hurry." Jalen saddled up the heavenly blood horse with a stirrup, making the ride much more comfortable. The horse, however, seemed discontent with the speed restriction, constantly trying to dash forward. It felt demeaned to be walking alongside these inferior horses. It was a heavenly blood horse, after all. Jalen patted the horse. "Don't rush. Sometimes, companionship is needed. Move too fast, and you may lose many friends along the way." Miraculously, the horse slowed down as if understanding. Lee Crystal laughed at this. "Brother, you're funny, talking to a horse. People might not even understand such things, let alone a horse." Seeing the horse's reaction, she was baffled. How can this be? Horses do have human-like traits. They are far better than some people. Jalen decided to keep his distance from her, merely nodding without a word. More than a dozen riders raced across the desert, not daring to pause. By late night, they arrived at Lulan Ancient City. Under the cover of darkness, the massive walls loomed like titanic beasts, imposing pressure upon them. These walls weren't built to fend off invaders, but to withstand the desert's fiercest winds. For in the desert, the greatest threat wasn't war, but sandstorms. Modern records that Lulan might have been buried under a super sandstorm or abandoned due to a plague, or possibly destroyed in a war. Given the constant conflicts among Western region states, this last option seemed plausible. Yet, based on the current state, destruction by sandstorm or war seemed unlikely. The city appeared undamaged. Zephyr sighed. We don't know the reason. Today's Lulan has relocated elsewhere, rebuilding their nation. Legend has it that all the people vanished overnight, along with the surrounding trees and water sources. Many believe desert devils took everyone and the water. Because of this, few venture here, leaving it increasingly desolate. Though the Lulan kingdom is now crumbling, it still exists. Even they can't explain how Lulan ancient city disappeared. Their royal family never visits, fearing they too might be taken by devils. As for recently, a group of lost merchants stumbled upon the city, finding countless treasures. After the news spread, many treasure hunters came, but many vanished, leading to fewer visitors. Now, people say devils possess this place. Chapter 26, The Haunted Ghost City. After Zephyr finished speaking, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In ancient times, people believed in ghosts and spirits, and although men like the Nicholas were brave and skilled, they still felt an eerie coldness. Jalen, coming from modern times and having been a soldier, did not believe in such superstitions. He thought that tales of ghosts and spirits were fabricated to scare people for certain purposes. At this moment, he trusted what Kim had said, that the Lulan ancient city ruins were part of a conspiracy. Someone was definitely orchestrating events behind the scenes, but he couldn't figure out who these people might be. Were they Turks? Lulanese? Sui Dynasty people? It seemed anyone could have set up an ambush here. Yet there were also reasons why each group would find it implausible to do so. Only time would tell, and Jalen prepared himself for anything. Under the cover of night, they searched the ruins but found nothing. No one was present within the site. Let's stop looking. It's too dark, and we won't find anything anyway. Let's find a place to rest first. If the sandstorm hasn't come by morning, we'll search the houses for any clues, Ulysses suggested. His proposal was agreed upon by all. Indeed, searching at night wouldn't yield much. They found a secluded spot where they wouldn't be easily discovered. They didn't dare light a fire to avoid unnecessary trouble. The desert night was bitterly cold, and none dared to sleep. Jalen approached Ernestiguang and asked, Brother Wang, do you have any arrangement with Miss Carmen? How are you supposed to meet her here? Ernestiguang shook his head silently. Ulysses interjected, Brother Burl, we haven't seen anyone from the Hirua family since arriving. We're just here on a lucky chance. We can only try our best and leave the rest to fate. If we can't find them, Guoguang will have to give up. Though he spoke softly, everyone heard clearly, feeling sorry for Ernestiguang. However, upon hearing this, the scar-faced woman's eyes flickered as if she wanted to speak. The big man tugged at her sleeve, and she lowered her head without saying another word. No one else spoke, waiting silently for dawn. After some time, they suddenly heard a piercing scream. The silence made the cry seem even more chilling. Everyone leaped up, weapons in hand, suddenly alert. Then, the sound of someone stumbling and running down the street reached them. There's a ghost. Spare me. There's a ghost. The voice wailed, carrying far into the distance. Everyone grew tense, their clothes drenched in sweat. The Nicholas couldn't contain himself and rushed out onto the street, followed closely by Jalen and the others. On the main street, a white-clad man was running wildly. Seeing the group before him, he screamed and fainted. They lifted him up, and Jalen tried to revive him while calling out his name. Meanwhile, the Nicholas and Irvin, one wielding a saber and the other a hammer, searched the direction the man had come from but found no would be a burden. If something happened, they'd slow them down. Yet these men prided themselves as heroes and wouldn't abandon him. We'll take him, Jalen decided. He might recover and tell us something valuable. Seemingly understanding, the lunatic nodded vigorously and smiled foolishly. Well, let's do as you say. If danger comes, it's in God's hands, the Nicholas said. At this point, Armando asked, Friends, is there really a ghost here? If there are, how can we fight them without magic? Maybe we should invite some Taoist priests after the sandstorm. Jalen shook his head. Brother Ho, there are no ghosts in this world. People are more terrifying than ghosts. Only humans could set up such elaborate schemes. Even if there were ghosts, they wouldn't be this smart. His words caused laughter, easing the tension. Then how did those Turkic people disappear? And why are the treasure hunters gone? Someone asked. I think they've been trapped somewhere, possibly where the lunatic appeared. Unfortunately, we don't know where he came from. If we can find the source, maybe we can uncover the mystery. Looking at the dark ruins, Jalen sighed helplessly. Don't worry. Tomorrow we'll search thoroughly. I'm sure we'll find something, Irvin said. Let's hope so, Jalen replied, thinking, with the lunatic appearing, will the enemy give us time until dawn? Perhaps they're about to make their move. And easily because I care not. Everyone followed his tune, joining in with their own voices. These warriors of the martial world, having forgotten their fear, were now roused into an intense fervor. Why hide? Why dodge? If a fight is inevitable, then let it come. I will wait here for you. You vermin can just come forward and engage me in 300 rounds of battle. Grandfather fears none of you. Their song carried far and wide, echoing continuously throughout the empty city. At this moment, whoosh, 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 3 flaming arrows shot towards them and landed in front, forming a line. The flames quickly burned brightly, illuminating the area before them. Everyone stopped singing, intently watching the scene unfolding ahead. After the burning arrows subsided, footsteps could be heard approaching. Abdurk's towering men entered, holding torches. They dispersed to both sides upon entry, standing around the courtyard illuminated as if it were daylight. Then, 4 more men entered carrying a palanquin on their shoulders. With the curtains drawn, no one could see what was inside. Upon entering, they placed the palanquin in the middle of the courtyard and stood guard around it. They arrived in great mystery, performing actions that left everyone baffled. However, seeing these people, Igor, Ulysses, and others actually sighed with relief. As long as it wasn't ghosts, they wouldn't fear any human, regardless of how mysterious they appeared. The truly frightening things were those unseen and untouchable entities. Igor sneered, Is this supposed to be some child's play? Even at the age of 3, I didn't bother with such nonsense. You consider this something special? Jalen chuckled. Desmond, were you already playing this game at 3 years old? Did you even marry a bride back then? With Desmond's bewitching beard, charming a bunch of maidens would be simple. Finding a bride wouldn't be hard, Lee Crystal remarked beside him. Why don't you shut up? Can anyone speak sensibly? Does anyone in your family grow beards at 3? Igor scolded sternly. Everyone laughed heartily, not taking the people in front of them seriously. Their banter was intentional, easing the tense atmosphere. None of the surrounding men moved or changed expression. Only applause came from within the palanquin. Brilliant. You're indeed all heroes, still able to laugh amidst this situation. I admire that. A clear voice rang out from inside, belonging to a woman. Don't hide like a coward. Show yourself if you dare, Irvin bellowed from the side. I am merely a woman, not a hero, so there's no need for me to come out. The voice from the palanquin remained unprovoked. So, who are you? Why have you set up these machinations here? Jalen asked. Upon realizing it was the Zoroastrian faith, Jalen calmed down even more. He smiled faintly and responded. Joining isn't difficult, but I want to know your status within the Zoroastrian faith. Are you influential enough to recruit me? And I'd like to see your face. What if you deny making any promises later on? Who would I appeal to then? She laughed, saying, you sure have many demands, but your talent impresses me. Fine, I'll satisfy your curiosity. I am the flame messenger of the 5 elements, named Fiery Vermilion Bird. As she spoke, the curtain lifted, revealing a woman dressed entirely in fiery red. She was tall and curvaceous, her figure enchantingly alluring. Yet, the large men surrounding her seemed terrified, hurriedly closing their eyes as if witnessing something horrifying. Well, have you seen enough? Fiery Vermilion Bird asked, her voice filled with allure. Pa, your face is still covered. Without seeing it, how can I remember you? In dim lighting, all women look the same. Only by seeing the face can one truly recognize someone, Jalen retorted disdainfully. Igor and the others burst into laughter. Armando commented, it's nighttime now. Burl could just feel around. Perhaps he might discern something, which prompted another wave of laughter. Fiery Vermilion Bird's voice turned colder. I hope you don't regret this. Make sure you aren't mocking me. Otherwise, I'll flay you alive. With that, she slowly removed her veil. Chapter 28, Dilemma. Carly removed her veil, revealing a breathtaking beauty to the crowd. She was stunning, the unanimous thought among the heroes. Her eyes were as clear as spring water. Her skin looked like it could be broken by a mere touch. Her nose stood tall and defined, and her lips resembled plump red cherries. Coupled with her devilishly perfect figure, she was absolutely enchanting, enough to ensnare the souls of all men. Have you seen enough? Carly asked coldly. Enough, but it's a pity. A pity what? Carly paused, her confidence in her appearance prompting her to ask immediately after Jalen's comment. Jalen shook his head lightly and said nonchalantly, it's a pity that you're from a foreign land, not my type. Ulysses and others burst into laughter, knowing that taunting the enemy boosted their morale. Carly's blue eyes indicated that she wasn't from China or the western regions, but from distant Persia. Yet, she was very familiar with Chinese culture and picked up on Jalen's jest. So, you've had your fun, she said coldly. I've met your conditions. Now it's your turn to choose. Will you join us? If you do, I guarantee at least a vice commander rank within the 5 elements envoys. Jalen smiled and shook his head. We are exposed. This fight won't be easy. And they've been entrenched here for years, familiar with the area. We must proceed with caution. Lee Crystal added, the 300 Turkish cavalrymen arrived here before us, yet there's no word from them. They might have fallen victim. If the Zoroastrians didn't ambush them, their strength is truly terrifying. Jalen pondered. Now that it's daylight, if Zephyr's prediction is correct, the sandstorm should arrive today. Whether we can avoid it within the city remains to be seen. Moreover, they likely won't attack during a sandstorm, giving us some time to prepare. He paused, then continued. Our priority is to search the city. Finding their base would be ideal. Directly capturing their stronghold could turn the tables. But how do we find it in such a vast area? The key lies with this madman. Let's return to where we found him and search outward from there. We might find something. Everyone nodded in agreement. Briggs said, Prince Burl is right. Let's proceed as you suggested. We should eat some provisions first. Once full, we'll start working. They approached their horses to retrieve food and water, but discovered the water skins had been punctured, spilling water everywhere. Jalen checked and confirmed that the dry rations were untouched, but most of the fresh water was ruined, leaving only 4 or 5 water skins intact. These bastards must have diverted our attention when Carly arrived, then sabotaged our supplies. We shouldn't have let them go, Armando fumed. They want to force our surrender by cutting off our water supply, but I'd rather die than join them. We need to ration water carefully. Without finding fresh water, we won't survive in the desert. They ate some dry rations sparingly, reluctant to drink until necessary. Carrying the madman back to where he was found, Jalen surveyed the surroundings. There are only 2 paths. Let's split into 2 groups to search. Remember, notify the other group if you find anything significant. Everyone agreed. They divided into their usual teams. Jalen, Lee Crystal, Ulysses, and the big man took the madman and headed east. The madman's condition seemed worse, only muttering about ghosts and nothing else. Jalen felt helpless, but knew not to push him. Any stress might sever their only lead. House by house, they searched, but found nothing. Inside each dwelling, everything was neatly arranged, with dried meals on some tables, but all occupants had vanished, as if they fled suddenly. After searching over 10 houses with no results, Ulysses said, Brother Burl, this could take forever. We need a better plan. Do you have one, Brother Sia? Burn the place down. That'll flush them out? Jalen shook his head. That's risky. We're safe because they're waiting for the sandstorm. What you say might be true. Let's search for any hidden mechanisms here. The group circled the temple meticulously, leaving no stone unturned, but found nothing indicating the presence of Zoroastrianism. Suddenly, The madman started shouting hysterically, "Ghosts! There are ghosts! There are no ghosts here. If you behave, I'll buy you candy." Jalen coaxed him like a child. But the madman continued yelling and pointing at the fire god statue, shouting, "There's a ghost there. I see its eyes moving." Jalen and the others exchanged glances and quickly gathered around the statue. However, it was clearly a wooden and clay sculpture, with eyes also made of clay. It couldn't possibly move. "Brother Burl, don't listen to a madman. Let's keep searching," Ulysses said beside him. "If you don't behave, I won't take you with us," Jalen replied helplessly. But the madman wouldn't relent. He broke free from Jalen's grip and rushed toward the statue, climbing up and reaching for the statue's eyes. "Don't touch it, you'll get hurt." Before Jalen could finish his sentence, a muffled sound came from inside the statue. Its belly suddenly opened, revealing a dark, gaping hole. The entrance to an underground passage lay here. Jalen and the others rushed to the opening, peering inside, but saw only darkness. "The entrance is indeed here. Quickly notify the others," Jalen said. Ulysses fired a signal arrow into the sky, a common communication method among martial artists. But after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Igor or the others. "Something must have happened to them," Ulysses lamented. "We should have received word so we could come to their aid. Clearly something sudden happened, leaving them no time to send a message. What do we do now?" Lee Crystal asked, looking to Jalen. Jalen smiled. "Do we have a choice? Zoroastrianism wanted us to find this place. Even without the madman's accident, they would have found another way to lead me here. Let's go in." Ulysses nodded. "You're right, Brother Burl. I'll lead the way." He wore white attire, appearing utterly carefree about life and death as he bent down and entered the cave. Jalen followed closely, with Lee Crystal and others behind him. Inside, they encountered no ambushes except for the pitch-black tunnel. It seemed there was only one path. After walking for some time, they saw a light ahead, which grew brighter as they moved forward. Eventually, they emerged into a vast cavern illuminated by countless torches on the walls and night pearls on the ceiling. Red carpets lined the floor, leading to a jade bed where a young woman sat veiled, accompanied by Julian, Dean, and Rhoda, all standing nearby. Seeing Jalen and his group enter, Julian smiled warmly. "Master Burl, it's been a while. Are you also a member of Zoroastrianism?" "Yes, I am the Cecil envoy, and this is my deputy, Dean." "Hemph, since you're all Zoroastrians, what's your intention in bringing us here?" Rhoda replied, "Jalen, both Cecil envoy and I admire your talents, so we led you here. This is our Zoroastrian Kyla. If you can please her, you'll have a status higher than ours." Jalen didn't respond but countered, "Have you captured my friends?" Rhoda shook his head. "No, we don't know what happened to them. They just vanished suddenly." "Don't lie. Who else could it be besides your people? You've controlled this area for so long. How could others infiltrate it?" This time, Julian and Rhoda blushed, Julian explaining, "We're telling the truth. We truly don't know who took them." The veiled Kyla had an enchanting voice. "Don't worry. Abdurns, this happened under our watch. We'll give you a satisfactory explanation. But first, you must prove yourself." She addressed Jalen. "I've heard you are very talented. Show me what you've got. Prove your skills." These comments stemmed from the 5 elemental envoys being impressed by Jalen's lyrics and poetry. They reported this to the Kyla, prompting her interest. Jalen laughed. "I know many things, but why should I prove myself to you? In this world, everyone faces challenges. A direct confrontation is better. No need for other games. In this world, everyone faces challenges." Indeed, that's a profound statement. With that alone, you can become one of the 5 elemental envoys. Pick any role. "That's acceptable?" Jalen was stunned. "What about these lines? Urge you to finish this cup before departure. No old friends west of Yangguan. With a wave goodbye, neighing horses part ways. Aiming high atop the peak, overlooking all mountains below. Laughing to the heavens, leaving this mundane world. How can I remain a mere peasant?" Jalen recited a series of Reincarnate and Song Dynasty poems, borrowing from the works of famous poets that were yet to appear in this era. Everyone listened in awe, having never heard such verses before. Even the refined Ulysses and Lee Crystal admired his extensive knowledge. How did he know so many poems? "Ask the world, what is love, that makes life and death inseparable?" As he recited these lines, the Kyla shed tears. "Kyla, based on this, can I become your sect leader?" Chapter 29. Ask the world, what is love? As they spoke, they arrived at a place that looked like a temple. Inside, a grand statue of the fire god stood in the center of the main hall. Ulysses was filled with disbelief. "Brother Burl, this is too simple. We found it so easily." Jalen smiled. "Brother Xia, does it seem simple to you? The Lulan ancient city disappeared over 200 years ago, and the rise of Zoroastrianism also dates back 2 centuries. Don't you find any connection between the two?" "You mean the disappearance of the Lulan ancient city is related to Zoroastrianism?" "Indeed, the timing of these events is too close. It's possible that Zoroastrianism chose this place for its headquarters and concealed it from the world for fear of discovery. But why would it reappear now? Perhaps because their power has grown enough to withstand external threats, allowing them to reveal this ancient city once again. Look, this temple is certainly not newly built. It appears to be over 200 years old. This suggests that Zoroastrianism had already risen here when Lulan vanished." "You might be right. Let's search for any hidden mechanisms here." The group began searching around the temple, examining every brick, but found nothing indicating Zoroastrian presence. Suddenly, the madman started shouting wildly, "Ghost! There's a ghost! There are no ghosts here. If you behave, I'll buy you candy." Jalen coaxed him like a child. But the madman continued screaming and pointed at the statue of the fire god. "The ghost is there. I see its eyes moving." Jalen and the others exchanged glances and gathered around the statue. But no matter how closely they inspected it, it remained a wooden sculpture with clay eyes that couldn't move. "Don't listen to a madman. Let's continue searching," Ulysses suggested. If you don't behave, I won't bring you along anymore, Jalen said helplessly to the madman. However, the madman persisted, breaking free and rushing toward the statue. He climbed up and touched its eyes. Stop, you'll hurt yourself. Before Jalen could finish his warning, a muffled sound came from inside the statue, which then opened, revealing a dark tunnel. The entrance had been hidden there all along. Jalen and the others approached the opening, peering into the darkness but seeing nothing. So the entrance was really here. Quickly notify the others, Jalen ordered. Ulysses shot a signal arrow into the sky, a common method for communication among martial artists. However, they waited in vain for the others. They must have run into trouble, Ulysses regretfully remarked. We should have gotten word from them so we could assist. It must have happened suddenly, leaving them no time to alert us. What should we do now? Lee Crystal asked, looking to Jalen. Jalen laughed. Do we have a choice? Zoroastrianism likely wanted us to discover this. Even without the madman's accident, they would have found another way to lead us here. Let's go in. Ulysses agreed. You're right. I'll lead the way. Dressed in white, he walked confidently into the tunnel, followed by Jalen, Lee Crystal, and the others. Inside, there were no traps except for complete darkness. The tunnel led them to a well-lit cave lit by torches and night pearls on the ceiling. A red carpet covered the ground, leading to a jade bed where a young woman sat. Beside her stood Kim, Dean, and Berkeley, serving as attendants. Seeing Jalen enter, Kim smiled. Master Burl, we meet again. Are you also a follower of Zoroastrianism? Yes, I am the Cecil Messenger. This is my deputy, Dean. Hemph, since you're all Zoroastrians, what is your intention in bringing us here? Berkeley explained. Jalen, both the Cecil Messenger and I admire your talent, so we brought you here. This is our Kyla. If you can impress her, your status here will surpass ours. Jalen countered. Did you capture my friends? Berkeley shook his head. No, we don't know what happened to them. They vanished suddenly. Who else but you could be behind this? After operating here for years, how could others infiltrate? Kim and Berkeley blushed. We're telling the truth. We don't know who took them. The veiled Kyla spoke in a beautiful voice. Please don't worry. Abdurance, this happened under our watch. We'll resolve it. But first, you must impress us. She turned to Jane towards the Kyla. Kim knew what was coming next. An outburst from the Kyla. Pitying this scholar who would pay for his rashness with such effort wasted to persuade the Kyla to grant him a chance. Ulysses and others braced themselves for battle. No one could accept such an insult. To agree to it would make the Zoroastrian sect far too ridiculous. However, the Kyla remained silent. After a long pause, she finally said, Your request is outrageous. I cannot agree. Everyone sighed in unison. It made sense. Now, they could fight. But suddenly, her tone changed. However, I can recommend you as the sacred son to succeed me. Remember, the Kyla will eventually become the high priestess of the sect. If you accept, you will be the future leader of Zoroastrianism. What? They were all stunned. Who knew literature held such power? Jalen hadn't expected that becoming the leader of the Zoroastrian religion would be so easy. It seemed Zahir lacked scholarly talent. Reciting poetry was surely better than the 9 Young Divine skill any day. This revision ensures the translation reads more fluently and accurately conveys the original meaning while maintaining consistency in terminology and style. The term 9 Young Divine skill is used instead of 9 Yang Sun Gong to provide clarity for English readers who may not be familiar with the Chinese terms. But Burl had no intention of becoming any. He dispelled the dizziness with his inner energy. Observing his companions, he saw similar signs. They swayed dangerously close to falling. What's happening? Poison? No, it can't be, as Zoroastrians also fell one by one. Were they caught in their own trap? As everyone succumbed, Burl pretended to collapse, hoping to uncover the truth. The Kyla lay prone, shouting, Kim, why did you use soft bone powder? You've ensnared us too. I didn't, Kyla. I'm immobilized too, Kim protested, bewildered. Then who set this trap? Everyone lay down except one man, standing tall, arms crossed, emotionless. Only when he stood alone did a smirk grace his face. He had followed Burl's group, never speaking but obediently executing orders while hiding his appearance beneath disheveled hair. He proved to be the hidden hand behind this ambush. Awake yet immobile, they watched as this man kicked each person, confirming their state. Then he laughed. A dozen black-clothed figures entered, bowing deeply, calling him master. With a wave, the man signaled his followers to bind the fallen, including Burl's group, dragging them outside. Burl noticed Qiuran and other captives thrown beside them. Lao Chi, you're ambushed too? Hell, we underestimated everyone, Qiuran growled, trying to struggle despite being restrained. A black-clothed man kicked him to silence, but Qiuran kept swearing until the big man halted the beating, accompanied by a scarred woman. Who are you? What's your motive? Someone asked. The big man sneered, I am Gustavo, wanted fugitive, and these are my loyal followers. Everyone gasped. Gustavo was with them all along. Abdurla shouted, Uncle, how have you changed? Where's Miss Warwa? Abdurlance, not your uncle. When our family was attacked, none of you helped. Now, all our enemies. Revenge is due. Evidently, Gustavo had transformed after his family tragedy, hating all mankind. Once the prefect of Shazhou, near Dunhuang, he knew this region well, even dispatching scouts here before the incident, lying low under an alias, preparing his strike. His secret operatives captured Qiuran first, then Zoroastrians and Burl together. Abdurla's, recognizing some conscience in you for seeking us, I'll tell you. The girl before you is my daughter. Burl sighed inwardly. Pretending to be married, only a madman could devise such a plan. Chapter 31. Demanding the antidote. Ernst's excitement grew as he spoke, his words flowing incessantly. The Halua family had a peculiar flaw, they could not control their tongues. They would speak whatever came to mind. Wang Dynasty, I will proclaim Zoroastrianism as the state religion and assist its spread nationwide. No longer will you need to operate covertly. What do you think? Hidden behind her veil, the saintess expression remained unseen. but she promptly rejected Ernst. Your ambition is foolish. With just you, how can you oppose the Sui Dynasty? If Zoroastrianism were to support you, it would invite our destruction. You've merely colluded with a traitor within our ranks to acquire the bone-softening powder. Should I discover the traitor, they will be flayed alive. Ernst sneered. You dare be so insolent while in my grasp? Be wary that you might face the same fate. I am in contact with certain members of your faith. Wanting to know their identities is futile. Bone-softening powder was exclusive to the Zoroastrians. The 300 Turkic soldiers who vanished earlier had been incapacitated by this powder. Without an insider, Ernst would never have obtained it or immobilized everyone. Holding a steel saber, Ernst threatened, Saintess, if you do not lead me to your high priest, I will start killing one of your people for every 10 counts until none remain. Turning to Jalen and others, he added, consider surrendering. If not, your fates will be similar. Let the counting begin. 1, 2, 3. As his voice rose, tension among the captives grew, uncertain of who would be his first victim. Suddenly, gale force winds surged, dark clouds amassed overhead, and sand still infiltrated the city, demolishing many structures. Settled underground, Jalen asked, do you have the antidote? No, it isn't on me, replied the Saintess. I don't believe you. How can the revered Saintess lack the antidote? Let me search, he said, reaching toward her. Misinterpreting his intent, she shouted, vile villain, dare you defile me? I will not let you off easily. Annoyed by her cries, Jalen tore off her veil and slapped her twice. Stop shouting. If you provoke me further, I won't hesitate. Her unparalleled beauty surpassed even Kim and Berkeley, yet she was genuinely terrified by Jalen's actions. Growing up pampered, she had never experienced such humiliation. Daring not to shout, she glared at Jalen and whispered, the antidote is around my waist. He searched her waist, retrieving a small vial. Why didn't you say so earlier? How do we use it? Just inhale it through the nose. You first, he said, tying her up to prevent resistance. Opening the vial, he placed it under her nose. She inhaled deeply, sighing with relief as mobility returned. Seeing the antidote worked, Jalen quickly treated Lee Crystal. Restored, Lee Crystal stood up, stretching. Brother, why weren't you affected by the drug? Perhaps I'm immune to toxins. The Lingxiao Frisco Wandan in my system offers protection. Even senior brothers Wan and Abdirks have it. Though your men are willing to submit to me and help me overthrow this unjust ruler, once I become emperor, you will still be my son-in-law, enjoying wealth and honor. Your people will also be rewarded. I won't treat you unfairly. At this point, Ernestoy was so angry he couldn't speak, glaring fiercely at Lin. Lin kept her head down, too afraid to meet his gaze. Ernst walked up to the Zoroastrian holy maiden and said, Lady Kyla, I'm sorry. I had no choice but to capture you. I know there are more of you here, perhaps even your high priest. He paused for a moment and continued, I want to discuss a cooperation with your high priest. If he helps me overthrow the Sui Dynasty, I will declare Zoroastrianism as the national religion and assist in spreading it nationwide. You won't have to operate secretly anymore. What do you think? The holy maiden, veiled, showed no visible expression but firmly rejected Ernst's proposal. This is a delusional fantasy. With just you, how can you oppose the great Sui? If Zoroastrianism follows you against the Sui, we would face disaster. You only got the soft bone powder through collusion with a traitor within our ranks. If I find out who the traitor is, I'll flay them alive. Ernst coldly replied, You dare to be so insolent while under my control? Are you not afraid I might start with you? I contacted some of your people. You won't find out who they are. The soft bone powder was unique to Zoroastrianism. The 300 Turkic soldiers were incapacitated by this powder and thus disappeared without a trace. Without a traitor within Zoroastrianism, Ernst wouldn't have been able to get the powder to incapacitate everyone. Holding a steel blade, Ernst threatened, Kyla, if you don't take me to see your high priest, I will kill one of you every 10 seconds until all of you are dead. He turned to Jalen and the others. And you, think about submitting to me. If not, you'll share the same fate as them. I'm starting to count. 1, 2, 3. Everyone tensed, unsure who this madman would target first. Suddenly, a violent wind whipped up, darkening the sky and kicking up sand. A massive sandstorm was approaching the ancient city ruins. Father, what should we do about the sandstorm? Lin urgently asked. Let's retreat underground and wait it out. Knowing the danger of the sandstorm, Ernst abandoned his menacing attitude and focused on sheltering from the storm. He and his men retreated into the underground cave, while black-robed figures dragged those affected by the soft bone powder along. Jalen wasn't affected by the powder. He intentionally stayed behind to seize the opportunity to rescue the others. Seeing the chaos among the black-robed figures, he acted quickly before they retreated underground. He untied himself, picked up Lee Jalen. Tearing off her veil, he slapped her twice. Stop screaming. Do you want me to really hurt you? Revealed beneath the veil was her stunning beauty, surpassing even Kim and Carly. She was genuinely scared, having never endured such humiliation, but she dared not shout again. Looking at Jalen with wide eyes, softly saying, The antidote is at my waist. Jalen reached for her waist, finding a small vial. Why didn't you say so earlier? How do you use it? Just smell it. You first. He bound her to ensure she wouldn't resist once revived. Opening the vial, he placed it near her nose. She deeply inhaled, then exhaled slowly, regaining mobility. Seeing the antidote worked, Jalen quickly helped Lee Crystal recover. Once revived, Lee Crystal stood, stretching. Brother, how weren't you affected by the drug? Maybe I'm immune. The power of Kunlun Frisco Wadden within me makes me resistant. Even the eldest brother and sixth brother have it, though less than I. I suspect they'll recover without the antidote. Really? That's great. What should we do with this holy maiden? Lee Crystal pointed at her. The holy maiden shrank back, fearing these two. While Ernst sought cooperation with Zoroastrianism and likely wouldn't harm her, she didn't know what these two planned. Jalen smiled slyly. It depends on her cooperation. This is highway robbery, Jalen berated. Talia lowered her head in silence, thinking, you hold the upper hand now. It's up to you to decide what happens. Is this underground passage independent, or does it connect with others? Where does it lead? This underground passage connects to the place where the two vice leaders are, but it's a backup route rarely used. Does this connect with the underground passage Ernst Ko went through? Not directly. That's a separate route. You need to change direction from the vice leader's location to get there. Jalen nodded, believing she spoke truthfully out of fear. He said to Crystal, junior brother, the storm outside makes it impossible to go above ground. We can only rescue them via these tunnels. Let's go to the Zoroastrian vice leaders first, capture them, then find Desmond. Agreed, follow your lead. What should we do with this woman? Crystal glanced at Talia. Bring her along. As a sacred maiden, she could be useful as leverage against the Zoroastrian followers. I'll entrust her to you. Keep a close watch. Jalen didn't want to touch this sacred maiden. He entrusted her to Lee Crystal because Lee Crystal was a woman too. However, Talia didn't know this and thought she would belong to Crystal from now on. Being from the western regions, Talia found herself resigned to fate. After examining Lee Crystal closely, she began to develop a fondness for her, thinking, Jalen asked suspiciously. Messages can pass between both sides. When they receive the message, they'll open the door. Talia indicated a round object nearby. Jalen recognized it as a makeshift communication tube used to transmit sound over short distances. Surprised to see such technology in Zoroastrian hands, he gently touched the device, only to hear voices coming from within. Startled, he realized voices were being transmitted unintentionally. Two men conversed inside. Manager He Ruo, what happened? How did the girl escape? He Ruo Huaik replied, how was I supposed to know Jalen wasn't poisoned and managed to save the sacred maiden? Your medicine didn't work. How can you blame us? You captured her. Couldn't you have incapacitated her before that? Incapacitate her? Do you know how talented she is? I need someone like her on my side. I can't bear to destroy her. Now what? Without the sacred maiden, how can we threaten Bob? Without his approval, Zoroastrian won't support you. Pausing, He Ruo Huai continued, as vice leader, why can't you control Zoroastrian? Overthrow that stumbling block and become the leader yourself. Jalen froze, realizing He Ruo Huai and a traitor within Zoroastrian were plotting together. Talia heard it too and stomped her feet in rage. That scoundrel Franco. How dare he betray my father after all the care he received? May he die, anger evident as she gritted her teeth. So my father raised a wolf. Truly ungrateful. Jalen said, Lady Saint, please calm down for now. Let's think about what to do next. Abdernce Franco is conspiring with Ernst Ko. If we contact him to open the door, we'd be walking into a trap. Lee Crystal added, indeed, they want to capture us. We can't determine who exactly is on the other side. How can we make contact without suspicion? Abandoning just because we heard his voice would raise doubts. Is there another way out? Talia replied, this is a backup tunnel. There's only one exit. Moreover, it's a contingency route prepared for the vice leader's escape, so we need his permission to pass through. If we return the same way, we might encounter even more enemies. Rescuing someone would be nearly impossible. Instead, let's take the risk and ask them to open the door. I believe Franco won't know you've overheard him. He'll pretend to rescue you, giving us a chance to act. We can overpower him before he realizes it. What do you think? Jalen suggested. Lee Crystal pondered and said, it's a good idea, but it's risky. Do things always come easy? Didn't Ernst Ko say we can't wait around? Fine, let's do it your way. Lee Crystal nodded. Jalen untied Talia and said, Lady Saint, we're all in this together. I hope you understand. Work with us against Franco. If you betray us, well, we'll see who dies faster. Talia nodded. I understand. I'll cooperate with you. Good, contact them. As soon as Franco appears, we move. Talia, a valiant woman, realized cooperation was essential. She confidently walked over and pulled the rope to alert the other side. On the other end, in the vice leader's room, a bell attached to the rope sounded when pulled. Shortly after, Franco's voice came through the speaking tube. Who's there? Uncle Wei. It's me, Pan Pan. I escaped from the enemy. Quickly open the door and let me through. Pan Pan? Really? I was worried sick looking for you. It's great news. Let me open the door. Franco's voice trembled slightly, uncertain if from excitement or fear. They waited. A moment later, the iron gate creaked open slowly. Franco seemed caught off guard by Talia's sudden appearance and hastily opened the gate before consulting Ernst Ko. Talia glanced around, finding no ambush, nodding at Jalen. The three crossed the iron gate into another tunnel. Not far ahead, the cave widened into an opulent underground chamber filled with top-tier luxuries, showing the owner's penchant for luxury and high status. Welcome back, Lady Saint. I was worried sick hearing you were captured. Leader Harmon went to negotiate with the enemy. Franco's voice called from the shadows as a skinny old man stepped forward. Despite wearing elegant robes, he looked like a monkey dressed up, absurdly comical. No guards accompanied him as he met Talia alone. Seeing the opportunity, Jalen glanced at Lee Crystal. They approached Franco to ambush him. Franco hadn't anticipated Talia's arrival. After sending off Ernst Ko, he heard from Talia and had no choice but to open the gate to avoid arousing suspicion, planning to capture her afterward. He didn't realize his plans had already been overheard. As they approached, Talia diverted his attention. Uncle, the enemy is familiar with the terrain here. We mustn't underestimate them. Of course. Please rest while I notify Leader Han. Let's discuss strategies together. At that moment, Jalen attacked unexpectedly, grabbing Franco's arm and twisting it until it snapped. However, Franco, being a skilled fighter, managed to escape despite the pain. What do you think you're doing? He shouted through the pain. Spit. Traitor. I overheard your conversation with the old scoundrel Ernst Ko, Talia exclaimed. Jalen and Lee Crystal pounced again, joined this time by Talia. Franco, realizing his plot was exposed, fought back fiercely against the trio. Though injured, Franco remained formidable. His agile movements proved challenging for the three to subdue. Knowing delay could lead to reinforcements, Jialen unsheathed his thunderwood staff, shouting, "Stand back, I'll handle him." With the thunderwood in hand, his spear techniques became powerful and fluid, swinging with great range and speed. He was no longer a novice. Under the guidance of Igor, he had frequently led raids deep into Turkic territory, honing his combat skills to a sharp edge. Franco suffered due to the lack of weapons and an injured arm, making him vulnerable. The thunderwood's flexible nature made defense difficult. After a few rounds, Jialen bent the thunderwood into a bow shape and released it, striking Franco on the back. Caught off guard, Franco fell heavily to the ground. Jialen delivered 2 more kicks, breaking both of Franco's legs. Franco was finally subdued. Chapter 34, Deputy Leader Harmon. Despite their intense struggle, no one came to investigate. It turned out Franco had a peculiar trait. He disliked anyone following him when he was handling matters. Thus, though his subordinates heard some commotion, they dared not approach without Franco's orders. Franco, caught off guard by the ambush, momentarily forgot to call for help. Besides, being proud and preferring to fight alone to display his prowess, he found himself at a disadvantage this time. Although he suffered injuries to his hand and both legs, causing him to sweat profusely from pain, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Talia approached, he laid about. She turned to Jialen. "Young Master Burl, what should we do next?" Jialen pondered and said, "With this hostage, we can negotiate with Ernst to exchange hostages. We need to find the other deputy leader and then think of ways to defeat Ernst." "Fine, let's do as you suggest," Talia agreed. Jialen searched the secret room and discovered many items Franco had hidden, 2 of which piqued his interest. A soft armor made of golden threads and an oddly shaped stone. Talia explained, "That armor is the golden thread armor. Our most important treasure used to lure people here. The stone appears to be a meteorite from outer space. No method can break it. We don't know its material." Jialen thought, "It's a meteorite, capable of producing high-quality steel. They couldn't do it, but I can. Perfect, this will serve as the spearhead for my spear. If the High Priestess has no objections, I'll take these 2 items. Don't feel bad. Consider it my reward for saving you." He stripped off his outer clothing and put on the golden thread armor, leaving the meteorite behind for now. Talia watched in shock. How dare he take their treasures without her consent? But given her current predicament, she could only allow Jalen's actions. Jialen carried Franco as they emerged from the secret room. The outside Zoroastrians were stunned, seeing their leader held captive and the High Priestess emerging with a stern face. Crucially, no one knew when Talia entered. Many loyalists did not intend to attack her, while Franco's intimates hesitated, wary of Jalen's menacing look. Thick Earth Envoy Cosmo stepped forward and asked, "High Priestess, what happened? What's wrong with Lord Wei?" The underground tunnels beneath Lulan were excavated under Cosmo's supervision. He knew the layout well, and quickly deduced how Talia entered the secret room. Not aligned with Franco, he inquired genuinely. Talia didn't hide anything, and briefly explained the events. Understanding the situation, Cosmo spat at Franco and asked, "High Priestess, how do you plan to proceed?" Talia replied, "Contact Deputy Leader Harmon. Once we meet him, we'll locate Ernst to negotiate and rescue our captives. Then we'll figure out how to deal with him." Cosmo nodded. "All right, I'll find Deputy Leader Harmon. I know where he is." Cosmo, a human map, set off to locate Harmon. Soon enough, he brought Harmon to the scene. Harmon was tall and imposing, his eyes burning with hostility, his dark face cold as ice. Upon arrival, he addressed Talia, "High Priestess, nearly falling into enemy hands. It's our fault. Now that you've returned safely, it's a blessing for our faith." Talia smiled. "Uncle Han, there's no need for such formalities." Harmon glared at Franco. "Hmph, who would have thought a traitor would emerge within the faith, especially him? After decades of life and death together, I never expected this betrayal. With the traitor removed, it's time to eliminate the enemy." Jialen interjected, "Deputy Leader Han, you seek revenge immediately. Do you realize we still have hostages in enemy hands?" Harmon finally looked at Jialen. "Who are you? What right do you have to speak here?" Talia responded, "Uncle, he's a friend here to help us against the enemies." Though she didn't fully disclose the truth, Harmon knew Jalen's background. He asked deliberately, if Talia called Jalen an enemy, he'd act immediately. Instead, she named him a friend, preventing immediate action. He scoffed. "Joining Zoroastrianism means dedicating your life to the faith. Personal lives mean nothing in times of peril. How can we succumb to enemy threats? This is their chance to contribute." His ruthlessness infuriated Jalen, who almost wished to stab him. Luckily, Talia interjected, "Deputy Leader Han, please reconsider. Kim and Carly have served the faith. We must save them. Let's first assess the situation with Ernst." Given the High Priestess's command, Harmon reluctantly acquiesced. Unwillingly, he asked Cosmo, "Where are Ernst and his men?" "They're still at the Fire God Temple." However, due to Wei Franco at the horse's head, and rode down the long street towards the Temple of Fire. At the temple entrance, the heavenly blooded Fergana trampled the broken walls, and man and horse entered the temple. "Ernst Gu, come out and meet me," he shouted, shaking loose sand from the temple ceiling. Shortly after, Ernst Gu emerged with his black-clothed guards from underground. These guards held the captured people, who still could not move due to the effects of the bone-softening powder. Only one person was an exception, Innes. Whether it was due to natural immunity or some other reason, he wasn't affected by the bone-softening powder. However, being insane, nobody paid attention to him. He followed Ernst Gu's group indifferently and accompanied them as they came out. Upon seeing Sergio, he started screaming, seemingly recognizing him. Sergio nodded at him, signaling him to move aside. Given that he was already mad, there was no need for him to suffer further harm. "Ernst Gu, I also sympathize with your family's tragedy, but you cannot take out your anger on these innocent people. I hope you will release them." Ernst Gu snorted coldly. "Foolish thoughts. The sandstorm saved you earlier, but you won't be so lucky now. I'm going to start counting again. If you don't surrender by 10, I'll kill this bearded man first. A black-clothed guard brought Igor forward and threw him in front, despite as a hostage anymore. Franco hit the ground hard, barely breathing. His eyes rolled back as he struggled for air. Ernst Gu, seeing his state, sneered contemptuously, "Waste. What good are you?" With one stroke, Ernst Gu decapitated Franco, his face expressionless. He then turned to Sergio. "Do you really intend to surrender to me?" Sergio responded, "Of course, am I not more useful than him?" "Not untrue. I know you're talented. If you submit to me, I'll give you my daughter as your wife, and you can be my son-in-law. How does that sound?" This man treated his daughter like property, casually offering her to anyone. Cole clenched his teeth in rage, while Rulan's face turned pale. She whispered, "Father, I vow never to marry and stay by your side." "Nonsense. A daughter will ultimately belong to someone else's family. Why can't you get married? I know you still think of Cole, but he refuses to surrender and will eventually die. What good does thinking of him do? Listen to your father and marry this man." Rulan removed her disguise, revealing her true appearance. Her scar was fake. She was actually stunningly beautiful. Upon hearing her father, she lifted her head. "Father, whether alive or dead, I belong to the Wang family. If you force me, I will die right here." She drew her sword and placed it at her throat. You truly infuriate me. Go ahead and die. What good are you? Even a decent match I find for you, you refuse." Veins bulged on Ernst Gu's temples. Sergio, knowing Rulan was a good girl, feared she might do something foolish. "Miss, put the sword down. We can negotiate. Please, don't harm yourself. Won't you surrender, Cole?" He signaled to Cole, who understood and hurriedly called out, "Miss He, I will surrender. Put down the sword." Unexpectedly, Rulan knelt before him. "Don't lie to me. I know you won't surrender. I also know father's plans will fail. Rather than die miserably later, I prefer now. If you remember me, bury me in the Wang family cemetery after I die. Then I can rest in peace." Saying this, she slit her throat, blood spurting out. She smiled, slowly closing her eyes. Nobody anticipated that she would speak of death and immediately carry it out. This righteous woman died thus. Ernst Gu nearly went mad, roaring, "Daughter, I'll make Cole pay with his life." He swung his blade at Cole. Chapter 36, Haunting Shadows, one after another. Ernst's sudden outburst left Jalen with no time to delay further. He threw several small bottles containing the antidote towards the crowd, not caring if they would be able to retrieve them. He blocked Ernst's steel blade with his thunderbolt with staff and shouted, "Do not be so violent. You have already forced your daughter to her death. Do not continue down this path of madness. The Sui Dynasty is not something you can overthrow. Put down your weapons and release the captives." Ernst snarled, "Jalen, you really intend to feign surrender? I will not let you off today, nor will I let your friends live. Kill them all." At his command, the black-clad men raised their blades to strike. Jalen swung his heavy cudgel in an attempt to stop them but was locked in combat with Ernst, unable to break free. Then came two loud shouts as Irvin and the Arlen tore through their bindings, leaping up to stop the assassins. They had just managed to counteract the effects of the paralyzing drug. They protected the captured individuals, fending off the attackers. However, outnumbered and still recovering, they gradually began to retreat. Trapped by Ernst, Jalen could not intervene immediately. A sudden thought struck him, and he shouted to the madman, "Innes, pick up the bottles on the ground, open one, and let those lying down inhale it. If you do, I'll buy you some candied haws to eat." Perhaps understanding him, the madman grinned widely and moved to pick up the bottles. Ernst roared, "Kill that madman. Don't let him get the antidote." Several black-clad men broke away to attack him, but the madman dodged skillfully. Irvin and the Arlen regained more strength and held back the attackers, allowing the madman to help the fallen. At this moment, Talia and others from the Zoroastrian sect also attacked, leading to a chaotic battle. Liam, Ulysses, Kim, and Berkeley were all rescued from the ground. Liam, slightly recovered, grabbed a saber and rushed at Ernst, swinging without a word. Seeing Liam as a bitter foe, Ernst dropped Jalen and engaged him. Both harbored deep resentment over Lin's death and fought to the death. Jalen and the others dealt with the black-clad men. The Zoroastrian sect, having operated here for years with a large following and 300 newly recruited Turkic soldiers, soon scattered Ernst's forces. Only Ernst remained fighting desperately. Ulysses tried to assist, but Liam shouted, "Stay back. I want to kill this beast myself." With the outcome almost certain, Jalen felt reassured and told Ulysses, "Brother Sia, rest for a moment. He needs to vent his anger." Ulysses nodded and joined them in watching from the side. However, things took a sudden turn. The Zoroastrian sect members who had been fighting alongside them turned their weapons on them, trapping them in the center, including the Kyla and Kim. Only a few Zoroastrian members, and the new Turkic soldiers looked uncertain. Liam and Ernst also stopped. Talia shouted, "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Harmon laughed loudly, "Little niece, I'm sorry, but I call the shots here." He strode forward confidently. "Leader Han, what do you mean? Are you betraying the sect?" "Betrayal? Hardly. I was never truly part of the Zoroastrian sect. In fact, I'm a spy sent by the Sui Dynasty to investigate your cult's activities. Unfortunately for you, you've been too discreet until now, but your recent actions have tipped the balance. I've already informed the Imperial Court. Had it not been for the sandstorm, reinforcements should have arrived by now." He sighed dramatically. "If you hadn't acted, I might have become the sect leader. Oh, being a spy is so difficult. Damn," Jalen cursed inwardly. "This damn spy was far better than me. I couldn't hold out in Turkestan, but Harmon endured this long." Now, Ernst stood alone, his subordinates all eliminated. Hearing about the impending Sui army, he knew he had little chance but had long lost the will to live. He prepared himself for a final stand. Talia glanced around and saw many Zoroastrian members aligning with Harmon, his loyalists. Apart from Franco's men, only Kim and Berkeley remained loyal. Franco's followers exchanged uneasy looks, unsure of what to do after abandoning their previous ####. Chapter 37. I am the High Priest. Seeing the madman step forward, Jalen thought of someone. Damn it. No wonder the madman appeared so conveniently. He was originally the High Priest of the Zoroastrian sect. Sure enough, when the madman removed his disguise, he revealed his true appearance. A pale complexion as if he were a weak scholar, yet he exuded an air of authority that commanded respect and admiration from those around him. Father, it's you. When did you arrive? Talia exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the madman. Humph, you still recognize me as your father? How long have I been gone that you've turned this place into chaos? Bob retorted. Talia pouted and replied, this can't be blamed on me. Who would have known your two old friends betrayed you? Her words made Bob's face turn ashen with anger. He glared at his daughter, but said nothing. At this moment, Jalen also realized that although the Zoroastrian sect had many divisions, such as high priests, deputy high priests, holy maidens, and the 5 elemental guardians, the actual number of followers wasn't substantial. Apart from the 300 controlled Turkic soldiers, there weren't many more disciples. No wonder they had spent over 200 years digging tunnels here. There were simply not many believers in Zoroastrianism, making their strength far inferior to the Ming sect during the late Yuan dynasty. A religion that had spent 2 centuries digging could hardly be all that formidable. Bob regained control of the situation and explained. I suspected there were traitors within the sect for a long time but couldn't figure out who they were. This time, I pretended to be a treasure hunter and let myself be captured by the Zoroastrians. Then, feigning madness, I escaped and hid behind the scenes. In fact, I deliberately led you all to discover the secret of the Fire God Temple, opened the sound tube on Franco's side, and orchestrated this poisoning. Bob walked up to Harmon and lamented. I never thought after following me for so many years, you turned out to be an infiltrator. No wonder you and Franco kept pushing me to use this method to expand our followers. You both had ulterior motives. Harmon remained silent upon seeing Bob, a look of shame on his face. After hearing Bob's words, he paused for a moment and said, High Priest, I truly wronged you. You've taken care of me for all these years, and I haven't repaid you. Repayment? Is this how you repay me? Bob asked angrily. I had no choice. When I joined the Holy Sect, I was already an official of the Great Sui Dynasty, tasked with a mission. Those in office are often compelled to act against their will. However, High Priest, though you've captured me, the Sui army is approaching. You should surrender to avoid mutual destruction. TSK, you still have the audacity to speak. I have my ways to deal with this. What can you possibly do? Once the army arrives, you and your few companions won't even fill their teeth gaps. Jalen replied, my plan is brutal and doesn't distinguish between friend or foe. Whether you can escape depends on fate. Well, tell us what your plan is. Everyone perked up at the prospect of survival, ceasing their chance to listen intently. Just then, they heard the sounds of battle outside. The Sui army had reached the outskirts of the ruins. Bob's expression changed, and he fixed his gaze on Jalen. Jalen explained, before the sandstorm arrived, I saw a pack of migrating wolves numbering about 1,000, along with wild horses and other animals. I can roughly predict where they will shelter from the sandstorm. I intend to lead these wolves here, using their charge to disperse the Sui army. You can escape in the ensuing chaos. However, the wolves are untamed and won't distinguish between friend or foe. Once they arrive, you'll also be attacked. Whether you can escape depends on divine providence. Upon hearing this, Bob quickly decided that since there was a slim chance of survival, they should give it a try. So many innocent Zoroastrians shouldn't die here. Jalen nodded immediately. He told Ernesto, calmly, and others, brothers, this is not your fight. Take advantage of the chaos to escape. The Sui army isn't after you, and won't pursue you. Ernesto had taken advantage of the chaos to kill Hulua Huai, but was still despondent over Hulua Truman's tragic death. Hearing Jalen, calmly let out a long sigh. Brother Burl, you underestimate us too much. We are not cowards. Abdurance, you want to save the Zoroastrians. How can we leave first? Armando added, yes, we won't go. You attract the wolves, and we'll block the Sui army. If you arrive too late, bury us then. Jalen didn't argue further, bowed respectfully, and mounted his steed. He sped away from Lulan ancient city, searching for the wolves. He deduced the wolves would be in the valley where he had tamed his horse, as it provided excellent shelter. He urged his horse to gallop towards the valley. Encountering some Sui soldiers, they couldn't catch up with the heavenly horse, seeing only one rider, and thus didn't pursue. The horse knew exactly where to go and sprinted like lightning. In no time, they reached the valley. Looking around, Jalen saw the valley teeming with animals, especially wolves. Wolves enjoy communal living, and desert wolves are even more united. There were over 2,000, each staring hungrily at other animals. They had coexisted peacefully while hiding from the sandstorm, but now that it had passed, hunger drove them to target the other animals. Jalen's arrival disrupted the peace. Wolves have long memories and recognized him, but hadn't attacked previously due to urgency. Seeing him again, several wolves, along with the Goguryeo and others, were resisting the Sui army. Ulysses and Ernesto Jing were sharpshooters, hitting every target with precision. The Goguryeo and Irvin fought like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains. However, the Sui army was numerous and well-equipped. Using advantageous terrain, the defenders fought back, but they were gradually losing strength. The 300 Turkish soldiers had already been used as cannon fodder and eliminated. Seeing they might soon meet the same fate, they heard a deafening roar, accompanied by waves of yellow sand and countless wild animal cries. It's Jalen returning. Their spirits lifted. Confused, the Sui army halted, only to be bewildered when thousands of wild wolves charged towards them. Despite their discipline, none of them had ever fought against wolves before. Soldiers turned pale, unable to follow orders. The formation of the Sui army crumbled, leaving soldiers scattered and forced to defend themselves against the wolf attack. However, these beasts attacked indiscriminately, biting anyone they saw, regardless of whether they were Sui soldiers or Zoroastrians. Bob ordered, "Disperse and flee, each seeking our own fate. Meet back at the safe inn." The Goguryeo, Lee Crystal, Ulysses, and others scattered, dodging both Sui soldiers and the wild animals. In the chaos, Jalen saw Lee Kroll himself, but instead of what she expected, he threw her into a side cave and locked the iron door. No matter how much Talia called out, there was no response. "Without me, you'll burst and die. Let me save you," she yelled. Suddenly, she heard a scream through the communication tube. It sounded like Lee Crystal's, and some struggling sounds, then silence. She became furious. "Jalen, you bastard. You choose a man over me. What am I lacking compared to her?" But there was still no response from the cave. After a long time, Lee Crystal dressed herself, looking at the sleeping man before her, her eyes flashing with malice. She wanted to kill him but couldn't bring herself to do it. Actually, during Jalen's lucid moments, he could have left. He tried to push her out of the cave, but she hesitated, wanting to save him yet reluctant to abandon her political marriage to Aryan. During her hesitation, Jalen lost control and forcibly took her, rolling together in passion. They had become intimate. "He knew I was a woman and deliberately avoided me," Lee Crystal thought amidst her confused emotions. Jalen slowly woke up, recalling the events. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Lee Crystal stopped him. "I don't want to hear sorry, nor do I need you to take responsibility. Just forget this ever happened. We owe each other nothing." "But, no, but, forget today. We aren't on the same path. I have a fiancé. I need to explain to him." Jalen chuckled bitterly. Lee Crystal indeed wasn't like ordinary women, resolute and decisive, with her own thoughts. But what could she explain to Aryan? His green hat was already worn. "I know who you are. I want to take responsibility. Stay with me." "Do you know who I am?" "You're Pedro's daughter." "How do you know that?" "Don't forget, I can divine." Jalen couldn't tell the truth about being transported from another world. That would scare her. So he claimed it was divination. Ancient people believed such things, and Lee Crystal did too, though she remained firm. "Stay away from me, or I'll kill you." As they parted ways, both knew their paths diverged, each bearing secrets that could never be fully shared. Chapter 39. Forging the Cold Iron Spearhead. Jalen kept shaking his head, wondering why he had become a scoundrel. Originally, he hadn't wanted to provoke Lee Crystal, but now things had taken an unexpected turn. As a soldier from the future, Jalen carried a sense of responsibility with him. He silently vowed that no matter what, he would not let Crystal down and would strive to win back her heart. Moreover, he had already given Aryan a green hat, so it was only right that Aryan shouldn't end up wearing one himself. However, with Crystal's firm attitude, he could not force the issue. Both remained silent, lost in their thoughts. He opened the iron gate. Talia had vanished, probably having left already. Jalen retrieved the piece of meteoric black iron he had been carrying and silently walked out of the underground cavern with Lee Crystal. The ground outside was strewn with corpses, Rue soldiers, wild wolves, and other beasts. But there were no living people in sight. Everyone had disappeared. Jalen let out a long whistle, and his red-blooded horse appeared once again. Truly, a fine steed was a treasure. "You have no horse. We will share mine. I'll take you out of this desert," Jalen said. Lee Crystal considered for a moment and nodded. She knew they couldn't escape the vast desert on foot, so she didn't refuse Jalen. As they rode together, their bodies pressed against each other, the sound of their breaths mingling, yet neither spoke. The setting sun cast elongated shadows over them. It took them a day and a night to return to the Pingan Inn, but the place was deserted, with no trace of the Zoroastrians. It wasn't surprising. The deputy leader of the Zoroastrian sect had been a traitor, so the Rue army must have known about the inn's existence and sealed it off. With no other options, they headed back to Human Pass, hoping to enter first and figure out the rest later. As they approached the pass, they heard someone calling out to them. Jalen saw it was none other than Igor, along with Ernesto, Ulysses, and others, all gathered near the pass. These people weren't part of the Zoroastrian sect, and thus were not targeted by the authorities, allowing them to move freely. "Little brother, I knew you wouldn't die. How are you? Why do you look so pale? Are you injured?" Igor asked with concern. Jalen smiled. "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." Ulysses added, "We haven't heard from the Zoroastrians yet, but they might reappear. Let them be. Best to avoid entanglements. Different beliefs lead to different actions," Jalen sighed. Thinking about Talia, he hoped she believed he had perished. "Brother Burl, we plan to visit the Central Plains to give Brother Wang some fresh air. If our paths cross again in the future, we shall meet. Farewell." Ulysses and the others, seeing Jalen safe, took their leave. Jalen didn't try to hold them back as the two groups parted ways. Upon returning to Qilian Mountain, they didn't mention where they had gone, knowing that too many people involved in their mission could complicate matters. Back in the mountains, everyone focused on their training. Several times, Jalen attempted to talk to Crystal, but she consistently refused. Crystal remarked, "Before, Master never talked much to Crystal. Now, pretend nothing happened and keep your distance." "That's not fair. What's done is done. I am responsible for you." "No need. I came here to learn. Please don't interfere," Lee Crystal firmly stated, denying him any chance to bond. Frustrated, Jalen gave up for now and focused on honing his skills, also planning to forge a spearhead. Meteoric cold iron couldn't be forged with ordinary blacksmith furnaces, which couldn't even melt the metal inside. The furnace needed significant modification. During breaks from practicing spear techniques, Jalen searched for materials to increase the furnace's heat. After much effort, he finally gathered everything needed and was ready to start forging. For assistance, he recruited Igor to stoke the flames. Together, they began crafting the spearhead, starting with placing the cold iron into the furnace for forging. Igor vigorously fanned the furnace, making the flames roar higher, but the cold iron remained unyielding. Jalen added various ingredients to the fire. Suddenly, the flames intensified, raising the furnace temperature significantly. Sweat poured from Igor's brow as he asked, "Little brother, what did you add? It's burning so intensely." Jialen smiled. "You wouldn't understand. Focus on your work." Slowly, the cold iron began to soften and deform. Jialen wielded a large hammer and started forging. After a day and a night of intense labor, impossible. Despite his frustration, he felt joy. With this divine spear, armor, and steed, the day when he could dominate the world seemed closer. Deep down, he also wished to develop firearms, creating advanced weapons far ahead of his time. Yet, lacking funds, manpower, and influence, such ambitions were beyond reach. So, he settled for arming himself thoroughly, prioritizing safety. Without life, everything else was meaningless. Chapter 40. The true Son of Heaven is here. With a spear in hand, I ask who dares to challenge me. The Sui Dynasty has now become a deer exposed before the world. Everyone desires to feast on it. But only one true victor shall emerge, and that victor will be the King of Kings. Watch as my spear cleaves through the heavens. The year is 611 AD. Ibn Hurli issued an edict to invade Goguryeo, conscripting civilians and increasing labor duties. Discontent spread like wildfire, leading to multiple peasant uprisings across the empire. Ernesto ignited the first spark of rebellion at Mount Changbai. Soon after, Zhang Jinburg, Ahil, Acton, and Vaughn all rose in revolt. Enoch also raised the banner of rebellion at Mount Wagong. These uprisings were initially small and did not shake the foundations of the Sui dynasty. But this was only the beginning, signaling the onset of turmoil. On this day, Inigo gathered Jialen and others together and said, "I believe you've noticed the current situation. The Sui Empire is like a deer before the hunters, and soon enough, the real contest will unfold. Who will claim the prize remains to be seen. I know each of you came to me with different purposes, seeking knowledge from me. I have already met your demands by teaching you according to your individual needs. Now is the time for you to prove yourselves. You can leave the mountain now and pursue what you desire. I have taught you all I can. What happens next depends on your own actions." After hearing Inigo's words, the group exchanged glances, moved to tears. Even Bodhidharma's eyes flickered. No one knew what to say. Igor somberly asked, "Master, are you sending us away?" "Indeed. Do you expect me to support you forever? Even eaglets I've nurtured are ready to soar. What do you plan to do?" Suddenly, Igor changed his expression, breaking into a grin. He slapped his thigh. "Hell, I've been wanting to leave for a long time. I'm tired of this mountain food. Abdurance, you put it that way. Let's have one last meal. Don't worry, I'll treat you." Everyone was speechless. Inigo rolled his eyes, almost losing his temper. Were these really his disciples? Who's old man to you? Inigo pointed at Igor, asking. It's just a saying, master, don't mind. You're my old man, okay." Igor scratched his beard. They all knew Igor was trying to lighten the mood. After so much time together, no one wanted to leave. They lit a fire on the mountain and roasted a sheep, beginning their farewell feast. Men are strange creatures. Earlier they hesitated and couldn't bear to part, but after a few drinks, they began to chat fervently about their dreams, forgetting all about farewells. Igor raised a bowl of wine. "Master, thank you for your teachings over the years. Let's drink this cup together." Inigo glanced at him. "You're already calling me brother before leaving? Will you call me father once you're gone?" "Master, it's just a phrase, don't mind. I truly want to drink with you. I'll skip the drink. Just make sure you don't cause trouble out there. If you do, don't mention being my disciple." "How could I? I'm such a good boy. Besides, even if I use your name, who would believe me? My master is called No Name. They'd think my master's name is No Name." Everyone laughed heartily, knowing well that No Name was merely an alias for the elder, now humorously revealed. But Inigo didn't join in. Instead, he asked, "What are your plans when you leave?" Igor replied, "Not much to plan. I enjoy freedom, so I intend to travel the world, meeting heroes. And then? Well, drink and plunder, fight the Turks, those are my pursuits." Everyone was speechless again. Helmet's facial muscles twitched, as if he wanted to howl at the sky. Igor patted him. "Don't howl yet. It isn't night. Wait for the moon to rise." Helmet held back, sipping his wine, his face hidden under a fur cloak. No one could see his expression. Bodhidharma broke his routine and had a sip of wine. Though he was devout, he wasn't rigid. He believed in living freely while keeping Buddha in his heart. "I plan to return to Tubo to spread Buddhism, encouraging kindness and equality among all beings," he said solemnly. Jialen knew Tubo was still fragmented, but Buddhism might unify it into a powerful regime. "Second elder brother, great monk, spreading the Dharma is commendable, but don't think of invading Central Plains. If you do, I won't forgive you," he warned, emboldened by alcohol. "That would be impossible. This place is my second home. I would never do that." Bodhidharma clasped his hands, sincere. "All right, just kidding." Jialen chuckled, finishing his drink. Third elder brother Moji Jing appeared more aged. He stroked an unpolished bronze mirror and said, "I want to rebel and overthrow the Sui dynasty." He remained steadfast despite the passage of time. Yet, he lacked a concrete plan. Where to strike, where to establish a base, how to grow. Regardless, he insisted on rebellion, driven by his loyalty to the Burl dynasty. Turning to Jialen, he asked again, "Do you wish to lead me in rebellion?" Jialen shook his head vigorously. Joining him in rebellion was akin to waiting for decapitation. Even rebelling should be smarter than following him. Tim saw his response and sighed, deeply disappointed. "I must search far and wide for allies," he muttered, staring blankly at the mirror. Bertrand adjusted his large Taoist robe, grabbed a leg of lamb, took a bite, and closed his eyes in satisfaction. Seeing the silence, he spoke. "I have no grand ideals. I only predict fortunes. I hope to go to Chang'an, where nobles abound. If I predict accurately for one, my future is secured." "Roll out, you cheat. What fortune telling?" "Just fooling people." Igor pushed him playfully. Bertrand smiled, unperturbed. "Elder brother, let me give you a reading. using methods taught by 7th junior brother. I see you're destined to be emperor. His words drew collective attention to Igor. The true son of heaven is here, indeed. Chapter 41. The boundless Qiin Great Horse Bean. The Aurelio was startled by this remark. Damn, how can I ever become an emperor? However, Alwyn leaned in and asked, are you telling the truth? How accurate? Swinging it towards his head. Jalen had already experienced Zaire's swordsmanship when he first arrived, and back then, his life was in Zaire's hands. But times have changed. Jalen's skills rivaled those present, perhaps even surpassing them. As the saber fell, the Aurelio rushed to help. Let me handle this, brother, Jalen said, staying seated and merely shifting his body to dodge the swift attack. His fingers flicked the blade, causing a crisp ringing sound and creating a nick on it. The once perfect saber now resembled a flawed moon. Zaire hesitated, surprised that Jalen not only avoided the blow but damaged his saber. His intent was initially to scare Jalen, not kill him, but Jalen's response stirred his competitive spirit. Fine, let's see what new skills you've acquired. Zaire stepped forward, switching to a horizontal slash aimed at Jalen. Jalen didn't dodge. Instead, he let the saber strike his armored body. Everyone gasped. Lee Crystal nearly rushed over, but soon realized Jalen was unharmed thanks to his silk armor. Jalen laughed. Zaire, let us fight for real so you can witness my skills. He removed his lightning spear, twirling it before lunging at Zaire. Knowing they were sparring, everyone watched without interference. Frustrated from 2 humiliations, Zaire feigned and attacked relentlessly. Jalen, excited by his first high-level match post-training, fought ferociously, his spear moving like a dragon. The clash was intense. One dressed in black like a dark demon, the other in white like an immortal god, their movements indistinguishable. Beside them, the Aurelio commented, impressive. 7th brother's spear skills are divine. To think he advanced so much in 2 years. Yes, he once needed our rescue against Zaire. Now, his martial prowess rivals ours, Irvin remarked. These are all thanks to Master's favoritism, giving everything to him. If I had taken 3 restorative pills, I'd be stronger than him. Master Henrik, annoyed, retorted. Maximilian, stop complaining. Abdurance we part ways. Here, take 3 pills. Really? No takebacks. The Aurelio quickly swallowed them. Master. Irvin started but stopped. If you want them too, here, Henrik offered. Unexpectedly, Irvin shook his head. No, I trust my own strength, not external aids. Though formal, he kept glancing at the Aurelio suspiciously. Soon, the Aurelio felt internal turmoil, running away abruptly. Moments later, he returned looking disheveled. Master, what did you give me? He asked weakly. Heaven Earth, boundless Qiin Great Horse Bean. You win. Meanwhile, the duel concluded with Jalen's superior spear taking advantage of Zaire's slowing reactions due to the cold. In one move, Jalen dislodged Zaire's mask, revealing a young, slender man. Much harder to do what I truly want. But controlling me won't be easy. After all, I know the historical trajectory they are unaware of. With this advantage, who can control me? My immediate goal now is to obtain a legitimate identity. With this identity, I can do what I want. Only the Sui Dynasty can grant me this legitimacy now that they are still officially recognized. Once I have an identity, I will slowly accumulate wealth and resources, plan for the future. This is the strategy of accumulating grain, building walls, and postponing the declaration of kingship. Now is not the time to stand out too early. Moreover, as the wise man said, power comes from the barrel of a gun. My first step should be to master this. With this thought, he laughed heartily and said, I don't have lofty ambitions. I said before that I wanted to be a tiger general like Lubu. Whoever pays more gets my loyalty. Now the Sui Dynasty is the ruler of the land. I'm willing to go with senior brother Abdur to Chang'an to seek an official position and become a general leading from the front. Hearing his words, everyone shook their heads, feeling it was beneath him. Igor couldn't help but say again, 7th junior brother, how can you think so foolishly? Everyone opposes the Sui Dynasty, yet you want to protect it. How long can the Sui Dynasty rule? Why would you sacrifice yourself for them? Unmoved, Jalen continued, fate lies in our hands. Perhaps I am the one who can turn the tide. When that happens, come find me, and I will take care of you. I'm not going. I refuse to serve in the Sui Dynasty. Igor grumbled. They all felt sorry for Jalen's choice, thinking he should join the revolutionary wave, overthrowing the Sui Dynasty. Only Lee Crystal, using her feminine intuition, sensed that this wasn't Jalen's true intention, but she didn't point it out and remained silent. When it was her turn, she simply said, I want to return home and help my father manage family affairs. So 8th junior brother has family property. No wonder your information is so accurate, Irvin remarked on the side. Lee Crystal smiled without answering, but her heart stirred, understanding Jalen's thoughts. She thought, so, he chose the Sui Dynasty because of status and identity. He wants to gain status in the Sui Dynasty before pursuing his own cause. However, since the Wei and Jing dynasties, the emphasis on family background hasn't changed. The government is controlled by powerful clans. Can a commoner like him rise to prominence? This is almost as difficult as opposing the court and establishing a new order. Should I ask father to help him? No, I don't think he'd work with powerful clans. There must be another way for him to succeed. If father interferes, it might backfire and drag him into the never-marry mint she was waiting for him to propose. Alright, no need to worry about being cuckolded by Aryan anymore. Crystal, not yet. One day, I will go to the Li family to marry you. No one can stop me. Everyone left the mountain, including Che, who sought shelter at other temples. Jalen followed Bertrand to Chang'an. At this point, Bertrand was still unknown, a young seeker. Born in Ijo Burgdu, this was his first visit to Chang'an. Along the way, he seemed like a child, finding everything fresh and interesting, asking Jalen about every sight. Jalen felt helpless and said, Senior brother, acting this way, you won't succeed in Chang'an. Bertrand was startled and asked, how do you know? Did you calculate it? I've calculated many times, but the symbols aren't clear. I can't figure anything out. Jalen smiled. No need for calculations. Your behavior reveals everything. Don't forget your profession. My profession? I'm just a physiognomist, reading faces and fortunes. Exactly. A physiognomist, in simple terms, needs to convince others. First impressions matter. You need to appear calm and inscrutable to earn trust. But here you are, reacting to everything. How can people trust you? Bertrand nodded and asked, Junior brother, you make sense? What should I do? Follow my lead. I'll package you. Do exactly as I say, and I guarantee our trip to Chang'an will be successful. Fine. I'll follow you completely, Bertrand agreed earnestly. Chapter 43. Such an image. Although Zoroastrianism is not a large religion, it has been operating for over 200 years and has accumulated some wealth. Jialen obtained a considerable amount of gold, silver, and jewelry from Franco's residence. Now he took these out to begin crafting Bertrand's image. A man is judged by his appearance, so Jialen dressed Bertrand in a luxurious Taoist robe. He wore a 9-ridged Taoist cap that shimmered with gold. A blue silk robe adorned on his back with the 7-star sword, and held a compass in his hand. Jialen then instructed Bertrand to remain calm and not react overly to everything, as if detached from worldly matters, showing no interest. After this training, Bertrand indeed exuded a sage-like aura, transcendent and detached, though the golden decorations on him still hinted at his material desires. Jialen had 2 signs made. One read, Iron Mouth Divination, solving worldly mysteries, and the other, Exorcising Evil, eliminating rampant demons. He hired 2 people to carry the signs behind them. Additionally, he commissioned a sedan chair for Bertrand to sit in. He loses when the heart is lost. This arrangement created a significant stir wherever they went. People flocked to catch a glimpse of the living sage, and many became their followers. Fortune-telling requests poured in nonstop, and Jialen and Bertrand barely made much progress each day due to the enthusiastic believers surrounding them. However, Jialen only served wealthy and powerful individuals, outright refusing ordinary people. This made the common folk both admire and resent the living sage. Over time, they saw it more as entertainment, watching if the divinations were accurate or if they possessed real skills. In Jalen's heart, he believed that ordinary people already had tough lives and should not be deceived out of their money. Moreover, he invested heavily, so he needed to find wealthy patrons to recoup his costs. Consequently, many were fooled along the way. Yet Bertrand's genuine expertise in star divination often guided people and resolved their confusions, increasing their reputation even further. One day, they arrived at Qizhou County and stayed at the largest inn there, Rodney Inn. Once they checked in, the inn filled up quickly, with fortune seekers coming non-stop. Jialen followed his usual tactics, demanding substantial payment before giving predictions. Only the wealthy could afford his services. Yet, the richer they targeted, the more people sought them out. The Rodney Inn was packed, with guests staying to observe the living sage. The innkeeper was thrilled regardless of the authenticity of the sage, reaping the financial benefits. News spread throughout Yong County, reaching the county magistrate Reed's ears. Reed was a renowned literary figure and politician during the Sui Dynasty, also the uncle of Matt. Currently serving as the magistrate of Yong County, he chuckled faintly upon hearing the news, saying, "He's merely a con artist, creating buzz for deception." His aides advised, "Magistrate, please reconsider. The Book of Changes is profound, and celestial bodies have distinct destinies. If one could truly see through them, it might reveal the mysteries of the universe." Reed glanced at the speaker. It was his close friend Andon, who loved reading, especially about astronomy and geography. Andon had a son, Etienne, who, despite being only 9, shared his father's interests. Smart and studious, Etienne excelled in astrology and spent his days studying the stars. Today, Etienne finished his lessons and accompanied Andon at the magistrate's office. Reed laughed. "You've become so engrossed in books that if you truly could decipher fate, why stay in this world? Wouldn't you prefer to be a god in heaven?" Andon pondered and said, "Abdurance, today's work is done. Let's visit Rodney Inn and see if this man is genuinely skilled." Reed agreed. "All right, let's go and expose this scam, symbolizing rejuvenation and growth. It's a time of abundant vitality. What does this mean?" Reed began, but Andon tugged at him, stopping his next words. Bertrand continued, "March 8th falls under Taurus, influenced by Venus. Your character is steady, patient, and hardworking. All your wealth comes from diligent labor. Your lucky direction is southeast. Going in that direction will surely bring you financial success and unexpected rewards. Your lucky numbers are 5 and 8. As they say, changes come with 5, and prosperity with 8. These are signs of good fortune. If you wish to continue prospering, go in the southeast direction. You don't necessarily have to leave the boundaries of Yong County. Just move towards the southeast from your current residence." The wealthy merchant thanked Bertrand repeatedly and left joyfully. Reed and Andon exchanged glances, both puzzled by how he calculated things, mentioning Taurus and lucky numbers. They had studied the I Ching and knew about the 6 divination methods and Bagua. They had heard about astrological fortune-telling, but none of it strayed from the principles of the I Ching and Bagua, such as the trigrams, Qian, Can, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Qiuran, Dui, and the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as celestial stems, terrestrial branches, yin and yang. But they had never heard of this method of fortune-telling, a form of astrology that only a few could master. Even the officials at the Astronomical Bureau could only discern general trends. This fortune-teller introduced the method of zodiac signs, which perhaps truly indicated one's fate and predicted future events. Reed now harbored respect for this master, who until now, he had underestimated. Little did he know that all this information came from Jalen's knowledge of Western astrology, which had yet to appear at the time. The foreign monk can chant scriptures. How much more so when people are unfamiliar with such culture? It was meant to deceive people. According to Jalen, the more incomprehensible your speech, the more people revere you because they don't understand it. Even if what you say is rubbish, they'll think it's wise advice. If you speak simple truths, they'll dismiss you as worthless. Now, Reed was taken in, no longer looking down on Bertrand. After the wealthy merchant left, Reed sat before Bertrand and said, Master, please tell my fortune. Bertrand ignored him and pointed to a sign in front that read, 100 taels for a reading, payment up front, no credit allowed. Reed's mind raced at the absurdity of it all. 100 taels of silver could sustain a middle-class family for 3 years, and they could eat meat every day. His salary as a prefecture official didn't even reach that amount in a year. To charge that much for a single reading? If fortune-telling were this lucrative, I'd apprentice myself to you and follow you around. Seeing Reed's disgruntled expression and about to react, Jalen interjected, this price is for ordinary clients. We have special arrangements for certain guests. How can there be different rates? Are those special guests charged even more? Reed asked angrily. Jalen smiled and replied, not exactly. What we call red flowers and green lotuses means everyone belongs to one world. The special guests we refer to are those who have a connection with our immortal lineage. For them, we offer free readings. Fortunately, both of you have such connections and can receive free readings. Reed was surprised. Can it be this easy? He then said, go ahead and read my fortune. If it's accurate, I won't skimp on your fee. I'll pay double. Bertrand thought, these two fools will end up paying 10 times more like everyone else who hears what my junior brother promises. Bertrand had become corrupt and understood what a fat sheep meant. Jalen thought, you think we're blind? From the moment you arrived, people made way for you, indicating your prominent figures here. Who else should we exploit if not you? Bertrand looked at Reed a few times and asked, state your name, birth details, and what you want to know. Reed replied, I am named Reed, born on July 19th of the Goguryeo year. I want to know about my future. Jalen was startled upon hearing this. So, he's the uncle of Matt, chancellor during the Rene dynasty's Zhengguan era, where the Dou family produced many talents. I cannot let them fall into others' hands. Bertrand began his elaborate performance, finally stating, your life will start with hardship, but eventually turn sweet. Your destiny is filled with trials, but with help from your descendants, you will ultimately rise to prominence and achieve great success. Reed was taken aback. He's speaking some truth. In my early years, I was dismissed from the capital by Eben I and fell out of favor. I struggled to secure this position as an official. Am I still in a low point? Who can change my fortune? Before he could ask further, Jalen interjected, brother, heavenly secrets cannot be divulged. My senior brother doesn't wish to say more. But since you have a connection with immortals, I'll share a bit more. You are someone envied by heaven, thus your life has its ups and downs. In the future, you may face exile and even death sentences, but fortunately, your descendants will save you. Reed froze, thinking, am I that unlucky? Death sentences too. How can I believe this? Jalen said, Mr. Dou should have a nephew who is exceptionally talented, diligent, and already famous at a young age, surpassing even you. Reed was stunned. Is he talking about Ruhue? This boy is indeed excellent, surpassing me in talent and knowledge. Could he be my benefactor? Jalen continued, to avoid calamities, listen to me. Stay home, avoid visitors, fish, and enjoy flowers. When the right time comes, good fortune will naturally follow. If you don't listen, misfortune will persist. Why should I believe you? Reed was mostly convinced but wouldn't show it. Jalen calculated the timing and said, within 3 days, an imperial decree will arrive, summoning you to serve in the capital. If you don't believe me, let's meet again in 3 days, and you'll see whether our predictions are accurate. Those nearby recognized Reed as the local official and started discussing among themselves, various opinions circulating. Reed said, fine, I'll wait 3 days. If you're wrong, I'll have your head. ##### Chapter 45, Etienne and Matt. Bertrand kept staring at Jalen, thinking to himself, little brother, what's up with you today? Even I can't figure out these things. How do you know them? You can't just bluff people like this. You said the court would send a decree in 3 days. Does that even make sense? The court isn't run by you, so you can't say whatever you want. We just guess roughly and get people to pay us. Why did you have to? Andon scolded him. Chunfeng, step back. Remember to be humble, not arrogant. Bragging will invite ridicule. Everyone laughed again. Seeing Jalen's silence, Bertrand assumed he was stumped and offered, little brother, let me try. But Jalen suddenly smiled, saying, no need, elder brother. Just now, I transcended the mundane world because Lord Lao instructed me. Everyone froze, amazed by his boldness despite the absurdity. Abdurance Lord Lao spoke to you. Why don't you predict this gentleman's future? Andon was truly angry. Initially, he only wanted to lightly punish Jalen, but now he brought up Lord Lao to deceive everyone. With a grim expression, Andon said, let's hear it. What is my destiny? Seated calmly, Jalen replied, this gentleman serves the government and holds a high position in this county, respected by all. Hearing this, the crowd quieted down. It was true. Andon was indeed one of the most respected figures in Yong County. This young man seemed genuine. Andon was surprised that Jalen had revealed his identity. But then he thought, Andon and Reed are both famous here. If they came to cheat, they might have prepared in advance. Good, continue. Jalen continued, however, you have a simple nature and dislike fame and wealth. You love Taoist philosophy and seek immortality through alchemy. Thus, the highest office you'll achieve is here. Soon, you'll renounce the world and become a Taoist monk. Struck speechless, Andon realized this man knew his secret desires. No one else knew about his wish to leave the secular world and become a Taoist. He didn't know that Jalen remembered him because his son was more famous. Seeing Andon's reaction, everyone knew Jalen had hit the mark. Reed asked, brotherly, do you really have such thoughts? Andon nodded, saying, indeed, I've long wished to leave for the monastery and seek enlightenment. After hearing this, everyone viewed Jalen differently. Although he was the younger brother of a renowned seer, his abilities were undeniable. Jalen added, though your career will stop here, your son has limitless potential. He will become a notable figure whose influence will surpass the future prime minister. Really? Can my son grow into a pillar of the state? No, His achievements won't be in governance but in astronomy, mathematics, and calendrical science. He will be revered by future generations. Andon looked at Etienne, saying, he is indeed fascinated by astronomy. He loved it since childhood, and I taught him some. Jalen shook his head. Your knowledge isn't enough to teach him. If he continues this way, he'll end up ordinary. You must find better guidance. What should I do? Do you have a solution? Certainly. Right before your eyes is his best teacher, my elder brother. If you agree, let your son dominant families in Guangzhou, often described by the saying City Southway and Dou, within arm's reach of the heavens. Throughout the dynasties, this family had produced many notable figures, many of whom held high offices and wielded significant power. By the time of Reed, the Dou family had seen 2 generations of prodigies. The first prodigy was Reed himself. He had always been wise, read extensively, and possessed remarkable insight, often engaging in eloquent discussions in the capital, drawing the attention of numerous influential people. The second prodigy was Matt, Reed's nephew, who was calm and composed with a photographic memory. Despite being only 15 or 16 years old, he was mature and dependable in his actions. Meanwhile, Reed, having been reckless in his youth, pretended to be crazy and left home, but was eventually chastised by Eben I of Sui and expelled from the capital, ending up here where he spent his days aimlessly. Matt's reputation had long surpassed Reed's, so when he heard Matt's name, he felt very uneasy. Humph, let's see who will save whom in the end. I'll see you in 3 days, goodbye, Reed said, flinging his sleeves and walking out of the Yunfeng Inn. Andon led Etienne away as well, saying, Daoist Yuan. I'll take the child back to say goodbye to our family, and then I'll bring him back. Bertrand nodded and replied, there's no rush. We still contains everything under the sun. All my skills come from there. Is that so? Is the book still available? Can you lend it to me? 2 eager beams shone from Bertrand's eyes, wishing he could see Modu immediately. Unfortunately, Jalen sighed, alas, the book resides in a mountain cave, not accessible to everyone. Only those with destiny can find it, and it disappears after reading. Whether you can remember its contents depends on your fate. Disappointed, Bertrand sat down and asked, where is this mountain cave? I'd like to try my luck. Jalen pointed outside towards Qinling Mountain and said, it lies deep within this mountain, in a place where clouds and mist perpetually float. Bertrand looked out at the distant mountains, faintly visible through the mist, shook his head, and muttered, what a pity. It seems I'm destined not to see this wondrous book. Jalen comforted him, senior brother, you shouldn't worry. With your knowledge and talent, your legacy will live on forever. Your works will be revered by future generations. Bertrand sighed, I hope so. I don't seek everlasting fame. I only wish my skills can be passed down. Don't worry, Etienne will ensure it doesn't fade into obscurity, Jalen reassured him. The 2 brothers talked through most of the night. Bertrand was still lamenting over not seeing Modu. Jalen thought to himself, this matter is beyond my committed due to pride. With the rain pouring down, he said, Mr. Burrell, since it's raining continuously, let's call off the wager. Let these people go back and rest. Before Jalen could respond, someone chimed in, Magistrate Dou, you can't do that. This isn't just about you two. It's become a citywide affair. Regardless of the wager, they won't disperse and will wait until dark. Reed glanced at Jalen, shook his head. The situation had slipped beyond his control. Jalen offered him a cup of tea and said, let's just settle in and watch. Magistrate Dou, please don't fret too much. We should also be part of the audience. Chapter 47. A good day to catch thieves. In the city of Yong, a group of 4 or 5 suspicious individuals appeared. Their attire was unusual, and each of them carried weapons. Leading the group was a bald man with an extremely fierce appearance. At this moment, he slapped the head of one of his companions and cursed, Anthony, this is what you call no one around? Open your eyes and see what this is. Anthony shrank his neck from the hit and nervously said, Boss, I really don't know what happened. When I scouted earlier, the town was deserted, with hardly anyone on the streets. It was perfect for our robbery. And now? What's going on now? Now? Maybe someone is getting married, and everyone is watching the bride. Just as Anthony finished speaking, he received another slap. Go to hell. Who has tens of thousands of people watching a wedding? Even the emperor's wedding wouldn't attract so many people. You must be crazy for women. Anthony didn't dare to speak after being beaten. They were a small band of outlaws from a nearby mountain who had come to the city to rob shops. They never expected to encounter such a situation. Now, we can't even move, let alone escape, the bald man spat. They are all here because of that damn bet between Baird and the local Abderma. Damn, they made such a fuss over a bet. We can't even work. The bald man swore again. Boss, I have a suggestion. Anthony, not learning his lesson, approached once more. What kind of suggestion? The bald man glared at him. Anthony trembled and suggested, Abderns, there are so many people here. Why don't we seize the opportunity to kidnap Yong County's Abderma and Baird? They're celebrities here. We could get a huge ransom, much better than robbing a few shops. Slap. He received another blow to the head. Boss. Haha, you're quite talented. That's actually not a bad idea. Today, we'll kidnap them and show the people of this county that the Iron Mountain Gang isn't to be messed with. Is this plan feasible, boss? It's feasible. The bald man reached out to strike again, but Anthony dodged quickly, standing far away. They started to act immediately, despite the large crowd in broad daylight. This was clearly a foolish decision. Before they could even reach the inn, they were caught by the well-prepared Sui soldiers, captured entirely without a single survivor. Haha, our luck is great today. We've already caught more than a dozen wanted criminals. At this rate, we'll become rich, a red-clad constable laughed. He kept looking at the bald man and his gang, amused. Yeah, Constable Frisco, you've had a bumper harvest today. Don't forget us when you go for your rewards, another officer joked. Constable Frisco replied, I won't forget you all. I still need your help catching criminals. We'll share the rewards equally, and I'll treat everyone to some fun at Yihonglu. Thank you, Constable Frisco. The officers were delighted, surrounding him and continuously praising him. This scenario played out repeatedly throughout the day, as many longtime fugitives were captured here. The criminals couldn't stop lamenting. We should never have crowded around. We should have stayed quietly in our territory. Why did we have to join the crowd? Now we've become the spectacle ourselves. Even Jalen hadn't anticipated the massive impact caused by what he thought would be a simple bet. The rain continued, the sky grew dark, and as the day dragged on, the waiting crowd began to stir restlessly. Fraudster. This man is a fraudster. He promised something impossible. Exactly. We wasted our time waiting all day. Professions. He paused briefly and added, though my position is low, I do know some important figures. If you wish, I'm willing to introduce you. I'm sure you won't be overlooked. Jalen responded mildly, Abdur, it's still early. The sky only appears dark due to the overcast weather. Let's wait and see how the game ends. Reed's face changed slightly. He thought he had shown Jalen enough respect, but Burl seemed ungrateful. Just as he was about to react, he heard someone shout, look, someone is coming from outside the city. They look like an official. More people joined in, and the entire crowd quieted down. Everyone parted to clear the path in the middle. From outside the city gate, a rider galloped in, wearing official robes covered by a raincoat. However, due to the long journey, his official robes were drenched. The rider cursed nonstop, damn it, sending letters in such awful weather. If it weren't for courting the dust, I wouldn't have taken this job. Suddenly, the messenger noticed the huge crowd lining the streets, staring at him. He was utterly baffled. What's going on here? A rebellion? Oh no, why am I so unlucky? Can't stay here, I need to leave. Thinking this, he turned his horse to flee. Are you the messenger? Frisco did not answer but asked instead. Yes. Is it to convey the imperial edict to Magistrate Dou? Yes. That's right. We have finally waited for you. Hearing Nevin's confirmation, people around cheered, shouting, divine prediction. It truly came true. Nevin asked amidst the thunderous applause, what exactly happened? What does this mean? Frisco briefly explained the situation, and Nevin finally understood. Is there really such a divine prediction? Abdur, please follow me. I will lead you to where Magistrate Dou and the seer are. Frisco took the lead and escorted Nevin to Yunfeng Inn. By this time, everyone in the inn already knew the situation, and Reed and Andon came out to welcome the messenger. The innkeeper of Yunfeng Inn proudly puffed up his chest, musing that he was truly becoming successful, with an actual seer emerging from his establishment. The name Yunfeng Inn turned out to be very fitting, indeed becoming the center of attention. Setting aside the innkeeper's thoughts, Reed and Andon welcomed Nevin into the inn. Reed said, thank you, Abdur, for braving the rain to deliver the imperial decree. I am truly grateful. Nevin smiled, Magistrate Dou, you need not worry. This is all part of my duty. Prepare yourself to receive the imperial decree. Reed replied, please move to the magistrate's residence. I will host a reception for you there. There's no need. Just arrange a guest. Reed, fearing he might refuse due to disdain for base. Reed sighed upon hearing this. Understanding the family's intentions, he had to comply with their arrangement and go to the capital. After finishing the official business, Nevin asked, where is the seer? Please take me to meet him and check my fortune. Reed accompanied Nevin to Fanyang and Jalen's room. Upon seeing Jalen, Reed bowed deeply. I apologize for my ignorance earlier. I didn't realize Master Burl was a renowned seer. Jalen helped him up. Magistrate Dou, there is no need for such formality. It's a small matter. In the future, please introduce me to your nephew. I have something important to discuss with him. Of course, I will arrange it as soon as we reach Chang'an. Master, this gentleman wishes to witness your prophecy skills. What do you think? Jalen asked, may I know the honorable sir's name? Nevin replied, I am Nevin. Jalen searched his mind but found no impression of him, considering him an insignificant figure and losing interest. He responded, Abdur, my abilities are inferior to those of my senior brother. Occasionally, I can channel divine presence, but presently, the deities are elsewhere. My senior brother is the true seer, able to communicate with deities anytime. Perhaps he could read your fortune. Despite his nonsensical explanation, Nevin believed it wholeheartedly and requested Bertrand to give him a reading. Bertrand played along, picking only the favorable points to tell Nevin, making him beam with satisfaction. Finally, Nevin returned to his room contented. After everyone left, Bertrand asked, little brother, how did you predict the arrival of the imperial messenger today? Did even the gods reveal this? Jalen laughed heartily, elder brother, don't forget what I do. Bertrand was puzzled. What do you do? I used to be an intelligence operative. Gathering information is my expertise. Before coming here, I had thoroughly investigated this place and continued gathering intel up to Chang'an. Information is key. There are professionals who sell information. With enough money, you can get any kind of information. Unfortunately, buying intel is costly. My savings and earnings from divination along the way were all spent. If we don't find our footing in Chang'an, we might end up begging. No way. You, clever as you are, wouldn't resort to begging. Maybe you'd even betray me, and I'd thank you for it. Jalen turned red. Brother, how could you say such things about me? He inwardly thought, yes, selling you off sounds tempting, haha. Note, Rui in the text should be translated as Jade Rui, which is a ceremonial scepter often given as a gift. Seeing the grandeur and prosperity of Chang'an, with its bustling streets and diverse inhabitants, Jalen marveled inwardly. This ancient city was not inferior to modern cities in terms of layout and vibrancy. Reed sighed, 10 years have passed. I've finally returned to Chang'an. He bowed to Jalen and said, please rest at an inn within the city first. Once I've completed my official duties, I'll escort you both to the Dou residence. All your expenses here will be covered by me. Jalen smiled. Please attend to your business without worrying about us. We can manage ourselves. That won't do. As your host, I insist on showing proper hospitality and introducing you to influential officials. Please wait for my news while I report in. Please proceed, my lord. After seeing read-off, Jalen entered Chang'an with Bertrand. The city was meticulously organized into distinct layers. The palace city for the emperor and crown prince, the imperial city for government offices, and the outer city for residents. Within the outer city, there were designated markets and neighborhoods for leisure, entertainment, and commerce. They arrived at Dongshi Market and found the largest inn, Tai'an first under heaven. They settled down there. Bertrand asked, "Brother, should we be more low-key here? This is a place frequented by high-ranking officials." Jalen shook his head. Being low-key isn't an option. Our goal is wealth and influence. We've already garnered considerable attention on our journey here. If we become too reserved now, all our efforts will be wasted. Not only can we not be low-key, but we should be even more conspicuous. All right, brother, you're right. What should we do? For today, let's settle in. Tomorrow, I'll explore the market to find ways to boost our reputation. Jalen yawned. Time for a good night's rest. Indeed, their every move was being observed by someone. These observers reported back to their superiors. Base, the chief official remaining in Chang'an, listened to Nevin's report on Jalen and Yuan Tianga. He smiled faintly and said, "This is just dramatic antics to attract the attention of important figures. There are plenty of such fame-seeking individuals in Zhongnan Mountain, all chasing after renown and profit." Note, there was a slight inconsistency with the name Yuan Tiangong, which should be Yuan Tiangong, Yuan Tiangang. I have corrected it to Yuan Tiangong for consistency and accuracy in the context provided. For a smoother and more accurate translation. Base, the chief official stationed in Chang'an, listened to Nevin's report about Jalen and Yuan Tianga. He smiled faintly and said, "This is merely theatrics to attract the attention of notable figures." "Yes, grandfather," Reed replied softly. "That's good. Our elders may pass away unexpectedly. Spend time with them while they live. But remember, our family has responsibilities to the court beyond ordinary citizens." "I understand, grandfather." "Do you really? We went through great lengths to bring you back, not for leisure. You must advance our family's interests. Do you comprehend?" "I understand. You don't fully grasp it. Our longevity comes from alliances with other prominent families, mutual support and collaboration, not friendships with commoners who offer no benefit and may hinder us." "Who did you associate with?" Taken aback, Reed blurted, "Grandfather, Jalen and Bertrand are truly talented. Their knowledge and foresight are exceptional." "Humph," Gary's expression darkened. "Defending these conmen? How could you believe in such nonsense?" Chapter 50. An unexpected encounter with a fine general. Reed wanted to argue on behalf of Jalen and his companion but was stopped by Gary's gesture. Gary spoke gravely, "Yenner, our Dou family has endured for hundreds of years, and I do not wish to see it decline under my watch. Our family already shows signs of decline. Although your parents hold positions in the court, none of them have entered the core of power. In your generation, there is not even one official of the third rank. And with the next generation still too young, I have no choice but to recall you to the capital, hoping you can bring glory to our family and become a central figure in the court. To achieve this, we have expended significant resources. Dou Stone was their biggest investment, their true hope. But why? He was only about 10 years older than Stone. Why couldn't he also build connections with heroes and limit himself to serving in the Sui court? Yet, the deep-seated family loyalty forced him to submit, all for the development of the Dou family. Jalen didn't know how others viewed him, but he could guess. This gave him confidence, knowing that if he could create a sensation, he would surely attract the attention of the elite. Before that, he enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, refreshing himself. The next day, after a brief conversation with Bertrand, he wandered through the bustling streets of Chang'an. People from all over converged here, representing various races and nationalities. They came to admire the splendor of the Sui Dynasty, and the market was filled with an array of toys and delicacies. Sui regulations mandated that all merchants sell their goods in designated markets or face penalties. This centralized commerce made the scene even more vibrant. Jalen nodded approvingly at the sight, acknowledging the remarkable prestige and strength of the Sui Dynasty. If not for Eben Hurley's grandiose ambitions and endless campaigns, which led to heavy taxes and unbearable hardships for the people, the Sui might not have fallen so quickly. As he walked, contemplating, he heard cheers ahead. Curious, he approached and saw a man performing martial arts, drawing a crowd. In those days, nearly everyone knew some martial arts, so such performances were common. Jalen joined the onlookers. Inside, a burly man wielded a large staff skillfully, sweeping left and right, creating a fierce wind. His movements were fluid and precise, showcasing great practice. While watching, Jalen overheard two men commenting, "Brother, this man has impressive skills. He looks like a capable warrior. Why don't we ask for his name and try to befriend him? Let's wait until he finishes practicing and see if he's available." Jalen turned to see two youths observing the performance. One appeared to be around 12 or 13, looking mature despite his age. He had a robust build, round face, and piercing eyes, exuding vigor. The other looked about 20, tall and slender, but with broad shoulders and strong fingers, indicating considerable strength. Jalen found both men formidable but unfamiliar, so he waited for the performer to finish before approaching. After completing his routine without breaking a sweat, the burly man bowed and introduced himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Kato from Longxi. Admiring the charm of Chang'an, I came here to broaden my horizons. However, my funds ran. Names have been romanized using pinyin for accuracy. The original tone and style have been preserved, ensuring natural flow and coherence with previous content." Chapter 51. Never let go of a fine general. Jalen stood beside them, his heart pounding. He felt every pore in his body open up. His breathing quickened. This was thrilling. Just arriving in Chang'an and encountering his idol was some kind of luck. This was even more exhilarating than receiving rewards from the Sui Dynasty and becoming a high-ranking official. Only when he heard that the three men were about to leave did he step forward to stop them. The three were taken aback by this sudden appearance. Where had this fortune teller come from? Was he one of those street frauds? However, Jalen's elegant attire, charismatic demeanor, and impressive looks suggested he wasn't a con artist. Emmanuel cupped his hands and asked, "My good sir, may I ask your distinguished name and where you're from?" Jalen replied, "I am Jalen, recently descended from Mount Qilian with my elder brother Bertrand. We have just arrived in Chang'an and currently reside at Tianyi Building." Emmanuel exchanged glances with his companions. None of them had heard of this man, but they knew Tianyi Building was a well-known place where only influential figures stayed. For him to live there, he must have a hobby. "I prefer fighting demons and correcting injustices in the world." Emmanuel, impressed, recupped his hands. "So Mr. Burrell is also a hero. My apologies, truly." Cato waved his hand and laughed. "Mr. Burrell says I will achieve greatness. Why don't you give me a reading to hear how I will accomplish this, to lift my spirits?" Just then, the waiter brought out a table full of food and drink. The four raised their cups and drank together. Jalen said, "Very well. I shall speak about Warrior Nyo's life, but there are some private matters. Would Warrior Nyo allow Warrior Qin to hear them? After all, he is an officer of the law." Cato paused, realizing Jalen somehow knew Emmanuel's status. Emmanuel hadn't revealed that information yet. Ronnie, hearing this, slapped his thigh. "You read us pretty accurately." "Yes, my brother Qin works under General Huey as an officer. We came to the capital to escort prisoners. I came along to see Chang'an." Hearing that Emmanuel was an Sui officer, Cato's face initially paled before returning to normal. "I trust Brother Qin's character and know he won't betray any secrets. Please continue." Impressed by Emmanuel's integrity, Cato felt relieved. Emmanuel cupped his hands. "Brother Nyo, rest assured, only the four..." Jalen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Damn, this kid idolizes Emmanuel so much. I guess that makes me a woman too. Despite the humor, the mood lightened up. Embarrassed, Cato put the silver back into his pocket. Refusing further would make him seem weak in Ronnie's eyes. Jalen continued, "In the future, you will join a major rebel force, overthrowing the Sui Dynasty and following a great hero who establishes a new dynasty. You too will become a founding hero, with outstanding achievements." Cato gasped, feeling a chill despite the closed windows. The only secret he had was about his banditry, which was bad enough, but rebellion and becoming a founding hero? It sounded absurd and dangerous. Ronnie became nervous, looking uncertainly at Emmanuel. Emmanuel, though initially startled, quickly regained composure. "Don't panic, Brother Nyo. These are just readings. If believing them leads to your arrest without cause, it's unjust. Once you truly become a founding hero, no one can touch you. So relax." "Indeed, Brother Qin speaks wisely." Cato wiped sweat from his forehead, relieved. Translation note. The translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring a natural and fluent English flow. The names are kept in pinyin format as requested. Chapter 52. The person you must protect is me. Jalen looked at the three of them, smiling without saying a word. Emmanuel comforted Cato for a while, then glared at Jalen and said sternly, "Who are you exactly? Do you know that talking like this could get you beheaded? What do you really want?" Jalen laughed heartily. "Abdur Qin, weren't you just comforting Abdur Nyo? How could you forget so quickly? Matters like this only exist if you believe in them. I'm just a fortune teller. What can the officials do to me?" The color on Emmanuel's face changed slightly, softening his tone as he said, "Master Burrell, some things aren't meant to be spoken lightly. Be more careful in the future." Jalen replied, "All right, Abdur Qin, let me give you another reading. Your life won't be much different from his. You'll rebel too and join the same camp. But your rank will be higher, becoming the foremost among meritorious officers." "Why you?" Emmanuel pointed at him, opening his mouth wide but unable to speak. Cato had already returned to normal and said, "Brother Qin, it turns out you're the real troublemaker here. Ha ha ha." Ronnie, being young and spirited, hearing Jalen read fortunes for the other two and leaving only him, cried out, "Are you bullying me because I'm younger and refusing to tell my fate? Hurry up and tell me how my destiny is. Will it be like theirs?" Jalen shook his head and said, "Not the same." All three were stunned, especially Emmanuel and Ronnie. They were as close as brothers, inseparable despite their different surnames. Now, Jalen claimed their fates were different, which surprised them. "How is it different?" Ronnie persisted. Jalen sighed and said, "Your destinies are similar in essence, but you won't live to see the country unified. You'll die on the battlefield at a young age." Unexpectedly, Ronnie showed no concern and laughed. "A true man seeks glory and honor through battles. Death on the battlefield is an ordinary matter. As long as I can be with Brother Qin, I am content." His youthful courage shone brightly. However, Emmanuel frowned. He certainly did not wish for Ronnie to die young. So he asked, "Is there a way to prevent this, sir?" Jalen looked at him with a half-smile, asking, "General Qin, does this mean you believe what I say?" Emmanuel remained silent. Cato sighed. "The emperor is unjust. People cannot live in peace, and this great Sui dynasty is indeed nearing its end. Because Ebon Hurley flaunts the nation's wealth by favoring the western region states, barbarians now run rampant in Longyu, making life unbearable for its people. Many have taken to the hills as bandits." Before Emmanuel could speak, Ronnie interjected, "You're right. Though we serve in the Sui army, we've seen the plight of the common folk. Ebon Hurley conscripted countless men and levied heavy taxes to invade Goguryeo. Rebellions have already broken out in Shandong." He glanced at Emmanuel and continued, "Moreover, rewards and punishments are unclear. My brother suppressed several rebellions, but received no recognition because of his humble origins. All the credit went to others, leaving him as a minor officer. This kind of court should be overthrown." As he grew angrier, his voice rose. Emmanuel hastily quieted him. "Shirshin, speak softer." Ronnie retorted, "Is what I say untrue? I'm speaking up for you. Consider Mr. Burrell. There are many ears around. Don't bring him trouble," Emmanuel warned. Only then did Ronnie stop, though his discontent lingered on his face. Jalen stood up, hands behind his back, walking towards the window. He gazed at a pot of flowers beside the window, where one brilliant red flower overshadowed the rest in its splendor. However, its bloom was nearing its end. Despite its effort to maintain supremacy, the surrounding flowers were growing more vibrant and colorful, ready to take over as the new queen. Jalen commented, "You're right. The Sui Ebon's injustice has caused great suffering to the people. If he had managed the canal project and expeditions more carefully, the Sui dynasty might have lasted longer. Especially the Grand Canal, a 1,000-year achievement. Sadly, he rushed everything into one go, forcing millions into labor. People have suffered under Sui policies for too long, so the fall of the Sui dynasty is inevitable, a matter of time. But while many heroes rise, the true leader hasn't emerged yet. Just like 100 flowers blooming, those who start first don't necessarily win last." Emmanuel nodded repeatedly, his insight surpassing the other two. "Mr. Burrell, your analysis is clear. While the Sui may fall, it's not now. For now, they remain legitimate rulers. Chaos may begin, but the advantage still lies with the Sui. Overthrowing them isn't easy." Cato asked, "What should we do then? Wait for them to fall on their own?" Emmanuel smiled, "That's impossible. They'll try every means to maintain power. Mr. Burrell suggests we observe the situation and ally with a trustworthy person to become founding heroes. If we choose poorly, we'll just become stepping stones. Then there's no need to choose. Abdurance, you foresaw us becoming founding heroes. Doesn't that mean we've chosen right?" Cato slapped his thighs and laughed. Emmanuel shook his head. "Not necessarily. We might initially make mistakes and take many detours before finding the right path. Let's hear Mr. Burrell's advice, and ask him to resolve Shirshin's fate." They all now trusted Jalen deeply, turning their gazes towards him. "Can you tell us who we will protect in the future?" Jalen hesitated. "Heavenly secrets shouldn't be revealed. I've said too much already. Saying more would invoke divine retribution." "No divine retribution can come. I'll shield you. It's infuriating that you speak only half-truths. You forced me to say this. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me. Rest assured, Mr. Burrell, we fully trust you and will ensure your safety." Jalen finally said, "Actually, the person you will protect is me." He puffed out his chest, acting imperious. "What the?" Emmanuel and the others exclaimed simultaneously, their energies suddenly deflating. "Mr. Burrell, are you playing with us?" Chapter 53. Your bravery is beyond measure. Jalen glanced at the three of them and said, "A man born in turbulent times should naturally strive to achieve great deeds. Isn't that right? Although I am currently confined to this small corner, who can say I won't rise to prominence one day? But your identity changes too swiftly for us to accept. One moment you're a fortune teller, and the next you're talking about founding a new country with us. How are we supposed to believe you're not deceiving us?" Cato remarked. Jalen returned to his seat calmly and said, "You may choose not to believe me and leave, or you may choose to trust me and stay. I will gradually achieve my goals, and you will be recognized as founding heroes. As for Ronnie, I can change his fate." The three men looked at each other, unsure what decision to make. Jalen's words sounded far-fetched, yet ignoring him might mean missing out on something real. Listening to him felt like he lacked the power to back up his claims since he was just one person. In the end, Emmanuel clenched his teeth and said, "There's no venture without risk. Although it's risky, it might still succeed. It all depends on human effort. If it works out, then you were right. If not, you'll share our fate. I'm in, for Ronnie's sake. I've decided to follow you, come what may." With Emmanuel leading the way, Ronnie added, "I'll follow my brother. Wherever Big Brother goes, I will follow." Cato shook his head. "Brother Qin, you're risking your life. But if a court official is willing to take such a risk, why shouldn't I? I'll go all in with you. Count me in." Seeing the three agree, Jalen was overjoyed. This was the first time he openly declared his intention to overthrow the Sui dynasty. These three people were invaluable and could influence history if missed. Thus, he took the risk to persuade these three to follow him. Hearing their commitments now filled him with joy. With the help of the three of you, great things can be achieved. Cato shuddered inwardly. This master really was unreliable, thinking four people could achieve anything. What bravery! Just then, the doors slammed open, and a voice called out, "Goodness, in broad daylight, you dare to discuss rebellion. Are you not afraid of the law?" All four were startled. Their plans had been exposed. Jalen had thought he had privacy by reserving the courtyard. Unexpectedly, someone had eavesdropped on them. Though surprised, none of them panicked. They were seasoned veterans, and Jalen's past as a soldier gave him excellent mental fortitude. They cautiously watched the door, but none moved. In walked a young man, around 20, pale-faced with a refined demeanor, his eyes cold and sharp, exuding an air of maturity despite his youth. Right behind him came Jalen's senior disciple Lucien. Jalen hadn't informed him of the plan to rebel, but unexpectedly, he had come. After they entered, Lucien said, "Little brother, you finally told the truth. I knew you wouldn't content yourself being anyone's subordinate. My guess was correct." Cold determination flashed in Jalen's eyes. "Senior brother, now that you know, what do you plan to do? Report me?" Lucien smiled and shook his head. "I was just about to step out when this gentleman arrived seeking you. I let him in and heard your conversation. He advised me not to interfere. Why hide from me? Had you told me, I would have been the first to join you. You're the only one whose destiny I cannot foresee." Realizing how the stranger got in, Jalen understood. His senior brother posed no threat now, but who was this young man? Turning to the young man, he bowed and asked, "May I ask who this gentleman is?" And Will and Ronnie were from Shandong. They knew of the illustrious Jing Zhaodu family. Jalen welcomed Lucien and Matt to sit down. Then, Lucien summoned Etienne to guard outside, ensuring no interruptions. Drawing on previous experience, they wouldn't overlook any detail. Jalen said, "I asked Reed to invite you to strengthen our ties. Yet, knowing your noble lineage, I wasn't sure if you'd come. I'm glad you did." Matt smiled. "I hold no official position, associating with whom is my personal matter, not involving my family. Don't set high hopes on this. That explains why you, from the Dou family, interact with someone of humble origins. However, I value you, not just your family background. Without you, the entire Dou family wouldn't interest me. Jalen then continued to strategize with the group, confident in the direction they would pursue. Chapter 54. Matt joins the rebellion. Matt's expression changed. He hadn't expected Jalen to value him so much, even willing to forsake the entire Dou family for him. Mr. Burrell, why do you place such high regard on me? Does the Dou family mean less to you than I do? Matt asked. Jalen thought for a moment before saying, water control can be achieved in many ways, by dredging or blocking. Which do you think is more effective? Matt replied, of course dredging is better. Water accumulates and when blocked, it may be temporarily restrained. But this implies greater floods in the future. Water flows naturally. If we guide it along its path, it will eventually reach the sea. This will ensue. Both commoners and nobles have their roles. Commoners can become powerful over time, while limiting nobles too much turns them back into commoners. Balance is key. Our goal is to overthrow the Sui Dynasty, requiring both commoners and nobles. But after achieving that, we need to think about what comes next. That means having goals and principles. I see value in Mr. Dou not because he's from the Dou family, but because he's Matt, an insightful and capable individual. With his help, my ideas for governance can be realized. Upon hearing this, Matt stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, sir, for esteeming me so highly. I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly, until death. Jalen hurriedly lifted him up. Ruhue, there's no need for such formalities. Let's share our fortunes and misfortunes together. We will remain loyal and successful together. Honor and shared success, everyone echoed. After finishing their vows, Bertrand asked, younger brother, we're ready to follow you. But we have no money, no followers, no land. What should we do next? Others thought it was a problem. Having lofty ideals without any tangible resources wouldn't suffice. Ideals can't feed you. Jalen knew that if they were to follow him, he needed to provide for them beyond just inspiring words. So he smiled and said, I've already planned this out. The solution is to join the Sui Dynasty. We lack everything, but the Sui Dynasty has it all. We need to turn their resources into ours. Matt laughed. Clever, very clever. Bertrand nodded approvingly, but Cato and Emmanuel were baffled. As military men, they excelled in leading troops but lacked understanding in governance. Cato scratched his head. Aren't we planning to overthrow the Sui Dynasty? Why join them? If we lack resources, raising an army would attract many supporters, and then we could attack cities. Matt shook his head. There are many rebels thinking the same way. How can we compete? The Sui Dynasty is still legitimate. Many would resist its downfall. Facing them would leave us at a disadvantage. Without an advantage, we'd be doomed. But if we join the Sui, money, followers, and land will be provided by them. We can exploit these resources and fight under the banner of legitimacy. Even if we lose battles, the Sui will replenish us. If we aim for the throne, we'll eventually confront these rebels anyway. Why not use the Sui banner first to eliminate some of them? After his explanation, Emmanuel and others finally understood, praising it as a brilliant strategy. Jalen continued, using the Sui's legitimacy to develop. Once the time is right, we can declare independence, becoming unbeatable. He said, Master, use your reputation as a diviner to stay here as an inside source. Generals Qin and Niu, return to the Shandong army to await the opportunity. Ruhue and General Niu will join me in entering government. You will assist me and remain close. Agreed. Everyone concurred. Bertrand asked, younger brother, how do we join the Sui? Are we supposed to seek office ourselves? I don't understand how we can enter the court. Jalen laughed. My good master, why should we beg? People will soon seek us out. Matt added, Taoist Yuan, didn't you notice? Your arrival in Chang'an has made you a subject of interest among various factions. Once someone asks for your divination, your rise to prominence is assured. Ah, now I see. No wonder we caused such a stir. Then I'll continue being the greatest diviner. Haha. Jalen raised his cup. Let's drink to this. When you leave, if questioned, just say our predictions are incredibly accurate. Soon, someone will come seeking us. Cheers. They drank heartily. Chapter 55. Base's frustration. After drinking for a while, Jalen feared arousing suspicion and asked everyone to disperse. He would wait for the right moment to meet again. After Matt, Emmanuel, and others left, they were in. Thus, he ordered the soldiers to disperse the crowd and then forcibly entered, ordering the arrest of Jalen and Yuan Tianga. Suspecting that a high-ranking official wanted to see them, Jalen and Bertrand offered no resistance and allowed themselves to be taken. Note: for consistency in character names, Yuan Tiangong should be Bertrand throughout the text. The commoners, unaware of what happened, gathered around when they saw the divine soothsayer being arrested, following them all the way back to Su's residence. Base waited inside for news. Suddenly, he heard commotion outside and went out to investigate personally. Upon seeing Jalen and Bertrand being brought back by his attendant, Base was furious. Damn it, I just wanted to keep a low profile, not cause trouble or attract attention. I merely wished to seek my fortune. The edited version ensures that the name, Yuan Tiangong, is correctly written as Bertrand, for consistency and accuracy in terminology. It also ensures the sentence flows naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. But now, the whole city knows I sought a divination. The emperor already mistrusts me. How will this misunderstanding be resolved? A private divination was now impossible. I need to invite Enzo and Lincoln for a joint reading to clear any suspicions. The attendant reported back quickly, expecting rewards, but instead received slaps and was ordered to invite Enzo and Lincoln. Confused, he walked off grudgingly. Base, not daring to meet Jalen and Yuan Tiangong alone, ordered that they be temporarily placed in a side room. Note: for the sake of consistency and natural fluency, Yuan Tiangong should be Yuan Tiangong to maintain proper noun capitalization. However, without the full translation to ensure context, I kept the original name styling as much as possible. For a more fluent read, consider Base, unwilling to meet Jalen and Bertrand alone, ordered them to be temporarily held in a side room. Shortly, Enzo and Lincoln arrived. Both military officers, known for their honesty and straightforwardness, they especially esteemed Lincoln's impartiality. There was a saying among the people, better eat 3 bushels of wormwood than see Tutu guy. Better eat 3 bushels of leeks than encounter Lincoln. Clearly, Lincoln was highly respected for his integrity. These two looked down on base, believing him sycophantic and contributing nothing to the state. Though both in Chang'an as custodians, they seldom interacted beyond military matters. When base sent for them, they assumed urgent affairs and rushed over. Arriving at Su's residence and seeing many people outside, Lincoln asked base, Abdur Su, what happened? Did the Tujue invade? Base waved his hand, reassuring, General, no such thing. Enzo questioned, what exactly are you summoning us for? His face showed displeasure. Base sighed, Generals, the nation isn't at peace. You know rebels oppose the court everywhere. Despite reports to the emperor, he listens only to flattery, ignoring reality and persisting in attacking Goguryeo. Worried, I brought 2 soothsayers for national divination. Lincoln, enraged, slapped the table. Base, indulging in nonsense while neglecting national worries. Your laziness and empty post. How did you even become an imperial censor? Enzo, though less explosive, also criticized, Abdur Su. Isn't this ridiculous? Believing fortune tellers' tales, nothing more than scams. Base's face alternated between red and white. He thought, damn, I didn't want to invite you. But due to the attendants' mishandling causing uproar, what choice do I have? But since they were here, he had to smile and respond. Generals, don't get upset. I'm also thinking of the nation. These 2 soothsayers are currently trending in the capital, sought after by noble families. I brought them here to listen. If they're nonsensical, we can kill them to prevent further chaos. Enzo asked, are these 2 the ones residing at Tianyi Tower? Yes, precisely, Base said, relieved. General, have you heard of them? A little. They've certainly stirred too much attention. Abdurance, you've caught them. Let's hear what they 5. Frustrated Base. After drinking for a while, Jalen feared arousing suspicion and asked them to disperse. He would wait for the right opportunity to meet again. Once Matt, Emmanuel, and the others left, they were indeed probed from various sides about their interactions with the divine fortune tellers. These individuals couldn't stop praising how accurate the diviners' predictions were. Despite never having met the diviners before, these predictions detailed their pasts perfectly. Although the future predictions had yet to be verified, they firmly believed that they wouldn't be wrong. With the promotion by these individuals, especially the child prodigy Matt from the Jing Zhaodu family, Jalen and Bertrand became famous in Chang'an. People came one after another to seek their fortune-telling services, including the sons of prominent noble families. When Chief Censor Base heard this news, he thought to himself, it seems these 2 indeed have some skills. I should bring them over to have my fate predicted. In recent years, the rift between me and the Emperor has deepened. Eben Hurley no longer trusts me. This time during the Eastern Inspection Tour, I wasn't even included. Although he gave me the position of Chief Minister in charge of the capital's defense, it's clear he's keeping his distance from me. If this continues, my status won't be secure. Thinking about this, he instructed his attendant, go bring those 2 new fortune tellers into the mansion. I have questions for them. The attendant dared not delay, hurriedly going to Tianyi building to find Bertrand. Upon arrival, he saw crowds of people waiting outside, tightly packed together. Upon inquiry, he learned they were all waiting for their turn to consult the fortune tellers. If you wanted a prediction, you had to queue up. The attendant thought, if I join the queue, who knows when I'll get through. Abdur Su is still waiting for an answer. Perhaps it's better to disperse the crowd. So, he ordered his soldiers to disperse the crowd and stormed inside. He then commanded the arrest of Jalen and Bertrand. Suspecting that some powerful figure wanted to see them, neither resisted and let themselves be taken away. Unaware of what was happening, people became even more curious when they saw the fortune tellers being arrested and followed them back to Su Mansion. Base was waiting at home when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He personally went out to check what was happening. Seeing the attendant return with Jalen, Base felt like reprimanding him. Damn it. I wanted to keep a low profile and not attract attention. All I wanted was a private fortune reading. Instead, you've stirred up the entire city. Now, everyone in Chang'an knows I consulted a fortune teller. The Emperor already suspects me. What if he misunderstands now? A private session might be impossible now. I must invite Enzo and Lincoln to join us in a reading to clear my suspicions. The attendant, expecting praise for bringing the fortune tellers so quickly, received instead a slap across the face and an order to fetch Enzo and Lincoln. Perplexed, he left, harboring resentment. Afraid to meet Jalen and Bertrand alone, Base had them temporarily placed in a side room. Soon, Enzo and Lincoln arrived. Both were former military officers known for their straightforward nature. Lincoln, especially, was known for his fairness and impartiality, earning him the saying, I'd rather eat 3 buckets of wormwood than meet Tutu guy. I'd rather eat 3 buckets of onions than encounter Lincoln. This showed how just Lincoln was. These 2 men did not respect Base, viewing him as opportunistic and sycophantic, contributing nothing to the state. Despite being co-residents in Chang'an, they rarely interacted except for military affairs. Thinking Base summoned them for urgent matters, they rushed over. Arriving at Su Mansion and seeing the crowd outside, they hurried in, with Lincoln asking, Abdur Su, what's happening? Are there Turks invading? Base waved his hand, replying, General, don't worry, there's nothing like that. Enzo asked, why have you called us here? His face showed displeasure. Abdurgang, Base said, Generals, our country is unstable. You know there are rebels opposing the court everywhere. Reports have been made to His Majesty, but he believes rumors and refuses to believe these facts. He insists on attacking Goguryeo, disregarding reality. Worried about the situation, I brought in these 2 fortune tellers to predict the country's future. Enraged, Lincoln slapped the table. Base, do you have nothing better to do? Instead of worrying about the nation, you focus on fortune telling? This is a waste of your position. How did you become a censor? Enzo, though less fiery, added, Abdur Su, isn't this reckless? Believing in charlatans is pointless. They only care about money. Base's face turned red with embarrassment. He thought, damn it, I didn't want to involve you. If not for the guard causing such a stir, I wouldn't need you. But since you're here, he smiled. Generals, please calm down. Isn't this also for the country's sake? The most popular fortune tellers in the capital now are these two. Many influential families consult them. I brought them here to listen to their predictions. If they spout nonsense, we can kill them to prevent chaos in the capital. Enzo asked, are these the same two at Tianyi building? Yes, precisely them, Base replied joyfully. Have you heard of them? I've heard a bit. They've caused quite a fuss. Abdurrance, you've brought them. Let's hear what they say, Enzo said. With his consent, Lincoln had little choice but to comply. Delighted, Base immediately ordered Jalen and Bertrand brought in. Lincoln had his soldiers disperse the crowd at the entrance, which suited Base. In the side room, Jalen and Bertrand sat bound but unharmed, guarded by soldiers. Jalen nodded to the guard. Soldier, your face shines brightly. You seem destined for good fortune. Let my senior brother give you a reading. Hashtag chapter 56, the shock trio. There were over a dozen guards watching over Jalen and Bertrand, with Jalen engaging the head guard. This leader was in his 30s, slender and wiry, with narrow eyes that resembled slits. Upon hearing Jalen's words, he beamed and said, I've long wanted to have you fortune tellers read my future, but there are always so many people at your place, and your fees are quite steep. I can't afford it. Jalen replied, I see we're fated to meet. This reading will be on the house, not a single coin. All you need to do is tell me where we are and why we were brought here. Ah, so that's what you want to know? Abdurple enough. This is the residence of Governor Base. He did indeed want you for a reading, but the men he sent caused too much commotion, so now he's afraid to consult you. He sent messengers to find ministers Enzo and Lincoln, intending for all three of us to ask you together. There, now you know everything I do. Mr. Fortune Teller, can you tell me when I'll get a promotion? Jalen finally understood why they had been brought here, and then detained without questioning. It made sense. Having multiple people ask questions together saved time and effort. He gestured for Bertrand to give the guards their readings. Bertrand, acting as a sage, gave convincing readings despite some bluffs. The guards were thoroughly pleased. At this moment, someone from Base's entourage arrived, leading Jalen and Bertrand to the main hall. Seeing the two still bound, Lincoln remarked, untie them. Can two con men really fly away? What's the point of keeping them tied? Jalen, with his hands bound behind him, retorted, General, you misunderstand. We are not mere con men but disciples of the Kunlun sect, and we came here willingly. If we had resisted, your men wouldn't have captured us. Lincoln glared at him. So, you don't think you can fight back? Let me see what you can do. Jalen knew he faced Base, Lincoln, and Enzo. To gain military rank, he feigned ignorance and deliberately exaggerated. With a powerful grunt, he broke free of his bindings. Swiftly drawing a thunderwood staff from his waist, he aimed for Lincoln's throat, twisting it expertly. His movements were lightning fast, catching everyone off guard. Lincoln, a seasoned general, instinctively dodged and drew his sword to parry. Yet, no matter how he maneuvered, the thunderwood stayed relentless, targeting his throat. Even his sword couldn't cut through the unassuming wooden staff. Within seconds, cold sweat drenched his shirt. Just as the guards reacted, Jalen had already pinned Lincoln with his thunderwood. The guards hesitated, wary of harming their own. Subdued by Jalen, Lincoln snarled, Rebel, what do you want? How dare you attack an imperial official? Jalen retracted his staff, bowed deeply, and apologized. My deepest apologies for the misunderstanding. The guards, seeing his weapon down, rushed to seize Jalen again. Lincoln barked, enough. You incompetent fools. If he wanted to harm me, he would have done so already. Base and Enzo approached, asking after Lincoln's well-being. Base, a civil servant unfamiliar with such events, trembled visibly. Enzo, being a martial general, remained composed. Lincoln waved them off. Nothing serious. He didn't hurt me. He praised Jalen. Impressive skills, young man. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Though it was a surprise attack, it impressed me. Who are you both? Jalen replied calmly, finding out our names is easy, but first, tell us who you are. Lincoln laughed heartily. We are high-ranking officials. He is Base, this is Enzo, and I am Lincoln. Pretending to be newly informed, Jalen feigned surprise and bowed again. This is Jalen, and this is my senior brother Bertrand. We hail from the Kunlun Mountains, having learned various arts, aiming to serve the court. But given our humble origins, we fear our talents won't be recognized. So we acted boldly, yet my brother excels in divination and strategy, while I master martial and literary arts, aspiring to be a general. Lincoln was delighted, telling Base, you've brought back capable individuals. As for Fushi's abilities, I'll take Jalen. Before Base could respond, Enzo interjected, Autry, can you decide this alone? I think Jalen is impressive and should join me in battle. Lincoln glared, and you're competing for him? Both coveted Jalen, ready to argue over him. Base, sensing the brewing dispute, quickly intervened. Generals, please calm down. We still need to assess Jalen's strategies and let His Majesty decide his future. For now, let's discuss calmly. Chapter 57. This war is bound to fail. Caleb and Enzo stopped arguing when they heard Base say so, but their eyes were full of admiration for Jalen. Base ordered the ropes binding Bertrand to be untied and asked, your junior brother said you're the divination master. Is that true? Jalen gave Bertrand a nod, indicating he should exaggerate without fear, best if he could convince them all. Bertrand flicked his sleeves, placed his hands behind his back, and proudly said, indeed, I can foresee 500 years into the past and 500 years into the future. Astronomy, geography, yin yang, bagua, star divination, I Jing, and the 8 trigrams of King 1 are all deeply etched in my mind. After some thought, Base glanced at Caleb and Enzo and asked, then tell me, what is my fortune like in the future? Bertrand sized him up from top to bottom and replied, judging by your facial features, your rank will rise further, though not greatly. Moreover, you will return to your hometown and enjoy your twilight years. Initially, Base felt disappointed as returning home meant losing all official positions. But then he realized that being able to still receive promotions at his age and eventually die peacefully would indeed be a perfect end. Thus, he became elated again and asked, "Very well, dying peacefully means all's well that ends well. What about these two generals?" Enzo and Caleb perked up their ears. Ancients believed in omens and liked to divine before doing anything. Initially, they did not believe in Jalen's and Bertrand's abilities and were quite against divinations. However, after witnessing Jalen's prowess, they now looked forward to hearing from Bertrand. After observing them for a while, Bertrand said, "Autry still has great deeds ahead and will meet a peaceful end. As for General Yin, although he will also be promoted, he may die in battle." Jalen had once researched Caleb and Enzo and knew that their fates largely aligned with what Bertrand predicted. It seemed his senior brother did have some genuine abilities. Caleb and Enzo reacted very differently. One was delighted while the other grew sorrowful. Enzo's mood plunged instantly. Jalen interjected, "My lord, there's no need for despair. Although the divination says this, actions make the difference. I know a way to change this fate. Perhaps I can help General Yin overcome this difficulty." "Really?" Enzo immediately perked up. "Certainly. How can I dare deceive a general? However, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed too early. The time isn't right yet. I cannot provide assistance now. But when will it be the right time?" "In 5 years. In 5 years, we'll meet again in Chang'an, and I'll definitely help you then." "5 years? Do I really have to wait 5 years?" Enzo asked. "Yes." "Haha, enough. That means I can do whatever I want for the next 5 years without the danger of death." Enzo's reasoning was unique. Upon hearing that Jalen would help him in 5 years, he instantly concluded he was safe for the next 5 years and got excited. Caleb couldn't stand it and retorted, "Don't be smug. If the prediction is inaccurate, you'll lose your head. Go away. If it's wrong, you won't get a peaceful end either. You might also get beheaded." The two were about to fight again when Base hastily intervened. "Gentlemen, stop fighting. Yuan Seer has divined for all of us but hasn't yet for the state. Let's hear what he predicts for our nation's future." Caleb and Enzo ceased fighting, staring intently at Bertrand, eager to hear about the fate of the Sui Dynasty. Bertrand shook his head and said, "A country's destiny is too grand for any fortune teller to predict accurately. This I cannot foresee." Disappointment showed on Base's face, but he understood that Bertrand wasn't incapable, but rather dared not reveal such information, lest he be punished for speaking out. "Then, mister, what do you predict for the Emperor's expedition to Goguryeo?" Bertrand simply stated, 10 go, 3 return, and refused to elaborate, remaining silent no matter how they questioned him. This ambiguous phrase could mean various things. Literally, it could mean going out in October and returning in March, or 10 people leave and only 3 come back, or 10 depart and 7 return. Any interpretation was possible, clearly signaling Bertrand's reluctance to answer. Caleb said, "You're too evasive. Not a bit revealing. Let's hear what the junior brother has to say." Base and Enzo turned to look at Jalen. Jalen knew his senior brother intended this. Being a diviner, predicting 2 clearly made one an easy target for attack. Nobody wanted someone who could foretell the nation's fate because it was too terrifying. If everything could be predicted, the Emperor's power would be nullified. Predicting the state's fortune, if told to anyone, should only be the Emperor to prepare accordingly. Others should not know. Also, this opportunity was left to him. Jalen, not claiming to be a diviner but analyzing events logically, was less likely to invite trouble. At most, he'd be accused of discussing politics recklessly. Giving these officials an analysis would help him gain favor rapidly. Without hesitating, he bowed respectfully and said, "Abdurance the honorable lords ask. I will boldly offer my analysis. If anything seems amiss, please bear with me." Enzo, needing Jalen's help, responded amiably, "Speak freely. We'll treat it as jest. No one will repeat it outside." Jalen stated, "According to my analysis, this war is bound to fail, with no room for turning things around." Upon hearing this, Base, Caleb, and Enzo exchanged incredulous glances, finding it hard to accept since they had never considered the possibility of failure. Caleb remarked, "Isn't that statement too bold? Our Sui army is mighty, with 1,000,000 armored soldiers. Goguryeo is just a small country. How can it withstand our forces? We should sweep through easily." Jalen shook his head and replied, "Autry, you're mistaken. This is my first point in judging why the Sui must fail. Overconfidence among troops and generals. May I ask both generals, who in this expedition knows the specific conditions of Goguryeo, its population, number of soldiers, mountain ranges, rivers, where plains lie, where mountains are located, which places are suitable for ambushes, and which can be defended? Does anyone in the Sui army know or value this information?" These pointed questions left Caleb, Base, and Enzo speechless, unable to respond. ##### Chapter 58. Analyzing the reasons. Base, Axel, and Edmund exchanged glances, and all shook their heads. Although the Sui dynasty was preparing to attack Goguryeo, no one had actually studied Goguryeo in depth. The general consensus throughout the Sui court was that Goguryeo was merely a small territory. Once the Sui army arrived, they would surely surrender without resistance. Seeing their expressions, Jalen continued, "In war, overconfidence is one of the greatest pitfalls. Now it's not just the soldiers who are arrogant. The generals have also become complacent. Without clear-headed thinking, how can we avoid defeat? Moreover, underestimating Goguryeo is just one reason for potential failure. Secondly, speed is of the essence in warfare. Warfare is about deception and secrecy. When preparing for battle or deploying troops, everything should be done discreetly. But now, even before our forces have been mobilized, the news has spread far and wide that the Sui dynasty is set to attack Goguryeo, and half a year has passed without any action. With so many problems, the Sui army's defeat seemed inevitable. But how could they prevent such a disaster? Axel asked, "Jalen, how can the Sui army avoid this defeat?" Jalen responded softly, "It's simple. Uncertainty about the enemy isn't the main issue. We can adapt as we go. The Sui army consists of seasoned warriors with proven combat ability. As long as our troop deployments are strategic, there is proper coordination, and logistics are secure, we can take Goguryeo steadily. He leaned forward slightly. The key is to ensure that Claude does not meddle. Leave military matters to professionals. Let him hear victory reports from the capital, but don't let him participate in the campaign. If we can achieve this, the expedition against Goguryeo will succeed. Hearing this, the three men deflated. They had all tried to persuade Hurley not to lead the campaign personally, resulting in their assignment to remain in the capital. Hurley's response was clear. If they wouldn't go, he wouldn't take them at all. Now, after listening to Jalen, they secretly felt relieved they weren't going to Liaodong, where survival was uncertain. But they couldn't show it openly. They sighed. We've all advised him, but the emperor didn't listen. He kept us here, and we have no choice. Jalen replied. There's nothing more that can be done unless the emperor doesn't go to Liaodong. Otherwise, defeat is certain. Edmund stroked his beard. If you two could see the emperor, could you convince him otherwise? Jalen showed Army's defeat, for he was but one man, not a god. Meeting Hurley wasn't possible now, and even if he did, why would Hurley heed him? So he advised Axel et al. To save as many soldiers as possible. Axel nodded. I'll do my best. Jalen, you are truly talented, both in martial arts and strategy. Join my left Imperial Guard Army as a staff officer. How does that sound? Oldine, are you competing? Edmund glanced at Jalen and chuckled. Forget it, Axel. You lucked out this time. Let him assist you. Who knows, you might not survive this campaign. You. Axel narrowed his eyes, ready to argue. Base intervened. Enough, generals. Let's focus on advising the emperor. If we can persuade him to reconsider, that would be ideal. They ceased arguing. Base continued. Bertrand, report to the Astronomical Bureau first. Once we meet the emperor, we'll recommend you for further rewards. Jalen, since Autry has appointed you as a staff officer, report to duty. If you earn merit during this campaign, we will recommend you too. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59. Suffering from jealousy. After Jalen and Bertrand thanked the officials, they returned to Tianyi Building. Base, as one of the three highest-ranking officials remaining in Chang'an, was responsible for feeling neglected after Bertrand ignored him. He had been so obedient when packaged as a prophet, but immediately turned arrogant once he entered the Astronomical Bureau. Was he really such a failure? Jalen couldn't help but sigh deeply. The next morning, Antonio's edict arrived, and the two parted ways. Bertrand joined the Astronomical Bureau, while Jalen became a military advisor in the Left Valiant Guard. The Left Valiant Guard was part of the 12 guards, responsible for guarding the imperial city's gates. As a military advisor, Jalen was appointed a staff officer, though without a specific rank. Although Damien had ultimate authority over the Left Valiant Guard, admitting an unknown commoner created considerable pressure. After all, a staff officer was considered a mid-level officer. However, Jalen had other plans. He didn't intend to waste time here. If given the chance, he wanted to be on the front lines to gain more experience. For now, this place seemed like a haven. The Imperial Guard protecting the capital rarely encountered significant threats. Even if they went to war, they stayed close to the emperor, making it a relatively safe position. Many nobles sent their relatives here for promotion, leading to many officers simply passing the time. General Damien commanded the Left Valiant Guard, with 2 assistant generals. Shaw from the prestigious. How did this fortune teller please Autry so much? Under his arrogance grew. I understand. These are my troops after all. General Wang, why don't you introduce me to your soldiers? Let me see your abilities, Jalen suggested. Very well, staff officer. Wait here while I prepare. We'll meet at the drill field. Sure, I'll be there in half an hour. Woody left, confident he could set up a challenging scenario. Jalen smiled, anticipating whatever challenges Woody might present. An hour later, Jalen rode out, accompanied by a few aides, arriving at the vast drill field in the western part of the city. The training grounds were divided into sections, each regiment practicing separately. The Left Valiant Guard section lay in the center, where soldiers trained diligently. Note: this translation aims to retain the original tone, structure, and style while ensuring natural English flow. The names are preserved in pinyin format as requested. Chapter 60. The Wager. Jalen arrived at the military training ground of the Left Agile Way, where he first took a moment to observe. He noticed that the Left Agile Way was divided into many squads, each practicing their drills. Under the scorching sun, the soldiers' clothes were drenched in sweat. The officers had moved to rest under the shade of trees, leaving the soldiers to train alone. There was one exception. Not a single soldier in this particular squad had fallen behind, and all the officers trained with them. Leading this squad was Woody. Woody trained as hard as the soldiers, drenched in sweat, but showed no sign of needing a break. The resting officers gathered nearby, pointing at Woody and laughing at him continuously. Jalen rode his heavenly horse onto the center of the training ground, immediately capturing everyone's attention. First, he was strikingly handsome, exuding grace and charm. Second, his horse was truly magnificent, standing out among all other military horses like a king. No other horse dared to lift its head in its presence. Who is he? People around him murmured. He is the newly appointed adjutant Jalen, someone informed them. This man and his horse are both stunning. He must be quite capable, another added. What capability? I heard he's just a fortune teller from Chang'an City, known as a godly calculator. Somehow he managed to gain favor with our Autry, and was given this adjutant position. If you want to know if he will get a promotion, maybe you can ask him, yet another person chimed in sarcastically. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Indeed, looks can be deceiving. He seems to be a weakling. But what a splendid horse. How I wish I could have one like it. You, even if you sold yourself, you couldn't buy such a horse. Do you know what kind of horse that is? It's a heavenly horse, now only existing in legends. Flashed at Jalen's face. Other squads saw the commotion and turned their attention towards them. Jalen narrowed his eyes, surprised by Woody's audacity in making him lose face in public. If he didn't subdue him today, he would never be able to command this troop effectively. He shouted, "Stop it, Woody. I've been observing. You lack proper training skills and do not care for your soldiers. In this scorching weather, the soldiers are already exhausted. What purpose does such training serve? Woody replied coldly, Abdur, I've earned my rank in battle, not like you, who just joined the camp. Soldiers endure hardships to increase their chances of survival in combat. Not missing a chance to mock, he added. If you feel it's inappropriate, why don't you calculate our chances of surviving the war? I'm in charge here, and the army must obey me. Jalin retorted coldly. Ridiculous. Training like this will only produce mindless drones. Military strategy requires adaptability and foresight. Such rigid formation training lacks practical value. Were I the enemy general, I could easily disrupt your formation with just dozens of men. Woody grew anxious. Lacking tactical ability, he had risen to the rank of captain through sheer personality. This squad was Woody. Woody trained as hard as the soldiers, showing no sign of taking a break. Meanwhile, the other officers lounging under the trees laughed and mocked him. Jalin rode his red sweat horse into the center of the training ground, instantly drawing everyone's attention. First, because he was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of elegance, and second, because his steed was incredibly impressive. The red sweat horse towered above all the other military horses like a king, making them all seem inferior by comparison. Who is he? People murmured among themselves. That's Jalin, the new staff officer, someone knowledgeable explained. This man and his horse are truly remarkable, like a dragon among men. He must have some skills. What kind of skills? I heard he was a fortune teller in Chang'an, known as the Divine Calculator. Apparently, he found favor with Autry and got this position as a staff officer. If you want to know if you'll get promoted, maybe you should ask him. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into laughter. He may look good, but it seems he's a softie. But that horse, it's magnificent. Wouldn't it be great if I could have one? You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself. Do you know what that horse is? It's a red sweat horse, a legendary creature. What's a red sweat horse? How did he get one? Maybe he predicted it. The officers watched enviously, thinking the red sweat horse was wasted on Jalin. Why is he here? Someone asked. Well, isn't it obvious? To inspect his own unit. I heard he's been assigned Woody's squad. Woody? That stubborn mule? This should be interesting. Yes. Let's watch. That kid won't stand a chance against Woody. Ha ha. The officers under the trees and even the soldiers stopped their drills, all eyes on Jalin. Jalin slowly rode over to Woody, who had seen him coming but pretended not to notice. When Jalin reached him, Woody couldn't ignore him any longer. He saluted and said, Abdur staff officer, please wait over there. I will talk to you after the drill. Jalin replied, it's too hot. I see others have taken a break. Let the soldiers rest for a bit. Turning to the drilling soldiers, he added, brothers, I'm your new staff officer. You can rest now. His words were met with mixed reactions. About 50 soldiers stepped back, but the rest continued as if they hadn't heard. Woody flew into a rage, whipping those who had stopped. Get up. Did I tell you to stop? Remember, you're soldiers and must obey only your superiors, not just anyone. Each crack of the whip felt like a strike on Jalin's face. Other squads saw the commotion and turned their attention. Jalin's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect such arrogance from Woody. If he didn't assert himself today, he'd never command this unit effectively. He shouted, stop it, Woody. I've observed your methods long enough. You lack insight and training and empathy for your men. In this heat, they're already exhausted. What purpose does this serve? Woody sneered, Abdur, my rank was earned through battle. Am I not fit to train them? Enduring hardship prepares us for battle. He added sarcastically, if it displeases you, perhaps you should calculate our chances of surviving the next battle. As direct commander, my orders must be followed. Jalin retorted coldly, nonsense. Your methods will create nothing but mindless drones. War demands adaptability and foresight. Fixed drills like these are ineffective. If I were the enemy, I could scatter your formation with just a few dozen men. Woody bristled. His leadership was based on brute force, not strategy. Such criticism stung. Abdur staff officer, I've served diligently, yet you belittle me. Let's have a contest. Lead these 50 men, and I'll lead the rest. Let's see how you manage. Jalin glanced at Woody's red face, the bruised soldiers, and the watching left Frisco Way troops. He calmly replied, in warfare, there are no constant tactics. Just as water has none, gallant guard were now present at the drill field to watch. Lincoln knew that Jalin was skilled and knowledgeable, but remained uncertain about his leadership in battle. Shaw and Irwin, however, held a low opinion of Jalin, believing he had only secured his position through Lincoln's favor, intending to just go through the motions without contributing much effort. Now, this challenge presented a chance to test Jalin's true mettle, so they naturally did not want to miss it. The three generals approached the viewing stand with mixed feelings. After exchanging pleasantries, Shaw remarked, this new adjutant wants to compete against my subordinate. How does the general view this? Lincoln replied, military drills like these are common. We often conduct such exercises, nothing out of the ordinary. But this time, the adjutant is challenging 450 men with just 50. An open battlefield with no terrain advantage. Winning under such circumstances would be extremely difficult, Irwin said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Shaw chimed in, true. Anyone who would dare bet on such uneven odds must either be a genius or a fool looking to draw attention. Doesn't he realize how despised he'd be if he loses? Shaw and Irwin's remarks irked Lincoln. While he initially agreed that Jalin shouldn't have accepted such a lopsided challenge, he now felt compelled to defend him. Generals, you must know that Adjutant Burrell has proven his abilities. Both Lord Base and General Enzo have witnessed his capabilities. He must have a plan to win this. Is that so? If what you say is true, I eagerly await seeing how he will overcome such overwhelming odds. The three generals took their seats in the stands, watching from above as preparations continued below. Woody gathered his 450 men and addressed them sternly. You all heard me betting against Burrell earlier. It's a 9-to-1 ratio. If we lose here, none of you will get any rest. You'll run laps around the drill field until you drop, Too embarrassing, understand? We hear you, Abdur. Please instruct us. We'll follow your lead. Woody nodded. Good. Listen closely. We'll form a simple square formation, covering all sides. Let's see what he can do against our solid defense. Well said. We'll do as you command. I'll treat everyone to a feast afterward, with plenty of fish and meat. The soldiers cheered. Victory is assured. Meanwhile, Jalen led his 50 men to the other side. His troops looked dejected and demoralized. One soldier voiced his concerns. Adjutant, this is impossible. We're outnumbered too much. Shouldn't we concede? Sure, I have no objections. But remember, conceding means returning power to Woody and enduring even harsher treatment next time. These words ignited their resolve. Indeed, they had chosen to follow Jalen, knowing full well they wouldn't gain Woody's favor if they returned. Who knew what punishments awaited them then? Can we really win? They eyed Jalen hopefully. I am confident. If you follow my instructions, victory is certain. Can you trust me? Yes, Adjutant, we can. Let's fight. Winning means no more humiliation. Fight. Follow your orders, Adjutant. Good. That's the spirit of soldiers. No fear of the enemy. Regardless of their strength, the moon shines on the mountain ridge. Now, let me explain our plan. An hour later, both groups reappeared in the drill field, with the rest of the left gallant guard forming a perimeter around them. Outside the field, war drums thundered loudly, shaking the earth and sky. Woody sat astride his horse in the center of his 450 men, arranged in a tight square formation. This setup allowed for resistance from any direction, while also enabling quick support from other sides. Jalen's 50 men emerged, shielded by 2 large shields, advancing cautiously behind their cover. Jalen himself rode his fine steed at the rear. Woody sneered, childish tactics. Do you think shields will save you? Taste the power of my hook spears. Change formations. His men shifted positions, armed with hook spears designed to trip horses. Though Jalen's men were shielded, their legs remained exposed, an ideal target for the hook spears. Hooking one man would disrupt the formation, allowing the 400-plus men to easily nodded in agreement. You're right. Someone like him shouldn't be relied upon heavily. His timidity could waste opportunities. In real battles, such hesitation can cost lives. Damien Tong now felt disheartened about Jalen's chances. After all, there were too few variables to work with here, unlike true battlefield scenarios where smaller forces could triumph over larger ones due to various factors. Without external influences and with both sides fully acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses, it was nearly impossible for a smaller force to prevail. Yet, hearing Shaw and Irwin's comments made him seethe inwardly. On the surface, they were criticizing Woody, but in reality, they were questioning his judgment in appointing someone like Jalen and Woody. Generals, he interjected, the match isn't over yet. Don't jump to conclusions so soon. Jalen might still turn the tables. Shaw and Irwin shut their mouths but wore disdainful expressions. Jalen's and Woody's forces had been facing off for half an hour. The spectators grew impatient and started shouting, "This is so boring. What's the point of such a stalemate? Just surrender and admit defeat. You're doing a disservice to those beating the war drums. They are exhausted. Show them some mercy." Laughter erupted among the crowd at this remark. Woody also thought it should be coming to an end. He wanted to check on Jalen but couldn't see past the shields blocking his view. He decided to hold on a little longer. Surely, the generals would order the retreat soon. No need to take risks, he must persevere. As he pondered, the thunderous war drums abruptly stopped, replaced by the loud clanging of the withdrawal symbol echoing across the field. Woody's troops, already exhausted from prolonged vigilance, heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing the symbol. They looked towards Woody expectantly. Woody felt triumphant, believing the match was won. Jalen had nothing left to say, just as he prepared to call off the troops. Suddenly, 10 warhorses charged out from either side, 5 from each direction, barreling into Woody's flanks. The horsemen brandished long pikes, catching everyone off guard. Startled, Woody hadn't reacted in time. The cavalry stormed into his ranks, and the infantry, akin to mice caught by cats, offered no resistance. The hook pikes, intended to counter cavalry, had been positioned at the front, leaving the flanks vulnerable. The soldiers scrambled to evade the sudden assault, disrupting the formation. Seeing this chaos, Jalen's troops discarded their shields and charged in with a roar. Leading the charge, Jalen opened a gap in Woody's line, allowing his men to pour in. They formed a small square phalanx, using long spears effectively against all sides. Within moments, Woody's formation collapsed into disarray. His commands became ineffectually, yelling, "Burl, you cheated, using cavalry and misleading me with symbols." Jalen frowned and retorted, "Woody, you accepted the challenge and must face the consequences. War involves deceit. Did you really think I'd pit 50 men against your 500? Your lack of foresight would get you killed in a real battle. You failed to recognize my forces and couldn't detect even the simplest ambush. Who else but you would suffer defeat?" Originally, Jalen knew his 50 men would surely lose in a head-on fight. Thus, he devised this plan. He had dispatched men beforehand to prepare the horses. As infantry lacked cavalry skills, he required only basic riding proficiency to leverage speed. Additionally, one man was instructed to trigger the symbol after half an hour, simulating an order to mislead the enemy. This led to a 3-pronged assault that shattered Woody's forces. Woody, furious, snarled, "I was merciful. If I ordered a full attack, you would have lost instantly." Jalen laughed coldly. "Mercy? You couldn't tell how many men I had and still dared to attack? You were too afraid to strike first. Any attack from you would have ended faster. How could you win? In fact, I alone could have broken your lines. I used stratagem to ensure your recognition of defeat. Had you attacked, you would have met your doom. I could handle all of you alone? You brag. Let's settle this man-to-man first. Defeat me, and I'll accept your superiority." Woody lashed out like a mad dog. This translation maintains the original tone, structure, and context while ensuring fluency and clarity in English. Chapter 63, Execution. Jalen couldn't hide his intent to kill. He said coldly, "I've given you several chances already. Don't blame me for being merciless this time. If you dare to come up, I promise you won't last 3 rounds against me. The more he said this, the less Woody could control himself. Raising the large axe in his hand, he spurred his horse and charged towards Jalen. Burl remained calm, gripping the newly assembled iron-cold spear, waiting motionless for his arrival. Shaw frowned. This Woody is too unreasonable. Once defeated, he has no accountability. Such a person should never be leading an army. If I encountered someone like him, I'd definitely eliminate him. He knows nothing of advancing or retreating, and would endanger many soldiers, Erwin added. Caleb nodded. If Jalen doesn't kill Woody, I'll execute him upon return. However, this is a perfect opportunity to establish authority. I wonder if Jalen can seize it? Compassion cannot lead troops. If my soldiers were as disrespectful, I'd show no mercy, Shaw said fiercely. The surrounding soldiers were frightened by these words from the killing Jack the axe. He did so effortlessly, causing the axe to bounce high up. Woody barely held onto it. Realizing his inferior strength, Wang regretted his decision. Knowing he was outmatched, he tried to circle back to admit defeat. But as their horses crossed paths, Jalen jabbed with a swift counterstrike, aiming straight for Wang's ribs. After rigorous practice, Burl's move caught Wang off guard. Despite trying to dodge, there was no escape. A tanjiao echoed as the iron-cold spear pierced through his ribs, lifting Woody from the saddle. His riderless horse galloped away. With a flick of his spear, Burl let the corpse fall to the ground. Everyone stood dumbfounded. They had anticipated Burl's victory, but not such a decisive one. In just one move, he felled Woody, 2 moves faster than he claimed. Note, a tanjiao should be a scream, or a tanjiao echoed, to maintain fluency in English. Corrected version. A scream echoed as the iron-cold spear pierced through his ribs, lifting Woody from the saddle. His riderless horse galloped away. With a flick of his spear, Burl let the corpse fall to the ground. Everyone stood dumbfounded. They had anticipated Burl's victory, but not such a decisive one. In just one move, he felled Woody, 2 moves faster than he claimed. Cheers erupted around. These soldiers admired heroes most of all. Jalen had completely won them over. Only the new man smiles, while the old man weeps. No one cared what happened to the deceased Woody. The 3 generals in the viewing stand applauded continuously. Truly impressive. Well done. This man is both martially strong and tactically brilliant. A gift from heaven, Shaw genuinely praised. Caleb touched his neck, thinking, fortunately, he didn't want to kill me then. If he did, I wouldn't have escaped. If he grows, his potential will be boundless. I shouldn't hinder him and should try to win his favor. Bring Burl Tsinjuan to the platform, Caleb ordered. Jalen felt no guilt after executing Woody. He had given him multiple chances, yet Wang repeatedly challenged his authority. Had he spared him, staying in the army would have been impossible. Therefore, he felt no remorse. Accompanied by a messenger, he approached the viewing platform, saluting the 3 generals without hesitation. Generals, why have you summoned me? Your performance has been commendable. We discussed and wish to appoint you as a military advisor. Are you agreeable? Caleb asked. Burl thought for a moment. Receiving rewards without establishing merits seems inappropriate. Let me continue leading these 500 soldiers until I prove myself further. The 3 generals exchanged glances. The soldiers eagerly accepted his orders. Chapter 64. Shaw extends his goodwill. By the side of a secluded stream, lone orchids grow. From the depths of dense trees comes the cry of orioles. As spring tides bring evening rains in haste, at an empty ferry crossing, boats lie abandoned, free to drift. This is a poem by the Reincarnate Dynasty poet Bill, which has been revered through the ages. Bill descended from the prestigious Wei family of Jing, who were renowned alongside the Dou family, both famous for the saying, in the southern part of the city, live the West and Dus, just a few steps away from heaven, emphasizing their status. The Wei family produced 17 prime ministers during the Reincarnate Dynasty, unmatched in power and influence among all clans. Unlike the Dou family, the Wei family held immense power even during the Sui Dynasty, with countless high-ranking officials within the court. Shaw was merely a rising star in the Wei family, not yet ranking highly within it. However, Shaw was intelligent and astute, possessing great insight. Despite his lineage, he did not consider himself superior or look down on others. On the contrary, he loved making friends, was generous and had a chivalrous spirit. He noticed Jalen's exceptional talent and decided to reach out to him. Therefore, though nominally inviting Lincoln and Erwin, he actually sought to invite Jalen. The group rode horses to the Wei residence. The Wei family employed specialized chefs who prepared food better than any in outside. The Wei family compound was vast, with deep courtyards and grand architecture, hidden among green trees like a beautiful large garden. Shaw led them to where his branch of the family resided, a place that was simple and dignified, devoid of luxurious decorations. Shaw said, "My ancestor preferred tranquility, a trait passed down by my father. Thus, this place appears somewhat humble. Please forgive its simplicity." Lincoln replied, "You are too modest. If this place is humble, then mine is but a crude hut in the mountains. No need for humility. I have long admired the stature of the late Wei Friskoquan. Unfortunately, I never received his patronage." Lincoln was a generation older than Shaw and had met Wei Friskoquan, Shaw's grandfather, who was considered a legendary figure in military prowess. After some casual conversation, the servants brought out wine and food. The 4 began eating and drinking. Though it was his first time dining with the upper echelons, Jalen remained composed and graceful, exuding confidence in every gesture without any sign of unease. This impressed Shaw further. He asked, "Lieutenant Burl, where do you come from? With your abilities, it's unfortunate that you haven't risen higher." Jalen sighed, "Your Excellency, to be honest, I am of low birth and also a deserter. Hence, I've never dared to— Actually, you have done the nation a service. You risked your life for the country and deserve recognition. Abdurance, you've returned. You're back in the fold. Should anyone challenge this, I will support you. I'd like to see who would dare oppose the Wei family." Erwin added, "Yes, don't worry about this. With General Wei's word, you're safe." "Thank you for your generosity, General Wei. Allow me to toast to you. There's one more matter. Could you assist me? Of course, speak up. I'll help if I can. Shaw wasn't concerned about Jalen's issues, but feared he wouldn't ask for help, which would make recruitment difficult. Jalen understood his intentions, intentionally finding reasons for assistance, knowing that having the Wei family as a backing would make everything easier. I met a talented performer named Kato in Chang'an. He's a hero with remarkable martial skills, but once was a bandit. I want to recruit him into the army. What do you think? This isn't a problem. We welcome those who repent and wish to serve the nation. Xiutu General, can we recruit such people? Shaw turned to Lincoln. Lincoln grunted. With you speaking up, how can I refuse? Leave the unpleasant job to me? I won't do it. Woody is dead. Let Kato take his position. Lincoln was quite generous, fully supporting Jalen. Jalen thanked him again. They continued drinking until dusk, then bid farewell. As they parted, Lincoln called out to Jalen, young man, the Wei family is a towering tree. Embrace it, and your future is boundless. But remember, once you choose this tree, you lose the whole forest. Other forces will distance themselves from you, perhaps even target you. Be prepared. He spurred his horse and left, leaving Jalen in thought. Jalen nodded. Lincoln was indeed straightforward. His words might seem harsh but carried profound wisdom. Lincoln made it clear that aligning with the Wei family meant potential opposition from political rivals. But Jalen planned to use the Wei family's reputation to achieve his own goals, not pledging blind loyalty. Gaining Lincoln's support later could be beneficial. Jalen went to Chang'an's market, where Kato waited anxiously. After conveying the news, Kato punched his fist in excitement. Fantastic! We're now infiltrating the enemy's ranks. From now on, I'll follow your lead. Jalen nodded. Stay close to me, build good relations with others, and gather information for me. Don't hesitate to invest. Spending money isn't an issue. I still have resources that can sustain us for some time. However, having a patron means it's time to find ways to earn money. How else could he develop his strength? It was time to leverage the Wei family. #### Chapter 65. I have a way to make money. Jalen's performance at the military training ground spread throughout Chang'an, and various factions heard about it, all considering ways to recruit him. However, when they learned that Vane's uncertain, we can't waste too many resources on him. Those words again. Reed listened with his head lowered, veins bulging on his forehead. If not for your reluctance to spend resources, why would the Dou family decline so much? Soon, it would be surpassed by up-and-comers like the Pei, Liu, and Chui families. Yet, having just returned to the capital, he dared not speak out. Even if he did, no one would listen. He was merely a puppet thrust forward because the family had no other choice. The next morning, Jalen brought Kato to the military training ground, where Woody's 500 troops were already waiting. Despite lacking a leader, they remained more disciplined than any other soldiers. Satisfied with their performance, Jalen stood before them and said, brothers, from now on, you are my first army. Many more will follow. Work hard, and I'll ensure your rise in rank and wealth. Fail me, and don't blame me for being unforgiving. I name you Flying Eagles. You must soar like eagles in the sky, not hop around like rabbits. Even the cunning rabbit with 3 dens cannot escape the eagle's sharp talons. The soldiers were roused, shouting in unison, Flying Eagles, Flying Eagles. Their voices resonated through the air, powerful enough to rival thunderous drums. Jalen appointed Kato as their new commander and announced a martial contest to select 10 of the strongest men to become squad leaders among the 500. Excitement stirred among the soldiers, which was uncommon among noble sons, who typically saw themselves as superior. One day, over drinks, Jalen said, General Wei, I have a way to make money. Would you like to participate? Shaw asked, what method? I noticed the soldiers' clothes lack warmth. Winter approaches, and inadequate clothing will weaken their combat ability. I have a method to produce warm, comfortable clothes for the army. Shaw frowned. Merchants held the lowest social status, beneath warriors, farmers, and scholars. It was dishonorable for nobles to engage in trade. Though he was open-minded, this crossed a line. Brother Burl, you aren't short on money. Why involve yourself in such base pursuits? If you need funds, just ask me. General Wei, you underestimate this opportunity. It promises substantial profits, far more than what your family provides. Don't you feel your allowance is insufficient? Besides, we won't do it ourselves. We'll delegate to others. The prospect of wealth intrigued Shaw, who asked, how do you propose we proceed? I'll handle the production of cotton clothes. You only need to inform the army to purchase them. My clothes won't lack buyers, but I prioritize the soldiers' well-being. Afterward, I'll give you 20% of the profits. Shaw wasn't sure how much that would be, but retracting his word would be awkward, so he agreed, all right, go ahead and produce the cotton clothes. I'll notify the quartermaster, but don't get into trouble. I can't protect you if anything goes wrong. Jalen nodded, rest assured, there won't be any issues. Just wait for the money to roll in. Chapter 66, Cotton-Padded Clothes. After dealing with Shaw, Jalen began to arrange for the production of cotton-padded clothes. He was truly too poor at present. Without money, he could not accomplish anything. Although selling cotton-padded clothes wasn't the most profitable venture, it was the only thing he could do at this stage. He instructed Kato to recruit a few skillful former subordinates and teach them how to card cotton and weave fabric. These were skills from a future era that were 100 times more advanced than what existed at the time. Furthermore, cotton was only cultivated in the western border regions. There was no large-scale planting in central China, nor were there precedents for making cotton-padded clothes. His endeavor was pioneering in this respect. After learning for over 10 days, these people mastered the technique and how to build the improved weaving machines. They then returned to the mountains, purchased cotton, made weaving machines, recruited workers, and started producing cotton-padded clothes. They also cultivated land around the mountainsides, planting cotton extensively, marking their transformation from bandits to textile workers. Jalen didn't remain idle either. He focused on training the Flying Eagle army intensively, as they were soon to attack Goguryeo. If combat strength did not improve, it would be impossible. Under Woody's strict regimen, these men had almost been trained into obedience, blindly following orders. Jalen's focus was on cultivating their self-awareness and adaptability in battle, so they could react quickly and adjust formations based on enemy tactics without waiting for commands. Only by increasing reaction speed could casualties be minimized. Additionally, while these soldiers had solid fundamentals thanks to Woody's rigorous training, Jalen aimed to enhance their individual combat abilities. During battles against Goguryeo, units might become scattered, making individual capability crucial. Fortunately, Jamal gave him significant freedom, imposing no restrictions on his training methods. Thus, he took his troops into the mountains for survival training at the limits of their endurance. In the face of impending battle, this was all he could do. Though he couldn't prevent the overall defeat of the Sui army against Goguryeo, he could protect those close to him. This core group was his first line of power, and he had to ensure their safety. Days turned into weeks, winter arrived, and the cotton-padded clothes were all completed. Shah was indeed reliable. He ordered that all the army's cotton-padded clothes must come from Jalen's relatives. The Wei family wielded immense power, and the supply officer had no choice. I need to report to Autry. No problem. You can report to anyone, even the emperor. When inspecting the clothes, Hartley's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such comfortable clothes exist? The fabric and workmanship were unprecedented. The soldiers usually wore coarse linen garments layered thickly, resulting in bulky attire that offered little warmth. This new attire was warm, soft, light, and superior even to the furs worn by the wealthy. You're only selling this for 1 tael per set? Hartley probed. Yes. Do you wish to bargain? No need. Hartley shook his head vigorously. We'll take it at this price. Whatever quantity you have, I'll take it. Don't you need approval? Not necessary. Even Autry listens to me. Let's finalize the deal right away. I'll contact other supply officers afterward to order from you too. With these clothes, the soldiers won't suffer this winter. Hartley immediately sealed the deal, fearing Abel might change his mind. When he distributed the cotton-padded clothes, the left vanguard cheered. The clothes were excellent. Other supply officers, upon seeing the left vanguard's attire, quickly contacted Abel for orders. However, Abel stipulated 2 taels per set, payment up front, no credit. Venture. It's just a small-scale operation for temporary profit. In the long run, it won't earn much. Shah's eyes lit up. So, you have an even better way to make money? Of course, but not now. When the time is right, I'll definitely use it, Jalen said mysteriously. Staff Officer Burl. No, Mingxin. No, brother. Yes, you are my brother. Shah didn't know what to say anymore. Having such a financial genius by his side made him stand out in his social circle. Brother, bring me along when you get rich. From now on, I'll follow your lead in everything, he said humbly, trying to ingratiate himself with Jalen. Jalen almost burst out laughing. This Shah was too adorable. All right, I promise. But you don't have to call me brother like that. You're a general after all. What does it matter if I'm a general or not? As long as you help me make money, you're my general, and I'll be your subordinate. Shah had been desperate for money, so he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Fine, stop calling me general. But can you give me 500 warhorses? I want to train my men into cavalry. Transforming infantry into cavalry is very challenging. It might not be worth the effort. Think carefully. Shah frowned, concerned. You don't need to worry about that. I can handle the training. You were just saying anything was possible. Can't you manage this? Jalen deliberately provoked him. Shah couldn't back down. All right, I agree. Don't blame me if the training doesn't work out. Here's your order. Go collect the horses. But remember, these war horses are hard to come by. Don't mess things up. I won't forgive you if you do. Rest assured, with these horses, I guarantee I can train a formidable unit. After rigorous Jishan training should be translated to after rigorous extreme training, for it to read naturally in English. However, extreme training might not fully convey the meaning, so intensive training or grueling training could be more appropriate. Here is the edited translation. After intensive training, Jalen's 500 left Xiongwei troops had already become elite soldiers. They not only excelled in team combat but also possessed outstanding individual skills, making each soldier as effective as 5 others, especially in wilderness single combat, where they adeptly used the terrain to kill enemies. Note: I've maintained the term left Xiongwei, as it seems to be a specific military designation that doesn't have a direct English equivalent. However, when they saw the war horses, they became anxious. One brave soldier said, Abdur, we are infantry and have never trained as cavalry. We may not be able to do this. Jalen glared at him. How do you know you can't until you try? When enemies surround you, only riding can save you. Jalen decided on long spears as the standard weaponry for the Flying Eagles. With the weapons selected, he took them to the mountains for training. Winter brought cold winds, heavy snow, and endless white landscapes. Amidst this silence, the valley echoed with the neighs and shouts of men, disrupting nature's tranquility. Winter passed swiftly, and Eben Hurley issued orders for Base, Damien, and Enzo to lead 10,000 troops to Shandong to join the campaign against Goguryeo. Sure enough, as Jalen predicted, they hastily prepared for departure. By now, the Flying Eagles had transformed into a formidable force capable of fighting on horseback and dismounted combat. As everyone prepared to depart, Jalen sought Shah. General Wei, I need your help again. This winter, Shah had enjoyed his wealth and felt confident. He had shown in front of his friends and was particularly generous. Seeing Jalen, he excitedly asked, what is it? Another money-making scheme? I agree before you even speak. Just make sure to share the profits. Jalen shook his head. It's not about making money. I want to take the Flying Eagles out for training and need your approval. Training? But the army is about to set off. Where do you plan to go? You don't need to worry about that. Give me 5 days. I won't delay the army's schedule, Jalen insisted. Shah thought for a moment. All right, I agree. Grazing lands haven't grown back yet, making this the time they usually raid southward. I want to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Additionally, this is the best moment to test my training results. I want to see how capable the Flying Eagle troops are. Battling the Tujue is the perfect choice. That's great. I've had enough of these Tujue's arrogance in Longxi. This time, we can finally retaliate. The troop moved swiftly, heading straight north, nearly reaching the border. A few riders rushed from the border. These were scouts Jalen had sent out. They approached the main force and reported their findings. Jalen's expression turned grim. He stopped and addressed the flying eagles. Soldiers, we've been training non-stop without any real combat tests. Today, I've brought you here to evaluate our progress. Whether you're sheep or eagles depends entirely on your performance. The 500 men were puzzled. General, there are no enemies here. How can we engage in real combat? How can there not be? Across this land lie the territories of the Tujue. We'll attack them. But didn't His Majesty say we are friendly with the Tujue? They are our vassals, not our enemies. Is this really appropriate? Another voice of opposition emerged. Friendly? Fine. Let me show you their version of friendship. Jalen led them to a nearby village, once prosperous, now devastated with dead bodies scattered everywhere, each showing signs of extreme anguish. The village. My name is Jalen, and I promise to recruit you if you come. Don't worry about us, General. Our homes are gone, and our lives mean nothing. Killing one will break even, two will profit us. We swear to annihilate these beasts. Jalen nodded, knowing persuasion was futile. For these people, their loved ones were gone, their homes destroyed, and vengeance was their sole reason to live. Did you see this? Are these actions of friends? To protect these people, we must act. General, give the order. We follow your lead. Jalen pointed north. Scouts have confirmed a Tujue tribe 20 miles away, likely responsible for this raid. I will lead you to wipe them out, leaving no survivors. His words were deliberate, teeth gritted in rage. It was no longer a matter of evaluating training. It was time to kill. Any hesitation would not be tolerated. With bloodshot eyes, Jalen prepared for battle. Do we need disguises? Won't military uniforms raise suspicion? Someone asked. Disguises? Forget it. Raise our banners high. I want these Tujue to witness the iron will of the Sui army. Anyone who dares to invade our borders will be killed without mercy. Anyone who dares to invade our borders will be killed without mercy. The 500 voices resonated through the air. The army marched under a billowing banner, brimming with deadly intent. Jalen led 500 men towards the Tujue camp, with the surviving villagers trailing behind. 3 miles from the Tujue encampment, they ascended a hill to get a better view. Jalen and Kato observed the medium-sized tribe below, consisting of roughly 3,000 to 4,000 people, young and old, packing up tents, preparing to move on as they were nomadic. Jalen spoke to Kato and the 10 captains. Though they outnumber us, only a fraction can truly fight. If we can't handle them, we might as well bury ourselves. Nyo, take 200 men and flank them from behind, cutting off their retreat. The rest follow me. We will breach their encampment and leave none alive. Their blood will honor our people. The orders were clear. The plan was set. Battle loomed. Chapter 69. The Massacre of the Turkic Tribe. This Turkic tribe was a branch of the He-Lu clan, led by Chief Gustav. Due to inadequate winter preparations, they were struggling to survive and had set their sights on the Sui Dynasty's borders. He led his people here with the intention of plundering and then retreating into their territory. This time, they raided a village, massacring all its inhabitants and returning laden with loot. For them, this was routine. Why should the wealth of these Sui people go unclaimed? Heaven has been so unjust to us. If we don't take it, it would be foolish. This was Gustav's rationale, and he had done it many times before. Each raid ended with things against others. As Turks hesitated to strike their impaled comrades, the Falcons flung the corpses at them, creating more chaos. In the brief moment it took for the Turks to recover, spears pierced their chests again. It was a one-sided slaughter. The Turks put up no significant resistance, only met with death. Gustav couldn't fathom why such fierce retribution had come so swiftly just for killing one Sui village. Based on past experiences, Sui troops shouldn't have arrived this quickly. Yet, the flags clearly bore the Sui emblem, and these soldiers were unmistakably Sui, not hiding their identity. Where did this army come from? Furthermore, these Sui troops showed no mercy, a stark contrast to previous encounters where they spared the elderly and children. With no time to dwell on it, half of the tribe was already dead. Protecting the elderly and young was impossible now. Staying meant everyone would die. Reluctantly, Gustav ordered the warriors to retreat, abandoning their kin. Tears streaming down their faces, the Turkic warriors withdrew, swearing vengeance on the Sui. But as they retreated, another contingent of Sui troops appeared ahead, cutting down anyone in sight. Their leader wielded a large spear, striking down nearby Turks effortlessly. Seeing this, Gustav knew escape was futile. He charged towards Jalen, shouting, "Where do you Sui troops come from? Why kill my unarmed kin? They offered no resistance. Couldn't you let them live?" Jalen, with disdain, replied fluently in Turkic, "Did you show mercy when slaughtering our villagers? Did you consider sparing them? Abdurance you didn't. How can you now ask for mercy?" Gustav was baffled. Were these truly Sui troops? The fluency in Turkic seemed unusual, perhaps an enemy tribe disguised as Sui. Could these be imposters? When had the Sui developed such formidable cavalry? His thoughts were interrupted as Jalen spurred his horse forward, raising his cold steel spear and thrusting it at Gustav's throat. Skilled in spear techniques, particularly in thrusting, Burl's attack seemed slow yet impossible to evade. Gustav couldn't dodge. He tried blocking with his saber, which shattered upon impact while the spear remained unharmed. Knowing it was over, before he could cry out, the spear pierced his throat. Burl lifted him onto the spear and hurled him at a flagpole, where his body hung lifeless, swaying like dried meat in the wind. With their chief killed, the remaining Turks lost all resolve. Their warriors dropped their sabers and knelt, begging for mercy. After the carnage, about 1,000 survived, including 200 fighters who had laid down their weapons. Surrounding the captives, Kato asked, "Colonel, what should we do next?" "Kill them all, every last one," Jalen stated firmly. "But they've surrendered. It's bad luck to slay those who surrender. Please reconsider," a daring captain advised. Jalen remained unmoved. "When they slaughtered our people, did they think twice about sparing lives? Those villagers offered no resistance either. If you pity the enemy, you'll ultimately harm yourself. He looked back at the surviving villagers approaching the battlefield, their faces filled with grief and rage. These are your enemies. Take up your spears and kill them. Whoever kills the most can join me. If you can't bear it, leave. Kill. The villagers' eyes blazed with fury as they attacked the Turkic captives. Translation completed with the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text, maintaining the tone and style. ####Chapter 70. Return from the City of Blood. Perhaps realizing that resistance was futile, the people of the He Lu tribe faced death calmly. Among Turkic tribes, it was common for the defeated to be massacred by the victors due to limited resources. One more person meant one more mouth to feed. The victor takes all. The conquered lose everything. After these people of the He Lu tribe were killed, Jialen ordered their burial. The dead should not be further disgraced. He counted the number of soldiers in the Flying Eagle Corps and found none missing. The He Lu tribe had been utterly stunned and offered no effective resistance. This battle matured the Flying Eagle Corps completely. Only soldiers who have seen blood can truly be considered soldiers. They could now endure life and death on the battlefield. After handling this, Jialen distributed some of the He Lu tribe's wealth to the villagers, urging them to rebuild their homes. Those willing to join the army could stay. This time, he obtained countless cattle, sheep, and war horses from the He Lu tribe. As spoils of war, he ordered a register to be made and brought everything back. With victory ringing, they returned to Chang'an. At this time, the troops stationed in Chang'an were preparing to set out. Shaw anxiously inquired about Jalen's whereabouts, but no one could say where he had gone. The three generals of the left Valiant Guards gathered to discuss this matter. Lincoln, responsible for overall affairs in Chang'an, had entrusted matters of the left Valiant Guards to Shaw. It was only just now that he learned about this incident. Lincoln frowned, nearly losing his temper. However, since Shaw belonged to the Wei family, he couldn't easily reprimand him. He wasn't worried that Jalen would flee. What worried him was whether Jalen might encounter unexpected trouble. Erwin shook his head and said, "General, there has been no recent conflict or enemy, yet these 500 men vanished. I suspect they are afraid of battle and have hidden somewhere." His words were tactful but clear. They had deserted and refused to serve the country. Shaw, feeling downcast, still raised his head to object. "No, I trust Jalen's character. He wouldn't do such a thing. He asked for 5 days, and if he didn't return after 5 days, it must have been an emergency." Hearing emergency, Lincoln's large eyes bulged at Shaw. "You knew there might be an emergency, so why did you let him go?" Shaw tried to explain but couldn't find the words. How could he have known an emergency would occur? He was not a prophet. Lincoln realized his question was unfair and changed the subject. "Have all those sent to search returned?" Erwin replied, "All except those searching northward have returned with no news." North? That's Eastern Turkic territory. Could he have attacked the Eastern Turks? Lincoln mused aloud. That's impossible. 500 men attacking the Eastern Turks? And none of these left Valiant Guards have seen combat. Wouldn't that be suicide? Erwin retorted. If they went anywhere, it would be to surrender. Surrender? Flee? Can't you speak more favorably instead of always guessing ill of others? Lincoln finally burst out, venting his anger on Erwin. Erwin had no response, sitting sulking in silence. He thought, the facts are obvious. Would ignoring them change anything? Just then, someone reported, "General, the scouts sent north have returned. They bring news of Jalen." "Bring them in quickly," Lincoln urged. Soon, a military captain named Rashad entered, saluted, and stood before them. Shaw eagerly asked, "What happened? Tell us quickly." Rashad excitedly replied, "Generals, Jalen led 500 men to the border, slaughtering the Eastern Turkic He Lu branch. Over 4,000 enemies were slain. Now, he is returning to Chang'an with the spoils of war." "Really? This young man is something. 500 against 4,000. What were our losses?" "General, reportedly there were no casualties," Rashad said. "What? Impossible. How did he achieve that?" The three were astounded. To know that the Turks were cavalry while the Sui forces mainly comprised infantry, the threat posed by cavalry was lethal. In past battles, the Sui army relied on superior numbers to defeat the Turks, or defended using deep ditches and high walls to repel the Turkish cavalry. Rarely had there been successful preemptive strikes with fewer forces winning. Although Jalen led cavalry, these men had never been in battle. How could they kill 4,000 without a single casualty? "He slaughtered an entire tribe, including women and children," Rashad added. "Let's go to the North Gate and see," Lincoln said. Hearing this, he felt a sense of foreboding. Jalen had caused trouble. Eben Hurley, demonstrating the Sui army's benevolence, forbade harming Turkic and Western region civilians. They were to be won over through diplomacy rather than slaughter. Now this young man had exterminated an entire tribe. Wasn't this against Eben Hurley's orders? At the North Gate, Lincoln saw Jalen returning with immense spoils. Thousands of cattle, hundreds of horses, drawing crowds of onlookers. Jalen sat atop his horse, waving to the cheering crowd. Even his 500 Flying Eagle soldiers wore victorious smiles. Lincoln spurred his horse forward, stopping Jalen. "Jalen, what happened? Where have you been these days?" "I respectfully report, General, I led my men to the border to fight the enemy. These soldiers had never seen battle. I wanted them to experience it and become true warriors," Jalen answered. Behind him, his soldiers raised their lances and shouted, "Kill the enemy." Lincoln nodded approvingly. "Well done. You deserve commendation." But then his face darkened. "But tell me, did you massacre a Turkic tribe, even killing women and children?" Shaw signaled Jalen urgently behind him, telling him not to admit it until they returned to headquarters. However, Jalen, as if unaware, readily admitted, "Yes, General. I killed everyone in the tribe, old and young alike." A gasp went through the crowd. He had returned having exterminated an entire tribe. He was practically a butcher. Translation notes. Maintained paragraph structure and line break. Did you conceal your identity, making others think it was done by bandits, thereby hiding the identity of the Sui army? Shaw hoped that if Jalen said he pretended to be a bandit, then he could help smooth things over. To his surprise, Qiuran calmly replied, "No, I did not hide anything. The Sui flag has always been flying high, and I made sure the Turks knew this was an act of the Sui army." Behind him, the 500 flying eagle soldiers showed signs of fervor, filled with admiration for him and pride as soldiers of the Sui dynasty. They shouted together, "Great Sui! Invincible Great Sui! Long live! Long live!" At this moment, Damien's eyes turned red. He could tolerate Qiuran going to the border without permission and fighting the Turks, but he could not tolerate such cruelty, killing civilians for military glory. "Bring him in for immediate execution," he bellowed angrily. The soldiers on either side came forward to seize Qiuran, but he sat on his horse and used his cold iron spear to push them back. He calmly asked, "Commander-in-Chief, what crime have I committed? Why must I be arrested?" Deep down, he understood very well but deliberately asked this question. Damien said, "What crime? In warfare, harming the innocent is the greatest sin. You have hurt the defenseless women and children of the Turks, which is unpardonable." "Oh, harming women and children is the greatest sin. Then the ones I killed were all murderers who invaded our borders, slaughtered our people, and massacred entire villages. I merely killed criminals. What crime have I committed?" "What do you mean?" Damien paused, startled. Neither Shaw nor Irwin had heard of this incident. The surrounding citizens looked enraged when they learned that their fellow countrymen had been massacred. Reporting to Commander-in-Chief, "These Turks looted our borders and slaughtered everyone in the village after the plunder. Only a few survived. Avenging them, how could I be at fault? Whoever offends the Great Sui shall be punished, no matter how far away they are. I wanted them to know that harming the people of the Great Sui comes with consequences. I want the Sui flag to fly over the grasslands. The Great Sui shall not be humiliated. Its people shall not be killed." Qiuran's words were firm and resounding. The citizens watching felt a surge of pride. They revered Qiuran wholeheartedly, their eyes filled with fervor. In their hearts, Qiuran was their savior who truly protected their interests. A few citizens walked out from behind the soldiers and knelt before Damien, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Commander-in-Chief, if anyone must die, let it be us. We were the ones who killed those Turks, not General Goguryeo, and did not want to provoke the Eastern Turks into sabotaging the rear. So he mediated. Forget it, the main culprit is dead. Let's drop the matter. It's just a lesson. If it happens again, we'll invade the Turks and leave no one alive." The envoy bowed repeatedly, saying, "It won't happen again." He dared not utter another word. Seeing things were winding down, Enzo said, "Disperse now. Bring these spoils back to camp and record them." As everyone dispersed, citizens continued shouting Qiuran's name, unwilling to leave. Afterwards, Base, Damien, and Enzo discussed and decided not to reward or punish Qiuran. While he achieved military success, he violated Eben Hurley's decree. Moreover, slaughtering surrenderers brought bad luck, and encouraging such behavior was undesirable. Rewarding him might imply endorsement of indiscriminate killings. To warn other generals, they decided against rewarding him. Damien conveyed this decision to Qiuran, who smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. His training objective had been achieved, and rewards were secondary. This experience also led to an unexpected benefit. He could recruit soldiers. To compensate him, Damien allowed him to enlist survivors, and gave him recruitment rights within certain limits to freely assemble troops under his command. Chapter 72. Re-encounter with the Zoroastrian sect. The authority to recruit soldiers could be wielded extensively or minimally. Though it was strictly controlled in numbers, it marked a promising start. Qiuran garnered significant attention this time. The spoils he brought back replenished the Sui army. Now, not only did the left Valiant Guard but all other military units know of his reputation. Seizing the opportunity, Qiuran recruited Matt as a civilian clerk under him to assist with matters. Abdurance Matt was still young. The Dou family tacitly approved of his decision to follow Qiuran. Moreover, they had always intended to curry favor with him and finally found their chance. This move significantly boosted the prestige of Qiuran's Flying Eagle army, attracting even the prodigies from the Dou family. As a result, numerous noble families like the Wei, Wang, Chui, etc., began sending their members ostensibly to hone skills but truly to establish ties with Qiuran. Qiuran couldn't refuse them outright, so he accepted each one with a clear message. Anyone joining must be treated equally without special privileges. If they couldn't comply, they would be dismissed or leave voluntarily. These families assured adherence to orders and promised no trouble. He asked Kato to properly accommodate these people. Kato understood his intent and gave them strict treatment, trying to drive them away. However, these individuals held firm, unwilling to leave despite the rigorous training. Realizing the futility of expulsion, Qiuran resolved to find another way. The army embarked on its journey, marching day and night towards Zhuo command aimed for greater influence. Capitalizing on Hurley's planned attack on Goguryeo, he wanted to infiltrate the military. Not daring to reveal their identity, they sought Qiuran, knowing he held office in the Sui army. Understanding the Zoroastrian sect's intentions, Qiuran appreciated their formidable combat prowess, which would benefit his campaign in Liaodong. However, their hidden agenda worried him. If Hurley discovered this infiltration, it would mean severe consequences. These Zoroastrians were potential ticking bombs. After much thought, Qiuran decided to retain them. Skilled and capable, though dangerous, he believed he could manage. Besides, he already possessed considerable influence. He stated, "I can keep you, but you must obey me. Otherwise, I won't spare you." Talia laughed. "I knew you'd agree. Whatever you ask, I'll do." Dressed as a man, her demeanor exuded vigor, yet her smile held undeniable charm. Trying to regain composure, Qiuran inquired, "Who else will go to Liaodong?" Talia, noticing his change in expression, replied seriously, "This time, me, Irving Envoy Cosmo, Cecil Deputy Envoy Dean, Blazing Fire Envoy Ranjuan, Wind Deputy Envoy Kai, and over 100 followers." Nodding, Qiuran briefed Kato on their true identities, instructing secrecy. Kato was initially alarmed. Insufficient. Without understanding Goguryeo's terrain, it may be unwise to proceed. Moreover, the journey is long. Perhaps a senior general could lead instead. avoiding your majesty's direct involvement. Chapter 73, by the Liao River. Hurley was a handsome man with the elegance of men from the Jiangnan region. In his prime, he carried himself arrogantly, believing nothing could stand in his way. Upon hearing Jessup's advice, Hurley's face turned pale with rage. He thundered, "Enough! How can you be so forgetful? I left you in Chang'an to reflect on your mistakes, but it seems you remain obstinate. Goguryeo is a tiny nation. How can it possibly resist my hundreds of thousands of troops? Do you think I'm here for a leisurely tour? I am the supreme commander. Back then, under my command, we defeated the Southern Burl and unified China. Is Goguryeo more formidable than Southern Burl? If you are so timid, you should not lead the army. Stay by my side, and let me protect you. Your forces will now be commanded by Benicio. I'll show you that I intend not only to win this war, but also to win it splendidly." Afterwards, Hurley continued to issue orders. "Deshan, you will command the naval fleet and attack Goguryeo from the sea. The land forces will split into 2 wings, each comprising 12 divisions, making a total of 24 divisions. Let them submit. I will lead you into Goguryeo and drink wine under the walls of Pyongyang. Will you follow?" "Willingly. May we follow His Majesty into battle. Long live the Ebon. Long live, long live, long may the Ebon reign." Cheers echoed through the crowd, resounding without end. Hurley gazed at the soldiers, laughing triumphantly, immensely satisfied. Jalen watched Hurley, filled with confidence, and the cheering soldiers below, sighing softly. Few returned from ancient wars, he thought. These men, now so jubilant, would soon meet a tragic fate. He had to find a way to save as many as possible. The left cavalry troops were now under Benicio's command. Benicio, nearing 70, was a veteran of many battles. Known for his integrity and care for his men, he frowned at the enthusiasm of the army. Arrogance leads to defeat, he reminded himself, recalling Jessup's warning. Despite his concerns, he had to follow the emperor's orders and advised his men to proceed cautiously, aiming for safety rather than glory. After the rally, the armies departed in succession, stretching for hundreds of miles. The Sui forces, including supply and support personnel, numbered over 1 million. They marched out beyond the Shanhai Pass, embarking on an uncertain journey. Coulter of Goguryeo had prepared for battle since Hurley declared war, deploying heavy defenses along key points leading to the capital, Pyongyang. While preparing, he kept tabs on Sui movements. After nearly a year of preparations, the enemy is cunning and well prepared. They removed all boats before we arrived. There are none here. What? Hurley roared angrily. What good are you if you can't even cross the river? Are my million soldiers to starve here? Damien replied, Your Majesty, do not worry. I have a plan. What is it? Speak quickly, Hurley urged. ##### Chapter 74, Battle to the Death. Damien said, Your Majesty, our army is large in number. We only need to build a few pontoon bridges across the Liao River, and the main force can gradually cross. Not possible, Gaius replied. If we finish building the pontoon bridges and the enemy attacks us halfway through the crossing, those who have already crossed will be in grave danger. This method is too risky. Damien asked, Does the old general have a better plan? Gaius said, Not yet, but we can send a contingent along the Liao River to find a weaker point to cross. Once they reach the opposite bank, they can distract the enemy, making it safer for our main force to construct the pontoon bridges. Damien countered. According to the old general's suggestion, how long will the main army have to wait here? One must know that the daily consumption of a million-strong army is enormous. Can we just wait here? Evan Hurley nodded. Jalen nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of the veteran general. He led his Flying Eagle army, following Sha Wei from the main force, searching for a breakthrough along the northern part of the Liao River. This detachment consisted of over 5,000 men. Under Sha's command, they began their search. Damien ordered the Sui army to build the pontoon bridges. The Sui soldiers quickly worked to set up 3 pontoon bridges. General Mai Taidong, the left garrison commander, was impatient. Without waiting for the completion of the bridges, he led his troops onto the pontoon bridges to cross the Liao River. Generals Oral and Meng Cha closely followed, leading nearly 10,000 men across the 3 bridges. Seeing this, Evan Hurley laughed loudly. Look at my brave sons. General Mai remains as formidable as ever. Yes, Your Majesty. After securing the Liao River, you must reward General Mai for his bravery. Naturally, sound the drums to encourage General Mai. The war drums resounded loudly, and the soldiers' morale soared, believing victory was imminent. As Mai Taidong walked on the pontoon bridge, the wind made his beard flutter. Listening to the drumbeats, he felt invigorated, as if transported back to his days as a bandit. Mai Taidong originally came from Southern Burl. In his youth, he was valiant and generous, befriending Sui soldiers found themselves trapped in the enemy's encirclement. Witnessing this, Evan Hurley grew anxious. Quickly build the pontoon bridges and save General Mai. Damien shook his head. Your Majesty, the current is too swift to build the bridges now. We must wait until the water level drops. But what about General Mai and my army? Will they be annihilated by the enemy like this? Evan Hurley roared. No one could answer him. They watched helplessly as 3 10,000-strong Goguryeo forces surrounded the 2,000 Sui soldiers. The Goguryeo archers showered arrows upon them, striking their vulnerable, armor-less bodies. General Mai Taidong knew there was no way out. He knelt towards the south shore and shouted, Your Majesty, I cannot serve you any longer. Farewell. Then he roared, Charge. We shall die rather than be captured. With his iron staff, he charged at the Goguryeo army. Oral and Meng Cha followed, fighting fiercely like tigers, clashing with the Goguryeo soldiers in close combat. Mai Taidong's iron staff swung wildly, fending off enemies left and right, forcing the Goguryeo soldiers to retreat. However, outnumbered and isolated, even repelling the enemy wouldn't change their grim fate. Evan Hurley watched helplessly as their numbers dwindled rapidly, unable to do anything. The rapid currents of the Liao River prevented the pontoon bridges from being rebuilt. Gradually, Mai Tiedong's men diminished, and he himself suffered several wounds. Exhausted and blinded by blood, he let out a long sigh. Brothers, I have dragged you into this. I will go first. Let us meet again in the next life. With that, he struck his own head with his iron staff. Translation completed while maintaining paragraph structure and tone, ensuring fluent and coherent English narrative. Chapter 75. Cleverly crossing the Liao River. The death of Daxton ignited the last ember of fury in the Sui army. Oral bellowed loudly, "Avenge General Mai, avenge him." He shouted as he charged towards the enemy, but his strength was already exhausted. Just as he reached close to the enemy lines, he was pierced by a long spear, which almost went through his entire body. The Goguryeo soldier who held the spear rejoiced, knowing that he had struck a Sui general. Killing this man would mean an immense merit for him. But as he celebrated, Oral unexpectedly pulled himself closer along the spear. Seeing the wide-eyed Oral, he froze with fear and could only watch as Oral decapitated him. Despite being impaled by the spear, Oral stood tall even in death, still upright, making the Goguryeo soldiers too terrified to approach. Oral's indomitable figure fueled the rage in the Sui soldiers behind him. They brandished their weapons and charged into the enemy like ravenous tigers descending from a mountain. However, they were few in number and soon all fell without a single surrender or capture, every one of them dying on the battlefield. 1 million Sui soldiers watched this unfold from the other side of the Liao River, seething with anger and thirsting for vengeance. Eben Hurley glared at Damien with bloodshot eyes. Damien dared not utter a word. Immediately devise a plan to cross the river. If you fail to avenge General Daxton and the more than 2,000 soldiers, bring me your head. Hurley then stormed back into his tent. Only after Hurley left did Damien dare to raise his head. By now, the water trapped upstream had gushed down, leaving the river calm but fuller and the riverbanks noticeably wider. Damien sighed deeply. Even if we build a pontoon bridge, it will be useless if Goguryeo uses fire. What are your thoughts, generals? None of the surrounding generals spoke up. Wasn't this your idea in the first place? Why not solve it yourself? Seeing their silence, Damien grew anxious. Do you want to see me humiliated? This isn't just my responsibility. If we fail the Emperor's mission, none of us will escape punishment. Gaius, realizing he couldn't stay silent any longer, said, I've already dispatched a detachment of about 5,000 left Imperial guards to search for a crossing point along the river. Once they cross, they'll attack here. Whether this succeeds depends on fate. Delighted, Damien replied, good. Prepare everything here. Once they attack, I'll immediately start building the bridge. Together, we can certainly cross the Liao River. Suddenly, he paused, feeling something was amiss. Benicio, you said you sent troops earlier. Why didn't I know about it? Did you predict this defeat? Before he could continue, Gaius coldly retorted, isn't this your faulty plan presented to the Emperor? If you had thought it through, this disaster could have been avoided. With that, Gaius turned and left, leaving Damien speechless. Damien shook his head. He knew Gaius looked down on him. They were old friends who had served in the military for half their lives. However, Gaius's integrity made him dislike scheming, while Damien constantly sought favor with Hurley, fulfilling all his demands and doing countless unjust deeds to please him. Their relationship had soured over time. Knowing this was his chance to redeem himself, Damien ordered his troops to closely monitor the opposite bank, ready to build the bridge once any chaos arose. Not every part of the Liao River was suitable for crossing, so Goguryeo had not stationed troops along the entire shoreline, only reinforcing key points. The rest of the riverbank lacked visible Goguryeo forces. Shaw and Jalin led their troops searching along the river. Goguryeo had confiscated all boats, leaving them struggling to find a way across. As they searched, Jalin grew anxious. If they couldn't find a crossing point, the Sui army might be trapped, suffering significant losses. Although he knew the campaign against Goguryeo was doomed, he hoped that perhaps in this new timeline, he could change the outcome. He didn't want Sui soldiers to die on foreign soil. Just as they searched, Talia caught up and reported, General, we found a potential crossing point. Jalin and Shaw were delighted. Take us there, Shaw urged. Shaw, unaware of Talia's background, was excited upon hearing her report. Jalin gave her a look, and she discreetly stuck out her tongue. They arrived at the Liao River, where Cosmo Luoy and several Zoroastrian followers awaited. Though officially under Jalin's command, Cosmo and Dean were experts in geography and hydrology. Cosmo and Dean saluted Jalin and Shaw. Dean seemed somewhat uncomfortable, having always avoided Jalin since joining as a staff officer. Shaw, surprised to see Dean despite his advanced age, didn't question it further given the current need for manpower. Is this the crossing point? Shaw asked. Yes, sir, Dean replied. See, though the water looks fast here, the riverbed is gentle and shallow. Following his finger, the water indeed appeared swift with dense aquatic plants. In reality, these plants slow the current, making it appear faster. If we clear the plants, this becomes a ford barely waist deep. Can we cross without clearing them? Jalin asked. Dean shook his head. It's dangerous. The plants can easily entangle men and horses, causing accidents. It's best to remove them. How do we clear them? Leave this to me, General, Cosmo volunteered. Having spent his life working with earth and digging tunnels under various terrains, he could handle this task. General, Luo and I have scoped it out. Clearing the plants here is feasible. Very well, proceed swiftly. If Goguryeo discovers our plans, crossing will become much harder. ####Chapter 76. Splitting forces for a sneak attack. Professional tasks should be handled by professionals. With the assistance of the two Zoroastrian envoys, Cecil and Irving, the Sui army quickly completed the mission to cut down the grass. After the grass was cleared, the water flow immediately became calm and clear to the bottom, with no hidden currents or dangerous slopes underwater. These 5,000 troops successfully crossed the Liao River, arriving at its northern bank. Shaw sat on his horse looking at Jalin. I think you're just too capable. You're good at making money, skilled in martial arts, sharp-minded, and now even the soldiers you recruit are so competent. How do you manage to do so? Face encirclement, possibly worse than Brad's fate. We must fight swiftly. We can't engage them in a prolonged battle. Once we're surrounded or Goguryeo reinforcements arrive, we will be in danger, Shaw analyzed. Jalen looked at the Liao River and said, we have to be surrounded. We cannot run after fighting a bit. Why? That would put us in danger. Did you forget our mission? We must coordinate with the main force crossing the river. If we run after attacking, we won't distract the enemy effectively. We need to become bait to create opportunities for the main force. Shaw fell silent. Although outnumbered 5,000 against 30,000, they might hold out for some time. But Goguryeo wasn't just this defensive force. If reinforcements arrived and they were besieged, their situation would be perilous. I hope those on the other side prepare soon. If we're wiped out, it will be even harder to cross the river again. I believe General Wei has already prepared. Once there's movement here, they'll build the bridge, Shaw said. Jalen smiled and said, don't worry. I can read fortunes. You won't die this time. Get lost. Will you die then? I won't die either. But if we don't plan well, we'll all perish, Jalen said. What's your suggestion? Speak up and let me hear it. Shaw gazed at the distant Goguryeo defenses. Take care of yourself. I'll reach Liaodong as soon as possible to support you, Shaw said. Take care. Shaw took only 1,000 cavalrymen with him, knowing the main battlefield was here. Assigning him to Liaodong seemed riskier, deeper into enemy territory. In reality, his task wasn't to capture Liaodong but to appear, attack a few times to confuse the enemy, and then hide, drawing their focus away. Staying here meant engaging Goguryeo's army in hard battles, holding them off to provide opportunities for the main force to cross the river, the most dangerous place. If they couldn't divert the enemy, leading to their total sacrifice, Jalen wouldn't survive either. Goguryeo would encircle him entirely. Thus, they bid each other farewell. Shaw left with 1,000 cavalrymen, while Jalen kept half cavalry and half infantry. Jalen gathered Kato, Talia, Cosmo, and others to discuss attacking Goguryeo's defenses. Talia said, our numbers are too few. We can't engage them directly, regardless of martial skill. The only way is a fire attack, burn their camp and create chaos, giving us a chance to hold them off. Who knew the Kyla's mind worked well too, not just beauty without brains, Jalen teased. Talia turned away in anger. You're right. We need to create chaos to prolong our resistance. Leave this to Cosmo and Yinjuke. Sneak into the camp to set fires. Sure thing, leave it to us. Chapter 77. We have come to support the troops. The Kyla, you will lead several dozen people to ambush in the woods nearby. Create dust and smoke to give the appearance of an immense force. Do not let the enemy discern your numbers. If they send troops to search, withdraw immediately. Hold out as long as possible. Talia nodded, obediently following orders without a retort at Jalen this time. Jalen continued giving instructions. Each of you must carry firewood. Once you reach the Goguryeo lines, set it ablaze outside their camp, lighting up both inside and out. Everyone followed the plan accordingly. Cosmo and Berkeley led 100 men into Goguryeo's camp to start fires, while waiting for reinforcements once the flames were up. Though the task sounded simple, it was anything but easy during daylight. At night, they could have taken advantage of the darkness, but with daytime, such stealth was impossible. Time did not permit them to wait until night either. Within Goguryeo's defenses, any approaching patrol would expose them, ruining all plans. But how could they infiltrate Goguryeo's camp in broad daylight? After discussing, Cosmo and Berkeley decided to disguise themselves as civilians supporting the troops. They decorated their fire-starting materials like provisions for the army, carrying numerous bundles on their shoulders that appeared to be food but were mostly igniting substances. Dressed in peasant, setting fires everywhere. Not only was Berkeley's figure enticing, her body carried countless flammable items fitting for the fire envoy. A short time later, Goguryeo's camp was engulfed in roaring flames. As they started fires, they slaughtered anyone in sight, quickly donning Goguryeo uniforms. Cosmo yelled, fire! The Sui are coming! Run! Panic spread among the Goguryeo troops. The commander, Brendan, had been feasting in his tent, celebrating recent victories over the Sui. Upon hearing reports of fires, he dismissed it. Fires happen frequently. Just extinguish them. But as flames grew uncontrollably, accompanied by cries of, Sui are coming, Brendan realized the severity and rushed out. Chaos ruled the camp, yet the source remained elusive. Frustrated, he decapitated a few disorderly soldiers, stabilizing the situation momentarily. Before he could reorganize and investigate, Sui troops stormed the outer camp, scattering after throwing piles of wood back toward the riverbank. Arrows shot by the Sui lit the wood ablaze, choking the entrance in thick smoke. Goguryeo troops struggled to escape. Brendan commanded efforts to extinguish the flames, with soldiers scrambling to comply. Across the river, witnessing the chaos, Sui generals reported to Eben Hurley. Claude ordered the immediate construction stay concealed. They were forced to fight their way back as they retreated from the Goguryeo encampment. The Goguryeo army pursued relentlessly. Outside, Jalen led the left cavalry guards in support, with the Flying Eagle army charging ahead into enemy ranks. These experienced soldiers of the Flying Eagle army worked seamlessly together, displaying formidable combat prowess. They tore through the enemy lines effortlessly. Jalen wielded a cold iron spear while riding his blood-sweating horse, making him an unstoppable force. Wherever he fought, scores of Goguryeo soldiers fell before him. Brendan recognized Jalen as the leader of the Sui forces and understood that eliminating him would demoralize the Sui army. He ordered his troops to focus their attack on Jalen without hesitation. However, Jalen was undaunted. His spear danced rapidly, felling countless enemies. While commanding the assault, Brendan was informed that traces of Sui soldiers had been spotted in the nearby forest. Alarmed by the possibility of a surprise attack, he withdrew to observe the periphery. The forest was shrouded in dust and smoke, and indistinct sounds of men and horses suggested a large presence inside. Fearing ambush, he ordered 10,000 troops to remain in the camp, reducing the pressure on Jalen. Yet, despite this, the battle was still heavily lopsided, with 4,000 Sui soldiers facing 20,000 Goguryeo troops. But under Jalen's command, half of his forces, consisting of light cavalry, maintained high mobility. He ordered them to use hit much harder than before. Progress slowed down. Meanwhile, Brendan gradually pushed the Sui forces into a confined area, limiting the cavalry's maneuverability. After sending scouts to investigate the forest, he learned there were only a few Sui soldiers inside, confirming there was no ambush. He then deployed the remaining 10,000 troops to reinforce the attack against Jalen. Initially, the Sui forces held their ground with fierce determination, repelling several assaults at great cost to the Goguryeo army. However, human endurance has its limits. Gradually, as their strength waned and the enemy numbers increased, the Sui forces began to falter. To prevent exhaustion, Jalen rotated his troops, eagerly awaiting the completion of the bridge. Half a day passed, but only half of the bridge was complete. Jalen and his 4,000 men defended the shore fiercely, preventing the Goguryeo army from reaching the bridge. Now drenched in blood, his own and the enemy's, Jalen became increasingly concerned as the Sui forces struggled to hold. He noticed Brendan was dangerously close. Seizing the leader could break the Goguryeo forces. Drawing a bow and arrow, Jalen fired directly at Brendan. The arrow flew through the air and struck Brendan, who tumbled off his horse, causing chaos among the Goguryeo troops. Excellent, it worked. Jalen spurred his horse toward where Brendan fell. The Sui forces, seeing their adversary's commander fall, surged forward with renewed vigor. But suddenly, Brendan remounted his horse, shouting loudly, "What panic is this? I'm unharmed. Hold them back." It turned out the arrow had hit his helmet, startling him enough to fall but causing no injury. As he returned to command, Jalen took advantage of the confusion and charged at him, thrusting his spear forward. Brendan attempted to block it with his halberd, but the weapon was knocked away. Jalen intended to capture him alive. Hence, his spear was slower, allowing Brendan's deputies to rescue him and retreat. Furious, Jalen swept his spear, killing those deputies, but Brendan escaped, retreating to the center of the formation. The Goguryeo army regrouped and continued the assault. By nightfall, almost a full day had passed. Despite the darkness, the Goguryeo lit bonfires, illuminating the Liaohe River like daylight, relentless in their offensive. Chapter 79. Investiture. Seeing Jalen nearly catch Brendan, only to ultimately fail, Hurley and his men let out a sigh, feeling sorry for him. As the Sui troops gradually became overwhelmed, Hurley exploded in rage. "Damien, you order your men to speed up. If these Sui soldiers perish because of your incompetence, I will take your head as well." Damien replied with a grim face, "Your Majesty, I have been urging them on. However, for reinforcements." Seeing the pontoon bridge almost complete, Jalen shouted, "Soldiers, stand firm. Our reinforcements are coming. We cannot retreat now. We must defend the pontoon bridge until death. Defend the pontoon bridge, conquer Goguryeo." The Sui army roared, staunchly resisting the Goguryeo onslaught, refusing to give ground. Watching the imminent arrival of Sui reinforcements, Brendan grew anxious. He ordered his men to shoot flaming arrows onto the Liao River to destroy the bridge. But due to distance and Jalen's interference, most arrows failed. Only a few hit the pontoon bridge but couldn't destroy it. The Sui soldiers quickly extinguished them, which spurred the pace of bridge building. Soon, the pontoon bridge reached the opposite bank, and Damien's army surged across. The danger at Liao River was finally relieved. Rushing Sui forces joined Jalen, charging toward the Goguryeo army. Goguryeo, initially outnumbered, now faced overwhelming odds. Realizing Liao River was undefendable, Brendan retreated with his forces. The Sui army occupied Liao River, crossing en masse. Seeing over 2,000 severed heads on the shore, they tearfully gathered and buried them there. The Sui stopped pursuing after a distance, as Hurley ordered no further chase, saying mercy should prevail and give them a chance to live. Returning to camp for celebration, but this honor seems too great. Please reconsider. Why too great? How else would we have crossed the Liao River without him? Base, a senior minister and old acquaintance of Jalen, also knelt. "Please think carefully, Your Majesty. Awarding Jalen such high office after a single battle sets an unwise precedent. It may invite disaster for him." Hurley calmed down, reflecting on their points. Such rewards indeed exceeded norms and might cause jealousy, hindering Jalen's future growth. He'd easily become a target for attacks. Thinking deeply, Hurley decided, this young man isn't an ordinary person. Even if made commander, he'd excel. Yet the court is dominated by influential clans, and to protect him, he must be temporarily restrained. Turning to Jalen, Hurley said, "You've heard the objections. Granting you commander after one exploit exceeds norms and sets a poor precedent. Luckily, many battles remain, ample opportunities for more deeds. I hereby appoint you Tiger Warrior Wolf General, replacing Oral. When you achieve more feats, I will reward you accordingly." Although not very high-ranking, Tiger Warrior Wolf General commands the Imperial Guard, close to the Emperor. Hurley's decision left Damien et al. Speechless. They hesitated but fell silent under Hurley's rebuke. Him on matters. The main Sui forces arrived below Liaodong city. The city walls were tall and fortified, further strengthened by years of Goguryeo's management. They had long since driven away the local civilians, offering no support or provisions to the Sui army outside the city. The Sui began attacking the city, but the siege proved incredibly difficult. Despite heavy casualties, they struggled to capture Liaodong. Moreover, the defending Goguryeo forces were quite cunning, often feigning surrender when they could no longer hold. Hurley had given strict orders. Should Goguryeo surrender, the attack must cease, and negotiations for surrender should begin. This allowed Goguryeo to regain strength and then refuse to surrender. The Sui army fell for this trick multiple times. With Hurley's orders, no one dared defy them, thus the army was forced to remain entrenched beneath Liaodong. Though the other divisions continued advancing, with the main force stuck at Liaodong, Hurley ordered all divisions to halt their advance, tying down the entire Sui army at Liaodong. A month later, the Sui army still couldn't capture Liaodong. Damien suggested bypassing Liaodong and sending an army deeper into Goguryeo territory, aiming to conquer Pyongyang. which would cause Liaodong to fall without resistance. However, seasoned generals like Jamal and Gaius opposed this suggestion, citing Liaodong as a strategic passageway. Allowing it to go unchecked would threaten the Sui army, especially if politics are more complex than you think. The court is dominated by aristocratic families, making it exceedingly difficult for common-born talents to rise. My family, the Wei clan, is among the powerful. But I say that the control of aristocrats over government positions has long been due for abolition. Abdurance Eben 1, attempts have been made to change this situation. However, the influence of these families spans centuries, making reform challenging. Officials selected by Eben would either join these families or were sidelined by them. If you wish to gain footing in the court, the only option is to join a major family and serve them. I know the Wei clan cannot protect someone like you, so you should consider joining the Yuan, Yu, Pei, or other influential clans. If you wish to persuade Damien to reconsider, joining his faction would resolve all issues. Consider this carefully. Remember, the path of nobility is fraught with difficulties, and once you're entrenched, it's hard to extricate yourself. Gaius's words were sincere and honest, stemming from genuine concern for Jalen. Burl remained silent. He knew Gaius spoke the truth, yet how could he ally with Damien? Ignoring Damien's character, his two sons, Yuan Huaji and Robert, were infamous. How could he associate with such people? Yet, as Gaius said, how else could he convince Damien? Jalen responded, I understand, General. I will not join Damien's faction, but I want to try persuading him. Success or failure, I leave it to fate. Gaius replied, if you wish to try, I won't stop you, but be prepared for failure. He won't listen. Mingchen, the Sui dynasty is on the brink of collapse. Court officials indulge in pleasures while neglecting national affairs. You are a rising star. The future of the Sui dynasty lies in your hands. I don't want you to lose your future over this. You can simply follow orders. Even if defeated, it won't implicate you. Can you bear watching 30,000 men perish for someone else's ambitions? Gaius sighed. The future is uncertain. These soldiers are pawns in the game of power. Your potential goes beyond this moment. Can I truly turn a blind eye to their fate? Jalen retorted, determined to find another way. Chapter 81. Where is Shaw? Gaius did not answer Jalen's question, but his graying beard spoke volumes. A general's success comes at the cost of countless lives. All this was built on the sacrifices of soldiers. Without them, there would be no Gaius today. The old general would never betray any of his men, but he was past the age of fiery passion and would not risk offending the emperor's majesty. He only wished to lead his troops properly. Jalen still had the fire within him. Although he knew the inevitable outcome and that he could not change it yet, he wanted to persuade Damien and attempt to alter the catastrophic defeat of the Sui army. However, upon arriving at Damien's camp, he realized he couldn't change anything. Damien did not meet with him, sending only his son, Eden. Eden was arrogantly haughty, looking down at him as he asked, General Burl, what brings you to see my father? I have something important to discuss with the general-in-chief. It concerns the life and death of our 30,000-strong army, Jalen replied. Eden sneered, saying, General Burl speaks too highly. The fate of the army doesn't need your concern. You should focus on leading your own Tiger Guard. General Yuan will naturally take responsibility for the entire army. Lowering his voice, he added, our Yuan family needs a dog, one that bites. If General Burl can find such a man, perhaps you'll get to see the general. With that, he turned and walked away. At that moment, Jalen almost wanted to kill him, but even if he did, it wouldn't change the impending disaster. This was how the nobility treated commoners. They wouldn't care about a word from someone like him. Jalen considered revealing his identity as an outsider, but that would only label him insane. No one would believe him. Jalen felt utterly helpless. Even having come from another world, without power, nothing could be changed. To alter the outcome, he needed to seize power and use it to rewrite history. From that moment on, he became more determined to overthrow the Sui dynasty and become the master of this world. Back at the camp, he handed Gaius a map of Goguryeo's terrain, urging the old general to take it seriously. Then he requested permission to search for the long-missing Shaw and others. Shaw had disappeared after feigning an attack on Liaodong, his fate unknown. Knowing he couldn't prevent the disastrous defeat, Jalen wanted to find his friend. Gaius didn't stop him but reminded him not to be too pessimistic, assuring him that even in defeat, the Goguryeo forces lacked the strength to annihilate the Sui army. With a bitter laugh, Jalen said, General Wei, I'm worried about General Shaw's fate. I won't think about other matters anymore. Please take care and heed my words. Leading 1,000 Tiger Guards, 500 Eagle troops, and 500 more from Gaius, totaling 2,000 men, Jalen left the main force to search for Shaw. Nearly a month had passed since Shaw's disappearance, with no news from him or any reports from captured Goguryeo soldiers. Holding the map, Jalen discussed the situation with Cato, Talia, and others. After the river crossing battle, the Zoroastrian followers had fully submitted to Jalen, focusing solely on aiding him. Especially Talia, who now looked at him with tenderness, completely under his spell. Still, she harbored doubts that he preferred men over her, and dared not show too much initiative. Together, they analyzed Shaw's possible whereabouts. Cato speculated, these 1,000 men would be too conspicuous in Liaodong. If they were on the plains, they'd have been found and eliminated by Goguryeo long ago. Yet, we've heard nothing. Could they have gone into the mountains? Cosmo countered, even in the mountains, they should have sent some message by now. How could they vanish completely? Perhaps they went here, Zhu Yutong suggested. Previously silent, this Wen deputy of Zoroastrianism finally spoke up, pointing to Baiha Fort near Liaodong City, a reactivated abandoned military stronghold. Why do you think so? Jalen asked. Intuition, Zhu Yutong replied. The entire region around Liaodong City is fortified by Goguryeo. If Shaw's group entered the mountains, they would have crossed through Goguryeo lines, impossible without a trace. They must be hiding somewhere inconspicuous, like Baiha Fort, out of sight. Do you mean Baiha Fort is in Sui hands? Everyone was shocked at this bold hypothesis. Frowning, Jalen studied the fort. If it were indeed controlled by Sui forces, it could endanger Shaw if discovered. But was Shaw really there? Would he think of such a place? We need to check it out, Qiuran decided. Leading his 2,000 men, they quietly skirted around Goguryeo defenses heading for Baiha Fort. Fortunately, Goguryeo focused on the Sui main force and paid little attention to their smaller group. Maneuvering past defenses, they reached the heavily guarded Baiha Fort, flying Goguryeo flags from every direction. Kato remarked, "It seems Goguryeo still holds this fort. Otherwise, why hang their flags? Are you stupid? Would you fly Sui flags here? Of course, they'd use Goguryeo flags." Talia snapped. "That makes sense," Kato admitted, rubbing his head. "Let me scout," Zhu Yudong volunteered. "Be careful." Zhu Yudong and a few others donned Goguryeo uniforms and approached the fort. "Brothers, we are General Yeji's men. We're here to inspect the area. Open the gates quickly," Zhu Yudong shouted. "Understood. Hold on a moment," came the reply from the walls. Chapter 82. Starving to Death. A voice came from Baihe Fort. Soon after, the gate opened, and over a dozen Goguryeo soldiers emerged, each with a gaunt appearance and listless demeanor. Two of them could barely stand, stumbling as they walked. What's going on here? Could it be that the Goguryeo army is short on food? Kai was filled with doubt, but did not show it. These dozen soldiers stood before them, one of whom asked, "Are you sent by the General-in-Chief? How's the battle?" Kai replied, "Yes, I'm sent by the General-in-Chief. The battle is still intense. You mustn't slack off, stay alert. If Sui forces arrive here, your current state won't be good enough. One is almost starved to death. How can there be any spirit?" A soldier muttered under his breath. "Have you run out of provisions? Why haven't you reported this to the General-in-Chief?" "No, no such thing. We have plenty of supplies inside. It's just that they haven't eaten for a while," another quickly explained. "It's like that, then take me to see your supplies. I need to know exactly how much there is." Kai's expression darkened. The squad leader said, "Sorry, we can't make that decision ourselves. Wait for us to report to our general first. Please wait here while we inform him." He gave a signal, and someone went back into the fort. The rest surrounded Kai and his companions, seemingly afraid they might escape. After a long while, the soldier who had gone in earlier returned, accompanied by several dozen others. He said, "The general invites you inside. He's waiting for you at the storage site." Kai noticed something strange about these people. They looked at him and his companions with glowing eyes, like they were staring at delicious food, some even drooling. What kind of troops are these? Are they really cannibals? His heart tightened. Although their Zoroastrian beliefs differed, there was no precedent for eating humans. "We don't need to go further. Let's inspect up to here. We'll return and report to the General-in-Chief." He tried to retreat with his men, but they were already surrounded by Goguryeo soldiers. These emaciated and frail Goguryeo soldiers looked vicious, as if they were about to attack. Suddenly, more than 100 soldiers emerged from Baihe Fort, led by a young general. This general was not much different from his soldiers, disheveled and hungry-looking, his face covered in beard stubble, eyes sunken. It seemed he feared his men couldn't handle the newcomers, so he personally led reinforcements. "Quickly, kill them. Put the bodies aside for now, and eat the horses first. It's been so long since we've had a full meal. Finally, we can eat our fill," he shouted as he walked out. "General Wei, is it really you? Don't move, we are Sui forces." Kai strained to recognize the emerging general. It was indeed the long-lost Shaw. "Hold on. Who are you?" Shaw waved a hand. "We're Burl Ming Burl's subordinates, sent here under his orders to find you." Kai hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Shaw's men started cheering but soon deflated, sitting on the ground as if all their strength had been drained. Burl Ming Burl led his troops to Baihe Fort. Watching Shaw devour food voraciously, Burl Ming Burl felt incredulous. Where was the once vibrant young general? Shaw was emaciated beyond recognition. Although curious about what Shaw had endured, Burl Ming Burl couldn't bear to interrupt him. Shaw ate with total concentration, focusing entirely on the food, which was merely orders. Only due to the Sui arrival had it been staffed with 100 soldiers. Shaw eliminated these guards, seizing Baihe Fort, but dared not venture further for fear of discovery. Hiding here seemed safe, so they continued using Goguryeo banners to blend in. Several Goguryeo scouts passed without detecting anything unusual. However, the issue was the sparse supplies meant for only 100 men. With 1,000 soldiers, the food lasted only days. Forced to consume their horses, and eventually tree bark and grass roots, desperation grew. They attempted to find the main Sui forces, but those scouts never returned. Fearing further movement might lead to disaster, they remained hidden. If Burl Ming Burl hadn't found them, they would have starved to death at Baihe Fort. But Shaw vowed, should they find no food, to fight the Goguryeo instead, rather than die of hunger. Chapter 83. Do our best to save lives. After hearing Shaw's account, Qiuran and the others couldn't hold back their laughter, unsure if Shaw was a genius or a fool. It wasn't that only a genius could think of such a plan to stay deep within Goguryeo territory for over a month. It also took someone not completely foolish not to starve to death. "What should we do next?" Shaw asked. "We'll continue staying here," replied Qiuran. "Stay here?" Shaw nearly lost his composure. "I can't stay here any longer. This place is like my nightmare." Qiuran said, "I don't have many troops with me, and all around us are Goguryeo forces. Where else can we go? You didn't bring much food either. What if your supplies run out? Are we going to starve to death together?" Shaw stared at him, eyes wide open. Qiuran looked into the distance and said, "No, the Goguryeo soldiers here will withdraw soon." Shaw's eyes lit up at this. "Really? Is our main army winning? Have they wiped out these scoundrels?" Qiuran's expression darkened. "No, we're losing." "How can that be? We have hundreds of thousands of troops. How many people does Goguryeo have? Even chasing them would be enough to scatter them." Shaw jumped up and shouted, pointing outside. "The Eben gives random orders, ministers fight on their own fronts, our army advances too deeply alone, the enemy in the rear hasn't been cleared, supplies can't reach us, and the terrain is unfamiliar. All factors leading to defeat are here. How can we win?" Qiuran explained. Shaw slumped into his chair, his his gaze unfocused, having lost his energy as if he couldn't bear such a blow. Why didn't you warn them? Why didn't you tell them to avoid these mistakes? Shaw muttered, seemingly asking Jalen but also talking to himself. Jalen did not answer. There was no need. Shaw knew the answer himself. He understood that Jalen had no influence, and no one would listen to him. If someone listened, Hui's silk robes were now covered in blood, and his handsome face smeared with dirt. Upon realizing they were saved, he collapsed to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Shaw approached him. They were both young aristocrats familiar with each other. Shaw asked, "Third young master, what happened? Where is our main army?" "The main army? You see them? This is the army you're looking for." Crew pounded his chest and wept loudly. After a while, he stopped and recounted the events. King led 9 regiments, winning victories continuously as the Goguryeo forces retreated. They were about to reach Pyongyang. King became overly confident, and the Sui troops underestimated Goguryeo, believing capturing Pyongyang and subduing Goguryeo was imminent. However, the Goguryeo retreat was a ruse to lure them deeper. King Dou Jiande of Goguryeo sent envoys to feign surrender to gauge the Sui army's strength. Hurley had ordered that if Goguryeo surrendered, attacks must stop immediately and negotiations commence. The envoy discovered the Sui army was running out of supplies, starving, and reported back to King Dou Jiande. Goguryeo switched tactics and counterattacked, concentrating all forces on the Sui army. King ordered a retreat, but due to rapid advancement without securing towns, Goguryeo garrisons ambushed them during withdrawal, starved and poorly supplied. Partly because Shaw was present. Jalen responded coolly, "General Yuan, please lead your men away first. I must continue rescuing others." Translation provided in English while adhering to the specified guidelines, maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 84 finally gained territory. Damien did not linger either and left with his 3 sons, retreating to the rear. Kato spat, "Damn it. If I had known that old man was here, I wouldn't have come to save him. How could his army of 30,000 be reduced to this state?" Shaw remained silent, while Jalen sighed and said, "Though Damien has made mistakes due to his impatience for glory and poor command, a total rout wouldn't have happened if not for the Eben's interference. He is merely a reflection of all the commanders of the Great Sui." In reality, everyone viewed this war as a show of strength and magnanimity for the Great Sui. No one really studied the Goguryeo nor knew about its national strength. Failure was almost inevitable. After finishing his statement, Jalen continued to assist in the rescue. After rescuing several more batches of people, Jalen ordered the troops to retreat. Going any further would put them at risk of being caught in the Goguryeo's encirclement. Currently, they were only able to rescue several contingents of the Sui army, while the Goguryeo forces were still basking in their victory and off guard. Once the Goguryeo stabilizes, these 3,000 soldiers might meet their end here. Moreover, there were fewer surviving Sui troops now, nearly disappearing from sight. The remaining Sui soldiers probably would never return. Upon their retreat to the Liao River camp, they discovered that among the 300,000 troops led by Damien, only a few thousand had returned. Other units of the Sui army also suffered losses, except for the Gaius unit which returned unscathed. Eben Hurley flew into a rage, cursing them loudly. "What were you eating? Fighting against the Goguryeo cost our great Sui hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers. These are the elites we've trained over the years, and you let them die like this. Where is Damien? I want to kill him." Everyone below stood silent, though inwardly they thought that without Hurley's misguided orders, they wouldn't have been defeated. Yet no one dared speak up. Outside the tent, a commotion erupted as Damien, stripped to the waist with twigs tied around his arms, stumbled inside, repeatedly kowtowing and pleading guilty, begging for the Eben's punishment. The generals watched him with disdain, finding him contemptible for trying to move Hurley to save his life. Still furious, Hurley paused at the sight of Damien, but quickly understood that he was apologizing and asking for forgiveness. Recalling all the good Damien had done for him, Hurley's anger gradually dissipated. Considering letting him off, yet his previous words made it hard to retract his decision. "So," he said, "you have failed me and caused countless deaths of my soldiers abroad. Your death will not be enough to atone for your crimes. As you have confessed, take him away and execute him according to law." Servants dragged Damien out. Upon hearing the order, Damien begged for mercy and refused to leave. Aaron, Jensen, Base, Tammy, who had friendly relations with Damien, stood up to plead for mercy when they saw him being executed. Seeing this, Hurley immediately seized the opportunity to pardon Damien. They were astonished by his decision. They were just putting on an act. How could he agree? Hurley also knew the public resentment against Damien was too strong. Pardoning him directly would not be wise, so he dismissed him from office and banished him from the court. Damien repeatedly bowed in gratitude for Hurley's grace. After dealing with Damien, Hurley also demoted Yu Zhongwan, officially concluding the aftermath of this eastern expedition to Goguryeo, demoting other military leaders. Only Gaius received commendation for his safe return. Gaius praised Jalen's accomplishments to Hurley. The rescued Sui generals also spoke highly of Jalen for daring to venture and rescue them. Even Damien spoke positively of Jalen this time. Already fond of this young man, Hurley was delighted after hearing their praises and summoned him saying, "Abdur, every general has failed, yet you alone dared to fight Goguryeo and saved others deep in enemy territory. This courage is commendable. Hope you continue to uphold this loyalty to our nation, build the great Sui's land, and prepare for another attack on Goguryeo. I hereby confer you the title of General of the Braves and post you at Hongshan County, where you shall perform the duties of governor and can establish your own office. You may recruit and train soldiers in preparation for another attack on Goguryeo." Such favor surprised all officials, thinking Hurley would merely promote Jalen but not give him control of a county and the authority to set up an office. It meant he could recruit staff, gaining personnel appointment rights. It made him akin to a regional official. Although his position was not high, holding a nominal general title, the power granted him was envied by everyone. Despite Hurley's affection for Jalen, Base and Aaron wanted to intervene again. Hurley waved his hand. "My mind is made up, no one else should speak. Appoint him as planned." Furthermore, I heard Matt, the prodigy of the Dou family, is in your unit. Make him chancellor and handle the affairs of Huangshan County. Sha remains as left general and stationed at Huangshan. Should you need help, you can seek assistance from him. Jialen was elated to finally receive this territory, where he could pursue his ideals and ambitions freely. Gratefully accepting Hurley's rewards, he bowed deeply. After completing this task, Hurley led the army back to Luoyang, preparing for another northern campaign against Goguryeo. Gaius and Lincoln discussed and decided to leave the Falcon Brigade under Jalen's command in Huangshan County. Deeply grateful, Jalen appreciated these battle-hardened elite troops immensely. Sha laughed. This time, we are equals. Don't forget me when you gain benefits. He winked at Jalen. Both laughed heartily. #### Chapter 85, Huangshan County. After seeing Hurley and his men off, Jalen, along with Matt and Cato, convened in a secret chamber. The Zoroastrian followers, including Talia, also remained, but Jalen kept his guard up and did not consider them as trusted confidants, so he did not invite them to join the meeting. Inside the chamber, Cato excitedly slapped his thigh and said, "My lord, we finally have our own territory where we can fully unleash our potential. You should call upon heroes from all over to gather here." Jalen smiled without replying, then turned to Matt, asking, "What do you think about this?" Matt bowed first, saying, "Congratulations, my lord, for securing a foothold." Then he continued, "However, this matter is not as simple as it seems." "What could be the problem? Can't we rebel?" asked Cato. "We are far from ready to rebel. Not only is the Sui Dynasty still strong, but Huangshan County is not a strategic location," Matt explained calmly. "Furthermore, Hurley does not fully trust us and has left Sha here to watch over us. Despite his friendly relationship with you, Sha is still of the Wei family." Jalen nodded. "Matt makes a good point. This is not the time to raise the banner of rebellion. Huangshan County is located deep inland, surrounded on all sides. If we make one wrong move, we will be caught in a pincer attack. Northward, Dean watches us from Shui County. East and south lie Josiah and Vaughn's forces, and westward lies the Taihang Mountains, beyond which is the Hedong region under Pedro's control. If we aren't careful, we will be surrounded. Therefore, we must proceed cautiously here." Cato frowned. "Then what can we do in Huangshan?" "Rest, recuperate, recruit troops, and wait for the right opportunity," replied Matt. "Huangshan may be surrounded by enemies, but its fertile land and large population provide a good foundation for development. Besides, it acts as a buffer zone between Dean in the north and the rebels Vaughn and Josiah in the south. No one will easily attack here. North is governed by officials, while the south is controlled by bandits. Don't officials capture bandits?" Cato asked, puzzled. Jalen explained, "That's true, but Dean, holding Beiping, harbors ambitions and won't risk his troops lightly. Meanwhile, General Nathaniel is stationed here. As long as these rebels don't invade his territory, he will not engage them. Nathaniel was sent by the Sui Dynasty to monitor Dean, and Dean would rather see him stuck in this quagmire than come to his aid." Matt agreed. Indeed, these rebel forces are not yet strong enough to provoke Dean openly. They are gathering strength and building their power. Therefore, Huangshan remains relatively safe. Jalen laughed. "Besides, with Sha protecting us, what more do we have to worry about?" The three burst into laughter. The next day, they set off towards Huangshan County. On the road, they encountered the left cavalry led by Sha. Being old acquaintances, the two groups combined and moved forward together. Sha, from a noble family, understood Evan Hurley's intentions. Hurley had left him behind to monitor Jalen, whom he favored and intended to appoint to a higher position, despite Jalen being young and relatively unknown. If Jalen proved loyal and capable, he would be a key figure for future promotion. If otherwise, he would be eliminated before becoming too powerful. But Sha, being close to Jalen, didn't want him to misunderstand and make foolish mistakes, so he shared Hurley's intentions with Jalen. "Brother, now you are at the same level as me, even surpassing me in authority. I don't have the power to manage civil affairs, but you handle both military and civil matters. This is a sign of the Emperor's trust. Don't let him down. Don't do anything foolish, or it will put me in a difficult position," added Sha. Jalen laughed heartily. "Wait, General, what are you talking about? Why would I act foolishly when I've sacrificed so much? This place is hard won, and I cherish it. I'm just saying hypothetically. Don't take it personally," Sha said, feeling slightly embarrassed and hurriedly explaining himself. Jalen rode closer to Sha on his blood-sweat horse and whispered, "I've thought of some ways to make money. Is that not against the rules?" "Make money?" Sha's eyes lit up. "Well, that's beyond my jurisdiction. A wise man loves wealth but obtains it through proper means. Go ahead and make your fortune." Sha also whispered back, "Just don't forget your brother." They both laughed again. "Do you still sell cotton clothes?" Sha asked. Jalen nodded. "That's one way, but the profit margin is low. I have better ideas that you'll see soon." He made a meaningful expression. Sha nodded, seemingly understanding. Upon arriving in Huangshan County, the local officials were already waiting outside the city to welcome them. The former governor Eric received them into the government offices. Eric, in his 40s, had a ruddy complexion and was overweight. He laughed, "Hearing that both of you are highly favored by the Emperor, I'm relieved. Now I can retire in peace." Jalen replied, "Governor Chui, you jest? The Emperor values you greatly. I heard you are transferred to the capital. Congratulations." Eric waved his hand. "Not like you, young and promising with a bright future. I'm merely getting by in the capital with no prospects. Here are the records and documents of Huangshan, along with the list of officials. From now on, everything is your responsibility." Jalen instructed Matt to store everything safely. Eric then hosted a grand banquet to entertain Jalen and Sha, with local officials joining them. During the feast, Eric whispered to Jalen, "To warn you, be wary of Josiah in the south. His influence grows rapidly, and the court can't contain him. Be prepared for his attacks on Huangshan. If you lose it, you'll be held accountable." "Thank you for the advice, I will keep it in mind," Jalen responded. Officials like Alexei, the chief clerk, Amir, the garrison commander, and Hawk, the secretary, came to offer their respects. Jalen warmly accepted all invitations, leading to a very cordial exchange. After the banquet, they returned to their respective residences. Jalen was given lodgings within the county hall. Dazed from the drinking, he fell into a deep sleep without undressing. This translation maintains the original tone and structure, ensuring natural English phrasing while preserving key details from the Chinese text. Chapter 86, Attempted Assassination. In the dead of night, dark clouds obscured the moon. Jalen was a modern man who had consumed high-proof liquor before. The alcohol from this era in the Sui Dynasty, taking only a few seconds. Upon entering, he moved towards the bed and looked down. He almost screamed in shock, seeing the figure on the bed wide awake, staring at him intently. In the darkness, all he could see were two glowing eyes. Terrified, the night walker slashed with his knife. Before the blade could land, Jalen kicked him in the hip, sending him flying and crashing onto the ground. Ignoring the pain, the night walker quickly got up and swung his knife at Jalen again. By now, Jalen had risen from the bed, always keeping his lightning wood with him, which was still on his person because he hadn't undressed. He swiftly drew the lightning wood and engaged the night walker in combat. Though the night walker had decent martial skills, he was far inferior to Jalen. Moreover, the kick had left half of his body stiff and sluggish. After a few exchanges, the night walker was struck on the back by the lightning wood, falling to the ground with a scream. This commotion roused the guards, who rushed in with lit lanterns and surrounded the fallen intruder. The night walker struggled, but was subdued with a flurry of punches and kicks. Jalen ordered the lights to be lit. Matt, Kato, Cosmo, and others were also alerted and came to investigate. As the night walker's mask was pulled off, they saw a young man in his early 20s, broad-faced with big ears, piercing eyes, and sporting a mustache. Earl understands. Enough. Although you were not involved, this man came to assassinate you. Do you recognize him? What? Eric was startled, breaking into another sweat. An attempted assassination on him? Phew. Lucky it was a case of mistaken identity. If he had encountered the assassin, it could have been disastrous. He glanced down at the bound man, who returned his gaze. You dared to try to assassinate me. What audacity. Eric blurted out. Do you know him, Magistrate Shui? Yes, alas, General. This is Elias, a subordinate of rebel leader Ahil, Eric sighed. Tell me more, please. Eric explained. Elias's father, Huang Biao, was an old friend of mine, a longtime companion. Unfortunately, he passed away early, leaving behind Elias and his mother. I took care of them often. But once Elias started associating with unsavory characters, he turned to banditry and terrorizing the locals. Using my name, he wreaked havoc. Eventually, I reprimanded him and expelled him from Hongshan. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Jinberg, Ahil, Acton, and others rebelled, he joined Ahil, becoming one of his generals. He came back here to persuade me to abandon Hongshan and join Ahil. My family has long served the emperor faithfully. How could I betray him? However, considering my relationship with his father, I did not kill him but released him, warning him to turn back from his wrongful path. Yet, he has repaid kindness with treachery by attempting to assassinate me. How can I face his father's spirit? Eric finished recounting his history with Elias. Everyone present understood the situation, and their gazes toward Elias grew cold, especially those from the Zoroastrian community. They prized righteousness highly, valuing loyalty and never betraying kindness. Elias's actions were seen as utterly despicable. Chapter 87, Making Plans. This is not the tale from the romance of Sui and Rene dynasties, so there is no brotherhood of 46 men on Zoranu Tower. Thus, this Elias is not one of Zoranu Tower's brothers, but merely a common rebel soldier. Moreover, this man has an ignoble character, far inferior to those depicted in the tales. Anyone who heard about this incident could not help but feel contempt for Elias's conduct. Even between adversaries serving their respective masters, such underhanded actions against benefactors were unacceptable. After hearing Eric's words, Elias lowered his head, acknowledging the accusation without rebuttal. Jalen considered it for a moment and ordered Elias to be taken away and imprisoned. Kato remarked by his side, General, why don't you just kill this villain? Why keep him? Jalen shot him a stern look and said nothing. After Elias was escorted away, Eric apologized once more to Jalen, pleading that he execute the assassin and drop the matter. Jalen smiled and assured, Lord Shui, do not fear. I assure you that this matter will not implicate you. Go peacefully to serve the court. I will take care of everything. This incident could have serious repercussions, holding Eric accountable. Therefore, he was quite frightened until Jalen promised to handle it. He then exhaled with relief, saying, General Burl, if this matter can be handled properly, on behalf of the Qin Qiong clan, we promise to do our utmost to repay your kindness. The Qin Qiong clan was a prominent family at the time, slightly less influential than the few major clans in Guangzhou but still powerful, especially in local politics, sometimes surpassing the Guangzhou families. After dismissing Eric, only Jalen's own men remained in the room. Kato asked again, General, why did you not execute that rascal? What use is keeping him alive? Jalen laughed, Commander Nyo, do not be hasty. I intend to use him for a significant purpose, which might ease the predicament of Hongshan County if successful. Several rebel armies outside Hongshan County are growing stronger, posing a threat to Hongshan's survival. A confrontation is inevitable, so I plan to incite internal strife among the rebels through Elias, thereby securing a window of opportunity for Hongshan County's growth. Matt, Talia, and others nodded in agreement. However, the Zoroastrian representatives had reservations about whether such actions would violate principles of honor. When Talia raised this concern on behalf of the Zoroastrians, Jalen replied, I am a soldier, they are bandits. Why bother with honor when dealing with them? If you wish to uphold chivalric codes, then leave and find another cause. Please seek somewhere else. In reality, he wanted to contest for power and had no place for chivalry, but he was keeping it hidden from the Zoroastrians. They exchanged glances. They sought to leverage Jalen to expand their congregation and influence. Without him, aligning with another rising star would be challenging. They ultimately decided to stay and assist him, as Zoroastrianism was not strictly a martial school. Deciding to use Elias, they devised a detailed plan. Though Elias was confined without physical torment, strict guards left no chance for escape. Knowing death was imminent, he ate and slept freely, embracing a carefree lifestyle. 3 days later, the prison gates opened, and an elder wearing official attire entered, ordering Elias to be brought out. The elder led Elias to a clean room and dismissed everyone else. Elias looked puzzled at the elderly man, but saw no expression on his face. Before he could speculate further, the elder spoke. Elias, stop guessing. Let me tell you, my name is Dean, and I am captain of General Jalen, the new county magistrate. Elias nodded silently, awaiting further explanation. Our magistrate sympathizes with the rebels, knowing that you all rose due to desperation. Had circumstances allowed, no one would choose rebellion. Therefore, he intends to amnesty you. Elias's eyes lit up. Perhaps he had a chance at survival. He cautiously inquired, does the honorable gentleman mean to amnesty us and let us return to normal life? Dean confirmed, indeed, but Eric was here earlier and bore grudges against you. Our lord feared retaliation, hence the imprisonment. Now Eric is gone, so Goguryeo releases you to handle this. Will the honored lord truly amnesty us? Elias doubted. Dean assured, you may investigate our lord's background. Appointed directly by the emperor with substantial authority, he pledged to make Ahil his deputy, proving trustworthy. I believe you. What conditions come with this amnesty? Yes, smart of you to ask. Our lord requires a sign of loyalty, a blood oath deed, to prove your sincerity. What deed? Eliminate other rebel leaders. Killing one leader will suffice for us to trust you. This, Elias realized than the government itself, causing significant harm in the region. However, with soldiers and officers under his command, combined with widespread corruption in the Sui Dynasty, the government could not do much about him. Desperate farmers who had nowhere else to turn joined his ranks, allowing him to live relatively comfortably. Recently, rumors were spreading that he was negotiating with Jalen, the new governor of Huaxia County, planning to submit to the government. This made Ahil furious. This damn rumor was making it impossible for him to maintain control in Guqing. Just as he was puzzled, Elias suddenly returned. Seeing Ahil, Elias knelt down, saying, Brother, I've come back. I didn't expect to see you again. Ahil was stunned. Elias, what happened? Where have you been? Elias cried, Brother, I went to Huaxia County to assassinate Eric, but the county now has a new governor named Jalen. He captured me, and I only managed to escape after killing several guards. Elias did not plan to mention Jalen's intention to recruit them, intending to lie instead. However, upon hearing this, Ahil flew into a rage and kicked Elias twice. Damn it, so it was you who spread the rumor about my surrender. Elias was taken aback. He had avoided contact with anyone on his way back and did not know about the rumor. Brother, how can you say that? I am loyal to you, and would never spread rumors. Who said anything about surrendering? He quickly asked. The rumor says I'm about to surrender to Jalen. If not you, then who? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Elias internally cursed. Jalen must have spread this rumor to counteract any lies he might tell upon returning. This move was brutal and ensured Elias couldn't hide the truth. Brother, I truly didn't leak any information. You must believe me. Someone is trying to frame us. Ahil paced around the hall, his face grim. Let's put aside whether this is true or not. What should we do next? Elias replied, Brother, I think we should pretend to surrender and take advantage of this rumor. Ahil stopped, staring at Elias, who shivered under his gaze and looked away. Ahil coldly said, Tell me why we should surrender. Elias hurriedly explained, Brother, this is for your own good. Everyone is vying for territory and allies. If word spreads that you're about to surrender, regardless of its truth, no one will trust us. They will isolate us and eventually try to eliminate us. Moreover, there are countless rebels, all wanting a piece of the pie. But their strength is too weak to threaten the Sui Dynasty. They will all be eliminated sooner or later. Instead, we should surrender, gain military merit, and survive longer. Ahil remained silent, sitting down and leaning forward. Tell me the truth. Did you escape or were you let go? Knowing he might be killed if he didn't speak honestly, Elias bowed deeply. Brother, Jalen let me go. He told me he wants to recruit you, but I didn't leak any information. Ahil leaned back and scoffed. I knew you couldn't escape on your own. Abdurance he wants to recruit me. Did he make any promises? He did. He said he has the authority to appoint officials. If you accept the offer, you'll be his deputy, second only to him in this area. Elias crawled closer to explain. Ahil nodded and asked, what conditions did he set? Yes, he did set conditions. He wants you to kill another rebel leader as a sign of loyalty. Exactly as I thought, Ahil said. He let you go and leaked this information to force me into accepting his offer. Brother, you already knew? Elias asked nervously. Do you think such a petty trick could fool me? Yes, brother is wise and farsighted. How could you possibly fall for it? So, what do you think we should do? Elias tried to flatter him. Ahil narrowed his eyes. You're right. Rebellion is not sustainable. We need to find a way out for our brothers. Surrendering is a good option. So you agree? I don't really have a choice. It's inevitable. Better sooner than later. I've heard this girl is favored by the emperor and has a bright future. Following him won't be and was about to be punished. In his anger, he killed the county magistrate and began an uprising against the Sui Dynasty, earning him the nickname Sheep Toucher. In reality, he had no grand ambitions and was not meant to be a leader of an uprising. It was just a stroke of luck that made him the head of the rebellion. Under his leadership, his troops were chaotic and directionless, sometimes even more cruel than the authorities themselves, becoming a local scourge. However, with soldiers and officers at his disposal, coupled with the corrupt administration of the Sui Dynasty, the authorities were powerless against him. Desperate farmers joined his ranks as they had nowhere else to turn. Therefore, he lived quite comfortably. But recently, rumors spread everywhere that he was making deals with the governor of Huaxia Commandery, Jalen, and planning to join the government forces. This greatly angered him. Damn it, who started these rumors? How can I still have any standing in our stronghold? Just as he was puzzled, Elias suddenly returned. Upon seeing Ahil, Elias fell to his knees. Brother, I'm back. I didn't think I would see you again. Ahil was stunned. Elias, what happened? Where have you been? Elias cried, Brother, I went to Huaxia Commandery to assassinate Eric. But the commandery now has a new governor named Jalen. He captured me, and I only managed to escape after killing several guards. Elias did. The number of rebels is vast, each wanting a share of the pie. However, most lack the strength to shake the foundations of the Sui Dynasty and will eventually be crushed. Why not accept recruitment first and gain some military merits? That's better than being eliminated. Ahil remained silent, leaning back in his chair. Tell me the truth. Did you escape, or were you released? Elias knew he had to tell the truth, or risk being killed. He knocked his head on the ground. Brother, it was indeed Jalen who let me go. He told me he wants to recruit you, but I didn't leak the news. Ahil leaned back, huffing. I knew you couldn't escape by yourself. Abdurance he wants to recruit me. Did he make any promises? Yes, he said he has the authority to recruit officials independently. If you accept recruitment, you'll be his deputy, second only to him here. Ahil nodded and asked, did he also set conditions? Yes, he did. He wants you to kill a rebel leader as proof of loyalty. Indeed, Ahil said. He released you, and deliberately leaked this news to force my hand into accepting recruitment. Brother, you already knew? Elias hurriedly asked. Himph, can such a petty trick deceive me? Yes, brother is wise and invincible. You won't fall for such a trap. So what should we do? Elias flattered. Ahil narrowed his eyes. You're right. Rebellion isn't sustainable. We need to find a way out for our brothers. Accepting recruitment seems like a viable option. I must go there. Prepare as I instructed. Yes, brother. I'll ensure everything is ready. Hashtag Chapter 89. Clash of Two Heroes. Ahil led over 100 guards to Josiah's stronghold, while Elias followed with several thousand of Ahil's troops, ready to launch a surprise attack. The distance between the rebel forces led by Ahil, Josiah, Vaughn, and Acton was not very great. They were all concentrated around today's Xingtai and Hongshui areas. Vaughn's base was near Jiaojibo. Ahil and Josiah were closer to Zhaozhou. Although their territories did not border the Huaxia Commandery under Jalen's jurisdiction, they posed an ongoing threat to Huaxia and could attack at any time. Therefore, Jalen devised this strategy to incite internal strife among the rebels, buying time for Huaxia to develop. Ahil and others had heard of his rising fame and knew he was a new star with a promising future, so they sought to ally themselves with him, thus falling into his trap. When Ahil arrived in Josiah's territory, someone had already informed Josiah, who came out to greet him. These rebel forces were not very strong, each numbering only a few thousand men, controlling small territories but capable of significant disruption due to their mobility. Josiah was tall and stout, his face full of fat, with small eyes. Seeing Ahil, he laughed and said, Brother, how do you find the time to visit me? Ahil smiled and replied, I missed my brother, so I made time to come see you. Please come in. There's no such thing. Who'd accept rebels who've killed countless officials? Even if we wanted to surrender, no one would take us. That makes sense. I knew you wouldn't do anything stupid. Here, drink. Josiah laughed. After a few more rounds, Ahil asked, Brother, have you thought about the future? We just want to survive. Maybe we should find someone to follow. Josiah smiled. Let's enjoy today, worry about tomorrow later. Though I do need something from you. What? Ahil asked, taken aback. Josiah smashed his cup and yelled, Your head! Don't think I didn't know what you were planning. Your troops are right behind you, wanting to swallow me whole. Soldiers rushed in, surrounding Ahil. He realized Josiah never trusted him, having prepared all along. Without hesitation, he fought back. His 100 men were soon outnumbered, and fierce fighting ensued. Josiah watched coldly. Don't blame me, brother. You started this, and now you reap what you sowed. Ahil, knowing his fault, fought desperately but was overwhelmed. He turned towards Josiah, aiming to end it quickly. Unprepared, Josiah's men failed to stop him. Ahil reached Josiah but fell into a pit trap, half his body sinking in. The trap held Ahil, who tried to escape, but several soldiers armed with spears stabbed him repeatedly, impaling him midair. With lifeless eyes, he murmured, It's over. Truman, I'm coming to join you. You won't. You can't leave. You're my guardian deity. Roll off. You're making me sound dead, Shaw retorted, and both burst into laughter. Shaw was only joking and had no intention of leaving. Jalen knew this, so he spoke deliberately. After separating from Shaw, Jalen convened a meeting with all officials of Huangshan County, including Alexei, Chief Secretary, Amir, Captain, and Hawk, Merit Officer, as well as other major and minor officials. This was Jalen's first such meeting since his arrival. With the achievement of subduing Ahil's forces, everyone respected him. Abdurting in the center, Jalen addressed them, Please feel at ease. The Eben sent me here to improve the situation. Everyone should contribute their ideas openly without reservation. Alexei responded, We will follow your orders, sir. Jalen looked at him and said, There's no need for formalities. We all serve the Eben. Abdurance, none of you wish to speak first. Let me present my thoughts. The Eben's main objective is recruiting soldiers for our future campaign against Goguryeo. However, with current unrest, it's difficult to recruit troops. Many able-bodied men are hiding or joining bandits. To recruit effectively, we must first stabilize the region. Only when people's lives improve will they willingly send their sons to serve. The officials nodded in agreement. To ensure stability, agriculture must be prioritized. People depend heavily on weather conditions. Good harvests allow for basic survival, but poor years bring famine and hardship, exacerbated by yields could exceed 1,000 pounds per acre. If this is true, Huangshan would become prosperous, unparalleled within the Sui Dynasty. I've ordered the construction of fertilizer factories, providing employment for displaced people. For displaced persons from outside, we must provide proper settlement. Population means recruits. Only with sufficient manpower can we strengthen our military. That's right. Once food production increases, retaining displaced people won't be an issue, Alexei excitedly agreed. Moreover, we must ensure irrigation facilities work properly during planting seasons, preventing droughts. And another key task is building houses for displaced people, attracting them to settle here. They can gradually repay the cost of their homes through their harvests. But what if they can't pay back? Jalen smiled. If they can't, the house remains ours. There's no shortage of people eager for shelter. Moreover, while they live in these houses rent-free, they must pay annually in grain to eventually own them. Displaced people can't afford to build homes themselves. Providing houses on deferred payment terms means, once paid off, they own the property. Who wouldn't want this opportunity? Displaced people will flock to Huaxia. Translation notes. The text has been rendered into fluent English on price. An approach sure to drive the wealthy elites into a frenzy. Jalen's innovative strategies earned him widespread admiration. As everyone dispersed, Matt commented, "Lord, is this your strategy for national prosperity? With this approach, the country will surely flourish." Jalen replied, "This is just the surface. A nation's true strength comes from its military. Only with a strong military can we provide the security needed for other aspects to thrive. Otherwise, everything we do would only benefit others because they would eventually adopt similar methods." Matt nodded. "But by taking these initiatives first, we won't have to worry about recruiting soldiers. People from other regions will flock here, eager to join our army." Jalen said, "We are still part of the Sui Dynasty, so we must recruit soldiers within the Sui territory. Before the right moment arrives, we need to remain cautious and not draw too much attention. Follow me, Ruhui. I'll take you to a place." Jalen led Matt and Kato out of Huaxia County, which was Mickey's hometown, now known as Jiangding. Huaxia County was a large administrative region overseeing 3 to 4 surrounding counties. They arrived at Jingxing Pass, a crucial pass through the Taihang Mountains, serving as an important gateway to Hudong. Known for its steep terrain and narrow paths, Jingxing Pass was historically described as one of the 8 strategic passes of the Taihang Mountains, renowned for its difficulty to traverse. Looking at the towering mountains, Kato asked in confusion, "Lord, why did you bring us here? Are you planning to attack Hudong?" "Attack? Don't think of war all the time. There's treasure here," Jalen responded. "Treasure? Hidden treasures inside? I don't recall any emperor or tycoon living here." Kato scratched his head. Matt explained, "No, read more history. This area was once part of the Zhongshan state, a powerful kingdom during the spring and autumn period with 1,000 chariots. It was eventually annexed by the state of Zhao." "So, you're saying the treasure here belongs to the Zhongshan king?" "I didn't say that. I only mentioned it was once occupied by Zhongshan. The capital of Zhongshan, Lingshou, isn't far from here, but I'm not sure if the treasure is from there," Matt clarified. Jalen laughed. "Enough arguing. Just follow me, and you'll see." The 3 men, along with their entourage, wandered through the mountains until they reached a certain spot. "We're here," Jalen announced. Kato looked around at the layered hills and beautiful scenery but saw nothing unusual. Jalen ordered, "Dig out the rock ahead." The accompanying soldiers dug away the rocks, revealing a black substance underneath. "This is the treasure," Jalen pointed at the black material. "Treasure?" Kato couldn't see clearly from his horse and dismounted to inspect closer. He grabbed a handful, covering his hands with black dust. He tried wiping it off, but only managed to cover himself more. "What kind of treasure is this? All black?" Jalen also dismounted. "This is coal, a versatile resource with many uses, from heating to iron smelting, gunpowder production, and even fertilizer. It's a universal raw material. Coal had been used early on but was not widely available in the Sui and Rene periods, limited mostly to mountainous regions. Thus, neither Kato nor Matt, both from the northwest and Chang'an, recognized it. When Jalen learned he would become the governor of Huaxia County, he was excited. Knowing from modern times that Jingxing was rich in resources like coal and iron, he realized it was untapped wealth waiting to be discovered. Once mined, it could provide him with endless wealth and revolutionize metallurgy, enabling the creation of more durable weapons. Moreover, using coal could lead to advancements in explosives and firearms, ultimately forming a formidable firearmed force. However, before reaching a certain level of power, he couldn't reveal these advanced technologies publicly. Exposing such cutting-edge technology too soon would make him a target. With only one county under his control, he wasn't prepared to face potential threats. Instead, he planned to develop these resources secretly and gradually create what he needed. "Is this really that valuable?" Kato was skeptical. "You'll see in the future. We must keep the mining operation secret. The coal we extract will first be used for heating displaced people. Once people recognize its value, we can start selling it for profit. We should also gather skilled artisans to secretly improve our metallurgy techniques in the mountains. I aim to equip my troops with the finest weapons, turning them into an unbeatable, ever-victorious army." Jalen spoke with unbridled passion, his eyes filled with confidence, envisioning the dawn of a new era. Chapter 92. Initial results. The Jingxing mine had never been exploited before, so coal could be found virtually anywhere. The extraction was incredibly effortless. Matt specifically recruited a group of displaced civilians, providing them with housing and farming land to ensure the security of their families and alleviate any concerns they might have. As a result, these people willingly moved into the mountains to mine minerals, reducing contact with the outside world, thereby protecting the secret of the Jingxing mines. Jalen's reforms in Huaxia County completely revitalized it. While most measures were long-term initiatives that wouldn't show immediate results, the construction of residences and the distribution of fertilizer yielded swift and noticeable outcomes. Crops on fertilized land grew luxuriantly, noticeably different from unfertilized plots. Regarding your concern about them fleeing after collecting the fertilizers, that's even less likely. There are no fertilizers elsewhere, and they can't produce it themselves. A small amount of fertilizer won't make them rich, nor will it last beyond this season. No one who isn't foolish would do something that's stupid. Alexei was still hesitant. If we're selling fertilizers, we can't just limit it to Huangshan. They could buy from other regions once the fertilizer becomes available there, right? Jalen explained. Minister Zhang, you clearly lack business experience. Our region is the origin. Although we sell fertilizers externally, we don't disclose our production methods. To get the fertilizers, buyers must purchase from us and transport them elsewhere, incurring transportation costs. To offset these costs, we raise the price. Thus, prices vary between local and external purchases. Locals won't be foolish enough to buy expensive products elsewhere when they can get them cheaper here. Some may be fools or pretend to be, buying locally and planting elsewhere. I've established a registration and reporting system. If such individuals are discovered, they lose their purchasing rights in Huangshan permanently and face a tenfold fine. Alexei nodded admiringly. Your foresight is impressive. As long as the government doesn't incur losses, some initial expenses are manageable. While free fertilizers drew enthusiastic responses, building houses for displaced civilians caused even greater excitement. In ancient times, with low productivity and many displaced people, many starved or turned to banditry. Now Huangshan nodded. Abdur, this is a brilliant plan. Who should negotiate with Wei Ji? I'll handle it personally, Jalen replied. That's very kind of you, Abdur. You've done so much for Huangshan's people. They will remember your kindness, Hawk exclaimed. Facing north, Jalen remarked. All this is due to the Ebon's grace. I merely serve him. Chapter 93. Pulling Shaw into the business. Jalen spoke elegantly, and his heart was indeed overjoyed because the capital for this bank, Wei Ji Qinzhuang, came from him. This way, the money earned from selling houses would all end up in his pocket. On the surface, he gained political achievements and received the people's admiration. In reality, he also reaped tangible benefits in solid silver, achieving both fame and fortune. Who wouldn't want such a good deal? Jalen put all the silver earned from selling cotton clothes into starting this bank, and Abel transformed from a bandit to the manager of the Wei Ji Qinzhuang. However, Jalen did not operate the bank on his own. He pulled Shaw into the business as well. He knew that such a profitable business would inevitably arouse envy and lead to competitors springing up and attacking their rivals. But with his current strength, he couldn't compete with those influential families. If he wanted the bank to run smoothly, he needed a powerful patron, and Shaw would be the perfect one, given the might of the Wei family, whom no one dared to provoke. So, Jalen found Shaw. Shaw had been closely watching the dynamics in Huangshan County and understood its changes. He was impressed by Jalen's tactics and realized that Burl wasn't only a martial arts prodigy or a military genius, but also possessed unique methods in governance. After arriving, Jalen instigated conflicts among the insurgent forces, eliminating one faction and weakening another, thus severely damaging the insurgency and rendering them incapable of launching attacks on Huangshan County in the short term. Then, he sold fertilizers and built houses, which not only retained local residents but also attracted migrants from other regions, rapidly increasing the population in Huangshan County. And if everyone could live in peace and prosperity, who would still rebel? Thus, the number of peasant troops diminished significantly. Such a capable administrator was underutilized if only staying in Huangshan County. At this moment, Jalen came looking for him. He brought Jalen inside and asked, County Governor Burl, you haven't visited me for quite some time. How come you have the time today? Jalen chuckled and lowered his voice, saying, I've come here to bring you money. Hearing about money, Shaw became interested. He dismissed the servants so they were alone in the room. His eyes sparkled as he asked, Is there a profit to make? Selling more cotton clothes? Jalen gave a bitter laugh. Your vision is too limited. I told you before, selling cotton clothes can be done but the profit margin is too low, not enough to earn big money. You should look towards long-term gains. Shaw scratched his head. I've never made money, really can't think of other ways. Can you tell me how to make money? Jalen leaned back comfortably in the chair, adopting a rather impolite posture. However, they were very familiar with each other, so Shaw didn't mind. His eyes eagerly awaited what Jalen had to say. Jalen explained the idea of setting up a bank, making Shaw's eyes shine brightly. Can this really earn money? Of course, why would I deceive you? We'll start with mortgage lending on houses, and then develop more earning strategies later. I can tell you, opening a bank means pouring silver into your home like water, much better than selling cotton clothes. But our current strength isn't enough to conduct many banking operations. Soon we will expand our business and earn even more money. Shaw first looked happy but suddenly turned unhappy, sighing, What you said makes sense, but I don't have money to invest. What do I do? Jalen laughed again. Does Wei Xiao need to contribute funds? Your reputation is the best capital. Shaw was stunned at first, then asked, You mean I don't have to put in money? Of course, I'll give you a 10% dry share. All you have to do is wait for dividends each year. But the bank has to be opened under the name of the Wei family, and you'll need to face any issues that arise. What do you think? So that's it. Shaw understood. You're relying on the Wei family's influence to open the bank, right? That's right. This business will definitely attract envy, and I'm afraid we won't stand a chance against them. With the Wei family's protection, we can feel more secure. Shaw smiled cunningly after listening. Mingxin, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the stakes you offered are too low. Our Wei family facing risks, this price won't work. Minimum 15% profit. Shaw hiked up the share. Alright, no problem, 15%. Wei Xiao, remember this was your call, don't back out. Jalen agreed immediately. Shaw hadn't expected him to agree so readily. He blinked and said, Did I ask for too little? You said it yourself, don't go back on your word. Jalen smiled. Shaw sighed. Alright, contentment brings happiness. It's settled. But if there are future opportunities, you must include me. Jalen replied, No problem, Wei Xiao, just wait and earn. Before long, Wei Ji Qinzhuang will branch out everywhere, and you shouldn't think 15% profit is low. By then, the amount of silver will surprise you. Jalen knew other places would emulate this model. Wherever it happened, he'd open a bank there, ensuring a steady flow of wealth. And once the bank grew to a certain level, it could Chapter 94, Searching for Warhorses. Jalen had recruited 10,000 troops, but he was now caught in a dilemma. Due to his low rank, he did not have the authority to command such a large force. If the court deemed his recruitment illegal, he would not only miss out on any rewards but might also be punished as a criminal. He consulted Matt about this issue, hoping he could offer some advice on how to retain such a large army. Matt laughed heartily and said, "My lord, you are wise in most matters but confused in this one. You currently hold two positions, one as a Zhuoguo general and another as the governor of Huaxia Commandery. Under the title of Zhuoguo general, you recruit Fu Bing, who are provided with military provisions by the court. As the governor, you recruit troops for Huaxia Commandery itself, whose expenses are borne by the commandery. Wouldn't dividing the army into these two groups solve your problem?" Jalen immediately understood that this approach would resolve the recruitment issue. With rebel uprisings widespread, the court had relaxed its oversight over local troop recruitment as long as it didn't add to the national burden. Given Huaxia's financial resources, it could support additional troops without difficulty. However, Matt reminded Jalen, you should still discuss this with Shaw. Having his approval will make this more legitimate, considering he is here to monitor you. Jalen nodded. He knew Shaw's principles. Despite their good relationship and mutual benefit, if he acted illegally, Shaw would remain impartial. However, Shaw wasn't overly rigid and might overlook minor infractions. So, Jalen approached Shaw and explained the situation. Wei Xiao, you know the current situation. These people volunteer to defend their homeland. I know this is irregular, but we cannot ignore the enthusiasm of our people. That's why I came to discuss this with you. My intentions are purely driven by necessity. Shaw stared at him, expressionless, and said, "Do you think I don't understand your true intentions? You haven't been entirely honest with me." Jalen's heart skipped a beat. Did Shaw suspect he planned to rebel? He remained calm on the surface. Wei Xiao, what do you mean? I'm not sure I understand. Shaw responded, I know you're not just concerned with protecting Huangshan. You plan to attack the rebels actively, right? You want to keep all the credit for yourself? That won't happen unless I'm included. Relieved, Jalen replied, Wei Xiao, you misunderstand. We're close friends, and I wouldn't exclude you from anything important. I didn't tell you because I hadn't yet devised a strategy. Once I have a plan, you'll naturally be part of it. So, does this mean you agree with recruiting local troops? Shaw stood up and said, as long as your actions align with the interests of the court, I have no issues and will even vouch for you. But if you harbor other intentions, don't blame me for being strict. I am a loyal citizen of the Sui Dynasty. The emperor has treated me well, and I will never betray him, Jalen thought. But he knew that once Hurley passed away and chaos ensued, Shaw's stance might change too. Having resolved the recruitment issue, Jalen expanded his forces to 15,000 men, including 5,000 Fubing and 10,000 local troops. He personally trained the latter as his elite force. To train them effectively, he disbanded the original Flying Eagle Corps and reassigned its members as officers within the new troops. However, the majority of Sui troops were infantry, lacking horses. Training all these men as cavalry required a significant number of war horses. Abdurn's local troops weren't supplied by the court. Obtaining horses was a challenge they needed to address themselves. Cato suggested, to get high-quality war horses, we should consider dealing with the Turks. Only the Turkic tribes possess top-tier war horses. Jalen nodded, your suggestion is sound, but attacking the Turks might not be feasible. Instead, let's try trading with them. Trading is the only way to secure a steady supply of war horses. But the Turks have long-standing enmity with us. While they outwardly submit to us, there's unrest among them. It's better if you stay. Finally, he informed Shaw, who supported the plan despite worrying about Jalen's safety. Jalen suggested Shaw go instead, but Shaw declined, citing his inability to leave without imperial orders. Chapter 95, Saving a Life. Jalen made a disdainful expression at Shaw, and suddenly both of them burst into laughter. Jalen knew that Shaw wouldn't go. Their duties were different, hence they faced different people and thus made different choices. Shaw patted his chest and said, go with peace. Huangshan is safe with me around. Nothing will go wrong. Jalen nodded. He left Huangshan with Cosmo and the others. As they were about to leave Huangshan, they encountered a disguised Talia. Upon seeing them, Talia greeted enthusiastically. What a coincidence. You guys are on this path too? I have some business here as well. Let's travel together. Jalen shook his head and said, forget it, Kyla. Stop pretending. Just follow us. Talia pouted. Who's following you? Didn't you see I arrived first? If anything, you should be following me. All right then, we won't follow you. We'll take another route. Jalen turned towards another direction. Talia panicked and shouted, all right, I'll follow you. I just want to go out for a walk. She quickly caught up. All right, but no causing trouble along the way or tribes nearby. If we continue, our provisions might run out, Dean, their guide, commented. Dean was familiar with deserts, grasslands, and mountains alike, a characteristic of Cecil messengers who needed to understand local customs and geography. Water flows everywhere after all. This time was no exception, and he took on the role of guide. However, he was helpless against the unexpected changes. After some thought, Jalen said, Abdurns the Chitons have moved. Let's travel another day north. If we still can't find anyone, we'll return to town, prepare adequately, and come back to the grasslands later. The others agreed with his plan. They rode northward for a day but still found no sign of habitation by evening, accompanied only by strong winds. Truly beautiful, Talia remarked as the sunset bathed the prairie in golden light. A herd of wild horses galloped in the distance, illuminated gloriously by the sun, appearing especially strong and graceful. Beautiful though it may be, it's near dusk, Jalen quoted Li Shangyin's poem. Hearing the verse, Talia gazed at him admiringly, entranced. At that moment, the tranquility was shattered by shouts and neighing horses. A group of warriors chased a lone rider toward them. The fleeing man shot arrows backward to slow down his pursuers, but they outnumbered him and responded with arrows of their own, forcing him to dodge while losing speed. Seeing Jalen and the others armed and equipped, the fleeing man lit up with hope. Friends ahead, please help stop those behind me. I shall repay you generously. His pursuers yelled, stand aside. Don't interfere with the Turkic people catching our enemy, or our iron cavalry will raise your tribes. It was the Turkic people hunting down an enemy. Qiuran glanced at the four beside him. They understood immediately. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rescue the fleeing man first regardless of who he was. They parted ways, letting the fugitive pass while blocking the pursuers. The Turkic men were furious. You fools, daring to obstruct us. We're from great Sui. See how you flatten our tribes. Qiuran charged forward with his cold steel spear, disregarding the numerical disadvantage. The Turkic warriors recognized the Sui identity of these men. Though they outwardly submitted to Sui, actual battles frequently erupted between them. Emboldened by their usual dominance on the prairies, they swung their long knives, intent on killing these Sui men. To them, Qiuran killed easily, almost like slaughtering dogs. Even before Talia and the others joined in, he had already slain several men. Realizing they faced a formidable opponent, the remaining Turkic riders attempted to flee, but their horses were no match for the Han blood stallions. Qiuran swiftly caught up and slaughtered them all. Note, Han blood should be sweat blood, or more correctly heavenly blood, referring to the legendary breed of horses. For better fluency and accuracy, it should be Qiuran swiftly caught up on his heavenly blood steed and slaughtered them all. Improved version. Realizing they faced a formidable opponent, the remaining Turkic riders attempted to flee, but their horses were no match for the heavenly blood steeds. Qiuran swiftly caught up and slew them all. The fugitive watched in awe. This Sui warrior was incredibly valiant, single-handedly defeating an entire squad. Finishing the fight, Qiuran circled back on his horse, feeling slightly unsatisfied. The opponents were too weak. Cosmo and the other side, agreeing with this sentiment. Approaching the survivor, they saw a 30-something man with a beard, bright eyes, and hair braided into many strands. Who are you? And why were you pursued by the Turkic people? The man replied, my name is Samsonlo. I belong to the Dehi clan of the Khitan tribe. On this trip to pay tribute to the Turkic people, I went undercover to gather intelligence but was discovered. My companions died trying to save me. It turns out he was from the Khitan tribe, so saving him had been the right choice. Chapter 96. Fire burns the Turks. A bonfire was lit, and Qiuran and his companions sat around it. The vast expanse of the steppe lay before them. They had already slaughtered the Turkish pursuers. It would not be easy for the tribal alliance. My father is the chieftain, so I have considerable influence, Xavian replied. That's good. Otherwise, I wouldn't share this secret. Look at this. Qiuran handed over the knife, used to cut the meat. Xavian looked puzzled, unsure of Qiuran's intentions. Taking the short knife, which was only about a foot long and quite heavy, he examined it closely under Qiuran's direction. Under the firelight, the knife gleamed with a blue luster, its steel unlike any ordinary blade. He drew his own dagger and tapped it against Burl's knife. A sharp clang rang out. Qiuran's knife remained unharmed, while Xavian's dagger showed a nick despite no force being applied. If more force had been used, it might have broken. General Burl, is this a treasured sword? Not exactly. It's just an ordinary blade crafted using improved smelting techniques. If I can supply such blades to you, do you think our cooperation could work? Is that true? You can supply us with these knives? That would be wonderful. You can have as many war horses as you want, Xavian exclaimed, rising excitedly and brandishing the short knife. Qiuran smiled, the curve of his lips catching the firelight, making him look radiant. However, he hadn't revealed to Xavian that he couldn't yet mass-produce such weapons. Although he had the technology, he lacked the means to overhaul steelmaking and blade manufacturing on a large scale, which required substantial funds, not something easily accomplished. But not now didn't mean never. Xavian was elated, envisioning the rise of the Khitan. They talked into the night, finding much common ground. General Burl, I'd like to swear brotherhood with you. Would you agree? Xavian asked cautiously. Why not? Let's swear brotherhood here, Qiuran replied without objection. Really? Excellent. Delighted, Xavian pulled Qiuran to his feet, kneeling eastward and declaring, I, Xavian, vow brotherhood with Qiuran, sharing life and death. Qiuran echoed the oath. They officially became sworn brothers. Xavian gave Qiuran a jade pendant, while Qiuran gave him the short knife as tokens of their bond, deepening their relationship. Brother, when I meet father, I'll get him to agree to cooperate with you. Together, we'll defeat the Turks. If you wish to become Eben of Central China, we'll send troops to support you, Xavian said eagerly, still coveting the wealth of Central China. Though tempted, Qiuran didn't agree inwardly, thinking, an alien barbarian dreams of invading my Chinese homeland. Once I gain power, I'll obliterate your Khitan tribe to prevent future troubles. Yet outwardly, he remained cordial. Despite their mutual respect, both harbored ulterior motives. They conversed through the night, only closing their eyes as dawn approached. Upon waking, they prepared to leave for the Dehi tribe. Suddenly, the earth seemed to tremble, and a rumbling was heard. Xavian motioned for silence, pressing his ear to the ground to listen. Trouble. The Turks are pursuing us. There are many of them. We can't stand against them, he said anxiously. The Turks moved quickly, seemingly intent on capturing Xavian even if it meant attacking the Dehi tribe. Last night's pursuers hadn't returned, and this morning a large force had been dispatched to continue the chase. Fleeing was no longer an option. Even if Qiuran could escape on his fine horse, Cosmo and the others would be caught. What should we do? Everyone turned to Qiuran. Qiuran frowned. The Turks were too numerous. They couldn't all be killed, and once surrounded, they'd all die. As he pondered, a gust of wind blew past his face. I've got it. Set fire to the steppe. The wind is blowing east, towards the Turks. If we set the grass alight, they won't be able to chase us and might even lose their lives here. Set fire to the steppe? Xavian hesitated. Qiuran's idea seemed simple, but Xavian, raised on the steppe, relied on it for grazing and held deep affection for it. Brother, don't hesitate. It's September. The grass is dry and unsuitable for grazing. Wildfires clear the old growth, allowing new pasture to flourish in spring, Qiuran explained. You're right. Burn it all, Xavian agreed, shouting the order. Chapter 97. The Dai He Tribe. A huge fire roared into the sky, its crimson glow illuminating half the heavens. Driven by the east wind, it swiftly rolled westward. Wind and fire fed each other, rapidly turning into an unstoppable inferno that advanced toward where the Turkic people had come from. The Turkic people never imagined they would encounter such a disaster. Their horses galloped frantically, but when they realized the fire was closing in, they pulled on their reins. By then, the flames were already at their heels. Terrified, they turned back, but with the combination of fire and strong winds, even their fast horses couldn't outrun the flames. They scattered in all directions to escape, but the fire's reach was too vast. Fleeing in any direction didn't help them avoid the encircling flames. Most of the pursuing Turkic cavalry, except those on the fastest horses, perished in the inferno. After setting the fire, Jalen and his group did not stay to watch. They fled eastward. The wind direction was unpredictable. If it changed, they could be roasted like suckling pigs. It was best to leave the danger zone as quickly as possible. With Xaviano leading the way, they traveled for another day before finally arriving at the Dai He tribe. This was a large tribe, asked Jalen and his companions to wait outside while he and Miguel entered the tent to meet Zeke, Xaviano's father. Outside, Jalen and the others heard sounds of breaking objects and whipping. They looked at each other, realizing Xaviano was being punished by his father. After a long while, a tall, robust old man with white hair and beard emerged. He exuded vitality despite his age. Xaviano trailed behind, looking dejected with visible bruises on his face from a recent beating. The old man greeted Jalen with a hearty laugh. General Burl of the Great Sui has arrived. I, Zeke, failed to greet you properly. Please forgive me. Jalen hurriedly returned the greeting. Chief Dahi, we came unexpectedly without gifts. Please understand. General Burl, you're too polite. You saved my son. I can't thank you enough. No need for gifts. Zeke gave Xaviano a stern look. You're over 30 and still don't know better. What a disgrace. Let's go inside. Inside the tent, Zeke invited Jalen and his group in. Xaviano winked at Jalen, signaling that he was used to this treatment and was fine. Jalen shook his head in amusement. Zeke offered them food and drinks. He raised his cup. General Burl, drink this cup first. They downed their cups in one gulp. The chitin wine was harsh and pungent, unlike the mild yellow wine of central China. Despite its roughness, Jalen found it reminiscent of modern Chinese baijiu, albeit less refined. Good wine, Jalen praised. Zeke smiled. General Burl truly has a good tolerance. Most people aren't used to our wine. Jalen noticed Talia and others grimacing slightly. Only Lao Jiadin, who had traveled extensively and tasted chitin wine before, remained expressionless, though he discreetly stuck out his tongue. Jalen laughed. Wine finds its connoisseur. Even pearls and gold mean nothing to those who don't appreciate them. Like this wine, only someone who enjoys it can truly taste its beauty. Then drink a few more cups, General Burl. Zeke raised his cup again, and everyone joined in. Later, after eating and drinking their fill, Zeke arranged lodging for them but did not discuss business yet. Knowing they needed time to deliberate, Jalen wasn't in a hurry and followed the servants to rest. As expected, after settling Jalen's group, Zeke convened a meeting with the tribe's elders. Attendees included Deputy Chief Gerhard, father of Miguel, Elder Humbert, Finley, Seymour, along with the younger members Xaviano and Miguel. Zeke recounted the events, including Xaviano's secret mission to spy on the Turks, his discovery by the Turks, and the purpose of Jalen's visit. After a moment of silence, Zeke asked, what do we do about this? The Turks have discovered Dualuo's spying and sent men to chase him. Though he escaped, this matter isn't over. The Turks won't let this slide. How should we respond? Elder Humbert, whose silver-haired head indicated his harmonious, with disputes constantly breaking out. No one trusted each other, leading to centuries of chitin subjugation under the Turks, who demanded tributes daily. Wayland said, let's not think about merging now. First, we need to find a way through this crisis. Alternatively, we could move north to remote regions where Turkish influence cannot reach. Dai Feixiong shook his head. There's no need for such panic. Although the Turks are strong, they'd have to consider before coming here. We could merely pay more tribute. Marshall remarked, don't underestimate it. Even if the Turks can't come personally, there are plenty willing to curry favor. Other chitin tribes might seize this opportunity to attack us. Dev stated, the chitins have been silent for too long and should receive divine protection and a chance at rebirth. Perhaps this is an opportunity for unifying all the tribes. Dai Feixiong said, Tualuo, show the short blade Jalen gave you to the elders. Hyatt brought out the short blade and presented it to the elders. After everyone had examined it, he ordered someone to bring another sword. He asked Hildred to hold the sword while he swung the short blade down. With a flash of light, the other sword broke. Everyone in the room was astonished. However, Wayland remarked, it's indeed a fine blade. But what use is it to us, as compensation to the Turks? Hyatt responded, Elder Frisco, one blade may not mean much, but what if we had countless such blades? What? Shock rippled through the assembly. Each elder stood up, eyes wide, staring at Hyatt in disbelief. Marshall trembled. Tualuo, repeat what you just said? I mean having a large quantity of such fine blades available to us. Where? Where can such blades be found? Dev asked. Dai Feixiong replied, from the newly arrived Sui General, Jalen. He saved Tualuo and repelled the Turk soldiers by burning them back. He's here to do business. What kind of deal? He provides us these blades and helps us against the Turks in exchange for war horses, which he needs in large numbers. The elders murmured among themselves. Wayland opined, if he truly can supply these weapons, trading horses would not be a problem. But the Sui are not trustworthy either, another elder interjected. Hyatt defended, we have sworn brotherhood. He wouldn't deceive me. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Among the chitins, loyalty and sworn brothers meant life and death. Such a vow was never broken. Marshall cried out to the sky, eternal sky, the chitins are finally rising. A new era for the chitins is coming. Wayland added, clan leader, quickly agreed to the Sui's request. Providing horses isn't an issue. As long as he supplies us with weapons, our horses will never fall short. Dev remained cautious. Please, bosses. Horses we have plenty of, but weapons are scarce. He suggested, let's meet Jalen and feel out his intentions. If he genuinely wants to overthrow the Sui, we can help him as long as he agrees to certain conditions. There's no need to keep him against his will. This proposal received nods of agreement from everyone present, including Hyatt. It concerned the interests of the Dai tribe. After all, Dai Tuayuo's only condition was that Jalen not be harmed, but the benefits had to be pursued. Chapter 99. Each has their own plan. The Dai tribe discussed matters inside their tents, and Jalen did not remain idle either. The five of them also deliberated on how to negotiate with the Dai tribe. Carly said, wealth moves the heart. There's no kinship in front of interests. People can do anything for benefits. We must be wary that the Dai tribe might resort to force. Bryson added, what you say is right. We can't let our guard down. We can't just sit here and await disaster. Jalen sat in the middle and shook his head. Rest assured, they won't dare. If they push too hard, they might end up with nothing. They won't take extreme measures. However, we must be wary of other schemes they may have. Talia suddenly asked, you have such fine sabers. Why don't you equip the Sui army instead of trading them to the Khitan? Wouldn't it make the Sui army invincible? Bryson, Carly, and Zurutong looked at Jalen as well. They also didn't understand why he wouldn't arm the Sui army with such good weapons. Jalen explained, most of the Sui troops are infantry. Even if they were equipped with better weapons, they still wouldn't have an advantage against cavalry. Therefore, training cavalry is now a priority for me. Cavalry is the kind of troops I need. More importantly, he paused and looked around. Bryson stepped out of the tent and walked around but found no one eavesdropping. He then returned and said, no one is listening. You can speak freely. Jalen said, the key is that I currently lack the capacity to produce these fine sabers in large quantities. Upon hearing this, Talia and others were taken aback. It turned out all this talk was about inability to produce. Wasn't Jalen actually deceiving the Khitan? Jalen explained further, I can forge these fine sabers, and forging 1 or 200 isn't a problem. But equipping an entire army is another matter. It's not about technical limitations, but a lack of funds. To put it simply, I don't have the money. To forge such weapons, we need to improve existing iron smelting techniques and find appropriate iron ore. All this requires a substantial amount of silver. And I'm just a prefect. Where would I get so much silver? If your Zoroastrian religion could provide me with funds, I could immediately begin production. They shook their heads upon hearing this. Zoroastrianism had some savings, but the amount Jalen required was immense. Even if they pooled all their resources, it wouldn't be enough. If Zoroastrianism were that wealthy, they wouldn't have been digging tunnels in the ruins of Lulan for 200 years. Jalen watched them and chuckled inwardly. He couldn't mass-produce these weapons not because he lacked money, but due to his current power. With only a county under his control, even if he armed the recruited 10,000 soldiers with advanced weapons, it wouldn't allow him to resist other armies. If Eben Hurley ordered him to hand over weapon-making technology, he'd be forced to comply, merely paving the way for others. If he refused and rebelled, neither the Sui Dynasty nor the rebel forces would leave him alone. That would put him in a precarious position. So, he needed to gradually grow stronger. Once powerful enough and equipped with more advanced firearms, he'd be unbeatable. He was already preparing to produce weapons superior to these cold arms, but he couldn't unveil them yet. Common men bear no guilt, but owning valuable treasures invites disaster. He understood this principle well. Without absolute power, revealing these weapons would make him a target. Generally, people want what they lack, but they resent others having what they cannot possess. If one can't obtain something, they try to destroy it so no one can have it. Talia blinked her eyes and asked, then what should we do? Without weapons, how will these Khitan forgive us? Isn't this deceit? Jalen smiled. Don't worry. We can let them forge the weapons themselves by giving them the technology. Are you crazy? Can you give away the secrets of weapon making? It's how we make money, Talia replied, acting as if she owned the secrets. Bryson and the others didn't dare laugh. Jalen coughed awkwardly and explained, in ancient times, Qin was very powerful. Other states sought to weaken it. So Han sent Zhanghua to Qin to help build irrigation channels. Although the construction drained Qin's resources, the Zhanghua Canal ultimately bolstered agriculture and eventually strengthened the state. So, by providing the technology, forging weapons will drain the Khitan's resources. Talia and the others finally understood Jalen's plan. However, living in the desert, they knew little of Chinese history. They didn't know that despite initial resource depletion, the Zhanghua Canal eventually fueled agricultural growth, boosting Qin's power within years. Jalen used this analogy to convince the Zoroastrians, but his true motive wasn't weakening the Khitan, but having more advanced weaponry to counterbalance them. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk letting others forge such excellent weapons, causing unnecessary trouble. After finalizing the strategy, everyone rested. The next morning, Jimmy visited Jalen. Younger brother, did you rest well? Very well. Your Khitan tents are comfortable. I didn't want to wake up, Jalen replied. Jimmy laughed. You sure know how to compliment. Come with me to meet the tribal elders. They're quite interested in your proposal and want to discuss it. Sure, elder brother. You work fast. Already negotiating with the clan. Jimmy whispered, be cautious, younger brother. The elders are greedy. If you offer too much, they might harm you. Jalen nodded. Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful. Jimmy led him to the chief's tent where Micah, Amin, Dai Xiaofeng, and others waited. They greeted Jalen upon his arrival. After mutual pleasantries, they sat down. Dai Xiaofeng said, General Burl, we heard you came to negotiate, but we are subjects of the Turks and cannot decide our fate. Thus, we fear we cannot transact with you. Jalen smiled. Elder, please. I'm not here to negotiate. Chapter 100, Negotiating Terms. Jalen's words left the Dai tribe members looking at each other in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Jalen continued, I came to the grasslands merely for a leisurely tour. Coincidentally, I met my sworn brother and helped save him. Then, I followed him here. After a few more days of play, I will return to the Great Sui. Humbert wished he could find a crevice to crawl into. By diverting and weaving through various topics, they finally brought the conversation back to trade, though they lost their leverage in the process. Jalen didn't press them further and said, let's be straightforward. I need warhorses and am willing to trade, but I do not wish for any additional conditions. You provide warhorses, I supply weapons, and I can even leave the technology for forging weapons with you. However, my condition is that we only conduct trade and not impose any other terms. The Dehi tribe members exchanged glances, surprise and astonishment evident on their faces. Yalu Feixiong chuckled, you're overthinking it. How could we have any other demands? But are you serious? Are you really going to leave us the technology? Of course, I keep my word. Though the technology will be given to you, raw materials will still need to be procured from me. This means you'll have to buy raw materials from me. The elders exchanged looks again, thinking, we already have forging techniques. Why should we purchase raw materials from you? Can't we source them ourselves? Are raw materials harder to obtain than finished products? However, no one voiced these concerns. Zeke responded, all right, it's settled. From now on, we'll procure raw materials from you. But I have one question. Chief, please ask. Why create these treasured swords here instead of supplying them to the Sui army? Could it be that you have ulterior motives, planning rebellion? Jalen smiled and replied, Eben of the Great Sui is at the height of his power, ruling over all. How could I betray him? Moreover, he has bestowed great kindness upon me, and how could I forget such grace? But why not equip the Sui army and instead trade with us? Everyone questioned. Jalen sighed. You don't know that the court is controlled by corrupt officials who oppose upgrading weaponry because they benefit from the current supply chain. They lose their profits if new weapons were introduced. To protect their wealth, they refuse to upgrade the army's equipment. His explanation resonated with the Dehi tribe, who nodded frequently. They had conducted thorough investigations into the Sui court and knew of the emperor's ambitious nature and minister's corruption. Thus, they believed Jalen's reasoning. General Burl, since it's like this, let's begin our cooperation. You provide weapons, we provide warhorses. We each get what we need, everyone's happy, said Zeke. Agreed, but let's agree up front. You mustn't attack the Great Sui once you have the weapons. Should you betray this trust, I will retaliate with even more advanced weapons. How could we ever do that? As Khitan people, we value honor and righteousness. Rest assured. Very well. I'll remain here. Ample water, lush grass, and mild winters. It was no wonder the Dehi tribe flourished here. However, one day, a group of unexpected visitors arrived outside the Dehi tribe's territory. They wore thick fur coats and caps, around 30 to 40 in number, approaching the Dehi tribe. Chapter 101. Provocation. The Dehi tribe had long noticed these visitors and was on full alert, prepared for an attack. However, when they approached, Zeke recognized them as familiar faces. Brother-in-law, what wind has brought you here? Seymour called out. Among the arrivals was a burly man who replied with a hearty laugh. What? Brother-in-law doesn't welcome our arrival? How could I not? I just didn't expect all of you to come together like this. Please come inside quickly, Seymour said as he ordered the gates opened, allowing everyone in. He then led them to the main tent. Jalen also saw these people, but wasn't sure of their purpose. Abdurance no one invited him to the chief's tent. He couldn't figure it out. Thus, he sent Zephyr to inquire. Zephyr returned shortly, saying, these are the leaders from various Khitan tribes. It looks like they've come to seek benefits. So that's how it is. Jalen nodded, saying, it seems war is imminent. I wonder if the Dehi tribe can withstand pressure from so many tribes. Inside Zeke's tent, it was lively with leaders from various Khitan tribes. Despite conflicts, they are happening. If anything is hidden, just speak up. I heard you're developing advanced weapons. Why didn't you tell us about this? A young man, Frisco Yu, Yarden's nephew, spoke up. Yarden shot him a stern look. This isn't your place to speak. Stand aside. But Frisco Yu's words were already out, drawing everyone's attention to Zeke. Zeke laughed and said, so, that's what this is about. I wanted to tell everyone, but since the weapons aren't fully produced yet, I feared being deceived. I plan to announce once they're verified. Didn't expect such eagerness. So, the rumors are true? Can these weapons be truly sharp? Adamar asked. Zeke said, Dwelu, show these uncles your knife. Xavian handed over his short sword to Adamar, who inspected it closely and slashed at a corner of the table. The corner fell off instantly, surprising Adamar. It seemed effortless, like cutting through tofu. No one expected the blade to be so sharp and began examining it eagerly. Brother-in-law, can you really produce these knives? Adamar asked. Not yet, but soon. I plan to notify everyone once production begins, Zeke explained. The others exchanged glances, filled with deep apprehension. Brother-in-law, our Khitan tribes are fragmented, suppressed by the Sui Dynasty and the Turks, hindering development. We've lost every battle against the Sui. With these weapons, defeating them wouldn't be difficult, Heston said. Do you plan to keep the weapons for yourself? Frisco Yu interjected again. Zeke frowned, looking at Yarden. Brother-in-law, your disciple is quite rude. Yarden huffed. I'll deal with him, but answer his question. Isn't keeping this to yourself selfish? Zeke laughed. Selfish? This came from a trade with others. If you want it, offer something in return. The atmosphere became tense. Yarden sneered. Zeke, we are all children of Tengayer, sharing the same blood. What's yours should be ours. Can't you be more generous? Finley, indignant, shouted. I heard you have over 20 wives. Be generous and contribute some of them. His insult enraged Yarden, who retorted, traitor from the Li tribe. You live comfortably here. Pity your parents' heads are my chamber pots. Finley, unable to contain himself, drew his knife, ready to fight. Frisco Yu did the same, and a confrontation seemed inevitable. Zeke bellowed, enough. Anyone who strikes will be killed. Settle personal grudges elsewhere. Finley threw down his knife and stormed out of the tent. Zeke addressed the crowd. Are you all expecting a free share? Abderlance filled the room, making his meaning clear. Adamar said, brother-in-law, we Khitans are one family. United, no one would dare underestimate us. If you contribute these weapons, decision, and you will be the ruin of the Dahi tribe. TCH, the Dahi tribe will never kneel. Joining the Turks will only hasten your demise. We Khitans should unite to fight the Turks together, Seymour shouted. Unity is possible, provided you surrender your weapons unconditionally. As fellow descendants of the eternal blue sky, we won't harm you and will protect your tribe so it can endure. Otherwise, the Dahi tribe will vanish from the grasslands, Yarden said with a sneer. Zeke pointed outside. The Dahi tribe welcomes friends, not enemies. You are unwelcome here. Leave now. Stay too long, and if I change my mind, none of you will leave. Brother-in-arms, don't be deluded. You will regret this, Gustav pleaded earnestly. I won't regret it. It's you who will, Zeke said firmly. Events escalated beyond reconciliation, and these people left the Dahi tribe in anger. Zeke gathered the tribal chiefs to discuss a plan. Jalen was also invited. Zeke briefly explained the situation and added, these people have been incited by the Turks. They came to plunder. Even if I handed over new weapons, they'd find other excuses to attack us. Humbert, though elderly, remained spirited like the young. Then let's fight. The Dahi tribe fears no one. Surrender is out of the question. Zeke nodded. With Uncle's support, I feel more confident. We vow to fight them to the death. Turning to Jalen, he said, General Burl, sorry for involving you. Please leave for safety. Jalen replied, Chief, why not give them some weapons? That way, you'll be at peace. Why not make a small sacrifice for peace? Zeke laughed heartily. We know not the word surrender. Moreover, their aim is to destroy us. Handing over weapons would only turn those weapons against us. After some thought, Jalen said, in that case, I wish to fight alongside you to repel the invaders. Really? That's great. Dehiduro exclaimed. Zeke shook his head. This isn't your concern, General. Why get involved? It would be better for you to stay away. Jalen smiled. Chief, you're too kind. They conduct business here. Where else would I find you if you ran? Besides, I haven't finished what I promised. Zeke was deeply moved. Your help means a lot. With you, I'm more confident of defeating the enemy and uniting all Khitan tribes. Others were also delighted by Jalen's willingness to stay. A pity, our weapons aren't ready yet. With sharp weapons, we'd fear no one, Miguel lamented. His father glared at him. Never rely on external aids. Only true strength matters. Zeke agreed. Indeed. Though our weapons aren't ready, we fear no enemy. Winter is approaching. They won't attack now. Spring is the earliest they might come. Shaking his head, Jalen, the Yuling tribe, being the second strongest, would benefit the most. Seymour also said, Tueluo, you're right. The Yuling tribe must be involved in this for the sake of gaining benefits. Jalen said, you're mistaken. The one who stands to gain the most is the Li tribe. From what you've told me, the chieftain of the Yuling tribe, Mac, seems reluctant to see conflicts among the Khitan tribes. So, he likely isn't the leader behind this. On the contrary, Yarden from the Li tribe has a firm stance and is definitely the leader behind this move. They might even be colluding with the Turks. After you suffer a defeat and receive support from the Turks, the Li tribe will become the greatest beneficiary. So, our target should be the Li tribe. By completely defeating them, other tribes will fear us when they see that even the Turk-supported Li tribe can be crushed. This might lead to the unification of the Khitans. Jalen explained slowly while the elders of the Dahi tribe listened intently. They nodded in agreement after hearing his analysis, believing it to be correct. Zeke said, General Burl's analysis makes sense. We'll attack the Li tribe then. They are not far from us, and their tribe is large and ambitious. Defeating them will send shockwaves through other tribes. Finley suddenly knelt down and said, Chief, if we attack the Li tribe, I must be the vanguard. I swear I will kill every member of Yarden's family. Zeke helped Finley up. Don't worry. We will help you take revenge. It turned out that Finley was originally from the Li tribe and a cousin to Yarden. Due to a dispute over succession, Yarden had sent men to kill Finley's entire family, leaving only him alive. He escaped to the Dahi tribe, changed his name from Frisco to another surname to sever ties with his past. He had long wanted to kill Yarden to avenge his parents and wife. After comforting him, Zeke asked Jalen, General Burl, do you have any good ideas? Jalen replied, speed is crucial. These people will certainly go back to gather reinforcements. We should immediately dispatch our elite troops to ambush the Li tribe. Yarden wouldn't expect us to launch an offensive and won't be prepared. We aim to crush the Li tribe in one decisive battle. This strategy is known as encircling way to rescue Zhao in the Central Plains. By attacking the Li tribe, we can resolve the crisis faced by the Dahi tribe. If things go well, we can turn around and harass the Yuling tribe, but not seriously, just enough to deter others from mobilizing. Zeke said, agreed. Let's follow General Burl's plan. I'll gather the troops now. Only a few will remain to defend the Dahi tribe, while the main force will attack the Li tribe. Amin asked, General Burl, what if the Turks attack us too? Jalen shook his head. If the Turks attacked him. Just then, Cosmo arrived with supplies for weapon forging. Seeing them, he remarked, General Burl, there seem to be troops gathering in the southwest. Not sure what's happening. Everyone exchanged glances, confirming Jalen's prediction. The Khitan tribes were indeed planning an attack within the next couple of days. Fortunately, they were prepared. Jalen explained the situation briefly, and Cosmo added, they're still organizing and probably won't attack in the next day or two. He pulled Jalen aside. General, Mr. Matt sent 1,000 sets of cotton clothes, thinking you might need them. Jalen was delighted. Matt did well. These clothes will be very useful. After arranging matters with Zeke, Cade and Jalen led the troops out, riding towards the Li tribe under the cover of night. October was bitterly cold in the land of the Khitan tribes, with snow already falling. The north wind howled, yet these soldiers remained spirited despite the harsh weather. In the snowy night, their horse tracks left a chaotic trail soon covered by snow, leaving the ground white. After a night of riding, they reached the territory of the Li tribe before dawn. Covered in snow, they blended into the white landscape. Cade, wearing a thick hat, pointed ahead. That's the main camp of the Li tribe. Finley remarked, killing in the snow is thrilling. White is snow, red is blood. A beautiful blend of colors. Chapter 104, The Slaughter in the Snow. Jalen sighed and said, only the killers find it beautiful. For those being killed, it is a terrible experience. They were about to become the killers. In this era of survival of the fittest, only violence could resolve issues. All other methods were merely supplementary. Thus, Jalen did not oppose this approach. Little brother E, how should we attack next? Suzanne asked. She now completely admired Jalen and sought his advice. Jalen looked toward the far-off Lihu tribe and said, now that it's snowing heavily, they are most likely to be negligent. Their troops won't venture out at such times, so if we launch a quick ambush, we can reach them before they realize what's happening. Suzanne agreed. I'll follow your lead. We'll divide our forces into 4 groups to attack from different directions. Now it's barely dawn, the coldest time of day, when people least want to wake up. We'll light torches and charge straight ahead, throwing these into their tents upon arrival. The fire will catch easily amid the falling snow. Good. Suzanne divided her 5,000 troops into 4 groups, attacking the Lihu tribe from 4 sides. As Jalen had anticipated, the Lihu tribe was completely unprepared. Yarden never imagined the Day tribe would dare launch an ambush, expecting them to huddle within their camp, awaiting the added slaughter. However, Suzanne ordered not to kill everyone. Only the elderly and children were slain, sparing able-bodied adults. This was due to the harshness of nomadic life, which couldn't support too many elders or children. But strong men and women could contribute value and military strength. Women would be allocated to young males, aiding reproduction. Such defeated men, reformed into new families, would forget their old tribes, serving the conquerors instead. By noon, the slaughter ceased. Blood stained the ground, with 10,000 disheveled captives kneeling, awaiting their fate. Suzanne ordered the cleanup, tallying casualties, 12,000 captured, 10,000 killed, with others perishing in the fires. The entire Lihu tribe lay vanquished, awaiting their destiny. Finley searched among captives for Yarden but found no trace. No dead bodies bore his likeness either. He reported this to Suzanne. Suzanne frowned. If Yarden escaped, it might allow the Lihu tribe a chance to rise again. She ordered a thorough search and questioned captives about Yarden. None claimed to have seen him, but she spotted a familiar figure among them. Pulling him forward, the man knelt trembling. Frisco, you. Aren't you usually quite arrogant? Where's your uncle hiding? Suzanne demanded. Terrified, Frisco, you stammered. I don't know. I really don't. Please spare me, and I'll serve the Day tribe loyally. I'm willing to take your name. Suzanne scowled. We need wolves, not dogs. You're not fit to join us. Gesturing to Finley, dig it open. Some men came over with tools and started digging. After a few attempts, they hit an iron plate. They pulled it open, revealing a dark, hollow opening. Abdurance the hole was pitch black and they couldn't see the bottom or what lay below. Zaviano instructed someone to go down and check. Jalen waved his hand and said, we can't just send someone down blindly. If there are any traps, it could result in casualties. So what do we do? Asked Zaviano. Bring some dried grass over, soak it in snow water, then light it on fire. Once it starts smoking heavily, throw it into the pit to smoke him out. Great idea, Zaviano praised, giving a thumbs up. With many hands on deck, they quickly gathered plenty of dry grass, soaked it, lit it on fire, and threw it into the pit. Soon, thick smoke began billowing out from the pit. The crowd stepped back as the smoke grew thicker. After a while, intense coughing emerged from the pit, followed by several people crawling out. Guards went over to control these people, and everyone saw that it was Yarden and his wives. They were all covered in soot, tears streaming from their eyes, and coughing uncontrollably. After some time, Yarden, eyes glaring, gritted his teeth and spat out, Zaviano, you dared to sneak attack us? Don't think your tribe won't be wiped out. Let me go now, and I might spare your tribe. Zaviano laughed loudly. Yarden, are you dreaming? Look at the state of your tribe now. If you beg for mercy, I might consider sparingly tribe. Yarden retorted, don't be arrogant. Even if you kill us all, your Dahi tribe won't last. The Turks will crush you eventually. Because you've been betraying the Khitan tribes, we've been suppressed by the Turks. Rest assured, I'll unify the entire Khitan soon and establish a powerful Han kingdom, ruling all the steppes and wiping out the Turks. This is just delusion and overestimation. The invincible Turk cavalry will defeat you sooner or later. Yarden knew his life was doomed, but remained defiant. Seeing his obstinacy, Zaviano didn't bother arguing further. Elder Frisco, I leave him to you. Handle him as you see fit. Finley approached with a cold smile. Yarden, look at you now. Seeing Finley, Yarden felt fear and blurted out, Finley, our grudges are deep, but give me a quick death. I admire your integrity. I don't need your admiration. I'll carve you up into pieces and fry you in oil, Finley growled. Yarden cursed furiously, trying to provoke Finley into killing him. However, Finley was determined to mutilate him slowly. In front of the Li tribe members, Yarden was flayed alive piece by piece and finally thrown into boiling oil, making everyone shudder. After discussing with Jalen, Zaviano responded, Uncle, I didn't come here to attack. I just wanted to check on you. But since you mentioned it, I have a few words. You can't stay neutral and avoid offending anyone. If other Khitan tribes win against us, one of them will surpass the Yuling tribe. Uncle will lose the chance to lead the Khitan tribes. If our Dahi tribe defeats the tribal coalition, we will support those who helped us. Afterward, the Yuling tribe might not even retain its second position. This neutrality gains nothing for you. I hope you understand the situation and make a decision. I know Father respected you greatly. Don't choose the wrong side. Mac fell into thought. He understood Zaviano's logic. The tribe had discussed this issue without reaching a consensus. Seeking information from various sources, he knew Zaviano had defeated the Li tribe and was now here. Thus, he waited here to avoid war with the Dahi tribe. Yet, Zaviano made it clear. The Yuling tribe had to choose sides, or it would gain nothing after the war. What path should he take? Chapter 106, The Reaping. Jamar's words left Emerson hesitant. He knew it was a warning but couldn't make up his mind. Watching the Dou tribe's warriors ride away into the distance, he remained silent. It took a long time for him to regain his composure after they vanished from sight. He turned to the shaman beside him, Lionel, and asked, Elder, how should we choose? Lionel's face was lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes were bright. He slowly said, The children of the eternal sky have not been unified for a long time. Now is the time. With that, he spurred his horse towards the Yuling tribe, leaving a trail of hoof prints in the snow. His words seemed profound yet empty. Emerson stood there in thought for a moment before finally making a decision. He said to those around him, After we return to our tribe, gather our people. We will go to support the Dou tribe. The fate of the Khitan should be decided by the Khitan, not outsiders. Everyone around him nodded in agreement. Cheers erupted, and only then did Emerson realize that everyone hoped to help the Dou tribe. A smile crept onto his lips. Jamar rode alongside Jalen, asking, Younger brother, what do you think he will decide? Jalen laughed and replied, If he's not foolish, he'll know the right choice. They both looked at each other and burst into laughter. Jade-like snow crunched under their horses' hooves as they sped back to the Dou tribe. Long before they reached the Dou tribe, they heard deafening war drums and saw thick smoke rising from its direction. Originally, all the Khitan tribes had learned about the destruction of the Li tribe and presumed that the Dou tribe would be vulnerable. Seizing this opportunity, they launched an attack on the Dou tribe, hoping to capture their stronghold. Thus, without waiting for the Yuling tribe, they brazenly attacked. In the face of gain, everything else seemed... They had fled purely from fear, many trampled by their own, with minimal action from the Dou troops. Realizing their mistake, the alliance reformed and attacked again, determined to seize the Dou tribe before its main force returned or face certain death. But this delay cost them precious time. By the time they approached the Dou tribe, they fell into pits already dug. Like yesterday's trip ropes, these pits scattered beneath the snow caused chaos as soldiers tripped over one another. Infuriated, the alliance leaders issued a command to advance regardless of casualties. Soldiers had to proceed cautiously, spreading out to avoid injury from falling comrades. As they inched closer to the Dou tribe, ambushes sprang up, and a volley of arrows rained down. The alliance had to dodge both the ground and arrows, causing more confusion. However, the alliance commanders were prepared. With about 30,000 men, they readied incendiary arrows to burn the Dou tribe, knowing the Li tribe had been similarly burned. Unbeknownst to them, the Dou tribe had used a surprise attack, setting fire directly to the Li tribe's tents. Standing outside and shooting incendiary arrows proved futile. The snow quickly extinguished the flames. Frustrated, the alliance leaders ordered direct assault. Relying on numerical advantage, they charged the Dou tribe. Seeing the dire situation, Zeke led the remaining 3,000 soldier force with virtually no more losses. Zeke held Jalen's hand and said, General Burl, it was fortunate to have your assistance this time. Otherwise, our tribe would have been finished. Jalen smiled and said, Leader, you're too kind. I didn't contribute much. All the efforts were made by the warriors who fought desperately. Humbert remarked from the side. You still say you didn't help? If not for your strategies, how could we have taken over the Li tribe so smoothly? If not for the wool clothes you left us, how could we have endured a day and night of ambush until your return? It turned out that the Dou tribe soldiers were able to hide in the snow, mainly due to the wool clothes Cosmo brought back. These wool clothes provided far better insulation than their usual clothing, allowing them to stay hidden in the snow without any issues. Jalen smiled and said, These are wool clothes. If the leader needs more, we can do a deal, and I can supply these wool clothes on a long-term basis. That's wonderful. Our winters are cold, and we need such clothes. Rest assured, General Burl, I won't let you down, Zeke replied joyfully. As they spoke, Gustav also arrived, kneeling before Zeke and saying, Brother-in-law, I'm sorry for arriving late and nearly causing harm. Zeke pulled him up. It's good that you've come. Don't be too formal. You're still my brother as long as you stand by me. Let's go inside and talk. Jalen noticed Talia limping towards him, which stirred emotions in his heart. She chose to follow him to endure hardship in the north, rather than remain a Zoroastrian saintess. This time, she even almost lost her life. Though he had modern thoughts and allowed only Lee Crystal to occupy his heart, he couldn't help but feel something for the fiery and spirited Talia. Still, his mind restrained his actions, making him hesitant to express himself. Leaving the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, they returned to the main tent where a feast had been laid out. The drinking began. Zeke, feeling victorious, said, After this battle, the coalition can no longer reorganize. Our Dou tribe is now safe. This wouldn't have been possible without the help of General Burl and Gustav. Let's toast to them. Raising their cups, everyone drank together. Gustav then said, Brother-in-law, now that the coalition has been repelled, why not unify all the Khitan tribes while they are disorganized? Zeke laughed. There's no rush. They won't escape. We can attack after spring arrives. Although we won in the snow, winter is getting colder and unfavorable for military campaigns. Moreover, with General Burl's assistance, we can soon produce sharp sabers. With better weapons, victory will be easier. Amin asked, I wonder who the commander of the coalition was? How did they manage to organize such an attack? Upon hearing this, others also fell silent. Throughout the battle, the coalition leader wore a mask, and no one saw what he looked like. Logically, the three largest Khitan tribes were the Dou, Yuling, and Li tribes. Abdurns the Dou tribe was under attack, the Yuling supported them, and the Li tribe was wiped out by the Dou. None of these three could lead the coalition. But if not these three, who else could lead such an attack? Seeing no one speak, Gustav stood up and said, the coalition must be led by the Turks. The Turks sent envoys to contact the Khitan tribes, so this commander is likely Turkic. However, the envoy wasn't a warrior, and I'm unsure who the actual commander is. Everyone agreed with his reasoning. Besides these major tribes, only the Turks had the qualifications to lead the coalition. But who did the Turks send to command the coalition, and is he still here? If he remains among the Khitan tribes, could they still unite against the Dahi tribe? This thought dampened the atmosphere at the banquet. The elders grew worried. After all, the Turks were the dominant force on the steppes, and no tribe could withstand their assault. Though the Dahi tribe was powerful, they dared not say they could resist the Turkish fury. Seeing this, Qiuran stood up and said, "Don't lose hope. If you want to rise, you'll eventually face the Turks. It's better to confront them sooner rather than later. At least you'll know your weaknesses and can improve." All sleep vanished from Qiuran. He sat up and asked, "Meet me?" How many people did he bring? He came alone. Because of this, we can't arrest him, as it would make us look weak in the eyes of the steppe. Qiuran understood this was akin to the principle in Central Plains warfare: do not harm the envoy between warring states. The coalition commander coming alone was similar to being an envoy. Killing him would make them seem untrustworthy. However, if Qiuran challenged him to a duel, it would not violate this rule. Thus, Dahi Daluo needed Qiuran to decide. "I'll meet him," Qiuran said, curious about who this coalition commander was. Chapter 108. Elder brother has grown old. After Qiuran was fully dressed, he rode his blood-sweating horse outside. Arlo asked, "My sworn brother, how many troops will you bring with you?" Qiuran shook his head and replied, "No one. If I brought troops, wouldn't it look like I'm afraid of him? I can handle him alone." With that, he urged the horse towards the gate of the tribe. Outside, he saw a man on a red horse, dressed in black, holding a long spear, and wearing a fearsome Nightfork mask. Upon seeing Qiuran emerge, the man didn't speak, but turned his horse towards the mountains beyond Dahi tribe. Qiuran spurred his horse to follow closely behind. They're holding back. Their spears moved so fast that the snow was whipped up into a frenzy, making it seem as if another snowstorm had begun. Abdurance descending from Mount Qilian, Qiuran hadn't met an opponent as formidable as this. Despite his numerous battles, no one had ever matched him. But this allied commander fought on equal footing with Qiuran. His spear moves were unpredictable, sometimes even more so than Qiuran's. Moreover, he seemed familiar with Qiuran's techniques, often predicting his next move. Qiuran grew increasingly alarmed, realizing he was being outmatched. If not for his cold iron spear, he might have lost long ago. He couldn't keep fighting this way. It was time to use his special skills. While learning martial arts on Mount Qilian, he had developed some unique moves during his free time. Having been a soldier in his previous life, Qiuran was deeply interested in martial arts and had read many books on Chinese kung fu. Though he hadn't practiced them, he had memorized many techniques. Thus, he created his own secret moves, a fact he never revealed to anyone, not even the nameless old man who taught him. No one had ever forced him to use these self-created techniques, and he had never fully utilized the spear techniques taught by the nameless old man. Now, finally meeting an equal, Qiuran felt exhilarated, ready for a real fight. Their cold iron spears clashed, bending upon impact. The lightning-struck wood was both flexible and rigid, something the commander knew well. He pulled back his spear and swung it horizontally towards Qiuran. Unexpectedly, Qiuran used the bent spear as a pole, springing upward and flying high into the air like in a pole vault, reaching over 10 feet high. The allied commander missed his swing and looked up in surprise. Seizing this moment, Qiuran dove down with his cold iron spear slicing through the air towards the commander's head. The allied commander stepped back, barely dodging. Seeing Qiuran midair without support, he thrust his spear towards Qiuran's chest, intending to impale him as he landed. But Qiuran anticipated this. Using the tips of their spears to meet, he bent the cold iron spear again, flipping backward to land behind the commander, striking at his head. The commander turned just in time, but not quickly enough. As he turned, the spear tip approached, and he leaned back. Qiuran's spear brushed past, knocking off his mask. Third elder brother? Qiuran froze. Before him stood Tim, his face weathered with age, far older than the nameless old man. Tim dropped his spear and said, "Enough. There's no point in continuing. Third elder brother, why are you here? How did you become the leader of the allied forces? What have you been doing this past year?" Despite his ruthless nature in combat, Qiuran paused to ask. Tim sighed. "It's all because of you. If you hadn't refused to rebel against the Sui Dynasty, how could I have ended up like this?" "Well, how is it my fault again? Is Tim so obsessed with rebellion?" Tim seemed utterly fixated on rebellion. Originally, after failing to persuade Qiuran to revolt, Tim descended the mountain seeking allies. He traveled among various rebel armies, but found none suitable. Disheartened, he resumed his work as a mirror grinder, traveling far and wide in search of like-minded rebels. Finding none, he eventually reached the steppes, where he discovered another determined anti-Sui individual, Megan. She was a member of the northern Zhou royal family, married to the Turks through a political alliance. After she arrived, Claude Jian seized power, ending the northern Zhou and establishing the Sui Dynasty. Megan became a homeless woman, and Bridger renamed her Megan to placate her, urging her to be reasonable and not to cause trouble. Yet the pain of losing her homeland lingered. Megan sought every means to overthrow the Sui Dynasty. Chapter 109. The Troubled Mirror Grinder. Lynette sowed discord among the Tujue, inciting Jacques to attack the Sui Dynasty. However, she was defeated by Eben I of Sui. She then conspired with the Western Tujue to jointly attack the Sui Dynasty, but met with failure once again. This enraged Claude Jian of Sui. By this time, Jacques had already submitted to the Sui Dynasty, so Bridger ordered him to execute Lynette and offer another princess for. Nelson successfully united the Khitan tribes to attack the Dehejelu clan, underestimating their strength and failing to inquire about their actual capabilities. Overconfident in his abilities, he faced defeat and only then realized Qiuran's presence and assistance to the Dehejelu clan in improving weapons. Qiuran's strategic guidance explained his loss. Though Nelson admired Qiuran's talents and desired to join forces with him against the Sui, he could not earn Qiuran's approval. This time, believing Qiuran thwarted his plans, he sought revenge. He summoned Qiuran intending to punish him, not wanting to kill but merely to teach a lesson, only to reveal his own identity instead. Over the past year, Nelson meticulously schemed rebellion, growing increasingly worn out and aged by excessive planning. Knowing his senior was once a remarkable talent who gradually ventured further into rebellion, Jialen sympathized, wanting to share his plan to overthrow the Sui Dynasty and invite him to help in Huaxia. Their relationship would ensure obedience, aiding in various tasks. However, considering Nelson's partnership with Lynette, a reckless woman capable of anything for vengeance, posing risks of exposure, he reconsidered confiding his intentions. Jialen said hesitantly, "Senior, rebellion is not simple. Why remain obsessed? I'm now a Sui general with my own territory. If you don't mind, come stay with me. I can provide for you." Nelson laughed, replying, "Junior, can't I support myself grinding mirrors? What I seek is to overthrow the Sui." Stepping closer, he stared intently at Jialen. "Tell me, Junior, do your actions stem from opposing the Sui? If true, both Lynette and I will aid you." Seeing Nelson's expression, Jialen wanted to confess but recoiled due to Lynette's mention. "Senior, I harbor no ill will towards the court. Eben Hurley treats me well. I can't fulfill my ambitions here. Join me for trade and cavalry training. I genuinely mean what you think." Disappointment clouded Nelson's face as he shook his head, staggering towards his horse and mounting it to leave. "Where are you going, Senior?" "Vast skies, vast seas, home everywhere. Until the Sui falls, I won't rest. Abdurns you're here, the Khitan won't follow me. I'll return to discuss with Lynette. My goal will one day be achieved. Don't reconsider joining me? No, more trouble awaits there. If you must protect Hurley, our paths shall cross. Then, I'll not hold back." Riding off into the snowy distance, Nelson disappeared. Jialen stood stunned, pondering such intense resolve. Clearly impossible, yet striving relentlessly. Nelson was indeed talented but lacked leadership charisma, gleaming brightly under the sunlight. Ordinary swords and blades would instantly chip or even snap upon contact with these sabers. Zeke stared at these weapons in disbelief. Although he had hoped to produce such weapons, he still harbored significant doubts. Now, seeing them in reality, he finally believed Jalen's words. Such technology truly existed in this world. Jialen found Zeke and said, "Chief, I have fulfilled my promise. I've forged these precious sabers and taught the local craftsmen how to make them. I've come to bid farewell. It's been quite some time since I left the Sui territory, and it's time for me to return." "You're leaving?" "Yes, I've been away too long. If I don't return soon, the Emperor might blame me." Zeke knew it was true and didn't try to detain him further. "All right, if you wish to leave, then I won't keep you. The remaining 7,000 warhorses are ready. You can take them back this time." Jialen nodded and said, "Thank you, Chief. By leaving the forging technique behind, our transaction is completed. If the Chief needs materials for weapon production, you'll still need to trade for horses." Zeke chuckled. General Burl is truly astute, trading several hundred weapons and a single technique for 10,000 warhorses. That's a profitable deal indeed. Jialen smiled faintly. That's the power of technology. Who would have thought I hold such skill? Upon hearing the news, Arlo tried to retain Jialen. However, Jialen responded, "If you can assure our Emperor doesn't blame me, I can stay for as long as you wish." Arlo shook his head. "You should go. I can't even meet the Emperor, let alone convince him to listen to me." Jialen laughed heartily. Then, accompanied by Talia and others along with 7,000 warhorses, he returned to Mount Hong in a grand procession, attracting much attention and causing a stir along the way. Word of Jalen's actions reached Eben Hurley, who was preparing for his second campaign against Goguryeo. Damien had been reinstated as general. Matt often bribed Hurley's close confidants like Aaron and Gabrielle during his administration in Mount Hong. These officials, having received favors, naturally spoke favorably of Jalen. Damien, once saved by Jalen, avoided criticizing him to avoid being seen as ungrateful. He merely said, "Your Majesty, General Burl surely had his reasons. We should hear his explanation before making any judgment to avoid upsetting him." Hurley nodded. "My minister speaks wisely. I'll immediately send envoys to question him." Before he could dispatch the envoys, two memorials arrived, one from Jalen and another from Shaw. Shaw's memorial praised Jalen's loyalty and emphasized that his actions were aimed at equipping the Sui army. He reassured that the horses were fully utilized for the Sui military. At Jalen's request, Huaxia County underwent replanning. Whether it was houses built for refugees or gardens built for the wealthy, everything was neatly planned out. The roads were also widened and paved with blue stone slabs to reduce dust. When he left, these constructions were still ongoing. But now that he has returned, he found that all these plans had been implemented. Rows of brand new houses rose up orderly, the roads in between wide and flat, wide enough for 5 or 6 carriages to pass side by side. There were many shops and taverns lining the streets, offering a wide variety of goods and services that could satisfy all the needs of those living here. The gardens were beautifully constructed, attracting wealthy families dressed in bright colors. However, there were also gardens built for commoners in the city center, which they could freely enter to enjoy the scenery, rest, and play. But it was winter now, so not many people came out, making the streets look somewhat desolate. Jalen sent his horse to the military camp and met Cato and Halston, who were overjoyed. Cato laughed and said, "General, we've missed you so much. We've finally waited for you to come back." Jalen replied, "You've worked hard. How are the soldiers trained?" Cato patted his chest and said, "I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Moreover, a lot of people have volunteered to join the army. Mr. Matt asked me to turn them down and told them to wait at home for news so they could join anytime." Jalen nodded. Matt did the right thing. If too many soldiers were recruited now, the cost would be huge and it could easily attract envy and unnecessary trouble. Cato continued, however, although Matt didn't agree to their enlistment, he asked them to form civilian militias and train themselves after returning home. This way, they can protect their homes and stay fit, and be ready to supplement the army whenever needed. Jalen admired Matt's resourcefulness. Without specific instructions from him, he had thought of such a method to indirectly recruit soldiers. It was truly commendable. He handed over the warhorse to Cato and Halston, instructing them to organize and train the cavalry. Halston had defected from Ahil, wielding a large saber with unparalleled courage and strength, and had received heavy reliance from Jalen. Halston grinned. General, it's great. The initial 3,000 warhorses have been allocated, and the cavalry training is showing some results. Thanks to the training from the Falcon Army soldiers, we can now train 7,000 more cavalry. Jalen advised, don't just focus on training. Pay attention to practical combat. You should go suppress those rebels nearby and exercise the troops. Isn't Dougie nearby? Don't you want revenge? Of course I do. Halston's eyes lit up. He had long wanted to attack Dougie, but dared not act without Jalen's order. Now with his command, he was eager to seek vengeance. You can send troops, but be cautious. Don't let soldiers die needlessly. Training each one isn't easy. Rest assured, General, I will be careful and ensure no one is lost. Jalen gave him a stern look. Do you think wars don't involve casualties? I mean avoid unnecessary losses. I'm not sending you on a sightseeing trip. I understand. Halston scratched his head and said. After finishing his instructions, Jalen returned to the county seat where Matt, Alexei, Amir, Hawk, and others were waiting. Seeing him back, they quickly welcomed him. Abdur, we've missed you so much, Alexei said. Really? That's touching. Anything important happen? Jalen asked. Nothing special. Everything proceeded as per your instructions. Under Deputy Governor Dou's direction, everything has been well organized, Hawk replied. They entered the main hall and sat down. Now, the county's fiscal income has increased, filling the treasury. Wealthy families are vying to buy gardens, and even after selling out the first batch, many are still applying for the second round, paying deposits in advance. At present, we've accommodated over 20,000 households of refugees, about 100,000 people. More are still coming. But due to the insufficient construction, a little bit won't matter. Matt recounted how he submitted petitions to Hurley and bribed influential ministers. Jalen hummed. These worms. They are the ones destroying the Sui Dynasty. Pausing, he continued, we still need to bribe them. Without them, we cannot achieve great things. Once I gain power, I will eliminate all of them. Hashtag chapter 112. There will always be those who eliminate evil. Matt, after hearing Jalen's words, bowed deeply and said, my lord's righteousness is unparalleled. I will devote myself fully to helping you achieve your goals. Jalen was momentarily taken aback, then became somber. Ruhue, you are too principled. What I said was just in the heat of the moment. The world can never be rid of all evildoers. As long as there are people, there will always be good and bad among them. All we can do is ensure that the bad restrain their wickedness and the good can hold their heads high. To make the world a little more breathable. Trying to make this world completely clear and free of dust is an impossible task, Jalen added. Matt's mouth opened wide in surprise. So, you were just venting and didn't really plan on doing it. Seeing Matt's expression, Jalen continued, don't look at me like that. We still need to take action against wrongdoing. It's just that we won't be able to completely eradicate it. Matt took a deep breath and replied, I'll take care of this matter. If I can't accomplish it, I swear I won't stop trying. Jalen shook his head and said, it's up to you. Whenever you achieve something, I will ensure it is dealt with strictly. I just hope you don't exhaust yourself over this. I have no regrets, Matt said firmly. Jalen admired him inwardly. Such a righteous and resolute person always deserved respect. After leaving Matt, Jalen found Shaw. As soon as he saw Shaw, the latter came laughing over and grabbed him, saying, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Jalen freed himself from his grip and said, Wei Xiao, remember your status. Status? Who cares about status? Anyone who says anything, I'll deal with them. I'm not afraid, so why should you be? Jalen was speechless. Are you not afraid? You're ready to kill people. Who would dare say anything then? Shaw pulled him again. You've been away for over 2 months. Do you know how much money I made? I've never seen so much money in my life. But his expression changed suddenly. Still, you probably made even more. You miser, you have to increase my share or else I won't cooperate. I want to withdraw my investment. Jalen grimaced. You're making it difficult for me. You only sit and collect dividends while I put in the effort. If you don't want to work with me anymore, I'll find someone else, like Lord Yuan Su, who I'm sure would agree. Shaw panicked. You can't do that. Yuan Su is ruthless, but what I said is true. They both understood each other, smiled, and continued drinking. Sure enough, a few days later, Claude's order arrived, instructing Jalen to assist Pedro in preparing supplies for the second expedition against Goguryeo in Huaxia town. Shaw remained in Hungshan Commandery, awaiting further orders. After receiving the imperial edict, Jalen handed over Hungshan's affairs to Matt and led 5,000 cavalrymen to Huaxia town to meet Pedro. Huaxia town, located in present-day Liaoning, was a crucial military stronghold on the route to Goguryeo. Beyond this point lay Goguryeo territory. Claude sent Pedro to oversee the transport of supplies here, but gave him only a small force due to suspicions. Pedro lived in constant fear of Goguryeo raids and had no choice but to report the situation to Claude. Claude then ordered Jalen to assist, secretly granting him an imperial edict to monitor Pedro's every move. If Pedro showed any signs of treachery, Jalen could act first and report later. As Jalen approached Huaxia town and gazed at the distant camp of the Sui army, his heart raced with emotion. He thought, I'm about to meet Pedro, my future father-in-law, the father of Li Crystal. How am I supposed to face him? Pedro certainly didn't know about the marriage arrangement, and even if he did, he wouldn't acknowledge it. Compared to Qi Xiao, a prestigious aristocrat from Guangzhou, I am merely a low-ranking general, far beneath him. How could Pedro possibly favor me? However, under Claude's orders, I am to monitor Pedro closely, like a sword hanging over his head. With a slight move, I could eliminate Pedro and his son. The Li family would be a formidable enemy to my unification efforts. Removing them now would save much trouble in the future. But Jalen reconsidered. Am I a hero who fears everything? Eliminating Pedro would only result in another rival. Even if I removed Quentin, another powerful figure would rise. Abdurns I aspire to rule the world, I shouldn't fear anyone. All matters should be resolved on the battlefield. Plotting behind someone's back isn't bravery. Could I live with myself even if I gained the world? Would Crystal forgive me? I cannot do this. A man of honor must act according to principles, not compromise his morals for personal gain. Acting thusly would make me no different from those I despise. After much contemplation, Jalen decided to interact with Pedro as an ordinary man. He wanted to see what kind of people Pedro, Louis, and Quentin truly were, knowing historical records often contained inaccuracies. Upon arriving at the camp entrance, Jalen sent a messenger inside. Soon, a group of people emerged from the camp, creating a commotion. To wish for a world completely free from dust and corruption is an impossible dream. Or I'll quit. I want out. Jalen sighed. Are you making things difficult for me? You just enjoy the profits without contributing. If you quit, I'll find someone else to partner with. Perhaps Lord Yuan Su would agree. Shaw panicked. You can't do that. Yuan Su is ruthless and unscrupulous. Don't provoke him. Alright, our friendship means something. I'll suffer a little loss, but keep the previous profit-sharing ratio. Just don't go looking for others. Don't worry, Wei Xiao. As long as you stick around, why would I collaborate with others? Jalen replied with a knowing look. Shaw sighed in relief, nearly cutting off his own cash flow. They entered the room, set up a feast, and Shaw said, your purchase of military horses has caused quite a stir. I've already sent a memorial to protect you. Whether it will succeed, I can't guarantee. Jalen raised his cup. Thank you for standing up for me, Wei Xiao. Rest assured, the Emperor won't blame me. In fact, he might entrust me with something important. How did you hear that? Shaw asked. Not rumors exactly. On my way back from the north, I noticed troops being transported further north. I suspect that once spring arrives, His Majesty will launch another campaign against Goguryeo and might deploy me to the front lines. Shaw sighed. A general's success comes at great cost to countless lives. War brings suffering to many civilians. It's best if we avoid it. Jalen motioned for silence. Wei Xiao, it's better not to say such things. If the Ebon hears about it, you could be in danger. Why not? It's just the two of us here. If anyone hears, they'll think you made me say it. You. Jalen was speechless. Wei Xiao, I mean well? Shaw smiled. I know you mean well. I was joking, but what I said is true. They shared a meaningful smile and continued drinking. Sure enough, a few days later, Hurley issued an order to Jalen to assist Pedro at Huaxia town to prepare supplies for the second expedition against Goguryeo. Shaw remained stationed in Hongshan County awaiting orders. After receiving the imperial decree, Jalen handed over the affairs of Hongshan to Matt and led 5,000 cavalrymen to Huaxia town to meet Pedro. Huaxia town, located in present-day Liaoning province, was a strategic military stronghold on the route to Goguryeo. Beyond this town lay Goguryeo territory. Hurley had dispatched Pedro to oversee the transport of provisions but suspected him, providing only a small contingent of troops. Anxiously, Pedro feared Goguryeo forces would harass the supply lines, so he petitioned Hurley for support. Hurley thus ordered Jalen to assist, giving him secret instructions records could be biased. Reaching the camp gate, Jalen sent a messenger inside. Soon, commotion arose, and a group emerged from within. Chapter 113. Troops approach Huaxia. The foremost individual was tall and imposing, walking with the vigor of a powerful stride. His ruddy complexion complemented his long flowing beard, giving him an air of approachable amiability. However, this did not detract from the natural authority he exuded, commanding respect without seeming cold or unapproachable. Instead, it made one naturally want to heed his commands. Behind him were two young men. One was around 24 or 25, gentle and refined, always wearing a smile, bearing the demeanor of a nobleman without the arrogance. The other, only about 14 or 15, exuded youthful vitality and martial prowess. His sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes radiated an indomitable spirit that drew people to him, eager to follow in his footsteps. Following these three were several officials who had come out to welcome them. The elder at the forefront approached the camp gate, cupped his fists, and bowed deeply, saying, General Burl, Pedro has arrived late to greet you. Please forgive my tardiness. Jalen had already dismounted. Seeing Pedro's gesture, he hurriedly returned the bow and said, Duke Rene, you are too kind. I am merely here to receive orders. How could I dare trouble you to greet me personally? Pedro smiled and replied, General Burl, you have achieved much at such a young age and have repeatedly distinguished yourself in battle. Your future is boundless, far surpassing us old bones. Please, let's move inside to speak. Everyone parted to form a path, with Pedro and Jalen walking in the center. They entered the central military tent, whereupon Pedro invited Jalen to sit at the head. Jalen refused, saying, Duke Rene, my rank is lowly. Please do not put me in such a difficult position. Pedro then took the head seat himself, saying, General Burl, there's no need for formality. My rank is not much higher than yours. I only hold the title of Duke of Rene due to the blessings of my ancestors. I truly cannot match the youthful valor of General Burl. These are my sons, Pedro introduced. My eldest, Louis, and my second son, Quentin. Louis and Quentin came forward to greet Jalen, who stood up quickly to return their greetings. Quentin, full of youthful vigor and speaking candidly, asked after greeting, General Burl, I heard you were present during our first attack on Goguryeo. What abilities do those Goguryeo people possess? How do they wage war? Can you tell me why we couldn't defeat them despite having a million law? It would have worried Pedro further if he had dwelled on this matter. Shifting the topic, Jalen asked, Duke Rene, His Majesty intends to attack Goguryeo. How are the supplies being prepared? If there's anything you need, just instruct me, and I will comply. Pedro waved his hand and replied, General Burl, no need for formalities. We are all serving His Majesty together. Supplies are arriving steadily, but since it is winter, the supply lines are slow. Still, we now have enough provisions to support an army of 30,000 for a month. Jalen nodded, thinking it was sufficient. In reality, not many supplies would be needed since their second campaign against Goguryeo would soon be cut short by Freddy's rebellion. However, he couldn't reveal this to Pedro, nor would Pedro believe him. Pedro continued, unfortunately, Huaiyuan town currently has only 3,000 troops, all newly recruited from Taiyuan with no combat experience. If Goguryeo launches a surprise attack, I fear they might not withstand it. Claude's suspicion prevented Pedro from leading an army, granting him only the right to recruit 3,000 local soldiers. Thus, Pedro had limited forces. Jalen responded, I brought 5,000 cavalry. Together, we have 8,000 troops. Your troops are veterans of countless battles. My new recruits cannot compare. With your presence, I feel reassured. This town is close to Goguryeo territory, and I've always worried about potential ambush. Jalen found that though Pedro hadn't led battles, he was quite knowledgeable in military tactics. The town's defenses were meticulously planned and deceptively structured. If Goguryeo dares to ambush, they would likely be misled by these defenses and refrain from attacking easily, Jalen thought. General Burl, how do you find Huaiyuan's defenses? These were arranged by Shimin and Jianqing, neither of whom has seen battle. Do you have any suggestions? Pedro asked. Chapter 114, Constructing an Ice Fortress. After listening to Jalen, Pedro's hands raised in approval as he said, Congratulations, Duke Rene. Your two sons are truly geniuses of the world. Such strategic planning even seasoned veterans may not achieve. Really? A flicker of excitement flashed across Pedro's eyes. As a father, he felt proud that his two sons were so talented, but he concealed it well, so no one else could perceive it. Jalen nodded and continued, Indeed, Duke Rene, look here. If Goguryeo were to launch a surprise attack, they would likely choose this area as their breakthrough point because the dense forest ahead provides excellent cover for them to approach Huaiyuan town's perimeter undetected and launch a sudden assault. But your two sons clearly anticipated this. They placed decoys and sentries here, deterring Goguryeo's troops from easily making a move. However, there is speechless. Seeing this, Pedro responded, General Burl is right. I will immediately deploy troops here for defense. After circling Huaiyuan town, Jalen said to Pedro, Duke Rene, with the severe winter weather and dry conditions, if Goguryeo uses fire attacks, how should we counteract them? Pedro replied, We have prepared many water-filled vats in various locations. We'll use water to extinguish any fires. Jalen chuckled, Duke Rene, the cold temperatures will freeze the water in these vats. Would you throw blocks of ice into the fire? Pedro was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. Indeed, if the water froze into solid blocks, it wouldn't help in extinguishing fires. Does General Burl have any plan? Jalen said, I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. Please share it. The northern winter becomes increasingly harsh. We can build an earthen wall around Huaiyuan town and pour water over it. This way, the wall will freeze solid overnight, making it extremely difficult for anyone to breach Huaiyuan town. Pedro's eyes lit up. This was indeed a brilliant strategy. An ice fortress would be very sturdy and nearly impervious to attack without large-scale siege equipment, ensuring Huaiyuan town's safety. General Burl, what a brilliant plan. I'll arrange for the construction immediately. Pedro nodded in agreement. Also, coat the grain stacks with mud. Once frozen, this will form a protective layer, making them resistant to enemy flaming arrows. Excellent. I'll see to it right away. Pedro was genuinely impressed by Jalen's ingenuity. Arriving just now and proposing such a plan, it ensured Huaiyuan town's defenses were rock solid against any Goguryeo sneak attacks. In fact, Jalen had learned this strategy from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Houston used it against Carson by building an ice city overnight, successfully defending against the attack. While Houston was at Tong Pass, the climate here in Liaodong was much colder, making this method even more effective. Abdurance this story wasn't recorded in the records of the Three Kingdoms. Pedro believed it was Jalen's original idea, greatly admiring his strategic mind. After further discussion, Pedro and Jalen returned to rest. Back in his tent, Pedro's two sons, Louis and Quentin, gathered around him. Quentin, having been punished by standing earlier, wore an unhappy expression. Louis remarked, Father, Jalen appears quite capable. He's a true talent. Pedro nodded, You're right. He's indeed an exceptional individual worthy of admiration. Quentin had already heard about Jalen's suggestions and solutions from Louis and didn't like it at all. Hearing both his father and brother praising Jalen, he retorted, What's so special? Using ice to build a fortress isn't novel, and can the river really freeze solid overnight? Isn't that exaggeration? Pedro glared at him. Be respectful. At your young age, you act so arrogantly, unwilling to accept advice. How will you manage when you grow up? Humility and openness to others' ideas are necessary to succeed. If you continue to ignore others, you won't achieve anything. Louis interjected, Father, don't blame second brother. He's young and will understand better as he grows older. Quentin remained sullen and silent. Father, Jalen has no support in the court. Could we bring him to our side to serve our family? Louis asked. Pedro shook his head. It's not possible. The emperor is suspicious of us due to the 18 children prophecy. The emperor doesn't trust our family, and I've always been cautious to avoid political involvement to stay alive. If he finds a pretext, our lives would be at risk. Besides, such a person is likely already under surveillance. He has better options and won't align with us. Let's try befriending him, but don't attempt to recruit him. Or perhaps, marry one of my sisters to him. No, Pedro firmly refused. My daughters are too young, and he may not find them suitable. Only Crystal fits the criteria, but she's already promised to the Chai family. Moreover, Crystal is strong-willed and independent, and I can't force her. Plus, the Chai family is one of our few allies. We can't afford to offend them. You two should focus on befriending him sincerely and leave other matters alone. Chapter 115. Rome wasn't built in a day. Jalen returned to the tent and arranged for Cosmo and Zephyr to command the soldiers to construct an ice fortress and survey the river. This time, he only brought them two when he came to Huaiyuan town, leaving the rest in Hengshan County. Cosmo was a thick earth envoy, and Zephyr was a Cecil deputy envoy. The skills these two mastered were especially helpful for military expeditions, so Jalen always took them with him wherever he went. These two were loyal to the Zoroastrian faith and hoped that the Kailatalia could be with Jalen. Therefore, they spared no effort to assist him, following his orders without question. They immediately went to direct the soldiers upon receiving instructions. Jalen had just planned to rest for a while when a guard came to report that Quentin was outside requesting an audience. He was taken aback, not knowing what Quentin wanted. He didn't underestimate Quentin, knowing that despite his young age, he was a born leader of great talent. Though some of his questions seemed unreasonable, it showed he was a thoughtful person. One must be cautious with such individuals or risk being outsmarted. He personally went out to greet him, saying, "Second young master isn't resting. Why have you come to see me?" Quentin said calmly, "There's nothing much. I have a few questions that I hope General Burl can answer." "Oh, what questions?" "Let's talk inside." Jalen invited him into the large tent. Once again, he observed this future historical sage. Though young, he had a resolute expression filled with valor, and there was an intimidating aura about him. Upon entering the tent, Quentin sat gracefully and said, "General Burl, you haven't answered the question I asked when we first met. Why did our campaign against Goguryeo fail?" It turned out to still be this question. Jalen thought to himself, with Quentin's intelligence, he must understand the reasons for the failure. But if he insists on asking, it's probably to test me. Jalen wouldn't blame Evan Hurley for the failure. Although he could discuss it with officials like Bass and Lincoln as predictions or analysis, it couldn't be used to incriminate. However, now that the event had happened, attributing the failure to Hurley could be seen as defaming the emperor and lead to punishment. Thus, Jalen pondered and replied, "The reason is simple. It's the will of heaven, not a fault of warfare." This meant it was divine intention, not due to poor military performance. The interpretation of this will of heaven was left open. Quentin was clearly unsatisfied but conceded. To attribute the failure of a war to fate seems rather shallow. "What is second young master's view?" Jalen asked with interest. Quentin smiled and said, "The people's hearts are unclear. Therefore, the campaign failed because we fought under the pretense of relieving the people from suffering, yet they didn't understand or support it." On the surface, Quentin spoke about how Evan Hurley campaigned under the guise of protecting the people, but since the people didn't understand or support it, the campaign failed. While he indirectly criticized Hurley's policies and blamed him for the failure, his words were veiled. Jalen understood but pretended not to, saying, "Commoners are often ignorant. Misunderstanding the intentions of the wise is common. Indeed, one of the reasons for the failure." Seeing that Jalen didn't catch his hint, Quentin's eyes flashed with disappointment. He didn't dwell on the issue and continued, "General Burl, I don't agree with your assessment that Goguryeo would attempt a river crossing to ambush us." Jalen remained silent, signaling for him to continue. Ice doesn't form overnight, as the ancient proverb goes. Such a wide river cannot freeze in a single night, especially given the flowing water. It's nearly impossible for the river to freeze over. So, I don't think Goguryeo would try a river crossing. While I admire your idea to build an ice fortress, considering the extreme cold here, freezing soil in a night is possible. But freezing the entire river in a night seems impossible. If it's impossible, why not just observe the river's condition instead of posting guards at the riverside? So, the young man doubted his judgment. Jalen glanced at his youthful face, thinking, "If I don't teach this..." Jalen nodded, acknowledging Quentin's magnanimity as recorded in history. He said, "Second young master need not worry. I've already sent men to investigate. We shall wait for their report. General Burl, my earlier rudeness was uncalled for. Please don't take offense. Second young master is too kind. Learning is endless. Asking questions shows a willingness to learn. I admire your character and disposition. Truly? Your tone reminds me of someone who once said the same. Who else has said this to you?" "My sister Crystal." Hearing this, Jalen was struck by surprise and blurted, "Where is your sister now?" Realizing his impertinence in questioning someone's sister, he felt it was inappropriate. Quentin was also surprised by his reaction but kept his composure, replying, "My sister has always had a man's spirit, seldom staying at home. She should be wandering the world now." Jalen sighed inwardly, appreciating the subtlety in dealing with Quentin, knowing that such interactions could shape future alliances and power dynamics. Chapter 116. Abdernsurly forming an alliance. Jalen nodded after hearing this, saying nothing more. He knew Quentin was a shrewd child. Further conversation might arouse suspicion. Just as the two of them were at a loss for words, Dean entered and reported, "We've discovered a hidden passage in the river that can accommodate people and horses." Jalen nodded again, and Quentin immediately perked up. "General Burl." Quentin was already amazed. After arriving here with his father Pedro, he and Lewis had seen the rapid currents and floating ice and assumed no one could cross, thus loosening their defense here. Initially, Jalen's suggestion that someone might be able to pass seemed unbelievable, but now with the discovery of the passage, Quentin admired Jalen immensely. First, he said to Cosmo, "This general, it's too cold in the water. Get out quickly. Don't harm your health." Cosmo smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, young master. I'm wearing a special suit that protects against the cold. You need not worry." He continued, "This area used to be a crossing point, but it was submerged by rising waters. Once the water level drops, this path will be visible again." Now genuinely impressed, Quentin turned to Jalen, "General Burl, you really have talented subordinates. I truly admire you. What should we do next? Should we deploy forces here?" After some thought, Jalen responded, "Goguryeo has been silent, likely waiting until our supplies are almost ready before striking. A raid with insufficient supplies wouldn't make sense. With our supply lines established, they may strike soon." Quentin nodded. "What General says makes perfect sense. If they intend to raid, we must stay vigilant day and night without any lapses. A single slip-up could give them the opportunity to communication and familial acceptance, even meeting each other's elders, including female ones." Quentin was genuinely impressed by Jalen, hence this offer. Jalen felt delighted. Having won over his brother-in-law meant more support from Princess Crystal, which would benefit him greatly. As for future ambitions, those could be addressed later. There would always be solutions. He hesitated dramatically. "I come from a humble background and fear I may bring disgrace to you. Please reconsider, young master." Quentin replied, A true man builds his reputation through genuine ability. Family background means little without skill. Talents like you deserve respect. Elder brother, please accept this bow. Saying this, he bowed deeply, filled with admiration and respect. Jalen hurriedly pulled him up. Brother, there's no need for such formality between us. Through this interaction, their bond grew much closer. Jalen sent Cosmo with 1,000 men to hide on the opposite bank, away from the river, waiting for the signal to intercept retreating forces. After arrangements were made, they returned to the main tent in Huaxia town. Quentin reported Jalen's plans to Pedro, who nodded in approval, praising Jalen's skills. Upon hearing that Jalen agreed to join forces with Quentin, Pedro sighed, "Try to minimize such alliances. Word spreading could disadvantage our family." Louis reassured him, "Father, there's no need to worry. Given his youth, even if it becomes known, it won't matter. It's just youthful enthusiasm." Pedro added, "Hopefully others won't," revealing slips in speech. "Perhaps he isn't from Kunlun but learned arts alongside my sister in Qiuran, discovering her identity. They might have." Quentin didn't finish. "That's impossible," Pedro interrupted sharply. "Crystal may be generous but understands propriety and reason. She wouldn't dishonor our family. With her betrothal to Aryan, she won't be with Jalen. Don't overthink this." "I hope so. But after returning from Qiuran, she seemed changed, delaying her marriage and avoiding Aryan. She rarely stays home, wandering often," Quentin replied. Pedro sighed, "Let's end this topic. Speculation serves no purpose. I know Crystal's character. She acts reasonably and won't embarrass the family. Her decisions are hers to make." Louis added, "Don't mention this to Jalen again. Let's act as if it never happened." Liaodong was already in deep winter, the ground frozen solid. Fortunately, many hands made light work. Thousands labored together, digging out much earth, aided by the existing earthen walls around Huaxia town. They simply reinforced damaged areas, finishing the walls within half a day. Water was easier. Drawn from the river, it was poured onto the walls and grain stacked to war. Training was crucial. Belize avoided frequent contact to avoid suspicion, and Jalen appreciated the space, uncertain how to approach this father and son duo. However, he befriended Rex, whose long-standing background and broad experiences matched well with Jalen's personality. Knowing Rex as a Lee family confidant, seeking friendship to improve ties, Jalen didn't expose this agenda, enjoying their friendly exchanges. Rex also got along well with Dean. All three enjoyed lively conversations about tales and adventures, enriching Jalen's knowledge of local customs and society, a perspective books couldn't provide. Having traveled through time, he found his knowledge mostly covered historical events. Local trivia and cultural nuances weren't well documented in written records. Earlier interactions were mostly with ambitious figures, rarely discussing daily life. Now, with Rex engaging in these topics, Dean opened up. Fascinating stories from various places flowed effortlessly, keeping Jalen enthralled. This insight deepened his understanding of the era he lived in. He realized that without modern knowledge granting him advantages, he'd struggle here. People in this age were innovative, their creativity not stifled by societal constraints, lacking only resources to actualize ideas. These thoughts, unrecorded in history, revealed the limits of feudal thought control, leading to rigid thinking over time, losing creative drive. Winter solstice, when the wind howled and snow flew, intensifying the cold. Deciding to take advantage of the weather, he dispatched his experienced general, Alastair, leading 10,000 troops to raid Huaxia town. Alastair was a seasoned veteran, making him perfect for this stealth mission. With thick caps covering all but their eyes and animal fur wrapped around their hands, the soldiers ventured out under cover of the fierce wind, minimizing detection. The distance between Liaodong and Huaxia town was not great, and many of the soldiers were locals familiar with the area. They knew of a secret passage beneath the river, which they had confirmed the Sui forces did not guard. Reaching the riverbank just as dusk fell, they observed the freezing water beginning to solidify. To ensure safety, Alastair concealed his troops, planning to launch the attack under the cover of night. Unbeknownst to Alastair, while no heavy guards patrolled the river, numerous scouts were hidden along the secret passage. When the Goguryeo forces arrived, these scouts immediately reported to Pedro and Jalen. The news brought excitement. Finally, Goguryeo had made its move, presenting an opportunity to strike back. Following the pre-planned strategy, Jalen led 4,000 cavalrymen into hiding within nearby woods. These new recruits, though both excited and apprehensive about the sudden strong winds extinguishing any lanterns, made visibility almost non-existent. With Alastair's order, the troops moved toward Huaxia town, finding it eerily quiet, seemingly unguarded. However, reaching the earth walls, they encountered an unexpected challenge. The low walls, normally easy to climb, were now covered in a thick layer of slippery ice, reflecting dim starlight. Without siege tools, and even if they had them, breaching the wall seemed impossible. Cursing the cleverness of the Sui, Alastair prepared an alternative plan. Each soldier carried firewood and flaming arrows. "Prepare for a fire attack," he ordered. "Launch the rockets." Chapter 119. To save or not to save. Following Cedric's order, the soldiers hurled the bundles of firewood they were carrying into the earthen city and then ignited flaming arrows, shooting them towards the city. Whoosh, 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 one after another. The flaming arrows streaked across the night sky and plunged into the earthen city. Soon, flames erupted throughout, lighting up half the sky with a fiery red glow. Success, Cedric rejoiced inwardly. As long as they destroyed the Sui army's supplies, this mission would be considered accomplished. Indeed, cries and screams arose from within Huaxia town. The Sui suck. By the time they managed to exit the earthen city, they had already lost over 1,000 men. Unsatisfied with this defeat, Cedric regrouped outside and prepared to attack the pursuing Sui forces. Quentin, wielding his long sword, led the charge. His face lit with excitement. Jalen's strategy had worked perfectly, scattering the Goguryeo forces. Behind him, the Sui army followed eagerly. They were elated. This battle had gone much smoother than expected, making the decimation of the Goguryeo forces seem almost too easy. Though initially sustaining heavy losses, the Goguryeo forces regained their composure, leveraging their numerical advantage in cavalry to counter the Sui infantry. Despite lacking room for a full charge, their mounted position gave them a significant edge. The two armies faced off outside the earthen city, neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Just then, Jialen led a cavalry charge from the woods, riding like a whirlwind, tearing through the Goguryeo formation with tremendous force. The Sui army, like hungry tigers descending from the mountains, slaughtered the Goguryeo forces mercilessly, sending limbs and torsos flying. Unsure of the Sui's numbers, the Goguryeo forces fell into panic and disarray, abandoning all resistance. They fled in all directions, desperate to escape the battlefield. Cedric could no longer control his troops, so he retreated toward. Even if he made it back to Liaodong, his head might not stay attached to his shoulders. At that moment, he felt strangely calm. Turning to the 20-odd guards still with him, he said, "Today's defeat is on me. I failed you all. But before we die, I will lead you to fight fiercely. Do you have the courage to follow me back and take the general's head?" All the soldiers shouted together, "We will follow you, General." Though few in number, their resolve was fierce, deeply moving Cedric. He charged not forward but back toward the pursuing forces, wanting to die a hero's death. Unfortunately, he was no Alan, lacking both the strength and charisma of the mighty warrior. As he turned, those 20 guards ran in the opposite direction, thinking this fool would draw attention, perhaps allowing them to escape. Realizing he was alone, Cedric nearly fainted with rage. "Damn fools, even as ghosts, I won't let you off." However, he had no time to dwell on this. Before him stood Jialen and Quentin. Seeing these Sui generals inflamed his anger. He swung his Zhao Yang spear at Quentin, thinking the younger one would be easier to deal with. Quentin, inexperienced in combat despite personally killing a few soldiers, was momentarily frozen in fear, unable to react as the spear bore down on him. Meanwhile, Jialen faced an internal struggle. This was the perfect chance to eliminate Quentin. He didn't have to do it himself, thus avoiding blame, and it would remove his greatest rival in the quest for power. To save or not to save. Bravery. However, before he finished his cry, Quentin had decapitated him. Blood gushed out as if protesting the outcome. His riderless horse fled in confusion. Quentin sighed deeply, seeming to have grown up in an instant. From a youth who only talked tactics, he became a commander capable of leading thousands into battle. His demeanor transformed completely. He approached Jialen and bowed deeply. "Thank you, brother, or else Shimin wouldn't have made it through today." Jialen smiled. "Even if I hadn't warned you, he couldn't have killed you. You've grown up, becoming a soaring eagle capable of freely roaming the world." Quentin's eyes flashed with cunning. "Brother, if I am the eagle, who is the hunter? I wish to become the hunter who will slay all eagles. What does brother think?" Jialen laughed heartily. "Brother, your ambition is vast. I hope you can become the hunter of those eagles. But I'd rather be an eagle soaring through the sky, just as the great Peng rises on the wind and soars 9,000 miles high." "The great Peng rises on the wind and soars 9,000 miles high," Quentin repeated quietly. Such grandeur. It surpassed even his ambition to become the hunter. Even the most valiant of hunters cannot subdue such an eagle. "My brother's vision far surpasses mine. No, I must surpass him. A powerful eagle will eventually fall to the hunter. I will not be outdone by him." Goguryeo's ambush had failed completely, leaving over 10,000 of their soldiers dead. The escort force and Jalen's cavalry had grown significantly after the battle. These cavalrymen, having turned into fierce eagles, radiated sharpness and lethal intent, striking fear into anyone who faced them. The cavalry had truly matured. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Sui army reaped bountiful rewards, acquiring thousands of war horses and countless weapons. Pedro wrote a report to Hurley praising the victory. However, being shrewd, Pedro kept the description brief, mentioning Jalen's contribution without singling it out. This was his wisdom. He knew Hurley's volatile nature and tendency towards suspicion. Excessive praise for Jalen could invite disaster, as Hurley might perceive it as an indication of allegiance, and thus decide to suppress him. Indeed, when Hurley read the report, he flew into a rage, scolding in front of the court. Pedro is jealous and resentful. How could he not recommend talent to the emperor? Clearly, Jalen deserved credit for this victory, yet Pedro merely schemes over it as if it were his own achievement. Truly shameless. Tammy remarked, "Your Majesty, calm down." Perhaps Pedro is using a strategy. By appearing to distance himself from Jalen, he ensures the emperor rewards him. In reality, they are aligned. Nonsense. Who is Jalen? Raised by my hand. He is loyal to me and would never betray me. Do not slander him. I know Jalen will not betray me. He is mine, not any clan subordinate. Hurley's words struck deep into the aristocratic family's hearts. They fell silent, afraid to speak further. After deliberation, Hurley decreed, Jalen's achievements in protecting the supplies are remarkable. Appoint him as a distinguished general, commanding the brave elite across the empire. Base wanted to protest, but seeing no reaction from Aaron, Randall, and Damien, remained quiet. Hurley continued, Pedro has poor judgment, failing to properly investigate enemy movements. Punish him with 3 years' tax and demote him 1 rank. He will continue guarding the supplies in Huaxia town. Another mishap means dismissal without reconsideration. Base could no longer contain himself. Pedro had given many gifts to these nobles. Owing favors, Base stood and said, Your Majesty, don't do this. Base, what is wrong with you again? Hurley snapped. Not that, Your Majesty. This supply protection was a rare victory, boosting morale. While rewarding Jalen is fair, punishing Pedro isn't justified. He's worked hard. Your Majesty's decision will dishearten the troops. Damien and others also knelt pleading, Your Majesty, rewarding the meritorious and punishing the guilty maintains position is highly prestigious, with considerable power. Aaron had also led troops into battle before, and was well versed in military affairs. However, his greater talents lay in politics, having achieved multiple feats during the expeditions against the Turks and in planning for the western regions. Deeply trusted by Eben Hurley, he was appointed as the right Grand Tutor. Abdicating on his chair, Aaron smiled and said, Minister Su, you don't understand military matters and the ins and outs here. Although Jalen has been appointed as commander of the elite guards, it's a nominal position without real power. Why be concerned? Base frowned and responded. His Majesty has just issued a new order to recruit the elite guard and organize them to participate in the campaign against Goguryeo. How can you say it's a nominal position? This is a brand new role many strive for. Damien was dismissed from his post after a defeat against Goguryeo. Because of his close ties with these few individuals, he continually praised himself to Hurley, reminding him of Damien's past merits. Consequently, he was reinstated, albeit he seldom spoke openly thereafter, being careful in his words and actions. Breaking his silence this time, he said, Minister Su, Minister Pei is correct. The commander of the elite guards is in an ideal position. The court has always implemented the garrison system. The garrison troops are the foundation of the court. Only the 12 garrisons genuinely hold core positions within the court. No other forces can replace the 12 garrisons. The last campaign against Goguryeo resulted in heavy losses for the garrison troops, prompting His Majesty to consider using the elite guard. The elite guard isn't a standing army, but only a temporary measure. Once the garrison troops recover, the elite guard will be disbanded, making the position of commander obsolete, he added, expressing a hint of regret for Jalen who once saved him. Unconvinced, Base argued, even if it's temporary, how can someone from a humble background command over 100,000 soldiers in the elite guard? That's still significant power. If he achieves merit, won't he rise further? Base was the first high official Jalen met and had even given him predictions, but as a member of the aristocracy, Base never truly appreciated Jalen. If it weren't for Chu Tu's strong support, Jalen would never have entered the left elite guards. Therefore, Base strongly wished Jalen wouldn't advance. Randall interjected, Minister Su, do you not understand where His Majesty recruited the elite guard? Base was taken aback and replied, aside from Jalen being appointed commander and recruiting the elite guard in Huaxia, most were recruited from Guangzhou. So what? Randall smiled and said, exactly, the elite guard consists of Guangzhou offspring, many of whom come from noble families and are incredibly arrogant. Would they listen to a commander from a humble background? Can Jalen really command the entire elite guard? This revelation brightened Base's eyes. Without noble lineage or connections, although Jalen knew how to curry favor by giving gifts, he hadn't attached himself to any powerful families. How could he command those nobles' children? Damien sighed, feeling pity for Jalen. Being commander of the elite guard was an arduous position without backing. To take such a position was inviting death. It was unfortunate he didn't align with me. With my support, he might have held this position securely, but now I can't help him. He's too upright. Tammy remarked, actually, Jalen is quite capable. He's won several battles and saved many armies. He paused, glancing at Damien, who pretended not to notice and took a sip of tea. What if we tried to recruit him, bringing him under our wing to secure his position as commander, earning his gratitude and turning him into a capable assistant? What do you think? Before Base could object, Aaron quickly said, no. Why not? They asked. Because he's favored by His Majesty. The Eben wouldn't let him fall into the hands of the nobility. If he joins us, His Majesty would not hesitate to eliminate him. He wouldn't tolerate Eben Hurley. Damien focused primarily on military strategy and ways to amass wealth and enjoy life. Unless someone obstructed his path, he wouldn't proactively harm them. Instead, he wanted Jalen to grow, partly out of gratitude. After finalizing their plans, each returned home. Eben Hurley's decree arrived at Huaxia town. Pedro and Jalen both received the decree praising their contributions, instructing them to continue guarding the supplies until spring when the main army arrives. Their ranks were also elevated, Pedro to assistant director of the Board of Works, and Jalen to commander of the elite guards. Upon hearing Jalen's new title, Pedro frowned. Chapter 122. The best defense is offense. After seeing off the imperial envoy, Pedro returned to the military tent where he found only himself, Jalen, and his two sons. Pedro couldn't help but say, General Burl, there seems to be an issue with your appointment. Jalen naturally knew that his position was problematic. Historically, the Xianghua army had rebelled in Yangzhou, leading to the assassination of Eben Hurley by General Dakari, a wolf tiger commander. Based on this, it was unlikely that he would command the Xianghua army. However, as he had been transported to this time, many things could change, and it wasn't impossible that he could lead this army. But these thoughts couldn't be voiced to Pedro. He shook his head and said, Lord Rene, what's wrong? While winter may not be suitable for combat, Goguryeo people have lived here year-round, adapting much better to the weather than we do. We cannot rule out them sending a large force to attack us directly. After Jalen finished speaking, Pedro and his sons nodded, agreeing with his points. Lewis said, we have the earthen fortress as a shield, and our food is frozen solid. They won't be able to burn our provisions. Why don't we just stay inside the fort? Jalen shook his head. The eldest lord misunderstands. Military provisions are for consumption, not burning. Even if Goguryeo cannot burn our supplies, if they eliminate us, the supplies will fall into their hands, sustaining their soldiers. Our earthen fortress, despite the ice cover, is too short and unsuitable for defense. It may hold against small raids, but large-scale attacks will break through. Hiding inside will only be sitting ducks. Jalen's words made Lewis blush. He hadn't considered so much. He had merely assumed that holding the fort worked based on past success. Quentin's eyes gleamed with admiration, appreciating Jalen's adaptability and strategic thinking, traits essential for a remarkable general. Pedro nodded and asked, what is General Burl's opinion? Should we request reinforcements? Jalen shook his head. Given the weather, reinforcements won't come. They'll find excuses. Relying on others isn't reliable. Whether or not Goguryeo agrees depends on us. He glanced at Quentin, eager to speak, and said, Second Prince hasn't given his opinion. What do you think we should do? Quentin, asked directly, raised his young face and said, warfare thrives on deception. Abdurance we can't defend. We should take the initiative and attack Goguryeo. Pedro scolded. What does a child know? Defending Huaxia town is difficult enough. How can we have the strength to attack? Ridiculous. Go away. Quentin pouted, reluctantly moving aside. At this moment, Jalen interjected, Lord Rene, second prince is right. We should take the initiative. Quentin's face lit up, while Pedro frowned. General Burl, how can we attack with such few men? Jalen replied, not a full-scale attack, but a show of force to mislead the enemy. We send provocateurs outside Liaodong City, confusing them about our numbers and deterring immediate attacks. Then, using surprise attacks, we strike 1 or 2 enemy towns around Liaodong City, instilling fear among the guards. This will prevent them from attacking us. Thus, Huaiyuan town will remain secure. Pedro nodded. That makes sense. But what if they become enraged and launch a massive assault? Jalen smiled. Though Liaodong City compared to Huaiyuan town favors them, the entire Goguryeo is weak compared to Sui. With our attacks, they wouldn't dare to send troops due to uncertainty. If they do, we harass and raid from behind, exhausting them, and then seize Liaodong City when it's defenseless, diverting their attention back home. Our best move is to draw the battle lines under Liaodong City, preventing Goguryeo from attacking us. The three nodded frequently. Pedro said, General Burl, truly brilliant. Let's act on your plan. I'll lead troops to harass Liaodong City while you guard the granary. Jalen waved a hand. Lord Rene, warfare isn't your forte. Leave it to me. Your task is guarding Huaiyuan town. Pedro blushed, knowing Jalen was correct. He didn't contest further, saying, very well, thank you, General Burl. Quentin shouted beside him, Father, I wish to join General Burl, aiding him in battle. Pedro remained silent, looking at Jalen, who didn't oppose. If the second prince wishes to follow, I am honored. Seeing Jalen agree, Pedro finally responded, learn well from General Burl. Don't hinder him. Disobey, and General Burl can punish you according to military law. Hashtag chapter 123, targeting Heiyun Fort. Jalen returned to his tent and instructed Cosmo to lead 1,000 cavalrymen to assist Pedro in guarding Huaiyuan town, while he himself would lead Dean and 4,000 cavalrymen to raid Liaodong. Cosmo said, General, you should bring more men. There's no need to leave this 1,000 here. Bring them all with you. Jalen shook his head and replied, the key is quality, not quantity. Whether I take 1,000 more or less makes no difference when harassing the enemy. In fact, bringing too many people decreases mobility and makes us easier to detect by the enemy. Conversely, I feel safer leaving you here. Therefore, I cannot take this 1,000 with me. With Jalen's decision made, Cosmo had no choice but to remain behind as ordered. Jalen led his 4,000 troops, joined by Quentin, heading towards Liaodong City. Pedro sent Rex to accompany them, and Jalen instructed the soldiers to carry hundreds of drums to serve as a diversionary force. The distance to Liaodong City wasn't far. It would only take 1 day for fast horses and light cavalry to reach there. They crossed the river, which was smooth like a mirror, reflecting clear images on its frozen surface. The ice was incredibly solid. Quentin rode a magnificent red horse from Daiyuan. Though not as prized as the Han Shui Boma, it was still considered an excellent steed. The 4,000 cavalrymen were dressed in specially designed cotton clothing made by Jalen using advanced materials and techniques far beyond their time. This was the source of Jalen's initial funds for development. Even though this technology eventually spread out, losing its initial profitability, Jalen still managed to produce warmer cotton clothing for his soldiers without much difficulty. Thus, these soldiers stayed warm despite the harsh weather conditions. On horseback, Quentin wore a thick cap. His face flushed red from the cold, draped in a thick fur coat that only nobles could afford. He was very excited, however. This was his first campaign. Even though he had some combat experience from before, this was his first active offensive mission, making him both nervous and thrilled. Brother, how do we plan to harass Liaodong City? Asked Quentin, breath billowing from his mouth in clouds. Jalen brought a map of Goguryeo's terrain and was familiar with the area, having visited Liaodong before. He said, I will take you to a place. We'll discuss the specifics once we get there. Leading the 4,000 troops in secret travel, the frigid weather caused Goguryeo soldiers to huddle in towns, so they did not encounter any Goguryeo scouts along the way. They arrived at Baiha Fort's outskirts, where Jalen sent Dean to investigate. Upon returning, Dean reported that Baiha Fort was abandoned. Only then did Jalen lead the troops into Baiha Fort. Having been here before, he knew it was a perfect hiding spot, which is why he returned. Inside, everything remained unchanged, but without war, Goguryeo had long since abandoned this fortress, leaving it even more dilapidated than before. When we campaigned against Goguryeo, I occupied this place. It's a great hiding spot surrounded by Goguryeo defense points, making it impossible for anyone to guess our presence deep within their territory, explained Jalen to Quentin. Quentin nodded, already impressed by Jalen. Without extraordinary courage, who would dare hide deep inside enemy lines? Jalen unfurled a map of Goguryeo's terrain and pointed to their location. Little brother, please look. We are here, and Liaodong City is just nearby. If we launch a surprise attack, it will be quite simple. With no ongoing battles, the Goguryeo people wouldn't expect us to dare sneak up on them and thus won't be prepared. Brother, should we directly attack Liaodong? No, Liaodong City has towering walls and is difficult to conquer. 30,000 Sui troops couldn't capture it back then, and while there were other factors involved, they ultimately failed. Now, even though Goguryeo isn't ready, attacking Liaodong is impossible. We would be wiped out here if we tried. Although we can't attack Liaodong City, we can harass its outskirts, attack its periphery, and set fires outside the city. This will achieve our harassment goal, preventing them from easily deploying troops due to uncertainty about our numbers. Also, look here, Jalen pointed to a spot on the map labeled Heiyun Fort, the closest outpost to Liaodong City. Heiyun Fort is near Liaodong City, garrisoned year-round by Goguryeo forces. It supports Liaodong City defensively, capable of mutual reinforcement. However, compared to Liaodong City, it is much weaker, lacking formidable walls, making it easier to assault. Our strategy is to capture Heiyun Fort swiftly, warn the Goguryeo forces, and then quickly retreat here and hide. With the loss of a key stronghold and no trace of us, they won't dare send troops to Huaiyuan town, ensuring its safety. We'll rest here and continue this approach, intermittently harassing them, keeping the Goguryeo army busy. If they send small units, we'll eliminate them. If large forces, we'll harass from behind. Quintin admired Jalen greatly for this thorough plan. This harassment tactic would keep the Goguryeo army sleepless. Brother, instruct me what needs to be done, Quintin said. Follow me to Heiyun Fort. No matter the outcome, avoid prolonged engagement to prevent revealing our strength. Quintin nodded, replying, Shimin will follow your orders. Jalen said, Dean, Rex, each of you lead 500 troops to raid and set fires near Liaodong City. Tie branches to the horses' tails to kick up dust, obscuring our numbers. Create as much noise as possible, but remember not to linger. Immediately retreat back here after setting fires. Dean and Rex accepted their orders and prepared. They feasted on pre-made rations, hard as rocks in the freezing cold. Even if warmed by fire, they were barely edible. Fearing smoke detection by the Goguryeo forces, they dared not make Liaodong City. It housed 5,000 Goguryeo defenders. But because of the bitter cold and the low likelihood of a Sui attack, the fort's walls were dimly lit and unguarded. Jalen ordered his soldiers to hold position and instructed cavalry commander Amerigo to lead a few dozen men towards the base of the wall, awaiting the moment when Liaodong City would be set on fire. They would then seize the opportunity to occupy the city gates when reinforcements came out from Heiyun Fort. Amerigo was a former member of the Flying Eagle Corps who, through extensive battle experience and accumulated military exploits, had been promoted to the rank of cavalry commander. After receiving orders, he promptly selected 100 or so men to lie in wait just below Heiyun Fort, hiding on both sides of the gate. In Liaodong City, Commander Brian of Goguryeo felt immense pressure. After Bradley's failed raid with 10,000 troops resulted in total annihilation, he had received a stern reprimand from King Lloyd. If further losses occurred, Bryant risked decapitation. This put Bryant in an extremely difficult situation. Reconnaissance reports indicated that only a few thousand Sui soldiers were guarding Huaxia town's provisions. With several tens of thousands of troops, he believed he could easily defeat the Sui forces and secure their supplies. However, due to King Lloyd's warning, he hesitated to act. Failure would cost him his head. As winter approached, rivers and streams were freezing, presenting an ideal opportunity for a impossible to count. Drumbeats thundered as if hundreds of war drums were striking. Were reinforcements arriving? Had the Sui launched a full-scale offensive on Liaodong? Why hadn't any scouts reported this? Quickly gather the troops to defend the city. No one is to leave without permission. Violators will be executed. Send signals to nearby towns for support. Soldiers immediately signaled for help while Bryant prepared to defend the city. However, hours passed, and the Sui army only continued shouting but made no attempt to storm the walls. Bryant was perplexed. Why didn't the Sui army attack? Could this be a feint? Impossible, he thought. The Sui are too cunning. This must be a ruse. I can't fall for it. Thus, he ordered his men not to respond regardless of how provocative the enemy seemed. At Heiyun Fort, the defenders received the distress signal from Liaodong City. From there, they could see the fires raging in Liaodong. General Kim Juyeol gathered his troops to provide aid. His deputy anchor warned, don't fall for a ploy. If we go, Heiyun Fort will be vulnerable to a surprise Sui attack. Kim Juyeol shook his head. Commander Park has clearly encountered heavy resistance. If we disobey orders, we'll be executed. If we assist, even losing Heiyun Fort can be soldiers, unable to withstand them, fell back in retreat. However, there were still over 5,000 Goguryeo soldiers defending the fort. After initial chaos and the loss of several hundred men, they gradually regained composure and formed battle formations to resist the Sui forces. Utilizing the narrow and complex streets within the city, they blocked various intersections, hoping to wear down the Sui troops through urban warfare. Unexpectedly, the Sui army didn't engage in prolonged combat. Instead of focusing on harming the Goguryeo soldiers, they set fires throughout the fort immediately upon entering, igniting the houses made of straw and wood. Once a house caught fire, the flames quickly spread, making it difficult to extinguish. Moreover, the Sui army prevented the Goguryeo soldiers from putting out the fires. In no time, thick smoke filled the air as Black Cloud Fort was engulfed in flames. Forrester turned pale. If this continued, Black Cloud Fort would be completely destroyed. He commanded both firefighting efforts and the defense against the Sui army simultaneously. Among the Goguryeo troops, Forrester stood out distinctly, catching Jalen's attention. Recognizing him as the commander, Burl led his men toward him. Jalen swung his cold iron spear with great force, riding his swift horse without any opposition. The Goguryeo soldiers scattered, leaving Forrester exposed. Holding a large axe, Forrester faced Jalen calmly, wielding his weapon with great strength. As Burl approached, Forrester swung the axe down with a powerful whoosh. Burl raised his cold iron spear to block the axe, then swiftly swung it horizontally like a staff towards Forrester's waist. Forrester attempted to deflect the spear with his axe, but the cold iron spear bent under the impact, allowing the spear tip to continue its trajectory towards his waist. Shocked by this move, Forrester broke into a cold sweat and quickly dodged by rolling off his horse. As the horses passed each other, Forrester remounted, just as Jalen struck again with a reverse spear thrust aimed at his back. This time, Forrester couldn't evade. He was impaled by the cold iron spear and thrown into the ranks of Goguryeo soldiers, crushing several of them. With the main commander dead, the Goguryeo troops fell into even greater disarray. Meanwhile, Quintin focused on the deputy commander, Anchor. After Forrester's death, Anchor continued to command the troops, but was interrupted when he saw a young warrior in black armor charging at him with a bright long sword. Anchor, wielding a heavy spear, underestimated the youthful Quintin, believing that Li had less strength. Intent on knocking the longsword away, Jiang lifted his spear high, only for Quintin's sword, a treasured blade, to slice cleanly through it upon impact. Before Jiang could react, Quintin's horse closed the distance and the longsword sliced across Jiang's neck, decapitating him. Quintin's quick actions were even more impressive than his previous kill of Carlton. Jalen sighed inwardly, acknowledging how rapidly Quintin was growing. With the two main commanders dead, The remaining Goguryeo soldiers panicked and fled. The Sui army indulged in their conquest but did not prolong the fight. After slaughtering and setting fires, Jalen ordered a retreat. 3,000 Sui soldiers left Black Cloud Fort, vanishing into the night. After sending a distress signal, Dou Jiande remained on the city walls waiting for reinforcements. Gradually, the noise outside quieted except for occasional drumbeats. Worried about a trap, Dou Jiande dared not venture out. Sometime later, relief forces arrived to find the Sui army had already retreated, leaving only a few goats tied to drums producing the residual sounds. Tricked. The Sui army only pretended to attack to confuse us. They had no intention of assaulting Liaodong City, someone reported. At that moment, news came that fires were seen coming from Black Cloud Fort. Dou Jiande realized the true target of the Sui army was Black Cloud Fort, not Liaodong City. Rushing there, he found the fort reduced to rubble and ashes. A group of scattered soldiers informed him that tens of thousands of Sui troops had attacked Black Cloud Fort, killing both Forester and Anchor. However, they exaggerated the number to cover their responsibility. Dou Jiande listened, then ordered, clear the site and retreat to Liaodong City for defense. Inform the border passes to intercept the Sui army. Report immediately if any movements are detected. Returning to Liaodong City, Dou Jiande received no further reports of Sui troop movements by morning. He stated, Abdurance, we haven't found the Sui army. They must still be nearby. Each pass should tighten security and avoid rash actions. Military advisor Qiuran said, Commander, I believe it's only a small Sui force, insufficient to fear. Why do you say that? Dou Jiande asked. If the Sui army had a large force, they would have besieged Liaodong City. Instead, they used deception to surprise Black Cloud Fort. Why wouldn't they leave forces behind after capturing it? This shows they're too few to hold it. Also, our intelligence hasn't detected significant Sui troop movements, and large forces would create noise passing through border checkpoints. They can't silently approach or leave Liaodong. Therefore, I believe it's a small Sui force conducting a surprise attack and has not yet left. Given this, if we go. Jalen led the Sui army back to Baiha Fortress to reunite with Dean and Rex. After counting the numbers, all who had harassed Liaodong City returned unharmed. Those who attacked Heiyun Fort lost 100 men, but this was still commendable considering the circumstances. If not for catching Goguryeo off guard, the losses would have been greater. However, destroying one of Goguryeo's fortresses reduced their support in Liaodong. Jalen ordered close surveillance on Goguryeo's movements, instructing immediate retreat if they gathered forces towards Baiha Fortress. Yet, after waiting a day, there was no movement from Goguryeo. They did not seek revenge on Huaxia town nor dispatched scouts. Instead, they retreated into their towns, unwilling to come out. It looks like Goguryeo has been thoroughly intimidated. This is for the best. Let's settle here and harass them periodically so they can't eat or sleep peacefully, said Jalen. Quentin nodded vigorously, seeming much more mature after several battles, now embodying a steady commander rather than an inexperienced youth. They settled in, launching raids every few days. While they didn't breach any more fortresses, they set fires and looted around the perimeter. Eamon firmly decided against sending troops out, allowing them to wreak havoc outside the city walls. Eventually, he moved the civilians inside, abandoning the outskirts entirely. The royal decree from King Guan arrived, instructing him to defend the city without engaging the enemy. With this command, Eamon felt emboldened. If even the king forbade exiting the city, who would dare defy it? He issued strict orders that anyone spotting Sui troops should not pursue unless within arrow range, in which case, shoot but otherwise let them leave to avoid heavy casualties. Jaren and other generals seethed silently, spending their days drinking and ignoring military affairs. Eamon, upon hearing this, did not reprimand them but sent wine for their indulgence, insisting they could drink to their heart's content as long as they did not engage the enemy. Staying at Baiha Fortress, Jalen initially dared not start fires for cooking, but seeing that Goguryeo did not emerge, became bolder. They brought supplies from Huaxia town, started fires for warmth and meals, treating it as Sui territory. In time, even Goguryeo knew a Sui force was stationed there. Some defiant generals secretly led troops to eliminate them but were defeated by Jalen's command. When Eamon heard about this, he flew into a rage and reiterated orders to remain inside the city. Any disobedience would result in immediate execution of the entire family, with the general joining them underground upon return. This ensured no further attacks from Goguryeo, with troops avoiding the area during rotations. Day by day, life became carefree for the Sui troops. Having transformed into hardened warriors, they moved swiftly and struck fiercely, taking countless lives. Quentin admired this army immensely, vowing to train an elite force himself when back in Hudong, surpassing this troop's valor. Seeing spring approaching, Jalen led the army back to Huaxia town, greeted his heroes. Pedro personally welcomed them, saying, General Burl, you have truly worked hard. Without you, I don't know how we would have defended Huaxia town. Jalen replied, Lordly, you are too kind. Even without me, you could defend this place. Pedro hosted a grand banquet celebrating for a whole day. The next morning, top generals gathered in the tent to discuss matters. Pedro stated, Gentlemen, spring is nearly here, and our mission is almost complete. Thank you all for your tireless efforts. We just need a few more days before reinforcements arrive. Most generals smiled and applauded, except for Jalen, Quentin, and Rex, who remained expressionless. Pedro paused the applause, asking, General Burl, you seem distracted. What worries you? Jalen stood up and said, Lordly, we cannot be complacent. We must beware of enemy raids. Why? Didn't the Goguryeo forces fear leaving their city? You worry too much, responded someone. Quentin chimed in, I also believe the enemy will attack, perhaps with large forces. Rex agreed, I concur. Before Pedro could respond, Jalen explained, Lordly, the Goguryeo forces didn't leave because they feared us, but because we were insignificant compared to their real target, Huaxia town. The harsh winter froze the town's defenses, making any attack costly. Now that spring is near, the ice is melting, reducing potential losses. They will surely launch a desperate attack before reinforcements arrive. This explanation resonated with the generals present, finding it logical. Isn't the river a barrier? Ice melted, water flows freely. How can the Goguryeo cross without tunnels? Asked the general. Quentin shook his head. If the enemy attacks en masse, crossing the river isn't a challenge. Building pontoons is trivial. We can't stop them. Through these battles, Quentin had matured significantly, no longer just theorizing but providing insightful analysis. Chapter 127. Fierce fire, oil, and explosives. Jalin noticed that the generals were somewhat silent, so he said, there's no need for concern. As the saying goes, soldiers will be met with soldiers, water with earth. Even if the Goguryeo forces are numerous, they have been holed up for a long time. Even if they launch an attack, their morale will be low, and they'll tremble when they face our troops. Jalin was right. In battle, bravery often wins over sheer numbers. Sometimes it is the morale of the troops that makes all the difference, not just the number of men involved. With proper strategy and taking advantage of timing and location, many battles can be won despite numerical disadvantages. The Goguryeo forces had been cooped up in the city for too long, already harboring fear of the Sui army. Without new reinforcements, these soldiers would naturally feel intimidated upon encountering the Sui forces. However, even with such fear, if Goguryeo attacks, they still outnumber us, and defeating them will not be easy. We must carefully plan our strategy. Jalin suggested, we should send a detachment to tail the Goguryeo army, ambushing them intermittently, strike quickly and then retreat, repeating this to keep the Goguryeo worried about their rear and hesitant to commit all their forces against Huaxia. Then we fortify heavily by the riverbank to prevent Goguryeo from crossing. Prepare plenty of arrows and firestones. If they attempt to cross, shoot them down with arrows. If they build a pontoon bridge, use flaming arrows to destroy it. We must do everything possible to stop them from crossing. If we cannot hold them back, we retreat to the earthen fortress and use it as cover to repel the enemy. We must protect the supplies at all costs. They must not fall into Goguryeo hands. Entire river ablaze to burn the Goguryeo soldiers and prevent their crossing. Everyone was astonished, never having considered this method. They knew fierce fire oil for lighting but had never thought of using it to kill and set fire. Jalin, looking at their puzzled expressions, mused, indeed, pioneers are heroes. It seems I am the one to set fires like this. Do not doubt me. Follow my instructions. The question is whether these few vats of oil are enough. A small amount won't suffice for effective fire attacks. Pedro and others regained their senses, looking at him with admiration. This man was a genius. Cosmo spoke up, General, don't worry about the quantity. I know where to find more of this oil. Delighted, Jalin asked, how do you know? Cosmo scratched his head. You know what I do. During reconnaissance on the opposite bank, I found a spot rich in this oil. Back then, I didn't see its use, so I ignored it. Now we can gather some. Jalin knew Cosmo's expertise in excavations made him well-versed in underground resources. With vast uncharted territories back then, mineral deposits were easily found. He responded, excellent. I entrust this task to you. Bring back as much fierce fire oil as possible. Understood, Cosmo replied and immediately prepared to go. Pedro commented, with your plan, it seems foolproof now. Shaking his head, regardless of instruction. He agreed, thinking that killing Quentin too soon would leave him without a worthy adversary, making future life dull. He wanted to preserve this rival for personal challenge and amusement. Nodding, Jalin accepted Quentin's request. Chapter 128. The military anthem rejuvenates the military spirit. The production of explosive oil and gunpowder was carried out in strict secrecy. They didn't make it public as these were their secret weapons, which would all be for nothing if detected by the Goguryeo scouts. Quentin helped Jalin manufacture explosives. He realized that the gunpowder used in alchemy had many other uses. Jalin, who was a soldier in his previous life, was very familiar with making explosives. However, ancient gunpowder was different from modern gunpowder. This was raw, unrefined gunpowder, and any minor mistake could result in a devastating explosion. Therefore, throughout the process, he was always on tenterhooks, fearful of blowing himself to smithereens, which would have been quite the embarrassment. Fortunately, there were no such incidents. He passed the skills of making explosives to Dean and others, having Dean lead the soldiers in the production of explosives. Then, he left the storeroom with Quentin. They went to the opposite bank of the river, analyzing the possible positions of the Goguryeo army and the crossing points, marking these locations. Upon returning, they informed Dean to bury the prepared explosives at these marked spots, leading the fuses to the riverside. Once the river caught fire, it would ignite the explosives, causing an explosion. Apart from those involved in making explosives, no one knew what they were burying. Only Jalin's order prohibiting anyone from crossing the river kept everyone's curiosity at bay, under the threat of military law. Hundreds of wooden barrels at the riverside attracted attention. Some floated in the water, while others sat ashore. No one knew their purpose, but Jalin forbade anyone from approaching them. Thus, apart from wild guesses, the Sui soldiers remained clueless about their function. The Sui army made preparations for battle, while the Goguryeo troops were also active. Having spent the winter in seclusion, their spirits did not improve despite the spring warmth. Instead, they grew more anxious. This signified the imminent second attack by the Sui army. Though they had won the first battle, they knew their strength was inferior. Would luck favor them again? Reckon received King Lloyd's order to take advantage of the thawed river and weaken defenses at Huaxia town due to lack of ice protection. He was ordered to attack and attempt to destroy or seize the Sui supplies. Upon receiving the order, Pak hesitated. He didn't wish to advance, knowing that the Goguryeo soldiers, after a winter of hiding, had developed a fear towards the Sui. Fighting now would demoralize the troops, so it might be safer to fortify defenses. Yet, disobeying royal orders was not an option. So, he gathered generals and led a 10,000-strong force to attack Huaxia town. Unsurprisingly, soldiers voiced discontent, unwilling to fight again considering the annihilation of 10,000 men last time. General shared similar concerns, questioning the necessity of this attack after a winter's inaction. Pack had no choice but to boost morale before the battle. Our past retreat wasn't due to fear but harsh weather. Now, with warmer conditions, we must counterattack. Show Goguryeo's fighting spirit without letting down our king. Regardless of his words' effectiveness, the army set out. Miles long, they marched toward Huaiyuan town, where the Sui army had been awaiting. Despite their smaller numbers, almost 1/4 of the Goguryeo forces, fear was evident. Yet most of the Sui soldiers were emboldened from previous victories over the cowardly Goguryeo, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. Jalen eased their fears by providing warm meat broth and assuring them, just watch from the shore, I will ensure heavy losses on the Goguryeo side. Do you possess magic, General Burl? How can we achieve victory without lifting a finger? Teased the soldier. Yes, I am a wizard. Just follow my commands, and I promise you safety and victory. We trust you, General Burl. With you, we are fearless, they replied confidently. The atmosphere grew jubilant, and the Sui soldiers began singing. The rousing anthem moved Jalen, reminding him of his military days. Standing at the front, he sang loudly, We are the people who serve in the military, different yet the same, young with fervent hearts. The chorus echoed, resonating across Liaodong. These songs lifted the soldiers' spirits, replacing fear with determination and boundless strength. Not satisfied, Burl followed up with another anthem, facing towering waves with pride, fiery blood like red sunlight. We strive to be heroes, strong every day. Let sea and sky gather energy for me, to forge new paths for my ideals. As sons, we must be strong. These songs resonated deeply within the soldiers' hearts, imprinting Jalen as a figure they admired. They pledged allegiance, willing to follow him through thick and thin, even risking their lives. No longer just Sui soldiers, they became Jalen's disciples, loyal followers who would do anything for him, including defying Ebon Hurley if needed. Jalen had become their revered leader. Chapter 129. The panicked Goguryeo people. Leading an army of 30,000, Eric first marched towards Baiha Fort after leaving Liaodong City. The Sui army had wintered at Baiha Fort for one season. Though they were now gone, he wanted to raze Baiha Fort to the ground and obliterate this place that had brought him humiliation, as if only by doing so could he vent his rage. Upon arriving at Baiha Fort, Eric was enraged when he saw derogatory messages scrawled on the walls by the Sui soldiers using potash, disparaging the Goguryeo people. These messages were plastered all over the fort. Infuriated, Eric ordered the demolition of every building in Baiha Fort, erasing it from existence. After destroying Baiha Fort, he led his troops forward until they reached the neutral zone between Goguryeo and Sui territories. Here, another vexing issue arose. A detachment of Sui cavalry began harassing them, attacking with lightning speed without engaging in direct combat. These Sui horsemen would ride swiftly, unleashing a barrage of arrows or charging briefly, then retreating before the Goguryeo forces could respond. Whenever any of Eric's men lagged behind, the Sui troops would pounce and kill them. These Sui cavalry moved too fast. Whenever the Goguryeo army turned back to fight, they would immediately flee, disappearing into the distance. Once the Goguryeo army stopped pursuing, the Sui troops would return to continue their harassment. Eric found himself increasingly frustrated, unable to catch or shake off these Sui soldiers, let alone defeat them. In desperation, he ordered Jaren to lead 3,000 destruction to the pontoon bridges. These tunnels were narrow, only wide enough for 5 or 6 soldiers abreast, but the Sui army had fortified their defenses with half-walls and held firm positions. Arrows and spears proved ineffective against these barriers, leading to significant casualties for the Goguryeo forces. Frustrated, they pinned their hopes on the completion of the pontoon bridges. Progress was swift, and soon the bridges neared completion. Although the Sui army launched fire arrows at the bridges, Goguryeo soldiers shielded the bridges with large shields, rendering the attacks ineffective. Eric watched carefully, alert for potential Sui ambushes. To his relief, the Sui army remained defensive on the opposite bank, not attempting to launch a surprise attack. As the pontoon bridges neared completion, Eric issued orders for a coordinated assault from both the bridges and tunnels, launching a 5-pronged attack. The Goguryeo soldiers surged across the river, suppressing their fear with the comfort of their numbers. The Sui defenders, however, began to waver under the pressure. Some looked towards Jalen, silently questioning when the promised plan would unfold. Jalen observed calmly, noting how the Goguryeo forces matched his predictions exactly. With 2,000 to 3,000 Goguryeo soldiers now crossing the river, it was the perfect moment to strike. He waved his command flag and ordered, "Release the oil. Set it alight." Cosmo and his men, who had been waiting for the signal, a blood-red sun hung low over the water, casting an eerie glow on the river, half shimmering and half aflame. Although it wasn't twilight, the roaring fire presented a scene more dramatic and impactful than any sunset. The entire river burned furiously, completely engulfing the Goguryeo pontoon bridges. As the flames rushed downstream, both Sui and Goguryeo forces watched in stunned silence. Just as they were transfixed by the fiery spectacle, a deafening rumble shook the earth, startling everyone once more. "The ground is shaking," someone cried. Chapter 130. Defeat comes like a collapsing mountain. An earthquake was referred to as ground movement in ancient times. The Sui army initially thought an earthquake had struck, but the consecutive explosions quickly shattered their understanding. It wasn't an earthquake at all. It turned out that the raging fire had ignited the fuses of explosives buried underground. The Sui troops then noticed that the Goguryeo forces on the opposite bank were thrown into utter chaos, with limbs and flesh flying everywhere. With each explosion, countless Goguryeo soldiers were blasted into the air. The explosions only occurred on the Goguryeo side while the Sui army remained unscathed. Yet, the force of these blasts was terrifyingly immense, causing the Goguryeo soldiers to flee in panic, their spirits utterly shattered. But the explosions continued without warning, leaving no one knowing where the next one would strike. The Goguryeo soldiers screamed in terror. They had experienced war and even killed before, but this unseen and unpredictable danger that could instantly claim over a dozen lives was beyond comprehension. Fear gripped them tightly, and they were paralyzed by it. Not just them, Zephyr and those involved in making the explosives were equally terrified. They realized the nature of what they had created, grateful that there were no accidents during the manufacturing process. Otherwise, they too would have met the same gruesome fate as the Goguryeo soldiers. The Sui soldiers looked upon Jalen with reverence, believing this must be his magic. Their eyes filled with awe. At this moment, Jalen was nothing less than a god to them. Pedro and Quentin's eyes were filled with fear. Who exactly was this affable and seemingly harmless Jalen, capable of creating such weapons? This is heavenly retribution. Heaven is punishing the Goguryeo people. A voice broke the silence. Quentin turned to see it was his childhood friend Philippe, who had always been with him in the Grain Protection Force but had never spoken up until now. His words diffused some of the dread around Jalen. They preferred to believe that this was divine punishment, rather than accepting that a human being could do this. Quentin cast a grateful glance at Philippe, then knelt down and called out, "Let us thank heaven for its grace. This is heaven's punishment on the Goguryeo." Behind him, the Sui soldiers knelt en masse, voices echoing in gratitude along the riverbank. Jalen watched Quentin lead the Sui troops in this display with interest, but did not intervene. Having witnessed the brutality of modern warfare, he considered this minor event insignificant. There would be many more shocking events in the future, so he let Quentin perform freely. But he noted Quentin's youthful yet composed reaction, a hallmark of the Emperor that history would remember. It was unfortunate for him to encounter me. No matter how brilliant he was, he couldn't escape my control. On the Goguryeo side, the soldiers were utterly petrified. They had no idea what was happening, with each tremor taking away over a dozen lives. Jalen had studied extensively to determine the best strategic points for command, and set up 5 bombs precisely for this location, aiming to eliminate Goguryeo's main general. However, Adriel was exceedingly cautious. Although he commanded the army, he had hidden himself in an inconspicuous spot while placing his advisors in the command positions. This saved him from certain death, but his advisors became victims of the explosion. Even though Adriel's life was spared, he was terrified. The Sui army must have divine assistance. Otherwise, why would his forces experience such inexplicable explosions? Only the Sui army remained untouched, watching from the banks. This battle was impossible to continue. Even before engaging, they had suffered heavy losses, focused on fortifying Liaodong city rather than launching counterattacks to avenge Adriel's defeat. Meanwhile, Huaxia town celebrated a decisive victory with minimal casualties. Morale soared among the Sui army, and Jalen's prestige reached unprecedented heights. Soon after their triumph, reinforcements arrived led by Jalen's old friend, Shaw. Eben Hurley had issued orders for another offensive against Goguryeo, gathering all troops in Zhuo County for a joint attack on Liaodong. Shaw, concerned for Jalen's safety, sought permission from Lincoln to provide support. Reinstated to his position as left commander of the cavalry, Lincoln agreed due to his admiration for Jalen despite his resignation from the unit. Shaw led 10,000 troops to Huaxia town. Upon arrival, Shaw was astounded by the Sui army's success. He inspected the battlefield, noting the extinguished flames and the lingering smell of burnt flesh. On the opposite bank, hundreds of craters told the tale of the brutal conflict. "How did you manage this?" he exclaimed, tapping Jalen's shoulder and opening his mouth wide in disbelief. Chapter 131. A Profitable Business. Jalen smiled at him. "I have a clever plan. Go away. I'm serious." Shaw laughed and scolded. These two were too familiar with each other, not distinguishing between us. Help, there wouldn't be any concerns about sales. Prices could be set thely, yet there would still be plenty of buyers, allowing him to earn the silver he needed. Note, thely should be replaced with a proper English word such as arbitrarily or freely for better fluency. Revised. Jalen smiled and nodded. On one hand, selling explosives was indeed profitable, and with Shaw's help, there wouldn't be any concerns about sales. Prices could be set arbitrarily, yet there would still be plenty of buyers, allowing him to earn the silver he needed. On the other hand, even if sold to the Sui army, without good commanders, they wouldn't know how to utilize the explosives' power effectively, especially since this was just a basic version with limited power. The Goguryeo forces were actually scared off by the novelty of explosives. If they got used to it, they wouldn't flee. But he held the method to refine explosives and could always create improved versions. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the explosives spreading. Instead, he hoped to use this method to acquire the silver he needed for development. Having agreed on this matter, they laughed heartily, imagining rivers of money flowing into their hands. The Sui armies gradually arrived at Zhuo Commandery. Hurley once again personally led the expedition, dividing the forces into 2 routes. One, led by Deshan, took the water route to attack Goguryeo's capital Pyongyang. The other took the land route, led by his heir. His spirit, once brimming with vigor, now appeared weary. The previous defeat must have been a significant blow, bearing immense pressure over the past year. Hurley's voice was slightly hoarse. Pointing at Pedro and Jalen, he said, "Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. Not only did you safeguard the granary without loss, but you also repelled multiple attacks by the Goguryeo forces. The court is aware of your efforts." He paused and continued, "Your deeds are worthy of commendation. Your achievements will be noted, and rewards will be bestowed after defeating the Goguryeo." Pedro and Jalen quickly thanked the Emperor. Hurley truly wanted to reward Jalen but hesitated about rewarding Pedro. First, his suspicion of Pedro hadn't diminished. Second, he disliked Pedro's demeanor, which contrasted sharply with his own. Pedro was steady and unsmiling, and Hurley had once called him old woman face. To avoid rewarding Pedro, he merely noted their accomplishments, intending to reward Jalen later. In truth, Pedro was skilled in archery, known as a marksman, but out of fear of suspicion, he kept a low profile, leading Hurley to misjudge him. After hosting a grand banquet, Hurley dismissed the officials but kept Jalen behind. His eyes shone with admiration. Seated on his chair, Hurley looked at Jalen approvingly, saying, "My lord, you are my..." Without these defeats, history might have changed. Hurley might have successfully curtailed the aristocracy's power. But there were no ifs. Even if he came from another time, he couldn't change the Sui army's fate. He lacked the power to intervene. Certain things required strength as a foundation. For now, he could only follow the course of history, not helping Hurley change it. ####Chapter 132. Shocking news. Eben Hurley's eyes seemed distant, as if he was reminiscing about the past. My life has been smooth sailing. I've always gotten what I wanted. He seemed to be thinking of his elder brother Barth, Callahan, Kramer, and Gay. These old ministers who were either killed or driven to their deaths by him. I have wronged no one. Any who dare oppose me deserve death. His voice sharpened, bordering on hysteria. The sharp sound echoed in the empty tent. After a moment, he calmed down. These are all things of the past. However, my efforts to dismantle the aristocratic families have faced numerous obstacles and remain unresolved. These families are deeply entrenched, and removing them won't happen overnight. If there were more talented people from humble backgrounds like you in the court, we could eliminate the aristocracy. Therefore, I will not let anyone harm you. I will ensure you're incredibly easy. Yet this was impossible, as he knew the Sui army would not defeat Goguryeo, and even warning Hurley about Freddy's rebellion wouldn't prevent it. Time was against him, and Hurley might not trust him entirely, rendering the promise moot. Still, Jalen appreciated Hurley's sincerity, as the emperor had no foreknowledge of future events and genuinely trusted him. He knelt and said, Your Majesty, I am unworthy of such a great responsibility. I lack the virtue and talent to undertake it. Hurley smiled. Don't be modest. I know your abilities. You've managed Tangshan well. I trust you. You may withdraw now. I need to rest, having been preoccupied with Goguryeo. With that, Hurley closed his eyes, his face weary. His life had been one of constant struggle, achieving many significant deeds, yet facing immense pressure at the time. Ministers opposed him, and the people suffered under his policies, living in hardship. But he persevered, aiming to be a legendary emperor and leave behind great achievements. Such a man was destined to be lonely. Jalen left, allowing the controversial emperor to rest. He returned to his camp, where everyone obeyed him. He gathered his generals to prepare for suppressing Freddy's rebellion, knowing what was to come. The next day, after a night's rest, Hurley regained his vigor. He dispatched Damien and Nathaniel to lead troops around Liaodong and attack Pyongyang while other generals besieged Liaodong city. He ordered them to spare no effort to capture Liaodong and kill it, leveraging its natural defenses and resources. 3. Capture Luoyang, using officials' families as hostages to force compliance. Ultimately, Freddy chose the third option, attacking Luoyang and using the officials' families to secure loyalty. The news stunned Hurley, who immediately issued orders to return to Luoyang and quell the rebellion. Chapter 133. Gift of Troops. After receiving the order to withdraw, the Sui army abandoned their assault on Liaodong city, leaving behind their preparations and hurriedly retreating. Generals Damien and Nathaniel, along with Naval Commander Deshawn, also received orders and were forced to withdraw to focus on quelling the rebellion led by Freddy. The Sui army hastily ended this campaign amidst confusion. Pedro and Jalen both received orders to return. Jalen, having anticipated this day, was already prepared. He immediately dismantled his camp and marched southward. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Pedro. Pedro said, General Burl, you go ahead. I need to handle the aftermath in Huayu in town and will return later. Besides, His Majesty may not even want me to participate. Pedro chuckled bitterly. Jalen understood that Hurley was suspicious of him and would not allow him to lead many troops. Whether this withdrawal brought any merit or not, there would be no rewards. Instead, it might arouse suspicion about his motives. Jalen bowed and said, Renee Gong, take care. We will meet again. General Burl, please go slowly. I have a favor to ask. What is it? Speak, Renee Gong. Jalen was puzzled, unsure what Pedro wanted. Pedro stroked his beard and said, Huayuan will soon have new garrison troops, making my grain protection force redundant. These 3,000 soldiers are brave men I recruited from Hadong. I wish to gift these warriors to you to fight alongside you. How can I accept that? They're your hard work. How could I possibly accept them? Jalen quickly declined. Pedro waved his hand. General Burl, don't be so formal. They won't achieve much under me. Perhaps they can earn titles and honors under your command. Do you disdain them? I dare not. If so, I won't refuse. I will repay such kindness one day. Jalen accepted the 3,000 grain protection troops without further hesitation. These troops rejoiced upon hearing they would follow Jalen into battle. Most were infantry but had learned to ride during their time guarding the grain supply. Huaiyuan had plenty of war horses captured from Goguryeo, and each received one, readying them to join Jalen's southern march against Freddy. When Jalen left, Lewis asked confusedly, Father, those troops were our pride, hardened through battles. Why did you give them to Jalen? Isn't this benefiting him? Pedro gazed into the distance and sighed. Look at their attitude. Are they still loyal to us? Though they serve under me, their hearts belong to Jalen. They revere him deeply. What use are such soldiers to us? It's better to do him a favor by gifting them to Jalen. That way, he'll be grateful. If they leave on their own, we get nothing. Pedro had seen through their loyalty and decided to gift them generously. Beside him, Quentin silently vowed to become someone like Jalen, building his own elite army one day. Lewis, noticing no one else was around, cautiously asked, Father, should we return to Hadong and support Freddy? Pedro shivered, glaring fiercely at Lewis. Nonsense. He glanced around and sternly warned, Never mention this again. This is treason, punishable by extermination of the clan. Though many follow Freddy, they are merely rabble without aristocratic support. The Sui Dynasty still has its days. Freddy will surely fail. Supporting him would only bring disaster to our family. When eagles fly and contest for power, who knows the final victor? Returning to Hadong, we must tread carefully and avoid giving anyone leverage. Both Lewis and Quentin nodded in agreement. Jalen understood Pedro's intentions, and thus did not refuse. Besides, he lacked experienced soldiers. Pedro's move was indeed timely help. Jalen thought to himself, This is probably the dowry from my future father-in-law. Receiving the emperor outside the pass from Liang to Linyu Pass is nearly 1,000 miles with countless checkpoints. Not occupying them while heading straight for Linyu Pass invites rear attacks, and forward checkpoints would block their path. Thus, Freddy would be trapped, likely eliminated before reaching Linyu Pass. Abdominally, advancing to Guangzhong requires conquering more difficult checkpoints. Facing attacks from both sides, Freddy would still fail. So, attacking Luoyang is Freddy's only feasible plan. Liang is close to Luoyang, ensuring supplies. Capturing Luoyang, the heart of the empire, rallying rebels nationwide, would overextend the court's resources, leading to their downfall. But can Luoyang be so easily captured? After centuries of fortification, it is far from vulnerable. Thus, Freddy is bound to fail. Chapter 134. A Scholar's Misguidance. Jalen spoke at length but did not touch upon the crucial point that Pedro had mentioned. The Sui Dynasty still held its power, and the aristocratic families continued to support it. Therefore, Freddy could only gain support from the common folk. However, back then, most commoners were uneducated with limited perspectives. Their desires were simple, they just wanted to survive. They would follow anyone who promised them a means to live, yet they all shared a strong sentiment of nostalgia for their homeland. Once they left their homes, their fighting spirit was significantly diminished, decreasing further the farther they went from home. This was one of Freddy's main goals for 2 years. If the rebels decide to fortify themselves within the city walls without coming out, there's little we can do. Not even 10 times our number could breach Liang in a short period. However, the magistrate appointed by Freddy, Eider, is a mere scholar who lacks military experience. He is arrogant and prone to impulsiveness. We should provoke him into action and seize the opportunity to ambush and cut off his retreat. If we can eliminate him outside the city, the rebels will be leaderless, giving us a chance to capture Liang. Hongji, you lead 1,000 cavalry to ambush on the left flank. Dean, you take another 1,000 cavalry to ambush on the right. I will lead 2,500 men to challenge them at the front of Liang. Wang Shichong will command 500 cavalry to remain hidden at the rear. When we engage, create as much noise as possible to deceive the enemy into thinking our main force is approaching. Do not reveal yourselves. The success or failure hinges on this one move. If the enemy refuses to emerge, we will have to bypass Liang and rendezvous with Gaius's forces to intercept Freddy's army. The generals all agreed and proceeded accordingly. Jalen led 2,000 men to challenge Liang. Upon seeing the city, he shook his head. The walls stood over 20 feet tall, and the moat was more than 20 meters wide. The walls bristled with countless rebels. Jalen thought if time permitted, he could manufacture cannons to break through the walls, but the urgency of the situation precluded such efforts. He had no choice but to take a gamble. He ordered his soldiers to curse and insult the rebels from beneath the city walls. Some loud-voiced soldiers began shouting insults, hurling every foul word imaginable. Yet, after hours of curses, Liang showed no signs of movement. The rebels completely ignored them. By midday, the soldiers' throats were raw, but the rebels never emerged. Jalen sighed, realizing Eider was determined not to fight. Just as he was about to order his men to withdraw, a cannon blast sounded from within Liang, and the gates opened, spilling out numerous rebel forces. Seeing them emerge filled Jalen with joy. He feared the rebels wouldn't come out. Several tens of thousands of rebels poured out, but they were disorganized, dressed in ragged clothes with mismatched weapons, many holding farming tools like hoes and sickles, clearly peasants. They surrounded a man dressed in a red brocade robe, in his 30s, exuding resilience and arrogance, wielding a ceremonial sword despite lacking martial skills. As the rebels lined up, albeit sloppily, their spirits were high, eyes glaring, ready to devour their foes. The sight of so many rebels unnerved the Sui troops. With a force 10 times their size, could they possibly win? Yet seeing Jalen's composed demeanor, despite Milton's repeated warnings, Eider's arrogance prevailed. A classic example of a scholar's misguided pride undermining national interests. Eider was indeed a man whose pride led to disaster. Chapter 135. Holding on means food. Jalen despised such people who, despite having no talent or ability, never bowed to anyone and boasted of their unbending spirit. He coldly said, "What kind of person the emperor is will naturally be commented on by others, but it's not your place to do so. You are just trying to advance your own interests." Eider's voice sharpened as he replied, "You talk nonsense. We are for the millions of commoners, for the masses. You're nothing more than Hurley's dog. I've never heard of you. Go fetch some renowned generals to speak with me." Eider lifted his face, chest puffed out like a proud rooster. Jalen said, "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Suddenly, he spurred his horse forward, charging directly at Eider. You break the martial code?" Eider exclaimed in surprise, never expecting Jalen to attack without adhering to rules. Although he held a sword, it was just for show. Turning his horse, he tried to flee back into the group, but his horse wasn't as fast as Jalen's. Jalen rode a swift heavenly horse, reaching, "Surrender and you won't die. You'll get food." These rebels were local farmers who joined due to desperation. Now hearing that surrender would spare them and provide food, these unsophisticated people knew no grand principles. Hearing about food, they dropped their weapons and knelt to surrender. Milton, furious, killed several men but could not control the chaos. A few took advantage of his distraction, cutting his horse's legs, causing him to fall and be hacked to pieces by the mob. Jalen, holding Eider, said, "Is this what you call saving the people? What they need is just to live, and food is enough." Eider, now subdued, lowered his head in silence. With Jalen's combination of coercion and persuasion, the Sui army almost effortlessly occupied Linyang City. By the time the rebels realized there were only a few thousand Sui troops, some regretted their hasty surrender and tried to incite rebellion again, but all were reported by the local population. Jalen cleared the remaining rebels from the city and executed Eider on the ramparts. This stubborn but talentless scholar died pointlessly. True to his word, Jalen distributed food to the surrendered rebels. Rex remarked beside him, "General Burl, this grain belongs to the court. If the emperor finds out, you'll be punished." These are innocent civilians, not rebels. Do they look like rebels? They just want to live. If something goes wrong, weapons and join us in defending the city. Protect your homes. After repelling the rebels, we'll continue distributing food and exempt you from taxes for 3 years. Kill the invaders. Kill the invaders. Eyes blazing red. No one dared disrupt their livelihood without leaving their lives behind. Rex watched these ferocious defenders, reflecting. These simple folk cared not for whose government it was, only if it provided food and stability. If not, they'd topple it and replace it with something better. Though Jalen had mobilized these civilians, he knew they were driven by raw courage, untested in real warfare. He divided his experienced soldiers into small teams among the tens of thousands of civilians, using their expertise to compensate for the lack of military experience, while boosting the spirits of the weary Sui army with civilian enthusiasm. A storm was brewing. The rebels, unwilling to lose Linyang, would launch large-scale attacks. Whether Linyang could hold depended on the resolve of its defenders. Chapter 136. How did he come here? Jalen, feeling uneasy, personally inspected the city of Linyang. After his inspection, he sighed to Rex, General Liu, scholars can truly mismanage affairs. After inspecting the city, Jalen ordered Wang Shichong to collect all the oil from the city, boil it in large pots along the city walls, and use it to pour over the enemies when they attacked. He also had all the excrement collected and placed in pits around the city, surrounded by smaller pits filled with burning wood to heat the waste. Lime was added to aid the heating process. Once heated, this mixture could be poured over attackers, causing severe burns and creating slippery conditions. Psychologically, the smell would also devastate morale. The defending soldiers prepared masks to cover their mouths and noses, preventing fainting from the stench. Inside Linyang, everyone worked fervently, preparing for the impending rebel attack. Abdurance the rebellion started. Freddy had gathered countless civilians into an army of hundreds of thousands, with significant momentum. Due to most of the Sui forces being in Liaodong, the country was left vulnerable and unprepared. Thus, Freddy suffered many consecutive victories, gaining support from many noble sons like Randall, Jensen, and the son of Deshan, as well as Han Qinhu's son, Han Shi. His fame grew rapidly, shaking the region. However, the garrison in Luoyang did not surrender, but bravely resisted under Prince Darius and Minister Darcy. To prevent noble sons from fleeing, Darcy imprisoned them on the city walls. The Liu Chang'an's acting king Antonio also dispatched Gaius to lead troops in support. The rebels struggled against Luoyang's defenses for some time. Note: Liu Chang'an de Dai Wang Yangyou, Ye Pai Wei Wen Seng Ling Bing Qian Lai Zhi Yun, has been translated more consistently with English syntax and style. Archer, seeing the unfavorable situation, advised Freddy, General, the longer we remain here, the worse it will be for us. Once the main Sui forces return, we'll be in danger. Freddy pondered and replied, we can hold out here a few more days. The morale in Luoyang is shaken, suppressed only by Darcy. Once he loses control, we can breach the city. But I am worried about Linyang. He paused. At the start of the rebellion, with no one else to trust, I assigned Eider and Milton to defend Linyang. One is a scholar, the other incompetent. They're unreliable. Archer, I want you to lead a force to replace them. Knowing Freddy now valued him less due to recruiting many followers, Archer agreed quickly, hoping to possibly become the leader of the rebels himself. With 50,000 troops and Han Shi as his deputy, Archer set off. Although mostly farmers with weak combat skills, Archer managed to gather nearly 100,000 troops along the way. However, en route, he heard news of Linyang's fall. He cursed Eider for abandoning the fortress, leading to a potential panic among the troops. Determined to reclaim Linyang, Leo was still at Hengshan Mountain and hadn't come here to participate in the rebellion. Fortunately, these people didn't know the identities of Cosmo and Dean, or they would have killed them on the spot. However, for now, Jalen couldn't use these two. Jalen came down from the city wall, found an excuse, and placed both of them under control. In fact, these two men had seen Bob too, and they were equally shocked, unsure of what to do. On one hand, there was their religious leader. On the other, it was Jalen with whom they had faced countless life and death situations, and who was like a brother to them. So, they did not resist when being controlled, understanding Jalen's decision to prevent anyone potentially harmful from remaining outside while defending the city. If in their position, they might have already ordered the execution of Zoroastrians. After restraining them, Jalen contemplated, and then commanded the city gates to be opened. He wanted to personally meet Archer. Rex was startled and said, General Burl, don't fall for the enemy's provocation. Staying inside the city is enough. Why leave? He almost blurted out, don't follow Eider's example. Jalen replied, no problem, I'll go alone. If anything happens, I can quickly ride back. Rest assured. The city gate opened widely, and Jalen rode his blood-sweating heavenly horse out of Linyang City. Archer led his troops to curse and provoke, never expecting the Sui army to emerge from the city. He just wanted to test them and planned to attack as soon as his men rested. However, the Linyang City gate opened, and out rushed a lone rider who seemed like a dragon among men, appearing almost divine. He admired the Sui general's courage, but didn't recognize him. After all, Archer, once the Duke of Bushan, had met most renowned Sui generals, yet never this one. For the Sui general to come out on his own, it wouldn't be honorable for Archer's massive army to rush over. Archer, along with Han Shai, were scholars and nobles, incapable of such behavior. Bob, although the head of a minor Zoroastrian sect, would not engage in such acts either. Knowing Jalen and hoping to recruit him, he decided to confront him alongside Archer and Han Shai, aiming to persuade Jalen to surrender if possible. When the four met on the battlefield, the three recognized Jalen's horse, stopping at a distance to avoid sudden attacks. Archer lightly waved his feather fan, looking suave. He smiled slightly, with a hint of superiority. I am Archer, Duke of Bushan. Who are you? Jalen sneered coldly. So, you're the kid who read books hanging from ox horns. Now that you've rebelled, how can you call yourself Duke of Bushan? What a joke. I am Jalen, the official brave general of Great Sui. This made Archer nearly burst a blood vessel in anger. His face flushed red as he pointed at Jalen and said, Enough of your boasting. It's futile. The mandate of heaven no longer lies with great Sui. I advise you to surrender, making it the protector of the state. I'm old, and time waits for no man, so I agreed to aid in overthrowing the Sui. Then he continued, like new waves pushing aside the old, you, General Burl, are young and promising. Join us. After my passing, you'll lead the nation-protecting Zoroastrianism, etched into history. Jalin laughed derisively. How presumptuous. Your religion thrives only by the grace of His Majesty, yet you betray him. Does your faith teach betrayal? Did you consult your followers before rebelling? Do they support you? No, as the leader, my decision stands without requiring their consent, Bob said. Jalin realized Bob hadn't told Talia or others about his actions. They were likely still unaware at Huaxia Mountain. You're not their parents. How can you decide for them? They'd probably renounce Zoroastrianism. Plenty of religions exist. Why must they follow yours? Archer, Hanshai, and Bob, each harboring selfish motives, tried to recruit Jalin but were silenced by his rebuttals. Fuming, Archer growled, "You ignorant boy, since you refuse to heed advice, prepare to die." With those words, he spurred his horse towards the rebel lines, followed by Hanshai and Bob. Jalin did not chase after them, instead turning back toward Liang City on his horse. He had gathered all necessary information. The next move would be a battle, whose outcome remained uncertain. Chapter 138, The Cruel Archer. The rebel forces began their assault on the city. Archer, though a scholar, was more astute than most, demonstrating remarkable talent as he commanded over 100,000 men. He understood the combat effectiveness of these troops well. These were untrained peasants who had no choice but to join the rebellion due to dire living conditions. They just wanted to have enough to eat. Trying to explain matters of national righteousness to them would be pointless. They wouldn't understand nor care about it. All they wanted was to survive. So Archer used the same method Jalin did, telling the peasant soldiers that there was food inside Liang. Once they breached the city walls, they would get food. Hearing this, the hungry peasants' eyes turned red with fury and desperation, and they surged forward without hesitation. Both attackers and defenders fought for food. None of these bloodshot-eyed soldiers knew why they were fighting, but everyone knew that if they won, they would have something to eat. Archer was only deceiving these people. He never intended to share the grain with them, as it could be used to build an army of hundreds of thousands. However, he didn't reveal his true intentions. Instead, he led these people to start the attack on the city. Although the rebels were numerous, Archer decided it was better to focus on it live. The fallen rebels were thrown into the moat by their comrades, turning it into a river of blood. Despite heavy casualties, they managed to fill a path over 100 meters wide across the moat within a short time. Rebels stormed toward the short walls after crossing this new passage. Knowing the moat couldn't be defended, the Sui defenders retreated into the city, leaving the moat in rebel hands. They began demolishing the Sui's short walls. Rebels pushed battering rams to crash into the walls, while Sui defenders hurled logs and stones to stop them. After paying a heavy price, the rebels finally destroyed the walls and reached the inner area. But iron caltrops on the ground pierced the feet of advancing rebels, revealing that Sui soldiers had spread them and dug traps between the short walls and main city walls. Many rebels fell into these pits without realizing it. Those who stepped on the caltrops were trampled by others rushing forward, becoming stepping stones for their comrades. After some chaos, the rebels finally reached the base of Liang city walls. Satisfied, Archer said, "Their speed is impressive. At this rate, we can breach Liang within a day. Prepare the catapults to bombard the Sui, providing cover for our soldiers." Theo laughed heartily. "Lord Mi's strategies are superb. How can Jalin possibly match you? Once we capture Liang, let's celebrate." Only Bob frowned. Though he was the leader of a sect and made decisive decisions, this war that disregarded human life was outside. Catapults continually hurled massive stones towards Liang, while Liang's catapults retaliated. From the height advantage, these projectiles were particularly deadly. Additionally, crossbows were used to rain arrows down on the rebels. Rolling logs, stones, and lime powder caused smoke and dust to rise around the city. Blinded and coughing, the rebels closed their eyes. Due to insufficient preparations, the rebels lacked large-scale siege equipment, relying on smaller tools which failed to breach the thick city gates. They attempted to scale the walls using ladders, but the Sui defense was too strong. After multiple futile attempts, the rebels left thousands of dead and wounded. Fighting continued until nightfall when they had no choice but to retreat temporarily. Finally, the Sui forces breathed a sigh of relief, surviving the day. Tomorrow would be equally challenging. They waited anxiously for reinforcements. Chapter 139. Excrement overhead. The night passed peacefully. The rebel army did not launch an attack. The Sui forces gained a rare chance to rest, but they dared not relax at all. The city walls were still heavily guarded to prevent any surprise nighttime attacks from the rebels. However, the rebels did not attempt any. Using the moonlight, the Sui soldiers on the walls noticed that the rebels were moving something near the Liang city walls. They hurriedly reported this situation to Jalin. Jalin brought the generals to observe from the city walls. In the darkness of night, the rebels could be seen continuously transporting something towards the base of the city walls, quickly piling up a platform. Jalin realized what was happening. The rebels were building a high platform to surpass the city wall height, creating a strategic advantage over the defenders and providing a clear view into the city's defenses, enabling them to prepare better for their next move. Archer, indeed, possessed remarkable talent, despite being somewhat arrogant. He managed to undertake such activities under cover of night. The generals also understood what was happening. Rex said, "General Burl, the rebels are trying to build a high platform to gain the upper hand. Once it's complete, it will be a huge threat to us. I volunteer to lead troops out and destroy their platform in a surprise attack." Jalin thought for a moment and replied, "No." Archer would have fully prepared for this scenario. He wouldn't have overlooked the possibility of our counterattack. There might already be traps waiting for us outside the city gates. We'll fall into his trap if we go out. What should we do then? How about using catapults from the walls to stop the rebels from building? Suggested another general. Rex added, "That won't work. While catapults can reach the rebels, their accuracy is poor and won't destroy their platform. I'll risk my life to ensure they don't finish the construction. Jalen waved his hand and said, "Calm down, I have a plan." "What plan?" the generals asked together. "Abdurance, the enemy wants to build a higher platform than our walls. We should simply raise our own city towers higher. With these thick walls, we have ample space to increase the tower heights. And since they are building on flat ground while we are reinforcing from atop the walls, it will be much easier for us to stay above them." Hearing this, the generals agreed it was a good idea. So the Sui army started raising the city towers' heights, ensuring they stayed higher than the rebel-built platforms. After a night of effort, the rebels did not get any rest, while most of the Sui soldiers were well rested. In the morning, the rebels were astonished to find that their efforts had been in vain. Their platform was still lower than the Sui fortifications. Archer was almost enraged by this. Publicly, he commanded the rebels to build the platform, while secretly setting up ambushes to await the Sui's anticipated counterattack. But the Sui did not emerge all night, and the rebels ended up feeding the mosquitoes instead. Building the platform without surpassing the Sui's defenses turned out to be a futile effort. Enraged, Archer roared, "Attack now! Take Liang and slaughter everyone inside." Archer had never taken Jalen seriously, thinking him just an unknown nobody. Now he was thoroughly embarrassed by a nameless individual, which infuriated him even more. The rebels began a new round of assaults, with Archer's personal guards overseeing the battle lines, executing anyone who retreated. Under this pressure, the rebels advanced fiercely, none daring to fall back. As they climbed ladders to the city walls, hot oil was poured down on them. One moment they were climbing, the next they were screaming and tumbling down, dragging others with them. Following the boiling oil came buckets of excrement, spilling scalding filth that spread unbearable stench. The rebels, scorched and covered in waste, screamed in agony. The lime mixed with the excrement caused severe burns upon contact, driving the attackers into despair. Unable to bear the torment, many fled in retreat, even the overseers recoiling from the stench. Thus, the rebel assault was repelled. Seeing this, Jalen immediately ordered, "Use the catapults to throw these excrements onto the rebel camp. Let them taste it." Covering their noses, the Sui soldiers were nearly overwhelmed by the foul smell. Yet, the prospect of making the rebels endure this thrilled them. Hundreds of catapults launched barrels of excrement like a torrential rain, covering the rebels. Without protection, they were drenched in waste, many suffering severe burns that spread due to the corrosive nature of the lime. Many fainted. Passing through the previous battleground filled with filth, the rebels remained disgusted. Archer ordered the camp to advance further, vowing not to stop until they conquered Liang. Chapter 140, The Last Straw. The rebel forces made another advance, but their morale was nothing like it used to be. Archer's promises now sounded empty to them since he couldn't even satisfy their hunger. From yesterday until now, they hadn't rested. Instead, they continuously attacked the city, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. They were treading over the blood of their own kinsmen, and Archer didn't provide any burials for the dead, insisting that they must trample over the bodies to capture Linyang. This was something the civilians could no longer endure. They had joined the rebels only to find food and survive. Now, without food and at risk of losing their lives, they grumbled incessantly. But due to Archer's forced suppression, they hadn't revolted yet. Although attacking the city, they lacked the vigor they previously had. Their emotions had reached a breaking point. Any small incident could trigger a mutiny. The siege continued, with Linyang's strong defenses holding up well against the rebels who didn't have sufficient siege weapons. This resulted in limited effectiveness, and thus not much pressure on the defenders. However, all the pressure lay on Archer's shoulders. He knew that if he couldn't quickly seize Linyang, once the main forces of the Sui army arrived, they would be finished, utterly defeated. But fate had other plans. Just as Archer struggled bitterly, a cavalry force appeared from behind the rebel lines. Armed with spears, these soldiers charged into the rebels' ranks. "The main Sui forces are here, run!" Amidst the chaos, someone yelled this. This was the last straw. The peasants scattered like floodwaters in all directions. Archer could no longer control the rebels, and could only retreat alongside them. Watching from atop the city walls, Jalen saw clearly that the attackers numbered only a few thousand. Yet the nearly 100,000 rebels offered no resistance, dispersing like birds and beasts. Recognizing this as an opportunity, he ordered an attack on the rebels. As thousands emerged from the city to surround and suppress them, the rebel army crumbled faster than ever, unable to resist further. Some fled while most knelt with their hands on their heads, surrendering. Jalen met up with the reinforcements, led by Wang Shichong, who brought back the lost 3,000 men, mostly infantry from Pedro's forces, inexperienced in cavalry warfare. Wang Shichong explained to Jalen, "General, upon hearing you were besieged in Linyang, everyone was extremely worried and felt compelled to share your fate. We attacked the enemy recklessly, intending to reach Linyang even if it cost us our lives. But we never expected the rebels to scatter without resistance." Jalen replied, "They've long been disillusioned. You were just the last straw. Lead your troops to clean up the battlefield. I need to pursue the enemy." With that, he chased after Archer's retreating forces, following them far. Many rebels stayed behind, seemingly to cover their escape. Upon encountering them, Jalen discovered they were led by Bob of the Zoroastrian sect. These few hundred men were exhausted, and Bob himself bore injuries, lacking his usual composure. Blocking Jalen's path, they stood their ground. Normally, Jalen's cavalry charge could have easily overwhelmed them, but he halted and ordered a ceasefire. Approaching the front lines, he said, "Master Yang, do you still intend to resist?" Bob responded with a bitter laugh. "We've also been abandoned by Archer. General Burl, could we speak privately?" He pointed toward the nearby woods. Jalen nodded and followed him into the forest. "Master Yang, what do you wish to say?" Looking at the haggard Bob, Jalen recalled the cunning and resourceful sect leader of old. The transformation was stark. Bob sighed, "It's my fault for being eager to expand Zoroastrianism, leading me to join Freddy's rebellion. Now I understand they merely exploited me without intent to help our sect grow." Jalen nodded, Actually, Zoroastrianism could gradually develop. But I couldn't wait. I'm already old and can't see that day. That's why I took risks, leading to this outcome. General Burl, I ask you to grant one request. These followers are innocent. Can you spare them? And my daughter was unaware. Could you let her go too? Jalen agreed. All that is possible. I can even arrange your safe departure. Just don't act impulsively again. Return to the desert to develop quietly. Will you really save me? A flicker of hope flashed in Bob's eyes. Of course. We have history, and your people have helped me greatly. Rescuing you will settle our debts, Jalen assured him, remembering how he wouldn't be where he was today without Talia, Cosmo, and Dean's aid. Bob nodded. I haven't misjudged you. If you want to save me, there's one condition. Jalen frowned, thinking it odd to place conditions on his rescue, but he asked, what is it? Bob answered, I'm old and no longer wish to manage the sect. Will you become the new leader of Zoroastrianism and develop it in the future? Jalen hadn't expected this request. Although small, the sect held many talents who could serve as allies, but should he take on leadership? Seeing his hesitation, Bob added, I trust no one else with this task, not even my daughter. She's too impulsive. Only you can ensure the sect's future. If you prefer, find a reliable person. And if he had distributed grain to them afterward, there would be no punishment, as it was an emergency situation that required immediate action. However, things were different now. With Liang's danger resolved, releasing the rebels arbitrarily would invite penalties. Nonetheless, Jalen did not make things difficult for them. Instead, he imprisoned them all, awaiting Eben Hurley's orders. After resolving these matters, reinforcements from the Sui Dynasty arrived. Damien and Deshawn came from two directions, knowing the importance of Liang, so they hastened their armies here. Upon arrival, they discovered that Jalen had already seized control and defeated over 10,000 rebel forces. This greatly surprised them, and they began to view Jalen with new respect, believing he had boundless potential. They engaged him earnestly, no longer treating him as a lucky commoner. Deshawn even sought his advice on how to pursue the rebels. Jalen politely demurred, but eventually said, Generals, let me present my thoughts, though please correct me if I am wrong. Deshawn and Damien nodded, encouraging him to continue. Pointing at the map, Jalen explained, currently, the rebels are gathered under Luoyang, unable to breach its defenses. With their stronghold in Liang lost, their morale must be severely shaken, leaving them stuck between a rock and a hard place. To prevent being besieged in Luoyang, they will abandon it and head straight for Guangzhou. Freddy undoubtedly aims to occupy Guangzhou, fortify himself there, and aim to dominate it. General Gaius has suffered multiple defeats and cannot stop the rebels' advance. Thus, their next move is likely to attack Tongguan. Therefore, we do not need to rush to Luoyang's aid but should march directly to Tongguan. We might encounter Freddy's forces along the way. After Jalen's analysis, both Deshawn and Damien agreed, with Deshawn saying, General Burl, you truly are a brilliant youth. Your insights are sound. Let us follow your plan. We set out immediately for Tongguan to surround and eliminate Freddy. They left Eden and Robert to guard Liang, while the rest followed the army. Jalen still led his 8,000-strong unit. He had already released Cosmo and Dean, informing them of Bob's death and his assumption of the Zoroastrian priesthood. After their tears and acceptance, he also met the two middle-aged men who surrendered with the Zoroastrians, Ruijinshi Jace and King Mushi Jameson. He comforted them briefly and instructed Jace and Jameson to lead the Zoroastrians to Hongshan County to meet the Kaila Talia. With these arrangements made, he allowed Cosmo and Dean to join him as they pursued Freddy. After Mimi's defeat, he did not return to Luoyang but hid. From Han Shuri, Freddy learned about the loss of Liang, shocked and furious. He scolded Mimi and sought countermeasures. Generals Chad and Wei Fasizi advised him to abandon Luoyang and march to Tongguan, aiming to seize Guangzhou. After hesitation, Freddy agreed. What you can do. Jalen smiled. You misunderstand. I'm not here to capture you but to kill you. A man like you shouldn't be captured and humiliated. I'm here to grant you honor. Do you want me to act, Lord Yang? Freddy laughed loudly. Bold words. Can you best my great spear? Yes, certainly. Look around. Do you think you can escape? Seeing only a dozen men, including his wounded brother Yang Jishan, Freddy's demeanor darkened. Was I wrong? Hurley's tyranny has impoverished the people, and I raised an army to remove a tyrant. Was I wrong? Jalen replied gently. Do you really believe you acted for the people? It was for yourself, seeking more power. If the Emperor satisfied all your desires, would you have rebelled? Struck by these words, Freddy realized he rebelled due to unsatisfied ambitions. Victory or defeat, it doesn't matter. But I see your pursuit of glory as well. Today, I'll fulfill your desire. In the afterlife, I'll watch how you fare. Will you bury the Sui Dynasty with you? With that, Freddy committed suicide with his sword, followed by Yang Jishan. The remaining rebels knelt and begged to surrender. Defending Liang granaries against several counterattacks from tens of thousands of rebels, his actions shook the morale of the enemy. His quick judgment allowed the Sui army to swiftly surround Freddy's forces, and he personally ended Freddy's life, thus putting an end to the rebellion. In terms of merit, Jalen should be ranked first. Hurley looked lovingly at his favorite general. Jalen, you are truly one of my most trusted aides. You have recreated the great Sui dynasty, and I will reward you well. At this moment, Aaron knelt down and said, Your Majesty, I have something to report. Hurley, still elated, frowned as he heard Aaron speak. What is it you wish to report? Your Majesty, although Jalen has contributed, he has also committed offenses. He privately distributed the grain from Liang's granary to the people, which can be seen as an attempt to buy popularity. Furthermore, without permission, distributing grain privately is punishable by death. Hurley sneered coldly. So you think he should have given the grain to the rebels instead? Aaron hurriedly prostrated himself. I dare not. Why do you dare not? You have quite the courage. When the rebels were around, why did you not stand up to fight? Now that the rebels are gone, you speak out. Are you a sympathizer of the rebels? Hurley's tone became stern, frightening Aaron into silence as he continuously bowed his head. Hurley softened slightly, awaiting Hurley's rewards. Hurley slowly announced, last time, you protected the supplies admirably, yet I did not reward you. Now, having performed such great deeds, I shall bestow a generous reward upon you. I hereby grant you governance over the 10 prefectures of Hongshan, Zhao, Bowling, Xindu, Qinghua, Xianghua, Wuhan, Shanggu, Zhuo, and Yuyang. Appoint you as the Governor-General of Hongshan, overseeing military and administrative affairs in these 10 prefectures. You will possess the authority to manage, including the power to appoint and dismiss officials of rank 6th and below. As Hurley's words echoed through the hall, there was a stir among the officials. Such an honor had never been bestowed upon anyone before. This wasn't just a reward, it was practically establishing a vassal state. Even during the spring and autumn period, Han feudal lords never controlled such extensive territories. This made Jialen akin to a king within these 10 prefectures, where his word was absolute. Jialen hadn't expected such a grand reward. Although it fell short of his initial promise to receive the entire Ji province, it covered what is now modern-day Hebei. With this, he gained substantial influence. Filled with gratitude towards Hurley's generosity, he hastily expressed his thanks. The powerful ministers, after being reprimanded by Hurley, initially decided to remain silent. However, Hurley's reward to Jialen was unprecedentedly heavy, far beyond the acceptable limits for any minister. Officials like Base, Jensen, Yushitsi, and Randall knelt and requested Hurley to reconsider. Yushitsi pleaded, Your Majesty, this level of reward has never been seen before and can become a root of disorder. Please reconsider. Hurley, seated behind the imperial desk, gazed at the officials and declared, My decision is final. Do not persist. I wish to make it clear that as long as one remains loyal to me, I will not let them suffer. The nation has just endured a rebellion, a perfect time to restore order. My treatment of Jialen is to show everyone that whether from noble families or humble origins, as long as one serves the court faithfully, I will generously reward them, even if it exceeds usual protocol. Hurley's resonant voice boomed through the hall, filled with confidence, reminiscent of his younger days commanding armies. However, the aged Hurley visibly appeared fatigued, with white hairs around his temples and a haggard complexion. The setbacks from 2 failed campaigns against Goguryeo had left him demoralized. Perhaps the extravagant promotion of Jialen was his final declaration that the court still belonged to him. The ministers fell silent, knowing further persuasion was futile. Hurley continued with a bold proclamation. Although our 2 campaigns against Goguryeo have failed, I resolve to launch a 3rd expedition. I will not allow any country to defy the great Sui. Ministers, prepare accordingly and do not fail me. The ministers exchanged glances, unsure of what to say next. Chapter 143, The Grand Chancellor's Scheme. After dismissing the court, Eben Hurley kept Jialen alone. Once all the ministers left, Hurley let down his facade and slumped into the dragon throne, panting heavily. Minister, did you see? These are the Empire's senior officials. They do not have the state's righteousness in their eyes, but only their own interests. All their actions are driven by self-interest. They appear to be loyal and patriotic, but in reality, they prioritize family interests first. Who can say there aren't familial forces inciting those nobles, offspring who participate in rebellion? They are placing bets on both sides. No matter if the great Sui wins or Freddy does, these noble families will not suffer losses. Regardless of who sits on the throne, it is always them who stand below. The more Hurley spoke, the angrier and more powerless he became. Looking at this historically recorded tyrant, Jialen thought, the historical records have been altered too much. It is impossible to truly understand Hurley. From what we can now observe, Hurley is certainly not as inept and tyrannical as described. He has a clear mind, is uncertain. Not wanting to dampen Hurley's spirits, Jialen agreed, knowing Hurley wouldn't believe his true thoughts anyway. He allowed Hurley to remain in his illusions. Your Majesty's command, I, Jialen, will dedicate myself entirely to your service, swearing eternal loyalty. Jialen pledged. Inside, he thought that since Hurley wouldn't live long, he would develop his own forces within the next few years without opposing the Sui Dynasty. After Hurley was killed, he would rally troops in vengeance, a way to repay Hurley. Delighted, Hurley took Jalen's hand. Minister, you are my trusted aide. The fate of the Sui Dynasty rests in your hands. Jialen hurriedly replied, I will never fail your Majesty's expectations. Hurley nodded in satisfaction, believing his arrangement would keep the influential families at bay and ensure Jalen's gratitude and loyalty. While Hurley and Jialen were confiding, the aristocrats were busy devising countermeasures. Over 50 people, all from powerful families, gathered, not just from Guangzhou but also from Jiangnan and central China. Hurley's strategy had struck at their core. Although these families had long been meritorious, none had ever received an honor like Jalen's, controlling 10 counties. No one has received such an honor since the Han's Edict of Grace. Even princes didn't receive such heavy rewards, they muttered. This commoner standing above us, why should he rise over our heads? Base complained bitterly. Others echoed him, particularly resenting Jalen's lowly background. The chaotic era is here. The end of the Han dynasty is repeating itself, Aaron sighed, referencing the late Eastern Han when central authority collapsed and local lords ruled independently. Randall disagreed. Pei's worries are exaggerated. Today is different. Rebellions can be suppressed. Now the issue is His Majesty setting challenges for us, deliberately raising Jalen to counteract us, believing that with him, we cannot overly pressure him. Gabrielle sighed. Our equilibrium was fine until His Majesty disrupted it. Why must he oppose us? Power is everything. His Majesty feels our power is too great and wants to reclaim it, Base explained. A pity he chose the wrong person and the wrong place, Damien remarked, usually uninvolved in such schemes but drawn in due to Jalen's growing influence. Why do you say that, General? Gabrielle asked. Damien clarified, Eben chose Jalen, who, despite being loyal, is very adaptable and knows how to get along with us, unwilling to fully oppose us. Those benefiting from Jalen's favors nodded. They appreciated his gifts despite looking down on his birth. Damien continued, moreover, the land given to Jalen is fraught with conflict. Even internally, it's not fully under his control. There are threats from Tujue and Khitan in the north, Wangang army and by congratulating. Congratulations, Lord. You finally have a place to put your talents and fulfill your ambitions. Jalen asked, Qimming, tell me about the situation in Huaxia first. There were too many people around just now for me to ask properly. Matt's courtesy name was Qimming. Matt cleared his throat and said, Huaxia today is no longer what it used to be. Every day, countless refugees come here seeking resettlement, impossible to drive away. Even without houses, they build makeshift huts to stay. Due to the use of chemical fertilizers, we've already produced one crop this year, with yields increasing by 500 Jing, tripling previous levels. After paying various taxes and rent, there's still plenty left, enough to support farmers' lives. The newly built houses are equipped with modern heating systems using coal, so people no longer freeze during winter. They have clothes to wear, food to eat, and warmth in their homes. It's like a heavenly life. Who wouldn't envy it? So the refugees all flock here, willing to wait for houses, even just for land and fertilizer to farm. Now, Huaxia has a population of 500,000. Cato added, many young men want to join the army, but Mr. Dou stopped them, instructing them to train locally until summoned by the court. Now, civilian militias are also forming in Huaxia. Jalen nodded, anticipating such changes. Both increased grain production and affordable housing with deferred payment were highly attractive. If this didn't attract people, something would be wrong. In ancient times, population equaled strength. Vaughn won't cause much trouble. Jalen laughed heartily. Qimming hits the nail on the head. I merely wanted to test your views. These new policies, once implemented, will ensure neighboring counties follow suit, obeying my commands. Cato expressed concern. If others copy us, we lose our advantage. Why would they listen to us with the same methods? Jalen explained, you only see part of it. Implementing these policies requires significant funds. Without financial support, it's impossible. The key resources are in our hands. Who else can produce chemical fertilizers or know where to find coal? They must buy from us. Controlling these means substantial profits. If they cover high costs by imposing higher taxes on civilians, their lives won't change, and people will still flee to areas we control. If we attack, locals might even assist us, hoping we rescue them. With control over raw materials, we won't lack followers. Of course, before our strength grows, we can't abandon the Sui banner. It's still useful. Matt and Cato both laughed heartily. We need talent, a lot of loyal talent, devoted to us, not the Sui Dynasty. Matt shook his head. That's hard. Most officials are from noble families, not necessarily loyal to the Sui. Don't think it's impossible. We can use the current imperial examination system to recruit talent in 10 counties, then solve the problem fundamentally. How? Matt asked. Develop education. Let all children attend school. We'll open academies offering free education, teaching not only classics but practical skills like astronomy, calendar science, agricultural technology, and various subjects. When this batch matures, they'll be our own talent. This made Cato and Matt stare speechless. Cato was straightforward, while Matt, skilled in state governance, never imagined such ideas, finding them extremely visionary. Do not doubt. One day, this will happen. Follow my instructions. Qimming, issue an order summoning governors of the other 9 counties to meet me in Huaxia. If no governor, send the highest-ranking official. Matt nodded, leaving with Cato. Jalen watched them leave, thinking, finally, I can't act freely. Still, military leaders are too few. Recruitment of Emmanuel, Hiram, William, and others is overdue. But first, he had to address Zoroastrianism. He was its leader, but the Kaila, Talia, hadn't revealed her stance. If she chose to leave, he couldn't stop her. Chapter 145, Sharp Metal Messenger. Jalen arrived at the Zoroastrian abode. Few people knew the identities of the Zoroastrians, as Jalen had hidden their identities to prevent a day like this. Talia and others had not left. This feud must be held against the Sui. We've long wanted to leave this place. We waited for you, because you are the leader of the Zoroastrians. If you still wish to serve the Sui, we won't stop you, but we cannot join you in this. Jalen glanced around the room, asking silently if they all felt this way. Everyone nodded. Cosmo said, General Burl, we get along well, and as our new leader, we should follow you. But Leader Yang has been good to us. We can't forget him. We'll listen to the Kaila. Jalen nodded, saying, all right, you've done well. He walked to the head chair and sat down firmly. I've been waiting for this moment. Let's rebel. Everyone in the room stared at him. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Talia's eyes. What did you say? Are you really going to rebel? They only wanted to leave, never considering rebellion due to their lack of power. Of course, why would I lie to you? Jalen smiled. Talia blushed. I heard Eben Hurley just appointed you as the Governor General of 10 counties. Can you bear to abandon such glory? I never intended to serve the Sui Dynasty from the start. Though Hurley has treated me kindly, I cannot change my resolve. Rebellion is inevitable. Cosmo slapped his thigh and stood up, saying, see? I said the leader wouldn't abandon us and would surely avenge the old leader. Jalen waved his hand. Let me finish. I will definitely rebel against the Sui, but not now. My strength isn't sufficient yet. Though I'm the Governor General of 10 counties, these counties aren't under my control. I don't have enough power to start a rebellion. We can't hastily revolt like Yang Xian, who acted rashly. I need to wait for the right moment and slowly consolidate power in these 10 counties. If you can't wait, then leave. If you can, stay with me. He looked at Talia, knowing she was the brain behind the group. Talia thought for a moment and said, we don't demand you rebel immediately. We'll wait with you. We just hope you're not deceiving us. Jalen spread his arms. When have I ever lied to you? Want to check my heart? Talia blushed again. All right, we believe you. If there's anything you need us to do, just order us. Jalen was delighted. Knowing the Zoroastrians were few but highly skilled in various fields, he realized their support would make his plans much easier. He clapped his hands happily. Truly, heaven is on my side. With you all, I feel more confident controlling these 10 counties. Seeing Jalen's willingness to rebel against the Sui, the Zoroastrians were also pleased. The Zoroastrian leadership included the Kaila, the 5 messengers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the swift wind messenger, though the latter remained mysterious and never revealed himself. Only his deputy, Kai, had appeared. Even Kaila Talia didn't know the true identity of the swift wind messenger. But that wasn't important at the moment. Jalen began assigning tasks to these people, trusting them with critical matters. First was sharp metal messenger Caden, a very honest middle-aged man. He was the blacksmith of the Zoroastrians, spending his days at the forge, where high temperatures had darkened his skin to a deep red, making him look exceptionally robust. Jalen entrusted Caden with the task of forging weapons, and taught him how to improve furnace technology and iron smelting techniques to create sharper weapons for his troops. Caden studied the blueprints and was astonished. After a lifetime of forging, he never imagined iron could be smelted this way. Weapons created using this method would undoubtedly be the sharpest. Jalen handed him a pre-drawn blueprint and instructed him to keep it secret until the smelting technique was perfected, then forge the weapons according to the diagram. Caden asked, "Leader, is this possible? Do such weapons really exist?" Jalen smiled. "Absolutely, even stronger weapons exist, but we need to take things step by step. Focus on creating these weapons first. Recruitment will be your responsibility, but remember to keep everything confidential. No one must know about either the iron smelting or the weapon-making methods." Caden nodded. "Leader, rest assured, I will safeguard this info." Jalen whispered, "Your most important task is to create traps, large engineering tools, and construct transportation vehicles based on these blueprints." Jalen handed over several blueprints to Jameson. Upon receiving and examining them, the usually calm face of Jameson finally showed some emotion. "Is this really possible? Can such things be built?" Jalen nodded. "These have been verified. There's absolutely no problem. It's just a matter of whether your skills are sufficient." Jameson's cheeks blushed. "If so, I will definitely build them. Sect leader, you can doubt everything about me except my skills. In crafting tools, if I say I'm second, no one dares to call themselves first." Jalen smiled in agreement. Next were the Cecil envoy Kim and her deputy Dean. Both were old friends of Jalen. Kim was charming and alluring with mesmerizing eyes, yet she didn't dare to act improperly towards Jalen. For one thing, Jalen was now the leader of the Zoroastrian sect. Secondly, the Zoroastrians believed that Jalen and Talia were a couple, and she wouldn't compete with the Holy Maiden. After paying their respects, Kim and Dean stood respectfully beside him. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Jalen remarked, "Qin Qiong, I prefer your alluring demeanor. That version of you is incredibly captivating." Kim responded formally, "Sect leader, please unique perspective. All right, you arrange as you see fit. I don't care about the process. As long as you gather intelligence, big or small, you must obtain it. Even details about key figures' daily lives should be known. Don't worry about funding. Ask what you need." Kim laughed. "Fine, Qin Qiong will get it done. Even if you want to know how many times Evan Hurley uses the toilet each day and how much, I'll find out for you." Jalen almost gagged, shaking his head vigorously. "That's unnecessary, truly unnecessary. I have no interest in that. Focus on other things." After Kim and Dean left, Fire Envoy Carly entered. Though beautiful, she had a fiery temperament. Approaching Jalen, she eagerly asked, "Sect leader, give your orders. I'm impatient to begin." "Good, I appreciate that attitude. Do you know how to manufacture gunpowder?" Carly proudly puffed her chest. "Of course. Not many can make gunpowder, but everyone under the fire banner can. How else could we be called the fire banner?" Her gesture nearly made Jalen bleed from the nose. He quickly regained his composure. "Excellent. No need for me to start from scratch. Here's an improved method for making explosives. Follow this method." Jalen handed over the formula for the explosives and gave her a few blueprints. "Work with Jing on this project. Keep it secret." Carly glanced at the blueprints. Chapter 147. Assassin Ji Fei. Jalen pulled Cosmo down to sit and said, "Big Brother Truman, let the professionals handle their specialized tasks. You're an expert at digging tunnels. If not you, then who should dig them?" Cosmo replied, "Supreme Leader, in the past, Zoroastrianism had no choice but to dig tunnels. Now that you control 10 counties, why would we still need tunnels? Besides, how many tunnels do we need? And where exactly should they be dug?" True to his expertise in tunneling, Cosmo quickly began asking practical questions. Jalen explained, "Now that I control 10 counties, we need to store a lot of supplies and transport goods and troops between them. Moving troops and supplies on the surface can easily expose us to enemy reconnaissance and interception. That would put us at a great disadvantage. We need a covert transportation method, through tunnels. This is not a small project, it's a massive undertaking. If successful, it might even leave a legacy for the ages." Cosmo couldn't stop smacking his lips, his eyes filled with longing. "All right, Supreme Leader, no more talk. I'm in for this. Even without leaving a name behind, such an ambitious project has already captured my heart. Tunneling is my specialty." Jalen smiled and said, "You're not refusing? Don't say you didn't warn me. There may be more tunnels to dig in the future. Of course, I don't regret it. If given the chance, I'd connect the entire land through underground passageways, allowing people to move freely beneath the earth. Future generations will marvel at Cosmo's prowess coordination." The 5 envoys then left to prepare for their assignments. Talia, witnessing the entire process, admired Jalen even more. She thought he was incredibly talented, handling everything so efficiently. However, one thing bothered her. "And what about me? Are you going to leave me here twiddling my thumbs?" she asked irritably. "Not at all," Jalen chuckled. "How could I forget you? As the spiritual leader of Zoroastrianism, just being here serves as a rallying symbol. But you have a task even more important than theirs." "Really? More important?" Talia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She couldn't imagine anything more significant. Jalen continued, "Of course. What does any endeavor rely on? People. Without followers, nothing can be accomplished. So your job is to recruit believers and spread Zoroastrianism far and wide, recruiting disciples from all walks of life. Isn't this what every supreme leader dreams of accomplishing? Moreover, I allow you to recruit soldiers into the faith. I believe soldiers need faith to unite and boost combat effectiveness. Whether Buddhism or Taoism, why not Zoroastrianism? Talia laughed. You really know how to talk. You're the supreme leader of Zoroastrianism, and you want me to expand its influence. Fine, since you're always busy, I'll take care of it. I promise to bring countless believers and shape you into a deity worshipped by them, obeying only your commands. Jalen laughed. I prefer being human. Being a god is exhausting. Are you not a god now? The things you plan, I've never even heard of them before. How can you not be a deity? Jalen couldn't explain his time travel experience. It would only reinforce her belief that he was a god. So he simply said, these are just my ideas. Perhaps after you dream, you might also come up with some strange thoughts. Hopefully then I might get closer to you, Talia mused. But I'm curious about Jifei. Why doesn't anyone know who he is? Jalen asked. Talia frowned. Jifei is a legend within Zoroastrianism. Only the supreme leader knows Jifei's identity, and he obeys only the supreme leader's orders, not even the sacred maiden. My father passed away suddenly and must have forgotten to tell you. Jalen furrowed his brow. All right, perhaps he'll find me eventually. Let's see when we meet. He turned to Kai, the deputy envoy of Jifei, and said, originally, I wanted to assign a task to Jifei, but for now, it goes to you. Kai responded, just give the order, supreme leader. I will spare no effort to fulfill it. Secretly train a group of assassins dedicated to targeted killings. They must have covert identities, skilled in blending into different roles across various professions, ensuring they never slip up while undercover. Talia asked, why do we need assassins? Isn't direct combat better? Jalen shook his head. Assassination is both a tactic and a statement. It can save countless lives by avoiding full-scale battles. While we may not use assassination, we must be prepared with such capabilities. In history, Brecken, Niezhang, and Yaoli were famous assassins who sacrificed their lives for their ideals. They earned the admiration of future generations. Kai pledged, I will do my utmost to complete this task. I will not disappoint the supreme leader's expectations. Jalen gazed at the sky outside. Perhaps Jifei is an assassin placed by Zoroastrianism, hiding his identity while eliminating opponents one by one. I really look forward to meeting him. Chapter 148, Dean's plan. Jalen called Kim back. She was very puzzled as to why Jalen would summon her again. Master, why have you called me back? Kim asked. Cecil Messenger, I've already given everyone else blueprints except for you. Now, here's yours. With that, Jalen took out a set of plans and handed them to Kim. Kim smiled. I thought Master might be treating the Cecil banner differently, but it turns out we get something too. What is this? This is called movable type printing. It allows text to be typeset and printed without needing specialized scribes for transcription. This method of printing is flexible, convenient, and less prone to error movements and actions. Send updates promptly. Understood, Abdur. Kim left with a satisfied smile. Just as Jalen was about to rest, someone reported that Shah had come to meet him. Jalen immediately guessed Shah's intentions. He knew Shah was sent by Hurley to monitor him. Although Hurley had entrusted the 10 counties to Jalen, he wasn't fully trusting and needed someone to oversee him. Shah, being close to Jalen, wouldn't arouse suspicion. Thus, Hurley dispatched Shah. He quickly went out to welcome Shah. General Wei, how could you return? I thought you'd stay by the Ebon side, Jalen said. Shah looked somewhat embarrassed. Previously, Jalen was merely a low-ranking counselor in the Left Brave Guards, now elevated to the governor of 10 counties, while Shah no longer held his general position in the Left Brave Guards. With clasped hands, Shah said, Governor Burl, I'm here to join you. His Majesty relieved me of my duties as a general and has assigned me to serve under you. Please give me a post. Jalen feigned surprise. General Wei, how did this happen? You've always been favored by the Ebon. Why be reassigned to local government? His Majesty's intentions are inscrutable. Perhaps it's due to lack of accomplishments during the rebellion suppression. Jalen shook his head. Don't be modest. Everyone knows you led the Left Brave Guards, Zhou. The heads of these regions were thrown into chaos. They hadn't expected such a person to lead them. In distant regions like Shanggu County, or those occupied by rebels like Qinghe and Xianghua counties, or bordering rebel territories like Wuhan County, the county governors and magistrates welcomed the relief provided by Jalen. However, in more stable counties, especially Zhou County, where Dean resided, reactions were different. Who wanted an additional overlord imposed on them? Dean came from humble beginnings, rising through sheer bravery on the battlefield to become the governor of Zhou County. He eyed neighboring Yuyang, Beiping, and Bowling counties, aiming to expand his territory. Hurley denied his request and planned to reduce his authority, leaving Dean furious. Now, the coveted position went to a younger man, Jalen, who received several counties beyond Dean's request. How could this not enrage him? Enraged, he overturned a table and cursed Hurley. His officers restrained him, including his advisor Braxton, a scion of the prestigious Qinghe Chui family. Braxton advised, General, calm down. This is the Ebon's will, irreversible and must be obeyed. Dean snarled, I fought for the Sui Dynasty and earned my governorship with blood and sweat. Who is Jalen to receive 10 counties? I refuse to follow his orders. Braxton waved his hand. General, don't do this. Jalen isn't much, but he represents the Ebon. We must outwardly follow his commands. Dean's eyes blazed. The Sui Dynasty is on its last legs, rebellions everywhere. Let's join the uprising ourselves. Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure, original tone, and natural English flow, ensuring the storyline and logic align with previous content. Chapter 149, firm support for the new policies. Braxton hurriedly stopped Dean, saying, General, why must you do this? A moment of patience can lead to calmness. Now is not the time for rebellion. We must not become targets and risk being the first to be struck down. Dean retorted, With our strong forces in Zhuo County and many capable generals, how can now not be the right time for rebellion? Braxton explained, General, next to us is Horatio's army, whom the Emperor has sent to monitor you. If you rebel, he will undoubtedly crush you. Furthermore, there's Nathaniel's Sui troops to the south, as well as rebels like Vaughn. These people won't let us pass easily. They would rather fight to the death. Besides, Nathaniel might be easier to deal with, but men like Vaughn are traitors to the Great Sui, and we'd only be eliminating potential threats for them. Moreover, General, you've had ties with the Turks who provided us with horses. With the rise of the Khitans, the Turks are too preoccupied to support us any longer. Losing their aid would make a rebellion here extremely difficult. Dean took a deep breath and asked, so what do you think about this? That's merely a scheme to shift blame. They want to use our conflict to their advantage. You cannot listen to them. By obeying, you get only 4 commanderies. By disobeying, you could gain the entire realm. So how should I respond? No response is needed. By following Jalen's orders, they will understand. Besides, they can't retaliate without imperial support, which favors Jalen. Your obedience aligns with the Eben's wishes. They won't be foolish enough to act against that. Dean nodded and agreed. All right, let's proceed as you say. But I don't want to meet Jalen. Send my son, Luocheng, instead. Braxton shook his head inwardly, dissatisfied. He thought Dean was making a fuss over such a minor matter. Yet knowing Dean's stubborn nature, arguing would only upset him. After arranging everything in Zhuo County, the governors of other regions also made plans. Upon receiving Jalen's orders, they gathered at Huangshan. Among them, the most prominent was Nathaniel, the governor of Zhao County. Nathaniel was a senior minister and general of the Sui Dynasty, temporarily assuming Zhao County's governance, mainly focusing on training troops for the third campaign against Goguryeo. His presence at Huangshan highlighted Dean's inappropriate behavior. Dean sent his son, Aelbert, instead. Aelbert, a young prodigy skilled in martial arts, was well known in Zhuo County but still seemed out of place among seasoned ministers involved in the fertilizer and mineral enterprises, though none dared mention it. Jalen continued, I plan to hold an examination across the 10 commanderies to select talents for recruitment. Abdermiller to the imperial exams, it's open to anyone regardless of background. He looked at Nathaniel and asked, Governor, any thoughts? Nathaniel replied, I'm a simple man, unversed in these matters. If you wish to proceed, so be it. Zhao County will support your efforts. This endorsement left no room for argument. Everyone expressed their willingness to comply. Thus, Jalen's new policies were successfully implemented. Chapter 150, Handing Over Power. The magistrate of Qinghe County, Tobias, stood up and said, Chief Burl, nowadays bandits are rampant in Qinghe County. It's difficult to enforce the new policies. Please, Chief Administrator, make a ruling. Arvin from Xiangwa County also spoke. It's the same in Xiangwa County. These bandits kill officials and seize towns without restraint. Relying solely on Xiangwa's strength is inadequate to eliminate the menace and enforce the policies. Everyone turned their gaze towards Jalen, watching how he would handle this. Jalen nodded. What you've said is true, and I'm aware of it. When I was in Huangshan, I had encounters with these people. As a high-ranking official, with Zhao County right next to Huangshan County, posing a major threat. However, now Nathaniel voluntarily gave up Zhao County's command, greatly touching him. General, there's no need for such formality. You're Zhao County's magistrate. Why should I intervene in its specific affairs? Just implementing the new policy suffices, no need to go this far, Jalen said. Nathaniel waved his hand. Please don't be polite, Chief. This is for Zhao County civilians' well-being. Your policy is excellent, aimed at improving lives. But I often am not in Zhao County. If I leave, I fear my subordinates may pretend to comply, intentionally neglecting your policies. Who suffers then, but the common folk? So, I asked the chief to send personnel to ensure the policy's implementation. It's good for the country. Please proceed without hesitation. After he expressed this, the magistrates of Shanggu County, Guojianye, and Wuhan County, Luting, also stood up, saying, Chief Administrator, we are limited in knowledge and ability and might hinder the new policy's implementation. Plus, there are external threats. We humbly ask the chief to send help. Seeing this situation, the magistrates of Xindu County and Bowling County also agreed to surrender their civil and military authority. Only Aelbert from Zhuo County and Fan Xian from Yuyang County remained silent. Fan Xian was under Dean's control, obeying his orders. Abdern's Dean wasn't here. Neither Aelbert nor Fan Xian dared voice their stance. Thus, they remained quiet. This turn of events was unexpected for Jalen, managing to get the power of 8 out of 10 counties like this. Yet, he knew these counties might have submitted out of compulsion, not genuine willingness. Gaining actual control would still be challenging. Nonetheless, the first step was encouraging. At least these counties appeared to accept his leadership, agreeing to his appointments. Jalen said, given everyone's trust in me, I will certainly live up to expectations, managing these 10 counties properly and fulfilling His Majesty's hopes. Rather than questions from classic texts, I think it appropriate to test practical aspects related to state governance. Any objections? Nathaniel replied, I agree with you, Chief. Examinations should focus on practical issues. Selecting scholars based solely on textbook knowledge does nothing for the court. I support this approach. Nathaniel's support led others to follow suit. Despite some dissatisfaction, respect for him prevented opposition. Jalen continued, Abdurance, there's no objection. Spread this news upon return, inviting all scholars regardless of background to participate. All must arrive in Huangshan by October 23rd for a unified exam. All county magistrates agreed. After the meeting, Jalen retained Nathaniel, bowing. Thanks to general support today, I could smoothly assume control over these 10 counties. Nathaniel, towering and imposing, said, Don't thank me, Burl Chief. My actions were for His Majesty and the court. Supporting beneficial policies is natural. Even if someone else proposed it, I do the same. Jalen responded, Regardless, with your support, I can push forward my initiatives. Today, let's feast and drink together. Nathaniel laughed heartily. Your achievements impress me. Tonight, let's share thoughts. Jalen invited Shaw and Matt to join. In the magistrate's rear garden, the four engaged in convivial drinking. Hashtag chapter 151. A hero in turbulent times. Nathaniel looked at the three young men before him and sighed. A prodigy from the Dou family, a genius from the Wei family, and someone like the chief administrator, a man of extraordinary talent. For all of you to gather here is truly a blessing for our nation. Matt poured him a cup of wine and said, General, you are too modest. You are the pillars that support the heavens and bridges that span the seas for the court, the very backbone of the empire. Shaw added, Indeed, we cannot compare to your prowess and experience. Nathaniel shook his head and replied, I am old now. I can no longer deny it. The showed interest, and Shaw and Matt, who hadn't heard this from Jalen before, listened intently. Jalen first raised a cup of wine to Nathaniel and then said, Carlo, Ronan brothers, as well as Alberic and Evan brothers. That's them. You certainly picked well. Carlo and Ronan excel in administration and strategy, true statesmen. The Zechariah, sons of General Horatio, are talented generals. Nathaniel nodded approvingly. Jalen continued, Carlo is currently unemployed. Ronan works under Dean, and the Zechariah are in Zhua Commandery. Although they aren't direct subordinates of Dean, they have connections. Hence, I wish for you to intervene and bring these individuals to assist me in governing the 10 commanderies. You want me to take the blame by offending Dean. He's not easy to deal with. Even you might struggle to sway him, Nathaniel pointed out. Which is why I request your help. Jalen refilled Nathaniel's bowl of wine. Nathaniel acknowledged, You indeed have keen insight. The talents you've chosen are exceptional. I have old ties with Horatio and the One brothers. They won't thrive under Dean. Dean is ambitious but lacks ability. His career peaked as governor of Zhua Commandery. These talents would be wasted under him. I will aid you in bringing them here. Thank you, old general. Jalen stood and bowed respectfully. Nathaniel waved his hand. Administrator Burrell, please. I act for the state, not just for you. I do this because I don't want these talents wasted, even if it means displeasing Dean. No matter what, you've greatly helped Mingchen. The nation is in turmoil, an ideal time for young leaders like you to emerge. I hope you contribute to its stability and prosperity. That would suffice for me, Nathaniel sighed, reflecting on his lifelong dedication to the great sway, which he did not wish to see decline. The four conversed over drinks, thoroughly enjoying themselves. True to his word, after finishing the wine, Nathaniel immediately wrote letters to the One brothers and Horatio, inviting them to Huaxia Commandery to assist Jalen in governance. Abdurting together, Jalen remarked with admiration, These old generals dedicate themselves wholly to the country, with no selfish motives. Matt agreed, Indeed, seeing them reminds me of us. If we establish a new government, we must nurture it like children, pouring in our efforts. Jalen nodded, Yes, we strive for a new era, but we lack capable hands. Even these four are not enough. We'll see how many talents the examination yields. Correct, but the exam selects administrative talents. To find military commanders, we need other methods, Jalen stated. Kaming, the affairs here are left to you. I will travel to Shandong and then VA Gangfort to recruit talents. Who can you attract from those places? Matt asked. Jalen smiled. Half of the heroes come from Zhengzhou. At VA Gangfort, great minds and valiant warriors and Evan were young talents, full of vigor and spirit, exuding energy all over them. After greeting Jalen with due respect, Alberic said, We have long admired Administrator Burrell's demeanor and wish to fight alongside you. Unfortunately, we never had the chance. This time, it is a great honor that you invited us through your letter, so my brother and I did not hesitate for a moment and immediately came. Jalen laughed heartily and patted both of them on the shoulder, saying, I've been looking forward to working with you two as well. Don't be too formal. From now on, you are my brothers. We can just call each other by our given names. How can we do that? You are already a high-ranking official while we have yet to earn any accomplishments. How could we dare address you as brother? Evan waved his hands quickly. Jalen pulled them down to sit and continued. In these turbulent times, I've merely won a few battles by luck. With your abilities, you will surely rise in the future. So, please don't be formal. If you aren't bothered, you can call me brother. The Zechariah exchanged glances, then stood up again and repaid their respects, calling out, Elder brother, please accept this bow from your younger brothers. Jalen helped them up, saying, Good brothers, let's share glory and prosperity together. It was indeed strange how ancient people worked. Once Jalen treated the Zechariah like brothers, they immediately grew closer to him and were even willing to entrust their lives to him. After some more conversation, Jalen said, Brothers, I plan to campaign against the bandits at Wagong Fort. Would you be willing to come with me? Of course, elder brother. Whatever you need from us, just give the order. We're eager to see your prowess, replied Evan. That's great. The two of you lead 10,000 soldiers to the southern part of Wuhan County and wait for me there. We'll rendezvous there. Aren't you coming with us? Alberic asked. Yes, I have other matters to attend to. Just wait for me when you get there. Understood. The Zechariah felt greatly honored by Jalen's attention and happily went off to gather their troops. Abdurnt's taking office as the administrator of the 10 counties, Jalen had gained the right to recruit soldiers, provided he could afford them. Although the state wouldn't cover any costs, he had plenty of money from selling mines, properties, explosives, and running a bank. He could easily afford to recruit soldiers. However, he adhered to the principle of quality over quantity, selecting only the most promising candidates who had the potential to become elite soldiers to justify his expenditures. Under the guidance of Cato, the Zechariah chose 10,000 soldiers, including battle-hardened veterans and newly recruited men. All shared one common trait. They were fearless and ready to fight to the death. They set off toward Wuhan County with these troops. Jalen entrusted all his affairs to Matt and departed with only a few attendants. Matt warned, Master, isn't it dangerous to travel like this? You should take more troops. Jalen waved it off. No need. I'm going to Qi County, and bringing too many troops might cause misunderstandings. Besides, a large group would draw unnecessary attention. A few of us will suffice. At least bring some capable generals, Matt persisted. Jalen sighed. There are too few generals available. Zoroastrian followers have their own missions, and Rex is loyal to Pedro, so I can't bring him along. Just then, someone reported that a visitor had come to see him, claiming to be an old acquaintance. Jalen was surprised, but quickly realized it must be someone seeking to join him. He hurried out to greet them. Upon seeing the visitor, he laughed. It's you. I was just worried about lacking competent people. Your timing is perfect. The visitor was Armando. Initially, they had a misunderstanding, but it was resolved, and they fought side by side in Lulan City before losing contact. Armando said, I'm here because I'm desperate. Please don't reject me. How can you say that, Brother Ho? I'd never reject you. Come inside and talk. He led Armando into the room and introduced him to Matt. He asked, Brother Ho, where have you been all these years? Armando sighed. After we parted ways, Ernesto Gang and Ulysses joined the rebels and ascended Wagong Fort, but I saw no future with Enoch, so I stayed away. I wandered the land, seeking heroes, but observing the current rebels, none seemed capable of succeeding. I sought opportunities within the court, but found nothing there either. Then I heard you became the administrator of 10 counties, so I came to check. Jalen smiled. What do you think, Brother Ho? Are you planning to stay? Armando grinned. If you revolt, I'll join. If you don't, staying here would be pointless. Jalen slapped his forehead. Oh heavens, why does everyone want me to revolt? Let me be clear, I have no intention of rebelling now. What you decide is up to you. Not now, but perhaps later? Armando countered. Who knows what the future holds? Brother Ho, I urge you to stay. I plan to persuade the Wagong bandits to join us. You staying might reunite you with Ernesto Gang and Ulysses. Armando blinked and laughed. Got it. No need for further words. I'll join you. Abdurance, you understand. Let's go together. It's better to travel in company. All right, but at least treat me to a meal first. Let me eat my fill before we leave. Seeing Armando willing to stay, Matt was delighted and hurriedly prepared a banquet. The three drank heartily together. The next morning, Jalen set off quietly from Huaxia with Armando and a few attendants. Do we head directly to Wagong Fort? Asked Armando. No, I need to find a few friends in Shandong first. We'll meet up there before heading to Wagong. But before that, I need to visit Jeojibo. Jeojibo belongs to Vaughn. What are you doing there? I need to secretly investigate Vaughn. Will you join me, Brother Ho? Of course, why not? Hashtag chapter 153. This mountain was cleared by me. Jalen rode a common horse. The Akeltec horses were too conspicuous, having become his trademark. Anyone who saw an Akeltec would immediately know it was him. To conceal his identity, he chose a plain steed. He and Armando rode side by side, followed by their entourage as they left Huangshan County for Qinghe County. Upon arriving in Qinghe County, they found it starkly different from Huangshan County. Under Jalen's administration, Huangshan had undergone a complete transformation, experiencing monumental changes. In contrast, Qinghe County was overrun with rebel groups. The lives of the locals were in dire straits. Nearly 9 out of 10 had fled, leaving behind scenes of desolation and misery wherever they went. Seeing this, Jalen felt profound anguish, wishing to end this chaos as soon as possible and establish a harmonious and stable country. These few individuals were dressed in fine attire, attracting the attention of passers-by despite not deliberately drawing attention to themselves. Here, the government was virtually a mere figurehead. Although Jalen had promised to send troops to assist Tobias in managing Qinghe County, the military forces had yet to enter the region. In this area, each village had formed its own militia for protection against bandits and marauders who roamed outside the villages. Jalen and his companions were spotted by a group of bandits while nearing Jeojibo. About a dozen bandits blocked their path. The leader was a burly man wielding a large saber, his fierce appearance accentuated by a scar on his face, striking fear into anyone who saw him. Jalen was momentarily taken aback. Realizing how chaotic Qinghe County had become, with daylight robberies taking place openly, it became clear that sending troops here wasn't enough. Even Tobias needed to be replaced. Surely, someone capable of handling minor banditry should be appointed? The bandit leader bellowed, Stop! I'm Erwin, and this road was built by me. You want to pass? Leave something behind first. Jalen and Armando, both seasoned veterans, paid no mind to him. Armando laughed heartily. You can't even sing mountain songs properly and you dare rob? Go back and learn from your master mother. Or perhaps I'll teach you myself. Erwin roared in anger. You're spouting nonsense at the brink of death. Not that I can't, but for the sake of our aunt, he will thank you. Jalen and Armando exchanged glances. They intended to infiltrate Jeojibo, and now this offered a direct route. With Erwin's introduction, Vaughn wouldn't suspect them, allowing them closer access to monitor his every move. Deciding, Jalen sheathed his spear. All right, we want to meet Vaughn. Let us there. If you betray us, I'll tear you apart. No problem, I assure you. My brother will welcome you. Erwin bowed repeatedly. Jalen ordered his men to bind Erwin before leading the way towards Jeojibo. As they approached, the endless reeds and expansive waters of Jeojibo stretched before them. Erwin remarked, Jeojibo has a complex terrain filled with swamps. Outsiders often get lost, unable to find the entrances and exits. Fortunately, you met me, otherwise entering Ganjibo would be next to impossible. Jalen shot him a glare, silencing him. Despite being bound, Erwin walked arrogantly as though he were a returning hero. Guiding Jalen and company through a hidden path, they navigated through winding trails deep into Ganjibo. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed as 100 men clad in black emerged, blocking their path. Who are you? Don't advance. Jalen's party halted. Erwin yelled, What? Don't recognize me? Step aside. I need to see my brother. The leader recognized Erwin but frowned. It's you, Masterly. Why are you tied up? Enough babble. Does it matter? These two are my guests. Take us to my brother, Erwin retorted fiercely. Recognizing Erwin as Vaughn's brother, albeit an unfavored one, the guard hesitated. Masterly, please wait. There have been many spies lately. We must report this first. Damn it, are you implying I'm a spy too? Let us in. Despite Erwin shouting, the guards refused entry. Abderging, Erwin turned to Jalen. Heroes, they won't let us in. Wait a moment. Once my brother arrives, I'll have him deal with these fools. Jalen nodded, and they waited. After a long while, distant shouts and galloping horses were heard. Several hundred mounted warriors emerged from Ganjibo. At the forefront rode a stern-faced man in purple robes on a white horse. It was Vaughn himself. Hashtag chapter 154. My fate depends on me, not heaven. After Erwin saw this, he said to Jalen, Hero, the one who came out is my second brother Vaughn. He turned his head and shouted towards Vaughn, Second brother, it's me. I'm Darren. Vaughn frowned after hearing this, glancing at the bound Erwin. He clasped his hands together and said, I am Vaughn. May I ask for the names and origins of these two heroes? Why have you tied up my cousin? Before Jalen could speak, Erwin interjected, Second brother, it was I who tried to rob these heroes, but they caught me. They're demanding a ransom of 3,000 taels to release me. I had no choice but to come find you. For Annie's sake, please save me. Erwin spoke with tears streaming down his face, while giving Jalen pleading glances. Jalen almost laughed out loud. This kid was trying to swindle Vaughn. Vaughn visibly shook upon hearing this, not sure whether from fear or anger, tightening his grip on the reins. Friends, is what he says true? If you need money, just ask me directly. Why use such tactics? Jalen clasped his hands and replied, I am Rodney Burlgan, and this is my brother, Armando. I've long admired Brother Dou's reputation, and we specially came here to pay our respects. He introduced himself using his reverse name as Armando had never appeared in official records, so his introduction was genuine. We came to Qinghe seeking news of you, but encountered him robbing us. After capturing him, he revealed that he was your cousin and led us here. The ransom story is purely fictitious, there's no such thing. Jalen wouldn't help Erwin with his lies. He came to assess Vaughn's strength, not for a few thousand taels. Jalen smiled. I've long heard of Brother Dou's exceptional abilities. Meeting you today, it's clear you've created a paradise. Vaughn waved his hand. I don't possess such talent. It's all thanks to efforts like those of Jalen. Armando glanced at Jalen, who was puzzled, wondering when he had managed Jibo. At this moment, Vaughn's main strategist Maddox and General Enrico entered. After some pleasantries, everyone found seats. Vaughn suggested, let Mr. Song introduce things to you. Maddox, a middle-aged man who had been a Sui Dynasty official before joining Vaughn, stood up. Heroes, though we are rebels, our goal is not personal wealth but the welfare of the common people. Our group consists mainly of starving peasants who rebelled out of desperation. Ensuring their livelihood is our priority. Thus, we borrowed strategies from Jalen. Though Jalen was a Sui official, his reforms in Hongshan benefited the people. He provided housing, land, and fertilizers, ensuring stability. But we lack the financial resources. Instead, we mobilized the people to build their own homes and cultivate the land collectively, then distribute them fairly. Without Jalen's fertilizers, our yields are lower, but we exempted heavy taxes, keeping people well off. Many seek refuge here, and we accommodate them as best as possible. Jalen understood now. These people were indeed talented, adapting his methods into simple egalitarianism, which had worked both in ancient times and modern history, and said, Indeed, Mount Wagong is a fine place. They have done much better than I have. If you stay there, your prospects are boundless. His voice was low, revealing his unwillingness. Armando said, Brother, don't lose heart. You are just starting out here, but the future is promising. They enjoy favorable geographical advantages in central China, but you have the support of the people. In time, you will certainly surpass Mount Wagong. Jalen added, I once studied astronomy and noticed a red star rising between you and G. It should bode well for you. If you continue on this path, you will surely surpass Mount Wagong. Vaughn was delighted and responded, Brothers, you speak so eloquently. I only wish to protect the safety of the people under my care. I dare not ask for more. Maddox sighed and said, Yes, chaos has begun, and surviving amidst turmoil is extremely difficult. Enrico rarely spoke, but he had firm resolve. Hearing the somber tones of the others, he couldn't help but interject, Why must gentlemen hesitate? Once you make up your mind, act upon it. Even if you fail, you lose nothing more than your life. Why be so disheartened? Vaughn and Enrico were village brothers who grew up together closer than blood siblings. Vaughn replied, Brother Fubao, it's not as simple as you say. What we do now isn't just about us. This concerns many lives, and how well we govern directly impacts the survival of our people. It's not just about your own life. You must consider the lives of others. Jalen nodded in agreement. People often praised Vaughn for his kindness and righteousness, performing many good deeds for the people of Hebei. Even after his death, temples were built to honor him. Now he saw that indeed, Vaughn lived up to the reputation recorded in history, truly deserving the title of hero. Yet, men like him, if they failed, could face only death, as their existence posed a threat to others. But encountering someone like Jalen would not arouse jealousy. Jalen's abilities surpassed those of Vaughn, so there was no worry of being threatened by him. Therefore, Jalen resolved to find a way to recruit him. Everyone enjoyed the banquet greatly, and afterward, they each rested. Over the next few days, Vaughn showed them around Jibo without holding anything back. Maddox and Enrico both advised against it. Enrico said, Know them by their face, but not by their heart. Brother, haven't you treated these two too generously? Though they are not from the government, they intend to join Mount Wagong. Knowing our situation could harm us later. Maddox echoed, We must be cautious. Fubao is right. We cannot afford to let down our guard. Vaughn laughed heartily. You both worry too much. Treating others sincerely ensures they won't betray me. Besides, they haven't yet joined Mount Wagong. I want to impress them to stay. He openly showcased his governance skills to Jalen and Armando, hoping to change their minds. But in the end, he was disappointed. Jalen and Armando did not stay. A few days later, they bid farewell, which left him quite disheartened. However, he still smiled and sent them off, refraining from using any underhanded tactics. As they were leaving, Vaughn, unable to let them go easily, said, "If things don't work out at Mount Wagong, come back. The gates here are always open for you." Jalen grinned and replied, "Brother Dou, you truly possess a magnanimous heart. We will remember this, and perhaps our paths will cross again." Vaughn escorted them far away before letting them depart. When Jalen saw no ambush, he turned his horse and returned. Vaughn stood gazing in their direction when suddenly, he saw Jalen and Armando return. He rushed over excitedly, asking, "Are you staying?" "Not exactly," Jalen replied. Seeing Vaughn's joy diminish, he continued, "We remembered something important." Jalen handed over a jade pendant, saying, "Brother Dou, this is a token of trust. Keep it safe." Vaughn took it, puzzled. It was an ordinary piece of jade with a single character Rodney engraved on it. "I have it wisely. Following you will surely lead to great achievements, making this life worthwhile." Jalen instructed his men to return to Mount Hong and inform Matt to instruct Abel to assist Vaughn discreetly, ensuring no suspicions arise. Chapter 156, Heroes Meet. After Jalen and Armando arrived at Qi Commandery, they found that it was governed far better than Qinghe Commandery. The people here lived relatively peaceful lives, and there were no rebels operating within the territory. Jalen inquired with great interest from the locals why there were no rebellions in Qi Commandery. A passerby told him, "Abdur, you may not know, but originally there were rebellious activities in Qi Commandery. However, they were all driven away by the local military governor who led his troops against them. The military governor of Qi Commandery is none other than the famous Sui General Barnabas. The old general is valiant and skilled in leading troops, and he has two outstanding generals under his command, Emmanuel and Ronnie. These two are invincible on the battlefield. With these three men guarding Qi Commandery, the rebels do not dare to come here. So that's how it is." Jalen now understood that Emmanuel and Ronnie had driven away the rebels here, protecting the territory and ensuring the safety of the people. This was what a true hero should do. Although Qi Commandery did not have reforms like those implemented by Jalen, it had brave generals like Emmanuel and Barnabas who maintained stability. "So where is General Barnabas currently stationed?" Jalen asked. The passersby replied, "General Zhang is stationed in Zhuai County. Right now, a rebel leader named Paco is attacking Zhuai. General Zhang has taken Emmanuel and Ronnie to suppress Paco. General Zhang will definitely return victorious." "How can Paco be a match for General Zhang?" "Not necessarily. Paco commands over 10,000 troops, while General Zhang only has 10,000 men. The disparity in numbers means it might be difficult for him to win." "How could you say that? You're boosting the morale of the enemy and undermining our own. What benefit would General Zhang get from losing?" "What are you talking about? I'm just stating the facts. Why are you attacking me?" "Of course, I hope General Zhang wins." "Did you hear me curse him?" As the passersby grew more agitated, they were about to come to blows. The people of Qi Commandery were known for their fierce nature and love for combat, so this kind of situation was commonplace. Instead of stopping them, others were cheering and urging them to fight. Initially just a verbal dispute, the two men ended up engaging in a physical fight to avoid seeming weak. Jalen ignored these petty squabbles. To him, these were trivial matters. The key was finding out that Emmanuel and Ronnie had gone to Zhuai County to suppress Paco. He and Armando left and hurriedly made their way to Zhuai County. After asking around, they finally reached the battleground between Paco and Barnabas, climbing a high slope, laughing heartily and exchanging blows before continuing their assault in opposite directions. Seizing this opportunity, Barnabas launched an offensive, forcing Paco to retreat. The Sui army claimed victory. After the intense battle, both sides withdrew to their camps. Jalen and Armando descended from the hill and went to the Sui camp to meet Emmanuel. After winning the battle, Emmanuel was in good spirits. Returning to his tent to wash up, he heard someone had come looking for him, which puzzled him. Why would anyone visit during a battle? He tidied up and headed to the camp entrance. Upon seeing Jalen, he was almost overwhelmed with emotion but was signaled to stay calm. Emmanuel composed himself and said calmly, "Brother, why have you come? Come inside and talk." Under his guidance, Jalen and Armando entered the Sui camp. Inside the main tent, they were alone. Finally, Emmanuel whispered, "Lord, why have you come?" Jalen smiled and said, "I've come to find you. This is Brother Armando." He introduced Armando to Emmanuel. "I have plenty of soldiers and supplies, but I lack capable generals, so I came here to ask you to join me." Emmanuel hesitated and replied, "Lord, General Barnabas has been kind to me. It would be cruel to leave him now. How about we win this battle first before leaving?" Jalen laughed, "You're very loyal. I didn't say we'd leave immediately. We won't even leave after this battle." Emmanuel was puzzled. "Why not?" Jalen explained, "I plan to go to Wagong village to recruit heroes. You and your troops will eventually be transferred to the Wagong front to fight against the Wagong army." "How do you know this?" Emmanuel was perplexed. Jalen shook his head and said, "Have you forgotten what I do? While I can't foresee 500 years ahead, predicting imminent events is within my grasp." Iwan nodded, realizing he had forgotten this detail. "Lord, I heard you became the governor of the 10 commanderies of Ji province. Is that true?" "Of course, otherwise why would I come looking for you? Take me to see Barnabas and tell him I'm your friend. Don't reveal my identity. Also, inform Ronnie of my arrival and ask him to keep it quiet," Jalen instructed. "No problem. Shimin is packing up and will be here soon. Let's go together to see Barnabas once he arrives." Translation provided with care to maintain tone, style, and paragraph structure from the original text. Chapter 157. Plan before acting. Not long after, Ronnie arrived. He and Emmanuel were inseparable, sharing a bond as close as brothers. Without even entering the tent, he shouted loudly, "Brother, today's battle was really exhilarating. It's been so long since I felt this good." "Brother." Upon entering the tent, he saw 2 extra people inside and paused momentarily, then suddenly jumped up, saying, Pig, pig. Emmanuel tugged at him and said, "What are you talking about pigs for? You're already thinking of pork before eating. I'll give you more meat later." Ronnie got the hint and replied, "You better not trick me. I'm waiting for the meat." Emmanuel whispered, "Don't reveal our Lord's identity." Then he recounted what had happened, calming Ronnie down. Jalen said, "From now on, call me Rodney Burlgan. Remember that, don't get it wrong." After agreeing on the plan, they went to find Barnabas in his central command tent. Barnabas was busy studying strategies to defeat the enemy. Emmanuel and Ronnie entered, and Barnabas stood up smiling and said, "Ah, it's generals. Please sit down quickly." Emmanuel cupped his fists and said, "Generalissimo, I have 2 friends outside who wish to join the army. Will you accept them?" Barnabas smiled. Friends of Shubao, Emmanuel's courtesy name, must be reliable. Invite them in. I want to meet them. Ronnie went out and brought Jalen and Armando into the tent. Barnabas was greatly impressed. "Shubao, your friends truly have remarkable appearances. Introduce us." Emmanuel said, "These are friends I met in the Jianghu." Angrily, "These dog thieves have delayed national affairs. They deserve death." Barnabas said helplessly, "It's not our fault. We can recapture Zhui later. For now, we must withdraw." Jalen interjected, "General Zhang, listen to me. Paco is nothing but a petty outlaw. His troops aren't strong. It's a pity to leave now." "So, what's your plan?" Barnabas asked. Jalen explained, "Spread the word that we lack supplies and are retreating. Paco will surely chase us. We ambush on the road and attack when they pursue. Their forces will be disorganized after an ambush. Our main army then counterattacks. This way, we can scatter their troops and seize their supplies, achieving victory and replenishment. 2 birds with 1 stone." Barnabas's face lit up. "Good plan. I'll lead the rear guard myself." Jalen waved his hand. "General Zhang, we've just enlisted and achieved nothing yet. Let us handle it." Emmanuel added, "With me here, how can you take the rear guard? Just sit tight in the center, leave the rest to us." Barnabas nodded. "Very well. With brave warriors like you, the nation is fortunate. Qin and Luo, each lead 1,000 troops to ambush. Rodney and Ho assist you both. I'll command the center and counterattack once the battle begins. We must succeed in one go." Him panic and urgently retreat to save his camp. However, these soldiers were not well trained, and this sudden turmoil disrupted their formation. The troops became disorganized, moving back and forth in confusion. Paco, fearing trouble at home, pressed his troops harder. His massive force of over 100,000 gradually descended into chaos. Commanders couldn't find their men, and the soldiers lost track of their commanders. At that moment, a cannon sounded, and hidden forces sprang up from both sides of the mountain forest. Countless Sui soldiers rushed out, led by Emmanuel and Ronnie. The rebels vividly remembered these 2 warriors who had charged through their ranks yesterday, unstoppable. Seeing them again sent waves of panic through the already confused rebel army. Without proper leadership, the rebels scattered like headless flies. Despite outnumbering the Sui, they could not form an effective fighting force and were quickly dispersed by Emmanuel and Ronnie. Paco frantically ordered his troops to resist, but amidst the chaos, no one listened. The soldiers were too busy fleeing for their lives to heed his commands. Just then, Barnabas returned with a large Sui contingent. Holding a long spear, Barnabas's skill didn't falter despite his age. He slashed through the rebels, killing anyone in his path. Unable to withstand this veteran general, Paco saw all hope lost and tried to escape with his guard, where Paco was bound and secured. The Sui emerged victorious, defeating Paco's forces and capturing significant supplies. As they counted the spoils, generals reported back to camp. Paco's hastily abandoned tents were reclaimed. Rodney Burlgan and Armando entered last, standing quietly as others claimed credit for their efforts. But Barnabas pulled them forward, introducing them to everyone, explaining how this ambush plan was proposed by Jalen. Emmanuel added, "General, it was Rodney Burlgan who suggested setting fire to Paco's camp, first to undermine morale before launching the assault." All the generals praised Jalen's strategy. When they learned Paco was captured by Jalen, there was another round of applause. Even Barnabas regarded Jalen differently. He ordered Paco to be secured and taken to Hurley and Luoyang as the first captured rebel leader. After the assembly dispersed, Barnabas retained Jalen, asking, "Mighty Rodney, can I ask about someone?" Jalen feigned ignorance. "Of course, General Zhang. Whom are you inquiring about?" Barnabas watched Jalen closely. "There's a young talent recently promoted for his military strategies. He has repeatedly achieved victory against greater odds, and was bestowed the governorship of Ji Prefecture by the Ebon. This young general is named Jalen." Unfazed, Jalen laughed. "Everyone knows Jalen. I once sought to join him but was not accepted. Thus, we never met." Barnabas frowned slightly. "I noticed you share his age, weapon of choice, strategic prowess, and even a similar name." Instead, he subtly reminded Jetty that Qi Prefecture also needed protection. If Jetty wanted to take Emmanuel and Ronnie away, he should send someone to protect Qi Prefecture. As long as Qi Prefecture was well protected, the old general was willing to let these 2 help Jetty, believing Jetty could stabilize the Sui dynasty. However, Barnabas did not want to push this point too hard yet because Jetty had other plans, including recruiting people from Wagong Fort. So, Jetty played along, continuing their cryptic conversation. Seeing no clear answers, Barnabas guessed that Jetty had other intentions and ceased questioning. "Rodney, what position would you like to hold? You have done great service. How can I reward you properly?" asked Barnabas. "Whatever general decides, I will accept without question. By your merit, even recommending you to the court to be appointed as a general wouldn't sufficiently honor you. However, I think your ambition isn't just being a general. I propose that you and Armando remain here as nominal military advisors. Do you agree?" After Barnabas finished speaking, he looked at Jetty with an ambiguous smile. Jetty sighed and replied, "I leave it entirely up to you, General. I'll be a military advisor." When he first arrived in the Sui court, he served as a military advisor in the left equestrian guard, and now he was doing so again under Barnabas. It felt like a cycle. Back at his tent, Emmanuel, Ronnie, and Armando were waiting for him. They eagerly asked, "How did it go? What did Barnabas ask you?" Jetty sighed, The old general almost recognized me and knows my purpose but didn't directly confront me, leaving me room to maneuver. King Qiong and the others were stunned, surprised that Barnabas had figured out Jedi's identity after just one battle. Ronnie asked, Abdur, does Barnabas agree to let Brother Qin and me follow you? He doesn't oppose it, but he wants us to send someone to protect Qi Prefecture. Emmanuel nodded. The old general has dedicated himself to Qi Prefecture's people. Even we are reluctant to leave. Did you promise him? I've hinted at it, but I need to visit Wagong Fort first, so I haven't made a clear commitment. Once I return from there, I'll discuss it openly with Barnabas. The group understood and accepted this plan. They spent a few days tidying up the battlefield and pacifying the locals before returning triumphantly to Li County in Qi Prefecture, now modern-day Jinan City. From afar, they saw officials of all ranks welcoming them by the roadside. Barnabas led Emmanuel and others to the front. The governor of Qi Prefecture, Aslan, greeted the old general respectfully. General, you have labored greatly. This victory against the bandits, protecting Qi Prefecture's people, is due to your leadership. Dismounting, Barnabas replied, this victory belongs to all officials of Qi Prefecture. Without your support, we couldn't have won this battle. Cleverly, he did not mention the lack of supplies, showing his wisdom. Mentioning it now would be futile and risk alienating the civil officials who would still be crucial for future campaigns. Aslan felt guilty and admitted, your righteousness is commendable. This time, I indeed failed to ensure adequate provisions, which was my fault. In the future, I will do my best to serve the general. Barnabas smiled, Governor, let's not dwell on it. I've already written to His Majesty to recommend all our officials. Let's move forward. Hearing this, Aslan and his subordinates were overjoyed. They felt protected and appreciated, thus becoming more enthusiastic. Welcoming Barnabas into Qi Prefecture, they threw a grand feast and celebration. During the banquet, Barnabas praised Emmanuel and Ronnie, receiving many compliments. However, Barnabas did not introduce Jedi and Armando, as they wished to avoid drawing attention. Jedi especially feared being recognized among the crowd, which could complicate matters. Upon entering the city, they found an excuse to leave. Barnabas did not stop them, allowing them to wander the streets of Li County. Li County was renowned for its many springs, clean streets, and elegant ambience, surrounded by water and paved with bluestone paths. They entered a wine shop near the source of the Luo River, later known as a Zaitu Spring. Inside, the atmosphere was serene, decorated with inscriptions left by scholars. Patrons were mostly educated or noble guests who enjoyed the scholarly aura to enhance their status. Choosing a window seat on the second floor, they overlooked the gushing Zaitu Spring while ordering drinks and food. Armando remarked, had it not been for the turmoil, living in such an environment would be quite enjoyable. Indeed, times are hard, and we need capable people to serve the country rather than seeking refuge in idleness. Jedi agreed. Armando sipped his wine and asked, Brother Burl, what should we do next? Not in a rush. Soon, Eben Hurley will order Barnabas to lead troops against Wagong Fort. We can then follow his army there. Before that, I intend to find someone. Who? Armando queried. Jedi gazed at the Zaitu Spring, a distinguished scholar and a genius in statecraft usher. Chapter 160. Well said. Armando was slightly surprised after hearing Jalen's explanation. He had never heard of Usher's name before. Jalen explained to him, Usher is from the prestigious Jinghefeng family, later moving to Qizhou. At 18, he was recommended as a Jinshi and served as a Yajiwi, a military official, but after Eben Hurley ascended the throne, this position was abolished. Abdurance then, he has remained at home, diligently studying. So that's how it is, Armando thought. He wondered how Jalen knew so much about someone who hadn't emerged in public or gained any renown. This only deepened his respect for Jalen. Jalen sipped his wine while gazing outside and said, Usher's residence is within the city. If we're lucky, we might encounter him here without having to visit his home. Now Armando understood why Jalen chose to drink at this place. It had the most beautiful scenery and an elegant ambience, frequented by scholars. Abdurance Usher read at home, there was a chance he would come here. As they continued drinking and admiring the inscriptions left by famous people on the walls, a commotion arose downstairs. A group of scholars walked upstairs. Clad in flowing robes with elaborate headwear, they were visibly arrogant, looking down on everyone else. They seated themselves in the most prominent spot, ordered a lavish feast, and began their revelry. Brother Diren, congratulations on becoming a Jinshi this time. You've brought honor to all the students of Qizhou. Let's toast to you, said a scholar around 30, raising his cup towards another man with a ruddy complexion and short beard. The man being toasted quickly stood up and replied, Brother Amador, too kind. Haven't you also been recommended? Why hide it from us? These two were the most renowned scholars of Qizhou, Julius and Oswald, style name Amador. They were the most celebrated figures. He outshone all of us to become a Jinshi. Now, I aim to make my mark and bring glory to the scholars of Qizhou. Suddenly, someone shouted, Look, Usher is coming. Jalen looked downstairs and saw a figure approaching. A medium-height man, slender, dressed in a simple blue scholar's robe, hair tied up with a bamboo pin. His eyes sparkled brightly as if seeing through everything. He walked along the shore of Luo water, appreciating the scenery. Armando, despite not being well-read, had seen many things in his travels and recognized immediately that this man was different from the others. They simply didn't measure up to him. Oswald called out, Usher, Brother Fong, come upstairs. Usher looked up, his expression unchanged, revealing nothing of his thoughts. He waved and made his way up. Soon, he reached the top floor where the other scholars offered him a seat. Oswald greeted him, Brother Fong, it's been a while since we last met. Are you still reading the records of the Grand Historian? Usher nodded. To study history is to learn from the past and understand the present. Reading more helps broaden one's knowledge. Oswald laughed. Brother Fong, staying idle at home won't help, no matter how many books you read. You need to engage with the world. Back then, you were our pride. Why are you so depressed now? Someone added, Usher, Brother Diren and Amador are about to rise in the ranks, recommended as Jinshis. Oswald and Wang Jian wore smug expressions. Usher nodded. I see, congratulations. Oswald pressed on, Brother Fong, stop reading. You'll turn into a fool. Your Fong family is an influential clan. Why not seek a government post? Aren't you supposed to be a governance expert? Usher replied calmly, so eager for me to enter office? If I did, none of you would stand a chance because your talents aren't enough. Oswald's face turned red and white, his emotions flickering. Others were also furious, pointing at Usher but hesitating to speak, knowing the Fong family's influence in Qizhou. After a pause, Oswald said, Brother Fong, you haven't changed, still looking down on everyone. Not that I look down on you, but you're not worthy of my respect, Usher replied evenly. If I held power, I'd abolish this recommendation system, which buries true talent. With the current system, anyone from a powerful clan who bribes local officials can become a Jinshi, regardless of their abilities or learning. If I governed, I'd implement the imperial examination system fully, allowing all to earn official positions through fair exams. Only those with true knowledge and talent will rise. Otherwise, incompetent people get recommended, bringing shame to the great Sui Dynasty. Usher's words were sharp and unyielding, giving no quarter to the swift kick. Armando sent Oswald's sprawling face first onto the ground. This ignited the other scholars, who charged at Armando, confident in their numbers. But for someone who could take down generals amidst thousands of troops, these scholars were no match. With a few quick punches and kicks, Armando had them all lying on the floor. Realizing these were merely spoiled, talentless youths, he refrained from causing serious harm. They stayed down out of fear of further beating. Seeing their cowardice, Armando roared, Get lost. Oswald and his peers fled the tavern without a word, leaving the tavern staff shaking their heads. Armando tossed a silver ingot to the staff, saying, This should cover the damages. Though the staff member's demeanor improved slightly upon receiving the silver, he hesitated to say more. Usher watched the scene unfold, shaking his head in disdain for Oswald and his ilk. Standing up, he saluted Jalen and Armando. Heroes, while you've vented your anger, you've also stirred great trouble. Oswald's uncle is the chief clerk of Qizhou. He'll surely gather men soon. You should leave quickly. Jalen rose, brushing himself off and bowed to Usher. I've heard much about Mr. Fong's wisdom. Meeting you today, I can see it's well-deserved. Your candid speech shows true heroism. Usher studied Jalen closely, noting his refined yet authoritative presence, approachable yet commanding. He felt an odd sense of familiarity with these two despite never having seen them in Qijuan before. May I ask your names? He inquired. Jalen smiled. I am Rodney Berlgen, and this is Armando. Mr. Fong, if you join us for a moment. Usher shook his head. You must leave quickly. This is not a place for conversation. If Oswald returns with reinforcements, you may not escape. Jalen smiled again. No need for haste. It's rare we meet. Let's not miss this opportunity. Please sit. Impressed by Jalen's demeanor, Usher sat down. Jalen signaled the staff to bring fresh food and drink, then gave Armando a meaningful glance. Understanding he was to handle Oswald, Armando left the tavern and went to find Alonso at the magistrate's office. Initially planning to use underworld methods, he reconsidered due to Usher's involvement and opted for official channels. Outside the magistrate's office, he found Emmanuel and explained the situation. Emmanuel reassured him, Don't worry, little brother. This is a minor issue. I can resolve it without disturbing General Zhang. Armando was relieved and joined Emmanuel back at the tavern, where they waited downstairs for Oswald's retaliation. Back upstairs, Jalen turned to Usher. Mr. Fong, your critique of the recommendation system was insightful and pointed. Usher sighed. It's not new. It's just that no one dared speak it aloud. Glancing at Jalen, he continued, the recommendation system aimed to identify talent, but it became a tool for aristocratic clans. One must join these clans to receive recommendations, making it difficult for others. The Eben recognized this flaw and initiated the imperial examination system. However, given our short dynasty, its benefits haven't fully materialized yet. Jalen nodded. The examination system is excellent. It gives commoners opportunities and curbs aristocratic power. Yet, it has flaws too. Surprised, Usher asked, How so? Isn't it fair in selecting talent? Jalen explained, every system starts advanced but hides its flaws. The examination questions are limited, potentially narrowing people's thinking. Scholars focus solely on exam content, resulting in officials skilled only in passing tests, not governing. So, are such people talent or fools? Usher pondered, then replied, You're right. This is a concern. For now, it remains the best method. Like this spring, he gestured towards a Zida spring, though powerful now, who can guarantee it won't dry up later? We can't destroy it based on future concerns. Jalen acknowledged Usher's point. Usher added, Some have proposed solutions to this issue. Who? Jalen asked. Hashtag chapter 162. The Scholar's Revenge. Usher said, Hungshan Jalen. Upon hearing the name, Jalen felt an urge to laugh. It seemed they were talking about him. However, he restrained himself and asked in surprise, I've heard that this Jalen is a rising newcomer who rose through military achievements and gained the Eben's favor. What abilities does he have? He's just a lucky general. Usher shook his head and replied, Brother Rodney, you are mistaken. One should not judge a person by their appearance. Jalen not only excels in warfare but also implemented new policies in the 10 commanderies of Ji province that are excellent for governing the country. Moreover, his policies far surpass the current ones. If you don't study them carefully, you won't notice how well connected they are, benefiting both the nation and its people. Jalen said, After hearing Mr. Fong praise him so much, I feel inclined to join him in Ji province. Abdurns, you admire him so much, why haven't you gone to serve under him? Usher shook his head and said, It's not that I don't want to go, but there's no one to recommend me. I fear Jalen wouldn't accept me. Jalen laughed and said, Mr. Fong, aren't you being too conservative? You just opposed recommendations, yet now you're thinking of having someone recommend you. Abdurns Jalen can implement new policies. He must be open to unconventional talent. How could he only rely on recommendations? Usher nodded after hearing this and said, You're right. I was overthinking it. I'll go home and pack my things, then head to Ji province to seek him out. Jalen encouraged him. You will surely succeed, Mr. Fong. Abdurns, I know Jalen's strategist Matt. Shall I write you a letter recommending you to him? Usher laughed heartily and said, Brother Rodney, you just criticized me for relying on recommendations, and now you're doing it yourself. This time, I will self-recommend myself. With chaos approaching, I cannot waste my life at home. As a man, I must achieve greatness. Usher spoke with great passion, as if he had already begun shaping the world and benefiting the people. Jalen found it amusing internally. Such a loyal minister was deceived so easily to Huaxia. Now, another capable ally was added to his ranks. With Usher and Matt already in his camp, the next step was recruiting generals like Emmanuel, William, Farron, and others. Once these people were under his command, who could possibly be his match? The whole world would be his. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Usher was puzzled, unsure why Jalen suddenly started laughing. Brother Rodney, what are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so joyfully? Nothing. I suddenly thought of a group hunting a deer and wanting to divide it. But then I realized the knife for cutting the deer is in my hand. Wouldn't I be the one deciding who gets a share? Isn't that funny? Usher laughed and said, Indeed, with the knife in your hand, no one dares defy you. Initially prepared to arrest Armando, but soon noticed Emmanuel standing beside him. He quickly changed his expression and ran over, asking, Brother, what are you doing here? Is this your friend? Emmanuel smiled and introduced, Basil, this is Armando. He came to join General Willie. He played a crucial role in defeating Paco, earning the general's high regard. But he doesn't like to seek recognition, which is why he didn't attend the banquet at the governor's mansion. He punished some disrespectful scholars, and I've already been informed about this incident. Are you here to arrest him? Basil's eyes widened and he exclaimed, So he's a heroic general. Those rascals dared to deceive me. Turning to Armando, he bowed and said, Brother, Basil failed to recognize you. Had I known, I wouldn't have attempted to arrest you. I apologize. Armando replied, Ignorance is forgivable. Abdurns, you're friends with Brother Qin. Let's sit and drink together. Basil agreed, Sure, this meal is on me. He then turned and scolded Oswald. Why don't you focus on your studies instead of causing trouble everywhere? This is our hero of Qi Commandery, and you dared to offend him. Deceiving me like this, you clearly have no regard for your lives. If it weren't for Clerk Lee's face, I would arrest you all. Now get lost. If I catch you causing trouble again, I'll throw you in jail. Seeing Emmanuel, Oswald and his companions knew they couldn't win and left dejectedly. Once seated, Basil raised a cup of wine and said, Brothers, you fought brilliantly. I want to join the army too. Do you think they'd take me? Emmanuel smiled and said, War isn't a game. Capturing thieves also serves the people. I think you're better suited as a constable. Basil shook his head and insisted, Brother, capturing thieves can't compare to the satisfaction of saving Qi Commandery and becoming a revered hero. Armando advised, Brother, listen to Qin, brother. Don't become a soldier. It's dangerous work. It might seem glorious, but you could end up dead on the battlefield. Basil shook his head and said, You're still skeptical of me. I'm not afraid of death. I just want to be a hero. Emmanuel listened and said, Brother, your resolve is admirable. I will mention you to General Zhang. Whether he accepts you is up to him. Basil rejoiced, Brother Qin, don't forget. I'm waiting for your reply. Chapter 163, The Kidnapping. Usher saw Oswald and his group leave the tavern dejectedly, which puzzled him. A little while later, Armando and Emmanuel walked in from downstairs. Emmanuel was a celebrity and face of Qizhou. Nearly everyone knew him. Usher was no exception. Seeing Emmanuel, he understood everything. So you know General Qin, that explains why you were unafraid of Oswald. Emmanuel, who recognized Usher, smiled and said, Mr. Fong, you're joking. My relationship with Qin doesn't matter much here. Even if I hadn't come, Oswald wouldn't have dared to do anything to these two because they are the heroes of this battle. We won entirely due to their efforts. There's such a thing? Usher took another look at Jalen and his companion. Why didn't you go to the victory banquet, but came here instead? Jalen raised his wine glass and said, Those people there are just vulgar folks, but here we have Mr. Fong. You are a man of great talent. On a day when the wind favors, one soars straight up 9,000 miles. If we don't make your acquaintance now, we might never see you again. Usher waved his hand and said, General Rodney, you're too kind. What I admire most is serving the country as a hero. No matter when, I will not become arrogant. If I could fight, I would also take to the battlefield. They drank for a while longer before Usher bid farewell, packed his belongings, and headed for Huaxia to find Jalen. Jalen arranged for servants to return to Huaxia to send a message to Matt, instructing him to keep Usher and give him an important position. Jalen and Emmanuel returned to the camp, where Barnabas had just returned from the banquet. They set up a feast within the camp. With no outsiders around, they indulged freely. Oswald, after being scolded by Basil, was filled with resentment. Callan pondered, Emmanuel is widely respected here. Even the governor respects him. We can't offend him. Best to avoid involving him. Usher is from the declining Qinghe Fong clan. If he really said those things, we can arrest him on charges of slandering government officials. Oswald insisted, It's true. Many heard him criticize the system. Fine, I'll have him arrested. Once we catch him, we'll find those two and avenge you. Normally cautious, Callan believed Oswald's words and planned to act against Usher. Not wanting to alert the local police, he sent his servant Yale to closely monitor Usher and capture him when alone, bringing him to the official residence for interrogation. Yale immediately laid in wait around Fong's residence. Unaware of the danger, Usher prepared to leave for Huaxia following Jalen's encouragement. He informed his father, Fong Yanqian, a renowned scholar despite holding minor positions during the Sui Dynasty. Fong Yanqian supported his son's ambition, advising, Your goal is noble. Young men should explore the world, but be less straightforward and more tactful to avoid trouble. Usher shook his head. Father, not pointing out flaws is akin to murder. I can't follow your advice. Fong Yanqian, realizing he couldn't change his son's nature, reluctantly agreed. After further instructions, he let Usher prepare to depart. Usher left home with 2 servants. Outside, Yale followed, noticing Usher leaving the city and heading into the outskirts. Sensing something amiss but remaining calm, Usher secretly instructed his servant, Forrest, to escape and find a manual for help. As Usher suspected, Yale's men soon moved to capture him. Chapter 164. Infiltration. Usher knew he couldn't escape, so he quickly decided to instruct Forrest and immediately covered for the servants to flee. Yale, noticing something was amiss, rushed over with his men and captured Usher, then immediately gave chase to Forrest. Forrest was extremely alert. While Yale and his men were engaged with Usher, he hid in the nearby woods instead of fleeing. When Yale and his group thought he had escaped and pursued him, Forrest turned back and ran towards the military camp outside the city walls to inform Emmanuel. Upon reaching the camp, Forrest claimed he had an urgent matter to discuss with Emmanuel. The soldiers, not daring to delay, immediately informed Emmanuel. Stepping out of the camp, Emmanuel looked at the stranger and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want from me?" Forrest recognized Emmanuel and hastily knelt down, pleading, "General Qin, please save my master Usher. He's been taken." Shocked, Emmanuel hurriedly inquired about what had happened. Forrest recounted the entire incident. Emmanuel then rushed to consult with Jalen, who flew into a rage after hearing the story. Abdurrance arrived, already having gotten directions to Callan's residence from Emmanuel. By the time they reached the house, night had fallen. The residence spanned 3 courtyards and occupied a vast area. Jalen remarked, "Oh brother, let's eliminate this threat once and for all." Armando licked his lips and agreed, "Absolutely. I've wanted to rid the world of these corrupt scholars for a long time." They circled around to the back, where Callan's wall stood high but was no match for them. They easily scaled the wall and landed silently in the courtyard. Inside the city, Callan's home was relatively safe and lacked heavy security. Most servants had retired to their rooms as night fell, leaving the compound eerily quiet. Cautiously searching, they moved from the rear garden into the second courtyard, finding a lit room. Outside, they heard the sound of whipping. Peering inside, Jalen saw 5 or 6 men beating someone. Usher. On a chair sat Callan, while Oswald stood nearby, smiling as the men whipped Usher. Callan, anxious, secretly regretted getting involved. According to Yale's report, one of Usher's servants had fled, likely to seek help. This realization frightened the meticulous Callan. He had planned to capture Usher, interrogate him for accomplices, and then kill him quietly. But with a servant missing, suspicion could easily fall on him. How would he explain himself to Emmanuel, Alonso, or even the governor? After much contemplation, he decided to make Usher this mess. Despite his injuries, Usher's mind was sharp and his judgment accurate. His words struck a nerve with Callan, who growled, "Usher, don't get cocky. If you don't confess, I'll kill you and dump your body. No one can hold me accountable." Chapter 165. The swift wind messenger appears. Usher's words infuriated Callan, and he started to threaten him. However, after speaking, Usher remained silent no matter what Callan did. Oswald said, "Uncle, let's kill him to eliminate future troubles." Callan glared at him with a sinister look and replied, "Make it clean. Let's dump him in the wilderness tonight." At that moment, the door opened with a bang, startling everyone inside. They all turned their eyes towards the entrance. Jalen stood leisurely at the doorway, walking in calmly. "Is it you?" Oswald recognized him. "Uncle, he's an accomplice of Usher." Suddenly, there were several screams as the servants had been killed unnoticed, while another figure appeared in front of Usher as a shield. It turned out Jalen and Armando had planned this together. One of them would distract the people at the front door, while the other would enter through the back window to rescue Usher. Seeing the person in front of Usher, Oswald shouted again, "Uncle, he's also an accomplice of Usher. He's the one who beat me." Callan barked, "Shut up." He thought inwardly, "How could I not see it? Heroes, I won't do it again. I'll listen to Usher and stop doing bad things. Please spare me." Armando found him annoying and chopped off his head with a single stroke. Callan, scared, also knelt. "Heroes, I was misled by Oswald. Please spare me." Jalen roared, "You believe everything he says? What use is your brain if you follow his every command? You must be a selfish coward. Leaving you is pointless." With that, he killed him too. Usher said, "Good kill. With people like this, showing mercy means cruelty to commoners." Jalen asked Armando to carry Usher, and the 3 of them left Callan's residence quietly without alarming anyone else, as they did not wish to harm innocents. On the street, it was empty. They carried Usher to the city wall, but the gates were closed, preventing their exit. They were puzzled about how to get out. Circumventing the city might cause more trouble, especially since seeing Usher would endanger his family. As they hesitated, a stone flew out of the darkness and landed at their feet. Jalen looked forward and saw a shadow appearing from the darkness, gesturing them to follow. The shadow then ran ahead. "Follow," Jalen said. Following the shadow, they ran to the city wall, where no guards were stationed. The shadow pulled out a grappling hook chain, secured it to the top of the wall, and slid down using the chain. Jalen and Armando followed suit, and once down, the shadow picked up the grappling hook and led them into a forest. Then, the shadow handed Armando a medicine bottle. "Use this to treat him." Armando held the bottle, but did not move. Jalen asked, "Who are you, and why are you helping us?" The shadow responded, "Treat him first. Follow me." Jalen considered and said to Armando, "Do as he says. If he wanted to harm us, he wouldn't have helped. Stay here. I'll return soon." Armando warned, "Be careful. Don't fall for his tricks. Just treat Usher." Jalen followed the shadow. When they were far enough, he asked, "Who are you, and why are you helping us?" The shadow removed its veil and knelt, saying, "Master, Swift Wind Messenger Fulton pays respect." Jalen saw this person had curly hair, dark complexion, high nose, and deep-set eyes, unlike those from the Great Sway. Pulling Fulton up, he said, "Swift Wind Messenger, finally meet you. You don't seem to be from the Central Plains." Fulton explained, I am a Kunlun slave, but saved by the previous Swift Wind Messenger who taught me martial arts, making me the current Swift Wind Messenger. Only the leader knows of the Swift Wind Messenger, tasked to eliminate enemies and protect the leader. When Master Yang passed the leadership to you, I was watching from afar but couldn't save him due to the sudden attack and crowded environment. After you took the position, I've been protecting you in secret. The medicine from Fulton was very effective. Just after application, Usher felt the pain in his body ease up significantly. Armando didn't ask too many questions upon seeing Jalen return. Being someone who had wandered in the martial world for years, he knew some things should be asked while others shouldn't. Abdurance the shadowy figure wasn't here speaking with Jalen. It clearly indicated they didn't wish for him or Usher to know. So, he merely asked, Brother Rodney, what do we do next? Jalen said to Usher, Mr. Fong, you can't go home after such an incident. How about we send you to Mount Hong? Usher knew that if tonight's events were exposed, a thorough search would certainly take place in Licheng, inevitably leading back to himself. Returning home would put his family at risk. At this moment, seeking refuge on Mount Hong seemed like the best option. He nodded and said, I can walk on my own. I don't need to trouble you. Jalen replied, How can it be considered a trouble? If not for us, this wouldn't have happened. Turning to Armando, he continued, You should stay here with Usher while I'll remain behind. Armando agreed, All right, I'll take care of this, Brother Rodney, be cautious. Usher was able to walk by now, so Armando left with him, while Jalen returned to the camp under cover of nightfall. The following day, news spread throughout Licheng. Callan, the registrar of Qizhou, and his nephew Oswald, had been murdered at home. It caused a significant uproar. Governor Aslan was taken aback. He assumed bandits had infiltrated Licheng. He immediately ordered his soldiers to encircle Licheng and thoroughly check everyone entering or leaving. He also commanded Captain Basil to investigate the incident. Upon arrival at Callan's house, Basil was shocked when he saw Oswald's body. Knowing that Oswald had had conflicts with Usher and involved Emmanuel, he reported everything to Aslan without concealment. After hearing this, Aslan felt an intense headache. Both the Li and Su families were influential, but so was the Fong family. Although Emmanuel lacked family background, he had wide-ranging connections and excellent relations, renowned for bravery and greatly favored by Willie. However, the case could not be ignored. He first went to Usher's house, but learned from Usher's father that he had left Qizhou. The father added that they were free to arrest Usher if they could catch him. Aslan left and posted notices to apprehend Usher throughout the city. Next, he headed to the military camp to inform Willie. Upon hearing the details, Willie immediately summoned Emmanuel for questioning. Emmanuel explained, General Zhang, I was patrolling the camp all night and never left. The gatekeepers can confirm this. Willie called the gatekeepers, who unanimously confirmed Emmanuel and Ronnie never left. Nodding, Willie dismissed them and told Aslan, Governor, as you orders, and needed to go home, so I accompanied him. Given past conflicts with Oswald, I was merely asking, Willie explained. Just conflicts. Killing someone for this isn't rational. Besides, why kill his uncle as well? Stroking his beard, Willie speculated. Perhaps Oswald, harboring resentment, sought his uncle's help for revenge. Unable to find you, they captured Usher for information. Realizing this, you retaliated and killed them all. Is that possible? His eyes intently fixed on Jalen. Jalen's expression remained unchanged as he stared back, asking, If so, weren't those people deserving death? Initially, a trivial matter escalated into unjust violence against an innocent life. Keeping such ruthless individuals serves no purpose. Usher, a great talent of the era, spoke wise words for the state's future. Due to a few sentences, he faced undue suffering. Doesn't this mean people like Oswald and Callan deserve their fate? Speechless, Willie pondered for a moment. True, they deserved it. But wouldn't it be better handled by authorities? Jalen responded. Would the authorities acknowledge guilt without evidence? Once evidence is gathered, it might be too late. Could anyone bear such a loss? These consecutive questions left Willie speechless. Finally, Willie stated sternly, Indeed, such people should meet their end. If what I suspected were true, nearly costing the nation a pillar of support is unforgivable. Hashtag chapter 167, attack. Jalen could hear the resentment in Barnabas's voice toward Oswald and his ilk. The old general had guessed accurately. He, too, despised those who destroyed others' futures. For such petty reasons, they nearly ruined a future pillar of the nation. Such cowards deserved death. Barnabas had long suspected Jalen's identity but chose not to reveal it. Just now, he merely wanted to clear his doubts. Even if Jalen admitted responsibility for the killings, Barnabas wouldn't punish him. He didn't have that authority. After understanding the situation, he knew where Usher had gone, and that Armando must have escorted him. Thus, he didn't bring up the matter again. Barnabas said, The Ebon has bestowed commendations upon us, rewarding us generously with much-needed supplies and equipment. With this, we can replenish our troops. However, His Majesty has ordered us to attack Wanggong's High. Emmanuel glanced at Jalen, thinking, My lord is truly divine, predicting events accurately. Indeed, we are ordered to attack Wanggong's High. Sir. Unaware of Emmanuel's thoughts, Barnabas continued, Wanggong's High differs from Paco. Paco was just a wandering bandit with no real skill. But Wanggong's High has treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Moreover, there are many formidable generals on the mountain, Hiram, William, Ernesto Gang, and Ulysses. These men are heroes of their time, able to hold off 10,000 enemies. And now Archer has also joined Wanggong's High. After Freddy's rebellion failed, Archer fled through the land before finally arriving at Wanggong's High. He was highly regarded by the chief bandit leader Enoch, who voluntarily stepped down and handed over the leadership to Archer. Wanggong's High now has abundant soldiers and provisions, with high morale. They will be formidable adversaries. We cannot take them lightly. Jalen responded, General, don't embolden the enemy and undermine our own resolve. No matter how formidable Wanggong's High is, they cannot match the might of the court. I hope you're right, Barnabas replied, looking at him meaningfully. Jalen continued, General Zhang, on my way here, I passed through Mount Hengshan. Jalen, the chief administrator of Mount Hengshan, has been mobilizing troops. It's rumored that he sent the brothers Alberic and Boden to lead 10,000 troops to Wuhan Commandery, preparing to attack Wanggong's. We can join forces with him. Really? That's excellent news. With Administrator Burl's support, we are sure to achieve victory. Barnabas smiled broadly upon hearing this. Now, the great Sui Dynasty is in turmoil, beset by rebels everywhere. This chaos all started with Freddy. If he hadn't rebelled, the great Sui would have defeated Goguryeo, and there wouldn't be so many rebels. Now, with Enoch, Vaughn, Ernesto, and Josiah causing unrest, bloodshed is rampant, and countless lives have been lost. Truly, this is a great sin. Barnabas sighed. Shaking his head, Jalen said, General Zhang, you're mistaken. Even without Freddy, someone like Zhang Xiangan or Lu Xiangan would step forward to rebel. Surprised, Barnabas asked, why do you say that? Disorder stems from those at the top. The root cause lies with the upper echelons. The aristocratic families crave power, while His Majesty seeks to reclaim it, distributing it among commoners and capable individuals to govern the country. But the aristocratic families won't allow this. When tensions accumulate to a breaking point, they will erupt. His Majesty wants to do too much without considering the empire's capacity. As a result, the common people have not benefited and remain dissatisfied. The aristocratic families, knowing His Majesty's shortcomings, will not intervene because more opposition means more benefits for them. With His Majesty misled, believing he is doing the right thing, peasant revolts will eventually occur. Although he felt little loyalty to the great Sui and sought to overthrow its rule, he agreed with Barnabas. A soldier's duty is to protect the country, sacrificing life if needed. Governing should be left to specialists. Soldiers ensure these specialists are protected. They chatted for a while before each returning to their camps. After several days of preparation, Barnabas led 10,000 Sui troops from Qi Commandery to quell the bandits at Wanggong's. Commander Aslan of Qi Commandery bid farewell to the old general with reluctance. He wasn't sad about Barnabas's departure, but feared another Paco might emerge once he was gone. General Zhang, please return swiftly. I will petition His Majesty to have you back. Qi Commandery needs your protection. Barnabas bowed and said, thank you, Commander. But there are currently no bandits in Qi Commandery. Please rest assured. I brought troops from Qi, and we will always remember its safety. If anything happens here, I will return immediately. Delighted, Aslan replied. With your promise, I am relieved. I thank you on behalf of the people of Qi Commandery. Rest assured, Qi Commandery will supply the army with whatever it needs. Thank you, Commander, Barnabas said. After exchanging pleasantries, Barnabas led his army away from Qi Commandery. Chapter 168. The Heroes of Wanggong. Wanggong Fortress was filled with festive joy and bustle, the heroes reveling in the victory hall after a successful battle where they had vanquished the Sui army that attempted to besiege them. Under Archer, William, Hiram, Cole, Ulysses, and others. Of these, Cole and Archer shared a close bond. Their long-standing friendship and mutual admiration made Wang loyal to Archer. Ulysses, influenced by his uncle, lived free-spiritedly and entertained thoughts of becoming a Taoist hermit, indifferent to worldly affairs. On the other hand, the veteran heroes of Wanggong, including Janice, William, and Hiram, looked down on Archer, seeing him as merely a skilled talker without true capabilities. Especially discerning was William. Despite his young age, he possessed mature wisdom and was adept at reading people, having little faith in Archer's leadership. Yet, unable to contest Enoch's decision, they complied with Archer's authority. Archer knew well the dissatisfaction among these veterans. While outwardly amiable, he subtly cultivated his own supporters, appointing newcomers like Keith, Enos, and Xavier to key positions, thereby weakening the influence of figures like Hiram. Despite Archer's fondness for boasting, his tactical acumen had led to several victories, enhancing Wanggong's reputation. After repelling another Sui attack, the fortress celebrated. Archer raised his goblet to toast Enoch, addressing him as Chief, signifying equal status. Chief, it is through your valor that we triumphed over the Sui army. Without you leading the charge against their left flank, they might not have retreated so quickly, said Archer. Enoch, flushed from drinking, Hiram's prowess. If even he couldn't defeat Emmanuel, the latter must be exceptionally strong. Archer dismissed their concerns with a smile. Fear not. Whether Emmanuel or Willie, they are merely bold warriors. With cunning strategy, we can control them. Ulysses glanced at Cole, who nodded and continued, Mi Gong. While those men may be manageable, there is one person we cannot ignore, Jalen. He is now the governor of Ji Prefecture, cunning and fearsome. Archer instinctively touched his scarred face, remembering Jalen's humiliating victory. His hatred ran deep, and he yearned to exact revenge. Cole added, Jalen's troops are stationed in Wuhan, watching us closely. If he joins forces with Willie, we will struggle. Keith agreed. You're right. He is a dangerous adversary. We must find a way to eliminate him. In this chapter, the tension between old and new factions within Wanggong is highlighted, along with the looming threat of both internal power struggles and external enemies. Archer's leadership and strategic maneuvers are tested against experienced and skeptical commanders. Chapter 169. Secret plotting. Janice had been silent all this time. Now he stood up and said, you should not undermine yourselves. It's just Jalen. I will deal with him. I don't believe he is as formidable as everyone claims. Ulysses responded, second brother Sean, you mustn't underestimate this man. There's a reason he rose to prominence. He then recounted his interactions with Liam and Jalen, emphasizing how Jalen momentarily speechless. Giving too much would be hard to part with, and giving too little wouldn't make an impact. William suggested, Abdurance Jalen values righteousness. We should exploit this. I suggest brothers Ulysses and Liam go over as spies. You two already know him. Pretend to defect to him, gather information, and pass it back to us. You can also try to gauge his willingness to join us or, if given the chance, assassinate him. Upon hearing William's plan, everyone voiced their approval. Only Ulysses frowned. He himself valued righteousness, and this unrighteous act troubled him. Archer was delighted. He told the two brothers, "Brothers, don't worry. Your actions are for the greater good of our cause. This is about forsaking small righteousness for the greater righteousness, which is commendable." Liam glanced at Ulysses and spoke on his behalf. "Rest assured. Lord me brother Xia and I will complete the task without failing." Seeing things had come to this, Ulysses had no choice but to comply. "I will follow your orders. However, unless necessary, please don't ask me to take his life. If we meet on the battlefield, anything goes. But secretly assassinating him is something I cannot do." Archer clapped his hands and said, "Brother Ulysses, indeed a man of integrity, worthy of the Jiang and Xia family. Rest assured, I agree with your condition. Your task is solely to spy and gather information." After finalizing the plan, Archer continued, "This matter is settled. You two will fake defection to Wuhan Commandery. Meanwhile, regarding Barnabas, we need to strike him down and break his morale." Janice stood up and offered, "Lord me, I volunteer to lead a force to intercept Barnabas." Archer shook his head. "General Sean, while Barnabas is at his peak, it would be unwise to confront him directly. Lead your troops down the mountain to engage him but ensure only failure, not victory." Janice. William nodded in agreement. "Lord me is right. We show weakness to inflate Barnabas's arrogance and lower his guard. Then we ambush the Sui army and deliver a crushing blow. In doing so, the Sui army will surely fail." Archer nodded repeatedly. "Indeed. William understands my intentions. My plan exactly. Brother Sean, you'll lure them into our trap. Once they're surrounded, we will annihilate them regardless of how many generals they have." Janice finally understood. "Understood. Watch closely." Archer instructed further, "Brothers Maogong, Yaojin, and Enos, you three will lead the troops to ambush at Wild Wolf Denver. When Janice lures the enemy there, attack the Sui army unexpectedly. Abdern's Jalen used Wild Wolves to defeat the Sui army. We will do the same at Wild Wolf Denver." The commanders accepted their orders and prepared to leave. Only Archer's close confidants remained in the hall. Keith observed, "Lord me, William, Hiram, and Janice outwardly obey you, but I feel they actually respect Enoch more." Enos agreed. "As long as Enoch remains at Wagong Fort, they won't fully align with us." Keith urged, "Lord me, handle this soon, or it will become a great threat." Archer pondered for a moment. "Let's wait. We've only just arrived here, and are not yet firmly established. Acting prematurely could harm us. Once we win several battles and establish credibility, removing Enoch won't be too late. Enoch loves wealth. Sending him more gold will keep him occupied. However, we must be cautious with William and others. They are cunning. Our plans must remain secret. We will slowly push them to the outskirts to fight the Sui army, letting the Sui army eliminate them. Once Enoch loses his support, he'll be at our mercy." "Agreed," said Keith. "But now isn't the time. Let them serve us currently. Barnabas and Emmanuel, let them handle." "Ha ha ha." After laughing, Archer sighed, "Our biggest challenge is Jalen. He's not easy to deal with, especially given his neighboring territory, hindering our expansion." Enos commented, "It's rumored his newly developed weapons are incredibly sharp, breaking ordinary blades upon contact. If he equips his army with them, it will be a major concern for us." Keith reassured, "There's no need to worry. They've won a military advantage, no matter how crude it was." Bryce frowned as he examined the map. The terrain at Wagong Fort is perilous, easy to defend and hard to attack. They boast over 10,000 troops, 10 times our number. This battle will be tough." Jalen laughed. "General Zhang, there's no need to worry. Those numbers are exaggerated. 1,000 becomes 10,000, and 10,000 becomes 100,000. It's merely to intimidate us. These tens of thousands may only be a few tens of thousands, and these people lack proper training, making their combat strength negligible." Bryce replied, "True, but they fight on familiar ground. Using the terrain to their advantage could make it difficult for us. Though we have a map, it's static." Jalen knew from history that Bryce met his end due to Archer's feigned retreat trap, but since he was aware of the outcome, he would ensure Bryce did not fall into another ambush. He said, "General Zhang, the soldiers of Wagong Fort are not as brave or skilled as our Sui army. Therefore, they must use other tactics against us. Look here, this place is called Wild Wolf Valley." Pointing at the map, Bryce followed his finger to the location marked Wild Wolf Valley, known as Gourd Mouth, having an entrance but no exit. Jalen continued, "I believe the rebels will use the tactic of luring us deeper into Wild Wolf Valley, setting an ambush inside and attacking her, and I will not hesitate." Jalen waved a hand. "Wait, let me finish. I think our ambush in Wild Wolf Valley can't eliminate the entire Wagong Fort force. It can only reduce their numbers. Instead, Qin General should secretly release some of them to gain their trust. And General Zhang will need to sacrifice a bit." Jalen glanced at Bryce. Bryce responded, "What do you need from me, Lieutenant Burl? You need to pretend to be mortally wounded by an arrow. This will cause unrest in the army, providing Qin General with a plausible reason for feigning surrender. Additionally, command of the Sui army should be handed to someone else while you operate behind the scenes." Both Bryce and Emmanuel nodded in agreement. Bryce added, "This is manageable. Let Adiel take over command of the Sui army. Emmanuel can feign conflict with Adiel to justify his surrender." Bryce then ordered Ronnie to lead a contingent to ambush near Wild Wolf Valley without alarming the enemy until they entered the trap. Meanwhile, Adiel was positioned nearby, ready to take command. Adiel's son, Orlando, a renowned warrior, was excited at the prospect of battle. The Sui army prepared thoroughly, and the main force continued its advance. Privately, Jalen instructed Emmanuel, "Qin brother, once you reach Wagong Fort, try to befriend William and Hiram, persuading them to join me in Ji province." Emmanuel assured, "My lord, I will not disappoint you." Also, stir up conflict among them, causing internal strife. Archer is ruthless and does not care for his soldiers or the people. Such a person is a danger to our Sui citizens and must be eliminated. Emmanuel nodded. Understood. Thus, the Sui army marched swiftly to the foot of Wagong Mountain, setting up camp without immediate attack. The next morning, as Bryce reviewed the troops and discussed strategy, they heard shouts and cannon fire outside. The Wagong fort troops were challenging them at the camp gates. Bryce chuckled. They arrived quickly. He instructed, follow the planned strategy. If they retreat, pursue them relentlessly. Now, let's engage them. Leading the Sui army into battle, Jalen wore a fearsome mask, saying it would intimidate the enemy. No one questioned him. They approached the battlefield. Chapter 171. Turning the tables. The Sui army and the Wagong bandit forces faced each other on the battlefield. Archer, Enoch, and others watched from their positions. Janus rode out from the formation with his spear in hand, coming forward to challenge Corey at the front lines. Just as Corey was about to go out, Ike said, General, let me handle him. Corey nodded and replied, very well. Let them witness your prowess firsthand. With his spear. Ike was a valiant general of his time, and Janus's skills were formidable as well. Their spears clashed fiercely, making it difficult to discern a victor. While fighting, Janus couldn't help but praise Ike's skill. Despite being nearly 40, Ike's strength rivaled that of younger men, even surpassing them. More crucially, Ike's stamina was exceptional. Even after prolonged combat, his techniques remained precise, growing more intense as they fought. After over 30 rounds, Janus began to tire. His movements became disorganized, and he realized that continuing would lead to his defeat. So, he withdrew to the formation. He commanded the Wagong forces to launch an assault on the Sui army. Corey directed the Sui army to counterattack, and both armies clashed. The sound of war drums echoed across the battlefield, audible miles away. Although the Wagong forces were more disciplined than typical insurgents, they still fell short compared to the battle-hardened Sui troops. The Wagong soldiers were forced to retreat step by step. Seeing the situation, Janus knew a pretended defeat wasn't necessary anymore. They genuinely couldn't win. So, he led the Wagong forces to withdraw. The Wagong forces fought while retreating, and Archer and Enoch followed suit. Pressured by the Sui forces, they approached Wolf Valley. Corey observed the situation and admired Jalen's strategic foresight. Indeed, Jalen had predicted the rebels' moves accurately, setting up a trap for them. Janus retreated to the entrance of Wolf Valley, along with Archer and others. They planned to lure Corey into the valley to eliminate him. Familiar with the area, they knew a small path leading to the mountaintop, ensuring they wouldn't be trapped. With steep terrain and the mountaintop secured, they could repel the Sui forces and destroy them in the valley. When Corey arrived, another chaotic battle ensued. Then, the Wagong forces retreated into the valley. Just as they entered, hidden Sui forces ambushed from above, throwing rocks that sealed off the entrance. Janus, Enoch, Braden, and others were startled. Looking up, they saw Sui banners atop the mountain. Realizing the Sui forces had already occupied the area, it turned out that Ronnie had been lying in wait. Upon seeing the Wagong forces, he arranged for many large stones to block the pass, marveling at Jalen's flawless planning. Ronnie waited for the right moment and watched the battles below. Once Janus and others entered the valley, he immediately attacked, catching the Wagong forces off guard. The Wagong forces, who had set the ambush themselves, were caught completely unprepared and scattered in panic. Enos, commanding the ambush, hurried to counterattack. However, he was no match for Ronnie. Ike and Ronnie charged forward to intercept them. Seeing Ike, Hiram shouted, Brother Qin, do you recognize your little brother? Ike smiled, of course, Brother Hiram. How could I forget you? After all these years, why are you among the rebels? Come to me, and I'll ensure your safety. Don't do anything foolish. Hiram was speechless, unable to respond. He originally intended to persuade Ike to surrender, but ended up being persuaded instead. Chapter 172. The Arrow. William, seeing the situation, placed his large spear on his horse and said with clasped hands, General Qin, wise birds choose their perches carefully, and virtuous ministers serve wise lords. Now that Eben Hurley is unjust, and the people are in turmoil, revolts against him abound. Why would you insist on serving him loyally? Emmanuel smiled and replied, so you are William. I have long admired your name. Though young, you possess a remarkable talent and an extraordinary demeanor. You are correct about wise birds choosing their perches, but is Archer a wise lord? He has wandered aimlessly since he started, never doing anything beneficial for the people. Instead, countless civilians have suffered following him. At the Battle of Leviang, he ignored the soldiers' deaths, using their bodies as stepping stones for the next wave of attackers. How can such a brutal and unrighteous person achieve great things? William lowered his head slightly and explained, in battle, any means to achieve victory are justified. It's normal for Lord Me to use certain tactics. True, in warfare, one may employ strategies, but disregarding the lives of soldiers for personal gain. What qualifies such a person to lead heroes? Do you expect him to be kind to the people if he becomes ruler? If not, why do you serve him? Emmanuel's words struck a chord, leaving William and Hiram speechless. They had also grown disillusioned with Archer's character, but they were bound by circumstances in the Wagong stronghold. Abdern's General Qin refuses to heed advice. Let's settle this through our swords. William and Hiram charged at Emmanuel. Ethan, fearing Emmanuel would be disadvantaged, also rushed forward, joining the fray. The four warriors clashed, their spears flying wildly in the air, each equally matched. All were renowned valiant generals, excelling in both strategy and martial prowess. The war drums thundered from both sides. Hiram, eyes wide with fury, roared loudly as he fought Ethan. The latter, though only 16 or 17, wielded the Yuang divine spear skillfully, clashing fiercely with Hiram. Neither would yield to the other. Their spears collided with metallic clangs, neither able to overpower the other, yet they each respected the other's bravery. Emmanuel and William fought differently. They maneuvered deftly, avoiding direct clashes of spears, each trying to subdue the other with exquisite moves. Within moments, they had exchanged over 30 rounds without a clear winner. Archer watched from behind, noting the intense focus of the Sui soldiers on the combatants. Sensing an opportunity, he ordered Enos to lead a surprise attack on the Sui left flank. Enos, accepting the order, led his men away quietly, using terrain cover to approach undetected. Suddenly emerging, they attacked the Sui army. Caught off guard, the Sui formation became disorganized. Enos was elated, thinking the surprise attack had succeeded. However, it was a feint. As the Wagong forces approached, the Sui ranks revealed multiple giant crossbow carts, capable of rapid, continuous fire. These advanced weapons were unlike anything the Wagong troops had seen, leaving them dazed under the hail of arrows. This innovation came from Jalen, who had suggested and personally designed these enhanced crossbows based on existing models. Despite the sophisticated design, only a dozen had been made so far. But even these were enough. The arrows flew like locusts into the Wagong ranks. The Wagong forces retreated involuntarily. Enos shouted orders for them to press forward, raising shields as they advanced. From the Sui lines, a warrior clad in black armor and riding a black steed emerged, wielding a steel-tipped spear and wearing a demon mask that sent shivers down the main force. Drawing an arrow, he shot at Willie. Unaware of the impending danger, Willie failed to evade in time. The arrow pierced his helmet, felling him from his horse. The Sui soldiers rushed to aid their commander, surrounding and supporting Willie. William wanted to assess Willie's injuries, but had to parry a sudden spear strike from Emmanuel. Thus, he couldn't see how badly Willie was hurt. After this incident, the Sui army withdrew instead of pursuing further. The Wagong forces retreated several miles, regrouping and consolidating their positions. Translation provided by AI. Please ensure to review and adjust for tone, style, and accuracy as needed. Chapter 173, Disguise. After the Wagong army retreated, Archer hurried to check on Enos's injuries. As his trusted and beloved general, he was very concerned about Enos. Upon seeing Enos, he asked the medical officer about his condition. The medical officer replied, "Lordly, General Zhu will be fine. He has only been stabbed through the arm and needs to rest for a few days." Archer finally relaxed, offering a few words of comfort to Enos before returning to the main tent. There, Hiram, William, Xavier, Saul, and other civil and military officials were already waiting for him. After sitting down, Archer smiled and said, "Victory and defeat are common in military." Hiram shook his head. "It can't be someone from the martial world. I have traveled extensively, meeting heroes across the land, but I've never encountered anyone like him. He definitely isn't from the martial world." Xavier speculated, "Abdurance, you haven't seen him either in the court or in the martial world. Could he be a rising star who hasn't been recognized yet? Perhaps he has some facial disfigurement, which is why he hides his face." "Whoever this person is," Archer said, "he's not the commander of the Sui army. If Corbin is incapacitated, the Sui army will collapse regardless. We just need to keep an eye on their movements." He added, "It's unfortunate for those trapped, but they'll have to endure for a while. We should dispatch more scouts over the next couple of days." Saul, who hadn't spoken until now, said, "Lordly, a mysterious organization called Wind Cloud Tower has suddenly appeared in the martial world. They sell all sorts of information as long as you pay. They also issue a newspaper that records current events. Should we consider buying information from them?" Archer waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a trick to spread rumors. With neither side having accurate information about the enemy during battle, how can Wind Cloud Tower know anything? If they're so powerful, they could establish their own force and conquer the world. Why bother selling intelligence?" Saul laughed awkwardly and stopped discussing it further when he saw Archer wasn't convinced. However, his words caught William's attention. William whispered to him, "Mr. Chai, where is this Wind Cloud Tower located?" "General Su, Wind Cloud Towers are mostly in major cities. But there's a branch right at the foot of our mountain, seemingly specializing in selling news about Wagong." "Thank you, Mr. Chai. I will remember this and find an opportunity to visit Wind Cloud Tower to see if what you say is true." They discussed strategies against the Sui army for a while longer before dispersing. William then left the camp in disguise to gather more information from Wind Cloud Tower. Back in the Sui army camp, lights blazed as officers waited outside the main tent for the medic to treat Corbin. Inside, only Emmanuel, Jalen, Adiel, and a few others remained. Corbin sat on a field bed with bandages around his head, but he appeared alert and uninjured. "Our first step in the plan is complete," Corbin said. "Now it's your turn to perform." Jalen laughed beside him. "We're ready, but after this, you'll need to pretend to be dead for a while." Indeed, Corbin hadn't been hurt. He had anticipated William's arrow and grabbed it mid-flight, embedding it harmlessly in his hair and then smearing pig blood on his face to create the illusion of injury. The confusion allowed everyone to believe Corbin was wounded. Corbin chuckled at Jalen's comment. "So be it. To defeat the rebels, faking my death is nothing compared to the real sacrifice of dying in battle." He turned to Adiel, "Old Pei, we've worked together for years. Now it's your turn. Pretend not to announce my death and continue besieging Wagong. Meanwhile, Emmanuel will defect to Wagong, leading troops to surrender. You will retreat 50 miles and wait there." Adiel replied, "Understood. All right, old man, you can die now. Go away." "I'm not done yet," Corbin scolded, glancing at his longtime friend playfully. He then asked Jalen, "When will Commander Burrell's reinforcements arrive?" "They're advancing this way. We'll notify them after retreating 50 miles and rendezvous there." Corbin nodded. "Good. Now, I can die." Jalen stopped him. "Hold on. What else?" Corbin asked, puzzled. "Let the medic give you some makeup. With your rosy complexion, you don't look like a dead man. Apply some yellow liquid to your face." The medic applied a yellow fluid, making Corbin appear pale and jaundiced, as if he had lost a lot of blood. "There, that should do it. Jean Commander, look over there." As Corbin turned to follow Jalen's gaze, Jalen struck him on the neck. Corbin instantly fell unconscious without making a sound. "You!" Adiel exclaimed in shock, about to call out. Translation continues based on the provided context and narrative flow, ensuring coherence with the previous content while maintaining the paragraph structure and style. Chapter 174, Emmanuel revolts. Adiel thought Jalen was going to harm Barnabas. Just as he was about to call the generals outside, Jalen made a gesture for silence and stopped him. He then said, "I just knocked him unconscious. This way, when we face everyone in a bit, it will look more natural. If he were still conscious, being surrounded by everyone might cause him to reveal the truth. Unfortunately, there's no drug to make someone unconscious. Otherwise, I would have used it. I have it. Why didn't you ask me? Adiel replied with a disappointed look. This is the knockout powder my son gave me. He got it while traveling through the world and gave it to me, but I've never used it. Old General Zhang has suffered. Jalen looked at Barnabas apologetically, feeling regretful but knowing it couldn't be undone. Quickly get the other generals inside, but remember not to let them stay too long, or old General Zhang might wake up and things could get complicated. After they agreed on this, they looked at Ronnie, and Emmanuel said, Sure Sheen, it's time for you to take action. Ronnie was taken aback. No enemies came. Who do I hit? Everyone laughed. Emmanuel said, Not to fight, but to cry. Your voice is the loudest. When you cry, everyone outside will hear it. Ronnie finally understood. Crying? Sure, I can do. Honor the old general. The generals responded with varied comments. Emmanuel interrupted from the side. No, General Zhang treated us well. We cannot leave his body here. We need to give him a proper burial immediately. Let's retreat now, and take his remains back to his hometown. Adiel frowned. General Qin, I understand your feelings, but military affairs cannot be influenced by one person's death. We are winning. Why should we let the tiger return to the mountains? No, absolutely not. I won't let his remains stay here. Enraged, Adiel shouted. You have no say here. I am the commander of this army. My word is law. Disobey my orders, and you'll be executed as an example. Others quickly intervened, pulling them apart to prevent further conflict. Jalen interjected. The bigger picture is more important. Let's focus on the battle and not create internal strife. First, we should properly care for the old general's remains, and then we can discuss further plans. Absolutely, don't lose morale. Everyone agreed. They found a coffin and prepared Barnabas's body. Emmanuel left the tent angrily. Adiel instructed, don't let today's event spread. It could damage morale. Keep it quiet temporarily and continue besieging Wild Wolf Valley. Anyone who leaks information will be punished according to military law. The generals acknowledged his order and returned to their quarters. Jalen praised Adiel. Today's performance was excellent. Quickly bring the old general out. They hurriedly opened the coffin and lifted Barnabas out. The army doctor applied ointments, and Barnabas slowly regained consciousness, feeling intense pain in his neck. Confused, he touched his neck, not knowing what had happened. Jalen apologized. Old general, I apologize for any discomfort caused. He explained the entire situation. Upon mentioning the knockout powder, Barnabas nearly fainted again. Well, my old bones are still strong enough to endure. Did you manage the act without exposing our plan? Absolutely flawless. No one suspects anything. So, when will Emmanuel act? Tomorrow. We'll starve the rebels another day, so they have no strength to chase us. It's settled. The next evening, Emmanuel, drunk, demanded Adiel withdraw with Barnabas's remains to bury him first. Adiel refused. General Qin, this is a matter of national importance. One man's death shouldn't dictate our strategy. We've been besieging the rebels for days. Withdrawing now would confuse the troops. He continued, I know you feel strongly about General Zhang. Here, take some men and escort his remains back. Once we finish the battle, we'll regroup. The other generals also advised Emmanuel. Jalen stepped forward and said, This isn't the time for self-blame, General Pei. We must dispatch troops immediately to intercept Emmanuel before he rescues the others. Adiel responded, All right, Orlando, you must go after Emmanuel at once. Make sure he doesn't succeed. Orlando, his son and a valiant general, promptly gathered his men to pursue Emmanuel. Adiel thought for a moment and added, Emmanuel is a formidable warrior. Orlando might not be enough. Let's all chase after him together. Rodney Kanjun, gather your forces and prepare for retreat. If we can't stop Emmanuel, you'll immediately lead the army out of here. After issuing these orders, Adiel quickly set off with the other generals to pursue Emmanuel. Jalen remained behind to arrange the evacuation of the Sui troops. Janice and Enoch led the Wagong army into the Wolf Valley, where they faced numerous assaults but failed to ascend the mountain. The path up was narrow, making it difficult to launch effective attacks. Only one or two people could charge side by side, leaving others watching from behind. The Sui troops defended from the top, firing arrows or throwing logs and rocks, preventing the Wagong army from advancing. Enoch and the others grew increasingly anxious in the valley. With over 20,000 people seeking shelter from the rocks, they discussed strategies but had none beyond a direct assault. Having left without provisions and finding little food in the valley, the Wagong army resorted to killing their war horses. However, there weren't enough horses to feed everyone. They waited anxiously for aid from the outside Wagong army, but 2 days passed without any help. The men were famished, too weak to move. Just as they despaired, chaos erupted atop the mountain. Someone shouted, Listen up, we're here to save you. Come up quickly. Enoch perked up, looking at Janice and others. Britt warned, Be cautious, it could be a trap. Janice shook his head. What else can we do? I'll check ahead. You follow if it's safe. Janice charged towards the summit unimpeded. Upon reaching the top, he saw Sui soldiers, but wearing reversed uniforms. An Sui soldier called out, Don't worry, we've rebelled against the Sui. We're here to rescue you. Still bewildered, Janice saw Emmanuel emerge from the soldiers. Emmanuel said, Brother Sean, don't hesitate. I've already rebelled. Hurry and call your men up before more Sui troops arrive. Janice hurriedly called for his men as thousands of Sui troops began to approach. Emmanuel declared, Wait here. I'll hold them back. He then took nearly 1,000 men to block the Sui troops. By now, Enoch and others had reached the top, asking what happened. Janice replied, Emmanuel has rebelled and saved us. Emmanuel has rebelled? Is it true? Archer's eyes narrowed. He knew Emmanuel was brave and liked him, yet hesitated about his true allegiance. Is Emmanuel genuinely surrendering or feigning defection? Archer debated whether to kill him, but admired Emmanuel's valor. Moreover, Emmanuel didn't kneel to Enoch, but chose him, signifying loyalty. Deciding to accept Emmanuel, Archer jumped off his horse, pulled him up and laughed. Welcome, Shu Bao. I'm honored you've come. With you by my side, my ambitions are closer to realization. Emmanuel said, thank you, Lord me. I surrendered because Barnabas is gone and his successor, Adiel, disrespected him. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English and coherent storytelling. Hashtag chapter 176, meeting in the mountains. Archer was greatly shocked and asked, General Zhang is dead? Indeed, he was hit by an arrow and died from his wounds. Archer sighed, General's loyalty truly reaches the heavens. It deserves our respect. Although General Tom and I were enemies, I admired his character. I will set up a shrine on the mountain to honor him. Emmanuel immediately knelt down again and said, Abdur-Li's high righteousness moves me. Emmanuel is willing to serve you faithfully, with no regrets even unto death. Archer pulled him back up and said, Shu is I. There's no need for formality. This is what I should do. As they spoke, they returned to the Wagang stronghold. Archer ordered his men to set up a shrine for Tom and hold a memorial service. Then, in the grand hall, a grand feast was arranged to welcome Emmanuel, Enoch, and others, celebrating the safe return of over 20,000 people. During the banquet, Enoch said to Archer, Abdur-Li, we owe our return to Shu Azai. You must reward him well, or it would dishearten the brothers. Enoch was a straightforward man, quick to speak his mind without guile. Archer wanted to test Emmanuel's loyalty but felt uneasy hearing this. If he rewarded Emmanuel, Emmanuel might be grateful to Enoch. If not, it would alienate the people from him. Emmanuel quickly responded, this is inappropriate. I have just surrendered to Wagang and haven't established any merits yet. It's too early for rewards. Let me earn them first. Enoch retorted, Shu Azai, aren't you talking nonsense? Saving 20,000 soldiers isn't a merit? Even becoming the top leader is within reach with such an achievement. These words almost made Archer lose control. He thought to himself, Asterisk, do you still think you're the boss? Now I'm in charge. Asterisk him and Shan Xiongxuan. Thus, he readily accepted William's invitation. Shan Xiongxuan also came over to thank him for saving his life. After the feast, Archer arranged lodging for Emmanuel and convened a meeting with his trusted aides, including Fang Yinxiao, Xavier, and Bergen. Archer asked, what do you all think about Emmanuel's surrender? Fang Yinxiao spoke up, Abdur-Li, I suspect Emmanuel's sincerity. His reputation doesn't align with seeking refuge with us, but I lack concrete evidence. Xavier added, I believe Emmanuel genuinely surrendered. He was Tom's loyal general, and after Zhang's death and persecution by Adiel, he turned to us. Archer pondered silently. Bergen chimed in, we don't know if Tom is truly dead. The news came from Emmanuel. If Tom is indeed dead, Emmanuel's surrender seems genuine. Fang Yinxiao noted, our spies haven't reported Tom's death. Perhaps the Sui army kept it secret. Archer asked, where has the Sui army retreated to? Xavier replied, they retreated 40 miles and joined Jalen's forces in Wansong Slope. Jalen's troops have arrived? That's fast. Why haven't Ernesto and Xia Ingdong reported back? Archer frowned. Xavier explained, they have reported. The news of Jalen's arrival at Wansong Slope came from them. The leaders were the Zechariah. They didn't see Jalen. According to the Zechariah, Burl had personal matters to attend to and will return soon. They're infiltrating Burl's camp. Archer nodded. Tell them to keep gathering information. If they can't see Jalen, stay there and relay updates, especially about Tom's death. Bergen assured, I've already sent word. Satisfied, Archer appreciated his aide's foresight. How shall we handle Emmanuel? Archer responded, let's monitor him discreetly. Without real power, he can't interfere with core operations. Bergen added, Abdur-Li, we've contacted the Turks, and they support our rebellion against the Sui. They're willing to provide war horses. Excellent, Archer exclaimed, standing up excitedly. With horses, we can establish cavalry. Our dream of conquering the world is closer. But transporting horses from the Turks is tricky. Jizhou used to be chaotic, allowing secret shipments. Now, under Jalen's command, it's stable, making large-scale smuggling difficult. Jalen, always Jalen. Archer gritted his teeth, feeling vexed. Hashtag chapter 177, the Wind and Cloud Tower. Although mentioning Jalen gave Archer a headache, he currently had no effective way to deal with him. After some thought, he said, let's put this matter on hold for now. Alternatively, we can gradually transport our war horses piecemeal. I'm still waiting for someone who can easily assassinate Jalen once he arrives. After Jalen is dead, we can take advantage of the chaos to seize control of the 10 commanderies of Ji province. Then, the transportation of our war horses will be unimpeded, making it easy to contend for supremacy in the land. Unfortunately, Jalen occupies these 10 commanderies without aligning himself with the situation, opposing the Sui Dynasty. If he wanted to oppose the Sui Dynasty, it would be much easier for him than us. Braden and Xavier both praised Archer's strategic acumen. However, Saul felt disdain in his heart. He believed this plan was nothing but nonsense, relying on an assassin whose existence was dubious. Even if Jalen were assassinated, could they really control the 10 commanderies? It was all rubbish. Archer had grand ambitions but lacked talent. He was merely a talker. He should have left him earlier. Though Saul harbored thoughts of betrayal, he did not show it on his face. Emmanuel had been cautious since arriving at Wagong Fort. He knew someone was monitoring him, so he rarely moved around, staying in his room except for necessary activities and avoiding social interactions. Archer sent many spies to monitor the movements of the Sui army. They reported that after the Sui forces met up with Jalen's troops at Wansong Slope, a coffin was secretly transported out of camp and sent to Qi Commandery. Now, the leader of the Sui army was Adiel, while Willie had not been seen for a long time. The Sui camp avoided discussing this, as did everyone else. However, Ronnie, a trusted subordinate of Willie, appeared dispirited, often drinking and crying loudly afterward. This indicated that Willie had likely died. The Sui army showed no intention of attacking or retreating, seemingly awaiting Evan Hurley's orders. The news reached Wagong Fort, causing jubilation despite the lack of concrete evidence. All signs suggested Willie was dead. Removing such a formidable enemy naturally delighted Wagong Fort, and it also ruled out Emmanuel's possible deception. They celebrated for 3 days and nights, lifting the surveillance on Emmanuel. Archer greatly admired Emmanuel's bravery. Having gained such a capable general made him extremely happy. Moreover, Emmanuel aligned more closely with him than with Enoch, which pleased Archer even more. He entertained Emmanuel day and night, treating him as a close confidant. Emmanuel interacted with other generals like William and Hiram, often honing martial skills and discussing military strategies. However, knowing these generals were at odds with Archer, he always reported their conversations to Archer, who found this very satisfying. Archer told Emmanuel not to be so deliberate, saying he didn't need to report unless something significant happened. Frequent reporting might not be good if others found out. Emmanuel nodded and understood, thus ceasing to report when interacting with Hiram and others. A month passed, and the Sui army remained idle, neither advancing nor retreating. Wagong Fort grew accustomed to this neighboring force. Without certainty of victory, Archer refrained from attacking the Sui army. Both sides continued to stalemate. Archer announced to Braden and others that the assassin had arrived in Ji province but hadn't found Jalen yet. He expected the assassin to find Jalen soon and assassinate him. Braden and the others waited hopefully for this day, though Jalen seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving everyone puzzled about his whereabouts. One day, after practicing martial arts with Hiram and others, Emmanuel was about to return to his room. William called out to him, "Brother Qin, you haven't gone down the mountain since arriving here. Let me take you down today. We'll go to town and have a drink." Hiram added, "Sure, Ji is right. It's been a while since we've been down the mountain. We should relax there." "All right, let's follow your advice. Where shall we go?" William replied, "There's Jianrong city below the mountain, bustling with people and merchants. Abdurance the Wagong army protects the citizens and doesn't disturb them. It remains peaceful. We'll go there. And apparently there's a new tavern called Wind and Cloud Tower. It has a kind of printed newspaper that records recent events. There's also a rumor that you can get any information as long as you have money. Let's check it out." "There's such a place? Sounds interesting. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Let's go quickly," Hiram eagerly chimed in. Thus, Emmanuel, William, Hiram, and Janice left Wagong Fort for Jianrong City. Jianrong City was 20 miles from Wagong Fort. Protected by Wagong Fort, it was free from bandits and the Sui army. Its residents lived comfortably, especially due to its strategic location where water and land routes converged, attracting many travelers. Information flowed freely here, and one could find answers to almost anything. The Wind and Cloud Tower was a newly opened tavern. It featured well-trained courtesans who were beautiful, skilled dancers and singers, captivating guests. More importantly, it published a newspaper, showcasing current events and sensational stories, drawing people from all walks of life. Rumors claimed the owner, Lady Kim, was exceptionally beautiful but had only appeared once. Many visitors hoped to catch a glimpse of her, though none succeeded. This mystery only increased interest, driving more people to try their luck. When Emmanuel and the others arrived, the tavern was already crowded. A waiter greeted them, "Welcome, gentlemen. Do you know anyone here?" Hiram replied, "No, just give us a quiet room undisturbed by others." They headed inside. The waiter led them, "Sure thing. Follow me to Ethereal Mist Room." The name sounded elegant. As they walked in, they encountered a young man dressed in black, revealing a muscular physique. He had striking features. Jalen had known that Liam and Ulysses had come to join him, but he secretly laughed as he knew they intended to fake their defection. Furthermore, Liam seemed to have plans beyond false surrender, intending to assassinate him, while Ulysses likely harbored no such intentions. Nevertheless, Jalen decided to temporarily avoid meeting these two, letting them wait and instructed Alberic to treat them hospitably, even revealing some non-critical information if necessary. He himself stayed hidden in Adiel's camp, spending days drinking and discussing military tactics and global events with Barnabas, who had become a devoted admirer of Jalen. Though Barnabas was experienced and well-traveled, Jalen's modern knowledge was incomparably broad and advanced. Listening to Jalen's explanations on current affairs every day, Barnabas admired him deeply. If Jalen were to propose a rebellion, the old general might seriously consider joining him. Upon receiving Emmanuel's message today, Jalen came straight to Rodneyun Tower to meet William and the others. Although William and the rest did not recognize Jalen, they were captivated by his demeanor. Hiram couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, he is a true hero." Once inside the ethereal misty surroundings, William frowned and said, "Brothers, don't you find this person strange? I feel like I've seen him before somewhere, but can't quite place it. What year it is tonight? I wish to return home but fear the Jade Towers, where coldness cannot be endured. Dancing amidst shadows, how unlike being here below. Circling red pavilions, lowering embroidered windows, shining on those who cannot sleep. Why does it always seem full when we part ways? Men have joys and sorrows, just as the moon has its phases, something hard to perfect. May we live long and share the beauty of the full moon." The words expressed worldly imperfections, yet conveyed profound reflections on life without despair. Although William and the others were not scholars, they all felt a surge of emotion upon reading these lines. Who wrote this tune? It resonates so deeply, evoking a sense of empathy. Even as a warrior, I am moved, Hiram sighed. Seeing the screen's text and the women behind the gauze, they felt a universal resonance, a shared understanding of life. Emmanuel said, "I hope the realm can end the chaos soon, reunite under one rule, and let the common folk live peaceful lives." William, the youngest, shared the sentiment. Gazing at the curtain, he remarked, "Everyone wants to live a good life. Unfortunately, with the struggle for dominance in Central Plains, it's unclear who will emerge victorious." Emmanuel replied, "Why doubt Magi, Archer? Doesn't he have the means to conquer the realm? With his high prestige and popular support, uniting the realm should be straightforward. Once he succeeds, he'll surely bring prosperity to the people. Stanley scoffed. Do you think Archer can unify the realm? Why not? Emmanuel asked, playing along. How can someone like him rule the realm? He appears noble, but is actually petty. Despite his outward magnanimity, he's jealous and intolerant of others excelling him. He'll eventually be eliminated. Stanley said bitterly. Emmanuel hastily waved his hand. Qiong brother, do not say such things aloud. If someone hears and reports to Archer, it could bring trouble. Hiram reassured him. Relax, brother. We are among friends here. Our conversation won't spread. Honestly, if not for our martial prowess, he would have removed us long ago. Startled, Emmanuel pretended to be alarmed. What happened exactly? Can you tell me? William sighed. Qin brother. Archer and Enoch pretend to be allies, but their hearts are divided. Archer fears Enoch's potential to reclaim power, so he constantly watches him. Chapter 179. Newspaper. William pounded the table forcefully and continued. Archer closely monitors Winston's actions. If he interacts with his old subordinates, Archer is informed. The three of us have been especially targeted by him. He has deprived us of our command and left us idle. Had it not been for the Sui army's invasion, we might have already been harmed. Emmanuel stood up agitatedly. There's actually such a thing? It seems I've chosen the wrong side this time. I shouldn't have joined Wagong Fort. Just like how there are phases to the moon, nothing is perfect. This saying holds true. I didn't expect Archer to be this kind of person. Hiram held him back and said, Brother, don't get so worked up. We're just sharing our situation. You're not one of the older members on the mountain, having only just arrived here as someone Archer wants to recruit. He wouldn't do anything to you. Still, that's no good. Brothers, we should stand tall and strive to achieve great deeds and benefit the people. Strive for historical fame. If Archer is this kind of person, why protect him? Why not join others instead? Janice remarked, saying it is easy, but doing it is hard. Chief Bandit Leader Enoch has treated us well. We can't bear to leave him behind. Although Chief Bandit Leader Enoch isn't suited for big accomplishments, his broad-mindedness and kindness make him someone who helps anyone in need. How could we abandon him? Left alone, he would sooner or later become Archer's victim. Hiram added, moreover, it's not easy to find heroes who can save the world. If such a person existed, we would have already taken Enoch to join them. We wouldn't have waited until now. Emmanuel sighed. Had I known this beforehand, why did I come to Wagong Fort at all? I thought Wagong could accomplish great things, but it turns out to be full of infighting and disunity. His words made Hiram, William, and Janice lower their heads in silence. Behind the curtain, the dancer was still gracefully dancing, her movements beautiful, but none of them had any heart to watch. After a while, William said, Brothers, staying in Wagong Fort is not wise. Sooner or later, Archer will act against us. Let's start thinking about a way out. Hiram shook his head. What you say is all nonsense. If there were an escape route, who would stay here? Emmanuel looked at the expressions on their faces, then pondered and said, Actually, I know of a potential retreat, but I'm unsure if you're willing to go. Janice asked eagerly, Where? Tell us quickly. Hiram and William also turned to Emmanuel. Emmanuel calmly replied, Jizhou's Jalen. Hiram became furious. Brother, are you joking? Jalen is part of the Sui court and is attacking Wagong Fort. How can we join him? Are you pretending to defect and luring us into surrendering to the Sui dynasty? Janice added, Impossible. I will never surrender to the Sui, nor become a hound for this fractured dynasty. Only William remained silent. Hiram nudged him. Old Sue, speak up. Do you want to join Jalen? William nodded. Yes, I do have this thought. You. Hiram's eyes widened as if ready to flare up. William gestured for him to calm down. Old Burg, don't get angry. Let me finish. I won't join Jalen now. But if Jalen rebels against the Sui, I will definitely join him. Why? Jalen is merely a Sui general. Why do both of you hold him in such high regard? Hiram asked, still confused. William explained, Jalen comes from humble origins, without background or patronage, relying solely on his military achievements to rise through the ranks. With multiple battle victories and Hurley's favor, he became Jizhou's governor. These things I know, but what's so remarkable? At most, he's a warrior like us, Hiram remarked. William shook his head. If you understood his policies in Jizhou, you'd see it differently. His policies are unprecedented and far ahead of our time. They truly consider the people's welfare and set precedents for societal improvement. Under him, the people live comfortably and in peace. If his policies were implemented across the entire Sui dynasty, no one would rebel. Unfortunately, the court is controlled by aristocratic families who, for their own benefits, will never allow such policies to be implemented nationwide. Hence, Jalen's policies can only be applied in Jizhou. Really? That impressive? Hiram's tone softened. Certainly, I've only heard stories. Seeing it firsthand would offer more insight. So I say, if he revolts, I will definitely join him because he genuinely cares for the common people. Emmanuel nodded. I've also heard. This is why I wish to join him. Hiram gritted his teeth. Why don't we secretly visit Jizhou to see for ourselves? Janice countered. Forget it. Deserting without permission is punishable by death, and Archer has been looking for a reason to strike against us. So what do we do? Can't rely solely on hearsay. Hiram spread his hands helplessly. William responded, Don't worry, brother. That's partly why I brought you here. I heard there's a newspaper that provides news from around the country. It might contain relevant information. Really? Fetch one over quickly, Hiram exclaimed. An impatient man, he immediately beckoned a waiter to bring over the newspapers. Soon enough, the waiter came over with a stack of newspapers. Guests, this is the latest issue? They inspected it. Unlike handwritten copies, these newspapers were printed using an unknown method, making the text clear even when wet. They marveled at this ingenuity. The newspaper detailed events across the Sui territories, including the Ebens movements and details of various rebellions. It evaluated each insurgent group thoroughly. Regarding Wagong Fort, it read, Archer and Enoch are tigers of this area, who wouldn't comply if they saw the support from so many civilians. With so many people backing him, why fear the aristocrats? Hiram said dismissively. William shook his head. Old Burg, you're oversimplifying it. While the common folk do support him, they don't hold any power. Most power lies in the hands of the aristocracy. If they oppose it, the new policies won't be implemented. Look around, except for the 10 prefectures of Ji province, nowhere else has implemented the new policies because the aristocrats disagree. Jialen can only implement these because he's the governor-general of Ji province, and his policies haven't truly touched on the interests of the noble families yet. Once something goes wrong with Jalen's plan, his policies will come to an end, and it will be the commoners who suffer. Hiram slapped his forehead. Damn it, why should we care about this? We aren't his subordinates. We should focus on our lives. William replied, a true man cannot stabilize a nation or safeguard its peace and call himself a hero. If Jalen rebels against the Sui Dynasty, I would be the first to join him, helping him overcome the obstacles set by the aristocracy. As they continued reading, they found numerous legendary accounts mostly revolving around Jalen. Here, Jalen was portrayed entirely detached from ordinary human life, described as possessing extraordinary powers, some even calling him a celestial being or the incarnation of a Taoist sage, destined to save the world. With 3 heads, 6 arms, standing 3 zhang tall, able to summon wind and rain, transform beings into soldiers, and perform how much more this? Hiram's eyes flickered. Considering this, I think about joining Jalen, or perhaps we could impersonate him, forcing a rebellion. All eyes turned sharply towards him, making him shift uncomfortably. Did I say something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Emmanuel responded, brother, do you want to help Jalen, or harm him? His loyalty to the Sui Dynasty and the timing dictate whether he revolts. By urging premature rebellion, you could jeopardize his plans. Should you harm him, who would ensure his reforms survive, and whom would we follow then? Hiram scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. I just threw it out there. Don't take it seriously. William said, let's observe the situation at Wagon Fort without doing anything rash. I came here partly to gather information on Jalen. Cole can't find him. I suspect he's already here but keeping a low profile. Whom do we ask? This place, Rodneyun Tower, claims to know everything under heaven. To miss this would be a self-inflicted humiliation. Let's summon the attendant and inquire. They called over the attendant. William asked, attendant, how do we purchase information here? The attendant grinned. Gentlemen, this matter is handled by our shopkeeper. I'll fetch him. Shortly, the attendant returned with Jalen. Seeing him, William and the others paused, recognizing him as the shopkeeper they met earlier. Jalen greeted with clasped hands. Heroes, do you wish to buy information? Standing up, William asked, you're the shopkeeper? May I ask your esteemed name? Jalen laughed. Honorable guests, I'm just a Sui Dynasty, a minor figure. Not really a shopkeeper, just managing this tower for a friend. A Sui Dynasty? That's an interesting name, William thought, knowing it must be an alias but respecting Jalen's privacy. Hiram asked, a Sui Dynasty, how does one buy information here? Jalen explained, over there, you'll see message boards where you can post what you seek along with the reward you're willing to offer. If someone knows what you seek and agrees to the reward, they will contact you. Once you receive the information, you pay the reward. Hashtag chapter 181. Persuasion. After hearing this, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. It turned out that the information wasn't provided by Rodneyun Tower but only discovered by chance, which was no different from trying to find a needle in a river. Jalen saw the disappointment on their faces and continued. Please don't lose heart, ladies and gentlemen. Rodneyun Tower has branches everywhere, and we will spread your message far and wide. Naturally, someone will pass you the information. If you don't wish for others to know your identity, you can also commission us at Rodneyun Tower to post an anonymous message in our name. We will keep it confidential and dispatch personnel to gather information. We'll notify you immediately. Jalen is currently a prominent figure. Our newspapers are almost filled with news about him, and many people are looking for him. So the price is higher. To get this information, you need to pay 10,000 taels of silver. Please understand. However, seeing as you are not ordinary individuals, and being someone who likes making friends, if you leave your names, I can provide this information to you for free. Emmanuel and the others exchanged glances. 10,000 taels for one piece of information was indeed very expensive. William said, Abdur, no wonder your business is thriving. You conduct your business like this? What do you mean, hero? There are so many people looking for Jalen. Surely you have been monitoring his movements constantly, even down to his bathroom visits. Then you sell this information to multiple people, collecting fees for a single task. Isn't this a way for you to profit? Jalen laughed and replied, you're very clever. We do monitor his every move, but what does this have to do with you? If you're willing to pay, we will sell you the information. If not, we won't force you. This is a mutual agreement. True, meaning if we give you our names, we can get the information immediately? Indeed. As long as you pay or tell me your names, you will know where Jalen is. William glanced at the others. Hiram, being impatient, said, what's there to fear? Tell him. Listen carefully, Mr. Informant. We are leaders of the Wagong Fort, the grain from Luako Granary. Heroes, I have some rudimentary knowledge of physiognomy. Looking at you all, you are facing great misfortune recently, so be cautious in everything you do. What? Janice narrowed his eyes. Are you cursing us? Jalen sighed. How dare I? This is merely a logical deduction, not some divination. Wagong Fort wants to grow stronger by seizing Ingyang and Luako Granary. Now that the Sui army hasn't attacked yet, your Lord Maloon will surely seize this opportunity. And knowing that Jalen is in Ingyang, you will certainly try to stop him. However, Lord Archer might not believe you and may see this as a chance to strike at you, causing you trouble, though it might not end in death, you'll certainly suffer. Hearing this, William and the others were astonished. This informant was indeed insightful, thoroughly understanding the internal affairs of Wagong Fort. No wonder Rodneyun Tower had such a reputation. It had real skills. William clasped his fists together and thanked him. Thank you for your warning, brother Azai. We will be careful. Jalen nodded and said, Hero Su, I can confidently tell you that in the future, you will all join Qiuran, serving under him to achieve great accomplishments and establish illustrious achievements. Is this true? William and the others were stunned. This is a genuine prediction. If it doesn't come true, you can chop off my head. Moreover, only by following him can you achieve lasting fame. Chapter 182, Fulfillment. Qiuran's intention in saying these words was to disrupt their minds, planting his image in their hearts and creating anticipation for his appearance. William said, "Shopkeeper as I, don't speak recklessly. If your words don't come true, we really will kill you." Qiuran spread his hands and replied, "Believe or not, it's up to you. I don't mind." After sowing the seed, he would wait for it to take root and grow. When it became a towering tree, it would be time for the harvest. William and a few others chatted with Qiuran for a while and were impressed by his knowledge. Qiuran spoke eloquently about major events around the world, discussing heroes with sharp insights. He talked freely about politics, offering solutions to societal problems. William and the others listened entranced. Even William, who had the highest understanding among them, admired Qiuran greatly, believing him to be a hermit sage. After talking for a long time, Qiuran bid farewell. Hiram sighed. He is truly a master, keeping his abilities hidden. If he wanted to compete for power, it would be as easy as turning over one's hand. Stanley also said, "Indeed. Listening to him has broadened my horizons. I feel he is even more formidable than the legendary Qiuran. After all, what we know about Qiuran are just tales, but this man's knowledge is genuine." Only William remained silent, frowning deeply as if deep in thought. He watched the direction Qiuran left in, seemingly lost in thought. Hiram asked, "Old Sue, what are you thinking about?" William smiled and said, "Nothing much, just recalled something funny. Let's go. What we came here to do is done." As they were leaving, two people, one man and one woman, entered from outside. The man was composed, and the woman was beautiful. They brushed past each other. Emmanuel felt an elusive aura of killing intent from the man and couldn't help but look at him more closely. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a square face, large ears, red cheeks, thick eyebrows, and a vertical line between his eyebrows like a third eye. Seemingly sensing Emmanuel's gaze, the man turned his sharp eyes towards him, as if he could see through him. But he quickly softened his gaze, smiling and nodding at Emmanuel. Emmanuel nodded back, and they passed each other. Upon returning to Wagon Fort, Emmanuel and the others met Fang Yanqiao. He asked, "Where have you been? Lord Me is looking for you and has been waiting for quite some time. Follow me quickly." They followed Fang Yanqiao to the gathering hall. All the leaders of Wagon Fort were present. Seeing them enter, Archer scowled and said, "Where have you been? Don't you understand the urgency of our situation?" Before William could respond, Enoch defended them. "Lord Me, please don't be angry. They must have gone down the mountain to gather intelligence." Archer changed his expression, saying, "Big brother, you're too lenient on them. Rules must be followed. How can they lead troops if they are so lax?" Still, he didn't pursue the matter further, letting the men sit down as a gesture of respect to Enoch. Enoch sat down proudly, pleased with himself. Archer looked at the assembled leaders and said, "I've called everyone here to discuss our future plans. Although the Sui army hasn't attacked yet, they control Wansong Slope and seem to be preparing to drag us into a prolonged standoff. What should we do?" Enoch responded, "Lord Me, this isn't difficult. We have tens of thousands of troops on the mountain. Why should we fear their few thousand? Let's charge at them and solve this problem once and for all." Archer shook his head. "Big brother, you're oversimplifying it. I'm not afraid of these 20,000 soldiers, but rather what lies behind them. They might be luring us into a trap. So what should we do? We can't fight, but should we just wait it out?" Enos, whose wounds had healed, stood up and said, "Big brother, war is inevitable, but the key is how and where to fight. We can't let the Sui army dictate our moves." Fang Yanqiao echoed, "That's right, General Zhu. It's a matter of strategy." Their coordinated dialogue suggested that Archer had already discussed this with them. William and the others remained silent, watching the performance unfold. Seeing no response, Archer continued, "You two make good points. We need to look beyond these 20,000 Sui soldiers. Let's focus on Burljiang." When Archer mentioned Burljiang, William and the others were startled. They had heard that Qiuran was preparing there. Could he really foresee the future, or was he simply predicting enemy moves accurately? Archer, oblivious to their thoughts, went on, "Burljiang is strategically vital, controlling both north and south, and being the intersection of the Grand Canal. With the large granary at Luokou, capturing Burljiang would bring significant growth for us. First, we can break free from Sui control, expand our territory, and force the Sui army to follow our movements. Second, we can recruit new troops and strengthen our forces. Third, we can threaten Luoyang, potentially capturing it and dominating Central Plains." Archer laid out his strategic vision confidently. However, William and the others grew increasingly alarmed. Everything Archer mentioned fell within Azai Tink's predictions, which Azai had analyzed thoroughly. Essentially, Archer's plan was anticipated by Azai Tink. If Azai Tink were leading the Sui army, they would already be setting a trap in Burljiang. And given that Qiuran was already preparing there, did he foresee the movements of Wagon Fort? Archer continued to expound proudly on his plan, clearly satisfied with his strategy, believing the Sui army wouldn't expect it. Hiram, with his temper, cared deeply for Wagon Fort's troops and couldn't bear to see them suffer a defeat in Burljiang. Standing up, he said, "Lord Me, this cannot be done." Interrupting Archer's excitement, Hiram drew a stern glance from Archer, who asked, "Why not? Give me a reason." Hiram explained, "Qiuran is already in Burljiang, setting up a trap for us." He recounted in detail his trip down the mountain with William and Stanley to Rodneyun Tower. The audience fell silent, all eyes on Archer. Archer's face turned pale, then flushed red, his expression changing rapidly. He indeed feared Qiuran but also harbored hatred toward him. Hearing the news, fear overshadowed everything else in his heart. Chapter 183, One Man, One Woman. After a long while, he finally caught his breath and asked, "Hiram, Is the source of this information reliable? Have you verified it? Of course not. Can what the keeper of Fengyan Tower say be false? Stanley also said, Fengyan Tower boasts of knowing all the news in the world. Could they spread fake news? Chai Frisco had mentioned Fengyan Tower long ago and was very familiar with its modus operandi, so he asked, 50 strokes on their backs as punishment. Enoch did not intervene this time, and the guards dragged Hiram and Stanley away for punishment. William and Emmanuel remained silent, and Archer turned a blind eye to them. After punishing Hiram and Stanley, Archer said, if anyone spreads unverified news like this again, I will surely execute them to maintain morale. The plan to attack Yingyang remains unchanged. I don't believe the Sui army can predict that we'll march to Yingyang. William, Stanley, Hiram, you three shall atone by leading the vanguard in this attack on Yingyang. Fail, and I will not spare you. William and the other two reluctantly accepted the order but believed more in what Jalen had said. The wagon fort was treacherous ground, and staying too long would risk their lives. They planned to act opportunistically once they reached Yingyang. Enoch was pleased that Archer listened to him and appointed them as the vanguard. Emmanuel observed silently and realized that Archer already harbored murderous intent towards Enoch. A little provocation could ignite an internal conflict within Wagon Fort. Others had different views, but the cracks in Wagon Fort grew wider. It was clear that Archer had handled this matter hastily, perhaps due to the shadow Jalen left on his mind, making him overly sensitive about anything related to Jalen. After the discussion ended, William and the others immediately mustered troops and set out without delay. After they left, Archer left Keith a message first. We want to know where Jalen is. Jalen's heart stirred. They were looking for him, but who were these people, and why seek him? His face remained calm as he smiled. Ah, him. Jalen is quite popular lately. Many people are looking for him, so the price is higher. 10,000 taels of silver, or reveal your identity for free information. The woman pulled out a jade plaque from her bosom and handed it to him. Is this jade worth 10,000 taels? Jalen received it, feeling its warmth. He examined it closely, noticing clear dragon-like patterns inside, almost alive and moving. Excellent jade indeed, worth 10,000 taels. Do you intend to exchange it for information? Yes. Is it possible? Absolutely. Honestly, this jade might fetch 20 or 30,000 taels if sold. Why reveal your identity when such a valuable item can suffice? The woman smiled charmingly. Why do you want to know our identity? Knowing it means free information. What use do you have for others' identities? Jalen pulled out a booklet and flipped through it. Look at these people searching for Jalen. Once we know their identities, we can create more legendary stories. Legends about Jalen sell well, bringing more silver. Thus, your identity is worth more than 10,000 taels. The couple stared in disbelief. Hashtag chapter 184, the midnight flight of Hongfu. The man said, you really know how to do business. Jalen smiled and replied, we have no choice but to earn a living this way. Imagine if we wrote a legendary tale about the 13 monks of Shaolin seeking revenge on Jalen. Wouldn't that attract many people to buy our legends? Jalen pointed at the names of the 13 monks recorded in the booklet. The man shook his head and said, Abdurster, tell him our names. I want to see what kind of story he can come up with for us. The woman gazed affectionately at him and said, all right, I hope he can craft a perfect story. She then turned to Jalen and continued, shopkeeper, this is my husband, Farron, and I'm Elspeth, also known as Hongfu Nu. Jalen was genuinely surprised this time. He hadn't expected to encounter Farron here. He had long wanted to find Farron because having Farron's support could make half of his ambitions achievable. However, Farron's reputation was still obscure, and he was only holding a minor post in Chang'an, wasting away his years. Although there were many legends about Farron in the martial world, he had yet to achieve anything significant in terms of accomplishments. His elder brother-in-arms, Igor, had once associated with Farron and roamed the rivers and lakes with him. But Jalen didn't understand why Farron was here now, so he did not reveal his identity. Indeed, it is the three heroes of the dust world. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier, he hurriedly bowed. Farron chuckled self-deprecatingly. My name seems to have spread far and wide. Too bad. He left his words hanging. Hongfu Nu, understanding his thoughts, comforted him. Brother, don't lose heart. Your day will come. Can you now tell us where Jalen is? Farron asked. Yes, Jalen replied. Jalen is currently in Xingyang, but he is well hidden and changes locations frequently, so we are unsure of his exact whereabouts. Xingyang. Farron frowned slightly, deep in thought. After a moment, he relaxed and said, thank you for the information. Hongfu Nu asked, brother, do you know where he might be? Farron nodded and explained. Now that Jalen is leading troops to suppress the Wagon Fortress, but is not among them, he must have predicted that Wagon would attack Xingyang to seize Luoco Warehouse. He has likely gone there ahead of time to prepare. There are several strategic points in Xingyang. If we go there, we should be able to find him. That's wonderful. This time, brother will surely achieve your dream, Hongfu Nu said excitedly. I hope so, Farron nodded. Jalen thought to himself, indeed, worthy of being called a military deity. Just hearing news of me, he can deduce what I'm doing and where I'll appear. But why does he seek me? Could it be to join forces? Hongfu Nu, who was in her 30s but looked like she was in her early 20s due to her youthful appearance, was lively and loved excitement. With her concerns resolved, she was very happy. She turned to Jalen and said, shopkeeper, why don't you write a legendary story about brother and me? If you do, this jade plaque is yours. Jalen examined the jade plaque and replied, all right, but my story might offend you, so please forgive me. That's fine. Go ahead and write whatever you like. Jalen smiled and retold the legend of Igor, with slight modifications. He omitted Claude of Sui, Igor's meeting with Quentin, and Farron's eventual title as Duke of Wei. He focused on the tale of Hongfu fleeing to Farron at night. He vividly narrated Gay's arrogance, Farron's talent, Hongfu's keen judgment, and Igor's magnanimity. Finally, he concluded with Farron becoming a celebrated military hero revered by future generations. Hongfu Nu listened, entranced, and did not feel offended when Jalen mentioned her being a songstress. Upon finishing the story, she sighed, What a beautiful story. It has such a wonderful ending. If Brother Jing could truly become a military deity, that would be amazing. Farron laughed. It's just a legend. Given my circumstances, how could that happen? Besides, I've already passed 40 and seen it all. Roaming with you is enough for me. Jalen said, great heroes serve their country and its people. Though I'm telling a story, I hope you too will consider joining the world and becoming true heroes for the country and its people. Farron sighed. How easy is that? The court is corrupt. Rebellions break out everywhere, and Eben Hurley cannot control the situation. I wish to save the world, but I have no way to serve my country. Hong Fu Nu added, we came here upon the invitation of a friend, and Brother Jing is also evaluating someone. If he finds that person to be a true hero, he plans to join him and fulfill his dreams. Jalen felt a stir in his heart, thinking Farron might be here to evaluate and perhaps join him. He wanted to reveal his identity but decided to wait until they reached Xinjiang. Jalen chatted with him for a while longer. Hong Fu Nu handed him the jade plaque, asking him to transcribe the story and give it to her. Jalen promised, rest assured. I will print this story and ensure everyone knows about your tale. Hong Fu Nu blushed and lowered her head shyly but did not object to Jalen spreading their love story, clearly hoping it would endure forever. After a meal, Farron and Hong Fu Nu bid farewell and left. Jalen also left the Yunfeng Tower, heading to Xinjiang to prepare for the battle against the Wagon Army. In fact, over the past month, he and Willie had already planned how to deal with the Wagon Fortress. They secretly deployed troops to Xinjiang. At the Wansong Slope, only Alberic's 10,000 soldiers from Jizhou remained. Their task was to mislead Cole and Ulysses, making them believe Jalen and the main army were still at Wansong Slope. Jalen admired Ulysses and wished to recruit him but knew Cole was loyal to Archer, even willing to die for him. Therefore, he kept a distance to avoid ruining his plans. But now, preparations in Xinjiang were almost complete. It was time to unveil the truth. He secretly ordered Alberic to march towards Xinjiang, but not to tell Cole the real reason, only that they were changing posts. Archer, oblivious to these maneuvers, believed his strategy was wise. He led his troops toward Xinjiang. ####Chapter 185, William's Plan. Xinjiang is situated right between the Wagong Fort and Luoco Granary. If Wagong wants to seize control of Luoco, they must first capture Xinjiang. Otherwise, they risk being caught between Xinjiang and Luoco's combined forces, a perilous situation. This was also the reason why Archer wanted to attack Xinjiang. On another front, Jalen and Adiel's Sui troops stationed at Wansong Slope posed a significant threat to Wagong Fort. To divert the Sui army's attention, Archer needed to open a new front to reduce pressure on Wagong. In his view, as soon as he attacked Xinjiang, Jalen and Adiel would have no choice but to shift their troops. He is surely waiting for us in Xinjiang, and I believe we've already met him. Met him? Where? How do you know? Hiram asked, puzzled. The masked figure among the Sui forces a few days ago was likely him. Given his past relationship with Archer, he probably didn't want early recognition, hence the mask. That makes sense. Few generals in the Sui ranks could nearly end Enos in one move. Jalen fits that description. Janice nodded in agreement. William continued, moreover, we've dealt with him. The informant at Yunfeng Pavilion is Jalen. What? Earl Yaojin and Janice were shocked. Never had they suspected Azai Daotan to be Jalen. Not strange at all. Only Jalen would know Jalen's whereabouts. His discretion ensures no one else knows his movements when handling military matters in Xinjiang. Yunfeng Pavilion couldn't track him, yet Azai Daotan told us Jalen was in Xinjiang with absolute certainty. Who else could he be? And who else but Jalen would arrange for his stories to spread far and wide? Hiram regained composure. If what you say is true, that talented and insightful informant deserves admiration. Following Jalen indeed means a chance at establishing ourselves. Indeed, William agreed. He can accurately predict Archer's deployments, which isn't something just anyone can do. Seeing his actions, he will eventually lead a rebellion and dismember you all. Archer accelerated his advance with 100,000 Wagong troops towards Xinjiang. Jalen prepared in Xinjiang for William and company, knowing they'd betray Archer to join him. But after waiting, news came that William's 5,000 men had disappeared without a trace. Initially surprised, Jalen soon understood their intentions. Smiling, he thought, these guys want to show off. They underestimate my knowledge of their skills. Still, this saves me the trouble of arranging an ambush. They're ready, awaiting my bait to lure Archer into their trap. Fine, I'll play along. I'll serve as bait to draw Archer here. Let's see if their chosen side aligns with mine. Is William truly capable? Chapter 186, Past Events. After Jalen made up his mind, he deliberately relaxed the vigilance around a high temple, allowing William and others to set up an ambush here. He then personally led his troops to guard the first pass of Xinjiang, the Hulao Pass, to confront Archer's offensive. Archer personally led his army to the Hulao Pass. He appointed Enos as the commander of the vanguard, Xavier as the commander of the rearguard, Casper as the commander of the left wing, and Coleman as the commander of the right wing, with himself stationed in the center, leading generals like Emmanuel and Saul. Upon reaching the Hulao Pass, the Wagong army set up their encampments, and Archer led his forces to challenge at the front of the pass. Looking at the towering and majestic walls of the Hulao Pass, resembling a colossal beast, Archer said, in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the three heroes fought Innocent at the Hulao Pass, a tale that has been told for hundreds of years. Today, Innocent and the three heroes have long turned to dust. But today, the Hulao Pass is no longer guarded by Lord One. Today, our Wagong heroes will trample over the Hulao Pass, bringing down the rebellious Sui rule. Soldiers, follow me into Hulao. His passionate speech greatly uplifted the morale of the Wagong army, stirring their emotions to a fever pitch. The battle drums in the camp roared like thunder, shaking the sky. In contrast, the Hulao Pass remained unusually quiet. Apart from the Sui military flags fluttering on the city walls, there were almost no signs of the Sui troops or any sounds of movement. It seemed as if the Sui forces had abandoned resistance and fled. After the Wagong army shouted outside the gate without any response, Archer frowned. Had the Sui forces already retreated? He gave the order, attack. Just as the command was given, 3 cannon shots rang out from the Hulao Pass. The gates opened, and out rushed a contingent of about 3,000 Sui soldiers. At the forefront was a masked Sui general, but this time he wielded a cold iron spear and rode a blood-sweating steed. Seeing this attire, Archer felt a chill run down his spine. Only Jalen possessed such equipment, a blood sweat. Come closer, and I'll tell you. Even in his manic state, Archer did not dare approach the Sui general. If it was indeed Jalen, getting close would mean certain death. The Sui general appeared leisurely. Even if you could guess my identity, would you dare to confirm it? This was exactly what he wanted, to unsettle Archer's mind, making him lose his composure and ability to react logically. Had Archer known Jalen was in Yingyang while at Wagong village, he wouldn't dare attack. But facing Jalen on the battlefield now, all Archer could think of was revenge, not retreat. Who dares to capture the Sui general? A great reward awaits the one who captures or kills him, Archer shouted loudly. Great rewards breed brave men. As he spoke, someone shouted, I will capture him. From the Wagong army emerged Coleman on his warhorse. Coleman was a brave and skilled warrior, wielding a heavy iron saber with formidable strength. Though he was inferior to William and others, when they were absent, he saw this as his moment to shine. Especially since Archer had appointed him as the commander of the right wing, he felt deeply grateful and loyal. Hearing Archer's call, he immediately charged forward, engaging in combat with Jalen. Jalen didn't take him seriously but did not rush to fear being defeated by Jalen again. Suddenly, a humiliating odor reached his nose. The smell of feces. Countless projectiles of excrement rained down from the Hulao Pass, drenching the Wagong army. The shame of failure overwhelmed Archer once more, driving him into a frenzy. Attack! Attack! We must take the Hulao Pass and seize Yingyang. Any who speak of retreat shall be executed without mercy. His eyes red, his facial muscles contorted. He looked like a madman. Hashtag Chapter 187. Victory in the first battle. Memories flooded back, and past humiliations reappeared before him. Everything at Hulao Pass seemed like a replay of yesterday, vividly unfolding before Archer, causing him to lose his composure and judgment. He swore to breach Hulao Pass at all costs. No matter if the Sui general was Jalen or not, he vowed to tear him apart into pieces. Saul dared not say anything more and allowed Archer to go berserk. The Wagong army rushed towards Hulao Pass fearlessly, one after another. This time was different from the previous battle at Liyang. At Liyang, Archer's goal was to defend the city. Never did he imagine that Liyang would fall so quickly. Thus, no large-scale siege equipment was prepared, and time was tight. Now, attacking Xingyang, the Wagong army had come fully prepared. Abdur-Rage wagons, ramming carts, and cloud ladders were all well prepared. Cloud ladders, the Sui soldiers atop the wall hurled down rolling logs, rocks, firebombs, and various other incendiary devices. Some cut the hooks connecting the secondary ladders and pushed them away. Soon, thick smoke billowed under Hulao Pass, with fierce flames rising, and corpses falling from the ladders. Yet, the Wagong soldiers continued their relentless assault. The Sui soldiers poured lime powder, human excrement, and unconventional weapons from above, but the Wagong army remained undeterred. These well-trained soldiers were far superior to untrained farmers. Despite the seemingly impregnable defenses of Hulao Pass, the relentless effort of the Wagong army resulted in a breakthrough at dusk. They surged through the breach, attacking deeper into Hulao Pass. Jalen directed the Sui forces to resist while gradually retreating. He had never placed his main force here. Hulao Pass was merely the first strategic point in his plan to lure the enemy. Despite it being a feint, he played it convincingly, fighting bravely until it became clear resistance was futile, then abandoning the city. The Wagong army finally seized Hulao Pass at the cost of thousands of lives. Standing atop the walls of Hulao Pass, Archer laughed triumphantly, sweeping away his frustrations against Jalen. He felt as if nothing else mattered, having achieved this victory. With his newfound confidence, he looked down on everyone. Due to the late hour, the Wagong army settled in Hulao Pass for rest and did not continue their advance. Archer and his officers celebrated their initial success with great fanfare. At the banquet, Xavier toasted, Abdur-Li, you are truly a savior. You captured Hulao Pass effortlessly. Xingyang will follow suit, and we shall rule the world. Enos also remarked, indeed, though the Sui generals seem formidable, they still cannot match you, Abdur-Li. Moreover, he dares not reveal his name, undoubtedly a petty villain unworthy of mention. Feeling victorious, Archer's eyes narrowed into slits as he said, you needn't speculate. The Sui general defending the city is indeed Jalen of Ji Prefecture. Though he acted deceptively, he remains no match for me. Once, I underestimated him, leading to my defeat. Today, I have educated him thoroughly, avenging my grievances. From now on, he will never be my rival again. Moreover, with Briggs and Ulysses as moles, defeating him will be effortless. Long live Abdur-Li! Long live Abdur-Li! Long live His Majesty! Suddenly, someone shouted out an imperial toast. The room fell silent, with everyone exchanging uneasy glances. Archer was initially startled but quickly regained composure, saying, it's too early to celebrate just yet. Two unfamiliar men in their 20s, both dressed in white horses, silver spears, and red robes. Further back were Briggs and Ulysses, former leaders of Wagong. The five led thousands of Sui soldiers blocking their way. Chapter 188. Overconfidence. Ephraim thought to himself, what now? You've got an ambush here. Let's see how you deal with it. After Jalen withdrew from Hulao Pass yesterday, he encountered Alberic leading the troops of Ji Province. After the two armies merged, Liam and Ulysses finally met up with him. Liam knelt on the ground and said, Commander Burl, I have come to join you. Although Ulysses did not prostrate himself like Liam, he also kneeled on one knee. Jalen hurriedly pulled them up. Brothers, please get up. We are brothers who have shared life and death together. Why be so formal? Your coming is great, and following me will never let you down. I was away for business before and could not greet you properly. From now on, we will never part again. After joining forces, Jalen ordered a part of the Sui army to retreat to Xinjiang first, while he brought these few people and 5,000 Sui soldiers to this place for an ambush to surprise attack the Wagong army. Jalen shouted from the front line, "Archer, you dare to attack Xinjiang after being defeated by me? Today, encountering your commander, you shall not return alive." Archer laughed loudly. Easy. The formidable Sui general Jalen was finally defeated by him. If the masked Sui general at Hulao Pass wasn't Jalen, this time it had to be him. Without his mask, he was still no match for him. Enos and Casper came forward, saying, "Commander Li, you truly planned ahead. You knew Jalen would set an ambush here and caught him unprepared." Only then did Ephraim and others realize Archer had sent them to ambush beforehand, explaining why he didn't fear the Sui army's attack here. It was all pre-planned. Archer, delighted, said, "Thanks to Liam and Ulysses inside, Jalen's plans were leaked. With them within the Sui army, we are fully informed about their moves. What is there to fear?" Casper said, "Commander, since that's the case, let's launch an immediate attack on Xinjiang and annihilate them completely." Archer shook his head, "Not in haste. Let's advance slowly. We will leave time for them to prepare, wait for news from Liam, and then strike back accordingly. This way, we can be invincible." Ha ha ha. He laughed triumphantly. Chai Friskifi frowned, feeling something wrong. He worked in intelligence, knowing that Jalen wouldn't be so easily defeated. Having seemingly never lost a battle, he failed twice in a row against the Wagong army this time, which seemed illogical. Even with Liam and Ulysses as informants, Jalen would never have given them useful information easily. Getting this info was surprisingly simple. Chai Friskifi wanted to warn Archer, but seeing his smug face and remembering William's situation, he decided not to provoke Archer further, lest he take another beating for nothing. Others felt none of this, immersed in excitement over their smooth victory. The Wagong army advanced slowly and arrived under Xinjiang city before nightfall. They did not rush to attack, but set up camp to rest. Archer ordered strict vigilance to prevent a Sui army ambush and closely monitored Xinjiang's every move, instructing his men to report any news from Liam immediately. In the city, Jalen was raging in fury. He gathered his generals and had his personal guard surround them. "Seated," he roared, "this raid has failed, definitely because of a spy among us, informing Archer of our actions. All of you are veterans I trained, following me for years. I hope none of you is a spy. But since it happened, I have no choice. Starting now, I will investigate each one of you until I find the spy. Until then, all your actions will be watched and reported to me." The generals stared at each other, shouting curses at the traitor. Liam and Ulysses sat beside, not restrained. Being friends of Jalen and not yet officially part of the Sui army, they enjoyed special despite the soldiers' watchful eyes. Jalen kept Briggs and Ulysses, warmly entertaining them to make up for his recent neglect. At the banquet, Jalen revisited old times, talking about the desert, the ancient Lulan kingdom, trying to stir some sense of morality in these two men. After listening, Ulysses showed a nostalgic expression, reminiscing about the past. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. He wanted to tell Jalen about their true identities as undercover agents, but also thought of Briggs as a brother. He knew Briggs would never think they were wrong. Revealing the truth would betray another friend, something he couldn't do. So, he remained silent, quietly drinking wine instead. Briggs conversed freely with Jalen, recalling old memories, expressing a longing for the past days, wishing time could have stopped then. Yet, this was only talk. In his heart, there was only loyalty to Archer and ambitions for future territorial expansion. The three drank to satisfaction, at least outwardly. After the banquet, Briggs and Ulysses returned to their residence. Ulysses sighed, "Oda, Jalen treats us as real friends. Is what we're doing right? It feels like we're betraying him." Briggs patted his shoulder, saying, "Brother Xia, I know you are sentimental and value relationships, but now is not the time for feelings. Jalen is an enemy of our state. If we don't defeat him, Waganzai will never have peace. He is an obstacle to our progress. Remember, being merciful to an enemy is cruel to yourself. We must not be soft-hearted. But I still feel we shouldn't be undercover agents. If on the battlefield, using weapons, I have nothing to say because enemies are meant to kill each other. But what we're doing now." Ulysses didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. They were behaving dishonorably, actions deserving scorn. Briggs replied nonchalantly, "Brother Xia, we've been brothers for years, knowing each other well. Great achievements require flexibility. You can't afford sentimentality. If you really can't bear to do this, I won't force you. Just cover for me, and let me handle the rest." Ulysses nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I won't betray you. Let me walk around outside." With that, he left. It was already midnight, with pale moonlight filtering through clouds intermittently casting darkness over the earth. He arrived at the city wall, took out a jade flute, and played mournfully, reflecting sorrow for his homeland and confusion about the future. Gazing towards Jiangnan, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Amidst dim mountains and far waters, grass does not yet wither in autumn's Jiangnan. 24 bridges shine under the bright moon. Where does the jade person teach the flute? A voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Jalen approaching in black attire, the northern wind flapping loudly, feeding their families with surplus grain annually. This is enough. Ulysses had heard about his new policies and felt he could indeed do something for the common folk. Hearing Jalen's words, he couldn't resist replying, "Brother Burl, you are just the governor of Jizhou. You can only help your local citizens, but not the millions suffering beyond your reach. Who told you I can only act within Jizhou, not for the nation? You could rise higher with merit, gaining more land and helping more people. But ultimately, you remain under Eben Hurley's control, never becoming the ruler of the nation. What if I rebelled and overthrew the Sui Dynasty?" Jalen asked, looking directly at Ulysses. Chapter 190, Farron and Amaryllis. Ulysses was struck speechless by Jalen's words. He took a few steps back, saying, "Brother Burl, are you joking? You once told me you would never rebel. Times have changed. Back then, I had nothing, so rebellion wasn't an option. Now, the world is in chaos, with heroes rising everywhere and the common people suffering. Of course, I must stand up to end this turmoil and bring peace to the land. He pointed at Ulysses and said, Brother Xia, it's great that you've come to join me. We can fight side by side for the welfare of the people, achieve great things, and build a prosperous era. Brother Xia, I really need your help. That archer could be prepared and overconfident. Ulysses was utterly shocked. Jalen sighed, Brother Xia, you care only for the world and have no personal motives. But Ernestigwang is Archer's loyal confidant and won't betray him. So when you two surrendered, I knew it was fake. Ulysses finally understood. Everything he did was under someone else's control. He lowered his head in shame. Keep today's events secret, as if they never happened. I still need Ernestigwang to pass messages to Archer. I will use him well. Brother Burl, should I try to persuade him to surrender? Do you think that's possible? He's different from you. His ambitions make him unlikely to surrender. Ulysses fell silent, nodding slowly. When will you rebel? He asked. The time isn't right yet. We need more strength. Otherwise, our current forces aren't enough to challenge the heroes across the land. Without sufficient power, we'd be easy targets. Fine, I'll follow your lead. From now on, Xia will be your general, obedient and unwavering. Good brother, let's work together for the sake of the people, Jalen said happily. Inwardly, he thought how powerful such a noble cause was. These idealists often place their goals above fame and fortune. They stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. Although the night was dark, it seemed light was rising from the darkness, illuminating the earth. Clapping echoed behind them. Clap, clap, clap. Ulysses turned, startled. Jalen, however, remained calm and slowly turned around. From the shadows emerged a man and a woman, walking side by side with exceptional grace. Ulysses readied his sword, preparing to attack. Jalen stopped him, saying, Brother Xia, they're friends. He greeted them with a respectful salute. It's Brother Farron and Abdurster Amaryllis. Forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. Ulysses was surprised. He'd heard of these two famous members of the Wind Dust Trio. Amaryllis laughed. You have a sweet tongue, but you deceived us. Return the jade tablet. Did I ever deceive you, Abdurster? Jalen asked innocently. You're clearly Jalen, yet you claim to be Azai Tingwen and denied deceiving me. Jalen chuckled. Abdurster, I'm Azai Tingwen inside Rodnian Tower, and Jalen outside. As for the jade tablet, you gave it to me freely, in exchange for stories, not as payment for information. Tongue-tied trickster, Amaryllis chided, though she didn't seem serious about reclaiming the tablet. Jalen turned serious. Brotherly, what brings you both here? Farron said, someone commissioned us to take your life. The air tensed instantly, and Ulysses pulled out his sword, stepping in front of Jalen. Jalen remained composed. Brotherly, do you really intend to kill me? Seeing his Jalen was overjoyed. This was the military deity he had been yearning for day and night, yet hadn't found the time to seek out. Now that Farron had come to him, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip? Brotherly, what are you saying? I have been thinking about you day and night, longing to meet you, he said, gripping Farron's hand excitedly. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Jalen noticed the Aline eyeing him with a predatory look, so he quickly released Farron's hand and waved his hands defensively. Abdurster Red Dust, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. What do you mean by that? I don't understand, she asked, batting her eyes. You know what I mean, but it's not that kind of meaning. I mean my thirst for talent like you, Brotherly, who is a sage, a saint, an arhat, a Buddha. Jalen was at a loss for words for a moment. His words made Farron laugh, finding them amusing. The Aline stopped teasing him and said seriously, we have come to you hoping for great achievements. We hope you will not disappoint us. Abdurster, rest assured, I, Burl Mao, will surely work together with everyone to build a prosperous future. I will unify the land and ensure all people live happily. If I fail, feel free to kill me. I will have no complaints. Ulysses then approached to greet Farron. Farron remarked, so you are a descendant of the Xia family. No wonder you are so spread false information to let Archer know. Brother Farron should remain hidden until after we defeat Archer. Yes, Abdur. The three bowed and accepted the order. Though they were friends, hierarchy mattered. Jalen was now their leader, and they obeyed his commands without hesitation. Even in modern times, subordinates must respect their superiors and follow orders. Once Farron and the others left, Jalen gazed up at the sky. The clouds had dispersed, and the moon shone brightly amidst a canopy of glittering stars. Finally, he had his own renowned generals, Farron, William, Emmanuel, Hiram, Ronnie. Each one of them was like a star in the sky, illuminating the night. With these generals by his side, expanding territory and conquering the world seemed within reach. With ministers like Usher and Matt, along with advanced policies and technology far surpassing this era, could the conquest of the entire world still be a dream? Jalen couldn't help but smile. He now felt confident enough to vie for dominance in the Central Plains and contend with other powerful figures. However, he didn't let himself become overly confident. Having lived in modern times, he understood the importance of being cautious and strategic. Drawing too much attention too soon would invite attacks. For now, it was better to bide his time and gain advantages covertly. He recognized his current position clearly and knew it was the Wagong army to retreat repeatedly, unable to withstand the Sui assault. Taken aback, Archer decided not to hide his true strength. He dispatched his heavily armored cavalry, trained at great expense. These ironclad heavy cavalry were fully armored. Even the horses' legs were clad in armor, and the riders wore helmets exposing only their eyes. They wielded specially forged heavy weapons, and their horses were chained together, advancing and retreating as one unit. Archer had spent all the resources of Wagong village on this elite force, keeping them hidden as a trump card. Now, he had no choice but to deploy them for the first time. ##### Chapter 192. Refusal to accept defeat. Archer had expended all the resources of Wagongzai to create this elite force of 1,000 ironclad heavy cavalry, pinning his hopes on them as the cornerstone of his ambition to conquer the empire. These ironclad heavy cavalry were an overwhelming force against both lightly armored cavalry and infantry, their momentum unstoppable. This time, Archer was pushed to unleash his ultimate trump card. The appearance of the ironclad heavy cavalry did not disappoint. They immediately turned the tide of battle. The Sui army could not withstand them, unable to stop their advance whether by arrows or weapons. The Sui forces were forced to retreat repeatedly, losing the advantage they had just gained. Huaxia rallied its troops, following the ironclad heavy cavalry in launching a fierce assault on the Sui army. Though formidable, these heavy cavalry had obvious weaknesses. Clad in heavy armor and chained together at the legs, they moved much slower than ordinary light cavalry. Their maneuverability was severely restricted, turning around required a large circle, and this hindered their speed and agility. However, from Archer's perspective, this was not an issue. As long as he could push the Sui army back into Xinjiang city, Huaxia forces could commence a siege, just like they did with Hulao Pass, eventually capturing Xinjiang. Under Archer's command, the Huaxia forces pressed the attack, drawing further away from their base camp. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted from behind them. Two contingents of the Sui army emerged from either flank, breaking into Huaxia's main encampment. Leading these Sui forces were Rani and Orlando, two renowned generals. The two Tiger generals swiftly ordered their men to set fire to the Huaxia camp, burning the supplies, provisions, and tents to ashes. Upon discovering the destruction of his main camp, Archer immediately led the Huaxia troops to rescue it, clashing head-on with Rani and Orlando Sui forces. The leading ironclad heavy cavalry also tried to turn back to aid their beleaguered comrades. Even those who attempted to flee couldn't evade the massacre by the Sui forces. Seeing this, Archer almost fell off his horse. This was his painstaking creation, the foundation of his ambition to conquer the empire, now shattered by Jalen. He felt an intense pain in his heart. However, there was no time for sorrow. The Sui forces attacked like a tidal wave, and Rani and Orlando, having burned the main camp, joined the assault. Surrounded from both sides, Archer could no longer hold his ground and had to retreat 30 miles with what remained of his forces. After tallying the losses, Huaxia had lost over 20,000 men, leaving only 80,000 survivors. More importantly, he had lost his prized ironclad heavy cavalry, crafted at great cost. Abdurting dejectedly on the ground, his face pale, Archer said nothing. The generals gathered around him, none daring to console him. After an hour, Ray mustered the courage to speak up. Lord me, victory and defeat are common in war. Please do not grieve excessively. We must take care of our health. We still have a chance. Encouraged by him, others chimed in to console Archer. Xavier said, Lord me, our grain has been destroyed, but let's retreat to Huaxia and plan our next move. Archer's eyes turned bloodshot. He stood up, walked over to Xavier, slapped him twice, and kicked him to the ground. I am sworn to defeat Jalen. Anyone who dares suggest retreating will die, and repay them later once we control the granary. Kai Frisco Huo frowned, thinking to himself, if Huaxia begins plundering civilians, it becomes no different from bandits. Such actions would tarnish their reputation, making it hard to regain respect. But Archer refused to listen to any objections, consumed entirely by his desire to defeat Jalen. Kai Frisco Huo sighed, considering surrendering to Jalen. While Archer planned to attack Luoco Granary, he feared Jalen might intercept him. He dispatched scouts to liaise with Cole inside Xinjiang to gather intelligence on Sui troop movements. By nightfall, a scout returned with news from Cole. The Sui army was not mobilized and celebrated within the city. Jalen, basking in victory, ordered 3 days of feasting for his troops, intending to reclaim Hulao Pass afterward. Hearing this, Archer rejoiced, convinced fate was on his side. He ordered his troops to bypass Xinjiang and head straight for Luoco Granary. ##### Chapter 193. Ambush on all Abdurds. Archer led the Wagong army to loot the people around Yingyang, and then under the cover of night, attacked Luoco Granary. Upon hearing that it was the Wagong army who had plundered them, the locals were so furious they vowed never to support the Wagong army again. The soldiers of the Wagong army were mostly farmers from near Wagong. Seeing Archer not only failed to protect their homes, but also looted the surrounding village in a decisive battle here, so he preemptively set an ambush. Hiram roared, Archer, you shameless man, stubborn and heedless of advice, you disregard your soldiers' lives. Today, you meet your end. Janice added, Archer, listen, surrender now, and maybe I'll spare you whole. Otherwise, you'll be torn to pieces. This was no mere attempt at persuasion, but a provocation. Archer erupted in fury and prepared to fight. Another cannon blast sounded from ahead, revealing a Sui army. At its forefront were two formidable generals, Esau and Adiel. Esau shouted, Archer, surrender now, or there's no escape. Shocked, Archer asked, you didn't die? Esau sneered, even if you did, I'd still live. I was never injured. You fell for our ruse. Just then, Casper beside Archer was felled by a lance, wielded by Emmanuel. Laughing, Emmanuel cried, Archer, time to meet your doom. Archer's eyes nearly popped out, realizing Esau was alive and Emmanuel had feigned defection. Even William atop the hill was taken aback, soon realizing Jalen's cunning calculation. It was a trap designed to ensnare Archer thoroughly. Even with immense prowess, Archer couldn't force manage to hack through the enemy lines and escape with a few thousand survivors towards Wagong Fort. After gathering the Sui forces, Jalen didn't pursue them. William, Hiram, and Janice knelt before him, declaring their willingness to surrender. Jalen dismounted, helping them up, saying, Brothers, let's be friends. As long as I live, I won't mistreat you. Esau approached, saying, Commander Burl, you deceived me. Jalen laughed, General, you jest. I know you've known my true identity for some time, but to make amends, all surrendered Wagong soldiers are yours as compensation. Esau initially balked, then understood. Jalen kept the generals William, Hiram, and Janice, but gave him the remaining soldiers. Each of these three were military geniuses, unmatched warriors. Pointing at Jalen, he shook his head, meaning, you're cunning indeed. Chapter 194, Deliberation. Barnabas was still lamenting Jalen's cunning when Jalen pointed at Emmanuel and Alexei. Emmanuel and Alexei approached Barnabas and knelt before him, saying, General, we have followed you for many years, and our bond is like father and sons. However, we have sworn allegiance to Administrator Burl over the years. We beg your understanding. Barnabas was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Being a noble man devoted to his country, he sighed and said, Get up. You cannot force what doesn't come naturally. Whether you follow me or Administrator Burl, it's all for the nation. Don't be sentimental. He then turned to Jalen and said, Administrator Burl, so you came for my two great generals. Now that you are satisfied, how about inviting this old man for a few drinks? Jalen had not expected such magnanimity from Barnabas and readily agreed. He replied, Of course, I would love to share several days of hearty drinking with the senior general. He instructed the Sui troops to clean up the battlefield and pacify the surrendered soldiers, then returned to Qingyang triumphantly with the sound of victory drums. Ulysses requested permission from Jalen to bury coal there. Jalen nodded, allowing Ulysses to handle the matter personally. One should not carry enmity even in death. Despite Cole dying for Archer, they had once been comrades, and it would be inappropriate to leave his body exposed in the wilderness. On the way back, Adiel asked, General, why don't we pursue Archer now and seize this chance to eliminate him? Letting a tiger return to the mountains will inevitably lead to future troubles. Barnabas smiled and said, Ranji, we are getting old. The world belongs to the young now. Let's hear Administrator Burl's thoughts. Jalen replied with a smile, General Pei. Although Archer suffered a devastating defeat, Wagon Fort still stands with tens of thousands of Wagoneer troops. Dealing with them is a signal, and not heeding his general's advice. He took full responsibility for the debacle. Enos and others tried to console him, while Keith said, Lordly, victories and defeats are common in warfare. Please do not grieve too much. We can regroup on the mountain, rebuild strength, and rise again. Archer nodded and replied, Brother Yaneo, you are right. I shouldn't wallow in self-pity and disappoint everyone. I've put this defeat behind me. There's always tomorrow. I won't dwell on this battle's outcome. The others felt relieved, but Xavier cautioned, Lordly, be wary of Enoch when we return to Wagon Fort. Archer asked, puzzled, What's wrong with Chief Shai? Xavier explained, Lordly, when we joined Wagon Fort, you were at the peak of your fame, and Enoch couldn't compete. That's why he made you the leader. But now, after this defeat, you've lost Wagon Fort's elite forces. With your reputation at its lowest, holding power might upset Enoch. He will try to reclaim his position and possibly harm you. Beware of Enoch. Archer waved off the concern. You misunderstand Enoch. He has a broad mind and won't hold grudges against me. Besides, he loves wealth. I often gift him jewels, so he won't cause trouble. Keith reminded, Lordly, even if Enoch doesn't object, watch out for his men. His brother Finton has long resented you and is plotting against you. How could this be? I treat people sincerely. What can we do? Archer pretended to be at a loss, but already had a plan in mind. Enos and others exchanged glances, and finally, Xavier said, Lordly, real men aren't timid. Abderance issues will arise with Enoch sooner or later. Let's strike first and remove him. This way, we'll have no worries in controlling Wagon Mountain. I can't harm Enoch. He's been kind to me. Are there other options? Archer feigned reluctance. Enos urged, Lordly, hesitation invites chaos. If you can't resolve to act, I must leave. I won't live in constant fear, knowing Enoch might kill us anytime. Keith and Xavier echoed, We feel the same way. We can't stay here. Archer responded, Don't leave me. I will follow your advice. When shall we act? Xavier nodded. Good choice, Lordly. No time to waste. Once back on the mountain, regardless of the outcome, Enoch will surely welcome us. We will seize the moment at his banquet and eliminate him and his followers. Xavier mimicked a beheading gesture with a ruthless look. Archer agreed. All right, proceed as planned. You engine, hide 100 axe-wielding men outside the hall and strike upon my signal. Keith, lead 1,000 mine. Enoch's casualness infuriated Fintan and Samuel, but they could not sway him. However, Fintan had a plan and said, Brother, I will not argue more. You have your heart set on it. But do you wish to hear what Enos has said? Startled, Enoch asked, What did he say? Just tell me, elder brother. He said why every time after a battle, all treasures should be chosen by you first. You take the best, leaving the worst for us. He is determined to strip you of this right. Upon hearing this, Enoch slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Dog traitor! How dare he speak like this? Wait until he returns. I must question Archer and have him executed. Enoch cherished treasures deeply. Anyone trying to take them away felt like a threat to his life. Seeing Enoch angry, Fintan continued, Brother, if you control the power yourself, wouldn't it be better? Why let someone else control you? As the chief, anything you want is within reach. There's no need to depend on others. After some thought, Enoch agreed, All right, I'll listen to elder brother. Once Archer returns, I will reclaim my power and become the leader again. Fintan and Samuel smiled. Chief, that's the right decision. Enoch sighed. Actually, if it wasn't for the wealth, he would never consider this. He still believed in the prophecy about the Lee family ruling the land, and Archer fit that condition. But for the sake of wealth, he couldn't care less about this. He planned to regain power now and support Archer as a puppet emperor later. That was his plan. He didn't realize that Archer wanted not only power but his life too. Archer returned to the mountain with remnants of his army. Enoch welcomed him at the fort entrance, pulling Archer and saying, Lord me, don't be discouraged. Wins and losses are common in war. There will always be victories and defeats. Don't blame yourself. Archer sighed. Thank you, Chief. This defeat is my fault. I will take responsibility, resign as chief, but I will not give up. I will regroup to restore the reputation of Wagon Fort. Lord me, there's no need for this. Ignore the outcome of this battle. Let's talk inside. I have prepared a feast to welcome you all and wash away the bad luck. Archer's words made Enoch feel embarrassed. He wondered if he had overstepped by plotting against Archer. He quickly changed the topic. They entered the Hall of Brotherhood, where a banquet was laid out. Archer said, "Thank you for your warm reception. I feel ashamed for Wagenfort's loss. After the feast, I will announce my resignation." The more he spoke, the more uncomfortable Enoch felt. Raising his cup, he said, "Lord me, you shouldn't resign. The position of chief belongs to you, and I won't allow you to step down. Continue as chief here. I'll fetch them myself." With that, he walked out of the hall, followed by Enos and others. Although Fintan was greedy, he sensed something was wrong. Archer and his men were leaving only Enoch's men inside. He shouted, "Lord me, please stay. We can fetch the treasures for you." He sent men to stop Archer, but Archer quickened his pace, ignoring them. Realizing the situation was turning bad, Enoch yelled, "Archer, what are you planning?" Standing up, Enoch along with Samuel and Fintan moved towards the door. At that moment, Xavier led 100 axe-wielding soldiers rushing in, attacking Enoch. Keith surrounded the hall with 1,000 troops to prevent any escape. Enoch cursed, "Dog traitor Archer, how dare you betray me?" Hashtag chapter 196, releasing the tiger back to the mountain. No matter how loudly Enoch shouted, Archer refused to show his face. Faced with a swarm of assassins, Enoch and his men could only fight for their lives. However, since it was a banquet, no one had brought weapons, so they resorted to using chairs and tables to fend off the attackers. How could they possibly stand a chance against the assassins? Soon enough, Enoch's subordinates were cut down on the ground. Fintan and Samuel fought fiercely to protect Enoch and managed to break through the encirclement into the hall's exterior. But as soon as they appeared outside, a shower of arrows rained down. Fintan and I killed him only to protect myself. My feelings for him still exist. I will give him a grand burial and ensure his family's safety, raising his children until they grow up. And rest assured, none of you will be implicated. Abdurnt's Enoch is dead. This matter ends here. Everyone must continue to fulfill your duties and guard Wagong faithfully. I will lead you all to strengthen Wagong and achieve greatness. His words were met with cheers led by Enos. However, many privately made plans to leave Wagong, though they kept this hidden at the time. Archer immediately proclaimed himself Duke Wei. His subordinates like Enos, Hamza, Xavier, and Coleman all received rewards. The entire Wagong army now fully obeyed Archer, and no one dared oppose him openly. From then on, Wagong became rife with dissent. Many talents left, including Adonis, who was not given significant roles in Wagong. Adonis planned to leave Wagong for Hudong to join Pedro, but first, he wanted to pass through Ji Prefecture to see its state of governance. Jalen and Willie and Yang, upon learning of Archer's actions against Enoch, were elated. This truly showed that chaos preceded destruction. They didn't expect Archer to eliminate Enoch so quickly. Reflecting on it, this made sense. Had Archer not acted swiftly after returning to Wagong, waiting for Enoch to control the troops would make further action too late. Willie said, "Director Burl, now is the perfect time. We should immediately move to quell Wagong." "Alright, let's do as the general suggests. We'll launch an attack on Wagong." As they prepared to deploy troops, they received Evan Hurley and Deceitful. Even though he has failed many times, he cannot be underestimated. "General, please proceed cautiously and avoid rash moves. Do not fall into his traps." "Thank you for the reminder. I will remember this." "General, shall I leave Emmanuel and Ronnie to protect you? Wait for my return from Goguryeo to deal with Archer." "No need. By giving them to you, they are not burdens. They can gain military glory attacking Goguryeo." "Director Burl, cherish these two warriors. Both are capable generals, and losing either would be a great loss." "Jalen understands. Take care, General." Jalen parted ways with Willie and returned to Ji Prefecture. Back in Wagong, Archer had already prepared for a potential assault by Jalen and Willie, ready to fight to the death alongside Wagong. He knew if he escaped, he would have nowhere else to turn. But then he learned of Jalen's reassignment, which filled him with joy. He laughed aloud. "Heaven favors me. With Jalen gone, what can old Willie do to me?" He feared Jalen, but now with him gone, he no longer considered Willie a threat. He began deploying troops, preparing for a major battle against Willie. Chapter 197. Jalen returned to Ji Province with his group, reaping great benefits from his trip to Wagon. He brought back many valiant warriors. Now, Ji Province was brimming with talents, far from the previous scarcity. Presently, they had civil servants like Usher, Matt, Ronan, and Carlo. Military generals included Farron, William, Emmanuel, Hiram, Janice, Ulysses, Armando, Alexei, Cato, and Saul. Each one of these people, whether in civil or military capacity, were world-class talents, top-rate geniuses, all no older than about 40 years of age, the prime time of life. Compared to the elderly officials of the Sui Dynasty, they were incomparably superior. More importantly, they all knew Jalen's goal, to establish a new dynasty that would unite the realm. They all supported his decision, willing to help him expand territories and achieve remarkable feats without opposing him. Furthermore, he held the title of the Zoroastrianism leader. The religion's members were united in resolving problems that others couldn't handle, crafting weapons, building highways, trading minerals, and more. These endeavors accumulated vast amounts of wealth, providing substantial support for his growth. If he wanted to carve out a territory now, he possessed both economic power and strength. However, his objective was to unify the world, so he continued to accumulate strength covertly to avoid becoming the target. He convened everyone to discuss their third expedition against Goguryeo. Matt reported first. Abdurnt's the governor left. Ji Province organized an examination, selecting 45 talented individuals who have been dispatched to various regions for training. Soon, we will see tangible results. Also, Ji Province has ample troops and grain supply, capable of forming nearly 10,000 soldiers with countless reserve forces. However, there are still rebel armies led by Vaughn, Josiah, and Lu Hichu within our borders. We can't fully mobilize for Liaodong due to the need to defend against them. After hearing this, Jalen laughed. "You're too honest. With the vast army of the Great Sui Empire, how could we deploy so much military force? If we mobilize entirely, the first person to worry would be His Majesty. Everyone laughed loudly. They could speak openly among themselves, but dared not reveal everything. Farron suggested, Governor, given the numerous rebellions across the empire today, it is impossible for His Majesty to triumph completely this time. We should send weak forces just for show. We should focus on internal court affairs. Many agreed with him. They saw that the expeditions against Goguryeo would likely fail as before, wasting valuable resources. Jalin responded, all of you have made valid points. With internal strife, we can't wholeheartedly attack Goguryeo. We must prepare for domestic rebellion. But we shouldn't appear too blatant. We need to maintain appearances to achievements were made. Cosmo said with a wide grin, Your Holiness, I found all the mineral deposits per your instructions and have ordered them mined and stored away, hidden in inaccessible places. Then, lowering his voice mysteriously, he added, and I've dug extensive tunnels connecting many places, including Zhuo Prefecture's magistrate's residence and Jijipo where Vaughn resides. If your Holiness wants to eliminate them, an army can secretly approach them unnoticed. He wore a look of pride, treating tunnel digging as his life's work. In terms of tunnel construction, if he ranked second, none dared claim first. Others stared at him in amazement, almost afraid he'd crawl out from beneath their beds. Kim also reported, Your Holiness, we established liaison stations, taverns, pleasure houses, and information hubs according to your orders, collecting a large amount of intelligence. All moves of G Province's prefectural magistrates are under our control. Not only that, but we monitor their relatives up to 9 generations. The court officials, rebel leaders, anyone with a name, is under our watch. This caused alarm among others, who exchanged worried glances, questioning if they too were monitored. Kim noticed and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Your Holiness instructed us not to monitor our own, so you aren't being watched. But if I want to investigate you, I can know everything within a day, even count your hair. Despite her smiling, this statement sent chills down everyone's spines. Jalin scolded her, Stop fooling around. Why scare them? Knowing how many hairs they have serves no purpose. Kim stuck out her tongue and fell silent, leaving a deep impression on everyone. They now knew that Jalin could easily investigate any private matter, discouraging any improper thoughts. This was exactly what Jalin intended. By using Kim's words, he aimed to intimidate these leaders, preventing them from harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 198, A Spy. The Greenwood Envoy, the Blazing Envoy, and the Sharp Metal Envoy all reported their tasks to him. Their main duties were developing new weapons, gunpowder, traps, and civilian constructions. All these tasks had been completed satisfactorily. Sharp Metal Envoy Kadenzai said, The improved weapons we've crafted can now support an army of 10,000 men. They are extremely sharp, capable of slicing through metal and jade with ease. The firearms you requested have entered the practical testing phase and will soon be ready for military use. This is thanks to the Blazing Envoy, who developed a new type of gunpowder that has accelerated our progress in crafting firearms, he continued. Berkeley puffed out her chest proudly, beaming with satisfaction. Lastly, Greenwood Envoy Jameson remarked, Our Greenwood flag has installed numerous traps in all tunnels, ensuring enemies cannot easily penetrate them even. How could he abandon them? Talia's concerns were understandable. She had lost everything except for Zoroastrianism. Without it, she would be utterly destitute. Meanwhile, Jalin had his own plans. He realized building a theocratic state would be nearly impossible, especially as Zoroastrianism clashed with Chinese culture. Thus, he needed a strategy. By diluting their religious fervor, offering official posts, integrating them into key government roles, allowing them to marry and start families, he aimed for a gradual exit from Zoroastrianism, ideally without harming anyone involved. However, things were different for Talia. Apart from Zoroastrianism, she only had Jalin. If rejected by him, she would become utterly isolated. To alleviate her concerns, marrying her seemed necessary, making her his partner and assuring her future. But Jalin still adhered to the ancient practice of polygamy, though he intended to consider other women only after winningly Crystal's heart. In his mind, Crystal was his primary wife. Only with her blessing would he consider others. Hence, he kept his distance from Talia. He sighed inwardly, wondering when he would see Crystal again and how their reunion would unfold. Would she recognize him? After discussing with Zoroastrian followers, Matt sought him privately. Lord, we've sold thousands of weapons to the Khitan people, enough for a sizable army. Should we continue selling to them? Jalin thought for a moment and replied, Yes, keep selling. Won't this empower them too much, potentially threatening us? Isn't this aiding the enemy? No, look at it this way. If I can't control them, this won't breed disaster. We're selling outdated weapons. They can't threaten us. Still, limit quantities and raise prices to extract higher costs. This way, we gain much-needed resources while they get obsolete equipment. A win-win situation. Matt nodded, then added, There's another matter. We captured a spy who insists on meeting you personally. Jalin waved dismissively. Many want to meet me. I can't entertain everyone. Handle it yourself. If they're extremely dangerous, eliminate them. But he seems quite talented. Are you sure you won't meet him? Matt persisted. Jalin hesitated and asked, What's this spy's name? He says his name is Adonis. What? Jalin almost leaped up. Adonis was renowned as Ebon Taizong's mirror of wisdom, known for his candid advice and immense talent. Where is he? How did you catch him? Jalin asked urgently. Matt noted his sudden change in attitude but calmly replied, We caught him during patrols. We found articles on the new policies on his person. After questioning, he claimed he wanted to go to Hudong via Hongshan. Given the many critiques on the policies, he was treated as a spy. Yet the writings revealed insight, pointing out policy flaws and suggesting improvements. Seeing his potential, I wanted to recruit him, but he refused to speak unless he met you. So, Jalin deduced, Adonis intended to join Pedro. Luckily, his men intercepted him. Otherwise, such talent would have slipped away. Where is he now? Take me to him immediately, Jalin urged. I didn't mistreat him since he seemed knowledgeable. I kept him under control at an inn, Matt explained. Well, lead me there now. Now? It's late. Let's do it tomorrow, Matt suggested. Jalen glanced outside, realizing it was indeed late. Alright, first thing tomorrow morning, we'll meet him. ####Chapter 199. Adonis reads the search for the supernatural. The next day, just as dawn broke, Matt was still in bed when Jalen impatiently barged into his bedroom and woke him up. Ruhue, hurry up and get up. Take me to see Adonis. Matt opened his sleepy eyes and saw the eager Jalen. He quickly got up and asked, My lord, why are you so anxious to see Adonis? Is he truly very talented? Jalen replied, You don't know, though Adonis may not be famous now, he is a very capable person. You will see his abilities in time. But there's no need to rush. Adonis might not even be awake yet. Despite his words, Matt still dressed and led Jalen to the inn. At this moment, the sun had just risen, casting golden light over the earth, illuminating the entire world. The guard saw Jalen and Matt approaching and hurriedly came forward to greet them. Matt asked the guard watching over Adonis, What is Adonis doing now? The guard replied, Adonis is reading. He gets up before dawn every day to read, and he reads very loudly, disturbing the rest of others. However, since you instructed us to keep a close eye on him, we moved him to a separate courtyard, minimizing the disturbance. Matt blushed, realizing that Adonis was much more diligent than himself. Jalen paid no attention to these details and simply said, Where is he? Lead us to him quickly. The guard led them to a secluded courtyard in the inn. Before they even entered, they could hear clear and resonant reading aloud. Jalen gestured not to disturb Adonis and listened from outside to what book he was reading. After listening for a while, his face showed a strange expression. Even Matt found it unbelievable. Could Adonis be reading such books early every morning? It turned out Adonis was reading Search for the Supernatural, written by Ganazai during the Eastern Qin Dynasty. This book documented various supernatural legends and is considered one of the early collections of mythological stories in ancient China. This was an ancient form of entertainment. Who would have thought Adonis was reading novels instead of Confucian classics? Jalen sighed inwardly. Blind faith in books can be worse than no books at all. The historical accounts of Adonis and the real Adonis indeed differed. The guard knocked on Adonis's door, and the reading inside stopped. The door opened, revealing a man in his 30s. He was tall and broad-shouldered, appearing more robust than the average person. He wore a light green scholar's robe, which looked short and ill-fitting, making him appear awkward. His dark red face bore a determined look, with thick, long eyebrows that seemed almost painted on. Adonis stepped out of the room and saw the group. He smiled. Seems like Manager Burl has returned from his campaign. Please come inside. His voice was loud and dignified. He made a gesture inviting them in. Jalen noticed his broad hands, calloused from prolonged labor. Jalen hastily bowed and said, Mr. Wei, my apologies for not knowing you were in Ji Prefecture. I hope you find nothing lacking here. There's nothing lacking. Food, shelter, and protection are provided. Quite good indeed. Come inside, let's talk. They entered the room. Jalen insisted that Adonis take the seat of honor, while he and Matt sat beside. Adonis smiled. I've heard Manager Burl is young and promising, kind-hearted, and respectful to scholars. Today I see it's true. But why do you treat someone like me, who is relatively unknown, so well? Jalen replied, Mr. Xin Burl, please, you provided Archer with 10 brilliant strategies. Had Archer followed them, Wagon Camp wouldn't be in its current state. Adonis sighed, Manager Burl really knows everything. Alas, Archer is arrogant and dismissive of advice, achieving little. Jalen clasped his hands together. Abdur, can you teach me something? Adonis waved a hand. Manager Burl does excellently without any teaching. I only passed through here unexpectedly. Please allow me to continue. Heard you plan to join Pedro in Hudong. Do you have a history with him? No, never met. Just heard of his reputation. Why not stay in Ji Prefecture and assist me, Mr. Shinberg? Your path ahead is uncertain, and Pedro may not be the destined one. Why limit yourself to serving the Li family? Adonis paused. Does Manager Burl also oppose the Sui Dynasty? With chaos and heroes rising everywhere, Hurley is controlled by ministers and cannot maintain power. The Sui Dynasty is barely holding on. Why should I sacrifice myself for a failing regime? Adonis fell silent, then spoke after a moment. I oppose the Sui, but Archer didn't value me in Wagon Camp. My strategies weren't implemented. Going to Hudong was only to persuade Pedro to oppose the Sui. I always thought Manager Burl was loyal to the Sui. Hence, I didn't wish to join. Abdurnt's Manager Burl opposes the Sui. I will stay here to help achieve your goals. However, if my advice isn't followed, I will leave. Please don't hinder me then. Wonderful. Jalen stood up excitedly. With your help, my ambitions can be realized. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you. If you feel unable to utilize your talents here, you're free to leave anytime. Adonis smiled. That's fair. Lord, please accept my respects. He rose to bow formally, but Jalen held him back. No need for formalities. I dislike such rituals. Let's skip the customs. Adonis laughed heartily. Manager Burl, you suit my taste perfectly. I too am informal. No rituals needed. Please sit down, Jalen invited. Reseated, Jalen asked, heard you have many thoughts about Ji Prefecture's new policies. Share them with us. Adonis glanced at Matt, who responded, Abdurnt's Mr. Wei wanted to meet Manager Burl specifically. Naturally, you have things to discuss. No need for me to show your writings beforehand. Adonis chuckled, tapping Matt lightly. Dou family's prodigy sure is amusing. Without further ado, he took some writings from the table and handed them to Jalen to read. Chapter 200 Adonis's Strategy. Jalen carefully read through the essays, which were all analyses and evaluations of the new policies. These essays had profound insights and unique perspectives, making them insightful from a contemporary viewpoint. But even such a person did not dare to directly criticize societal darkness. He wrote The Record of Searching for Spirits, using supernatural tales to satirize the court's corruption. The ruler's exploitation of the people was particularly evident during the Eastern Qin Dynasty, a time when the aristocratic clans thrived, gaining control over the government and the ability to make and break emperors. Ganazai used his descriptions into the record of searching for spirits to express the common people's hatred and resistance towards these clans, showing their irreconcilable stance. In present times, aristocratic clans still exist and hold significant influence in the court. To implement new policies, these clans' influence must be eliminated. After finishing, Adonis glanced at Matt, knowing he was a descendant of the Jing Zhaodu family and a product of the aristocracy. However, Matt remained expressionless, seemingly agreeing with him. Jalen nodded and said, Mr. Xuanqing makes a good point. The influence of the aristocratic clans must be removed. Are you implying that my policies lack measures against them, seeming to protect their interests? Actually, I believe that our Ji province is still weak and cannot withstand too much turmoil. We need to unite everyone to form a cohesive force for growth. That's why we haven't touched the clan's interests, hoping they can contribute to Ji province. Adonis shook his head. My lord, while your intentions are good, eliminating evil must be thorough. If you don't deal with these clans decisively, they will retaliate. Your current approach leaves everyone unsatisfied. The aristocratic clans feel threatened by any encroachment on their interests, no matter how small. They know what you're planning next. As for the selected commoners, initially aligned with you, they will seek support from the clans to ensure their protection and advancement. Why fight the clans if aligning with them offers better benefits? Jalen fell into deep thought, realizing perhaps his methods were too lenient, and it was time for more aggressive action against the clans. Adonis continued, Claude of Sui also aimed to eliminate clan influence by waging wars, depleting their resources and killing off their members. However, this strategy had two flaws. Firstly, those killed were usually peripheral members of the clans, leaving the core untouched, thus strengthening internal unity. Secondly, war heroes are revered. Families with many fallen soldiers gain sympathy, seen as heroic lineages. Further actions against such families would face public opposition. Thus, this method doomed Claude's efforts, leading to the downfall of the Sui Dynasty. We must not repeat this mistake. Adonis spoke meticulously, while Jalen and Matt listened intently. Matt, being from the core of an aristocratic family, understood these issues but found no solution. Jalen, despite modern knowledge, new theoretical strategies might not align with contemporary sentiments. Adonis's analysis provided valuable insights, easing his concerns. Adonis, born into poverty, deeply understood the lower echelons of society. His solutions were comprehensive and practical. Adonis, skilled in diplomacy, added, to implement new policies thoroughly, we must completely abolish the clan's right to recommend officials. All positions must be filled through the imperial examinations. No exceptions, including for clan descendants. They must pass exams to secure official roles. Additionally, enforce the division of clans into smaller branches, fostering rivalries within. This division reduces their influence, compelling obedience to the court. Economic compensation will be provided to the main branches, satisfying their needs without excessive wealth to prevent regrowth. For example, giving large initial rewards but reducing benefits for the next generation unless they achieve officialdom through exams. If a clan fails to produce talent, it will gradually lose influence and become ordinary. With no powerful patrons, commoner officials will dedicate themselves entirely to governance, becoming pillars of the state. Their uncertain offspring cannot guarantee success, preventing new clans from forming. Jalen frequently nodded, recognizing Adonis's. Though he prided himself on decisiveness, he knew he could never voice such radical thoughts. Jalen did not take offense at Adonis's words. Instead, he gazed at him and said, Shin Burlg, you're right. My army can certainly suppress the aristocracy, but our control over Ji province is still unstable. To the north, we have Dean, and to the south, Vaughn. They both occupy parts of Ji province. If we push the aristocrats too hard, they might turn to them for support. What then? Adonis replied, there's no need to worry. What will come will come. Just like this fractured world needs someone to save it. Ji province requires a purge. Removing opposition forces will unify our efforts. Otherwise, there will always be troublemakers threatening our goal of unifying China. These issues need resolution sooner rather than later. It's worse if they remain hidden, only to cause problems when least expected. And, Adonis leaned forward closer to Jalen. I believe your spies have already gathered all necessary intelligence on these families. Their every move is within your grasp. Isn't that so? Adonis was sharp indeed. In just a few days, he had seen through Jalen's strategies, even things Matt was unaware of. Adonis's acumen was unmatched. If Archer had utilized Adonis properly, he might have stood a better chance against Jalen. Unfortunately, Archer only listened to what he wanted to hear, dismissing any contrary advice. Jalen smiled and said, Shaw was a young hero from the Wei family, the first general Jalen befriended. Despite his age, he had risen to the rank of Left General of the Brave Guards, with a promising future. However, his luck changed after meeting Jalen. Years passed without recognition or advancement. Instead, Eben Hurley sent him to monitor Jalen in Ji province. As chief inspector, he had little to do and spent his days leisurely, even gaining considerable wealth from shares of Jalen's gains. Yet, as a young talent, he did not wish to waste his youth. Recognizing Jalen's potential, whether loyal or rebellious to the Sui Dynasty, he decided to fully support him. He reported only good news to Hurley, never speaking ill of Jalen. Jalen acknowledged this loyalty, treating him courteously and sharing rewards. Upon hearing of Jalen's new campaign, Shaw sought him eagerly. Jalen laughed, Wei, stay in Ji province. You're responsible for discipline here. Who else can manage this if you leave? No, this time I must go with you. Brother, please. I can't stand staying here anymore. Look at me. I've gained so much weight. Please take me with you, even as a groom or stable boy. Jalen sighed, fine, but don't complain about hardship. How could I? As a battle-hardened general, I won't shirk duty. Rest assured, I'll lead the charge and bring honor to Ji province. With no choice, Jalen's face darkened. Dean seemed resolved to oppose him, showing no sign of compliance. He decided that upon returning from the expedition against Goguryeo, his first task would be to eliminate Dean. Otherwise, Dean would always be a significant threat, perhaps even more so than Vaughn. Vaughn at least openly rebelled, facing him head-on. Dean, however, worked insidiously behind the scenes. Eben Hurley arrived in Zhuo Commandery with his army, and all courtiers went to the imperial palace to see him. This was the first time Jialen met Dean. Dean was tall and handsome, refined and elegant, looking like a scholarly gentleman rather than a seasoned general. When Dean saw Jialen, he merely nodded politely without seeking further conversation. Jialen had already marked Dean for death, seeing him as good as dead regardless of what actions he took. Seated on the dragon throne in the palace, Hurley looked down at his ministers. Though it had been only a year since their last meeting, Jialen noticed how much older Hurley appeared. His face sagging, eyes lifeless, body emaciated, resembling a walking corpse. The stress of the past year was evident. Hurley began speaking, his voice weak and hoarse, like that of an old man. My lords, I have convened you here for the third expedition against Goguryeo. Our previous failures cost many brave sons of our empire their lives. We cannot let their blood be shed in vain. We must avenge them. Without victory, how can we face envoys from across the world? Regardless of difficulties, we must conquer Goguryeo to honor the fallen. The hall fell silent. None of them revealed a new approach. Base almost objected but hesitated when he saw no one else speaking. He retracted his words, letting Hurley decide. But while others remained silent, Jialen needed to speak up. He hadn't expected to receive such command, a hot potato that wouldn't win him favor either way. Stepping forward, he knelt before Hurley, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, I am of low rank and humble speech. These esteemed generals deserve more respect than me. I ask to be your vanguard, charging into battle. Please reconsider your decision. Hurley shook his head. My lord, fear not. With my support, they dare not disobey. You act on my behalf, representing me. Should anyone defy you, use this sword. With that, Hurley removed his ceremonial sword and had it delivered to Jialen by an attendant. This was a symbol of supreme authority, though Jialen genuinely didn't want it. Yet, under Hurley's gaze, he had no choice but to accept the sword reluctantly. Hurley, delighted, said, My lord, the success of this expedition rests on your shoulders. Do not disappoint me. After the council dispersed, the army marched towards Liaodong, reaching Huaxia town where they awaited reinforcements. However, subsequent days brought news of various units failing to arrive, resulting in only 200,000 troops. This infuriated Hurley, who vowed to investigate upon return. Everyone knew these forces were tied up fighting local rebellions, but enraged, Hurley refused such room as no one offered a word. The faces of Damien and the others wore an air of arrogance and disdain. Jialen knew they underestimated him. In peacetime, they might have pretended to guide him with condescending words, but now that it was his turn to command them, they treated him with utter contempt. He looked at them coldly and said, I know each of you is a battle-hardened general, but don't forget, you all failed at Liaodong. Not one of you managed to capture this city. Isn't that shameful? You may look down on me, and that's fine. I won't hold it against you. But I am the emperor-appointed commander now, and you must obey my orders. If anyone thinks their rank excuses them from following commands, don't blame me for enforcing military discipline. Failure to execute orders is the greatest taboo in the army. To ensure everyone follows through, you will need to endure this inconvenience. Each of you surely has grievances and wants revenge for past defeats. To honor those who fell in battle, we cannot let their blood be spilled in vain. We must unite and win this war. This may be your last chance for vengeance. Damien and the others exchanged glances, moved by Jalen's final words. This truly was their last opportunity for revenge. If they failed again, there would be no more campaigns. They would die with unfulfilled regrets. No matter how much they disliked Hurley, as generals, they could not rest until they avenged. So, what do you propose, Commander? Damien asked. Jialen replied, This time, the Jizhou army will lead the assault on Liaodong, while other units provide support. Once Liaodong falls, you need only block any retreating Goguryeo forces, ensuring none escape. My goal is to annihilate the defending forces. He hadn't detailed specific tactics yet, only instructed the 12 guards to intercept fleeing soldiers. He wanted to test the combat effectiveness of the Jizhou army. He needed a formidable and disciplined force to secure victory, not mere placeholders. Today's meeting aimed to caution these generals against creating unnecessary complications. Damien and the others exchanged glances, but didn't press further. They had heard much about Jalen's strategic prowess and were eager to see if it lived up to the rumors. Even Eben Hurley was curious about Jalen's approach after receiving reports. The next morning, after breakfast, the Sui troops marched out spiritedly. The 20,000 Jizhou soldiers took the centermost position, drawing everyone's gaze. Even Eben Hurley watched nervously. Liaodong had resisted for months before, and now they wondered if this time, success would finally come. The Goguryeo defenders, under General Yi Zaiwind, had fortified the city thoroughly, removing all potential aid to the Sui forces. Even civilians had retreated into the city. Outposts around Liaodong were prepared for defense. Yi Zaiwind even sealed the 4 city gates to prevent any retreat, vowing to defend Liaodong until death. The Goguryeo soldiers, knowing there was no way out, fought with renewed vigor, aware that a breached city meant certain death. Under a bright and warm sun, with a gentle breeze blowing, nature seemed peaceful. But Liaodong city was poised to become a scene of brutal warfare at any moment. Mounted on a red sweat steed, dressed in black armor lined with golden silk, holding a dark iron spear, Jialen appeared solemn and determined before the ranks of the Sui army. Chapter 204, Achieving Glory. The entire army was arrayed, and Jialen stood like a sharp spearhead, poised to pierce through Liaodong city at any moment. Flags fluttered vigorously in the wind, and the thunderous drum beats echoed throughout the 10,000-strong forces of Jizhou, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Each soldier held a cloth bag filled with sand and soil, not for constructing pathways, but for filling up the moat around the city. These materials were much fewer compared to what would be used for building the scaled road. Jialen didn't need to deliver an inspirational speech. He simply pointed his spear forward. The 10,000s roared in unison as they rushed forth without hesitation. In front, however, Attackers might construct earthen platforms taller than the city walls for better observation. But no one had ever managed to assemble such towers on site using iron plates and rods. This was something Jalen instructed the Greenwood flag to build, providing them with blueprints, including the design for the tower assembly. Modern assembly techniques, familiar to Jalen from his time, were easily adapted into these tower blueprints. The Greenwood flag and sharp metal flag collaborated to produce all components needed for the tower, finally deploying them on the battlefield. The defending soldiers on the city wall stared in shock, powerless to intervene since the city gates were blocked, preventing them from sortying. Even if the gates were open, they wouldn't dare face the 10,000-strong Sui army outside. They watched helplessly as two colossal towers rose, each over 40 feet tall, surpassing the height of Liaodong city walls. With a width of 20 meters and length of 30 meters, these four-story behemoths could accommodate hundreds of soldiers each. Wheeled bases allowed the Sui army to move the towers, making them impervious to fire attacks. Hurley and the generals marveled at this sight, never having imagined assembling such towers. Hurley remarked, "My lords, with such marvels, the Sui will become invincible in the world. Who can withstand their ramming vehicles and ladders?" Meeting little resistance, they effortlessly stormed the city walls. The city defenses were abandoned, useless without defenders. The Sui replaced Goguryeo banners with their own and advanced deeper into the city. In one decisive battle, Jalen captured Liaodong City. Chapter 205, Defection. The Goguryeo soldiers inside Liaodong City were still putting up resistance, but as more and more Sui troops entered the city, they were merely cornered fighters. They would eventually be wiped out by the Sui army. The Sui soldiers cleared the mud from the city gates and opened them wide, allowing the Sui forces to rush into Liaodong. Jalen, Emmanuel, and Ronnie led the charge, slashing through the Goguryeo forces with great skill. Jalen's troops worked together seamlessly, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. Evan Hurley and his entourage watched in awe, their mouths agape, never expecting Jalen to actually take Liaodong in one battle. Despite the intense internal conflicts within the Sui dynasty, their sense of honor in foreign combat was united. At this moment, they put aside all factional struggles, and their faces lit up with joy. Damien ordered, "Quickly surround Liaodong City. Don't let a single Goguryeo soldier escape. If we can't do even this, we might as well go home and farm." The other generals finally snapped into action. Initially, when Jalen asked them to intercept the fleeing Goguryeo soldiers, they thought the war would last much longer, so they hadn't prepared for such a swift victory. Now they hurriedly organized their troops to blockade Liaodong City, or else they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to Jalen. A long-lost smile appeared on Hurley's face. The years of pressure lifted off his shoulders in an instant. Although this battle hadn't consumed any of the noble family's power, Jalen was a talent he had personally nurtured. His success was proof of Hurley's ability to recognize and promote talent. With Jalen as a pillar of support, the Sui court had a fighting chance. Hurley wasn't unaware of how dire the domestic situation had become. He felt powerless because many of the uprisings were backed by the powerful clans who controlled the fates of the rebels. Their goal was to force him into submission. If he didn't comply, they would destroy the Sui dynasty. Currently, he couldn't shake off the influence of these clans, yet he refused to bow to them. Thus, he had been pretending not to know anything, numbing himself. Now, Jalen offered him hope. If Jalen could rise to prominence, there was a chance to save both himself and the Sui dynasty. A faint blush appeared on his sickly face, a sign of renewed hope for the future of the Sui. Inside Liaodong City, the Goguryeo soldiers continued to resist desperately. Gifford had blocked the city gates, preventing any escape. Under his command, the Goguryeo soldiers fought to the death. Some smarter soldiers tried to flee using ropes down the city walls, but they were killed by the outer layers of the Sui army. Gifford leveraged his familiarity with the terrain, which he had built over years, to harass the Sui forces. He also drove the civilians forward to shield his troops. If the Sui army wanted to break through, they would have to harm the civilians. Such an act of massacre would unite Goguryeo against them, making the campaign increasingly difficult. The Goguryeo soldiers hid behind the civilians, shooting arrows at the Sui forces and launching surprise attacks. The civilians cried out, neither daring to retreat nor advance, trembling on the streets, unsure of what to do. Advancing even a step became incredibly challenging for Jizhou's forces. Jalen observed coldly, knowing that without taking decisive action, it would be difficult to capture Liaodong City without bloodshed. He called out, and the craftsmen who had built the high towers followed, "Flatten all buildings within Liaodong City," he commanded. "Understood," they replied. The craftsmen began demolishing buildings with the same speed and efficiency they used to construct the high towers. In no time, they had leveled large parts of the city. The citizens grew furious. This was their life's work, now destroyed by the Sui forces. But they didn't blame the Sui army. They blamed Gifford for driving them outside to block the Sui advance. "Kill Gifford. Protect our homes. Drive them out of Liaodong," someone shouted. Immediately, the civilians echoed the call. The Sui army hadn't harmed them. Gifford had caused their suffering. To protect their homes, he must be removed. With scythes, hoes, and wooden sticks, the Goguryeo civilians turned against the soldiers, rushing towards them. Gifford found it impossible to control the situation. Enraged civilians disregarded their own safety, swarming towards him. Most Goguryeo soldiers were locals with deep ties to these civilians. Seeing the civilians turn, the soldiers couldn't bring themselves to slaughter them en masse. Thus, the Goguryeo soldiers defected as well, turning their weapons against their comrades. In that moment, they only wanted to end the fight quickly to minimize damage to their homeland. The Sui forces became mere observers. The Bluewood Banner's craftsmen were baffled. How could destroying a few buildings lead to this? As more Goguryeo soldiers defected, only a few hundred remained under Gifford, continuing their desperate defense. But they were pushed back to the foot of the city wall, still holding on despite the overwhelming odds. The Sui forces surrounded them. Gifford knew escape was futile. He roared, "Sui general, if you are a hero, come face me in single combat. Killing me like this won't make me rest easy even as a ghost." His hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot. ####. Chapter 206, Mourning the Fallen Heroes. Chandler knew that if he were to fall into the hands of the Sui army alive, his fate would be grim. Thus, he decided to take his own life. He turned his axe around and aimed it at his own neck. How could a manual allow him to commit suicide? He swung his spear and struck Chandler's arm with a loud crack. The heavy axe fell to the ground, rendering his arm useless. Chandler hurriedly reached for the sword on his horse's back with his other hand. Before he could even touch the blade, Emmanuel extended his arm like a monkey and lifted Chandler off the horse. Chandler thrashed and kicked like a turtle, but could not escape Emmanuel's grip. Emmanuel brought him back to the Sui army camp and threw him to the ground. The Sui soldiers quickly tied him up tightly. To prevent him from biting his tongue and dying, they stuffed a hard object in his mouth and tied his mouth shut with ropes. With their commander captured, the Goguryeo troops lost the will to resist. Hundreds of them laid down their weapons and surrendered. The Liaodong campaign thus came to an end. Jalen ordered the battlefield to be cleared, and the civilians comforted. He promised to rebuild houses for the people, who responded with cheers. Jalen then took Chandler out of the city to present the captive to Eben Hurley. When Hurley saw Jalen, he said excitedly, "My dear minister, this battle was fun." Believe this move would benefit his future ambitions. Hurley, heavily relying on Jalen at the moment, certainly wouldn't punish him over such matters. Indeed, Hurley replied, "Rise, my dear minister. These are trivial issues compared to the merit you have earned today." The Zoroastrians did not play any role in the rebellion. Had they employed such methods during the rebellion, it would have been difficult for us to triumph. Thus, their crimes are minor. I hereby pardon them. However, these people are not part of the regular military. For a civilian force to possess such power is terrifying. We cannot allow them to grow unchecked. Their expansion poses a threat to the court. Thus, they must be controlled and restricted from growing their numbers. We must supervise their every move. Hurley instructed this, making Jalen secretly pleased. This way, the Zoroastrian faith could operate openly, and its scale would be limited to avoid future trouble, a win-win situation. Damien suggested, "Your Majesty, having such capabilities confined to General Burl alone is a waste of resources. I propose we distribute these people among the 12 military divisions. Let these individuals assist the 12 divisions in enhancing their strength to safeguard your Majesty's safety." Damien's suggestion prompted officials like Darcy and Uriel to advocate for distributing the Zoroastrians across various regions, arguing that even without expanding their numbers, their presence could boost local military strength. After some thought, Hurley agreed, saying, "Damien's suggestion is sound. The 12 military divisions do need strengthening. General Burl, you will negotiate with the Zoroastrian leader and have them send people to the 12 divisions. As for regional forces, current troop levels are sufficient for local affairs, so additional assistance is unnecessary. If problems arise, we can call upon the garrison troops." Hurley's decision stemmed from his desire to strengthen the central government's military forces rather than bolstering regional power, especially given the frequent rebellions. He feared strong regions could defy the court. Jalen happily accepted the order, realizing this move allowed the Zoroastrian faith to enter the core army. Gradually weakening the main Sui military forces would aid his future aspirations for supremacy. Regional officials like Darcy and Uriel were disheartened, but dared not show displeasure. Dean watched the proceedings unfold, contemplating his chances against Jalen. Calculating his own strength, he realized he stood no match. Years of careful cultivation had led him to this position, but Jalen now blocked his path forward. If he wished to contend for supremacy, he needed to overcome Jalen, an insurmountable obstacle. This meant losing the chance to compete for the throne. Would he stubbornly persist or mend relations and join Jalen's ranks? This dilemma loomed ahead. The prisoner presentation concluded as Hurley entered Liaodong City for the third time. Finally entering the city, he issued an order to execute Chandler by slow slicing to honor the 300,000 fallen Sui soldiers. A grand mourning ceremony was held in Liaodong City, with the entire army dressed in white, silently honoring the departed spirits. Unable to speak, Chandler was bound and dragged onto the sacrificial platform. Terrified, he collapsed into a heap of filth, unable to walk. The Sui soldiers carried him to the platform, throwing him to the ground. Executioners secured him to a wooden stake and began the slow slicing. To prolong his agony, executioners administered various drugs as they inflicted each cut, ensuring he lasted until the final slice. Only after enduring the last cut did Chandler finally draw his last breath. Chapter 207, Dean's Invitation. The overwhelming victory in Liaodong sent shockwaves through the king of Goguryeo, Jerome. He had not anticipated that the Sui forces would be so formidable, capturing the Liaodong city within a single day, leaving his entire army either dead or captured. Jerome knew that continuing this conflict would bring about the downfall of Goguryeo, so he summoned his ministers to devise a plan. All agreed unanimously to seek peace with Sui, offering tribute and submitting as vassals to appease the Sui emperor. After considering all options, Jerome realized this was the only way to prevent the nation's destruction. Instead of immediate rebellion, he planned to temporarily pacify Eben Hurley, awaiting the Sui army's withdrawal before making his move. He dispatched envoys to Liaodong, expressing willingness to pay tribute, recognize Sui as the suzerain state, and submit to Sui's authority. Upon hearing Goguryeo's plea for peace, Claude announced triumphantly to his ministers, "My loyal officials, Goguryeo has finally acknowledged our strength. This is thanks to your efforts. Each of you will receive a promotion of 3 ranks as reward." He was ready to accept the peace offer when Base advised against it, saying, "Your Majesty, Goguryeo is treacherous and untrustworthy. Though forced into submission now, they may renounce their pledges later. Instead, we should seize this opportunity to march into Pyongyang, conquer the kingdom, and establish prefectures here to make it part of Sui territory." Many concurred, agreeing it was the best moment to annihilate Goguryeo, not giving them a chance to recover. However, Aaron opposed this idea, advising, "Your Majesty, war is a dangerous tool. The best strategy avoids battle. War exhausts resources and causes suffering among the people. All subjects are your Majesty's loyal followers. How can you bear to see the people suffer? Moreover, as the great empire of China, known for its civility, we emphasize ruling by persuasion, not force. Now that Goguryeo had granting Jalen such land seemed a mere formality. Others viewed this as a feudal reward, but Jalen saw it differently. It legally affirmed his control over Liaodong, a treasure trove of resources and fertile soil, potentially invaluable to him. He graciously accepted the appointment, storing the imperial decree as precious. Inviting Jalen to stay a few days in Zhuojuan, Dean extended hospitality as host to his superior. Jalen accepted, undaunted by potential plots, even hoping for rebellion to justify neutralizing Dean, aligning with Adonis's proposal to unify Ji Prefecture's power under his command. To lull Dean into complacency and incite rebellion, Jalen dismissed 20,000 troops back to Hongshan, keeping only Emmanuel, Ronnie, and 1,000 guards close. Chapter 208, Driving the Tiger to Devour the Wolf. Dean gathered all the officials of Zhuo Commandery and warmly welcomed Jalen's party. Dean said, Administrator Burl, I have been busy with administrative affairs and haven't had time to entertain you properly. Please forgive me. Jalen smiled and replied, General Luo, it's very kind of you. We are all serving the court. No need for such formalities. How is the new policy being implemented in Zhuo Commandery? Are there any difficulties? If so, feel free to speak up, and I will do my best to help resolve them. Thank you, Administrator. The new policies are well supported here in Zhuo Commandery, and they are working very effectively. We've had a bountiful harvest, and the displaced people have homes. Everything is fine here. That's good news. The officials of Zhuo Commandery have worked hard. Let me toast everyone. As he spoke, Jalen raised his wine glass to salute the officials. The officials of Zhuo Commandery quickly raised their glasses and joined him in a drink. Although many of them were close to Dean, several leaned toward Jalen, recognizing that his reforms had brought prosperity and stability to Zhuo Commandery. His principle of appointing officials based on merit rather than birthright opened up paths for advancement, giving even those from humble backgrounds hope for success. After finishing his drink, Dean cautiously asked, Administrator Burl, you now hold the position of commander in Liaodong. However, most of Liaodong is currently controlled by foreign tribes. What do you plan to do about it? Jalen immediately understood Dean's intention. Dean was also eyeing Liaodong. With no room to expand southward, as doing so would lead to a confrontation he wasn't sure he could win, Dean was eager to move northward, taking advantage of Claude's grant of Liaodong to Jalen. Jalen realized he could use Dean's powerful Bayou iron cavalry trained through years of fighting the Turks to attack Liaodong. He intended to let Dean fight the Goguryeo and Khitan tribes until both sides were weakened. Then swoop in to reap the benefits. With this thought in mind, Jalen smiled and said, His Majesty entrusted Liaodong to me because he believes I can control it. I have made plans to return to Hongshan and immediately gather troops to cross the Liao River and reclaim the northeast. Upon hearing this, Dean's eyes lit up. He volunteered, Administrator Burl, there's no need for you to worry. Such a small place as Liaodong isn't worthy of your major forces. I am willing to lead my troops and conquer the entire northeast region for you. Jalen frowned slightly and cautioned, General Luo, do not underestimate the Khitans. They are fierce and ruthless warriors, not easily defeated. Moreover, the Goguryeo still watch closely, ready to strike back despite having surrendered. The Goguryeo won't be content with defeat and will certainly counterattack. You might be outmatched if you go alone. Perhaps I should send a large force to deal with them. Dean stood tall and declared loudly, Administrator, do not underestimate the men of Zhuo Commandery. I am willing to sign a military pledge. If I fail to reclaim the northeast, I will come before you, head in hand. Excellent courage, Jalen remarked. A general's word is sacred. Abdurance you wish to do this, I will allow it, but remember to write down the pledge. Bring me a pen. His son Albert, eager and impatient, was present. Albert spoke first, Father, why didn't you seize the opportunity to kill Jalen? He only has 1,000 soldiers, hardly a challenge. Dean glared at him, Abdurt down. It's not your place to speak. Albert sat sullenly, not daring to disobey Dean. Zhuo Commandery's chief administrator guy also questioned, young General Luo has a point. Why not eliminate him now? Dean replied, not because I don't want to, but Jalen is unpredictable. I suspect he might be baiting us into action, then turning against us. Impossible. Beyond these 1,000 men, he has no forces here. How can he resist? Albert argued. Himph, I've seen more than you. Also, we are subjects of the Sui Dynasty. Killing him means rebellion. We're not prepared yet, nor do we have certainty of victory. I will not act rashly. Braxton added, young general, the old general is wise. Even if we could kill Jalen, it would tarnish our reputation and alienate heroes across the land. Our goal is to compete for dominance, not fixate on one man. Let him revel in his power for now. Focus on building our own strength. Braxton's reasoning made Albert understand Dean's cautious strategy. Dean continued, Central China is not our immediate goal since we aren't ready to rebel. Our focus should be on the northeast. It's vast and suitable for military operations. Securing that region gives us a fallback position. Even if we can't contend for Central China, we can establish ourselves in the northeast. End of chapter 208. Chapter 209. Guido and Cyrus. Dean's plan greatly impressed everyone present. They thought Dean had a very far-sighted vision, as most of them were from Zhuo Commandery, Yuyang, Beiping, and nearby Liaodong. These areas were not much different in terms of climate and lifestyle from the northeast, so they did not fear settling in the cold, remote region. In fact, they were even hopeful for such a division of territory. Albert said, Father, I understand now, but letting Jalen go just like this still leaves me unsatisfied. Abdurance we can't kill him openly, couldn't we assassinate him? He will be staying at our post station where everyone is one of ours. No matter how capable he is, he won't be able to avoid every detail. If we assassinate him, we'll have no rivals left in Ji province. Whether advancing south or expanding north, we'd be unimpeded. Moreover, after his death, your position might take over his role, making our actions more legitimate. Many people nodded in agreement with Aelbert's words, believing that if an open confrontation was out of the question, an assassination was certainly possible. After some consideration, Dean replied, Cyrus, who claimed to be a descendant of Guinea, the first swordmaster of the Warring States era. While the authenticity of their identities was uncertain, their skills were indeed exceptional, earning Dean's favor. They carried out many ruthless deeds for Dean, helping him eliminate political rivals and solidify his control over Zhua and Beiping, ensuring no one dared oppose him. Guido and Cyrus regarded each other as brothers and kindred spirits. Dean generously supported both of them financially. However, apart from Dean and his son, few knew of their existence. After today's meeting, Aelbert came to a secret estate where Guido and Cyrus lived under Dean's patronage. The estate was lavishly decorated, with splendid pavilions and halls. Their bedrooms were adorned with gold and precious gems, creating an opulent atmosphere. The estate also had dozens of beautiful concubines provided by Dean to serve them. There were chefs from all over China, ready to prepare any dish they desired. Despite being unable to go out in public, these two men enjoyed a life many envied. When Aelbert arrived at the estate, he found Guido and Cyrus enjoying wine in the pavilion. They quickly stood up to greet him. Guido was tall but emaciated, with deep wrinkles on his face. Though he enjoyed luxury, his features bore the fascinating Jalen will be thrilling. Guido's eyes gleamed, contrasting sharply with his gaunt appearance. Aelbert felt a chill watching these two psychopaths, but remained composed. The payment for assassinating Jalen will be substantial. Can you afford it, General Luo? Name your price, and I'll try my best to meet it. Cyrus responded, We live luxuriously here, with all comforts and beauties. We no longer crave material wealth. For this mission, whether successful or not, we ask only that you publicly acknowledge our names, revealing our existence. Aelbert considered and replied, Agreed. I will honor your request. Chapter 210. Arranging the assassination. Guido and Cyrus had long grown tired of this captive life. They came here to serve Dean and hoped to achieve great things that would be recorded in history. But Dean only used them as assassins, engaging in underhanded deeds. Despite their luxurious living conditions, they remained anonymous, hidden from the public eye. This caused a significant psychological strain on both of them. Though their ancestors were assassins, they never committed acts that defied morality. Admiring the honor of their ancestors, they could not accept such a life and thus requested to have their names known. Aelbert appeared to agree to their request but had no intention of actually doing so. He knew that Jalen's death would cause a shock in court and government. Revealing these two men's identities would undoubtedly bring disaster upon him. Someone would trace back to his father and him through their names, so he absolutely could not disclose their identities. Even if they survived this mission, he planned to eliminate them to ensure secrecy. Do you two have any plans? Aelbert asked. Guido thought for a moment and replied, When does young General plan to make your move? Should it be in Zhuojuan, or wait until he returns to Hongshan? If we wait until then, it might take longer. Aelbert shook his head. This matter should be done sooner rather than later. Here in Zhuojuan, everything is under our control. I intend to act here. Whatever you need, I will arrange as best as I can. Cyrus pondered for a while before saying, The most famous place in Zhuojuan is the Yishui Pavilion. With many people coming and going, it's an ideal spot for action. If young General can lure Jalen there and have him stay overnight, the rest can be left to us. Aelbert considered this and said, Agreed. I will handle this and ensure Jalen brings minimal guards to give you the best opportunity for assassination. However, do be discreet and don't expose my father's and my identity. Rest assured, young General, you and old General have treated us well. We won't endanger you, regardless of how the task goes, Guido replied. Aelbert left the residence and returned to his own, arranging his trusted subordinates to prepare at the Yishui Pavilion. The next morning, he visited the guest house to see Jalen. Jalen was talking with Emmanuel and Ronnie. The matters here were settled, and they were preparing to return to Hongshan. Just then, Aelbert came to request an audience. Jalen's eyes twinkled, and he smiled. It seems the Luo family can't help but move against me. Ronnie shouted, Let me go and apprehend him and escort us out. Jalen waved a hand. Shirshin, no need to panic. Nothing serious, everything is under control. Whatever they do will not amount to much. Let him in. I want to hear what he has to say. Emmanuel went out to invite Aelbert inside. After seating Aelbert, Jalen asked, What brings young General here? Aelbert smiled humbly. I know you are busy, but since you've come to Zhuojuan, it's my duty to show you hospitality. I hope you'll visit Zhuojuan for a few days. Zhuojuan has beautiful scenery and historical landmarks. It would be a pity to miss such a fine place. Oh. Jalen perked up. Young General speaks highly. What places are there worth visiting? Aelbert saw Jalen's interest and felt relieved. Total Commander, Zhuojuan has picturesque landscapes and numerous scenic spots, but the most famous is undoubtedly the Yishui Pavilion. The Yishui Pavilion stands by the Yi River, where Pablo bade farewell to Brecken. Although Brecken's attempt to assassinate the king of Qin did not succeed, his name remains immortalized. Thus, Yishui Pavilion has become a place for scholars and heroes to visit. From the Yishui, peach trees lined the banks of the Yi River, blooming profusely in pink blossoms that floated on the water, carried by the wind. Standing 3 zhang high, the Yishui Pavilion looked ancient and majestic, surrounded by crowds drawn by its fame, some admiring the peach blossoms, others reminiscing about history. Built in memory of Brecken's departure to Qin, the Yishui Pavilion was not originally so grand. Jalen ascended the pavilion, facing the gentle breeze. He couldn't resist reciting, Here I bid farewell to Prince Dan, my hair rises with emotion. The man of old is gone, but the waters remain cold today. These lines were from Luo Bin Wang's poem. Emmanuel and others praised his talent, though they were warriors and lacked literary refinement. The words were simple enough for them to understand. Aelbert smiled. Total Commander excels not only in martial arts, but also in literature. Truly admirable. Not at all. These lines are not mine, just quoted. Standing on this pavilion lacks a certain flavor, Jalen sighed. Albert puzzled. Why say that? Standing here offers endless views. What flavor is missing? Jalen sighed again. Too artificial, it feels forced. This tall pavilion ruins the charm. Chapter 211. Lightness of being on water. Modern people love to create forgeries, but in truth, the ancients did the same. They recreated historical sites to attract visitors due to celebrity effects, only to destroy to enter Qin for a greater cause. Chief Steward, this is the true place where Brecken bid farewell. This elderly man is a descendant of Boyd. His family has guarded this place for 800 years without ever leaving. Jalen nodded. What a commendable family. If I could befriend such people, it would be worth it. He approached the old man and asked, Abdur, may I know your name? The old man looked at them calmly and replied, I am Reginald. Gentlemen, you all appear to be distinguished individuals. Why are you here? You should be at the E-water platform. Jalen smiled. The worldly atmosphere there is too intense and stifling. It's more authentic here. I heard your family has been here for 800 years. Yes, we've been here for over 8 centuries, but unfortunately, we lack successors to carry on the tradition. How old are you, sir? Do you have any children? I am 62, and I have 3 children, but they have all passed away. Their children have also left, unwilling to stay here. Only my youngest granddaughter remains, though she too will eventually marry and leave. Sometimes, carrying too much weight becomes unbearable. It might be time to let go. After so long, your family might consider stepping out into the world. It's not necessarily a bad thing, Jalen said thoughtfully. Reginald sighed. This gentleman speaks wisely. It is time to let go, but I am old and cannot move, so let the guardianship end with me. The bond between I will be fine. You and Ronnie, along with Albert, can camp at the E-water platform with the soldiers. I will stay here to witness history. Albert responded, that seems risky. What if someone tries to assassinate you? It would be better to keep some troops here. Ha ha ha. Jalen laughed. If someone were to assassinate me here, it would be fitting. I hope Brecken in heaven can see that the assassin tradition hasn't vanished. But he will also see that future assassins will follow the same doomed path. No one has tried to assassinate me yet. Despite Albert and Emmanuel's concerns, Jalen insisted on staying. They led the troops to camp near the E-water platform, leaving Jalen behind. He sat at a stone table outside the thatched cottage. Reginald served him homemade wine, which, though unpleasant, was purely grain-based. Jalen took a few sips. He wasn't used to ancient liquor and found it had an odd taste. The girl brought out a few plates of country vegetables, including some fresh cucumbers. Without pesticides, they tasted especially good, and Jalen couldn't help but eat one. The girl shyly retreated into the house. Jalen asked, Abdur, what is your granddaughter's name? She's just a simple country girl, so I call her Bitheo because she's the youngest. Gal Bitheo, a beautiful name. She will surely find a worthy match someday. Thank you for your kind words. As long as she can live peacefully, it will be enough. As they conversed, dusk fell, but the moon rose, illuminating the night sky. Cloudless and clear, countless stars twinkled overhead. The silver moonlight bathed the earth, and the gentle sounds of the river flowed melodiously. Suddenly, a figure clad in white appeared, walking gracefully on the surface of the water, truly walking, neither hurried nor hesitant, perfectly balanced. Jalen's eyes narrowed in admiration. How did he do that? Even though Jalen considered himself skilled in lightness techniques, he could only leap across water like a skimming dragonfly, never with such ease and grace. The white-clad figure slowly crossed the river and stopped beside the thatched cottage. Chapter 212. Assassination fails. The man in white was spotless, with a long sword on his back. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his eyes were sharp and clear, giving him an ethereal, otherworldly appearance. However, Jalen noticed that his shoes were wet. Apparently, posing has its price. Jalen could hardly suppress a laugh. No matter how great one's martial arts skills, it was impossible to walk on water without wetting one's shoes. The man in white approached them and asked, which of you is Reginald? Reginald replied, that's me. Are you the descendant of Gainia? At this moment, Galbitheo came out from the hut, standing nervously beside Dai. Please take care of my granddaughter. No problem, Jalen replied. Reginald faced Ari, his demeanor changing as he gripped his sword. His eyes shone with fierce determination. No matter the outcome of today's battle, I hope we can resolve our grudges. As you wish, Ari replied. The two swords clashed like lightning, reflecting the moonlight with brilliance. They engaged in a rapid and intense duel, the sound of their blades ringing continuously. Jalen, still holding the cucumber, watched intently, so captivated that he forgot to eat. After several rounds, Ari lunged forward, forcing Reginald to retreat backward toward the stone table where Jalen sat. Ari struck again, and Reginald leaned back sharply, causing Ari's blade to miss but send the sword toward Jalen. At the same time, Reginald twisted and aimed his sword at Jalen's abdomen. Suddenly, Galbitheo drew a short sword from her instrument case and stabbed at Jalen's back. In an instant, all three had Jalen surrounded, leaving him no room to dodge. Most shockingly, a man emerged from beneath the stone table, reaching out to grab Jalen's legs. It seemed he had been lying in wait for the right moment to ambush Jalen. This sudden chain of events left Jalen in imminent danger, but his expression showed no panic, only disdain. He kicked upward at the man below while seemingly flawless. Despite their meticulous planning, Jalen saw through their scheme and killed the disciples. Desperate for revenge and eternal fame, they attacked Jalen with everything they had. Jalen defended rather than attacked, gradually retreating towards the shore of the river. As they neared the water, Guido and Cyrus grew confident and intensified their attacks. Suddenly, a figure burst from the water, stabbing Guido with a spear, killing him instantly. Seeing this, Cyrus realized the assassination had failed. He stopped attacking. The figure who had emerged from the water addressed Jalen. Master, how did you know I would be hiding here? Jalen glanced at him, saying, do you think I'm stupid? Where else could you hide? It was Aston, who had been secretly protecting Jalen all along. Surveying the area, he noted its emptiness. The nearest tree was about a mile away. Cyrus and others had chosen this open place to prevent soldiers from protecting Jalen covertly. Jalen looked at Cyrus and said, "Now, will you tell me your names? If you don't, you won't get the chance again." Chapter 213. Telling a story. Cyrus had already calmed down, and his face was expressionless. He spoke slowly. "I am Cyrus, a descendant of Gagne. This is Guido, but was ashamed of your origins and name, thus fabricated the identity of being Gagne's descendant." A look of disbelief crossed Cyrus's face. This was his deepest secret, something he never told anyone, yet Jalen revealed it without a single mistake. "How did you know?" His voice was dry as he asked. "My informants cover the entire world. There's nothing I don't know. Would you like me to continue?" "No, no need. Please grant me one request. After I die, bury me and Guido beside the Ishui River. We wish to be near the spirit of Brecken, whom we admire." Jalen shook his head. "You're unworthy. Though Brecken failed in assassinating the emperor, he never killed innocents. Even people like Boyd and Anton didn't. You both have committed numerous atrocities and don't deserve to rest here." Cyrus sadly shook his head, said no more, and plunged his sword into his throat. He fell amidst a pool of blood, filled with remorse. It seemed if given another chance, he would choose to live an ordinary life. Looking at the 4 dead bodies on the ground, Jalen felt no joy in victory. These people are too pitiful. For an illusory reputation, they sacrificed their lives. Was it worth it? "It depends on what they think," Davon commented. "What do you think?" "Definitely worth it. If it were my choice, I wouldn't settle for an ordinary life. I would make the same choice, even if it meant losing my life. At least it proves I lived, that I existed." Jalen chuckled. "Now you can leave. There's nothing left for you here. Next, I will deal with Aelbert." Aelbert was summoned to the cottage. Seeing the 4 corpses lying side by side, he winced internally. Both Guido and Cyrus were key aides to his father, yet they all died here. But he dared not show any sadness on his face. Instead, he feigned shock, asking, "What happened, steward? Why are these 4 dead here?" "They attempted to assassinate me, and I had to kill them." Aelbert quickly knelt down. "I've upset you, steward. It's all because I failed to investigate thoroughly, allowing treacherous individuals to get close to you. Please punish me." Seeing his handsome face, Jalen was moved. In his past life, he loved reading novels and listening to storytelling, particularly enjoying stories from the Qiuran era, and he had a special fondness for Aelbert. Though this Aelbert wasn't exactly the heroic youth described in literature, he was still handsome, proud, and spirited. Abderging, Jalen said, "Young general, please rise." Then he turned to Emmanuel and others. "General Qin, please wait outside the peach grove with the soldiers. I have something to discuss with General Luo." Emmanuel understood Jalen's abilities and led the troops away. Unsure of what Jalen wanted, Aelbert remained anxious, though he hid it well. Jalen walked to the bed of Yang Lin, and his victories over the Copper Banner army. His fame resonated across the land. The more Aelbert listened, the more entranced he became. He felt as if Jalen was talking about himself. Jalen concluded with Aelbert's eventual surrender to the Rene dynasty, his betrayal, and his tragic death at the hands of Giselbert in the muddied waters of a river. Aelbert clenched his fists in anger. What a treacherous world. If I were there, I would have slain all those villains. Jalen smiled. "Let me finish the story." He then narrated the events of the Xuanwu Gate incident, where Prince Quentin of Qin avenged Aelbert and established the prosperous era of Zhongguan, uniting all under heaven and bringing a perfect conclusion to all the hero stories. Chapter 214. Aelbert's death. Aelbert calmed down. He felt that the story Jedi was telling seemed to be about events of their dynasty, with many figures from their time appearing in it. The Aelbert in the story was very much like himself, but not entirely the same. There were many things in the story that had never happened, like how he and Emmanuel had never met before, yet they were described as cousins. Also, would the world ultimately belong to the Rene dynasty? Would Quentin become Ebon Taizong? But Jedi's story was indeed captivating, especially because Aelbert was the main character. This made Aelbert immerse himself into the narrative. When he finished listening to Jedi, he couldn't help but ask, "General Burl, where did you hear this story? Where is the Aelbert you speak of?" Jedi said, "What I told you is a segment from a storytelling book, much of which is fiction. But it is true that the Rene dynasty will replace the Sui Dynasty. It is also true that Dean and his son won't have good endings. These are stories passed down in my hometown. What do you think of them?" Aelbert was stunned. "Where are you from? How could you know these things?" Jedi sighed. "I come from over 1,000 years in the future. My soul has traveled through time." Traveled through time? Aelbert hadn't heard this term before, but it didn't hinder his understanding. At that time, there were legends of souls being resurrected. Many people used such tales to deceive others. But Aelbert didn't think Jedi was making it up. He believed Jedi had kept secrets for too long and needed to confide in someone. He became the person Jedi confided in, and his own fate was evident. Knowing his end, Aelbert relaxed. No longer acting as an arrogant young general, he became a vibrant young man. He sat on the riverbank, even lying down, gazing up at the sky. He slowly said, "Abdurn's childhood. My father placed great expectations on me, hoping I would grow up to be a strong and virtuous man. I've always held myself to this standard, living under immense pressure, never truly being confident felt regrettable." Aelbert smiled. "Forget it. I'll take care of it myself. But I believe your world does exist and has come earlier than expected. Hope you can achieve unification and bring peace to the land." Aelbert ended his life by his own hand. Abdurn's Guido's assassination attempt failed. He knew he couldn't escape. However, he never thought Jedi would tell him so much. So he died with a smile. Jedi stared at his corpse for a long time, muttering to himself, "Rest assured. I will achieve the goal of unifying the world. All lands shall become mine." He summoned Emmanuel and others to handle Aelbert's body. Emmanuel asked, "My lord, what should we do with his body? Display his head publicly?" Jedi thought for a moment. Forget it. Behead the other 4 assassins as a warning. Properly prepare his body and send it back to Zhuo County. Say he was killed protecting me from assassins. Emmanuel hesitated, then nodded. As you command. He asked, my lord, do these men have names? Jedi shook his head. Assassins need no names. Leave them unnamed. Upon receiving his son's body, Dean flew into a rage, ready to seek revenge against Jedi. His only son, his hope, was dead. Everything he did, half of it for his son. How could he not hate Jedi? He knew Aelbert couldn't die protecting Jedi because the assassins were his own henchmen, Guido and Cyrus. Aelbert must have sent these improperly. Everyone shuddered at his words. Chapter 215, A Gathering of Talents. Jalen lingered by the Yi River for a few days and heard that Dean had not attacked him, but instead launched an assault on Liaodong. He felt quite disappointed, even though enticing Dean and the Khitan to mutually weaken each other was part of his plan. However, he truly hoped that Dean would take revenge at all costs for his son, which would be more in line with the image of the Northern Peace King in his mind. Unfortunately, he was let down. He led Emmanuel and others back to Mount Hong where he met Adonis, Matt, and others. Adonis and the rest had already learned about the results of the campaign against Goguryeo from the returning soldiers. They were all delighted for Jalen as this campaign added another significant feat to his list, acquiring Liaodong territory. This substantial expansion, although not yet fully under control, showed great promise. As strategists with foresight, they recognized its potential. In ancient times, the state of Qin rose to power after gaining the lands of Shirong, significantly expanding its territory. Now, their situation was remarkably similar to that of Qin. Yet, they were concerned when they heard Jalen remained in Zhuo County. Upon seeing him return safely, they were all very pleased. After settling back into the county governor's residence and finishing administrative tasks, Jalen only kept his confidants around. Adonis, Usher, Matt, Farron, Emmanuel, and others were present. During Jalen's absence, under Adonis's leadership, Mount Hong conducted its first ideological unification, targeting those occupying important positions. Adonis outlined the future direction of Mount Hong and gave them a choice. Stay if you agree, leave or be eliminated if you do not. It was that simple. Usher, Ronan, Carlo, Alberic, and Kenneth also knew about Jalen's plan to overthrow the Sui Dynasty and establish a new one. All of them chose to support it because anyone with ambition would choose such a path. These energetic individuals desired to achieve something extraordinary. The Sui Dynasty was clearly declining and bound to fall sooner or later. They needed a true leader during this chaotic time to support and protect. If successful, they would become founding heroes and immortalize their names in history. Jalen, young and ambitious, was the leader they had long been looking for. His intention to overthrow the Sui Dynasty was vital and significant. Therefore, upon learning of his plans, they joined him without hesitation. Now everyone he valued knew of his intentions. Seeing more and more talents join him, Jalen was overjoyed. It brought him one step closer to his hegemony. He recounted the events in Zhuo County, and everyone nodded in agreement. Adonis said, Lord, your actions were correct. Matt added, the biggest problems in these 9 commanderies are threats from noble families and rebels like Vaughn. Don't worry about Vaughn. I will handle him personally. Focus on countering the nobles, Jalen instructed. Usher cautioned, Lord, don't underestimate Vaughn. He has many capable men under him, is generous and open-handed, and adept at attracting talent. He operates near Qi County, so I've heard much about his capabilities, Jalen noted. Armando chuckled. Did you know, Mr. Fong, that Lord once met Vaughn and stayed in his stronghold for several days? Usher was again speechless. Matt confirmed, indeed. Vaughn has been supported by our Lord, who sold fertilizers to him to increase grain production. Usher and the others were genuinely stunned. Jalen had accomplished so much quietly, and they could only imagine what else he had done. Clearly, they had chosen the right person to support. I will personally visit Vaughn to persuade him to surrender. Before that, I'll eliminate the rebellions led by Jonah and Gu Qian, isolating Vaughn. Farron laughed. Let me take care of these petty bandits. Grant me this achievement. You wouldn't compete for credit with the 3 heroes of Dusty Wind, would you? Jalen smiled. How dare I compete with the 3 heroes of Dusty Wind? Farron seriously replied, Lord, the title of the 3 heroes of Dusty Wind. Avram Khan was a capable leader who rapidly strengthened Eastern Tujue over just a few years. He broke the agreement with the Sui Dynasty to jointly deploy troops at all times and did not send any forces during the 3 campaigns against Goguryeo. This infuriated Hurley, who sought to support Avram Khan's younger brother as a counterbalance. However, Avram's brother refused to accept the offer, and Hurley then executed one of Avram's favored ministers. This escalated tensions, leading Avram Khan to further resent the Sui Dynasty. After successfully subduing Goguryeo, Hurley, feeling triumphant, traveled to Jinyang to inspect the construction of the palace there and to intimidate Avram Khan into submission like the Western Turks. But he underestimated the diminished power of the Sui. The repeated failures in the Goguryeo campaigns had already exposed their weakness. Seeing an opportunity, Avram Khan harbored ambitions to eliminate the Sui and replace them. Taking advantage of Hurley's northern tour, he planned to capture and kill him. Fortunately, Harlow, sent to forge peace, learned of the plot and promptly warned Hurley. Retreating quickly, Hurley still found himself besieged in Yinmen Pass while Tujue forces captured 39 nearby cities, leaving only Yinmen and Go County untouched. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Adonis and others believed it. They acknowledged that Hurley was truly surrounded by the Turks. Jalen dismissed the messenger and asked, What do you think? Should we assist Hurley? A silence fell. Everyone pondered the most beneficial move. Matt spoke first. If we rebel now, Hurley remains the biggest obstacle. While alive, he commands loyalty as the emperor. Killing him would tarnish us as regicides. With him alive, Sui officials will remain loyal. Any rebellion, like Freddy's, would face united opposition. So, Hurley's death benefits our next moves. But as the Sui emperor, his fall to foreign hands disgraces the entire Chinese nation. I suggest we send aid. Adonis agreed. Hurley must not die at the hands of the Turks. Moreover, his patronage towards our lord is well known. Not helping risks alienating heroes and harming our cause. We must save him. Generals Farron, William, and Emmanuel also volunteered to expel the Turks. Nodding, Jalen said, Abderrants were united. Let's mobilize immediately. How should we rescue him? Farron proposed. Speed is crucial. The Turks may breach Yinmin anytime. We must dispatch troops urgently to reach before they break through. William added, we should also send a surprise force to ambush the Turks' rear. Jalen concurred, both ideas are sound. Let's hasten to Yinmin and cut off the Turks' retreat, dealing a devastating blow to Avram Khan. I'll lead the brothers Alberic and Evan to relieve Yinmin. William, along with Hiram, Fiki, and Ulysses, will disrupt the Turk supply lines. Farron and Emmanuel, stay behind to deal with rebellions. Three prongs ensure nothing is delayed. The generals accepted his orders unanimously. Jalen particularly instructed William, travel light and bring minimal supplies to reach swiftly. I'll provide special rations later. Perplexed by the special rations, William nodded. Post-meeting, Jalen led William and Ulysses to a hidden underground storage. Pointing to the contents, he said, these are compressed biscuits, light, durable, and satisfying enough for a day. Distribute them to the soldiers for swift travel. Startled by such innovative food, both stood speechless. After returning from Huaxia town, Jalen had organized mass production of these biscuits, which were now ready. Also, carry plenty of explosives. The Turks are fierce riders. Superior cavalry tactics are necessary. Use explosives strategically. He then told Ulysses, I suspect your elder mentor, the mirror-polishing old man, who is also my senior, plays a role in this attack, aiming to overthrow the Sui. If you encounter him and can't fight, mention me. He'll spare you. Ask him to wait for me. I'll settle things. Confused, Ulysses couldn't place this elder within the Xie family. He's a Burl, not a Xie, Jalen clarified. Now understanding, a descendant of Southern Burl. Ulysses saw clearly. Having given instructions, Jalen led 10,000 cavalry to Yinmin. Other troops followed suit without delay. Sui officials, knowing Hurley's fate could decide the dynasty's survival, dispatched immediate relief forces. Even rebel factions allowed free passage for Sui troops, agreeing that if Hurley fell to foreigners, none would live in honor. Chapter 217. Rescuing Yimin Pass. Jalen led General Armando and the Zechariah, commanding 10,000 cavalrymen who entered Shaanxi through Jingxing Pass, making their way day and night toward Yimin Pass. Yimin Pass, located in Dai County, Xinzhou City, Shaanxi, is a crucial point on the Great Wall, known as first among the 9 defile of the world. Its strategic location is vital. If Yimin Pass were to fall, nomadic tribes would have a direct route into central China without much resistance. Consequently, Yimin Pass is fortified with high walls and treacherous terrain, making it difficult to conquer. This pass has always been a critical military stronghold, where Heron and Campbell once launched campaigns against the Xiongnu. Jalen's forces had barely entered Shaanxi when they encountered a contingent of Sui troops. This Sui army was led by General Frank, who was Eben Hurley's brother-in-law, as he was your generation's time to shine. This realm depends on your protection. After some brief conversation, the two armies merged and continued their journey. As they neared Yimin Pass, Frank gathered Jalen and Quentin to discuss military strategy. General Burl, we are about to reach Yinmin. Do you have any plans to repel the Tujue forces? Frank asked. Jalen smiled but remained silent, glancing at Quentin. Observing him recently, Burl noticed Quentin emulated him in every detail, even dressing in black like himself. Standing beside him, Quentin looked like a smaller version of Burl. Second Master, what do you think we should do? Jalen asked Quentin. Frank, being diplomatic, quickly turned to Quentin. Nephew sure, do you have any ideas? Quentin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Admiring Jalen deeply, he mimicked his every move. Hearing their query, he seized the opportunity to showcase his skills. Uncle brother, please excuse me if I offend. Let me know if my suggestions aren't adequate, Quentin began. The Tujue forces number over 100,000, while ours are less than 30,000, putting us at a significant disadvantage. If we wait for other reinforcements, we might not have enough time. Pausing for effect, he continued, I propose we use deception to mislead the enemy. By creating the illusion of overwhelming strength, we can make the Tujue believe that a Mother Gavin suggested, Khan, let's avoid a direct confrontation. If this is merely a ruse, they'll be trapped within Yinmin alongside us. If they truly number in the hundreds of thousands, it's best we retreat to preserve our forces. Ashina of Rampi agreed and ordered the Tujue troops to retreat several miles, opening the passage to Yimin Pass. Sure enough, Jalen's forces entered Yimin Pass without a fight. Once inside, Ashina of Rampi realized the Sui forces had bluffed and promptly re-established the siege. However, Jalen's arrival gave the defenders renewed hope. The defenders, having run out of food, were surviving by slaughtering horses. With fresh supplies brought by Jalen, morale soared, especially among those who had witnessed Burl's prowess during the Liaodong campaign. Their confidence in repelling the Tujue increased. Meeting Hurley, they found him frail and weary, his eyes sunken, his hair gray, lacking any semblance of his former vigor, even more so than in Liaodong. Seeing Jalen and company, he managed a weak smile. Minister, I feared I would never see you again. Jalen reassured him, Your Majesty, rest assured. As long as I am here, no harm shall come to you. Chapter 218. The Traitor. After hearing Jalen's words, Hurley barely regained some composure. He firmly believed in Jalen's capabilities. Frank and Quentin also came to pay their respects to Hurley. Hurley comforted Frank with a few gentle words. When he heard that Quentin was Pedro's son, a touch of pleasure finally appeared on his face. His purpose in coming to Jingyang was to test Pedro's loyalty. Due to the influence of certain nursery rhymes and prophecies, he had always been suspicious of Pedro. Seeing Quentin come to his rescue so promptly now made him very satisfied. Shimin, by marriage, I am still your uncle. Once, I even suspected you and your father, but it appears that I listened to the slanders of evil men and wrongly accused both of you. Quentin prostrated himself and said, Your Majesty, My father and I have always been loyal to you, as loyal as the sun and moon. Hurley nodded and replied, good, good. With such loyalty, I am content. Jalen inquired about the situation at Yimin Pass. Damien reported, Your Majesty has toured here unexpectedly, only to be ambushed by the Tujue. Fortunately, we received intelligence from Harlow, allowing Your Majesty to retreat into Yimin Pass. However, only over 10,000 troops are around us, vastly outnumbered by the Tujue. With Yimin Pass, we've managed to defend up until now. To encourage the soldiers' resolve, His Majesty promised all who participate in the defense will be rewarded as nobles and enjoy wealth and power. Those without titles would be granted 6th rank official positions, while those with ranks would be promoted 3 grades. With this incentive, the troops united and held the fort. But the army is out of food. If reinforcements don't arrive soon, we won't be able to hold any longer. The minister base interjected, rewarding everyone was just a temporary measure and can't be implemented. If fully executed, even emptying the national treasury couldn't fill the gap. Thus, these rewards cannot be honored. Hearing this, Jalen thought to himself that Hurley's move was indeed a complete failure. Before, he might have waged many wars, but he always kept his word and maintained authority. Now, for the sake of survival, he made impossible promises, which enraged the Sui troops and eroded the trust of officials. After the Battle of Yinmen, Hurley would no longer be able to control the court. Though this crossed his mind, he didn't voice it aloud. He knew it wouldn't help anyway since Hurley's word was already out. With the arrival of an additional 30,000 troops, Hurley's courage grew, and he ceased his lamentation. He revived his spirit and asked, Dear Minister Burl, do you now have a plan to break the enemy? Jalen replied, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I have a strategy, but it needs a few more days to take effect. For the time being, please bear some inconvenience. Hurley responded, as long as there's a way to drive back after them. Startled, Hurley feared rebellion within Yimin Pass aimed at killing him. He was like a frightened bird, completely losing imperial decorum. Jalen stepped out first, followed closely by Damien, Frank, Quentin, Enzo, and others, stopping the runners. Seeing the bound men were Damien's sons, Eden and Robert, and the chasers were Damien's servants. The former stopped pursuing and watched from afar. Enraged upon seeing his sons captured, Damien, who had just been rebuffed by Jalen, exploded, shouting, What are you doing? Trying to rebel? What punishment do you deserve for abducting imperial officials? Alberic paid no heed to him, kneeling before Jalen instead. Director Burl, these two are spies for the Tujue. Their servants tried to reclaim them, so to avoid conflict, we came directly to Your Majesty. Everyone frowned, unsure what was happening. How did the Yuan brothers become spies? Are you talking nonsense? Show evidence. Damien's face turned purple. Had it not been for Jalen's presence, he would have lashed out. Still, these were Jalen's subordinates, and they had come to rescue him. He needed to consider Jalen's face. Evan produced letters written by the 2 dogs addressed to Khan of Rambai. Damien turned to his sons, who remained speechless and hung their heads in shame. Damien's mind raced with shock. He knew it was true. His 2 sons had indeed been collaborating with the Tujue. Yuan's servants stood motionless in the distance. Suddenly, Eden shouted, We only conducted business with the Tujue. We never conspired against them or planned to betray Yinmen Pass. Furious, Damien slapped his son twice. By speaking up, Eden inadvertently confirmed their collaboration. Damien berated himself for having such incompetent sons. Chapter 219. Release. The ministers now understood that there indeed was a traitor within the Yuan Pass, which explained why Jalen had refused to inform Damien of the military situation. It turned out he had long been aware of this treachery. Moreover, it involved someone from the Yuan family. Did Damien know about this? But given its connection to the Yuan family, no one dared to speak up further. Inside, Hurley also learned about the situation and immediately felt relieved when he saw there was no rebellion. However, upon hearing that the Yuan brothers had betrayed Yuan, he immediately ordered Damien to be arrested as well. The servants of the Yuan family also did not dare act rashly and were all apprehended. Hurley began to interrogate how the whole incident had unfolded and how the Yuan brothers were caught. It turned out that after Jalen entered Yuan, in order to give the defending troops some rest, he carried out a rotation. His brought-in Sui soldiers took over the defense of Yuan Pass. The Yuan brothers were unaware of this change and continued trying to leave the city daily to trade with the Turks. Actually, trading with the Turks wasn't limited to just them. At the time, the relationship between Sui and the Turks was outwardly amicable. So many officials had commercial dealings with the Turks. Money is money, even if it's from the Turks. It wasn't uncommon. But once Avram Khan besieged Yuan Pass, these officials dared not trade with the Turks anymore, except for these 2 brothers who didn't take it seriously. They believed that war was war, business was business. Both could continue without interference. So their trade with Avram Khan never stopped. Yet they knew better than to sell out Yuan. Doing so would have earned them condemnation. The original defenders knew about their dealings with the Turks but, intimidated by the power of the Yuan family, nobody dared to stop them, allowing them free entry and exit. However, the Zechariah wouldn't tolerate them. They had received instructions from Jalen to keep a close eye on the Yuan family, particularly Eden. Thus, they demanded a pass order from the Yuan brothers. The Yuan brothers cursed loudly and ended up being beaten down by the Zechariah. The father of the Zechariah, Horatio, was an old minister of the Sui Dynasty, unafraid of Damien. A letter to Avram Khan was found in their possession, confirming their collusion with the Turks. They were then bound up. Seeing the trouble, the servants of the Yuan family rushed over to try and save them. The Zechariah, retreating step by step towards the government offices, intentionally avoided mobilizing troops to highlight the arrogance of the Yuan family. That was how things unfolded. Upon hearing this, Hurley read the letter addressed to Avram Khan and nearly exploded with anger. He shouted, Drag those evil traitors out and kill them. No, dismember them. Damien, who was also tied up below, immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, they are ignorant and young. Please forgive their crimes. Jalen thought to himself, these 2 men were both in their 40s, yet they were still being called young and ignorant. Truly fitting the joke, he's still a child. Hurley redirected his anger at Damien. You've raised such good sons, Damien. Look at what they've done. He threw the letter down, and Damien, bound tightly, had it held up before his eyes by a eunuch. Seeing the letter, he almost died of rage, fainting instantly. Drag him out and execute him too, Hurley yelled from above. Jensen, Aaron, Base and others wanted to plead for Damien. But seeing the content of the letter, they exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The letter contained more than just messages to Avram Khan. It included a list of transactions involving weapons, spears, tents, and other military supplies. If they were selling ceramics or tea, it would have been tolerable. But selling military equipment meant the very weapons used against Sui soldiers were of their own making. How could anyone not feel disheartened? Even those close to Damien did not dare to plead on his behalf. They detested Eden and Robert deeply. Executioners dragged the three father-sons out. Eden and Robert screamed and cried bitterly, while Damien, having regained consciousness, lowered his head in silence, closing his eyes, utterly heartbroken by his son's actions. Just as the three were about to be executed, someone shouted, "Spare their lives." Rushing in from outside was Damien's third son and imperial son-in-law Crew. Having stayed overnight in Guangzhou, he only came today after receiving word of the incident. Barefoot and disheveled, Crew knelt before Hurley, pleading, "Your Majesty, whatever crime my father committed, please spare him in light of his unwavering loyalty. Your daughter is pregnant. Could you bear to see her suffer? Spare my father for princess' sake." Crew repeatedly kowtowed until blood covered his forehead. At this moment, Hurley's ambitions had long vanished. The ordeal at Yumen left him terrified. All that remained was his love for his wife and children. Hearing Crew mention his beloved daughter and imagining her sorrow stirred compassion within him. He recalled Damien's endless obedience, providing him with wealth for his pleasure, now white-haired and elderly, facing execution. Overwhelmed with pity, he sighed, "Bring Damien back." The ministers looked at each other in surprise. None spoke. They hadn't expected Hurley to release Damien. This decision was indeed justified. Damien bore minimal responsibility, having failed to supervise his sons rather than participating directly. Therefore, releasing him made sense. Damien entered, kneeling before Hurley, head bowed, silent, not uttering a word of gratitude. Hurley looked at him and sighed again, recalling past events. Release Eden and Robert as well. Demote them to slaves, confined to the Yuan residence, never to step outside. This statement sent shockwaves through the court. The Yuan brothers had committed treason, yet faced no real punishment. Confinement to their home was virtually no penalty at all. This greatly disheartened the soldiers. They fought fiercely, yet the emperor released the traitors. Crew hadn't expected it either. He only aimed to save his father but ended up sparing his brothers too, a welcome surprise. He hastily kowtowed in thanks. Damien wore a relieved expression, repeatedly bowing. All felt deep resentment toward Hurley. His decision would cost him his life. Chapter 220. Venturing deep into enemy territory. Eben Hurley was a man of his word in the past, but now he was handling matters solely based on his whims, disregarding state affairs entirely. If once Hurley still harbored aspirations to reform and challenge the monopolistic power of the aristocratic families, aiming for a unified empire under his reign as the Heavenly Khan, he now only sought to survive, indulging in women and wine, devoid of any ambition. His policies were capricious and lacked coherence. Jalen sighed without offering any counsel, knowing that the current Hurley would not heed any advice. No one could stop him from acting on his obstinate will. Jalen thought to himself that despite having traveled through time, he had failed to change Hurley's fate. It seemed Hurley was digging his own grave. However, Jalen did not intend to make futile remonstrations. He felt he had done enough by aiding Hurley to repay the emperor's favor. As for risking his life to defend the Yuan family or opposing Hurley, those were things he would not do. The matter concerning Eden and Robert thus came to an end. Damien was demoted to commoner status, and the two Yuan brothers became slaves. For the Yuan family, this was not a significant blow. As long as they lived, there was always a chance to rise again. No one blamed Jalen anymore since he had predicted someone within the Yinmen Pass would collude with the Turks. No one asked about Jalen's plans either, understanding that explanations would be futile once military messenger's name was Coil. Reluctantly, he knew that if something happened to Jalen, he would not easily escape the Turkish camp. But refusing also lacked sufficient justification. Jalen reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm just accompanying you to take a look." Both left Yimin Pass, dressed simply like mountain folk. Abderance relations between the Sui people and the Turks had been friendly, border crossings were common. So even if the Turkish soldiers saw them, they did not suspect them. They did not reach the Turkish camp until nightfall. Only then did Coil hide Jalen outside the camp, using bird calls as signals. Soon, a Chinese man dressed in Turkish attire appeared at the camp entrance. Coil then led Jalen inside, where they met Harlow. It was clear this was their method of communication. Harlow was around 40 years old. Despite her years on the northern steppe, she remained beautiful, seemingly untouched by time. Yet, a hint of worry marred her face, revealing her concern for her homeland. Upon seeing Coil, she inquired about the situation inside Yimin Pass. Coil answered and conveyed Jalen's message to her. After listening, Harlow's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. She asked, "If this is true, can the Khan Shirbai retreat?" Stepping forward, Jalen replied, "No, Shirbai will not withdraw easily after cornering His Majesty here." Startled, Harlow, unfamiliar with Jalen, asked, "Who are you?" "I am Jalen, General of Jizhou Liaodong in the Great Sui Dynasty." Coil added, "General Burl is here to rescue His Majesty." Surprised, Harlow exclaimed, "You have great courage to come here alone. Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Jalen smiled, "I'm not afraid. Moving within the Turkish camp is as easy as walking on flat ground. Besides, serving His Majesty means braving fire and sword if necessary." Harlow's expression changed. You say the Khan won't withdraw, so how can he be made to retreat? By defeating him. Only through victory can we make him retreat. Impossible. I won't help you defeat the Khan. Harlow said sternly. Princess, please calm down. We don't need you to do much, just spread rumors. Other matters need not concern you. Moreover, Shibai's defeat will benefit you more than harm you. If he wins, he'll become increasingly arrogant, ignoring the Great Sui. Your life won't be easy either. If he fails, he'll fear the Great Sui, and your position in his heart will be unshakable. Surely you understand the stakes. Harlow admitted, indeed, I do. That's why I'm willing to help persuade the Khan to retreat. But you asking to defeat him, it doesn't make sense. Jalen explained, the Turks are bound to lose. Even without your help, Shibai cannot win. By involving you in this small task, we aim to gain His Majesty's favor towards you, to cut off his retreat. Then answer one question of mine. What question? Did Avram come to invade the Central Plains under the influence of Megan? Coyle was startled. Being an old servant of the Sui Dynasty, he knew that Eben I of Sui had long ago ordered the execution of Megan. How could Jalen ask such a question now? After some thought, Harlow replied, yes, indeed she influenced him. How do you know about this highly secretive matter? Jalen said, it doesn't matter how I know. Just tell me where she is now. Do you want to kill her? That's impossible. Avram has dispatched heavy guards around her. You can't kill her. I said this isn't something you should be concerned about. Just tell me where she is. She's in the center of the camp, close to Avram's tent where he holds council. She's surrounded by elite Tujue guards. Harlow hesitated. In truth, she also wished for Megan's death, but she didn't believe Jalen had the capability to accomplish it. Jalen instructed Coyle to return to Yinmin first while he himself went to assassinate Megan. His primary purpose for coming here was because of Megan. He guessed that there must be a woman behind Avram's invasion of the Great Sui, as Megan's heart to destroy the Sui dynasty hadn't diminished. She spared no effort to achieve her goal, making her a constant threat to the Chinese Empire as long as she lived. This woman wielded great power, influencing both the Khitan and the Tujue with her schemes. His second senior brother was also recruited by her, and unless Megan died, his brother wouldn't find peace. Thus, he risked everything to assassinate dignity. At that moment, she was yet to rest in her tent, deeply dissatisfied with Khan Avram's performance. She believed his incompetence led to the failure to capture Yinmin despite having tens of thousands of troops. If Sui reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. Regardless of her worries, she couldn't devise another plan and could only watch time slip away. Tim sat before her, gazing softly with affectionate eyes. He was thoroughly captivated by Megan, obeying her commands without hesitation. Lord Burl, what do you think the Sui military will do to relieve Yinmin? Megan asked, referring to Tim's title from the Burl dynasty. Tim pondered and replied, Princess, the Sui dynasty is internally weakened and cannot mobilize substantial forces for rescue. Even if they could, their numbers wouldn't surpass the Tujue. Direct intervention would be difficult. If I were to command, I'd send an army around the back of the Tujue forces, attacking from behind while the Sui forces inside Yinmin attack from the front. A two-pronged assault would surely lead to the Tujue's defeat. Megan blinked. Is that possible? To flank the Tujue, one needs to go around a large area, not to mention encountering obstacles. The grain supplies wouldn't last. Carrying enough provisions would slow the march. By then, it would be too late for rescue. Do you really think this is feasible? If anyone else attempted it, they would fail, but there's someone in the Sui dynasty who could succeed. Who? Megan asked. My junior brother, Jalen. If he leads the troops, he can certainly accomplish it. Jalen? Megan frowned. The same person who ruined our plans? That's him. His talents far surpass Avram's. Only he can outmaneuver Avram. Megan considered. Avram is outwardly strong but weak inside. He's ambitious but incompetent. If Jalen spreads false news of flanking attacks, Avram may not believe it. Harlow can certainly relay this news to Avram. He won't trust others afterward. We can't eliminate Yicheng either. Lord Burl, could you lead our forces to secretly block Jalen's advance? Tim replied, I can go, but I'm worried about Princess's safety. Why would you be worried? Megan laughed seductively. Tim averted his gaze, unable to look at her. Megan enjoyed his reaction. I have heavy protection here. Nothing will happen to me. Go and prevent Jalen's troops from ambushing us. Failure to intercept them will foil his plan. Tim nodded and stood up. As he turned to leave, he hesitated and said, Princess, is it right for us to use foreign forces to attack the Central Plains? Megan replied harshly, there's no right or wrong. I seek revenge and wish to reclaim what was taken from me. If he was worth her investment. For revenge, she naturally hoped to gather more support. Come in, said the princess. Jalen stepped into the tent, and the person outside saw Princess Great Virtue allowing him in, thus having no reason to suspect anything amiss. The princess observed a young man entering, handsome and vibrant, exuding boundless energy. She was immediately captivated. Even an unassuming young man like him would make a fine consort. At over 50, the princess's heart fluttered with desire as she narrowed her eyes seductively and slowly approached Jalen, asking, What's your name? Why have you come to see me? Where's the tea you mentioned? Jalen frowned, thinking to himself. Has this old woman taken leave of her senses? It's like she's on some sort of love potion, climbing up on anyone she sees. But this works to his advantage, making her easier to control. Princess Great Virtue, my name is Jalen. I am the governor of Ji Prefecture in the Sui Dynasty. You. The princess was about to cry out, but froze as a gleaming dagger appeared before her, pointing at her chest. Frightened, she dared not make a sound. All lascivious thoughts vanished, replaced by sheer terror as she stared at Jalen, unsure of what to say. Jalen restrained her, but did not rush to kill her. He took out a small jar from his pocket and placed it before the princess. The princess laughed. That fool is hopelessly devoted, harboring deep feelings for me, yet never daring to cross boundaries. He worships me like a goddess. He doesn't know women need love. Unfortunately, you'll never see him again. What have you done to my master? Veins bulged on Jalen's forehead. He looked livid. The princess kept smiling. Do you want to know? Then embrace me, and I'll tell you. To Jalen, this woman was venomous like a snake. Every word she spoke dripped with malice. But if he didn't comply, she wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of his second master. Should he really indulge her? He thought of Qiao Rodney's encounter with Maisie, this wicked woman. Jalen spread his arms wide and slowly moved towards the princess. The princess's face beamed triumphantly. In her view, getting Jalen to embrace her was victory enough. Besides, she hid a knife in her clothes, ready to stab him once he embraced her. As she gazed at Jalen, waiting for his next move, instead of an embrace, she felt a searing pain as Jalen slit her throat. Blood spurted from her neck, but she didn't die instantly. Pointing at Jalen, she tried to speak, her eyes bulging in shock. Jalen smiled. Old hag, who do you think you are? You're behaving like a lustful cat in heat at your age. Abdurns you like being embraced so much? Go to hell and let the ghosts embrace you. Even without you telling me, I know where my madam stared at her for a while without reacting, then asked indifferently, what is it? Speak. Harlow felt his aloofness. These past few days, Avram had treated her this way, and she had grown accustomed to it. If Avram defeated the Sui Dynasty this time, her position would be even more precarious. Therefore, she hoped all the more that the Sui Dynasty would win. Kahan, yesterday I received confidential information that the Sui Dynasty has dispatched an elite force to encircle our rear and cut off our supply lines. Please retreat immediately, Kahan. Upon hearing Harlow's words, Avram frowned. He indeed feared someone cutting off his supply lines, and had set up scouts in the rear who would report any news. Now, with no news from the scouts and the information coming from Harlow, he was surprised. Considering her identity as a person of the Sui Dynasty who didn't want him to defeat them and had repeatedly advised him to retreat, Avram doubted this message. She might have concocted this scheme again to get him to retreat and rescue Evan Hurley of Sui. Thus, he was uncertain and only half believed the message. All right, I know. You may leave, Avram said. Please make your decision quickly, Harlow urged. Yes, let me also tell you something. Megan was assassinated last night. The assassin was never caught, but we saw a Han person wearing our clothes visit Megan's tent. This person also knew the military password. Harlow was shocked. She hadn't expected Jalen to succeed. Avram's suspicion of her leaking information made her uneasy, but after years of living on the grasslands, Harlow had learned to remain composed. She knew that as long as Avram didn't defeat the Sui Dynasty, he couldn't do anything to her. So she replied calmly, Megan is from the previous dynasty and should have died long ago. It's already lucky that she lived this long. Bury her now. After saying that, she left Kihan Avram's tent. Avram looked at her retreating figure with a mixture of hate and fear but was helpless. The news about the Sui army encircling their rear spread through the Turkic army, shaking the troops' morale and causing panic. Some believed it was true, fearing the Sui army would cut off their supply lines. Others dismissed it completely, including Avram's brother, Lamar, who said, Kihan, don't believe such nonsense. The Sui army can't possibly achieve this. Circumnavigating our rear would take too long, and the Sui army wouldn't have enough supplies. Even if they could reach us, there wouldn't be many of them, so we don't need to prepare for anything. His words were supported by some others who also didn't believe the Sui army could block their way. Listening to these words, Kihan Avram found it even harder to decide. Just then, news came that the Sui army was challenging them beyond the pass. Pointed behind Avram. Startled, Avram turned around but saw nothing besides the Turkic soldiers. What's this supposed to mean? Soon my army will break into your ancestral home, leaving you nowhere to stand. Hell, you dare mock me. Avram realized Jalen was jesting with him. Furious, he charged forward with his saber swinging. Fearing Avram's safety, Lamar led the Turkic troops upward. Quinton commanded the Sui forces to counterattack, and the two armies clashed. Most Turkic soldiers were cavalry, while the Sui forces mostly consisted of infantry, putting them at a disadvantage. But outside Yinmen Pass, the hilly terrain wasn't suitable for rapid cavalry charges, and instead limited the effectiveness of mounted warriors. By the time the two armies engaged, the cavalry was forced to fight stationary battles. The Sui troops had prepared by equipping frontline soldiers with hooked lances, long spears with hooks designed by Su Ning of Liangshan, used to hook horses' legs. When the armies met, the Sui infantry targeted the horses' legs. Abdurns the Turkic cavalry was stationary, the horses became sitting ducks. Additionally, most Turkic soldiers wielded sabers, flexible weapons with short blades. They posed a threat during swift attacks but were ineffective in close combat, unable to reach the Sui troops. Thus, the Turkic cavalry found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering heavy losses. Seeing this, Avram quickly retreated. After winning, Jalen didn't chase further. Instead, he had the war drums pounded loudly, confidence. They all believed that defeating the Sui army was just a matter of time. Fremont suggested, Kagan, why don't we launch another attack and pretend to suffer a worse defeat this time, as if retreating in disarray? We could lure the Sui army into pursuit. Once we draw them out, we can defeat them. Avram thought about it and said, that's not a bad idea. Let's give it a try. You lead the troops to bait the enemy while I set up an ambush. Remember to abandon some war horses if necessary. If they have more horses, they might grow bold enough to chase us. Understood. Fremont readily accepted the order. The next morning, Fremont led the Turkic soldiers to challenge the Sui army once again. Jalen led the Sui army out to engage. After a brief skirmish, as in yesterday's battle, the Turkic cavalry was suppressed by the Sui army. Fremont then retreated hastily, abandoning hundreds of war horses. However, the Sui army remained cautious and did not pursue. After securing the horses, they withdrew back to Yimin Pass, leaving the Turks with a net loss of several hundred horses. Upon returning, Kagan Avram did not reprimand him but said, the Sui army is cautious. Let's keep supplying them with horses until they finally attack. Fremont advised, Kagan, perhaps we should change our strategy. Giving away horses only helps equip the Sui army with cavalry. Kagan Avram responded, no need to worry. It takes more than having horses to form effective cavalry. Turning infantry into cavalry isn't feasible. They'll merely become infantry. Hurley was moved, sharing the letter with his ministers, saying, "It seems the people still need me. They love me so much. I established my reign by subduing southern Burl, and the people in Jiangnan still remember me. If we survive this, I will definitely visit the south." The ministers exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to respond. Their emperor was thinking about visiting the south before even escaping danger. That morning, Jialen began organizing his troops, positioning infantry at the front and his true cavalry behind them. His previous decoy tactics aimed to make Avram believe the Sui lacked cavalry. He hadn't expected Avram to gift horses, turning it into a pleasant surprise. When he brought out genuine cavalry, Avram still believed they were disguised infantry. Thus, Avram wasn't worried. Standing before his troops, he shouted, "Jialen, you cowardly rat. You only dare to show off before the pass. Have the courage to face us in open ground." Jialen laughed. "Avram, how many times have you lost to me? Have you no shame to challenge again? Look at these horses, you gave them to me. If you want to give horses, say so. Why bother with fighting?" Enraged, Avram roared, "Enough of your gibberish. Today, we fight to the death. As you wish. But remember my warning, watch your rear. Don't let my troops sneak into your base." "I've heard enough," Avram snarled, impatient. With no reports of enemies behind him, he dismissed Burl's warning and charged toward the Sui army. This time, the Sui army didn't counter immediately. Instead, dozens of crossbow carts appeared, launching arrows towards the Turkic cavalry. These modified crossbows, designed by Jialen, could fire over 100 bolts automatically. The Turkic soldiers were bombarded by arrows like swarms of locusts. Avram hadn't anticipated this tactic. Planning to retreat after a brief skirmish, he was now caught off guard by the rain of arrows. Quickly commanding his troops to retreat, Avram knew they had truly lost, scrambling down the hillside in chaos. Jialen shot down Avram's standard, further confusing the Turkic soldiers. The Sui army pursued, shouting, "Avram has been defeated. Avram has been defeated." Avram ordered his soldiers to raise the standard and tried to rally the troops. However, panic spread, and Avram had no choice but to retreat, admitting defeat yet again. Chapter 225, Defeat. The hidden Turkic soldiers below were unaware of what had transpired. Gavin thought to himself, truly befitting of the Khan. This defeat was more convincing than mine. I certainly don't possess such acting skills. He watched as the Sui troops genuinely pursued, and his admiration for Avram Khan grew even more. He lacked the prowess to mislead the Sui forces by losing several thousand warhorses without luring them into the ambush. He prepared his troops for battle, watching as Avram Khan led the defeated army towards their ambush location. However, the Sui cavalry moved too swiftly, preventing any separation between the two groups. Gavin became increasingly anxious, realizing that this time, Avram was truly defeated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been pursued so closely. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered his hidden troops to attack, cutting off the pursuing Sui cavalry and saving Avram Khan. However, with the retreating Turkic forces ahead, his cavalry couldn't charge properly. He had to account for the retreating soldiers, which negated any shock value. Meanwhile, on the open plain below, the Sui cavalry's speed increased rapidly. Their equestrian skills were exceptional, far beyond those of novice riders. They wielded long spears, plunging into the Turkic ranks like caged tigers released, unstoppable. Only then did Avram realize that the Sui army possessed a cavalry force all along, deliberately misleading him. He regretted it immensely. The Turkic forces, despite being outnumbered, managed to hold their ground without collapsing completely. But suddenly, chaos erupted in their rear camp. Flames rose skyward as a chaos and injuries. What is this? Did Jialen bring explosives used to breach Liaodong? Explosives were unheard of at the time, except among rumors about Jialen using them against Liaodong. However, Avram believed these were one-time devices and thus not a concern. Seeing the Sui use explosives again, Avram realized they could be manufactured repeatedly. Sadly, this realization came too late. Explosive packages detonated across Turkic lines, shattering formation. The Sui army stormed in amidst the disarray, leading to a Turkic collapse as soldiers fled in panic. Avram Khan screamed in despair, wondering why heaven favored his enemies, bringing such defeat upon him. Scholars like Alberic rode forth, spear aimed at Avram. His guards barely deflected Shui's attacks. With Avram being such a prominent target, more Sui soldiers surged forward. Avram's brother, Gavin, and other generals fought desperately to protect him, allowing Avram to escape. However, Gavin was killed by Jialen with a single spear thrust. Avram gathered the remnants of his forces, having lost thousands of soldiers. He retreated to regroup, while the Sui army celebrated a resounding victory. Quentin turned to Jialen, asking, "Brother, how do you find my Qinjiao troops?" Referring to the Sui cavalry armed with curved sabers. Burl nodded. "They are excellent." Countered, things might have been tougher, given his status as a former southern Burl military deity. It seemed inevitable that his second master would seek him out soon, necessitating a final confrontation. Chapter 226, Tim's Revenge. Jialen reported the good news to Eben Hurley, who was overjoyed upon hearing it. His worries were forgotten, and he regained his vigor. When it came time to award merits and rewards, Hurley recalled Base's words. The imperial treasury did not have enough funds for such lavish rewards. Thus, he decreed that all the soldiers who had defended or fought in the Yinmen battle would be noted for their contributions, with actual rewards being bestowed at a later date. Upon hearing this decree, an uproar ensued among the soldiers. The emperor breaking his promise sparked significant discontent. Noting their merits seemed like a mere facade to avoid rewarding them properly. The defending soldiers almost mutinied but held back, knowing Jialen remained there. He was the irreplaceable war god of the era, and even with such great merit, Hurley had not rewarded him. They awaited his reaction. Jialen took it all in stride, not crying out or making a scene. He carried on as if nothing happened, preventing a full-blown rebellion among the defenders. In truth, Jialen no longer cared about Hurley's rewards. He knew that by doing this, Hurley had already sown the seeds for the fall of the Sui Dynasty. Going forward, nobody would come to his aid when in peril. Still, Jalen did not intend to rebel now. It would seem ungrist. Stopping, Tim asked coldly, "Was it you who killed Megan?" "Yes, it was me," Jalen replied. "So, we are enemies. Draw your spear and fight." "Brother, hear me out. No need. Whoever kills Dei is my enemy. Even if I cannot defeat you, I must kill you." "Brother, isn't it against your nature? Didn't you wish to overthrow the Sui and establish a new dynasty for the people's benefit? Have you forgotten?" Jalen pleaded. "This has nothing to do with you. That's my business." "It matters. I intend to overthrow the Sui too. You can help me." Jalen spoke candidly. Tim paused, then asked, "Is this true?" Jalen nodded earnestly. "Brother, I joined the Sui to gather strength. Once strong enough, I will raise the banner of rebellion and build a new dynasty. You've heard of my reforms in Jizhou. My future court will surpass it. Come join me, and you'll achieve your dreams." "My dreams?" Tim laughed bitterly. "They died with Megan." Speechless, Jalen thought of his stubborn elder brother. Obsessed with Dei, had she truly been so captivating? Brother, was she worth it? Tim snapped out of his trance, his eyes turning sharp and icy. "You killed Megan. I won't forgive you. Let's fight. If you don't kill me today, tomorrow I'll spread your rebellion, rallying everyone against you." Realizing no room for Chapter 227. The musket reveals its might. Tim and Jalen engaged in combat, neither willing to back down. They were both disciples of the elder Inigo, but he taught them separately based on their individual requests. Jalen joined the latest, so everyone else knew his spear techniques, while he remained unaware of what others had learned. This was the second time Tim fought with him. Compared to the last encounter, this battle's spear moves were far more vicious. Last time, it seemed Tim had held back, only testing Jalen's martial prowess. This time, he was determined to kill him, with every thrust aimed at vital points. Jalen had dedicated much effort to practicing with his cold iron spear despite his busy schedule. He knew that in the age of cold weapons, one needed superior martial arts to protect oneself. Moreover, after consuming the Frisco Juan pill given by the elder Inigo, his constitution improved significantly compared to his fellow disciples. Thus, even though Tim was familiar with the spear techniques, Jalen did not fall into a disadvantage. They exchanged dozens of rounds, still unable to gain the upper hand. Seeing Jalen's flawless and skilled spear play, Tim realized killing him would be difficult. Throwing away his long spear, he took out his short saber and a sharpening stone, revealing that his true strength lay in these unconventional weapons. The short saber wasn't ideal for mounted combat. Reluctantly, Jalen dropped his spear and resorted to hand-to-hand combat. Yet he couldn't disarm Tim. These ancient warriors devoted themselves entirely to physical training and martial arts, making Jalen powerless against Tim. Dodging and using trees for cover, they darted through the forest, with Jalen finding it increasingly challenging to evade. A cruel smile spread across Tim's face as he said, "Princess, I'll avenge you now." He slashed at Jalen's throat, who stepped back, tripping over a protruding tree root and falling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Tim lunged with his blade. But a loud bang rang out, and Tim flew backward. In Jalen's hand appeared a short musket, emitting white smoke, a firearm, not a cold weapon. The bullet struck Tim's chest, knocking him back. Jalen stood up, observing Tim's chest wound, knowing he wouldn't survive. Tim, weak and confused, asked, "What kind of hidden weapon is this?" "Musket, a new type of weapon," Jalen replied. Originally, Russell and Caden had manufactured several muskets, but they hadn't been deployed due to Jalen's fear of exposing their strength. However, he kept one for self-defense, understanding its potential flaws like jamming. Cornered by Tim today, he finally used the musket, which performed perfectly, severely wounding Tim. With a bitter smile, Tim admitted, "So all along, you deceived us. But it's not your fault. Everyone has personal matters," Jalen conceded. "I underestimated the situation, thinking I could persuade my senior brother. I should not have been so arrogant." "He's your senior brother?" Davon asked, surprised. "Davon, stay and bury him. Don't let his body lie exposed," Jalen said, returning to the Sui army camp with a heavy heart. Chapter 228. Kicking a man when he's down. Jalen returned to the military camp, where the Zechariah came over to ask what had happened. Jalen waved them off, saying, "Nothing much." After dismissing them, he secluded himself in his tent for quite some time. Under his protection, Evan Hurley arrived at Jinyang. Pedro and Kimball welcomed him from far away, escorting him into the Imperial Lodge. Once inside the lodge, Hurley felt a little safer. He rested there for a day before regaining his composure the next day and rewarding his entourage. He especially summoned Jalen to commend him for rescuing and escorting him. Hurley said, "Minister, all that you've done in Jizhou has been seen by this emperor. You have done well. Continue your efforts and make Jizhou unique to our great Sui, proving how talented a person chosen by this emperor can be." Jalen only made polite responses. He had already lost hope in Hurley. The emperor had completely lost his fighting spirit, merely lingering on, hoping to die a natural death. Any advice given to him was ignored. After facing setbacks, Hurley did not stand up again but rather drowned himself in wine and women, unable to extricate himself. Unaware of Jalen's indifference, Hurley continued, "Do not worry, continue with diligence, and when the time is ripe, this emperor will promote your methods across the nation so every region may learn from you. Thus, the Sui dynasty can pass down its legacy for eternity." Looking at Hurley's somewhat frenzied state, Jalen was speechless. At this point, Hurley was still daydreaming. Didn't he see what state the Sui dynasty had deteriorated into? Unable to hold back, he said, "Your Majesty should take care of your health above all else, so you can do more for the Sui dynasty. For the sake of the troops, please do not pardon the Yuan brothers' offenses. Your Majesty does not need to reward the troops, but do not release the Yuan brothers. Otherwise, it will further dishearten the soldiers." Jalen believed that if Hurley lived longer, the Sui dynasty could persist for some time. If he died, then the Sui dynasty would truly be over. Everyone was watching Hurley closely. Eden and Robert were the ones who would end Hurley's reign. However, he couldn't say these words directly and could only hint indirectly. Unexpectedly, Hurley's fragile heart felt stimulated. His face flushed red as his voice became shrill. Are you accusing this emperor? Are you displeased because you weren't rewarded? I don't need you to interfere in my affairs. I am the master of the empire and can do as I wish. You are just a minor soldier. If not for this emperor, how could you be here today? Now leave immediately. This emperor does not wish to see you anymore. Do not appear before me again. Hurley's voice echoed through the grand hall. Seeing this, Jalen sighed deeply, bowed respectfully, and left the grand hall. After Hurley shouted for a long while, he collapsed into the dragon throne, sobbing. After Jalen left the lodge, he returned to his residence without resting. Outside, someone reported that Pedro had come to call. Hastily coming out to greet him, Jalen said, "How could the Duke of Guo come personally? I should have visited you. How dare I trouble you to come?" Pedro laughed and replied, "General Burl is too formal. You are the emperor's favorite, and we are old acquaintances. There's no need for such formality." Jalen invited Pedro into his quarters. Pedro's position now was vastly different from before. Initially, he was just the leader of the Grain Guard. Now, due to his stability, prudence, and ability to connect with influential figures, his status had steadily risen. Especially after constructing the Jinyang Imperial Lodge and dispatching Quinton to rescue Hurley, he won the emperor's trust. He became the pacification envoy of Hadong and the governor of Taiyuan, holding the highest military and administrative power in Shaanxi, becoming a true regional warlord. He was now high-ranking, prestigious, and illustrious. After sitting down with Pedro, they reminisced about old times. Then Pedro brought the conversation back on track. "General Burl, now that I have been appointed the pacification envoy of Hadong, I manage the military and administrative affairs in Shaanxi. However, Shaanxi is not stable with many rebels causing disturbances. As I have just been appointed, my troops are insufficient to pacify the region. Abdern's General Burl has troops here. I wonder if you could lend me your forces to quell the unrest. What do you think?" So it was about borrowing troops. After some thought, Jalen said, "Of course, Duke of Guo, rest assured. Once the emperor leaves, I will personally lead the troops to help you pacify Shaanxi." No, how could I trouble the general? You only need to lend the troops to me." They agreed on the matter, and Pedro took his leave. Jalen gazed at his retreating figure for a long time. Besides protecting Hurley to Jinyang, he also intended to finally crystal and openly declare his intentions to her, seeing what stance she would take. However, to stay behind, he needed an excuse, as his position wouldn't allow him to linger here. Fortunately, Pedro had provided him one, allowing him to remain in Jinyang officially. It had been over 4 years since he last saw Crystal. He wondered how she was doing. There were no rumors of Pedro marrying her off, implying she had resisted pressure to marry Aryan. This time, he must take her away. After staying a few days in Jinyang, Hurley led his troops back to Luoyang. He did not bring Jalen along. After their previous conversation, Hurley ignored Jalen entirely. This change in attitude alerted the court ministers. They interpreted it as Hurley changing his opinion of Jalen. Some began to impeach Jalen, denouncing him as worthless, a disgrace to the Sui Dynasty. Before Hurley saw these accusations, officials like Base and Tammy read them. Even they shook their heads in disgust. Though they catered to Hurley, they still had talent and insight. Even they found the accusations absurd, showing how foolishly fabricated they were. Therefore, they kept these petitions from Hurley. Not that they cared much for Jalen, but they knew Hurley would not punish him or even change his stance. Thus, they retained the petitions. After Hurley left, Jalen handed the troops over to Pedro and his son. Beside him, Quinton looked eager. Pedro noticed and said, "Shimin, I'll hand the command over to you. Can you give me a pleasant surprise?" Quinton responded loudly, "Please rest assured, father. Shimin will not let you down." Chapter 229, Searching for Crystal. Jalen was not worried about Pedro and his sons becoming powerful, as in his eyes, no one in the world today could match him. This was because he possessed knowledge over 1,000. "How does your second son go after the less important one?" Pedro laughed and replied, "General Burl may not know, but someone else is dealing with Gordon. There's no need for Shimin to handle it. If that person fails, then Shimin can lead a suppression force." "Oh, who has such capability?" Jalen thought of someone but still asked. Pedro seemed a bit embarrassed but continued, "It's my daughter, Crystal. She has always been more like a boy than a girl, straightforward and generous, befriending many heroes around the world. She volunteered to persuade Gordon to surrender this time. I tried every means to dissuade her, but she insisted, and I could do nothing but let her go." Jalen pondered inwardly that this truly fit Crystal's character. He smiled and said, "What good fortune you have, Your Excellency. Your children are all exceptionally talented. Both of your sons excel in both civil and military matters, and your daughter shows remarkable bravery." Pedro sighed, "You flatter me, General Burl. My daughter had already promised to marry someone, but she refuses to honor the agreement, and I cannot control her anymore. These past years, she has traveled far and wide, seldom staying at home." Jalen said, "Your daughter is indeed insurgents seldom disturbed nearby civilians. Thus, despite Gordon's presence, the situation here was relatively stable without major turmoil. Abdurrance he wasn't sure whether Crystal had arrived here yet. Jalen didn't rush into searching the mountains, but instead settled down in Jiangzhou City first. He went to Rodneyun Tower in Jiangzhou. Now, the Zoroastrian temples had spread far and wide, selling intelligence and acting as another source of funding for Jalen's military expenses. After revealing his identity as the high priest, the chief of the local temple, Lu Zongshuan, quickly came to greet him. Jalen asked about Gordon. Lu Zongshuan responded, "Gordon used to be a farmer in Jiangzhou, rebelling due to dire living conditions. He mainly operates around Longmen and rarely harasses civilians, making him a commendable rebel leader. Rene Zigai of Sui Dynasty once came to suppress them, but his methods were overly harsh, refusing to accept surrenders and burning nearby villages, which caused public anger. As the rebels grew stronger, reaching tens of thousands, Rene Zigai was recalled by Hurley, leaving Pedro to handle the matter. Pedro primarily uses appeasement and recruitment. It's heard that someone was sent to persuade Gordon to surrender, but there's no news yet. Excited, Jalen asked, was the person male or female? Seeing this, Jalen shouted, stop. Upon noticing someone had arrived, the soldiers turned back and glared at Jalen and his group. They threatened menacingly, scram! Don't ruin our fun. If you don't get lost, don't blame us if we kill you. Fury rose within Jalen. Although he generally stayed out of such matters, today he had encountered it firsthand, and he also wanted to inquire about Lee Crystal's whereabouts. With a cold laugh, he asked, whose troops are you? Acting without any military discipline, deserving death. You're asking for it, the soldiers cursed, swinging their swords at Jalen. He easily overpowered them, defeating all but one whom he left alive. Can we have a proper conversation now? He demanded. Please spare me, the soldier begged repeatedly. Who are your commanding officers, and why are you here? We are General Darcy's subordinates. When General Fan retreated, we were looting elsewhere and missed the main force. We've been staying here, raiding wherever we can, trying to get by. Jalen was so enraged that he beheaded him. A bunch of bandits, worse than actual bandits. After disposing of them, he approached the woman. She stood close to a tree, tightly holding her child. Fear etched on her face as she looked at Jalen. Witnessing his ruthless killing of the soldiers, she didn't know whether he was a hero or another bandit. She trembled as he approached. Seeing this, Jalen comforted her gently. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Tell me who you are and why you're here. The woman quickly knelt down before him. Abdur, I am from the Hedong Shui family. Please don't harm me. Jalen was taken aback. The Hedong Shui clan was a prominent family, yet her ragged appearance did not fit the image of a noble woman. Noticing his doubt, she explained, my husband is named Raymond, but he passed away early, leaving my son and me to fend for ourselves. My relatives treated us poorly, leading to our destitution. Understanding her situation, Jalen nodded. Stacy, why are you here? The nearby villages seem to have been burned to the ground. Stacy replied, this is the territory of rebel leader Gordon, who hasn't been too harsh on us common folk. However, when the imperial officials came to suppress the rebels, they wreaked havoc, forcing us to flee. We took refuge in Gordon's hideout and only ventured out once things calmed down. I did not wish to stay with the bandits and attempted to return home. Unfortunately, I encountered these men, and I might have been violated if not for you. As she spoke, the child in her arms wailed continuously. Jalen noticed the child was about 1 or 2 years old, plump-faced and endearing. Stacy sighed, we haven't eaten in a day. And knelt again. Thank you, Governor Burl. I appreciate it immensely. However, please do not interfere too much in his growth. Let him learn independence and skills. Jalen nodded, understanding her wisdom. I agree. Apart from providing basic necessities and some books on military strategy, I won't interfere. He ordered his attendant to escort Stacy and her son to a safe place, ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed. After they left, Jalen knew Garrett's future depended on his mother's guidance and his own fate. For Jalen, this act of kindness was minor. Even if Garrett did not become a great general, it wouldn't affect him. Glancing at Longmin Mountain in the distance, with its dense forests and hidden terrain, he decided not to ride his red-blooded horse. Instead, he disguised himself as a common farmer and dismissed his attendants. Alone, he set off for Longmin Mountain to meet Gordon and join the bandits on the mountain. Chapter 231. The Arrival of Aryan. Jalen used to be a spy, so he could blend into any role convincingly. Dressed as a farmer, he looked indistinguishable from the real farmers. As soon as he arrived at Longmin Mountain Pass, the soldiers on the mountain spotted him and surrounded him with over 10 men. What are you doing here? Why are you skulking around? Jalen hastily bowed and said, brothers, I've come to join the rebel forces. Join the rebels? There are no rebels here, only government troops. Leave now. Brother, you're not tricking me, are you? I'm a local farmer. Because my home was burned by the government troops, I had nowhere else to go and came here to seek shelter with dinner. Norris took a sip of wine. What's your rush? You've only been here for a day and already want to leave? Jalen scratched his head and refilled Norris's cup. Third brother, I'm just curious. How did Pedro's daughter have such courage to come alone to recruit us? Tell us, third brother. Other henchmen joined in, as none of them had seen Crystal either. Norris proudly replied, all right, I'll tell you. Let you see third brother's prowess. He began boasting, though he had no contact with the upper echelons of the rebellion, being only slightly higher than the henchmen, able to loiter near the assembly hall where Gordon held court. Although Gordon led a rebellion, he maintained strict discipline and protected nearby villagers. If a villager needed help, he would take them in. In a short time, he gathered several thousand followers. However, being realistic, he sought an exit strategy for his men after the uprising, fearing eventual annexation. He aimed to find a trustworthy ally, providing a future for his men. Yet, he viewed other leaders within Shaanxi unfavorably, considering them inferior. Just as he was uncertain, Lady Crystal arrived openly seeking allegiance. When she entered the bandit camp, Norris watched from afar. He stood at the entrance of the assembly hall, observing her actions. Lady Crystal, dressed as a man, exuded masculine charms. At Crystal, dressed as a man, radiating confidence. Next to her was the fat, burly former rebel leader, Gordon. On the other side, a dozen people accompanied a handsome, well-dressed young nobleman. Despite his scholarly attire, he carried a fierce demeanor, holding an ornate golden fan with rivers and sun painted on it and famous calligraphy. Though it wasn't hot, he waved the fan gracefully, adding to his pretense. I've said it, Aryan. I won't follow you. Leave now, Crystal stated. What? Aryan? Jalen was shocked, recognizing the notorious figure who had caused the rumors. Jalen had once been a spy and could easily blend into any role. Disguised as a peasant, he looked no different from the real ones. As soon as he reached the Longmin Pass, he was spotted by the rebels on the mountain. Over a dozen soldiers came out and surrounded him. "What are you doing here, lurking around?" Jialen quickly bowed his head and said, "Fellow brothers, I've come to join the rebel army." "Join the rebel army? There's no rebel army here, only imperial troops. Leave now." "Brother, are you tricking me? I'm a local farmer. Our home was burned by imperial troops, leaving us with nowhere else to go. So I thought of joining the rebels. You all look like rebels. Why do you say you're not?" The leader, surnamed Zhao and called Zhao Laosan, sized Jialen up and down before saying, "You look pitiful and strong enough. We'll take you." Jialen scratched his head, refilling Zhao Laosan's cup. "I just find it strange. And how did Pedro's daughter have the nerve to come alone to recruit us?" "Third Master, tell us more." Other small henchmen joined in, curious about Crystal since they'd never seen her. Looking proud, Zhao Laosan said, "All right, let me tell you about it and show off my skills." He began boasting. In reality, he couldn't access the higher ranks but could be closer to Gordon's meeting hall than most henchmen. Although Gordon had rebelled, he maintained strict military discipline, avoided plundering nearby areas, and took care of the local people. If villagers were in trouble and came seeking help, he would offer protection. This allowed him to quickly grow to tens of thousands within a short time. However, realizing he wasn't meant for big plans, he sought a reliable person to follow for his followers' sake, not wanting them to be eventually devoured by others. Disregarding other Green Forest heroes or rebel leaders in Shaanxi province, he considered them inferior to himself. In his dilemma, Li Crystal arrived openly to visit the mountain. Zhao Laosan watched her from afar entering the hideout. At the meeting hall, he observed everything from outside. Dressed as a man, Li Crystal exuded masculine charm and impressed the entire rebel force. After negotiations, Gordon proposed a martial arts competition with Crystal, agreeing to surrender if defeated. Following battles with over a dozen leaders, including Gordon, all ended up losing to Crystal. The rebels submitted, expressing willingness to become official troops of Sui Dynasty. Only then did Li Crystal reveal herself as a woman, shocking everyone even more. However, due to the number of people involved, they needed to tally supplies and register details, hence staying on the mountain for the process. After hearing Zhao Laosan's account, Jialen understood the situation. He admired Crystal's courage and ability to win over the bandits. Crystal being safe, he just needed to find a way to meet her, deciding to stay on the mountain for an opportunity. Days passed without finding such a chance. Security around Crystal was tight. Even nighttime attempts seemed impossible. Nonetheless, Jialen wasn't overly worried. Having waited years, a few more days didn't matter. The inventory was almost complete, and Jialen prepared to follow them down the mountain when Zhao Laosan stopped him. "Lao Burl, come with me. There's some excitement on the mountain." "Third brother, what's happening?" They had grown close over the days, Zhao Laosan depending on him increasingly. "Someone is visiting, probably trying to recruit us. They're talking at the meeting hall. Come see." Jialen frowned, wondering who would disturb them. Following Zhao Laosan to the meeting hall, he saw two distinct groups inside. One side seated prominently was Crystal, still dressed as a man, looking sharp and fierce. Beside her sat Gordon, a robust figure. On the opposite side were over 10 men, mostly servants, with one noble-looking youth sitting proudly. The young man was handsome yet carried a cold aura, dressed lavishly. He held a gold-embossed folding fan depicting landscapes, bearing calligraphy. Despite the weather not being hot, he waved the fan, pretending elegance. But appearing as a scholar while looking like a general felt odd and unsettling. "Aryan, I've said it, I won't go with you. Leave now," Crystal declared. Jialen was shocked. So, this was the green hat-wearing individual. Chapter 232, The Challenge. When he heard that it was Aryan who had come, Jialen couldn't help but take a few extra looks at him, finding him more and more unpleasant the more he looked. Damn it, he's so much worse looking than me, and still dares to compete with me for Crystal. Aryan's face, originally pale, had turned red as he said, "Crystal, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. There's nothing worth talking about between us. If you have something to say, just say it here," Crystal said angrily. The Chai family was a renowned aristocratic clan. Gordon was a distant uncle to Aryan, though his branch of the family had fallen into obscurity and become commoners, leading them to join the were all bandits. He wanted to hold back, but circumstances forced him to blurt it out. Upon hearing this, the assembly hall fell silent. No one had expected Crystal and Aryan to have this relationship, leaving everyone unsure how to intervene. Jialen was taken aback as well. He hadn't anticipated Aryan would bring up this embarrassing matter, but seeing Aryan's embarrassed expression almost made him burst out laughing. Aryan kept waving his folding fan as if he were hot, trying to hide his embarrassment. Crystal remained cold and indifferent. "I have no time to discuss this now. Matters of betrothal should be decided by our parents, not me. Talk to my father if you must." "If your father could make the decision, would I be coming to you? Even he can't control your actions," Aryan snapped, too agitated to care about propriety. Crystal retorted, "If you're in a hurry, you can break the engagement without worrying about my feelings. I have important matters to attend to and will not marry you. If you can't face it, I'll propose dissolving the engagement myself, which might embarrass you even more." In ancient times, women obeyed their parents, but Crystal defied convention. She had the ability and strength to think independently. Even M. Pedro couldn't force her to do anything against her will. Her words infuriated Aryan, who loudly exclaimed, "Enough! Marriages aren't for you to decide. If you want out, go ahead. Why don't you?" "I'm waiting," Crystal replied calmly. Aryan was speechless. The surrounding Gordon and others watched dumbfounded, never expecting Crystal to be so resolute, completely unafraid of threats. Even they cheered internally for Crystal. Aryan lacked any semblance of manliness. If not for his noble status, he'd likely be beaten up on the street. "The husband I want doesn't need to be a paragon of masculinity, but certainly not someone like you who lacks any hint of manliness," Crystal continued. Hearing her words, the rebel leaders in the assembly hall couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Aryan, humiliated, pointed at Crystal. "How dare you defy a woman's duty by associating with these bandits daily? Even if you want to marry me, I won't accept it. Annul the engagement. Fine. Bring paper and ink for him to write the annulment. Crystal commanded. You really don't want to marry me? Indeed. I don't understand what's so good about them. Which one of them is my match? You'd rather marry a bunch of bandits than me? Aryan blurted out in frustration. Gordon and others roared in response. Kill him. He insults Miss Crystal. Kill him. In an instant, the hall was filled with fury, ready to tear Aryan apart. Not backing down, Aryan faced them boldly. Come on then if you dare. Let me see what kind of skills you rebels possess. Suddenly, 20 people rushed forward to surround and attack Aryan. Despite his effeminate appearance, Aryan fought fiercely. First, old Zhao, standing by the entrance, nearly fell over in shock. He couldn't understand why this little nobody dared to step forward. It seemed like suicide. He usually thought Jalen was smart, but now it seemed like foolishness. Chapter 233, Water in the Brain. In the assembly hall, no one except Crystal knew Jalen. However, Jalen had already signaled her not to reveal his identity. Clyde and others admired his courage but knew that as a small fry, he was definitely no match for Phelan, so they wanted to step in and help. But Crystal stopped them. Let him try first. If Phelan can't even defeat a small fry, I wonder how he plans to leave Longmansion. Clyde and the others didn't understand why Crystal was so confident, letting a small fry fight Phelan. Was it to humiliate Phelan? After all, Phelan wouldn't dare to kill anyone on the mountain. They watched with confusion. Phelan was furious. He had come here enraged, only to be insulted by Crystal and looked down upon by the mountain's rebel leader. This arrogant Phelan could hardly bear such humiliation. Now, another small fry came forward, pushing him to the brink of madness. Ignoring his dignity, he launched an attack on Jalen first. Phelan took a large step forward, throwing a punch at Jalen's forehead. Jalen sidestepped and kicked towards Phelan's waist. Phelan stepped back, dodging the kick. The two began fighting in the assembly hall. Although 80% of Jalen's skills were with the spear, his unarmed combat was also impressive. Coming from modern times, he knew both ancient martial arts and modern combat techniques, especially those he had learned during his time in the military. His modern grappling techniques left Phelan completely off balance, as Jalen attacked from unexpected angles. While modern grappling might not necessarily surpass ancient martial arts, over 1,000 years of refinement made it more precise and difficult to defend against. Phelan had good fundamental skills and managed to dodge many of Jalen's attacks using his superior reflexes, despite being unfamiliar with the latter's unusual moves. After more than 30 exchanges, Jalen firmly maintained the upper hand, forcing Phelan into a miserable defense. The rebels watching were stunned. Where did this small fry come from? Who could beat Phelan so easily? Why hadn't this powerful person shown himself before? Who brought him up the mountain? Calhoun was terrified, remembering how he boasted endlessly about his own prowess in front of Jalen, only to realize that Jalen was the true master who could have killed him effortlessly. Cold sweat trickled down his face. At the 40-round mark, Phelan could no longer hold out. Jalen locked him in a throat choke and threw him to the ground with a shoulder throw. Lying on the floor, he felt utterly ashamed. How humiliating to be defeated by a small fry. Breathing heavily, he couldn't bring himself to get up and continue the fight. Crystal spoke from above. How about it, young Master Kai? Do you admit defeat? If not, you can stand up and fight again. If you concede, write the divorce papers. Most people feared being divorced, but Crystal was forcing Phelan to divorce her. I will write it myself if you don't. Fine, I'll write it. Phelan jumped up from the ground, as if bitten by a rabbit. He couldn't afford to lose more face if Crystal wrote the papers first. At that moment, Jalen suddenly felt like this scene was familiar from many novels where the protagonist faced endless humiliation and was about to rise as the hero of the story, while he and Crystal played the antagonists, setting the stage for Phelan's eventual triumph. Phelan quickly wrote the divorce papers and threw them to Crystal. Miss Crystal, here are the divorce papers. But, what else do you have to say? Crystal asked. Humph, this isn't over. I will repay today's humiliation tenfold. Jalen touched his nose. This sounded familiar too, like something a protagonist would say. I know you disdain me for lacking accomplishments. I'm going to join Jalen in Jizhou and build my legacy under him. One day, I'll make you look up to me, making me unattainable, Phelan said with great passion and determination. Jalen's jaw dropped. What the hell, Phelan? Are you crazy? I've betrayed you, and now you're coming to join me? My God, what is wrong with your brain? Crystal was also surprised by Phelan's words, barely holding back her reaction. She finally replied, do as you wish, but I warn you, you might be disappointed in Jizhou. This is none of your concern. I bid you farewell. Phelan felt he couldn't stay any longer, so he lowered his head and hurriedly led his followers down the mountain. He didn't return home, instructing his followers to inform his parents, then set off for Jizhou to join Jalen. With Jalen rising as a new idol for the youth, surpassing even the seasoned generals of the Sui Dynasty, almost every young man admired him as their role model. After Phelan left, Jalen smiled awkwardly. Crystal, long time no see. Clyde and others, still in shock from watching Jalen defeat Phelan, realized this small fry must be extraordinary, possibly a hidden master on Longmansion. Now hearing Jalen speak to Miss Crystal, they understood the two were already acquainted. No wonder Crystal trusted him so much. All right, Crystal's expression remained neutral. Brother, why are you here? Brother? So he's Crystal's senior. It made sense why he could defeat Phelan. Clyde and the others breathed a sigh of relief, no longer suspecting Jalen as a spy. Someone offered him a chair. Jalen chuckled bitterly. I'm here because of you. When I heard you were on Longmansion, I couldn't rest easy and came looking for you. He recounted the information he received from Pedro. Listening to this, Crystal replied, thank you for your concern, brother. Crystal is fine. If there's nothing else, please leave. The people of Longmansion were taken aback again. Hearing Crystal's tone suggested a strained relationship with her senior brother, sending him away right after meeting. Modern thinking Jalen found nothing embarrassing about proposing in public. Standing up after hearing her words, he declared, "You can't drive me away anymore. You belong to me now, having severed ties with Phelan. Today, I propose to you. You are and will always be Jalen's woman." His voice boomed, filled with unwavering confidence and authority, like that of an undisputed ruler whose word was absolute. Chapter 234, Not Returning. His voice echoed like thunder through the hall of righteous gatherings, leaving Clyde and others stunned for what seemed to be the umpteenth time. They had initially thought nothing could surprise them anymore, but after hearing Jalen's words, they were speechless. The hall, filled with over 100 people, fell into complete silence. It was as if their eyes had been opened today. Just moments ago, Phelan had left, and now Jalen had arrived, both rare. Ridiculous. How dare you flirt with me? Are you tired of living? If you say another word, I'll throw you off the mountain. Crystal scolded, though her tone lacked any real force, sounding more like a playful rebuke with its own charm. Instead of retreating, Jalen advanced, taking a few steps closer until he stood mere inches from Crystal. He grabbed her hand and said, "Marry me. I vow never to let you go in this life. I want to spend the rest of my days with you." His declaration was heartfelt and stirring, evoking genuine belief. Clyde and others, seasoned veterans of the Jianghu, held little reservations about such matters. Moreover, Jalen and Crystal were both admired figures, and these warriors hoped they would be together. Thus, they shouted in unison, "Miss, accept him, accept him." This scene would have been unimaginable in the Song dynasty, but was plausible in the Qiuran Ke era. Jalen's expression turned solemn. "Crystal, wherever you go in the future, I will follow. I vow never to leave your side. If you become a bandit queen, I will be your husband in the stronghold. I won't step away for even a moment." "Bah, scoundrel." Crystal spat at him but didn't withdraw her hand. Seeing this, Clyde called out loudly, "What are you all looking at? Nothing to see here. Disperse, disperse." He led the way out of the hall of righteous gatherings, followed by everyone else. Only the two of them remained in the vast hall. "Scoundrel, let go of me," Crystal scolded softly. Now alone, Jalen grew bolder, pulling Crystal into his arms. Now holding absolute power with elite troops under his command, he no longer suppressed his feelings, unleashing them fully. Crystal had long harbored feelings for him, symbolically struggling a few times before letting him have his way. After a long while, they finally separated. Crystal, her cheeks flushed red, adjusted her clothes and said, "You always bully me." Jalen grinned playfully, "Lady Chief, I'm your bandit husband. How could I dare bully you? Clearly, it's you bullying me." Crystal said, "Enough with the jesting. What do you plan to do next?" "What can I do but follow your orders?" "Stop jesting. Seriously, are you planning to oppose the Sui Dynasty and overthrow it?" Without hesitation, Jalen replied, "Yes, that is my plan. However, I don't want to be the first to rebel. Besides, Claude has been generous to me. I won't oppose the Sui as long as he lives." Crystal nodded. "Good. I knew your ambitions back then, and now I see I didn't misjudge you. You are a hero. But my father and brother also have intentions to oppose the Sui. Though they haven't openly declared it, they're making secret preparations. When they eventually become your enemies, how will you deal with them?" Crystal's eyes locked onto Jalen, wanting to know his true thoughts. "Jalen didn't insist in opposing me. I won't be lenient." Jalen said coldly. Victory and defeat are determined by fate, showing no mercy to opponents. This was the unwritten rule that everyone must abide by. Crystal didn't respond. As a heroine, she understood this principle well and wouldn't complicate things for Jalen. "These troops are those I recruited for my father. Don't lay claim to them." "Preposterous. Would I compete with my father-in-law? Giving him even more troops isn't an issue." Crystal rolled her eyes. "All you ever do is talk." Jalen chuckled. "My lady, should we return to G Prefecture now?" "No," Crystal said firmly. "Why?" Jalen asked, puzzled. "There's no obstacle now. No one can separate us. Why won't you return with me?" Please note that this chapter contains some historical liberties taken by the author, especially concerning details of relationships and events not historically documented. Chapter 235. Are you both done? Seeing Crystal not returning to G Province with him, Jalen felt puzzled. Now that there were no more obstacles between them, why wasn't Crystal following him? Crystal said with a smirk, "Who says only men can achieve great things? Women can do so too. Stella did it back in the day, and so can I. I want to stay here and build my own army." Indeed, Crystal's competitive spirit earned her much admiration from Jalen, but he still advised her, "Don't be too hard on yourself. I'm capable of supporting you. Once we reach G Province, I'll give you command of an army. That would suffice, wouldn't it? Your army is yours. I want to build my own. I aspire to be a mighty female general. Please don't try to dissuade me further. In a few days, I'll go to Guangzhou and recruit for my forces. My father controls Shaanxi, and G Province is your territory. I won't interfere with either place. I will develop in Guangzhou and cooperate with you once you conquer it." Crystal spoke with confidence, her face radiating a heroic glow. Jalen couldn't resist comforting her one last time. Crystal detached herself from his embrace and said seriously, "While I'm away, you're not allowed to touch any other women. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Jalen laughed bitterly and replied, "How could I dare? You are the only one I have now. How could I even think of touching others?" Seeing his expression, Crystal chuckled. "I was joking. It's quite normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. If a husband doesn't have several women, that would be abnormal, and it would also reflect poorly on me." "What?" Jalen felt like he misheard. Hearing such words from Crystal's mouth was indeed unusual. But considering ancient times, women were accustomed to their husbands having numerous wives and concubines, so such thoughts weren't uncommon. Crystal continued, "However, you must get my permission if you wish to take other women. If you find another woman without my approval, then I will seek other men as well." Jalen suddenly felt a tinge of green creeping into his mind, flourishing Crystal, and let her decide how to proceed. After hearing this, Crystal laughed. "You should have agreed to her request long ago. She's such a wonderful woman, dedicating herself to you without complaint." Jalen was speechless. With you here, shouldn't you make the decision? You're quite honest, haha, Crystal laughed. Despite feeling jealous, she knew the significance of it all and had to restrain herself. Talia has worked hard for you. You should accept her. However, this is a one-time thing. No more ma panpans or nyo panpans shall appear. Jalen almost burst out laughing at the absurdity. I promise that apart from you and her, I will never touch any other women. As someone with a modern soul, accepting 2 women was already pushing his limits. In this regard, he was even more conservative than Crystal. If it weren't for Talia's significant contributions and the cultural norms, he wouldn't have considered accepting her. Knowing that Crystal wouldn't return to G province, Jalen shared the contact details of the Zoroastrian network with her. If you encounter any issues, you can seek help from the Zoroastrian faith for assistance or information. The Rodneyun Lu scattered across regions serves as their contact points. Some brothels and taverns are also part of their enterprises. Crystal remembered everything. They left the Crystal. After the ceremony, she quietly departed without disturbing anyone. Jalen sighed, feeling blessed to have such a formidable woman as Crystal. The next meeting would be far off, but knowing he had her promise lifted his spirits significantly. After counting the people and supplies, Clyde and the others burned the mountain stronghold and followed Jalen down the mountain. He went to Jiangzhou to retrieve his horse and then returned to Jinyang with the troops. Pedro came out far to greet them and welcomed them into Jinyang. He appointed Clyde as Ingyang Tremangjiang and promised rewards to the rest once they earned their merit. Pedro said to Jalen, thanks to your efforts, we were able to accomplish this smoothly. Jalen waved it off. His grace is too kind. This is all thanks to Miss Crystal's efforts. Chapter 236, Seizing the Key to Vaughn's Downfall. When Pedro heard Jalen mention Crystal, he asked about her whereabouts. Jalen recounted Crystal's story, mentioning how Aryan had gone to the mountains to find her but was forced to write a letter of annulment for their engagement. Pedro sighed after hearing this. Children grow up and do not always follow their father's wishes. As her father, I can't intervene in Crystal's matters. Let her be. She will do as she pleases. Seizing the opportunity, Jalen proposed marriage to Pedro. Shocked, Pedro's jaw nearly dropped. Embarrassed, he said, Burl Chief Steward, what are you saying? A marriage should be arranged by parents and matchmakers. If you wish to marry my daughter, you should have a matchmaker come forward. Jalen shook his head and replied, Miss Crystal is extraordinary and not bound by conventions. Why adhere to these formalities when we are already well suited for each other? I humbly ask you to grant us your blessing. Pedro sighed again. Abdurance, you two have privately made this commitment, and I can't control Crystal anymore. What else can I say? Delighted, Jalen quickly knelt down and thanked him. Thank you for your grace, Duke. Pedro helped him up and said, but this matter cannot be rushed. We must wait for Crystal to return before proceeding. In his heart, Pedro thought that the alliance with the Chai family was initially for the benefit of the family, without considering his daughter's wishes. Now that the engagement with the Chai family was severed and Crystal favored Jalen, this arrangement seemed appropriate. Despite Jalen's humble origins, he was now one of the most promising young men, making it a suitable match. Moreover, Crystal was content, turning it into a fortunate affair. After thinking through this, Pedro felt much more at ease. Jalen stayed in Jinyang for a few days, during which Quentin also returned with his troops. He had defeated Balthazar's army near Taiyuan, capturing tens of thousands of enemy soldiers and beheading Balthazar on the battlefield. This marked the end of peasant uprisings in Shaanxi, restoring peace to the region. Upon seeing this situation, Jalen bid farewell to Pedro and prepared to return to Jizhou. Understanding his busy schedule, Pedro did not try to retain him. Jalen led his troops back to Jizhou. The military and administrative officials there welcomed him and escorted him into the official residence. Jalen declared, although this has long been my territory, I haven't spent much time here. Now that I'm back, I plan to stay and focus on governing Jizhou. His subordinates, including Usher, celebrated with great excitement. Adonis reported on the governance of Jizhou during his absence, stating, everything in Jizhou has improved significantly, and all affairs are well managed. Farron reported on the recent efforts against bandits. The various rebel forces within Jizhou were nearly wiped out. Zhang Jinberg, Wei Diaojia, Gu Qian, and others had all been eliminated. Only Vaughn remained, but due to Jalen's instructions and Vaughn's popularity among the people, he had not acted against him yet. Jalen smiled and said, leave Vaughn to me. I intend to recruit him. William mentioned, a few days ago, Aryan came to seek service under you. I've assigned him to the Vanguard camp as a deputy general. What are your orders regarding him? The arrival of Aryan left Jalen feeling awkward. Aryan was a rival for Crystal's affection, and eliminating him would be too dishonorable despite its simplicity. After some thought, he replied, Aryan has some talent. Let him serve in the army for now. I don't want to see him immediately. We'll meet when the time is right. Everyone found it odd that Jalen seemed distant from Aryan. Normally, he met new talents promptly, sometimes disregarding decorum altogether. But now, he avoided Aryan. No one knew the complex relationship between them, so they speculated endlessly. Ignoring their thoughts, Jalen focused on Vaughn. Once Vaughn surrendered, he would fully control Jizhou, except for Zhuo Prefecture. Dean of Zhuo Prefecture was engaged in conflict with the Khitan tribes in the north, weakening his forces. When Jalen moved his troops, Zhuo Prefecture and the northeastern regions would fall easily into his hands. However, Vaughn was not an easy opponent. Under him were talented advisors like Maddox and formidable generals such as Enrico, Lu Hatai, Giselbert, and Berg-Mingzhen, especially Berg-Mingzhen and Giselbert, who would later become renowned generals. Berg-Mingzhen achieved significant victories over Goguryeo, while Giselbert's contributions were even greater, although often underestimated. Historically, Giselbert conquered the Western Turks, pacified the Pamir Mountains, subdued Beech, and defeated Goguryeo, earning immense glory. Vaughn himself was charismatic and deeply beloved by the people, making his surrender difficult. However, Jalen had already laid his plans, supplying fertilizer to Vaughn's domain, which improved the lives of the populace. By cutting off the supply of fertilizer, Jalen could create chaos and unrest here. Vaughn convened his civil and military advisors for a meeting, including Maddox, Enrico, Lu Hichu, Giselbert, Berldmingen, and others. Vaughn briefed them on their current situation and asked, "What do you think? What should we do next?" Everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Impatient, Vaughn called out, "Mr. Song, what's your take on this?" Maddox, his chief advisor, cleared his throat, thinking aloud, "Lord Xia, Jalen is using a cutting off the fuel under the pot strategy. He seems to have known all along that we intended to buy fertilizer from him. He waited until we became dependent on the fertilizer before cutting off the supply, leading to reduced harvests and increasing public resentment towards us. As the saying goes, a spoonful of rice earns gratitude, but a bushel incurs hatred. The people are accustomed to our fertilizer. If the supply stops, unrest will spread among them, undermining our base." He continued, but Enrico interrupted with a wave of his hand. Known for his fiery temper, Wang blurted, "Mr. Song, cut to the chase. How do we solve this?" Maddox's face reddened. "General Wang, I haven't figured out a specific solution yet. Let's hear your ideas first." "Rubbish," scoffed Enrico. "If we could come up with solutions, why would we need you scholars? I say we mobilize our troops and fight Jalen head-on." Giselbert, younger but the most cautious, replied, "General, can we really defeat Jalen? His strategies have never failed, and even his subordinates like Farron and Emmanuel are formidable." Everyone nodded in agreement. If it came to a straight fight, they weren't a match for Jalen. They had only survived by utilizing the complex terrain of Jeojibo and the support of the locals. Leaving these advantages behind meant they'd suffer the same fate as Zhang Jinberg and Acton. Enrico slumped into his seat, panting heavily. "This won't work, that won't either. Give me a solution." Berldmingen then suggested, "General, Mr. Song implies we should accept Jalen's offer of amnesty and join his army, resolving our dilemma." At this, Enrico leaped up shouting, "Absolutely not. We rebelled because of the Sui Dynasty. Joining its general now is unacceptable." "I strongly disagree." Abdurlently observing, Vaughn finally spoke, frowning deeply. After some thought, he realized accepting amnesty was their only viable option. Prolonged resistance would only worsen conditions for the people, achieving nothing. Moreover, the reduction in crops now made supplying his troops problematic. Maintaining his current forces was unrealistic, and expanding elsewhere was blocked. Cutting back on troops led to a dead-end path. As a leader loved by the people, he felt compelled to find a way forward. Interrupting ongoing debates, he turned to Maddox. "Mr. Song, is surrendering to Jalen our only choice?" Shaking his head, Song responded, "His strategy is truly brilliant. I can't think of any alternatives. It appears Jalen has been planning this." Others fell silent, acknowledging the reality. Even Enrico seemed to accept the idea of amnesty. Song continued, "In my view, Jalen may not be loyal to the Sui Dynasty. The nation is in chaos, and he can see the regional power struggles. His policies here differ from those of the Sui. He seems to be courting popular support for a future rebellion. Joining him wouldn't mean submitting to the Sui. If he wins the empire later, we could be considered founding heroes." Vaughn sighed, "I don't seek titles or power. I just hope for the best for my brothers and the people. That's my responsibility." The group reached a consensus but faced a new problem. Jalen hadn't approached them with an offer. He merely surrounded them, cutting off supplies. Lu Hichu wondered, is he trying to starve us out instead of offering amnesty? If so, let's fight it out, someone proposed. Looking at Maddox, Vaughn heard, he's waiting, which may not be about our people's capability, but surrendering without a fight would definitely mean we're inadequate. After pondering for a moment, Vaughn agreed, "Fine, let's proceed as you wish, but try not to cause unnecessary suffering to the civilians. Show our strength is enough." Enrico assured him, "Your Majesty, don't worry, we know the limits. Who do you plan to fight?" Maddox inquired. "Of course, it has to be Farron, who crushed our brothers' strongholds one by one without losing a single battle. If we want to fight, targeting his forces is logical," Enrico answered without hesitation. Maddox shook his head. "No, if you challenge Farron, you're bound to lose. The outcome is already determined." "Why?" Berldmingen questioned, clearly unconvinced. The other generals were also puzzled. Maddox explained, "Farron is Albi's nephew, learning military strategy from a young age under his uncle. He's highly intelligent, yet suffered setbacks. Under Eben Hurley, he remained unappreciated. Not until he was in his 40s did he become a minor official. Only after joining Jalen did he get the recognition and platform to display his talents. Thus, he'd be cautious, carefully considering every move and avoiding hasty confrontations with us. If we do face off, he'll be thoroughly prepared, ensuring our defeat. Additionally, being one of the 3 heroes of Windust, he commands respect from many in the martial world. So facing him, we'd likely lose or at best win insignificantly. Therefore, I advise against fighting Farron." His explanation made perfect sense to Enrico and Giselbert, both renowned generals who understood the rationale immediately. Enrico nodded. "Mr. Song speaks wisely. We shouldn't take on Farron." Maddox suggested, "Let's target William's army instead." Although William helped Jalen lift the siege of Yinmen and gained recognition, he's youthful and impulsive, easily misled. Besides, he considers himself familiar with rebel forces, and thus looks down on them. His army is more vulnerable to us. Enrico slapped his thigh. "Good idea. Let's heed Mr. Song's advice and target William's forces." As they discussed, a soldier reported, "Your Majesty, a man named Rodney Berlgan is here to see you." Vaughn was delighted. "Please bring him in quickly." Outside came Jalen, who had arranged everything beforehand and intended to personally visit Vaughn's camp to persuade him to surrender. Generals like Farron advised against this risk, suggesting waiting for news in G province. Jalen replied, "Vaughn is a hero. Not visiting him personally would be disrespectful. I honor heroes and won't let them down. I trust all of you to follow my heart and support me." His words warmed Farron and others. "I didn't send anyone to recruit him. He wouldn't surrender easily. He might fight us a few battles to test our abilities. Vaughn has many capable men under him. Don't underestimate him. I won't reveal myself there, but will observe your performance compared to him. I won't give strategies to Vaughn nor leak information to you. Be careful. Don't let this campaign end in disaster. Farron and William nodded in acknowledgement. Armando suggested, Lord, let me accompany you. We went together last time. Jalen declined. No need. Your recent fame here means Vaughn might recognize you. I'll go alone. You needn't worry. To protect his people, Vaughn will ultimately surrender. Even if he knows my identity, he won't harm me. Focus on how not to lose battles. Jalen instructed the generals before leaving with a few attendants to Goguryeo to meet Vaughn. Having been there before, he was promptly escorted to Vaughn's hall. Upon hearing he arrived, Vaughn greeted him personally. Rodney E. What wind brings you here? Jalen saluted. Your Majesty, shamefully, I've come to join you. Is that so? Please come inside and tell me more. Vaughn welcomed him into the hall and offered him a seat. Jalen sighed. I regret not listening to you earlier. After arriving at Wagong, Archer wielded power, eliminating opponents and betraying Enoch, disillusioning everyone. William, Hiram, and my brother Armando fled to Jalen, leaving me alone at Wagong. Prepared to leave, I found no better place. After much thought, I've decided to join your Majesty. Vaughn chuckled bitterly. If this were earlier, I'd be overjoyed. But times have changed. I can hardly protect myself, let alone offer shelter. Perhaps joining Jalen would be more fitting. Ah, your Majesty, this can't be true. No jest, we're planning to show our might before surrendering to Jalen, proving our strength. Maddox recounted their plan to Jalen. After contemplation, Jalen said, Abdurance, I'm here. Let me join you in this battle. This could demonstrate my loyalty to Jalen, proving I'm no less. Vaughn replied, Very well, Rodney E. Join us in this battle. Chapter 239. The Abdurable and Honest Vaughn. Enrico said, We are discussing our battle plan. If you have any good suggestions, please bring them up. Jalen waved his hand and said, I just arrived here, and I am not familiar with everything yet. I will follow your command. I wish to serve as a battle general, ready for the charge. Seeing his insistence, Enrico did not press further and continued to discuss their strategy. Giselbert said, William has surrounded our southern flank, but he won't attack unless we do so first. The key is how to lure him out of camp. Earl Mingjin pointed at the map and said, William's camp is here, beside the road leading to Wu, advancing through the 10 peril valleys. However, he had no intention of alerting William, who still needed to grow. Letting him suffer a defeat now might save him from greater calamities later. Vaughn nodded after listening and said, Ding Feng's plan sounds reasonable. I will personally lead the attack on William's camp. If he does not come to Qinghe City's aid, then we'll find another way to defeat him within his camp. But since we are prepared to surrender, let's avoid excessive bloodshed among our soldiers. Capture prisoners alive where possible. If not, let them go. We need to minimize casualties on both sides. Do not let this become a real battle. Killing too many of his men might make Jalen hesitant about accepting our surrender. This fight needs only to showcase our strength. Enrico and others agreed. They dispersed to prepare. Afterward, Vaughn invited Jalen to dine together, alone, without any attendants, riding away from his residence. As they rode, they admired the lush crops and distant village smoke, occasionally hearing chickens and dogs barking. Everything was peaceful and tranquil. Vaughn pointed towards the distance with his whip. That's my hometown. Unfortunately, I can never return. When the county magistrate suspected me of colluding with rebels, he killed my entire family. Abdurance then, I've never gone back. He doubted me? Fine. Let me show him rebellion. I won't let these officials wrongfully accuse me. Speaking slowly, his voice devoid of emotion, yet perhaps the lack of sadness or joy was itself the deepest feeling. Sorrow deeper than heartbreak. These years, I've continuously fought against Sui forces, expanding my territory, with more people joining me. My responsibilities grew heavier. For all these people following me, I must consider their future. Then there are the common folk. All they desire is a peaceful life, free from conflict. But in these turbulent times, they cannot remain aloof. Perhaps they suffer the most. Vaughn hadn't shared such intimate thoughts with anyone in a long time. Once started, he couldn't stop. I thought I could be a great ruler, leading my men to build a new dynasty, a land free from strife, where everyone lives happily. But after these years, I know my limits. Maybe I'm only suited to be a county magistrate, managing a single county well. Anything beyond that, I struggle. Ryan, you've done well, Jalen commented. Even Archer, born into nobility, hasn't matched your achievements. You've earned the respect and love of the people, which is commendable. Vaughn laughed bitterly. The common folk are the loveliest. Treat them well, and they'll repay kindness. Yet they're easily swayed by leaders' provocations, rarely questioning why. Vaughn, treating him as if he were family. Vaughn, in turn, had no airs about him and chuckled. Auntie, there's no need for formalities. Let's just sit outside. I've brought a guest with me, and we've come to enjoy the rabbits that your son Erxie hunted. Sure. I'll have Erxie bring it over, the elderly woman replied, cleaning off a stone table in the courtyard for Vaughn and Sergio to sit. It was evident that Vaughn often visited this place, for he didn't mind sitting outside on the simple stone bench. After settling down, he gestured for Sergio to join him. Sergio found nothing amiss either. Having been a soldier in his previous life, he had endured all kinds of harsh environments, and his current incarnation hadn't afforded him much luxury either. So, he sat down without hesitation. Casimir brought them a basin of rabbit meat and a jar of wine. Why don't you bring more wine, Ryan? This amount isn't enough for anything, remarked Vaughn, knowing that in those times, distilled spirits weren't available, so the alcohol content was low, making the jar of wine easily finish in just a few rounds. Casimir scratched his head and replied, Ryan, crops have been reduced recently due to lower yields, so my mother doesn't want to waste grain on brewing. She says we should conserve what little we have, especially in case of famine when the harvest might not be enough. Vaughn sighed to meet his downfall. Historically, Pedro feared Vaughn's popularity and influence, even going so far as to kill him despite the controversy. However, even if Quentin tried to alter historical records, he couldn't tarnish Vaughn's reputation. He could only diminish his legacy. Common people continued to honor him as a deity. Clearly, Vaughn deserved the title of hero, particularly given his close relationship with the people. He wasn't putting on a show. He genuinely spent time eating and chatting with ordinary folks. Such a man would be a ruler's nightmare. Fortunately for Vaughn, he met someone like himself who understood and tolerated him. Had it been anyone else, they wouldn't have spared him. Sergio smiled. Ryan, by choosing a path that follows the people's will, they won't forget you. That's true. I can't exist without them. If Sergio allows it, I'd be willing to return to farming, live among them, and enjoy a peaceful, simple life. But that's merely a dream. Even if I'm not killed, Sergio wouldn't allow me to leave. I pose too great a threat. He fears losing control of me. Vaughn took large bites of the rabbit meat, shouting with his mouth full, Erxie, your cooking skills are improving. This is exquisite. Erxie, busy chopping wood in a corner of the yard, smiled humbly upon hearing Vaughn's praise. If everyone in this world were as simple and pure as these people, without any elaborate ceremony or incense. Vaughn declared loudly, Heaven, I, Vaughn, swear brotherhood with Rodney Burlgan. May we share life and death, happiness and adversity. If I break this vow, may I die by 1,000 arrows. Sergio repeated the oath after him. Both bowed 3 times to the sky, sealing their bond. After the swearing in, their relationship seemed to deepen significantly. Chapter 241. The test begins. After Jalen and Vaughn had sworn brotherhood, they sat down again and ate the fresh rabbit meat. This wild rabbit tasted extremely delicious, and even though there were few seasonings available, it had its unique flavor. Jalen said, Brother, should I find Abel again to see if he can come up with a way to buy chemical fertilizers? That way, we can avoid war, right? Vaughn shook his head and replied, No need. I've long been tired of this life of battles. If not for my brothers who have followed me, needing a place to settle, I would have retired long ago, living as a carefree old farmer. This time, I'll take advantage of this opportunity to build our reputation so that you don't underestimate us. Once we surrender to Jalen, I will leave. Where are you going, brother? Wandering the 4 seas, at home wherever I go. But I don't know if Jalen will agree. Jalen thought to himself, Of course, I won't agree. We're responsible for ambushing in the Tinfold Valley, Burlgmingjian for attacking Qinghe Commandery, while Enrico and Vaughn pretended to attack William's camp. They clearly divided tasks and set off towards William's camp. Jalen followed Vaughn to the attack but told him, Brother, I don't want anyone to know my identity, so I need to disguise myself. Vaughn asked puzzledly, Why? Because William and others from Wagong know me well. At Durance we are only intimidating them, not really fighting. I'd rather not let him know I'm here to avoid an awkward meeting. You think carefully. Do as you please, Vaughn replied. Jalen blackened his face, swapped his usual black armor for white, tied his hair with a gold crown, and changed his spear. He looked even more imposing and fierce now. Vaughn laughed. This outfit makes you even more imposing. How about that? Wasn't I already impressive before? Everyone laughed heartily. Jalen thought, the bait is set. Will William fall for it? This is also a test of his abilities. Will he withstand the test? Historically, William had once been defeated by Vaughn and captured. It was one of William's rare defeats, which taught him a lesson. Would history repeat itself? However, Jalen had no intention of alerting William. This was his way of testing his men. Vaughn led 50,000 troops to attack William. At this moment, William, Emmanuel, Hiram, and Fiki were discussing strategy. They had been ordered to block Vaughn's southern advance and had repelled several given his troop numbers. A decisive battle would require full mobilization. Guessing is pointless. Let's engage them and see, suggested Fiki. William shook his head. Chief strictly forbade us from attacking first. We can only defend. Besides, I suspect Vaughn is using a feint. He might have other targets. Emmanuel nodded. True. Vaughn's success against Sui troops wasn't luck. He's strategic. We must stay vigilant. Even without other targets, Vaughn's personal involvement makes this difficult. I suggest we divide into 3 armies, central, left, and right. The central army will engage head-on while the flanks surround. This increases our chances. Agreed. Uncle Azai, lead the left wing with Ronnie to attack Vaughn's left flank. Yaojin, lead the right wing with Fiki to attack his right flank. I'll lead the central army against the enemy. Chapter 242, Burke. After William had divided and dispatched his troops, he waited quietly for Vaughn to attack. When Vaughn arrived with his forces, however, he did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, he set up camp and laid traps as if it were William who was supposed to be on the offensive. The 2 sides faced off for a whole day without any engagement. William held back because of Jalen's orders, but he couldn't understand why Vaughn didn't. Laughed heartily. Prince Dou speaks well, twisting right and wrong. Even now, the Sui Dynasty remains legitimate, making me a loyal soldier. Truthfully, I admire Prince Dou's character. If you surrender to us, perhaps we could become friends. If you persist, then only combat remains. Unsatisfied, both returned to their lines. On Vaughn's side, Jalen offered, Brother, let me face them. I've wanted to confront them since our days at Wagon Mountain, but never had the chance. Today, my wish is finally fulfilled. Vaughn warned, be cautious. Don't harm them or let them harm you. Withdraw if necessary. Jalen spurred his horse forward and shouted, I am Burke. Which of you dares to challenge me? He used a pseudonym to avoid being recognized from his time at Wagon Mount. William and the others found him vaguely familiar, but couldn't place him due to his darkened face, different attire, and weapons. Only the horses seemed similar. Both steeds were of the blood-sweating breed. They hesitated about whether to engage when suddenly, a chestnut-red horse bolted from their ranks. General Su, let me face him, said its rider, Phelan. Phelan had been eager to prove himself ever since joining the army. Now, thinking this was his chance, he rushed out. William tried to stop him but failed. He sighed, worried that the young man might accidentally harm Jalen. Phelan roared as he reached the front. Rebel, you won't escape. Your challenger, Phelan, has arrived. Today, I'll capture all of you. He rode a chestnut-red horse, clad in green armor, wielding a green dragon crescent blade like Guan Yu. From Jalen's perspective, everything about Phelan was green, glowing almost like a ghostly light. Suppressing laughter, Jialen replied, "You are no match. Run while you still can." Enraged, Phelan thought, "How do you know before we even fight?" Without another word, he swung his blade toward Jialen. The green dragon crescent blade sliced through the air, meeting Jalen's spear, raising fire to sky, with a loud clash. Both knew strength mattered here. Phelan realized his inferiority when his weapon was deflected high. Fearing further disadvantage, he avoided striking the spear again. War drums boomed on both sides, soldiers cheering for their commanders. Vaughn's men feared Jialen hurting Phelan, while William's men worried the opposite. Their goals diverged completely. All generals understood this was a mock battle except Phelan, who fought earnestly to earn glory by defeating Burke. For over 20 exchanges, Jialen defended without counterattacking, partly to gauge Phelan's skill, partly to adjust to using a cavalry spear instead of his habitual cold iron spear. By the 30th exchange, Jialen grew more proficient with the spear and analyzed Phelan's tactics. Though skilled, Phelan fell short against Jalen's experience. Using 18 strikes of whirlwind, Jialen swiftly launched 18 blows. Phelan barely dodged, losing balance when their horses crossed paths. A swift kick sent Phelan tumbling from his mount. Embarrassed, Phelan remained silent after being captured. Recognizing him as Jialen, the others wondered about his intentions. Jialen, now re-engaging the enemy, awaited further events, having tested their readiness. Chapter 243, An Unsolvable Stratagem. At Ernst they knew it was Jalen's test. These men were no longer reserved. They had long heard that Jialen was highly skilled in martial arts, unbeatable by anyone. However, none of them had ever fought with him. This was a perfect opportunity to gauge just how formidable Jialen truly was. Janus was the first to charge forward on horseback, wielding his horse spear. "Janus is here to challenge you." With that, he swung his horse spear towards Jialen. They all wanted to test Jalen's strength right from the start, so they used the most common strike, a downward smash. Jialen raised his spear high to block it. The two horse spears clashed. "You have quite some strength," Janus praised, his arms tingling. Seeing this, Hiram and Ronnie grew impatient, charging out simultaneously on their horses, unwilling to yield to each other as they both attacked Jialen. Wyatt realized they were using a rotation tactic against Jialen and ordered Enrico to lead his troops against William's forces. The battle commenced, but it was restrained, not aiming to cause serious harm. Thus, despite the day-long battle and continuous drumming, there were only 100 fatalities and a few hundred injuries. Upon withdrawal, Hiram complained to Ronnie, "Shirshin, why did you rush? If you'd waited, I would have had a chance to fight the commander." Ronnie retorted, "Big brother, shouldn't you, being senior, have let me have my turn? If you had, I could have fought the commander too." William, growing annoyed, interrupted, "Enough. If you keep arguing, go fight outside. We need to discuss our next move." Emmanuel remarked, "The commander wants to test us, and we must endure this trial. It seems Wyatt doesn't intend to wage war fully. He held back to distract us while targeting another objective." They studied the map together. William pointed to Qinghe County, saying, "Our defense lines are mainly along Wuhan and Qi counties, with Qinghe being somewhat distant. If Wyatt has another target, it must be Qinghe." Hiram agreed. "If he captures Qinghe, he'll break through our blockade. We need to aid Qinghe." Emmanuel cautioned, "It won't be that simple." Chapter 244, Strategic Planning, A Cunning Escape. William saw through Vaughn's plan and came up with a counter-strategy, which he then explained to Emmanuel and others. Emmanuel, Hiram, and the rest all nodded in agreement, finding his method sound, and prepared accordingly. Given Jalen's order not to inflict large-scale damage on Vaughn's forces, William's strategy was indeed commendable. However, Jalen had provided William with a considerable force of 50,000 troops, giving him sufficient manpower for the task. After making the necessary arrangements, William awaited the urgent request from Qinghe County. Vaughn blocked their main camp without further challenges, seemingly content to keep them tied down while launching an actual assault on Qinghe County. As expected, within 2 days, an urgent dispatch arrived at William's camp reporting that Vaughn had sent 20,000 troops to attack Qinghe County. William laughed heartily, "As I suspected. Brother Qin, let's follow our plan." Emmanuel and the others were already prepared. Upon hearing the instruction, they immediately began to act. The next morning, William, changing his usual reclusive behavior, led 10,000 troops out of the camp to challenge Vaughn. Arriving at Vaughn's camp, William's forces continuously taunted and drummed loudly. Inside the camp, Vaughn, accompanied by Enrico and Jalen, discussed the situation. "What is William planning? Why did he take the initiative to attack us?" Based on the timeline, he should have received the rescue request from Qinghe but instead chose to attack us, Vaughn asked. Enrico replied, "Perhaps he has seen through our plan and fears being ambushed if he goes to rescue." Jalen waved his hand, saying, "It's not that simple. Our plan is obvious, and it would be strange if he didn't see through it. Even so, he must rescue Qinghe County or risk it becoming the main battlefield." "Brother, you're right. He has to rescue it or face Jalen. His challenge must have some deeper intent," Vaughn agreed. "He might be trying to defeat us here. After all, the Xia King is here. If he captures the Xia King, losing Qinghe County wouldn't be a problem," Enrico pondered. "It's possible. Let's stay in the camp and refuse to fight back. See what he does." Agreed. Order the troops to prepare for battle, but do not leave the camp. If William attacks, use arrows to repel him. Thus, Vaughn's troops stayed firmly within their defenses. Despite William's several attempts to breach the camp, he was repelled by arrows each time. Frustrated, after nearly a day of failed assaults, William withdrew his forces. Finding the situation odd, Vaughn gathered his advisors again. "Today's engagement shows that William didn't put much effort into attacking us. It seemed like a distraction. What do you think?" "Only dummies inside the tents. Your Majesty, we've been tricked. The Sui army has left," Enrico shouted. Upon checking the entire camp, they found it deserted, filled only with decoys. Even the drum noises were caused by sheep tied to the drums. Look, there are no signs of cooking. The Sui army left cold ashes. They didn't cook dinner before leaving. Enrico reported further, few cooking remnants mean most of the troops left earlier. Cunning William. To use such tactics to escape and rescue Qinghe County, Vaughn exclaimed angrily. We must pursue him. Even if they head for Qinghe County, they won't make it past the Tin Death Valley. We'll ambush them there. Following his command, the troops abandoned supplies and followed the Sui army toward Qinghe County. Jalen admired William's strategy. This deceptive escape was brilliant. But Vaughn truly had set an ambush in the Tin Death Valley. Would William anticipate this, and how would he break through? Jalen continued to follow Vaughn's troops. Visibility was poor in the dark night, slowing the pace of the advancing army. Chapter 245. Another obvious scheme. Who can solve it? Vaughn was leading his soldiers in pursuit of William when several warhorses emerged from the shadows ahead. The riders halted upon seeing Vaughn's army and shouted, "We are him there. We cannot let him escape our control." Thus, Vaughn's troops changed direction towards Abdurk's Path's Gorge, guided by the scouts. They entered the gorge, where local residents among Vaughn's army knew the terrain well, avoiding the marshes, but progress was slow. By dawn, they had only covered half the distance. As they moved, Enrico noticed something amiss. He wanted to question the scouts but could not find them. They had vanished. He rushed to Vaughn, saying, "Ryan, things are bad. We've been deceived. Those scouts were spies, and they fled." Vaughn asked urgently what had happened. Enrico explained, "Ryan, if William's army came here, they would have left tracks. But there's no evidence of a large force moving through Abdurk's Path's Gorge. I tried to question those scouts, but they're nowhere to be found. They must have escaped." Realizing the deception, Vaughn ordered immediate withdrawal back to Tin Perils Valley. However, just as they retreated, explosions erupted around them, and countless hidden soldiers attacked. William, accompanied by Hiram, emerged from behind. "Vaughn, will you surrender now?" William taunted from horseback. Vaughn laughed. "Do you think you can trap me like this?" William held the advantage by confining Vaughn, rendering any Qinghe victory meaningless if Vaughn failed. Next, it depended on how Giselbert and Berldmingen responded. In Tin Perils Valley, Giselbert convened Kilian and Berldmingen to discuss the situation. Kilian said, "William's move is brilliant, trapping our lord in Abdurk's Path's Gorge. What else can we do but go rescue him?" Berldmingen agreed, "True. Even if our lord exits Abdurk's Path's Gorge, he won't leave without us. Knowing his nature, he'd stay to ensure our safety. But if we rescue him, William will be waiting to ambush us," added Kilian. Giselbert remained silent, contemplating. This was a clash of young generals, both similar in age and experience. Each side's strategy closely mirrored the other. William seemed to have a slight edge. If Giselbert ignored Vaughn's plight and continued the ambush, Vaughn could eventually escape Abdurk's Path's Gorge. The pressure would then shift to William. But could Giselbert really do that? Chapter 246. A showdown. Who will triumph? The battle had reached a deadlock, with both sides testing each other's patience. Whoever could remain calm would gain the upper hand on the battlefield. Giselbert thought for a long time before saying, "We still need to rescue Ryan. Whether this is a trap or not, we cannot abandon him. No matter how dangerous it is, we must go and save him." Berldmingen replied hesitantly, "But?" "There are no buts. If we don't rescue Ryan, we won't be able to get past this mental barrier. Moreover, even if we attempt a rescue, it's not certain that we will fail," Giselbert insisted firmly. Kilian's eyes lit up as he asked, "Have you come up with a plan?" Giselbert nodded and said, "Yes, there is a plan, but it's a gamble. A bet on Jalen's orders to his troops. He can only give orders to fight us. What else?" Kilian responded, "Not exactly. His orders were for his soldiers not to harm us excessively. From the battlefield, it seems he is employing a strategy of surrounding without annihilating us. He ordered Farron and William to surround us on all four sides with the G province army. They aren't attacking proactively. They are forcing us to surrender. He doesn't intend to launch an attack to destroy us. We discussed earlier and decided on surrender. But we need to show some resistance, putting up a good fight. The current battle has resulted in neither side winning nor losing, which means our understanding of the situation matches theirs. They have also acknowledged our strength, and that is enough. From this perspective, we have already won. Even if we surrender, we will earn the respect of Jalen's commanders. Now, we need to focus on rescuing Ryan. If we lead our soldiers to charge recklessly, ignoring anyone who stands in our way, and if Jalen truly gave the order not to harm us, then we can save Ryan and end this war. If my judgment is wrong and Jalen intended to deceive us into believing he wanted to recruit us, then we accept our fate and die alongside Ryan. It would be honorable, having fought loyally under Ryan." Giselbert spoke passionately. After hearing him, Kilian and Berldmingen shook their heads. This was not a real plan, but more of a reckless gamble. Charging forward and risking their lives to bet on the enemy, not killing them essentially meant conceding defeat. However, they couldn't think of any better plan. Abandoning Vaughn wasn't an option. Either let Jalen deal with him as he wished, or allow Vaughn to escape from the Abdurk's Pass's Valley. Both options were gambles, but lacked the loyalty and courage of mounting a rescue. "All right, let's take the gamble," Kilian sighed. They gathered all their troops and abandoned the siege on Qinghe County. Leading 5,000 men out of the 10 Death Valleys, they headed towards rescuing Vaughn. As they passed through the twin boundary ridge, hidden troops emerged. Emmanuel, Ronnie, and Janice led 10,000 troops each, ambushing and surrounding them from higher ground. Dozens of linked crossbow carts stood before them, arrows aimed coldly at Giselbert and his men. But Giselbert ordered the soldiers to charge ahead regardless. Emmanuel and the others commanded the crossbows to fire, causing numerous rebels to fall. Less about that now. First, they needed to regroup with Vaughn. They arrived non-stop at Abdurk's Pass's Valley. William and Hiram surrounded the valley. Giselbert charged into William's camp with his troops. William, leading the G province army, met them head-on, and a fierce battle ensued. Vaughn, hearing the commotion, led the troops inside Abdurk's Pass's Valley to break out. Together, they numbered around 10,000. While William had only 2,000 troops left, the rest being taken by Emmanuel. He couldn't harm these rebel forces, so he gradually retreated. Of course, Vaughn didn't actually harm them either. But Giselbert managed to surround a 1,000-strong unit that couldn't break through. Seeing this, William ordered the main force to retreat while he personally led a few hundred men to rescue them. Wielding his spear, he charged into the fray and met Giselbert. Giselbert held a long sword, blocking his path. Two young heroes faced each other on the battlefield. There was no time for words. Both swung their weapons in a clash. William's aim was to rescue, so he didn't linger, fighting several rounds and then breaking through to save the 1,000 men. He stayed behind to cover their retreat, preventing pursuit. But Giselbert led his troops to cut him off, isolating him from the main force and surrounding him alone. While defending himself, William failed to notice the tripwires. On Giselle to his rescue but continued to ambush and attack Qinghe Commandery, William's plan would have failed. Afterward, he would still have had to find a way to counter Larry's strategy, a difficult task indeed. His plan succeeded by leveraging the mutual care between Vaughn and his subordinates, using human emotion rather than sheer strategy. Vaughn understood well, your strategy, General Sue, included an understanding of human nature. It was crafted based on knowing our characters. That in itself is success. Larry also joined in, saying, General Sue, if neither side had held back, this battle would have ended in heavy casualties, damaging both sides' strength. It wouldn't have been beneficial to either party. Others came forward to comfort William. Jalen added, up to this point, you've won the battle, but you lost yourself. You used human nature to lure Larry to save Vaughn. Yet when it came to your turn, you forgot that very principle. If you hadn't tried to save the trapped soldiers, you wouldn't have been captured. So, in this aspect, you and Larry both failed. William fell silent, then said after some thought, indeed, I made the same mistake. But if given the choice again, I would still choose to save them. Because they are my men. I can't abandon them and escape alone. As a commander, if I can't protect my own soldiers, how can I expect them to follow my orders? His words resonated deeply with everyone present. The relationship between commanders and soldiers is like fish and water. His rank isn't high, so it doesn't matter. We'll release him after we formally accept your surrender. Seeing this, Vaughn didn't oppose and thus kept Daryan. Leaving Jeojibo, Larry and William arrived at William's camp. Emmanuel and others had gathered the scattered soldiers and were waiting for news in the camp, speculating William should be fine but uneasy until they saw him. Upon seeing William return, they felt relieved and arranged a grand feast in his honor, also welcoming Larry. Larry was anxious to meet Jalen at Mount Hungshan. Hiram patted his shoulder. Old Sue, we're family now. Trust me. Eat and drink freely. Leave everything to me. I'll handle everything. Larry replied, thank you, General Berg, but I remain worried. Ryan entrusted me with such important matters. If I don't complete them, I'll be constantly worried. Stanley reassured him, don't worry. Let me tell you the truth. Commander Burl has long intended to recruit you, which is why he spared you. Otherwise, the battle would have gone differently. Hiram pulled Larry to the table and sat him down. Relax, let me reveal one more thing. Commander Burl is actually in Jeojibo right now. See? Drink. Larry was bewildered. How could it be that Jalen was in Jeojibo? Could it be Rodney Bergen? Rodney Bergen, Jalen. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Understood. Drink up. Let's have a good time today, Hiram said. They were all heroes of their time, renowned yet never meeting. Now together, they drank heartily. Aside from Emmanuel being a bit older, the rest were around the same age, each in their prime. They talked of heaven and earth, discussed the state of the world, and military strategies. As the night deepened and their spirits soared, they conceived the idea of becoming sworn brothers. They set up an altar and vowed to live and die together, never betraying each other. Chapter 248, Surrender. Who could inscribe beneath the pavilion, with a mind as aged as the profound Tao? Ancient people placed great importance on brotherhood oaths, as if after swearing allegiance, they would become blood brothers with elevated bonds that could never be separated. After Emmanuel, Janice, Hiram, and others had sworn such an oath, they grew closer to each other. They indulged in drinking, continuing for a day and a night before finally stopping. By the second day, Giselbert couldn't drink anymore. He said, brothers, please don't push me anymore. I still need to report back. We'll have plenty of time for drinking in the future. Hiram replied, all right, you can go back. We will join you outside Jeojibo to greet our general. I think it's time he resumed his identity. This remark made everyone laugh heartily. They led their troops to the outskirts of Jeojibo, avoiding deep penetration to prevent raising Vaughn's suspicions. Giselbert and Emmanuel ventured inside Jeojibo. When they met Vaughn anxiously asked, how did it go? Did Jalen agree to our surrender? Giselbert remained silent. Well, speak up, what's happening? Why are the forces from Jizhou heading to Jeojibo, and what is their purpose? Enrico also questioned. Their purpose is to welcome their commander Jalen back to camp. Giselbert glanced at Jalen and steeled himself to say. Enrico was bewildered. Why would they welcome Jalen here? Isn't that the wrong direction? How could Jalen be among us? Vaughn was equally puzzled, unable to understand why Giselbert would say such a thing. Giselbert firmly stated, in truth, Commander Burl has long wished to persuade us to surrender. That's why he didn't launch fierce attacks and even came alone to Jeojibo to be with us. He's right here. His words sent shockwaves through everyone present. What? Did I hear that right? Jalen is here? Where is he? How brave of him, coming alone into our Jeojibo. What a true hero, full of valor and courage, truly admirable. People expressed various sentiments. Vaughn asked again, he's here? Where is he? Giselbert looked towards Jalen, who realized he could no longer hide. With clasped hands, he spoke to Vaughn. Brother, this humble one is Jalen. I deceived you. Please forgive me. You, Jalen? Vaughn was shocked, gaping in disbelief. The rest of the generals were speechless, taken aback by the revelation. None had expected Jalen to be right among them, sharing so many days together. Jalen recounted his purpose. Finally, he sincerely said, brother, I genuinely want to recruit you. Your virtue commands my admiration. Your actions make me feel inadequate. You earn the love of the common people, which is commendable. If you surrender, I promise to entrust Qinghai County to your management, keeping your troops intact under your command. I won't take a single soldier away from you. Jalen spoke with utmost sincerity, greatly moving Vaughn. Brother, there's no need to say more. I will surrender and follow your orders. Vaughn knelt down, pledging his allegiance to Jalen. Jalen hurriedly lifted him up and invited the generals to sit. Vaughn ordered his subordinates to bring over detailed lists of his army, territory, civilians, supplies, etc., all prepared for the eventual amnesty. Commander Burl, these matters have been well organized, awaiting this very day. Jalen nodded approvingly, saying, Brother, your magnanimity commands respect. Vaughn waved his hand, replying humbly, Commander, you're too kind. I'm merely ensuring my men find a path forward, hoping for a bright future for them. Please do not let them down. Jalen was surprised. Why, brother? I need your help. Vaughn smiled. My presence would pose a threat. You understand. I won't put you in a difficult position, so I must travel far and wide to see the world. Surely, you won't force me. Jalen replied, Brother, I remember you mentioned this here before. At the time, I couldn't answer. Now, I clearly say no. I won't let you leave. Vaughn's face changed. Do you distrust me, fearing a resurgence against you? If so, I'd rather die before you. Jalen shook his head. You misunderstand me. I keep you to fully utilize your talents. I'm not envious nor see you as a threat. On the contrary, I value your abilities and wish you to stay and assist me. His words were earnest, clear-eyed, and utterly sincere. Vaughn felt deeply moved. Brother, you truly mean what you say? Certainly. Just as we swore that day, from the bottom of my heart. Heaven can bear witness. Fine. I believe you. From now on, I'll serve you wholeheartedly, using all my abilities. Under the leisurely clouds, within the peaceful village, two men drank and discussed worldly matters. The simple-hearted Casimir laughed innocently nearby, hearing but not understanding their conversation. Chapter 249. Recapturing Zhuo Commandery. Vaughn handed everything over to Jalen, and his subordinates accepted reorganization. Jalen reiterated his previous words and appointed Vaughn as the governor of many talents. 8 out of the 10 commanderies were firmly under his control, with his orders being carried out. Only 2 remained outside his influence, Zhuo Commandery and Yuyang Commandery. Jalen convened a meeting to discuss how to deal with Zhuo Commandery. He said, we have now stabilized 8 commanderies, leaving only Zhuo and Yuyang commanderies uncontrolled. Moreover, Zhuo is under Dean's control. Dean controls not only Zhuo but also Beiping and Yuyang, and is currently attacking Liaodong. Taking back Zhuo means confronting Dean openly. What do you think we should do? Adonis replied, subduing Dean is urgent. Only by doing so can we eliminate our rear concerns and reclaim the vast lands in the northeast. Then, facing other warlords, we will be more flexible. Farron added, correct. With Ji province mostly pacified, we cannot allow Dean to continue existing independently. We should take advantage of his current conflict with the Khitans to recapture Zhuo Commandery and open the path to Liaodong. Everyone agreed, deciding to immediately take action against Zhuo Commandery. Either Dean would submit or be driven away. They could not allow him to remain behind them. Jalen nodded in agreement. This was indeed the best time to resolve the issue with Dean. The nation was relatively peaceful, presenting a good opportunity to remove his rear threat. Matt explained, Director, Dean is currently locked in a stalemate with the Khitans in Liaodong, neither side able to gain an upper hand. Dean has understood the importance of this decision. William clarified, a rebellion sooner is better than later. It's best to force him into rebellion now, eliminating any future threats. Otherwise, we may face betrayal while fighting on the front lines. Better to confront him now rather than later. We fear not his rebellion but lack thereof. If he doesn't rebel, we won't have grounds to eliminate him, forcing us to find ways to imprison him. Nonetheless, Zhuo Commandery and Liaodong must be under our control. These words solidified everyone's resolve, and opposition vanished among the commanders. Thus, Jalen began mobilizing troops. 3 days later, he marched with 50,000 soldiers into Zhuo Commandery. The garrison left by Dean attempted resistance, but Jalen invoked his authority and Claude's edict, warning all civilians and military personnel that any resistance would be deemed treasonous. With no direct orders from Dean, the officials of Zhuo Commandery reluctantly ceased resistance, as Dean was still technically an official of the Sui Dynasty. After occupying Zhuo Commandery, Jalen issued proclamations to stabilize public sentiment, implementing policies previously obstructed by Dean, such as lowering fertilizer prices. These measures earned him widespread support from the populace, who had long harbored grievances against Dean's authoritarian rule but feared speaking out. Those who fled had done so, and those remaining had no choice. Jalen's reforms were warmly received, especially the lower fertilizer prices, greatly benefiting the people. In this way, Jalen won the hearts of the people in Zhuo Commandery. General, you must not act rashly. Jalen has marched out with justification. Returning now would only fall into his trap. Dean said through red eyes, how can it be justified? This is an ambush on me. He's rebelling. Braxton sighed, General, don't forget that you are one of his subordinates. Zhuo Commandery and Yuyang Commandery are Jalen's fiefdoms, so it's perfectly legitimate for him to occupy them. Furthermore, Beiping Commandery was taken by force without imperial recognition. Thus, Jalen reclaiming it is also within reason. Dean slumped into his chair, saying, so, according to you, he's the reasonable one here. Is there nothing we can do? Legally, yes. Moreover, if he continues advancing, Liaodong and the entire northeastern region will belong to him by the Emperor's decree, Braxton replied. Dean's eyes flashed menacingly as he said, then we rebel right here and join forces with the Khitans and the Turks. We will fight our way back to Zhuo Commandery. Braxton blocked him again. General, you cannot do that. Jalen must have anticipated this move. He may even be hoping we'd rebel, giving him an excuse to wipe us out. Consider this. Our base has been overrun, cutting off our supplies. The troops' morale is unstable. How can we fight against him without support? Also, Archer once suggested to Freddy to trap Claude out. General, do not let emotion dictate your actions. A small concession now will allow us to plan our revenge. If you cannot swallow this humiliation, you'll never avenge young General Albert. Our rebellion lacks justification. If we march south, Jalen will declare us rebels, and all will despise you. At that point, Jalen, with time, geography, and popular support, will be unbeatable. General, think of your soldiers. Their lives depend on your decision. Think carefully before acting. The other generals also advised Dean to calm down. Eventually, he sat back down, realizing his army couldn't win, especially since they were exhausted and eager to return home. They worried about their families, lacking the will to fight. But Dean couldn't bear this humiliation. Not only had Liaodong slipped away, but his base had also been taken. Braxton continued, General, endure this humiliation for now. Let's pretend to relinquish power. Learn from Vaughn and request a nominal position. Prepare secretly and strike when Jalen least expects it, reclaiming Zhua Commandery. At that time, with Zhua Commandery and Liaodong as bases, we might contend for the empire. The final outcome remains uncertain. Dean sighed, I truly cannot swallow this. This battle has resulted in heavy casualties and lost territory. Braxton responded, that's why we must surrender and Beiping Commandery. He also wishes to relinquish his military authority and take responsibility for the failures. From now on, he will no longer involve himself in military affairs. This is the list of General Luo's heavy cavalry. Please accept it. Jalen was surprised that Dean had submitted to this extent without rebelling. This was somewhat unexpected. However, if Dean was so humble, pursuing him further would demoralize other heroes across the land. So he laughed and said, there's no need for all this from General Luo. I came because I saw that the attack on Liaodong was stalled, intending to assist him. Now it seems like I'm here to take away his power. Go back and tell Dean that I do not approve of his resignation. He remains the highest-ranking official of the 3 commanderies, and his army still answers to him. He will continue to command his troops. You assure him that I will not strip him of his power. My presence here is solely to assist him in capturing northeast China. I will personally lead the battle against the Khitan. Braxton quickly replied, thank you, General, for your magnanimity. On behalf of General Luo, I express our gratitude. However, General Luo feels ashamed to remain in the army and hopes you accept his resignation, assigning someone else to lead the heavy cavalry. If you can remember his past contributions, please give him a non-military position so he can live out his years peacefully. Well, Jalen feigned a regretful tone. Since the time Dean entered the service, he has never failed in any campaign, earning significant merits. He is a hero in my heart, and I have always looked up to him as an inspiration. But now he wants to retire? It pains me deeply. Abdurance he is resolute. I won't force him. But how can I neglect his contributions? I will appoint him as the deputy commander of Ji Prefecture. In Ji Prefecture, apart from myself, only General Luo holds such authority. What do you think of this arrangement? Will General Luo be satisfied? Braxton immediately shook his head. This cannot be done. General Luo resigned due to mistakes. How can we promote him instead of demoting? This would seem unfair to others. If you wish to assign him a position, let him oversee flood control. The water disasters are severe in many regions, affecting the lives of the people. Have General Luo manage the waterworks. This way, his talents won't go to waste, and it will also calm those of us who are old associates of the Zhuo region. Please consider it. After pondering for a moment, Jalen said, General Luo truly is of noble character, a role model for us all. Fine. I will comply with his request and have him oversee flood control. Additionally, all military officials under General Luo will retain their ranks and continue commanding their troops until they earn rewards through further service. He would have his assassins eliminate Dean regardless of his intentions. This wasn't cruelty but survival wisdom in turbulent times. To endure, one must be ruthless and prevent potential threats preemptively. He couldn't openly say this, though, as it might affect others' perceptions of him. Having settled the affairs in Zhuo, Yuyang, and Beiping, Jalen assigned dedicated personnel to manage and inventory the region. He then led his troops beyond the Great Wall for the 4th time. The first 3 were with Eben Hurley, during which his rise began through wars against Goguryeo. This time, he commanded the expedition alone, aiming to stabilize northeast China and secure his rear, freeing him from constant worries about rebellion. His forces merged with Dean's, as promised. All commanders, except Dean, retained their ranks. However, Jalen dispersed Dean's troops among various camps, severing communication between them, turning their leaders into mere figureheads. Even if these commanders had troops under them, they were newly reassigned and unfamiliar, effectively stripping them of power. Dean anticipated this move and remained indifferent, silently obeying orders within the army. To avoid suspicion, he avoided meeting his subordinates privately and greeted none of them, seeming content and accepting his fate. In truth, he harbored resentment and curiosity. He wanted to see if Jalen could succeed where his own heavy cavalry had failed. To Dean, the Khitans had superior weapons, bravery, and mobility. Without the heavy cavalry, a regular horseback charge would undoubtedly end in defeat. Jalen had dismantled his troops and lacked his own heavy cavalry. How could he possibly defeat the Khitans? Dean harbored significant doubts. Chapter 252. The decisive battle ahead. Curiosity similar to Dean's also plagued the Khitan people. Now that Samson had unified all the Khitan tribes and become a major northern tribe, even the Turks and the Shi did not dare to challenge his might. The Turks sent envoys to seek peace, acknowledging Samson's status and forming an alliance with him as brotherly states, mutually supporting each other in offensive and defensive matters. With this newfound recognition, Samson's ambition grew, and he began to covet the Liaodong region south of his territory. Taking advantage of the internal rebellions within the Sui Dynasty, which left the Sui army unable to focus on the Liaodong area, Samson seized the regions formerly belonging to the Sui and divided the northeastern territories with Goguryeo. After Eben Hurley's 3 invasions, Goguryeo's strength had significantly weakened, making it incapable of competing with the Khitans. They could only watch helplessly as the Khitans gradually took over Liaodong. Eventually, Goguryeo King Lloyd became a vassal state of the Khitans, marking the peak of Khitan power. If not for Dean's military expedition to the north, Samson would have considered advancing south to conquer the lands within the passes. However, after several battles with Dean, he realized that despite the Sui Dynasty's internal problems, it was still formidable. Even with advanced weapons, a southern attack would be futile. But now, Jalen had arrived in Liaodong, stripping Dean of his duties and dispersing his army. With his own forces ready, Burl faced off against Samson, rekindling the latter's hopes. Despite receiving raw materials and weapon-making techniques from Jalen, Samson didn't believe Burl could outmatch him. After all, Central Plains cavalry was far inferior to the Steppes cavalry. Without Dean's heavily armored cavalry, attacking other Sui forces would have been effortless. Samson was unsure how Burl would counter him but fantasized about defeating him, seizing his territory, and acquiring the mineral resources, thus eliminating production constraints. Still, Samson retained some caution and first consulted with his leaders instead of rushing into battle. With his father Zeke dead, the older generation mostly retired, leaving the younger generation like Clint and Logan to rise. Yet, Finley remained vigorous and close by. After hearing Samson's plan, Finley warned, "Chief, we must not fight Jalen." Recalling Burl's days among the Khitans, Finley said, "He was clever and resourceful, helping us solve many problems back then. Moreover, I've heard he has never lost a battle and has gunpowder as a weapon. His troops are exceptionally brave. They are not ordinary foes. Besides, he helped us resolve our weapon issues and is a friend, even and a blood brother, to you. Attacking such a person is inauspicious. Eternal Sky will not bless us." Samson fell silent, seemingly moved, but Clint and Logan disagreed. Clint argued, "While Burl has done us favors, it was for trade. He needed our assistance at the time, so we aided him. This transaction is complete after we supplied his warhorses. He controlled our mineral supplies over the past 2 years, hindering large-scale weapon production and stunting our growth. If we want to contend for supremacy, we must eliminate Jalen and seize his resources." Logan added, "Clint is right. Defeating him is essential for our ambitions. Otherwise, we'll remain confined to the frozen northeast. His prowess is hearsay. We haven't witnessed it firsthand. Many exaggerated tales exist, so he may not be as formidable. Our Khitan iron cavalry isn't weak either. We, descendants of Eternal Sky, fear no enemy. Gunpowder is used for sieges or static warfare. Our cavalry can swiftly bypass shame," and explained he was misled by others. Samson's letter demanded Burl's surrender, threatening consequences otherwise. Unmoved, Burl wrote on the back, "Battle awaits." He wouldn't show mercy to those courting death. Translation adhering to the specified guidelines while ensuring coherence with previous content. Chapter 253, Tomorrow's Decisive Battle. Jalen did not have deep feelings for Ambrose. As Clint had said, he was only making a deal with the Khitans and helping out as part of it. However, if Ambrose were willing to give up vast lands in Liaodong and retreat back to the distant Amur River region instead of foolishly opposing him, Jalen would not pursue him further. He might even consider handing over northern territories for him to manage. But Ambrose seemed to have lost touch with reality, aiming to challenge him. Thus, the Dahi tribe must be erased from this world. After dismissing Finley, Jalen gathered his generals to discuss strategies against the Khitans. Giselbert said, "The Khitan forces are highly mobile. If they miss their target, they immediately shift to other locations. Without surrounding and encircling them, it's difficult to completely wipe them out." Farron nodded and added, "You're right. The Khitans are a newly risen power and haven't been corrupted yet. Their combat strength is formidable. Even the Turks cannot match them. Carly relies on heavily armored cavalry to counter them, but even Carly dares not lightly chase after the Khitans on horseback. Rivers is complex and unfavorable for cavalry charges. It would be the perfect place to destroy the Khitans." Jalen agreed, nodding. "That sounds like a good plan. I've been there before. It's only a couple hundred miles away. Our cavalry should be able to reach it within a day. Let's deploy our forces there and annihilate the Dahi elite on their ancestral grounds." Turning to Giselbert with a smile, he added, "Young General Sue, don't remind me about your youth. You're still quite young now, aren't you?" Everyone laughed heartily, including Giselbert, who chuckled awkwardly. With the plan settled, Jalen ordered Giselbert to lead 20,000 troops to my mountain via an alternate route for ambush preparations. Before leaving, Jalen instructed him to bring extra explosives, burying them underground upon arrival. Additionally, Jalen handed over a mysterious force of around 2,000 men to Giselbert. Led by a man in red robes and riding a spirited horse, the group was quite striking. His face was veiled, obscuring his features, though his petite figure resembled a woman. Jalen told Giselbert, "Lead this unit. Once you arrive, they'll handle their own arrangements. You just focus on setting up the ambush." Giselbert looked suspiciously at the mysterious unit. Apart from the leader in red, everyone else wore black armor, forming a disciplined and impressive formation. Leading the 22,000 men, Giselbert departed from my mountain. Next, Jalen discussed how to lure the Khitans to my mountain. Farron suggested, "Abdurns my mountain is the Khitan ancestral land, a place of reverence. They will definitely take any action seriously if we make moves toward it. If we pretend to head there, they won't let us pass easily. They'll either chase or block our path. By retreating strategically while fighting, we can certainly draw them to my mountain." Though not a sophisticated plan, Farron's idea was practical. Jalen considered and replied, "It's a viable option, but we can't move the entire army. I'll send Cato with 5,000 light cavalry to provoke them. Cato, you should inadvertently reveal your movements to attract Ambrose's attention. I'll stay here to distract him with the main force. When Ambrose learns that you're launching a small-scale raid on their sacred mountain, he'll undoubtedly send all his elite troops to intercept and attempt to annihilate you. That's when he'll fall into our trap. But first, we need to score some victories to show Ambrose our strength. Especially Cato's unit must put up a strong front to draw his attention." Everyone admired Jalen's thorough planning. They crossed the Liao River, facing off against the Khitans. Standing by the mighty river, Jalen felt a myriad of emotions. He was here again. this time without Eben Hurley's restriction. How Jalen treated him made him regain his composure. Something unusual was definitely happening. He deduced that Jalen must have a plan to outsmart him. Thus, he immediately ordered a retreat to the main camp to deliberate on their next move. As they withdrew in disarray, a group of cavalry suddenly charged from the side. They numbered in the thousands, all clad in white armor, shimmering under the sunlight. Their hands held long spears, and they carried several short spears on their backs. What was most striking was their incredible speed. They appeared and surged toward the Khitans like a gust of wind, arriving in an instant with a formidable presence. Even the fast Khitans seemed slow in comparison. Startled, Aaron did not know which army these were. He was about to order an interception when the riders were already upon them. They pulled out short spears from their backs and hurled them. The short spears rained down on the Khitan troops like showers of arrows. The Khitan soldiers scattered hastily, avoiding the spears, only to find themselves overwhelmed by the white-armored cavalry charging into their ranks. Their long spears mercilessly pierced through the Khitan warriors. These white-armored knights were exceptionally fierce. Many of them were part of the original Flying Eagle Corps who had fought alongside Jalen, seasoned veterans with vast experience. The newer recruits had trained alongside the veterans and were familiar with the combat methods of the steppe peoples due to years of fighting the Turks. They knew exactly how to handle such situations. Confronting the Khitan forces, they quickly gained the upper hand. Their long spears proved to be the bane of the Khitans, whose blades could not reach the white-armored knights. Meanwhile, the length of the spears allowed the Khitans to be skewered easily and then flung aside, crashing into others. The Khitan ranks fell into chaos. They were experts in rapid assaults, but this time, Jalen outdid them with speed and tactics, thoroughly dominating the battlefield. These brave Khitan warriors, once fearless, now quaked with fear, having never faced such formidable opponents. Their eyes wide and bloodshot, they could hardly maintain their courage, causing cold sweat to trickle down their faces. Unable to control his troops, Aaron could only watch helplessly as they fought independently. At this moment, Jalen's forces stormed out of the camp. Though their horses were slower, they were still cavalry. Taking advantage of the chaos within the Khitan ranks, they charged in, slashing with decapitating swords and firing continuous crossbow bolts. Whenever the Khitans tried to dodge the bolts, they were struck by the swords. Before long, Aaron's troops were forced to retreat back to their camp, leaving hundreds of dead behind. This loss was exacerbated by their high mobility, which allowed them to escape just in time. Had they been trapped, it would have resulted in a total annihilation. Aaron felt a pain in his heart. These were the elite of the Khitan tribe, yet hundreds were lost. What's more, the horses provided by him were used against him, and his superior weapons failed miserably. Even his prized rapid assault tactics were countered. Aaron seethed with resentment, believing Jalen had ambushed them after misleading him. Clint and Virgil consoled him, saying, "Chief, our defeat came from underestimating them. We didn't expect Jalen to have such light cavalry. As long as we prepare better, they will not be our match." Only Finley sighed deeply, knowing this was merely a warning from Jalen. More challenges awaited them, but his warnings fell on deaf ears. They seemed oblivious to the impending doom of the Dahan tribe. Finley prayed to Tungri for protection against this crisis. After this crushing defeat, Aaron returned to the camp for reorganization, but Jalen gave them no respite. He challenged again outside the camp gates. The Khitan troops hadn't even eaten breakfast, were hungry, and their morale was low after the defeat. Aaron ordered them not to engage and sent another arrow to Jalen with the message, "Fight tomorrow." Jalen smiled slightly upon reading it and replied with 2 words, sending them back via arrow. Upon receiving the arrow, Aaron nearly fainted. Jalen had responded with, "Nonsense." Not only that, Jalen began attacking the camp. The Khitans had little Jalen glanced at the battle situation nearby. The Zhou army had taken complete control, forcing the Khitan troops to retreat continuously. Smiling, he said, "Brother, what more do you expect from me? Capture you? I think I can certainly manage that." Xavian retorted angrily, "I treated you well, providing you with war horses and letting you form your own military force. Yet you turned around and attacked me." Jalen calmly replied, "A friend who comes will be greeted with good wine, but if a wolf arrives, it will be met with a hunting rifle. Of course, you don't understand what a hunting rifle is, but you will in due time. Things have come to this because of your greed. You wanted to seize land in great sway. This is not a place for you. Your place is in the frigid ice and snow. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to return there." Xavian was nearly driven mad with anger. After years of painstaking planning, believing he could vie for power, he faced continuous defeats at the hands of Jalen. He swung his scimitar towards Jalen. Jalen parried the attack with his spear, engaging him in combat. Xavian wielded a treasured blade, the best weapon the Khitans had forged. He aimed to sever Jalen's cold iron spear with the treasured blade. However, he did not know that the cold iron spear was made from lightning-struck wood, having withstood 9 lightning strikes without breaking, and thus was far superior. Several clashes between their weapons left not a single mark on Jalen's spear. Spat, "Impossible! I won't back down easily. Descendants of the eternal heaven are no cowards. I will see this through with Jalen. A couple of defeats mean nothing. We just need to adapt to his tactics. Once we familiarize ourselves, Khitan warriors will remain unbeatable." Finley sighed, realizing he couldn't change Xavian's mind. He could only pray Jalen would leave a remnant of the Dehi tribe. All their provisions had been left in the camp, but fortunately, as cavalry, they had plenty of horses. Each person had several war horses which they hadn't brought along in their escape, but managed to take out. They decided to slaughter some for a hearty meal. At this moment, Xavian realized Logan had not returned yet, and he didn't know where he had gone. Wrinkling his brow, Xavian wondered if Logan had been killed in battle or captured by Jalen. Being a cousin, losing him in any way was unbearable. Hatred burned fiercely within him towards Jalen. Indeed, Logan had been captured. He encountered Emmanuel and recklessly attempted to kill him. But Emmanuel was renowned for his valor among generals. Within just a dozen rounds, he dismounted Logan using a spear strike. Emmanuel didn't harm him but took him captive alive. Upon seeing Logan, Jalen coldly said, "Your Dahi tribe has ambitions like wolves. How dare you wreak havoc on Great Sui? Still, be cautious. If military secrets leak and we fail, be wary of Governor Burl's punishment. Don't worry, General. We guarantee to complete the mission. This time, we'll throw the Khitan ancestors into the manure pit." Ha ha ha. More laughter ensued. All right, let's go. The people outside moved away, and soon, shouts and hoofbeats filled the air. It was clear they were setting off. Logan panicked inwardly. Knowing this information, he still couldn't alert his brother. Chapter 256, Pursuit. Gus heard that Jalen was planning to ambush the Molye Mountain. Worried, he struggled continuously. It seemed that the soldiers had been negligent when tying him up. The ropes were not tight. With all his might, he managed to break free, freeing his hands. He was elated, thinking it must be heaven's will for the Khitan people to avoid destruction. Gus cautiously got up, now so energized that hunger had faded from his mind. He quietly approached the edge of the tent and peeked outside through a small gap. After the light cavalry of Guizhou left on their surprise attack, everyone else had returned to calmness, deeply asleep in their tents. Apart from the occasional patrol soldier, there was no movement outside. Quietly, Gus slipped out of the tent without alerting anyone. The idea of assassinating Jalen never crossed his mind. He only thought of escaping and delivering the message to Arlo. After wandering around a few tents unnoticed, he spotted a warhorse tied behind one of them. Stealthily, he approached the horse, untied its reins, leaped onto it, and galloped toward the camp gate. Patrol soldiers noticed someone escaping and shouted loudly, firing countless arrows after him, but none hit their mark. Upon reaching the gate, the guards were still unaware. Gus rushed out of the camp gate and vanished into the distance. When Jalen received news of his escape, he chuckled and said, "Nothing to worry about, back to sleep." With an animal's instinct, Gus found the gathering place of the Khitans and located Arlo. At this moment, the Khitans were resting. He barged into Arlo's tent. Startled, Arlo thought an assassin had entered. Seeing it was him, he hastily asked, "Brother, where have you been? Why did you return so late?" Gus, disheveled but unbothered, exclaimed, "Brother, hurry up, prepare the troops. Jalen is ambushing our Molye Mountain." "What?" Arlo jumped up. "Is this true? How do you know?" "I was captured by Jalen and imprisoned in a tent. He planned to wait until capturing you before executing us," Gus explained, secretly observing Arlo. Concerned with the information source, Arlo didn't notice Gus's implication about Jalen capturing him. Impatiently, he urged, "Quickly, continue." At night, he organized troops for a surprise attack on Molye Mountain. "I overheard some soldiers talking outside my tent. They feared being discovered and quickly left. I then struggled and, blessed by Tengayer, Sky God, freed myself. So, I escaped and successfully made it back here." Upon hearing this, Arlo stared, lost in thought, weighing the authenticity of the story. Anxious, Gus pleaded, "Brother, issue the order to pursue them. If they disrupt Molye Mountain, our destiny is doomed." After contemplation, regardless of whether Jalen set a trap, Arlo decided they must rescue Molye Mountain to protect Khitan's fate. He summoned Clint and Finley, informing them. Clint became urgent, "Clan leader, what are we waiting for? We must go immediately. They might outrun us." Finley remarked, "Clan leader, could this be a ruse? What trick? I heard it myself. They assumed I couldn't escape, yet blessed by Tengayer, I did," Gus retorted. "If Tengayer were truly omnipotent, he would have protected you from capture," Finley argued. "What nonsense!" Gus snapped, ready to strike. Arlo halted them. "Enough. We must save Molye Mountain. It cannot be jeopardized. Jalen's light cavalry poses too great a threat. I must eliminate them. This time, I'll lead 10,000 elite troops to besiege them and ensure none live to tell the tale. But, Frisco Elder makes a good point. We can't rule out a ploy. Therefore, I'll leave 10,000 men under your command to hold Jalen here if necessary. Report any unusual activity promptly." Agreeing, Finley had no more objections. He knew rescuing Molye Mountain was crucial despite his suspicions, which lacked evidence. The Khitans, as a nomadic people, mobilized swiftly. Soon, the 40,000 elite troops were ready. Leading them, Arlo set off immediately. He left 10,000 weaker soldiers with Finley. These 40,000 were the Khitan elite. Young men full of vigor, undiminished by previous losses, still formidable. Arlo led them in pursuit towards Molye Mountain, praying to catch and destroy Jalen's forces. Indeed, as if Tengayer answered, they caught up just before Molye Mountain. Under Kato's command, the light cavalry wasn't in a hurry, perhaps confident the Khitans wouldn't know about the ambush. When Arlo found them, they were resting, cooking meals, and eating. Elated, he felt vindicated. These men hadn't reached Molye Mountain. Unprepared for the sudden appearance of Khitans, the light cavalry hurriedly mounted, though disorganized and not matching the Khitans' prowess. Kato ordered the retreat signal, and they quickly withdrew from battle. Being faster than the Khitans, they easily escaped the skirmish, continuing toward Molye Mountain as if still determined to complete their mission. Arlo pursued relentlessly. Kato was instructed to lure the Khitans into Molye Mountain, intentionally creating confusion. They had already eaten military ration bars, fully replenished, far surpassing the fatigued Khitans. Fearing the Khitans might fall behind, they moderated their speed, giving the illusion of being chased yet uncaught. Chapter 257. The fire guns show their might. Ronnie and Kato's forces were getting increasingly entangled as they neared the leafy Mount Mai. Just ahead, Mount Mai loomed with its lush greenery. It was not a high mountain and did not cover extensive land, consisting of just a few ridges. However, it boasted excellent feng shui. Two rivers converged at the front, forming a narrow passage flanked by wide waterways. Following this passage led directly to the main peak of Mount Mai. Though not steep cliffs, the terrain restricted cavalry maneuvers. As Kato saw their target within reach, he let out a whistle. His light cavalry accelerated, leaving the Khitan forces behind as they crossed the two bridges and disappeared into Mount Mai. Ronnie panicked. If they desecrated the ancestral lands in Mount Mai, his sins would be unforgivable. Urging his troops forward, he pursued them relentlessly but found no trace of Kato once he reached the base of the mountain. Just as he began to doubt, explosions erupted from all directions. Ambushers appeared everywhere, while the two bridges were occupied by soldiers from Ji Prefecture, cutting off their retreat. Ronnie was stunned. These were clearly not Kato's light cavalry but forces that had been lying in wait. It was then that Jalen's premeditated trap became evident. The light cavalry was merely bait to lure him into this ambush. In front of the Ji Prefecture army stood a young general astride his horse, holding a saber. Ronnie, this is where you will die. The scenery here is beautiful, being your ancestral grounds. To die before your ancestors, you will have died gloriously. What? Who are you, daring to defile my ancestral grounds? Ronnie yelled furiously. The young general sneered. I am Giselbert of Ji Prefecture. Do not blame me. Instead, blame your own hubris for daring to challenge us. You may as well take your own life here. At that moment, Kato emerged with his light cavalry in front of Ronnie. Realizing words were futile, Ronnie knew he had to destroy the opposing forces to turn the tide. Fortuitously, they seemed outnumbered. With more men, he believed victory was still within reach. He commanded his troops to charge towards Giselbert's army. However, before their horses could gallop, the ground exploded in deafening booms. Explosions sent the Khitan forces flying, resulting in carnage. Giselbert had buried countless explosives underground. At that time, only Jalen possessed the knowledge to create such destructive power. Confined to the narrow space, the Khitan soldiers couldn't spread out, making them easy targets for the planted explosives. Death and injury mounted rapidly. Psychologically, the fear was unbearable. They had never encountered such devastation, feeling as though the earth was crumbling around them. Is this divine retribution? Does the eternal heaven no longer bless us? Not stopping there, Giselbert ordered his men to shoot flaming arrows, bound with small explosives, into the Khitan ranks. Once hit, clothes caught fire instantly, forcing some to jump into the rivers, where many drowned or were shot dead by archers on shore. Within moments, half of the Khitan force was decimated without even reaching Ji Prefecture's lines. Ronnie ordered a retreat. Behind them, only about 2,000 Ji Prefecture infantry guarded the bridges. If they could cross, they could escape. The Khitans rushed towards the bridges where a red-clothed figure stood, draped in red with a veil over his head. His black-clad soldiers carried mysterious bundles, resembling short sticks. Seeing Ronnie approach, the red-clothed figure smirked and ordered his men to prepare. They removed their bundles, revealing 3-foot-long hollow iron devices with dark openings. The first time fire guns would see battle. Unfamiliar with these weapons, Ronnie felt an unsettling chill. Retreat would mean total annihilation, so he led his men forward. Fire! On the command, gunshots rang out, and Khitan soldiers fell in droves. Each squad fired in succession, reloading efficiently. Unable to reach the bridges, the Khitan forces crumbled under the onslaught. Panic ensued. They suffered massive casualties without ever encountering the enemy. Their foe didn't lose a single soldier, yet nearly wiped them out. What weapon could kill from such a distance, even surpassing bows? Even Giselbert and Ji Prefecture's forces were stunned. Giselbert broke into a cold sweat. Encountering such an army would leave little chance of victory, unless overwhelming numbers were used to wear down the opposition. Had Jalen employed these weapons against Vaughn, they might have faced utter destruction. Witnessing the fire gun's effectiveness, Jalen nodded approvingly. While deadly, fire guns had limitations. 1. Expensive production costs and lengthy manufacturing times. 2. High malfunction rates, frequently jamming or misfiring. 3. Limited firing capacity requiring prolonged reloading, giving adversaries time to close in. Jalen realized technological advantage. His face contorted like that of a dying beast. He had witnessed the annihilation of the Khitan elite. The loss of these 40,000 able-bodied men would plunge the Khitans into decline again, perhaps even risking extinction. He was almost driven mad. Years of effort destroyed in an instant by his former best brother, his sworn brother Jalen. He hated Jalen, yet he did not realize that his own greed and arrogance had led to this outcome. If he had stayed content in the north, Jalen wouldn't have acted against him. But now it was too late. Knowing defeat was irreversible, his only hope was to leave behind seeds of vengeance for the Khitans, ensuring Jalen didn't wipe out the entire race. Jalen, come out. I know you're here. I want to speak with you, Samson screamed hoarsely, akin to a bird crying or an ape wailing. The Jizhou army had surrounded the remaining few dozen. Samson's screams were as helpless as those of a cornered animal. Do you still have something to say? Jalen's voice rang out. Riding on his prized horse, he emerged from behind the Jizhou army. Having once known each other, he wanted to give a proper farewell to his former sworn brother, ensuring he could pass on without regrets. Samson glared at Jalen with bloodshot eyes, wanting to charge forward in a final act but choosing to spare his people. Jalen, my sworn brother, do you remember when we swore our oaths? They will forget they were Khitans, believing themselves to be Han, integrating into Han society. Therefore, I can fulfill your wish for their survival, but as for your hope of revenge and resurgence, I must tell you clearly, it is impossible. Upon hearing this, Samson took his own life, realizing resistance was futile. Perhaps his suicide would allow Jalen to spare the few dozen around him. His goal was partially achieved. Jalen had promised not to slaughter the Khitan people. His guards, seeing their leader's suicide, all committed suicide as well. Though ambitious, Samson treated his people sincerely, and they were willing to die for him. Witnessing this, Jalen felt a profound sentiment, reminiscent of Tian Hong, who could inspire such loyalty in his followers. General Giselbert and others approached Jalen. The red-cloaked woman also appeared beside him, removing her veil to reveal an exquisite face of unmatched beauty. Giselbert and others stared in astonishment. They hadn't expected the commander of such a formidable army to be a woman. The red-cloaked woman addressed Jalen. Commander, I, Burning Vermilion Bird, come to report. Are you satisfied with our operation? Jalen nodded. Fair enough, keep up the good work. Everyone was speechless, interpreting his words as unsatisfactory. Burning vermilion bird pouted, looking even more captivating. Jalen laughed. Don't be upset. I'm pleased with your performance. However, the firearms need improvement. Many malfunctioned, and they cannot fire consecutively. These issues need fixing. Hearing this, Burning Vermilion Bird smiled in relief. Giselbert asked, Commander, what should we do next? Jalen replied, I've promised not to kill the Khitan people. After cleaning up this battlefield, go to where the Khitans live, and relocate them to Jizhou, dispersing them widely. Let them live among the Han people, learning Han culture. With time, they will surely become part of the Han. Giselbert acknowledged the order and proceeded to clean up the battlefield. However, Jalen felt no pity for them. When they chose to oppose him, they should have been prepared for such an end. Compassion towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. He deeply understood this truth. To ensure his soldiers and families suffered less harm, only a complete extermination of the enemy would suffice. This massacre lasted nearly a day. All 40,000 elite Khitan soldiers met their end at my mountain. Blood turned the two rivers before the mountain red, corpses littered the ground, and the scene was unbelievably brutal. Only Arlo and a few dozen men survived. Protected by his personal guards, he now had bloodshot eyes, a savage appearance, like a dying beast. Since we've lost, all must become your vassals, subject to your command. They will accept their fate without resistance. If I die, our enmity ends. Will you grant my request? Kneeling on the ground, Arlo submitted for his people, willing to sacrifice himself to preserve hope for the Khitans' future revival. Jalen sat on his horse, looking down at Arlo without emotion. No sympathy, no hate. To him, Arlo was just another man. I'm not a man of the steppe and won't abide by its rules, he said slowly. You. Rage flared in Arlo's eyes, wishing to devour Jalen whole. But I'm not a butcher either. Massacre and genocide aren't within my nature. I won't harm ordinary Khitan civilians. Arlo froze, confused by Jalen's words. Defeated peoples on the steppe were treated like cattle, left to be enslaved or exterminated if resources couldn't support them. Yet Jalen spoke of sparing them, puzzling Arlo on how they'd be handled. There are many ways to eliminate a nation, one being assimilation. I will relocate them to the Central Plains, dispersing them among Han communities, learning Han culture, speaking and writing the Han language, intermarrying with Han people. In time, they'll forget they were Khitans. They'll believe themselves Han, becoming part of the Han race. So while I can grant your wish for their lives, hoping for their revenge or resurgence is impossible. After hearing Jalen's words, Arlo killed himself. Resisting was futile. Perhaps Jalen might spare his remaining guards. Half his purpose was achieved. Jalen promised not to slaughter the Khitans. Whether he left with regrets, no one knew. Seeing their leader commit suicide, his guards also took their own lives. Though ambitious, Arlo genuinely cared for his people, who were willing to die for him. Jalen, reminded of Tian Hong, acknowledged that Arlo had proven himself a brave warrior. Giselbert and Cato approached. A red-clad figure also joined them, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman upon removing her veil. Giselbert and others gaped in shock. They hadn't expected the commander of such a formidable army to be a woman. The red-clad woman spoke to Jalen. Commander, Berkeley, come to report. Are you satisfied with our operation? Jalen nodded. It was acceptable. Keep improving. All present fell silent, puzzled by his lukewarm response. Berkeley pouted, appearing even more enchanting. Jalen chuckled. Don't be upset. I'm satisfied with your performance, but improvements are needed. Many muskets misfired or jammed, and ammunition can't fire continuously. Berkeley's worry turned to relief. He was referring to equipment issues. Giselbert asked, Commander, what's next? We agreed not to kill the Khitans. After clearing this battlefield, relocate them to Jizhou, dispersing them across various regions. Let them live among the Han, adopting Han culture. With time, they will become Han. Giselbert responded with, understood, and went off to clean the battlefield. Chapter 259, Slaying the Khitan Troops. The ancestral land of the Khitans had become a burial ground for their descendants. 40,000 Khitan soldiers were buried in my mountain, eternally accompanying their ancestors. One could only imagine how their ancestors would feel to see so many of their descendants joining them in death. Would they be enraged by the prospect of no successors? Jalen did not dwell on this thought. His mind was focused on how to eliminate the remaining 10,000 Khitan troops. He had promised not to harm ordinary Khitan civilians, but he had no intention of letting the Khitan military forces go unscathed. As long as they existed, they posed a threat to him. Regardless of whether they were weak or wounded, as soldiers, they still had the potential to become his enemies. This army must be destroyed. After clearing the battlefield, Burl led the 20,000 troops here to join forces with another 20,000 troops who had been left behind, completely encircling the 10,000 Khitan troops. Finley, who led these 10,000 men, understood that they were mostly old and weak soldiers with a severe shortage of horses, many of which had been eaten by Xavian's troops. The remaining horses had almost their army was moved by their fearlessness, but knew that skill alone couldn't make up for the disparity in strength. Despite their courage, the sharp blades of the enemy proved too much for them. Even though cavalry combat was their specialty, having once dominated the steppes and conquered countless tribes, today it was their turn to be hunted from horseback while they stood helpless on the ground, slaughtered like lambs. This moment taught them the cruel cycle of fate, proving that even the mighty can fall. True to Finley's words, the Khitan warriors fought bravely until the end, standing tall even in death. Yet, Finley himself cowered in the rear, trembling with fear, unable to bear watching the carnage. Once Jalen noticed him hiding among the soldiers, he realized that Finley had incited the soldiers to sacrifice themselves for personal gain. This man, despite his cleverness and understanding, was thoroughly despised for his lack of principle. Burl detested such traitors more than he hated Xavian. While Xavian had ambitions, he remained loyal to his people and sacrificed himself for their sake. In contrast, Finley betrayed his own people for self-preservation. Burl spurred his red-blooded horse and charged at Finley. Startled, Frisco looked up, only to see Burl approaching with a sinister smile. Before he could speak, a loud bang echoed, and a bullet struck him between the eyes. His prowess made them reconsider. Perhaps following Burl would be a better choice. He seemed destined to unite the land. The others were mere fleeting figures compared to Burl's inevitable rise. A new sense of belonging began to form within them, eroding their previous loyalty to Dean. Burl arranged for all the surviving Khitans to be relocated within Ji Prefecture, dispersing them among different regions. The territories previously controlled by the Khitans now came under his rule, and the weapon manufacturing facilities were once again under his command. Chapter 260. We are done. Jalen had won this battle with his own valor, earning everyone's respect. If there were still people who underestimated Jalen before, no one dared to belittle him after this fight. His previous battles were either against bandits and marauders, like Archer and his gang, or localized victories over Goguryeo and the Turks. To the eminent officials and seasoned generals of the Sui Dynasty, such as Jamal, Hui, and Darcy, who experienced the zenith of the Great Sui, quelled the southern Burl, annihilated the northern Qi, and subjugated the Turks, Tuyuhun, and other states. These skirmishes were merely trifles. Although they appreciated Jalen, they never really took him seriously, considering him just a promising newcomer who fought a few minor battles. However, when Jalen decisively defeated an emerging tribe, a group even the Turks dared not challenge, they fell to him, relocating hundreds of thousands of potential casualties. Even if they survived, they would lose their current status. Jalen had not yet rebelled, which made them relieved. With Damien deceased, Base, Aaron, Jensen, Gavriel, and others gathered to propose to Hurley that he expand Jalen's fief and commission him to suppress rebels. Hurley, now gaunt and listless, knowing well the state of the nation but powerless to act, asked mockingly, "My lords, will your reward still interest Jalen? Do you think it will work?" He didn't believe he could still command Jalen. Aaron, once a general who struck fear into the Turks, responded, "Your Majesty, Jalen is your protege. He will not forget your kindness. Ordinary titles may not attract him anymore. Therefore, please expand his territory and marry a princess to him. This way, he'll have personal stakes in fighting for both his fief and the princess." Base agreed, "Indeed, this plan is sound. Your Majesty should consider it for your daughter." Hurley had 2 daughters, one married to Crew, the other 16-year-old Jer, his favorite child. He remained silent after hearing Base and Aaron, pondering. The sway seemed hopeless to him, and he was only numbing himself, day by day. But his daughter's future worried him. Aaron's words resonated. Jalen was loyal and wouldn't betray him. Even if he died, Jalen, out of gratitude, would treat his daughter well, and we follow you to achieve greatness, not to aid another. If you choose this path, I, too, will leave. Others followed suit, declaring they'd leave G if Jalen helped Pedro. Adonis was right. Serving the main lord directly made sense. For a moment, the meeting hall erupted in chaos. Chapter 261. Unique Insights. Jalen watched them quietly, waiting for them to vent all their frustrations. Only then did he wave his hand, signaling them to calm down and said, "Everyone, let me speak a few words." The group in the council hall stopped complaining, and all turned their attention to him. Jalen spoke slowly. "First of all, I want to clarify that my aim is to conquer the world for myself. I will not assist anyone else to do so. Not only do I intend to unify the Sui Dynasty's territory, but I also aim to dominate the entire world. Our flag will fly over every corner of it. This point is beyond any doubt." Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Jalen's words were incredibly inspiring. Adonis remarked, "Commander, you are absolutely right. We will use all our abilities to help you achieve this great goal." Jalen smiled and said, "I didn't reveal my goal at the beginning because I wanted to hear your genuine thoughts. Your responses have made me very happy and satisfied. Thank you all for your trust in me. I will lead each of you to overcome every regional power, allowing you to be immortalized in history, admired by future generations as heroes. In short, choosing me and following me will never be wrong." His words reassured everyone. They knew Jalen aimed to conquer the world, which was why they supported him. If Jalen abandoned his ambitions, these people would really leave. Matt asked, "My lord, what do you plan to do next?" Jalen snorted, pretending to be upset. "This is exactly why I called you here, to ask for your advice. But instead, you all seemed ready to walk away without addressing the matter." Everyone looked at each other in embarrassment. They had been too excited to consider anything else. They glanced at Adonis with reproachful eyes, indicating he should take the initiative. Adonis was unperturbed. Though straightforward, he was an expert in analyzing others' emotions. He guessed Jalen's intentions and deliberately roused everyone's true feelings, setting up a play alongside Jalen. Seeing everyone look at him, Adonis began, "Abdurance, our lord, has decided to contest for the throne. We must confront all the regional lords and view them as our enemies, showing no mercy. If we talk about what to do next, I believe we should continue serving the Sui dynasty faithfully. We should support the Sui court and swim against the tide. Although the empire is fragmented, the emperor still reigns. The Sui dynasty's mandate has not collapsed. It remains the legitimate ruler. Any opposition is rebellion. By remaining loyal, we uphold legitimacy and stand on moral high ground, a position unmatched by other regional powers who are all seen as rebels regardless of their stated goals. Our lord was raised from obscurity by the emperor. Loyalty to the emperor establishes an image of patriotism, making it easier for the common folk and heroes to accept us. Choosing to contest for the throne means sweeping away all obstacles. So, why shouldn't we seize the moral high ground?" Adonis's words elicited nods of agreement. Everyone found his logic compelling. One person stays sober when all others are drunk. A realm of enlightenment. We must swim against the current and face the world as adversaries. Because until the end, no one knows what is right or the trend. Floating downstream will inevitably lead to mediocrity, with no significant achievements. Usher interjected, "What you say is correct. However, how long should we maintain this stance? Won't we become sacrificial pawns for the Sui dynasty?" He voiced everyone's concern. With the empire fracturing into warring regions, the Sui dynasty's fall was inevitable. Would they be burying themselves along with it? Adonis responded, certainly not. We must adapt to changing circumstances. We'll hold the banner of Sui for as long as possible, discarding it if necessary to declare our own goals. I predict Claude will not last much longer in Yangzhou. Soon, chaos will break out there, giving us an opportunity to reveal our intentions. Jalen agreed. Adonis makes sense. Now we need to act as faithful officials, opposing the regional lords. This will earn us the hearts of the people. But we must strengthen ourselves. Words alone mean nothing without power. We need internal reforms, improving lives, increasing population. With the people's support, we can expand our influence. Vaughn understood Jalen's objectives and fully supported his sworn brother, believing he could bring prosperity to the common people. With the introduction of fertilizers, crop yields have quadrupled. Farmers live peacefully, reducing the number of refugees. Population growth is steady, Vaughn noted. Jalen replied, brother, agriculture is in your hands. Let's discuss improvements in farming tools when we have time. Just as a craftsman needs good tools to excel, farmers can achieve more with better equipment. Vaughn happily responded, all right, I look forward to it. Jalen continued, while focusing on internal affairs, we must expand our influence. Abdurrance Hurley entrusted us with various counties in Shaanxi and Shandong. Let's reclaim them. The rich and prosperous lands of Shandong are essential and must be taken immediately. Hall, John, and others must be eliminated. As for Pedro and Shaanxi, we will maintain the status quo, neither aiding nor openly defying him. Nicholas must be eliminated immediately for siding with the Turks and harming his fellow Han people. Jalen despised the Turks and those who collaborated with foreigners. However, before eliminating Nicholas and Hall, our primary target is Archer of the Wagong stronghold. Many wondered why Archer was the top priority. Could it be due to personal grievances? After all, Archer had killed Esau, Jalen's old friend and mentor to Emmanuel and Ronnie, who both hated Archer passionately. Strategic thinkers like Farron, William, and Giselbert nodded, recognizing this as a brilliant move. Chapter 262. The Golden Corners, Abdurrelver Borders, and Grass Belly. The Golden Corners, Silver Borders, and Grass Belly is a term used in the game of Go. It means that one should first secure the corners and edges before gradually expanding towards the center. If you start by occupying the center, it's easy to be surrounded by your opponent, leading to defeat. Abnormally, striving for control over the world requires starting from the peripheral regions like Guangzhou, Hebei, Bashu, and Jiangdong, and then gradually consolidating power. Starting by controlling the central plains would make it easy to become embattled on all sides and ultimately fail. Thus, Jalen's proposal asked, when do you plan to marry the princess? Everyone paused, having forgotten about the princess, Adrian, whom Hurley had already sent and who now resided at the inn. Regardless of the turmoil and sway, Adrian still held her title as princess. Shaking his head, Jalen said, I won't marry her. This puzzled Adonis, who saw no harm in accepting the match. In the eyes of Adonis and Farron, being a prince consort could provide leverage and a rallying point post Sway's fall. Divorcing or exiling Adrian if needed wouldn't be difficult. Jalen responded, my goal is to contend for supremacy, not to rise to power through a woman. I rely on the talents of all of you. His words bolstered their resolve, making them realize how much their lord valued them, seeing him as a righteous hero. I don't want future ties with Sway, or to use the title of prince consort. I rely on all of you and my own abilities, serving the people and earning their trust. A marriage alliance is a short-term solution. I disdain such tactics. However, I will protect her, ensuring she remains safe even if Sway falls. I'll find her a good home later. Jalen's statement resonated deeply. While Adonis felt it was a missed opportunity, they respected Jalen's principles. To him, using a woman for political gain was unacceptable. He believed in respecting women's autonomy. After the meeting, Jalen, I give you my word. I will not marry her, and I will make amends for neglecting you. I want to treat you well, compensate for everything I've taken for granted. Holding her close, Jalen reassured her, causing her to blush and lean into him. Don't say that. You haven't neglected me. I just need you to care for me. Jalen explained the whole situation, including Crystal. Talia exclaimed, so, the woman I saw with you that day was another woman. I thought you preferred men. Referring to the incident in Lulan where Jalen chose Crystal over her during a lust-inducing spell. Embarrassed, Jalen lifted her onto the bed, saying, let me show you right now whether I prefer men or women. Talia struggled slightly before allowing him, as the night became intimate. The spring night passed with shared warmth, marking precious moments. Chapter 263, Gay's feigned death. After Jalen's antics, the two lay side by side on the bed. A rosy flush spread across Talia's face, her eyes brimming with happiness. Did you say that Crystal went to Guangzhou to recruit soldiers? She asked. Jalen sighed and replied, yes, she refused to come back with me, saying she wanted to be an unparalleled female general and establish her own army. Your sister is truly remarkable. Role model for us, Sister Crystal. Jalen sighed after reading the letter. This damned competitiveness. Crystal and Talia were extraordinary women. In their time, it was normal for women to accept multiple wives, but they could not escape this social norm either. Moreover, Crystal could not abandon him after he had wronged her first, and Talia had done so much for him. He could not let her down. Otherwise, he would have chosen only one. Though they accepted the customs of their time, they were far from ordinary. They did not wish to lose to each other and aimed to surpass each other with their abilities. They chose not palace intrigues but to build achievements, carving out a place for women in a man's world. Therefore, they chose to strive outside. Jalen sighed deeply but admired these two women greatly, loving them even more. Having such wives, what else could he ask for? Abdurrance this was their choice. He would let them pursue their passions. Jalen kept Talia's letter and left the bedroom to discuss matters. Just as he reached the main hall, someone reported that two Taoists had arrived, claiming to be his senior brother. Delighted, thinking it might be senior brother Bertrand, Jalen rushed out to greet them. Sure enough, it was senior brother Bertrand and his disciple Etienne. Bertrand had stayed in the capital Chang'an, where he oversaw the astronomical observatory. However, since Eben Hurley never returned to Chang'an, there was little for him to do. Now, he had left Chang'an to join Jalen. Senior brother, you have arrived. Please come inside, Jalen warmly greeted. These past years, I heard you have achieved much. I regret not being able to assist you, Bertrand said. Senior brother, your arrival here is the greatest help I could receive. They entered the conference hall, where Jalen introduced Bertrand to everyone. Upon hearing about the famous living immortal of Chang'an, people gathered around eagerly, requesting readings from Bertrand, who agreed. After some casual conversation, Bertrand continued, I came here because Chang'an was captured by Pedro, who installed Antonio as emperor and revered the previous emperor as the retired Eben. I couldn't bear to stay in Chang'an any longer. Jalen smiled. You're just in time to assist me. My place has lacked someone like a living immortal. Junior brother, you jest? What skills do I have that you don't know? Divination is merely a means to make a living. Bertrand was an expert in astronomy and calendrical science, making significant contributions to ancient astronomical observations and calendar compilation. Additionally, Master has a letter for you. Master? The nameless elder. It had been a long time since he heard from his master. He wondered how Master was doing now. Bertrand handed over the letter, and upon opening it, Jalen was stunned, unable to speak for a moment. Unaware of the contents, Bertrand noticed his troubled expression. Junior brother, what's wrong? What did Master write? Jalen passed himself. During Freddy's rebellion, Gay was unaware initially. When he learned of it, it was too late. His sons were executed, and his family wiped out. He detested Eben Hurley even more, thus setting up networks and recruiting disciples to overthrow the Sui Dynasty. Among the current anti-Sui forces, almost all were his disciples except for Pedro and Archer. However, his 7 formal disciples were most promising. Of these, Jalen held the most power. Gay hoped Jalen would respect his teacher and assist him in toppling the Sui Dynasty, eventually becoming emperor. Chapter 264. The Unnamed Elder isn't Henrik. The main content of Gay's letter was about those matters, but at the end, he also threatened Jalen. If he did not comply with his instructions, he would be considered an enemy of the world, and all warlords would not let him off. Moreover, their future encounters as master and disciple would only be hostile, with battles to avenge his son's death. He also promised that if Jalen helped him ascend the throne, he would pass it on after a century. No wonder Gay had transformed into an unnamed elder, taking in Turkic, Tibetan, Southern Burl nobles, heroes like Unkit, ambitious people like Irvin, and now added numerous nominal disciples who were scattered across the land, fighting on his behalf. It turned out that everything he did was for the sake of power. Heaven, monarch, kinship, teachers, these ancient principles must be adhered to without question. As Jalen's master, Gay had given his proof Jalen was indeed the rightful ruler. I wish to lead everyone in achieving something significant, yet I cannot disobey my master's words. What should I do? Jalen sighed. Adonis then said, Master, worry not. Among heaven, monarch, kinship, and teachers, the monarch ranks above the teacher. By raising the banner to defend the Sui Dynasty, we honor the monarch and can thus disregard our master's words. The people will respect master's loyalty to the country and support your stance against Gay. Jalen nodded, acknowledging Adonis's words as justification for opposing Gay. With our policies set, we shall implement them immediately. We raise the flag, supporting the court's orders and pledging to clear the rebellious warlords. Walls never fall, rivers flow unceasingly. Our land boasts majestic peaks. Who says our country is diseased? After sleeping for centuries, we awaken, opening our eyes and striving for our nation's revival. Jalen recited passionately, evoking strong emotions among his followers. Walls stand firm, rivers flow vast. The resolve to protect this beautiful homeland against any harm resonated within them, and they would be the ones clearing the chaos, building a powerful nation. Jalen declared his staunch support for the imperial command, maintaining it mysteriously, unable to explain further. Agriculture is the foundation of the state, essential for national stability. A prosperous populace means peace for us. If they suffer, so do we. I leave agriculture to you, brother. Don't let me down. Vaughn stood. Your concerns are mine, and so are the people's. Rest assured, I won't disappoint. With that, he left, eager to produce the tools. Watching him go, Jalen nodded. Vaughn truly deserved his legacy, being pragmatic and diligent, devoted to the people. Chapter 265, Consolidating Administration. After Vaughn left, Jalen gathered the civil officials Adonis, Usher, and Matt together. Jalen said to them, a rich nation ensures a strong people. Although agriculture is fundamental, we should place greater emphasis on the development of science and technology, specifically industrial technology. The advancement of industrial technology will bring about societal progress and benefits for our expansion overseas. Previously, the common folk were accustomed to a self-sufficient lifestyle, saving all their money instead of spending it, which is wasteful in terms of resources. To ensure future development, we must advance industrial technology, focusing on iron smelting and manufacturing. Additionally, we need to stimulate trade in various ways to strengthen our national power. The people are more concerned with clothing, food, and healthcare. We should develop the textile industry to improve clothing quality, designing warmer and more comfortable garments in multiple styles to encourage purchases. Our salt production technology is also outdated and needs improvement. I have some methods for salt production here. You should use these as a foundation for further research and innovation. Jalen handed them a small book he had written. These were techniques and knowledge he had remembered from his past life, including cotton garment manufacturing, metallurgy, and various other technologies. He had always been interested in these subjects in his previous life, never imagining they would be so useful now. Follow these guidelines, but don't stick rigidly to them. Continuously improve and innovate. Only then can our national strength truly grow. Adonis and others were shocked by the contents, as this was information they had never encountered before. Jalen continued, once the people's basic needs for clothing and food are met, they will have surplus money to spend, promoting currency circulation and fostering the development of other industries. Furthermore, we should establish money banks to collect idle funds and channel them into projects that enrich the country and strengthen the military. People will flock to deposit money if we offer interest rates. Jialen proposed several measures to boost national. After training, these individuals must follow assignments and serve the public free of charge for 3 to 5 years without practicing elsewhere during this period. If they remain after the initial period, we will offer them high salaries for their peace of mind. While expanding medical services, we will also encourage people to contribute small amounts towards a centralized healthcare fund managed by the court, which will subsidize their medical expenses. The subsidy should exceed their contributions to ensure both financial pooling and easier access to healthcare. Adonis and the others were astounded by his words. Matt excitedly remarked, "My lord, these initiatives will benefit all people. If implemented, everyone will remember your kindness." Usher added, "Indeed, this way, even the poor can afford medical care, significantly reducing mortality rates." Adonis concluded, "This will also undermine enemy morale, attracting more followers and rapidly increasing our population." The trio eagerly awaited immediate implementation. Jialen reiterated, "We must retain all previous policies and ensure the people live comfortably to secure a stable base for conquering the world." Jialen stood up, deeply bowing to them. "From now on, I rely heavily on all 3 of you for domestic affairs. Raise any concerns, and I will meet your needs." They quickly returned the bow. Adonis replied, "My lord, there is no need. Abdurance, we serve you. We will dedicate ourselves fully. These measures are for the greater good of all. These deeds will be recorded in history. It is an honor for us to carry out such significant tasks. We thank you for the trust placed in us." Their harmonious relationship heralded the dawn of a golden era. Adonis furrowed his brow and said, "My lord, I heard Dean remains discontented despite surrendering. Many of his former subordinates have genuinely defected to us, cutting ties with him. However, he is allied with Chase. Chase joined you early on but was underutilized, breeding resentment. His alliance with Dean may lead to future trouble." In fact, Jalen's intelligence network had already reported their movements. He had long planned to eliminate Dean and now included Chase. While Jalen valued Chase's abilities, he had not appointed him due to superior talents in other roles. Initially planning to give him an important post after territorial expansion, Chase's own resentment and rebellion changed everything. Historically, Dean and Chase were executed for betrayal. Their current antics warranted preemptive action to eliminate any potential threats. Without overt charges, he decided to deploy the secret assassins of the Storm Banner to eliminate both men, serving as a warning to others considering treachery. Reflecting on this, he told Adonis, "I will handle this matter. No need for your concern." The young woman was unexpected. If this were a modern scenario, it might be understandable, but this was ancient times. Weren't women back then supposed to be bound by strict societal norms? But upon reflection, Jalen realized it wasn't surprising. The era of the Northern and Southern dynasties and Qiuran Ke periods saw extensive ethnic integration. Many northern regimes were ruled by non-Han peoples who didn't adhere to Confucian ideals constraining women. Instead, they allowed women significant freedom and even participation in politics. This open-mindedness continued into the Sui and Rene dynasties, producing many remarkable female figures like Stella, Lu Lingxian, the inspiration for Lu Zhan, Leslie, and others. Given this cultural context, it was understandable why Lucinda spoke so candidly. After finishing her question, Lucinda added, seeing Jalen's silence, "I'm asking you, why don't you want to marry me?" Jalen regained his composure and replied, "Your Highness, we are not suited for each other. Therefore, I cannot marry you." "Not suited? How can you know without trying?" Jalen nearly lost his patience. This bold talk coming from such an innocent-looking girl. But he explained patiently, "Your Highness, imagine if I offered you my military boots. Would you wear them?" Lucinda waved her hand, as if imagining Jalen handing over his boots. "How revolting. No one would wear your boots, besides, they're far too big for me." "Exactly, Your Highness. Just as you know instinctively that my boots won't fit you. Our match isn't suitable. But how can you tell that about people?" Lucinda retorted stubbornly. Seeing no way around it, Jalen admitted, "Your Highness, I already have someone in my heart. I cannot marry you. Please, let me know what conditions you require." Cornered, he had little choice but to say this. Lucinda hesitated, then smiled brightly, revealing her youthful innocence. "Now I understand. To be honest, I don't really like you either. I just had to know the reason." Her smile was genuinely charming. "I also realize this is a political marriage. My father needs your help, which is why he arranged for me to marry you. I was unhappy about it, but for my father, I came. Now I see that you are indeed a hero, remembering my father's support and willing to send troops to aid him despite facing opposition. You are a true hero. Abdurance, you're willing to help my father. I'm grateful to you. But I don't like you and don't want to marry you. Abdurance, you've asked for conditions. Here they are." This left Jalen feeling awkward, being rejected outright by a woman. But since he felt the same way, he let it go. "What are your conditions, Your Highness?" "You and I have a marriage contract, which damages my reputation and complicates my future marriages. You must announce publicly that you are dissolving the contract and freeing me. Wouldn't it be better if His Majesty issued an imperial decree? That way, it wouldn't harm your reputation." "He won't issue such a decree. He still needs you to ensure my safety. Only you can dissolve the contract." Lucinda, familiar with court politics, made her point clear. Jalen considered this and said, "I can dissolve the contract, but may I ask, what are your plans afterward?" Lucinda's eyes sparkled with determination. "I know you're worried about my safety. Don't worry, I won't return to Yangzhou. I'll conceal my identity and travel across the great land of the Sui Dynasty, recording my journey in writing." Ambitious goals indeed. If she achieved this, she would rival Su Xiaka in the future, becoming a female counterpart. Women in the Qiuran Ke period often possessed independent spirits, unshackled by traditional constraints. "Very well, I will fulfill your request and hope you achieve your dreams. However, since these are turbulent times, could you start by traveling around Ji province first? So close, yet so beautiful. Of course, I'll come to Hebei. Listening to Jalen's words, Lucinda nodded. Abdurns, you speak so highly of it. I will comply with your request and explore all of Ji province. She knew that even if he isolated himself, indulging in drinking and pleasure-seeking, ignoring all external affairs. The powerful ministers chose not to inform him about the matter either. Abdurns Hurley was already like this. Why add to his troubles? Jalen, after preparing thoroughly, sounded the cannon, leading troops into battle against Archer. After he left, two figures secretly came together. These were Dean and Adnan. Dean joined Jalen after defeating the Khitan, but was kept at Huaxia instead of returning to Zhuojuan. Jalen treated him well, providing him with a quality lifestyle comparable to what he had in Zhuojuan. He was free to wander around Huaxia, but his ambitions remained undiminished, fueled by his deep resentment toward Jalen. Seeking an opportunity to rebel, he soon teamed up with Adnan. Wang considered himself highly capable and brave, but felt unappreciated. Even people who joined later, like Emmanuel, William, and Farron, held positions higher than his, which greatly upset him. Knowing Jalen's aspiration to unify the country but unable to bide his time, Wang allied with Dean. Upon learning Jalen's plans, Dean intended to report him to Hurley, but Wang stopped him. Why do this, Lord Luo? There's no proof of treachery now, and Hurley can't do anything even if you speak out, Wang argued. Better to prepare secretly, strike when he least expects it, and seize Ji province for ourselves. Convinced, and killed them on the spot. Until their last breath, they never knew who murdered them. These assassins were from the Zoroastrian Wind Flag sect, using their bone-softening poison. Jalen sent them to eliminate potential threats. Abnormally, the supporters of Dean and Adnan were killed without realizing what hit them. Burrell had already identified their allies. Panic spread among Huangshan officials, fearing assassination. The intelligent few guessed the cause, but dared not speak aloud. Those approached by Luo and Wang but refused felt fortunate for making the right choice. Jalen's thorough intelligence left everyone shocked. No one dared oppose him anymore. Adonis posted notices to reassure the public, vowing strict investigation and restoring peace. Within days, he executed several convicted criminals, displaying their heads as a warning. Relieved that the perpetrators were dead, the populace believed nothing like this would happen again. Indeed, no further assassinations occurred. Huangshan returned to its usual tranquility, as if nothing happened. Adonis ordered a respectful burial for Dean and Adnan, covering up their conspiracy, offering them a dignified end. Adonis, Usher, and Matt, following Jalen's instructions, initiated sweeping reforms in Ji province and northeastern territories, establishing factories, boosting consumption, training medical personnel, and implementing health insurance. Grateful citizens rejoiced, thanking Jalen's benevolence. News spread through Rodneyun Tower, prompting many people to migrate to Ji, retaliating for General Barnabas, who had been killed by Archer. This rationale earned Jalen support from the surrounding prefectures of Qi and Ingyang. General Barnabas had maintained peace and stability in these regions, earning the respect and love of the common folk. His death while saving his subordinates during the siege of Wagon Fort caused deep resentment against Archer. Thus, when Jalen attacked Archer, he received widespread backing. Gay was uncertain about Jalen's true intentions. He ordered Hall, Nicholas, and others not to provoke Jalen from behind, but to watch carefully and see what Jalen planned. In Chilean Mountain, two men sat playing chess. On the left was a man with white hair, ruddy complexion, and vibrant spirit. He wore brocade robes and a golden crown. This was the unnamed elder, Gay. On the right sat a figure draped in black, hair disheveled, gaunt face, and frail body. Gay said, "Shui Shaman, it's your move." The person opposite him was Ashina Shuidiyanking, the chief shaman of the Western Turks. Shuidiyanking pushed the chess pieces aside, saying, "No more. Abdursu, your skills are too high. I cannot match you. I concede." Gay laughed. "Are you giving up already? I haven't had enough yet. Like reading a book in my palm. Effortless." Shuidiyanking replied slowly, "If it were so simple, Abdursu wouldn't seek alliance with us Turks." Gay couldn't respond, his face flushing alternately red and white. "As I understand, the three strongest forces among the vassals are not under your control: Pedro, Archer, and Jalen. Each of them has the potential to unify the nation. In comparison, the other forces are insignificant, no match at all. The most regrettable is Jalen, originally your disciple, now turned into an opponent." Shuidiyanking's words pierced Gay deeply. However, being old and wise, after initial anger, he regained composure. "So what if they are the strongest? They mean nothing to me. In my prime, I conquered nations much larger than them. Moreover, Jalen may still heed my words. Raised by Eben Hurley, he holds his position due to royal favor. He wants to be seen as loyal, which is why he hasn't betrayed Hurley. He attacks Archer instead of my disciples, perhaps to show loyalty. My hopes are placed on him. He won't disappoint." Shuidiyanking laughed heartily. "Abdursu, you're comforting yourself? Have you considered Archer's strategic position?" Though Shuidiyanking was the Turkish shaman elder, he was well versed in military matters and fully understood the Sui situation. Archer controls the central plains, north controlling Ji and Yu provinces, south reaching Jiangnan and Standit. At that point, no matter his abilities, he will likely surrender. Gay spoke confidently, convinced of his correctness. He offered Jalen a chance to submit voluntarily without damaging their teacher-student relationship. If Jalen insisted on being an enemy, he would eliminate him at all costs. He tolerated no betrayal. Chapter 269. Rejection from all directions. Archer was an old adversary of Jalen. Abdurns the rebellion led by Freddy, he had harbored deep-seated animosity towards Jalen. Archer had been defeated multiple times and almost lost his life in these encounters. However, thanks to Eben Hurley's mismanagement, Archer saw a chance for a comeback. He expanded his forces while the Sui Dynasty was too preoccupied to deal with him. He conquered prefectures and commanderies, capturing Xinjiang, Liang, and other regions. The famous Sui General Barnabas was also killed by him. Under duress from corrupt officials, Adiel led his son Orlando to defect to Archer. Controlling the Grand Canal, Luaco Granary, and Liang Granary, Archer's army swelled to hundreds of thousands, spreading fear among all the lords. He severed communication between the 4 cardinal directions, splitting the realm into 5 parts. Fearing his strength, Pedro, engaged in a stalemate in Guangzhou, acknowledged Archer as overlord to avoid fighting on 2 fronts. Archer's prestige reached its zenith, but Jalen remained a sore point for him, having inflicted several humiliating defeats. Jalen haunted his way. Call me Duke Wei, shall we? This proposal met little resistance, and Archer continued. We should send messages to surrounding lords, inviting them to accept our title and join us against Jalen. We will offer heavy gifts to Nicholas, Hall, and Pedro, urging them to invade Shanggu, Qinghe, and Hangshan respectively, dividing Ji province among us. Desiring help from the lords yet reluctant to appear weak, Archer framed this as a strategic alliance. The plan received unanimous approval. Soon, envoys were dispatched. However, they returned with disheartening news. Nicholas declined, citing insufficient troops and lack of ambition beyond holding current territories. Hall refused, occupied with Nash and Shandong. Pedro bluntly rejected the proposal, as Jalen was his son-in-law, which made attacking Ji province unthinkable. Nicholas and Hall acted per Gay's orders to stay neutral, while Pedro genuinely lacked manpower due to instability in Guangzhou. Facing threats from Corey, Shuigang, and Jackson, Pedro could not afford to spare troops. Furious, Archer raged. These cowards intend to sit back and watch us exhaust each other before swooping in. No matter. I'll handle Jalen alone. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers, how hard can it be to defeat a mere few tens of thousands? I offered them riches. Since they refuse, I'll enjoy it all myself. Hashtag chapter 270. A boar's head. Archer's aides, including Hamza, hurriedly tried to calm him down, urging him to take care of his health and not let his anger cause illness. They reminded him that dealing with Jalen still required his leadership. After calming down, Archer said, these short-sighted fellows are not worth getting angry over. The most important thing now is to think about how to deal with Jalen. Hamza remarked, if Jalen attacks Wagong, he will certainly aim for Liang first. Liang lies north of the Wagong stronghold, backed by the Grand Canal and housing a massive granary. Capturing the Liang granary would ensure our army's supply lines and eliminate concerns over military provisions. It would also open up the canal traffic between the north and south, establishing a clear passage from south to north. Therefore, Liang must be Jalen's first target. Hearing Hamza's words, Archer involuntarily touched his face. His face, once as smooth as a mirror, had been marred by scars during the attack on Liang when Jalen's tactics involving feces and urine left him pockmarked. Archer nodded and agreed. Yin Zhao is right. Jalen's primary goal is Liang. I'll personally defend Liang and crush him under its walls. He controlled the production of these parts, ensuring the manufacturing process remained secret. He closely monitored their distribution, making them difficult to obtain without his permission. By publicly revealing the construction methods, Jalen aimed to deplete the resources of the Sui Dynasty and local warlords, forcing them to spend heavily on building siege towers. These towers, useful for both offense and defense, became indispensable in combat. Warlords sought every means to acquire siege towers, willing to pay any price. This allowed Jalen to amass substantial wealth. Controlling the production of the necessary components, he made them available only at high prices. Archer struggled but managed to construct 2 siege towers for the defense of Liang. Without sufficient explosives, however, they could not deploy them as freely as Jalen did. The explosive formula remained a closely guarded secret known only to a few select individuals. Jalen sold very limited quantities of explosives, always reserving much for himself. Though lacking explosives, the siege tower's sheer size still made them formidable weapons, top tier for their time. Satisfied with the defenses reported by Yuan Zizang, Archer declared, well done. We'll endure here, and see if Jalen can outlast us. Once his supplies run low, we'll strike, eliminating him at Liang's walls. Recalling something, he added, collect all the feces within Liang and prepare it thoroughly. I want to return what he gave me. Let him taste his own medicine. His aides dared not laugh, wary of upsetting his fragile state of mind. Jalen, having prepared fully, set out with his troops. Indeed, Liang was his first target. Analyzing with Farron and William, they concluded that Liang, a key military stronghold, must be captured. Liang's proximity to Ji province facilitated efficient north-south transportation. Occupying Liang ensured smooth logistics via both water and land routes, with faster transport on water. Additionally, capturing Liang solved the food supply problem for Ji province's forces and cut off Wagang's grain supplies. Ignoring Liang to attack Wagong directly risked being ambushed from behind. Thus, Liang had to be taken first. They anticipated Archer sending heavy reinforcements to Liang. Addressing his generals, Jalen said, Archer has a narrow-minded nature. After being defeated several times by me, he'll surely seek revenge with all his might. He'll personally defend Liang to avenge past humiliations. However, he lacks practical military talent, excelling only in theoretical warfare. He gained his territories through the efforts of subordinates, leveraging his reputation to secure loyalty. They fought hard to win these lands. Everyone laughed others would have been effortless. However, now that many capable people saw through his true nature and refused to join him, it solidified Archer's downfall and determined that he would never become the ruler of the world. Nonetheless, everyone knew that despite this, Archer was not an ordinary person. We must despise the enemy strategically but take them seriously tactically. In simpler terms, we should firmly believe in our strategic victory, but tactically, we must remain cautious and develop steadily. Even if Archer is defeated by us, we cannot be complacent until he is killed. Only after thoroughly eliminating the opponent can we relax. After boosting everyone's morale, Jalen reminded them to be cautious and not neglect tactical precautions. Farron and the others admired him greatly, nodding their heads in agreement before going to make arrangements. Not long after, Jalen led his army to the foot of Liang City and ordered the setting up of encampments. He personally inspected the city walls, reflecting on how much time had passed since Freddy's rebellion when he last came here. Back then, he led troops to capture Liang and seize the granaries. If not for Scholar Ider's rashness, his forces wouldn't have succeeded in capturing Liang. Occupying Liang gave Archer a major surprise. The civilians receiving grain supplies exploded into fed. Lord Wei, warfare relies on morale. If we suffer a defeat, it will dampen our spirits, and even holding the city will become difficult. Better we use good wine and meat to boost the soldiers' morale in the city. This way, we increase our chances of victory. Archer glared at Wang Shichong angrily, as if trying to burn holes through him. His pride was once again touched. Losing to Jalen had always been a sore point. He admitted that underestimating the enemy led to his defeat, but he didn't think he couldn't beat Jalen. What do you mean? Archer snapped. Are you saying I can't defeat Jalen? Let me tell you. I lost because I underestimated him before. That won't happen this time. That's not what I meant, Wang Shichong said helplessly. I just hope you can calm down and not act rashly, avoiding irreversible mistakes. No more arguments. If you say anything to shake the morale of our troops, I'll have you executed. Wang Shichong silently left the council room, utterly disappointed in Archer. Most others supported Wang Shichong, but seeing Archer's stern face, no one dared to oppose him. Archer mobilized 30,000 troops and led them out of camp to confront Jalen on the battlefield. As both armies faced off, the war drums echoed through the clouds. Jalen's Jizhou army, clad in iron armor and wielding long spears, were all cavalry units, like tigers ready to pounce. To talk to me like that. I'm here to exterminate you. Dismount and give up your life. That's what you should do. No need for empty words. He knew Archer envied and despised talent, so he didn't believe a word he spoke and remained unyielding. Archer, enraged by this, almost fell off his horse. But he dared not engage Jalen, knowing he wasn't a match. Returning to his ranks, he shouted, "Who can slay this foe?" A loud voice answered, "Lord Wei, I will cut him down." It was Li Wenxiang, formerly a local militia leader near Liang who had surrendered to Archer. Rushing forward, Li Wenxiang shouted, "I am Li Wenxiang. Jalen, come to your death." Hashtag chapter 272, Glory on the Battlefield. Eshan wielded a heavy mountain-splitting axe, towering over others with his massive, robust frame. Mounted on his horse, he appeared even more formidable, resembling a black iron tower. He challenged Jalen, who glanced at him disdainfully and sneered, "You insignificant nobody, rushing here to seek your death." Just as Jalen was about to finish Eshan for an opening victory, a warhorse burst from their ranks, carrying none other than Aryan. One must admit that apart from being a bit simple-minded, Aryan had no other flaws. He was brave in battle, always charging forward and seeking to prove his worth. Clad in a green robe and mounted on a red steed with a large saber, he seemed like a reincarnation of Guan Yu, striking fear into many hearts. With Pedro capturing Chang'an, Aryan's family had already surrendered to Pedro. Yet, Aryan refused to leave, severing ties with his family and vowing to carve out his own path. He wanted everyone who underestimated him to look at him differently. Jalen admired Aryan's tenacity and did not expel him from Ji Prefecture but kept him in the military instead. This time, Aryan charged forth, wanting to take on Eshan in place of Jalen. Jalen appreciated Aryan's martial prowess, knowing he wouldn't lose to Eshan, so he reined back and returned to the formation. Aryan approached Eshan without speaking, swinging his long saber like a dragon entering the sea, overpoweringly cutting through the air. Eshan's face changed, a sneer curling his lips as he raised his mountain-splitting axe to block. Blades clashed with axes, producing ear-piercing metallic sounds. The repeated collisions of weapons left those around them feeling a chill. Though Aryan's strength was less than Jalen's, whose power was almost divine, few could match him in might. So, in reality, Aryan was still quite strong. In this encounter with Eshan's axe, he didn't fall short in strength. The two fought fiercely, neither yielding. Aryan attacked like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, each strike imbued with wild force, as if to slay all who stood in his way. The drums of both armies continued to beat. Ulysses betrayed him, joining Jalen, which fueled Archer's hatred. Enraged, Archer ordered his 30,000 troops to charge at Jalen's forces. With a wave of his banner, Jalen's soldiers charged like wolves and tigers. Both sides clashed violently. Although outnumbered, Archer's army was at a disadvantage in cavalry and training. His troops were mostly new recruits who lacked proper training, whereas Jalen's troops were seasoned veterans who had fought against the Goguryeo, Turkic, and Khitan cavalry, making them exceedingly formidable. Archer's infantry struggled against the cavalry. Despite preparations, he underestimated the cavalry's prowess and overestimated his troops' abilities. The cavalry carved through his formations effortlessly, cutting them into isolated pockets, rendering coordination impossible. Cavalry spears took countless lives amidst the chaos. Desperately, Archer rallied his troops, and Dou Jiande led the suicide squad using massive siege shields to halt the cavalry. But the speed was too great, and these shields provided minimal defense. Abandoning hundreds of siege shields slowed the cavalry slightly. A chaotic battle ensued, with casualties on both sides. However, Archer's soldiers suffered more deaths, initially scattered and unable to effectively resist the superior weaponry and experience of the opposing force. Even restricting the cavalry's speed throughout his army, a prelude to the coming storm, weighing heavily on everyone's shoulders. Archer sensed this unease and tried to pacify Galen in an attempt to regain the support of his troops. Galen lay on his bed, bruised and bloodied, though the wounds on his heart far outweighed those on his body. He felt utterly let down by Archer. Archer entered his room, offering condolences and acknowledging his mistakes. "Alaric, it's all my fault for being too agitated at the time, wrongfully accusing you. I swear it won't happen again." Galen was overwhelmed with helplessness and sorrow, realizing Archer had become irrational, driven by fear and suspicion. Following him would lead nowhere good. He needed to plan his escape. However, he dared not show his true feelings. Struggling to rise caused excruciating pain, prompting Archer to stop him. "Alaric, rest is most important." Galen replied, "Thank you, Lord Wei, for your concern. I'm fine. Please focus on bigger issues rather than worry about me. I care deeply for you, Alaric. Once I defeat Jalen, I'll reward you with Ji Province, promised Archer. Galen knew that was implausible, but simply thanked Archer without further comment. After Archer left, the army's mood eased slightly, but the cohesion had been shattered, leaving a dark cloud over Archer's forces. Another force was brewing, powerful enough to topple Liang entirely. These were the common folk of Liang, who had once could backfire, making them suspect my intentions and provoke resistance. Instead, I wait. The generals understood, though William noted, this approach is sound, but the people often follow the lead. Without guidance, they won't act quickly. Waiting might take too long. Don't worry. I've already dispatched operatives into Liang. Soon, the city will erupt. We just need to wait patiently. Back in Liang, Qin, exhausted after a day of conscripted labor, returned home. He helped transport supplies and assist Wugong soldiers, as did many others. Pushing open his door, he stepped inside a barren home. His family, dead from hunger or illness, buried beneath simple shrouds for lack of funds. He loathed the Sui Dynasty for his misery, having rebelled before, becoming a minor leader in the struggle. Ultimately defeated, he returned to this cold house. Yet, a spark of hope remained in his heart, a memory of a man in black with a white horse and iron spear, who captured them but offered food and survival, promising a better future. Opening his empty pot, he found nothing. Even the pot was taken for the defense. Now he faced the same person he'd once admired, now besieging the city. His heart burned with desire to rally the people, yet fear lingered. What if Jalen had changed? What if he turned destructive? So, he hesitated, observing, wanting to see the situation unfold before deciding. If Jalen attacked fiercely, he would defend Liang alongside his neighbors, protecting their home, barren as it was, but still home, against any invader. Chapter 274, Fright. Kent was surrounded by people just as poor as he was, all of whom had been forced to participate in the defense of the city. Looking at his empty home, devoid of any signs of life, Kent sighed. It seemed he would go hungry again today. That despicable Archer. After I spent a whole day on the city wall, you didn't even provide one meal. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. How wonderful Jalen was. He used to ensure we were full, and even allowed us to take grain home for our families. He was truly someone who understood what the common folk needed and wanted. But looking at Jalen now, it seems he doesn't intend to launch an attack. Perhaps he cares about us and doesn't want us to get hurt. Otherwise, I might help him open the gates of Liang and hand over the city to him. This way, the people of Liang would finally have better days ahead. Still, I should wait a bit longer. What if he massacres everyone once he gets inside? I would bear an enormous guilt then. Just as he was lost in his daze, he suddenly smelled a fragrance. Goodness, this is so fragrant. Who is cooking meat? I haven't smelled this aroma in ages. He sat up abruptly from the bed, swallowing hard. Damn, there's no one around who can afford meat. Who could this be? Kent sniffed again. The aroma seemed to come from his own home. Curiosity piqued. He stood up and walked to the outer room, which was separated from the inner room only by a ragged curtain. The outer room was where he cooked and ate, not a large space, containing only a stove, a broken table, and a few old chairs. He saw that the previously empty table was now filled with food. For dishes, all meat-based, emitting delicious aromas. Steamed buns were still warm, steaming hot. Next to the table was a jar of wine, its lid already opened, wafting its own fragrant scent. Shocked, he took 2 steps back, rubbed his eyes, and looked again, confirming that what he saw was real. Hell, are these sent by deities? Did they know how poor I am and send me such treats? Looking around, he found no one. If this is truly a deity, he gulped a few times and knelt down, praying, Great heavenly deity, thank you for your kindness and compassion towards us commoners. If I become prosperous in the future, I will surely build a temple for you and venerate you forever. After banging his head 3 times on the ground, he stood up, came to the table, grabbed a bun, and began eating ravenously. Whether he believed his own words or not, Kent felt that so he never saw anyone enter. A chill ran down his spine. Was the person on the bed his physical self, implying he was already dead and currently a spirit? Had everything before been an illusion? Feeling his heartbeat and warmth, he realized he was still alive. Drumming up courage, he slowly approached the bed to see the face of the person lying there. As he leaned closer, the person stared right back at him, their eyeballs rolling wildly. Seeing Kent, they smiled, revealing white teeth. Ah! Kent screamed, falling backward to the ground, completely sober now. This boldness saved him from a heart attack. Who are you? He asked shakily, trembling all over. The person sitting up gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, brave indeed. Didn't scare you to death. I didn't forget why I came here. I'm Kai, serving under Prince Jalen. I've come specifically to find you. Kai approached and helped Ken up. Jalen had sent Kai to infiltrate Liang City to coordinate with local citizens and plan a rebellion to hand over the city. Once in the city, Kai visited the Zoroastrian contact point, a brothel knowledgeable about all aspects of city life. From them, he learned about the Liang residents, identifying several key figures, including Kent. Sending his men to approach these individuals, Kai personally sought out Kent, having thoroughly researched his background. Wanting to test his bravery, he devised a plan, sneaking into Kent's house and lying on his bed, undetected by Kent despite his usual bravado. Kent passed the test. Though frightened, he remained coherent, proving his courage. Explaining the events, Kai detailed how Jalen had sent him. Understanding, Kent regained his confidence. Brushing off dust, he replied, Now I understand. In fact, I figured it out early on but pretended to be scared just to pass your test. Kai nearly laughed. Damn, how could I forget this guy likes to brag? Chapter 275, Preparations. After they settled down, someone outside brought them 2 new jars of fine wine. Drinking the wine, Percy said, Kent, Prince Burl remembers you fondly and has always praised you as a loyal and righteous man who treats everyone around you well, being an excellent leader. Kent touched his head, emotionally saying, Prince Burl still remembers me? He helped us back then and treated us exceptionally well. I'm still grateful for his kindness. Prince Burl hasn't forgotten you all. He came here this time to fulfill the vow he made years ago, coming to rescue you from your suffering. You haven't forgotten that, have you? No, we'll never forget it. Is he really here to save us? Kent hurriedly asked. Of course. Prince Burl truly cares for the common people. Haven't you heard? He builds houses for them, distributes fertilizer to increase grain production, and now implements medical insurance. All these actions are done for the people. Look at him. He didn't attack the city to avoid hurting you. He cares about all of you. But if this drags on too long, he can't wait forever. Once he launches an attack, inevitably some of you will be harmed. Can you bear to see the civilians in Liang suffer? Kent shook his head. Of course not. Does Prince Burl really want this? We've been eagerly awaiting his return every day. Look at how I live now. He gestured towards his home, which was utterly empty with nothing inside. So what are you waiting for? Gather your forces and surrender Liang. This is your last chance. If you delay, it might be too late, Percy urged. Kent still hesitated. If Prince Burl enters Liang, will he really not harm the people or plunder our belongings? Why do you become indecisive at critical moments? What's left for him to take? Look around. Percy kicked a chair beside him, and it shattered loudly into pieces. His face showed embarrassment. I apologize. It was an accident. I didn't expect. Seeing this, Kent's face turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, Percy's subordinates reported that other influential figures were convinced and agreed to rally the citizens to rebel against Liang and welcome Jalen into the city. Percy gathered these leaders. Kent recognized most of them. They were beneficiaries of Jalen's earlier rebellion and shared similar destitution, but held considerable influence locally. Your task is to mobilize the populace, but be discreet. Any leak of information means death for you, though little impact on the prince. Don't delay. Start immediately and report any developments. Kent and the others set off. By nightfall, they returned to Percy, informing him they had contacted nearly 2,000 supporters, willing to open Liang for Jalen. Elated, Percy knew with these supporters, seizing Liang would be effortless. The civilians would join en masse once led, and Archer wouldn't stand a chance against tens of thousands united. Dawn broke and Percy said, Abdurance, everything is ready. Let's move tonight. I'll inform Prince Burl, and you all prepare. Kent and the others arranged preparations while maintaining their usual duties during the day but familiarizing themselves with the Wagong army's defenses. Before sunrise, Percy sent scouts out of Liang to Jalen, reporting their plan for coordination inside and out. Jalen lay before speaking. After several seconds of pause, one of Archer's old ministers finally spoke up. Brit said, Duke Wei, Jalen is cunning and devious. His current silence must be a sign that he is devising other strategies. I also believe he's planning something else. Otherwise, he wouldn't hold back from attacking us. He should be more anxious than we are. The key question is what strategy he's coming up with, Archer replied somewhat irritably. Brit continued, in my humble opinion, Jalen seems to want to establish contact with the people of Leviang City. After all, he once defended this city and bestowed favors upon its citizens. If he manages to connect with these people, they might unite and cause unrest within the city, possibly surrendering Leviang. Upon hearing Brit's words, Archer's eyes lit up. That makes sense. This could indeed happen. How do we counter this? Brit suggested, a snake without a head cannot move, nor can a bird fly without a head. Without leaders, the common folk won't start an uprising. I recommend controlling all influential people among the citizens so that they won't stir any trouble. These words were met with disapproval by the former peasant leader Hal Friscoed, who found such a solution too simplistic and brutal. While it was true that leaders were necessary to mobilize the masses, if the people were pushed to their limits, each one could become a leader. Capturing influential individuals, Kent despised Archer intensely, vowing to expel him at all costs. He reassured Zhu Yudong, rest assured, tonight's events will go according to plan. Shouldn't we wait a couple of days? To save those arrested first? Zhu Yudong suggested. Kent waved his hand dismissively. No need. Now, while everyone is on edge, is the best time to act. Archer's actions have turned everyone against him. Our call will be answered by all, leading to immediate rebellion. The families of those arrested will also join actively. There's no shortage of brave souls among the people. Zhu Yuang nodded. Very well, let's follow the plan. I'll find ways to rescue those arrested to ensure their safety. Thank you for your efforts, Kent replied gratefully. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped Leviang, an undercurrent of rebellion surged beneath the calm. A tide of resistance was rising, awakening like a slumbering beast stirred by pain and anger. In every corner of Leviang, oppressed citizens gathered, their faces resolute, eyes burning with hope for a better future. In narrow alleyways, they raised torches, lighting the darkness, signaling the start of their rebellion. Shouts echoed through the night, breaking the silence and igniting flames in every corner of the city. The people of Leviang revolted, led by Kent towards the northern gate, aiming to open it for Jalen. More and more citizens joined, led south with Enos and others. Hashtag chapter 277, offering a strategy. After Archer escaped, Galen led his men to the place where the leaders of the civilians were imprisoned. Before he arrived, he noticed a huge fire breaking out there and realized something was wrong. Afraid to proceed, he hurriedly led his men towards the south gate. Before reaching the south gate, they were intercepted by a troop led by Hiram. Without a word, Hiram directed his army to attack. He himself rushed toward Galen with his spear. Galen's wounds had not yet healed. He dared not engage in battle and turned to run back. However, another troop appeared behind him, blocking his way, led by Ronnie. Galen knew he couldn't escape today. He intended to dismount and surrender when suddenly an arrow struck him in the face. With a scream, he fell off his horse. The nearby soldiers hurried to rescue him. At this moment, a contingent of troops emerged from the side, led by Kent. He led the civilians and the other rescued leaders into battle. Seeing this, the soldiers scattered in all directions, abandoning Galen. As Kent and his men approached, seeing Galen lying on the ground, they were enraged. Originally, when Galen was sent by Archer to guard Liang, he oppressed these civilians relentlessly. The death of his uncle Iter at Liang fueled his hatred, which he vented on the people of Liang. Thus, after arriving here, he severely mistreated the local Liang city, reconstructing the burned houses. Hearing this, Kent and others knelt, expressing gratitude. Kent thought to himself that his broken benches would finally be replaced. However, what he truly desired was to join the Jizhou army and achieve success with Jalen. When he proposed this request, many other leaders shared the same wish. Jalen said, "Thank you for your trust. I will set up a recruitment office here, and when it's time, you can sign up. Those who meet the requirements will be accepted." Kent and others left, grateful beyond words. Jalen gathered the surrendered Wei gang troops, about 40 to 50,000 strong. Among them, Hao Friscoed held the highest rank. He retained Hao Friscoed to serve in his camp and then addressed the rest. "I know most of you are farmers who took this path due to dire circumstances. The instigators will be punished, but those coerced will not be questioned. If you wish to stay, register at the recruitment office, and those who qualify will be accepted. If you wish to return home, I will provide travel expenses and provisions so you can go home peacefully." This arrangement moved the men deeply, and many expressed their desire to stay. After the great victory at Liang, Jalen secured the crucial transportation link between the north and south. From now on, grain and supplies could be transported via water routes to Jizhou, greatly improving efficiency. With the support of Liang's granaries, he could obtain resources locally and no longer worry about food shortages. He did not linger in Liang but left a specialized team to handle the aftermath. If he does not rebel, he must retreat. If he rebels, he loses legitimacy and will be condemned by all. Then we can rally the lords against him, ensuring his demise. If he doesn't rebel, he must retreat, giving us time to regroup and restore morale. His strategy gained approval from Braden and others, who thought it worth trying. Archer sighed and said, "Very well, follow your advice. Submit to Darius. Yuanjin, make the trip to Luoyang." Xavier replied, "As you command, Lord Wei. Rest assured, I will complete this mission." After Xavier left, Archer prepared Willie's body and sent it to Jalen's camp, delaying the attack on Wei Gang while awaiting news from Xavier. Chapter 278, Matching Toughness. Xavier brought Archer's letter of surrender to Luoyang, presenting it to Darius after meeting him. Prince Darius of Yu was stationed in Luoyang by Hurley's orders. After Darcy's death, Hurley dispatched his favorite minister Uriel to Luoyang to assist Darius in managing affairs. Uriel, who served as the governor of Jiangdu, gained favor with Hurley due to his skill in reading people and flattering, eventually being promoted. He excelled in literature and history, understood laws and regulations, was adept at strategy and military tactics, and established numerous achievements in suppressing peasant uprisings, which led to rapid promotions. In Luoyang, Uriel was one of the seer and stated, "Abdurance Archer recognizes his mistakes and wishes to reform. The Sui Dynasty offers him a chance. His surrender is accepted. He is granted the title of Grand Commandant and Duke of Wei, but he must come to eastern capital Luoyang immediately without delay. Any delay will be unforgivable. Then it won't just be Jalen attacking Wagong. Troops from Luoyang will join to besiege Wagong from two sides." Cold sweat broke out on Xavier's forehead as he nervously left, knowing Luoyang had seen through their delaying tactics and thus adopted this countermeasure. Archer would never come to Luoyang, which would be like walking into a trap. Once here, he'd lose all power. Upon receiving this news, Archer raged furiously, berating Uriel's deceitfulness. This avenue being closed, they could only fortify Wagong Fortress and resist Jalen. But his soldiers' morale was low, lacking confidence in defeating Jalen. Many wanted to defect or escape secretly. Archer could do nothing to stop this, as he found himself in dire straits. The once powerful Wagong army now faced unprecedented difficulties. In his spacious tent, Archer sat dejectedly alone, his once charming military secrets losing their allure. Previously, he used his intelligence and prestige to lead the Wagong army to many victories. But now, facing Jalen, he felt helpless. Jalen seemed like his fated rival, always appearing when he was most powerful, thoroughly defeating him every time. To Archer, Jalen was an unscalable mountain blocking his path. All his strategies paled in comparison to Jalen. Outside the tent, endless camps stretched far and wide, Wagang's last stronghold, gradually swallowed by darkness. Yet if night has fallen, dawn cannot be far away. "Prince Wei, have you rested yet?" Keith entered. "You've come. Abdurt down." Archer greeted him listlessly. Abdurting, Keith said, "Prince Wei, don't fall into despair. You should not act this way. Haven't we followed you through dangers to achieve glory? To lose heart over a minor setback demoralizes everyone. If you continue like this, Wagong Mountain will be lost." Keith finished, causing Archer to sigh. "I don't wish this, but I can't think of any way to deal with Jalen." Keith suggested, "Let's submit to Darius." "What?" Archer's eyes widened. "You're advising me to surrender? Impossible. I'd rather die fighting than submit to the sway." "That's not what I mean," Keith explained. "Remember the past incident with Enoch? We can recreate it." Archer perked up. Keith continued, "Luoyang expects a spectator role, not real surrender. We can use this to infiltrate Luoyang unexpectedly, seize the city before they're ready. Once we hold Luoyang, we defend its strategic location, potentially disrupting Jalen's rear if lords attack Jizhou, forcing him to retreat. This can turn our fortunes around. Moreover, Luoyang's location blocks access between Guangzhou and Central Plains, offering easy access nationwide. Holding Luoyang would exceed staying at Wagong." Enos's words enlightened Archer, who stood excitedly, grasping Keith's hand. "Yin Zhao, this plan is excellent. If successful, you'll earn top credit. I serve Prince Wei as duty demands. Your success is my goal." Archer said, "If we conquer the world, I'll share it with you." Keith shivered, sensing Archer's suspicion. Chapter 279. Houston's stratagem to drive a wedge between Hansen and Carson. After Archer and Hamza had discussed their plan, he approached Enos and Xavier, informing them of the strategy. These two also agreed that the plan was sound but risky. Archer said, in this world, there's no such thing as a sure and easy path. How can one achieve great things without taking risks? However, we must not abandon Wagon Fort lightly. Jianyan, you will stay here and delay Jialen from pursuing us to Luoyang. I will personally head to Luoyang. If everything goes smoothly, I will seize Luoyang and re-establish our forces to contend for the empire. As Archer spoke, he lifted his head proudly, appearing very confident, a demeanor he hadn't displayed for a long time. Wagon Fort still had 60,000 troops, but Archer only took 10,000 with him. He explained that bringing too many soldiers might raise Uriel's suspicions, and since the main focus would be on surprise attacks, having more people wouldn't be beneficial. After Archer left, Enos assumed full command, issuing orders. He commanded Adiel and his son to guard the first line of defense at Wagon Fort, while Chance and Kevin guarded the second line. He led the central army and defended the main peak of Wagon Fort. Once the troops were assigned, Jialen arrived at the foot of the mountain. Upon learning that Archer had gone to Luoyang and Enos was in charge, Jialen immediately set up camp and began challenging the fort. Adiel firmly held the mountain gates and did not engage in battle. Jialen ordered his troops to attack the mountain, but Wagon Fort's terrain was treacherous, making it difficult to assault and unsuitable for large siege weapons. After several failed attempts, he had no choice but to retreat back to camp to consider other strategies. While Jialen was at a loss, Enos on the mountain was growing increasingly displeased. He had never respected Adiel, who had defected after serving Barnabas, whom he had once been defeated by multiple times. Now commanding under Archer's order, attempting to climb this way would lead to unnecessary casualties. Just then, word came that Adiel was challenging them. Jialen smiled. There's a solution. We can learn from Houston's stratagem to drive a wedge between Hansen and Carson, using it to create discord between Enos and Adiel. Farron and others recalled this historical event recorded in history books. As members of prestigious families, Farron and William were familiar with the classic records and understood the reference. William said, this plan is good. There has always been tension between Enos and Adiel. Adiel was likely forced into this battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out. Jialen nodded. Indeed. I'll talk with Adiel and gather information first. So Jialen went out alone to meet Adiel. He didn't bring any troops. Adiel, seeing Jialen alone, rode forward to meet him. Jialen greeted him unarmed, saying, General Pei, we meet again. Adiel awkwardly nodded, saying nothing. Jialen continued, Abdurance our last meeting, I've often thought of you. But military duties kept me from visiting you. Remember when General Barnabas was still alive? Things have changed now. Alas, Zhang is gone. They reminisced about the past, drawing closer. Jialen intentionally moved closer, eventually standing side by side. His facial expressions varied from laughter to worry. Finally, Jialen asked, how is Elder Lady doing? Adiel sighed, she's held captive on the mountain and is pregnant. Realizing what he'd said, he quickly tired of living. Adiel spread his hands and said, General Zhu, where did you get this idea? I am loyal to Wagong Fort. How could I betray it? You still dare to argue? You exchanged letters with Jialen. Did you think I wouldn't know? General Zhu, my loyalty can be seen under the light of day. You should feel strange that Jialen would send such a letter. As he spoke, Adiel handed over a letter from the table. Enos took the letter, opened it, and read. In this temporary abode between heaven and earth, man's power is insignificant. Having seen your face, to rescue the people from suffering, create a lasting foundation, tonight at midnight. I will meet with you for a hunt before the mountain. The letter had many parts scribbled out, making it confusing and incomprehensible. Enos sneered coldly, Adiel, what more do you have to say? This is proof of your collusion with Jialen. If you had nothing to hide, why did you smear out the letter? Clearly, you feared I'd see through your plan to surrender. Adiel shouted in protest, General Zhu, you wrong me. The letter arrived like this. I also didn't understand it clearly. You still try to argue? Jialen wouldn't send you a draft letter, let alone one where all key points are blacked out. Guards, seize him. His guards were about to grab Adiel when Adiel bellowed, hold on. Stopping them, he continued, General Zhu, did you forget Houston's scheme to sow discord between Hansen and Carson? This is clearly a trick by saying, damn it, I didn't want to rebel, but you forced my hand. Orlando asked, Father, what about Mother? She's still up there on the mountain. Jialen has already rescued her. Don't worry. Is that true? How did I not know? Orlando shook his head. The first 4 sentences of the letter spell out, your wife is saved, when you take the first character of each sentence. I was hesitating about whether to surrender to him. Archer treated us well, but this bastard kept forcing us into a corner. Now we have no choice but to rebel. Great father. Under Jialen, we will surely accomplish great things and won't be mistreated. Indeed. Open the gates to welcome Jialen into the fort. I'll take this fellow up the mountain to persuade the others. After agreeing, Adiel and his son split up to carry out their plans. With the main commander Enos captured and no one to lead, morale on the mountain was shaken. Plus, Orlando welcomed Jalen's troops up the mountain. So, there was minimal resistance as Kevin, Ueda, and others led the Wagong army to surrender to Jialen. Jialen occupied Wagong Fort without spilling blood. Meeting Adiel, he laughed and said, General Pei, we can fight side by side once more. Adiel felt embarrassed, King Burl, seizing Luoyang as a base for his comeback. But Uriel is no ordinary man. His cunning and deceitful nature won't let him fail to see through Archer's intentions. At that time, all he needs to do is lure Archer into Luoyang and then eliminate him entirely. Archer will have nowhere to rest his body after death. The generals all agreed with him, believing that Archer was indeed walking into a trap. Sure enough, not long after, news came that Archer had been killed by Uriel in Luoyang, and his severed head was hung on the city walls for public display. Here's what happened. Archer led his troops to the outskirts of Luoyang and set up camps. Uriel had long known about Archer's approach to Luoyang and discussed with Gaston and others. I didn't expect Archer to dare come here. This is surprising. However, those who come are not benevolent. He definitely has no good intentions, Uriel said. Gaston nodded and added, Archer has always been arrogant and never regarded anyone else. Abdurnt's rebelling, he has become even more so. He won't surrender to us easily. Don said, do we need to think any further? Have you forgotten what happened to Enoch? This time, he surely wants to repeat Enoch's story, killing us and dominating Dongdu. Uriel nodded, you're right. We mustn't give him this chance. When he arrives here, we will immediately invite him into Dongdu but not allow his troops to enter. Once he steps into Luoyang, we'll execute him on the remaining troops of Mount Wagong outside scattered without leaders, while some who had nowhere to go surrendered to Uriel. Thereafter, Uriel became even more powerful and arrogant, disregarding Darius. Upon learning the news, Jalen and his men sighed deeply. Archer, once a hero of the era, met such an end. They began to discuss what to do next. Farron suggested, given this situation, we should proceed with our original plan and attack the various prefectures of Shandong, which are under Hall and Du Fugui's control. Emmanuel proposed, we can enter Shandong under the pretext of delivering General Barnabas's remains, taking them by surprise. What do you think? Jalen nodded, this plan can work. We will not fall into the same trap as Archer. Let's use the reason of delivering the casket to enter Qizhou. News of Archer's defeat spread to the ears of all the regional warlords, shocking everyone. At the time, Archer was the strongest among all the warlords, controlling the central plains and influencing the entire country. He dominated key traffic routes, making other warlords submit to him. Everyone saw Archer as their greatest rival. Many watched Jalen's attacks on Archer, thinking two tigers fighting would result in one injury. Even the winner would be too weak to contend for the empire. However, Jalen easily defeated Archer, expending minimal resources and incorporating nearly 10,000 of the Wagong army. His momentum soared. Upon hearing the news, Pedro sighed. Archer is indeed all show and no substance, having no real ability. Control life. Rushing into battle in the central plains would make us seem rebellious, harming our cause. Pedro nodded. Agreed. Let's handle nearby forces first, then advance into the central plains. I wonder if your brother-in-law will help us. Quentin gazed into the distance, murmuring, no, he won't help us. He will become our biggest obstacle to unifying the world. Chapter 282. Hall's panic. Far away in the Chilean mountains, Gay also received news that Tyson had been eliminated and Archer had been killed by Uriel. However, he got this news quite late. In ancient times, information traveled very slowly, sometimes taking several months to reach other places. It was only after Jalen established the Rodneyun Tower that the speed of information dissemination significantly increased. Jalen used this time difference to publish newspapers for people to read, making a profit from it. He also spread things he wanted others to know through the Rodneyun Tower's newspapers, such as the new policies he implemented in Jizhou, widely publicizing them to win over the hearts of the people. However, if there were things he did not want to spread quickly, he would also instruct the Rodneyun Tower to deliberately conceal or delay the dissemination of the news. Immediately send a message to Hall in Shandong, warning him to be vigilant against a potential surprise attack by Jalen. Additionally, he instructed Nicholas and Mai to attack Jizhou, relieving pressure on Hall. Looking at the map, Gay regretted not controlling Jalen sooner. It turned out that allowing him to grow unchecked was akin to raising a tiger to become a future threat. However, these few extra days cost Gay the best opportunity to defend against Jalen. Just as he sent his messengers down the mountain, Jalen was already escorting Barnabas's coffin to Dongping Commandery. Dongping Commandery was under Hall's jurisdiction. Hall controlled parts of Dongping and Qi Commandery, while the remaining part of Qi Commandery was held by Ernesto. Although Ernesto's power was weaker, he submitted to Hall. Hall was the largest feudal lord in Shandong, while another force led by John occupied southern Shandong and the Huai River region. Hall had pledged allegiance to Gay and followed his orders. Under Gay's command, Hall sat idle in Dongping, watching the conflict between Archer and Jalen without involvement. These past few days, he enjoyed himself while observing their movements. Hall lacked grand ambitions. Unifying the world was far from his mind. He simply wanted to live peacefully within his small domain. Whichever side was stronger, he would submit to them as long as his current status remained intact. Even with Gay, he only half-heartedly obeyed commands. Soon after the battle began between Jalen and Archer, Hall received news of Archer's defeat. He was shocked by how quickly and easily Archer was crushed. This left Hall anxious. With Dongping being closest to Tyson, could Jalen be preparing to attack him next? He immediately ordered his troops to be on high alert in preparation for Jalen's offensive. However, days passed without any signs of an attack. Upon inquiry, he learned that Jalen did not intend to attack him. Instead, Jalen had received Barnabas's remains and planned to transport them to Qi Commandery for burial. This placed Hall in a dilemma. He didn't want to offend Jalen and would agree to align with him as long as Jalen didn't attack. But Jalen would pass through his territory, and Qi Commandery was under his control. If Jalen suddenly launched an attack, Hall would be caught off guard. So, he consulted his strategist, Sol, a respected figure in Dongping hired by Hall as an advisor. Sol laughed and said, Your Highness, why worry? Jalen has just waged war. How can he launch another campaign right away? Calling himself the King of Lu, Hall replied, I don't think he will, but what if he brings his troops into my territory? Should I fight or not? Of course not, Sol responded. Are you stronger than Archer? Don't talk nonsense. Of course, I'm no match for Archer. Exactly. If Jalen isn't attacking us first, why would we attack him? That would be suicide. Such an expensive gift. I really don't feel comfortable accepting it. The messenger replied, Your Highness, King Lu means that as long as you keep him in Dongping and do not transfer him elsewhere, he will continue to show his gratitude to you. Jalen frowned slightly, causing the messenger's heart to race with anxiety. Shandong is my fiefdom, and here I have the final say. I can appoint anyone I want. Others have no right to interfere. I've heard that King Lu has a good reputation here and is well loved by the people. This shows that King Lu is a benevolent man and worthy of my trust. There should be no problem keeping him in Dongping to manage the region. But, he paused for a moment, leaving the messenger sweating profusely, unsure of what Jalen would say next. Jalen sighed and said, but keeping him here would be a waste of talent. Although I have received many fiefs, I lack capable people to manage them all. Especially after acquiring Wagon Fort territory, I have few trustworthy subordinates left. It's challenging to manage such a vast area. I had hoped King Lu could send some people to help me govern Xinjiang, but King Lu only wants to stay in Dongping, which disappoints me. Now I'll have to find others to assist me. The messenger rejoiced upon hearing this and hurriedly responded, Your Highness, please do not worry. King Lu is grateful that he and I are fellow disciples. I am merely a nominal disciple. Jalen is showing deference to our teacher. Earlier, I worried he wouldn't acknowledge me as a junior brother, but now it seems I was overly concerned. He hasn't forgotten our teacher's grace. Tell the brothers to stand down and prepare. We'll move to Xinjiang. Conditions there are much better than in Dongping. Sol remained silent, still skeptical, but Hall paid no heed. Hall dispatched a messenger to respond to Jalen and ordered the soldiers to pack up and prepare to leave. Dongping City became chaotic inside and out as soldiers gathered their belongings while also looting from wealthy households. When Hall heard about the looting, he swiftly intervened. He ordered several ringleaders executed and issued a warning. Dongping is still our territory. We may leave, but we will return. Maintain order and manage this place well. If anyone harasses the locals, they will suffer the same fate as those executed. While preparing to relocate, Hall also tried to comfort the affected civilians. Dongping's defenses were entirely focused on packing up. The messenger reached Jalen's camp and repeated Hall's words. Jalen slammed his desk in anger. Does Hall think highly of himself? Offering me 50%, don't forget, Xinjiang is my territory. He's only managing it for me. How dare he demand a share? Truly ungrateful. The messenger stammered, Your Highness, it's our fault. I'll return. Realizing the danger, he ordered urgently, quickly, close the city gates and organize a defense. Jalen must be launching a surprise attack. Though not a fool, Hall had been blinded by the offer of power and fell for Jalen's trap. Upon learning of the cavalry, he knew trouble was coming. But his army was in disarray, hastily packing to depart. Hearing the command to defend, they discarded their packed items. Some, unable to let go, carried valuables with them, adding more chaos. Before they could regroup, the cavalry appeared at Dongping's gates in a blur. Chapter 284, Reclaiming Shandong. Leading this cavalry force were William, Emmanuel, Hiram, and Janice. They had been dispatched by Jalen to launch a surprise attack on Dongping Commandery. All of Jalen's recent actions were designed to lull Hall into a false sense of security, reducing his vigilance so that they could swiftly overpower him and minimize losses. Hall indeed fell for the trap and let his guard down. The cavalry arrived at Dongping to find the city gates wide open and no defensive preparations in place. Overjoyed, William gave the order, and the cavalry charged into Dongping like a gust of wind sweeping away dead leaves. Just as they entered, they encountered Hall leading his troops. Before Hall could react, the light cavalry had already penetrated his forces, breaking them into scattered fragments. His peasant army consisted mainly of infantry, poorly trained and undisciplined, making them no match for these battle-hardened soldiers, especially since they were caught off guard and burdened with heavy loads of valuables. Emmanuel and Hiram led the charge, wielding their war lances with unmatched prowess. Behind them, the knights brandished long spears. Having faced formidable foes such as the Khitan and the Wagong warriors, they easily overwhelmed these disorganized rebels. Under relentless attacks from spears and arrows, Hall's army crumbled without resistance. Although the city's layout hindered the cavalry's speed, it was no match for overwhelming strength. Hall regretted not heeding Sol's warnings, but it was too late. Realizing things were going awry, he tried to retreat. However, he was intercepted by Emmanuel, who had been closely watching him. Capturing Hall would make this ambush a perfect success. Emmanuel swung his lance toward Hall, who hastily blocked with his spear. Taking advantage of the momentum from his horse, Emmanuel thrust the lance forward, aiming for Hall's waist. Unable to dodge or resist, Hall was knocked off his horse. He was then captured by the Ji prefecture troops. With their leader captured, Hall's men surrendered en masse. The battle ended quickly with a decisive victory for the Ji prefecture forces. William ordered Hall sent to Jalen and continued clearing the remaining enemies in Shandong. Most of Shandong's commanderies were under Hall's control. Hearing of his capture, they quickly surrendered. Soon, William reclaimed most of Shandong, except for John in the far south and Ernesto in the north. Brought before Jalen, Hall railed against him, accusing him of dishonor. Jalen asked, How am I dishonorable? You betrayed my trust, deceiving me into lowering my guard, leading to my defeat. Hence, you are dishonorable. Jalen laughed loudly. That just shows how foolish you are. In warfare, deceit is acceptable. Have you never heard of feigned moves? This land was your fiefdom. Yet, you coveted Yingyang, driven by greed. Jalen's words left Hall speechless. Indeed, his greed had led to this downfall. He pleaded for mercy, saying, Master, all mistakes are mine. Please spare me. I promise not to oppose you again if you let me live. Jalen waved his hand. Don't call me that. You are no longer my disciple. If you wish to surrender, you must denounce Ge publicly and expose his plot. From now on, I will ensure your safety. Hesitant, Hall knew betraying Ge was risky, given Yang's ruthless nature. But choosing silence meant certain death. Weighing his options, he decided survival was paramount. He responded, Lord Burrell, I am only a nominal disciple. Exposing Ge won't be considered betrayal. I agree to your terms, exposing Ge's crimes, provided you protect me and keep your word. Jalen assured, rest assured, my word is my bond. As long as you cooperate, I will safeguard you from Ge's reach. Convinced, Hall wrote a confession detailing Ge's deception, plotting rebellion, colluding with foreign forces, and selling out the Central Plains. He also revealed many nominal disciples like Nicholas, John, Iggy, Bethan, Corey, Demetrius, and Jackson, all pawns of Ge's schemes. Jalen kept the confession secret, planning to use it as leverage when necessary. Treating Hall kindly as agreed, he recognized Sue's mediocrity and lack of ambition posed no threat. Furthermore, sparing Sue would encourage other surrenderers. Soon, good news arrived. Ernesto, controlling part of Qi Commandery, chose to surrender after learning of Hall's favorable treatment. Chapter 285, The Uprising in Shaanxi. Ernesto was one of the earliest rebels against the Sui Dynasty, initiating the peasant uprisings at the end of the Sui era. He styled himself as Zhi Shilang and rampaged across Shandong. However, being the first to rise often invites early retaliation. He faced fierce attacks from the Sui army and had to hide and evade, never truly growing in strength. Gradually, he was surpassed by other rebel forces and became subordinate to Hall. Despite his decline, Ernesto's reputation remained high. His surrender to Jilin marked a temporary cessation of the peasant uprisings at the end of the Sui dynasty. Most of the peasant rebellions had been quelled, and the remaining regional powers were mostly former Sui officials who represented the interests of the nobility, with little connection to the peasants' cause. Jilin did not make things difficult for Ernesto but protected him, using him and Hall as examples of successful surrenders for others to follow. He ordered Barnabas's remains to be buried in Qi Commandery, building a shrine to honor this loyal general. By doing so, Jilin cleanly reclaimed control over Shandong, further expanding his influence. By the time Gay's reinforcements arrived in Shandong, it was already too late to turn the tide. The messengers sent to Nicholas also faced difficulties. Nicholas did not heed Gay's orders to attack Jilin. Nicholas, known for his bravery and prowess in battle, had gained prominence during the Goguryeo campaigns and was promoted to commander of the Jinjie Guard, serving in Anyang Commandery as the commander of Eagle Flying Barracks. He caught Gay's attention and was taken under his wing for grooming. Seeing Eben Hurley's incompetence, especially his pathetic situation when trapped at Yinmin, Nicholas harbored ambitions of rebellion. He conspired with the Turks, killed the governor of Anyang, Farouk, and raised an army to have weakened themselves, then strike decisively to secure the empire. Nicholas smiled approvingly. Your thoughts align with mine. Shaanxi is a strategically valuable region. Once occupied, none can threaten us. Thus, upon receiving Gay's letter, Nicholas ignored it. He led his troops personally, while Isidore and Brooke each commanded separate contingents. Dividing into 3 armies, they attacked various prefectures in Shaanxi. Pedro's fourth son, Pedroji, commanding the garrison in Shaanxi, clashed with Nicholas's forces and suffered nearly total annihilation, retreating south in disgrace. Reinforcements sent by Pedro, including Li Zhongwen and Jiang Azayi, were also defeated. Even Pedro's close friend Kimball's forces were crushed. With no foothold left in Shaanxi, these troops retreated back to Guangzhou. Consequently, most of Shaanxi fell into Nicholas's hands, greatly boosting his standing. He accepted the title of Dingyang Khan from Shirbai of the Turks. Pedro retained only a small part of Shaanxi along the western bank of the Yellow River. Faced with this dire situation, Pedro considered withdrawing all his troops from Shaanxi, ceding the entire region to Nicholas. However, Quentin opposed this idea. He argued, "Father, if we abandon our eastern territories, regaining Shaanxi will be incredibly difficult. Nicholas will control the Yellow River crossings, making our soldiers unable to cross and leaving Shaanxi open to his actions. Moreover, relinquishing these lands would disappoint the people. We have spent years cultivating goodwill in Shaanxi, earning their support. Nicholas, despite his strength, lacks a base here and won't win the hearts of the people. If we withdraw, they will eventually fall under his control, consolidating Shaanxi as his domain. I wish to lead an army to reinforce Jin southwest and engage Nicholas, looking for an opportunity to crush him completely." Pedro acknowledged Quentin's points, saying, "I understand your concerns, but Nicholas is formidable. If you insist on going, I agree. However, avoid direct confrontation and merely hold the Jin southwest region. Wait for the right moment to fight." Quentin accepted the order and fortified Babei, facing off against Nicholas without engaging in direct combat. After capturing Shandong, Jilin's power grew immensely. Among the many warlords, none could rival him. Upon learning about Nicholas's expansion in Shaanxi, he convened his advisors to discuss how to handle the situation. Adonis spoke first. "Your Highness, we cannot stand idly by. If Nicholas occupies Shaanxi, he'll be a thorn in our side, constantly threatening our security. We must leave a substantial force to guard routes into Shaanxi, preventing any surprise attacks." Farron added, "Exactly. We can't allow Nicholas to be our neighbor. If Pedro controlled Shaanxi, considering our kinship, we might delay our attacks. But since Nicholas holds Shaanxi, this is an opportune time to seize this strategic land and eliminate our rear worries." The generals all agreed that defeating Nicholas and capturing Shaanxi should come before expanding into other regions. Suddenly, news came that Eben Hurley had been assassinated by Yuan Huaji in Jiangdu. Chapter 286, Rebellion. The news was delivered to Jilin through Rodneyun Tower's special channels. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, the confirmation still caused him a moment of genuine reflection. After all, Eben Hurley had once bestowed his favor upon Jilin, and without the Emperor's support, his power would not have grown so rapidly. He had indeed thought about changing Hurley's fate, but in his later years, Hurley would listen to no one. He isolated himself, becoming a man trapped within a cocoon. Adonis, Farron, and others also sighed deeply. Once, Hurley had been a great emperor with grand ambitions, yet he ended up meeting such a pitiful fate. It truly made them lament. Usher asked, "Now that Hurley is dead, should we declare our own national title and formally contend for the empire?" Adonis waved his hand and replied, "Not yet. We need national charge won't matter much to him." All the generals nodded in approval, praising the idea. They knew that after Hurley's death, Gay would emerge to contest the throne and likely reveal his connection with Jilin, forcing him to submit. Given that Gay was Jilin's mentor, abandoning him without proper justification would invite public disdain. However, if Gay were branded as a regicide, opposing him would become justified. This tactic, though underhanded, was well-deserved given that Gay genuinely intended to overthrow Hurley, only fate spared him the deed. Furthermore, Jilin added, "William, you will lead a contingent through Jingxing into Shaanxi to attack Nicholas. Do not engage him fully just yet, only contain him. Do not allow him to expel Pedro's forces entirely from Shaanxi. If that happens, dealing with him will become much more difficult. William accepted his mission and prepared accordingly. Jalen then led his troops back to Liyang, concealing his movements. Everyone believed he remained in Hongshan, unaware that he had secretly arrived in Liyang to set his plan in motion. He owed this stealthiness to Cosmo, an expert in tunneling, whose underground network connected Hongshan to Liyang, allowing Jalen to transport his troops undetected. Eden was entirely oblivious. His rebellion in Jiangdu was born out of desperation. Along with his brother Robert, he had been punished by Hurley and confined to their family estate as slaves. Only when his father passed away did Hurley, moved by past kindness, forgive them and reappointed them to official positions. At that time, Hurley had lost interest in governance, indulging in debauchery daily. His guards, the powerful Changhua army, mostly hailed from Guangzhou and longed to return home. However, Hurley insisted on moving south, even contemplating relocating the capital. This left the soldiers frustrated and rebellious, leading many to desert Jiangdu. Makade Khan, the leader of the Changhua army, planned an escape and aimed to loot wealth before leaving. Robert, an ambitious opportunist, intercepted the news and approached Makade Khan. You'll be caught easily by the authorities if you flee like this. No one will make it out alive, Robert warned. When asked what to do instead, he proposed, kill the emperor and force the ministers to accompany us. This way, we can safely return to Guangzhou and establish a puppet emperor. You will all be hailed as heroes, beyond anyone's reach. Though his plan intrigued Makade Khan and others, none dared lead such a perilous endeavor. Thus, they coerced Eden, threatening to kill him if he refused. Reluctantly, Eden complied, staging a coup in Jiangdu, killing Hurley, and seizing control of the remaining officials. However, Eden knew that spreading news of the coup would work against him, overclaiming it. Robert was slightly more capable, recognizing the risks this posed and suggested distributing some treasures among officials like Dakari. However, Eden refused. This discontent stirred resentment amongst officials like Dakari who had originally intended to seize benefits before fleeing back to Guangzhou. But after being persuaded by Robert, they committed regicide. Carrying the stigma of such an act without receiving any rewards was unbearable. Thus, Dakari, Baylor, Ernan, and Gareth conspired to eliminate Eden. Dakari stated, "We only wish to return to Guangzhou and take some treasures. Now we've killed Hurley, bearing this notorious deed, yet received no rewards. All profits go to Eden. It's too unjust. Moreover, Eden is more incompetent than Hurley. If we continue with him, we won't have a good end. Let's kill him and announce his crimes. Then, we can claim loyalty to Antonio as emperor. By doing so, we wash away our sins and return to Guangzhou." Baylor and others agreed but noted they needed help. Dakari proposed contacting Albin, governor of Wuxing, and leaders of the Ijuan rebels John, Esmond, and Alex for a coordinated attack. They secretly sent trusted agents to these parties and prepared covertly. Dakari informed Su Hongren and Zhang Kai, his confidants, to ready for assassination. Unfortunately, Su Hongren and Zhang Kai were bribed by Robert. Learning of the plan, they immediately reported to him. Consequently, Robert and Eden set a trap and captured the conspirators. Confronting them, Eden said, "We plotted together to return to Guangzhou and share in prosperity. Why betray me?" Enraged, Dakari retorted, "Shameless. Where are shares? Everything falls into your pocket. Never giving us anything, you've crossed the line." Eden countered, "I will reward you once we reach Guangzhou. Your impatience caused this. As for now, after I execute you, I'll burn offerings to satisfy you." He spoke convincingly, appearing loyal. Misled listeners praised him as faithful. The captives cursed furiously but to no avail. All met their ends. Realizing their plot was exposed and surrounded by rebel forces, Eden hurried northwest, abandoning heavy loads to speed up travel. Replenishing supplies at every stop, they quickly reached Jalen's territory. Eden discussed with Robert about dealing with Jalen, stating, "Burl almost killed us years ago in Yanmen. This time, we mustn't spare him." Robert advised caution. Burl is a formidable warrior and tactician. Informing him of Hurley's death could provoke retaliation. Its was unaware of this situation. Jalen appointed Ronan to guard Liyang. Upon receiving Luke's order, Ronan immediately brought wine, meat, and other items to pay homage to Evan Hurley. Seeing Ronan, Luke said, "His Majesty is currently ill and should not receive visitors. We are urgently heading back to Guangzhou and cannot stay here long. Lord One, please prepare the military provisions for us quickly, as we must continue our journey." Ronan replied, "Prime Minister Yuan, I have already instructed people to handle this matter. However, I have only just taken charge here, and am still unfamiliar with the affairs. Additionally, the quantity of provisions you require is significant, so it will take a day to prepare." Frowning, Luke said, "A day is too long. The Eben's condition cannot wait, and urgent medical treatment awaits in Guangzhou. I give you half a day to prepare. If you fail, be prepared to lose your head." Ronan nodded submissively and left the food behind, returning to Liyang. Luke's soldiers, seeing the wine and meat, were tempted by their aroma, having endured a long journey from Jiangdu without proper rest or food. To maintain speed, they ate dry rations and rested briefly under trees whenever tired. Now, with wine and meat before them, some approached their sergeants, suggesting that since they awaited provisions, they might as well feast first. Qiuran relayed this request to Luke. As the one who executed Hurley, he enjoyed the trust of the Yuan brothers. Qiuran remarked, "Soldier dissatisfaction runs high. If not addressed, there may be another mutiny like Jiangdu's. They only ask for a proper meal and some rest. Abdurns were waiting for provisions anyway, why not let them rest?" From what I can tell, Ronan doesn't know Hurley is dead, so there shouldn't be any problems. Luke consulted Kinney, who considered and said, "All right, let's set up camp and rest. But no tents, no removing armor, only brief rest. Once provisions arrive, we move immediately without delay." Qiuran conveyed the orders, prompting cheers among the soldiers who could finally enjoy a hearty meal and drink. They started cooking the meat Ronan provided and drinking the fine wine. The generous portions filled their stomachs, leading to a widespread lull. Exhausted from continuous travel, once fed, They fell asleep wherever they could find space. Those experienced knew well that when spirits were constantly on edge, fatigue didn't register. Once relaxed, however, exhaustion overpowered, rendering movement difficult. Especially after eating and drinking, increased blood sugar and sleep made bodies feel like they bore heavy burdens, leaving everyone lethargic. Luke's entire army, including the officers and the Yuan brothers, lay vulnerable. They too, exhausted from non-stop marching and unaccustomed to such conditions, found respite in food and sleep. The army was defenseless. At that moment, cannon fire echoed, signaling the sudden attack of hidden forces against this weary force. Startled, Luke sprang up, trying to rally his soldiers. However, most wobbled weakly, too drained to fight. Riding his warhorse, Luke saw a black-clothed man on a white horse charging forward, wielding a cold steel spear. Qiuran leading the ambush directly toward him. Qiuran shouted, "Qiuran, this is His Majesty's escort. Do you seek rebellion, daring to attack the Ebon? You deserve death many times over." Qiuran sneered, "Death is deserved by you. In Jiangdu, you betrayed and killed His Majesty, believing you could deceive the world. How can I face the departed Ebon if I let you pass? For those loyal heroes you killed, today is your end. I will avenge them." He rode close, thrusting his spear at Qiuran. Having practiced piercing techniques, his attack was formidable. Facing Qiuran's powerful thrust, Qiuran tried blocking with his spear, but his strength paled in comparison. Unable to fend off the attack, Qiuran fell backward onto his horse as the cold steel spear missed its mark. Feeling relief, he attempted to rise, but the spear pressed heavily upon him. Ceremony at a dilapidated mountain shrine. He and his subordinates made a scene, like children playing house. After completing the ceremony, their titles changed. Eden was Ebon Su, followed by Grand Tutor, Grand Preceptor, Grand Guardian, Minister of Works, etc., sounding like high-ranking officials. In reality, these people were worse off than beggars, like stray dogs. After ascending the throne, Eden led his Grand Tutor and others to nearby villages to loot grain. However, they were defeated by village militias. Originally, Qiuran implemented policies of a streamlined army. He did not widely recruit soldiers, but instead sought elite warriors capable of fighting 10 foes. For those not conscripted, he established militia training centers in each village for reserve forces. Thus, these village militias could not be underestimated. Eden was defeated by them. He fled with only a few dozen men and eventually encountered Qiuran's pursuit troops. Eden, along with Robert and his 2 sons, were all captured. Thus, Eden's rebellion was quelled. However, the rule of the Sui Dynasty effectively ended with Hurley's death. No ruler remained. Regional warlords vied for power, establishing their own puppet rulers while aiming to control powers, established exams for scholars, and dug canals to enhance transport between north and south. Every act was a great historical feat, yet his impatience and idealism led to failures, losing confidence, hiding mistakes, and refusing advice, ultimately making him a coward. "Does Her Majesty have any plans?" Qiuran asked. Empress Frisco smiled faintly. "What plans could I have? After enduring palace intrigues, I'm tired. I wish for simple travels, enjoying nature, finding a peaceful place to stay until my end." Her thoughts mirrored Princess Jier's. Not surprising given their mother-daughter relationship. Qiuran said, "The world is not yet peaceful. Stay within my territory for now and travel when peace returns. And Princess Jier is here. You two can journey together." Empress Frisco replied, "As you arrange. I won't contest anything." She paused. "Earl Wang, you've avenged His Majesty, fulfilling loyalty. With the present strife and warlord divisions, all aim to conquer the Central Plains. Gay harbors ambitions, stirring unrest. Foreign powers eye our territory. Earl Wang, don't hesitate. This land deserves your governance. Do not let mediocre rulers reign and burden the people. We've barely enjoyed peace for decades. Do not plunge us back into chaos. Only you can restore order and save the masses." Empress Frisco's clarity and pragmatism urged Qiuran to shoulder the task of unification. Grateful for her support, many legal issues were resolved, easing his path towards unity. Chapter 290, made public. News of Hurley's assassination spread across the land, causing shockwaves everywhere. Regardless of how tyrannical he had been during his reign, Hurley was still the Ebon of the Great Sui Dynasty, the acknowledged sovereign of all China. With his death, the realm lost its central authority and descended into chaos as various regional lords vied for power. During his lifetime, Hurley faced rebellions from many quarters, but after his death, he became a symbol that many warlords rallied around. Various lords raised banners in support of the Sui Dynasty, each setting up their own puppet emperor. Pedro supported Antonio, while Uriel supported Darius. The Yang clan became a prize to be won, as if only by backing a Yang to the throne could one claim legitimacy. There was, however, one exception, Ge, once a powerful and influential minister of the Sui Dynasty, with a vast network of loyal followers among the regional lords, now found himself reviled by all. This was due to Qiuran's public disclosure of his crimes, pretending to die, plotting behind the scenes to overthrow the Sui Dynasty, and conspiring with the Tujue and Tubo to use foreign forces to conquer China. Such treason made him a pariah, a rebel, and a traitor, an enemy of the Sui. People who claimed to be Ge's disciples quickly distanced themselves from him, issuing statements denying any connection. No matter what happened in private, they wanted to appear completely separate from him in public. Warrants were issued for Ge's arrest, with generous rewards offered, making him a fugitive wanted by the entire realm. Ge was playing chess in the Qilian Mountains, opposite his old friend Shaman Elder Ian. The news reached him, infuriating him so much that he threw the chess piece to the ground, nearly dying of rage. Ian laughed heartily. "Old friend, you've tasted betrayal too. You should drop your illusions and gather forces to eliminate Qiuran before it's too late." Ge was already furious over Lu Wuzhou's disobedience in not attacking Qiuran. Moreover, Hall's defeat in Shandong meant that attacking or not attacking Qiuran no longer mattered. Still, Lu Wuzhou's successful conquest of most of Shaanxi was a consolation. Now, Jalen had used the assassination of Hurley and Hall's confession to pin the blame on him. Gay could not tolerate this accusation. If I did it, fine. But this is utterly false. Eden isn't even my disciple. I never took on such a bumbling fool. I am innocent, thoroughly wronged. Here then, word arrived that Jalen had publicly admitted he was once Gay's disciple, receiving martial arts training from an unnamed elder whom he later discovered to be Gay. Had he known, he wouldn't have learned from him, as someone who faked death surely had ulterior motives. Now, with Gay's alleged regicide, Jalen felt torn between loyalty to his teacher and loyalty to his emperor. After careful consideration, he decided to uphold the greater duty by pursuing Gay for revenge, just like everyone else. He offered a city as a reward for Gay's capture. Although it pained him, he vowed never to use the martial skills taught by Gay against him again. Upon hearing this, Gay's face contorted with rage. Ungrateful brat. To cast aside his teacher like this. What good is such an oath? With thousands of generals at his disposal, does he need to act himself? You've truly groomed a talent there, Sugong. He's more cunning than you. Are you mocking me? Gay roared. No, it's true. Your disciple is indeed shrewd and ruthless, pushing you to the brink. Hmph. Many have tried to take my life, even Hurley failed. A mere child won't succeed. I'll send assassins to finish him. Ian cautioned, Sugong. Don't let emotion cloud your judgment. Unifying the realm is paramount. Don't forget your real goals. Don't worry, I know what to do. Rest assured, the promised tribute Sui Dynasty. Matt added, the Sui Dynasty can no longer be salvaged. The people's hearts have departed. Everyone hopes for a new court and new policies. We are the most suitable ones to take this responsibility. The people eagerly await your highness leadership across the nation. Generals like Farron and William also advised similarly. Jalen finally relented, saying, fine, I'll follow your advice. However, let's start with kingship before emperorship. Adonis replied, Your Highness, there are already too many kings around these days. Why not directly ascend to emperorship? Doing so will ensure the allegiance of all people. Remember, Alan's downfall was due to his hesitation to declare himself emperor, which led to the Chu Han contention. Now, being king or emperor doesn't matter much without real power. To unify the realm, you must rely on strength. Insufficient power will make us a stepping stone for others. Our current strength is enough to confront the world. Why fearlessly hold back? Jalen laughed heartily. Well said, Zhang. I agree with you. Let's declare ourselves Eben. With such ambitions, we dare to expel the barbarians. If we lack the strength and resolve to contend for the empire, we might as well return home to enjoy our grandchildren. Adonis and others exchanged glances. This change came too quickly. It seemed their lord had long planned this. Jalen continued, Abdurance, we regard ourselves as descendants of Huaxia. Let's name our new dynasty Xia. I shall be its founding emperor. What do you think? Adonis and others looked at each other again. Usher suggested, Your Highness is correct. Let's call our dynasty Xia and use Qiuran as our era name. Jalen paused, thinking of how Rene Xuanzong used this very era name, known for the Qiuran Golden Age, but he shrugged it off. After all, Rene Xuanzong created the famous prosperity. With both the dynasty and era name settled, they prepared for the coronation ceremony. Jalen declared that the goal of Xia was to plant its flag worldwide, turning every inhabited place into Xia territory. This declaration was striking, though other feudal lords didn't take it seriously. Boasting was easy, who wouldn't want to be the Jade Eben? However, the founding of Xia set an example, leading Pedro to establish Rene, Uriel to create Zhang, deposing Antonio and Darius. Other lords followed suit, changing their titles from king to emperor. Titles aside, none feared the others. An emperor race erupted everywhere. After ascending as Eben of Xia, Jalen immediately attacked Nicholas in Shaanxi. He had planned to eliminate Nicholas earlier but was delayed by Eden's treachery. Now all matters were settled, and this plan resumed. He appointed Farron as commander-in-chief to lead the armies against Shaanxi, while he led the troops himself but delegated military decisions to Farron, ensuring he only offered suggestions. This avoided mistakes made by Eben Hurley, whose micromanagement often hampered military operations. Farron divided his forces into 3 prongs. William led one route via the Yinmen Pass to attack Nicholas from behind, cutting off retreat routes. Giselbert commanded another force through Taihang Mountain's 8 gorges to reach Homa and then push northward. Farron led the main army through the Jingxing Pass directly toward Taiyuan, the center of Nicholas's territory. These 3 forces aimed to crush Nicholas within Shaanxi, preventing his escape elsewhere. The Xia armies marched forth, marking Jalen's first war after establishing his kingdom. In distant Chilean mountains, Gay was stunned upon learning Jalen became emperor. He told Ian, nurturing a tiger turns into nurturing a dragon. He dared to be the first emperor, surpassing my expectations. He once claimed to aspire to be a hegemon like Lubu, deceiving us all. Ian smirked, forget regrets, Lord Su. Focus on countering this talented disciple of yours. Gay replied, Jalen will certainly attack Nicholas in Shaanxi first to eliminate any threats. Unfortunately, Nicholas no longer listens to me. He follows Chanyu Avram, beyond my control, Ian admitted. As a shaman of the Western Turks, he couldn't influence Eastern Turkic affairs. If Nicholas obeyed me, I could have crushed Jalen in Shaanxi. Elders, don't worry. My assassins are en route. Let's wait for good news. I wish to delay acting until after Jalen defeated Nicholas. Both are traitors, deserving retribution, Gay growled. Meanwhile, Pedro in Guangzhou heard about Jalen's coronation. He promptly deposed Antonio, crowned himself emperor, and established Rene. Afterward, he ordered Quentin to defend southern Shaanxi, fearing Jalen would target Nicholas there. He dispatched Spencer, Qian, and Warren to aid Quentin in Shaanxi. Chapter 292, the Guani Temple. While Jalen and Pedro were mobilizing their troops, Nicholas also received the news. After seizing most of Shaanxi, Nicholas was feeling extremely proud and triumphant. Upon hearing that Jalen was attacking Shaanxi, he summoned his generals for discussion. Dorian said, Khan, this time Jalen means no good. We must be cautious. Nicholas dismissed it nonchalantly. I know a little about Jalen. He merely gained Eben Hurley's favor by chance, which led to his current power. In the past, I had greater achievements in Liaodong than he did, but unfortunately, I didn't win Hurley's favor, so my development hasn't been as smooth as skewing Hurley, and at that time, Jingxing was under Sui control, allowing free passage. Now, parts of Shaanxi were under Nicholas's control, heavily fortified to prevent an attack. Two key checkpoints were crucial, Guguan New Pass and Old Pass, guarding the entry into Shaanxi. Beyond these checkpoints lay Shaanxi territory. These passes were naturally defended and almost impossible to breach en masse, akin to the gates of hell. Nicholas stationed his trusted General Dixon here. Dixon, a surrendered Sui general, was cautious and vigilant, fearful of any oversight that might give Nicholas an excuse to punish him. Dixon sent scouts day and night to monitor Jalen's movements. Upon learning that Jalen's army was approaching, he immediately prepared defenses. When Farron arrived, he established camp and assessed the terrain. He told Jalen, Your Majesty, cliffs surround this area. As long as Dixon holds the pass, our troops will have difficulty advancing. However, as a defector, Dixon is likely suspicious of Nicholas. We can spread rumors that Dixon plans to betray Nicholas and allow us into Shaanxi. Nicholas, upon receiving such news, will likely send people to verify it, causing Dixon to fear Nicholas might kill him. At this point, we can send someone to persuade Dixon to surrender. Worried and isolated, Dixon may defect to us, giving us control of Guguan and unimpeded pay their respects to Guan Yu when a monk entered. Startled by their presence, he clasped his hands and greeted them. Om Mani Padme Hum, this humble monk is Fayu. I welcome all distinguished guests. May I ask where you come from? Jalen smiled. Master Fayu, please forgive the disturbance. We are travelers blocked by the battle ahead, preventing us from passing through Guguan. So we're looking for a place to rest. Chapter 293, Jamil. Benson nodded after hearing this. I see, if you don't mind, please come to the back hall for a chat. Sergio said, Thank you for your hospitality. Benson led them toward the back, saying as he walked, Not at all. With the ongoing wars, few visitors come here. Only my master and I remain in the temple. The others have gone out to collect alms. Benson guided them to a guest room in the back and then left to find his master. Shortly afterward, he returned with an elderly monk who looked quite aged, walking unsteadily and needing Benson's support, but whose spirit was vibrant. He introduced, This is my master, Jamil. Sergio thought to himself, Isn't it more like kidney weakness? He stepped forward and said, Greetings, Elder Jamil. My name is Rodney Burlgan, and these are my brothers. We're passing by and need a place to rest. We hope we are not being too much of a bother. Jamil nodded. In such turbulent times, there's no need for formalities. If you don't mind, you can stay here for a few days. Sergio replied joyfully, That is very kind of you. He pulled out a gold ingot. This is a small donation for incense. Please accept it, Elder. Jamil's eyes gleamed upon seeing the gold. It seems we've encountered a benefactor today. As monks, we should not crave worldly things, but Guandi also needs repairs. Repairs require funds, so I will not refuse. He swiftly tucked the gold into his robes, moving with surprising speed for someone of his age. Sergio smiled. Elder, why do other temples close their doors while yours remains open? Are you not afraid of soldiers? Jamil responded, As monks, we transcend the material world and have nothing to fear. Moreover, this is Guandi's temple, a place for the loyal and righteous. Even if soldiers do not believe in deities, how could they not respect Guandi? Jamil spoke with fervor and reverence. Sergio was taken aback, realizing that people still revered Lord Guan so deeply. Jamil continued, Guandi hails from Shaanxi, and he will surely protect its people. Sergio laughed. Although Guandi is from Shaanxi, he became famous in Ji province, so he protects its people as well. Jamil also chuckled. You speak truly, Lord Guan protects everyone. Following Ebon Bud, he traversed countless domains on how to breach the fortress. They soon left the guest room to scout outside. Standing behind the temple, they realized its strategic location offered a clear view of the fortress. Surprisingly, no enemy troops guarded this crucial point, which should have been under control. Concerned, they rushed back to inform Sergio. But when they reached the temple gate, it was closed. Something is wrong. This is a trap. They pounded furiously on the door, but to no avail. They immediately sent word to Farron for reinforcements. Farron arrived promptly, ordering the gate broken down. Inside, the temple was empty. Farron sighed. We've been ambushed. They must have kidnapped our emperor. Hiram disagreed. Impossible. We only went to the back and returned quickly. Red is skilled. He wouldn't be overpowered in such a short time. They must still be inside. Is there a secret passage? Wondered Farron. He ordered a thorough search. Eventually, they found a hidden tunnel beneath Guanping's statue. They should be in there, Emmanuel remarked. But why would Sergio follow Jamil into the tunnel willingly? There were no signs of struggle. Either he chose to or was tricked and drugged. Regardless, they needed to descend and discover the truth. The tunnel was pitch black. With Sergio inside, they dared not use fire. Yet, they had to explore cautiously. Hashtag chapter 294. I am the Zoroastrian high priest. Facing the underground cavern, Farron ordered, Hiram, you take people down to check it out? Hiram was taken aback. Why him? Surprised. An artifact from Guan Yu? What could it be? What kind of item is it? Can I take a look? It's a set of armor once used by Lord Guan. Please follow me, Maxwell offered. All right, thank you, Elder. Jalen was quite astonished. He could see Guan Yu's armor here, a rare find indeed. With Jonathan assisting, they went to the main hall where Kongshu activated a hidden mechanism, revealing the cave entrance. Just inside this cave. Please be careful. Jalen peered into the dark void, seeing nothing. Jonathan lit a torch and led the way with Kongshu, and Jalen hesitated for a moment before following. After turning several corners, suddenly Jonathan let out a cry and fell forward, and Kongshu followed suit. Both collapsed on the ground, extinguishing the torch and plunging the cave into pitch darkness. Elder, Kongshu, Jalen called out, but received no response. Feeling around, he found neither of them. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. This is strange. Where could they be? In the darkness, Jalen pulled out a flint stone and ignited it, casting a faint glow. Using this light, he continued forward until he reached an open space, apparently a room. The area was roughly 3 zhang wide. Stone walls were adorned with oil lamps, which he lit one by one, revealing the scene within. The cave walls displayed an enormous mural depicting Guan Yu's Cecil at Fan Castle, intricately detailed with lifelike figures. At the end of the mural, Lord Guan sat majestically, with Houston's General Eugene kneeling before him and Pangda standing defiantly. This must have been a secret chamber built when the temple was constructed. Faced with this grand mural, Jalen felt a surge of emotion. The Cecil at Fan Castle was Guan Yu's greatest triumph and the precursor to his downfall. Soon after, Lu Meng would cross the river in white attire, leading to Guan Yu's defeat at Maicheng. Then Sun Quan killed him and sent his head to Houston, who honored him posthumously for his loyalty. In the center of the chamber, several chests piled up. Opening one, Jalen found it filled with countless treasures, likely stored by the temple monks. As he pondered, metal whistles pierced the air. Arrows shot toward him from the mural. Shocked, he drew Lei Ji Mu to deflect the arrows, which continued in endless streams from the painting. Retreating towards the central chest for cover, Jalen managed to dodge the arrow barrage until it finally ceased, leaving him exhausted. Despite his martial prowess, even he had been shaken by the onslaught. Applause echoed from behind. Turning, he saw Maxwell and Jonathan emerge from the shadows. Excellent. Ebenburl's skills are truly remarkable. Even an arrow storm couldn't kill you. Unfortunately, you'll die here anyway, Kongshu remarked. Standing straight now, Jalen sighed. Fair enough. Not easy to kill me. Who are you, and who do you serve? People paid to kill you. We've been tracking you, waiting for a chance. You've always been in the camp, making it difficult for us. So we laid this trap ahead. This is my senior brother's dojo, though he rarely comes here. I borrowed it for our plan. I figured you might be troubled after arriving here and seek solace, so we contacted General Dixon to withdraw the guards. We waited here for you. Well, looks like heaven helped us. You did come. This will be your grave. I understand. Sent by Gay, right? Otherwise, Dixon wouldn't listen. Kongshu laughed. Smart. Yes, it's Gay. But knowing won't save you. You're destined to die here. Jonathan added. We laced the lamp oil with soft bone powder. The fumes spread during the arrow attack to weaken you. Now, you should feel powerless and unable to move, Jonathan smirked. Jalen found this amusing. You sure it's soft bone powder? Of course authentic. Oh, no problem then. I assume you bought it? Kongshu and Jonathan froze. Bought from whom? From Zoroastrian disciples, right? They were puzzled. How did Jalen know? Forgot to mention, I'm also the high priest of Zoroastrianism. Now you understand, don't you? Chapter 295. 10 Steps Pursuit Soul Pill. After Jalen spoke, Albert and Walker were both stunned. This was truly an instance of hoisted by their own petard. Encountering the high priest of the Zoroastrian religion now, what use would the soft bone powder be? At the same moment, they felt their strength waning, their standing legs involuntarily trembling, unable to even stand anymore. With 2 thuds, both fell to the ground, looking at Jalen with fear. How did you poison us? Albert asked. Nothing much. I just noticed something amiss with the smell when lighting the oil lamp earlier. After all, I have smelled the soft bone powder multiple times before. Although it's colorless and odorless, it can't escape my nose, Jalen replied. When I knew there was soft bone powder here, I simply added a bit more to increase its effect, making different antidotes completely useless. And just so you know, I have Frisco Huandan inside me, rendering me immune to all toxins. The soft bone powder has no effect on me at all. Albert and Walker almost broke down. How could they not know such crucial information? No wonder this assassination attempt failed. They didn't understand Jalen at all. Jalen sat on a box and casually said, I already know who sent you to assassinate me. What I'm curious about is why Dixon listens to you. As long as you... How many tokens are there, and how do you use them? Jalen asked. To my knowledge, Master Su has 3 such tokens, given to different people. They must be returned to him after use. Generally, seeing the token is like seeing Master Su himself, recognizing the object but not the person. These tokens are made of unique black iron, found only by Master Su. There are no counterfeits, so the token's authenticity can be verified instantly. Where is the token? It's in my chest. Jalen walked over and retrieved a palm-sized token from Albert's chest. It felt heavy, carved with a lively dragon that seemed almost real. After inspecting it, Jalen realized that the so-called black iron was just a special type of iron ore, rare but not exclusive to Gay. Continuing, he asked, what happens if someone holding the token is killed or betrays Gay? Wouldn't Gay just end up benefiting others if they misused it? Surely it's not just recognize the object, not the person? Albert blinked, not expecting Jalen to be so perceptive. Concealing this was impossible now, so he revealed everything. A token can only be used once for one task. Each use comes with a set of passwords. Only if the password matches. With Jalen's approval, Albert didn't wait for full recovery, stumbling out of the cave. He wanted to leave this dangerous place immediately, planning to recuperate elsewhere before coming back to settle scores with Jalen. He knew that betraying Gay meant Gay wouldn't spare him once he found out. Only completing the mission would save him and secure his reward. He thought well, but after taking only 10 steps outside, he felt his body weaken, collapsing to the ground with stiffening limbs. His eyes grew unfocused, losing consciousness. Just before losing consciousness, he seemed to see Jalen walk over, saying, I gave you the antidote and let you go. You couldn't manage to leave, so it's not my fault. I forgot to tell you, I added 10 steps pursuit soul pill besides the soft bone powder. I only promised to give you the antidote for the soft bone powder, not the 10 steps pursuit soul pill. Chapter 296, Too Devious. Benson, who was lying on the ground, was utterly shocked. While he despised Albert for his cowardice and betrayal of Gay, he was also startled by Jalen's cunning tactics. Jalen was too damn devious. He said one thing but hit another. He did everything he had promised, yet it turned out to be completely useless. Following him only led to a quicker death. Jalen approached him with a smile. See? I gave him the antidote and let him go. It wasn't my fault that he couldn't walk on his own. Though Benson was prepared to die, he was now utterly terrified. He strained to shout, "Kill me quickly, give me some peace." "How could I do that? Your master said so much before he died peacefully. You haven't revealed anything. How could I let you die?" Jalen replied, "The 10-step soul-chasing pill sounds formidable, but if you can't take 10 steps, then there's nothing wrong with you. Right now, you don't seem like you can even take 10 steps. I just need to have someone carry you, and you'll never be able to take those 10 steps. Or I could cut off your legs. You can't walk, but you'll live." Jalen spoke calmly, but Benson felt like thunder had struck him. This guy wants me to live like this forever? I'd rather die. "Kill me," he screamed. "You haven't given me what I want. How can I bear to kill you? What do you want?" Benson felt a chill run down his spine. "Not much, just to use you to trick the gates of Gu Pass open." "You?" Benson felt a wave of despair. Looking at the dead Albert, he envied him. But now he didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. This was what happened to Jalen in the underground palace. After hearing his account, Farron and the others were relieved. Farron asked, "Your Majesty, are you planning to send someone to infiltrate Gu Pass?" The wall shouted back, "Who are you? And why do you need to see General Wang?" Cato showed the token. "We have a token. General Wang will understand once he sees it." The defenders lowered a basket, into which Cato placed the token. The soldier ran to inform Dixon. Dixon was a famous general under the Sui Dynasty, personally promoted by Ge. He was deeply grateful and loyal to Ge. Nicholas, as a disciple of Ge, had followed his commands. However, after receiving support from the Turks, Nicholas became less obedient. Yet Dixon remained loyal to Ge, leading to suspicion from Nicholas, although he still needed him. When Dixon saw the token, he was surprised because he had seen it not long ago. Two people had come to him, using the password correctly. They asked him to remove the soldiers from the nearby temple to arrange an assassination of Jalen. But now, within days, the same token appeared. By logic, such a token should only be used once. Suspicious, he climbed the city walls. Seeing the dozen people and a carried individual below, who turned out to be the same person who had visited him earlier, he cautiously repeated the password. "Midnight without stars or moon, the night is dim." Two companions side by side, sword in left hand, knife in right, cutting down the foe, came the response from below. The password matched. Seeing only a dozen people, he decided to let them in. Inside, he dismissed the crew to move anything except his eyes. Seeing Benson's eyes rolling wildly and constantly making ha-ha sounds as if he wanted to say something, Dixon turned and asked, "What kind of poison did your senior brother take?" "We don't know. When we found him, he was already like this," Cato replied. Dixon pondered. He feared Benson might be faking his condition, and these people were up to no good. He said, "I'll have someone help your senior brother walk a few steps. Perhaps after walking a bit, the toxins will dissipate and he'll recover." Armando thought, "Right, everything you say is correct. The toxins will dissipate, but after 10 steps, he'll die." But he pretended to be concerned. "General Wang, my senior brother is in such a state. Isn't it risky to make him walk more?" The more Armando resisted, the more suspicious Dixon became. "It's fine, nothing to worry about. Come, help Benson walk a few steps." Benson cursed inwardly. "I want to warn you, these people are dangerous. Why are you parading me around? You're going to get me killed." However, he had no strength and couldn't do anything as he was hoisted up by two soldiers and dragged forward. He couldn't move his legs at all. Cato said, "Be careful. My senior brother has no strength and can't walk." Seeing this, Dixon grew even more suspicious but couldn't pinpoint the problem. After thinking, he said, "Separate his legs and drag him a few steps. Please remain here and help defend the city." Armando was looking for an excuse to stay and was secretly delighted to hear this. This was truly heaven sent. But he didn't agree immediately, replying, "General, we accepted a mission from Kiefer to assassinate Jalen. We need to report back to him since the task isn't complete. Don't worry about that. I'll inform Kiefer. Stay here to help me. If Jalen is killed in the future, you'll share in the credit." Armando considered and said, "All right, we'll follow your arrangements. But if Jalen is killed, General must pay us our due reward." "Of course, no problem. If Jalen is killed, anything you ask for is granted." Dixon agreed outwardly but inwardly planned. "You'll receive your payment when I burn offerings for you." Benson's body was placed aside, and Armando and the others were incorporated into the city guard but refused to separate. Afraid of arousing suspicion, Dixon didn't force them apart. He planned to kill them when Jalen attacked. Gathering together, Armando, Cato, and others discussed their next move. "This went smoother than expected, but Dixon doesn't seem trustworthy," Armando remarked. Cato added, "It's obvious. He's afraid of taking responsibility for Benson's death and wants to kill us to silence us. Abdurance, there are too many witnesses, he can't act openly. So he's arranging for us to guard the city, planning to kill us during the attack." Armando nodded. "You're right. He's doing just that. We shouldn't delay. We need to act before he strikes." "Agreed. To dispel our suspicions, he won't monitor us closely for now. This is our chance to open the gates and let His Majesty inside tonight." They finalized their plan to act immediately that night. As expected, Dixon, fearing detection, didn't assign specific surveillance but restricted their movement. That evening, Armando suggested to Dixon they should guard the city. "Don't bother. Rest up. You've worked hard today. How can I ask you to work at night?" Dixon replied. Cato said, "General's kindness overwhelms us. We can only repay by offering our full ability. Please allow us to serve." Dixon hesitated. "If you insist, I won't stop you. Be cautious. Don't fall for enemy traps." He thought, long nights bring uncertainty. Better create chaos tonight and eliminate them. Armando and his group arrived at the gate, where over 100 soldiers were on night duty. Despite the darkness, Dixon remained vigilant against potential nighttime attacks by Jalen. Bringing several jars of wine, they invited the soldiers to drink. "Come on, brothers. It's cold tonight. Drink some wine to warm yourselves. Otherwise, the latter part of the night will be unbearable," Armando called out. The captain of the guard, named Mike, knowing these newcomers were treated kindly by General Wang, invited the soldiers to join in drinking. Thus began their carefully planned action. Chapter 298. The success of the stratagem. These days, Jalen's Xia army had not attacked the city, so the defenders had become somewhat lax. Mike left only a few soldiers to watch outside the city walls, while the rest followed him up to the tower to drink. "Commander Wan, the brothers have worked hard. Drink some wine and then rest. We will take over guarding the city." "We dare not rest, but having a bit of wine is fine," Mike said with a smile. "Our general is very cautious. If he knew we were slacking, he would scold us. However, the Xia army has never launched an attack. Why should we be so cautious?" "That's true. Come on, drink up." Armando poured him a bowl of wine. Mike drained it in one gulp, wiped his mouth and said, "This is really good stuff. I haven't had it in a long time. General Wang strictly forbids drinking in the army. If you hadn't come, we wouldn't get to drink at all." Armando replied, "We hope for commander's protection in the future." "Haha, don't worry. As long as you follow me, you won't suffer any losses. Remember, your life is most important." Mike became more cheerful as he drank. Kato came to the wall with 2 jars of wine. A few soldiers were still guarding there. He called these men over to join him in drinking. "Brothers, come drink. Let me guard the city for you." The soldiers, the Xia army stormed into Gu Pass, fierce and unstoppable with gleaming weapons. Upon hearing the news, Dixon regretted his actions. He realized those imposters were used to infiltrate his pass from within, but it was too late. Leading his forces in desperate resistance, they were no match for the well-armed, highly trained Xia warriors. His army crumbled, falling back rapidly. Soon, Dixon retreated to Jinyang, where rumors spread about his alleged collaboration with Jalen against Nicholas. Nicholas initially didn't believe it. He thought he and Dixon had a deep friendship, built through years of joint battles. Dixon was loyal to Gay and unlikely to betray him or collude with Jalen. But after losing Gu Pass and hearing the details from his soldiers, Nicholas grew furious. Trusting Gay blindly, Dixon might even have killed him if ordered. Such loyalty was a dangerous liability. Without hesitation, Nicholas ordered his execution and fortified defenses against Farron's imminent attack. Meanwhile, the southern front in Shaanxi intensified. Quentin, originally just defending, now bolstered by reinforcements, launched counterattacks against Song Jing Gang. Both sides had mixed victories, neither gaining decisive advantage. Giselbert led Xia forces through rugged terrain, capturing Hotai, securing a key position for deeper incursions into Shaanxi. Brooke resisted Giselbert, creating a stalemate. Giselbert discussed strategies with brothers Alberic and County, which allowed him to defend against Giselbert's forces while assisting Adon in fending off Quentin's army. Jagger and Adon believed that Giselbert, as an outsider with no roots in Shaanxi, would not gain support from the local populace. Therefore, they only needed to hold him back at Homa, preventing any advances, and eventually break him down over time. However, Quentin was different. He was a fierce and skilled warrior, leading the invincible iron-armored cavalry. Moreover, Pedro and his son had been operating in Shaanxi for years, enjoying a good reputation among the people who supported them. Currently, they were temporarily trapped in Bobai. If this situation persisted, Quentin would become a formidable threat. Hence, eliminating him was their top priority. Thus, Adon and Jagger decided to defeat Quentin first, driving him to the west bank of the Yellow River, before turning back to deal with Giselbert. Adon used a baiting strategy to lure Rene generals like Warren, Spencer, Arturo, Rene Jian, and Bryce to Xiayang County. Only Quentin did not fall for the trap and remained entrenched in Bobai. Once these generals were lured into Xiayang, Adon and Jagger launched a combined attack, severely defeating the Rene forces. Warren, Spencer, and Arturo barely escaped back to Bobai, while Rene Jian, Bryce, and Li Friscogi were captured alive. Boosted by this victory, their morale soared. However, news soon came that Giselbert had abandoned Homa and was leading his troops to Shaanxi's central region, intending to attack Jinyang. Adon and Jagger were greatly alarmed. If Giselbert bypassed their defenses and teamed up with Jalen to attack Jinyang, it would be disastrous. Losing their base would render any victories over Quentin meaningless. Therefore, Adon stayed behind to fend off Quentin's attacks, while Jagger led the troops to pursue Giselbert. Jagger's army had just won a battle, but despite their high morale, they were exhausted and had not had time to rest. They even had to hastily take the prisoners, including Rene Jian, with them on the chase. They pursued until they reached Mailianquan. As soon as Jagger entered Mailianquan, he knew something was wrong. The terrain was perfect for an ambush. If the Xiayang forces were lying in wait, they would be in grave danger. He quickly urged his troops to move through rapidly, but fate was unkind. Giselbert had already set up an ambush, and the hidden soldiers attacked from all sides, trapping Jagger. The Xiayang forces took advantageous positions and deployed dozens of linked crossbows, raining arrows upon Jagger's men. The Rene soldiers were tightly packed, unable to disperse or find cover, resulting in countless casualties. After the arrow storm, Giselbert led his forces to finish them off. Jagger fought desperately and managed to retreat. Shimin Pass is easy to defend but hard to attack. Instead of directly assaulting it, why don't we first raid the Turkic tribes, seizing their military attire and masquerade as Turkic reinforcements to surprise, attack Yemen? What do you think? Ulysses and Janice thought it was a good plan, reducing the cost of a siege. Janice asked, what if the defenders don't fall for it? William smiled, if they don't, that's fine too. Our mission is to cut off their retreat, not necessarily capture Yemen Pass. As long as we prevent their escape and block Turkic reinforcements, our task is fulfilled. With that, the three laughed heartily. William then led his troops into Turkic territory, having visited the area before. Familiarity sped their advance. They raided 2 Turkic tribes, killing tens of thousands and seizing large quantities of Turkic clothing. Fortunately, Jalen had previously ordered against genocide. The Turkic civilians were innocent and should not be harmed. Moreover, this land would eventually belong to them, so preserving manpower for management was essential. The Turkic people were bewildered. These Central Plains people fought fiercely among themselves, but instead targeted them. And why strip them of clothes? Left naked, both living and dead, they truly embodied the saying, came naked, went naked. After the Xiang forces left, the steppes were littered with bare bodies, forcing the Turkic people to revert to a primitive lifestyle. Some marveled at how poor the Central Plains people must be, resorting to stealing clothes, while the children of eternal heaven enjoyed a more fortunate life. Countless white bodies kneeled, praising the eternal heaven. Having plundered enough clothes, William ordered everyone to change into Turkic attire. The result was a motley crew, dressed haphazardly due to the variety of garments seized. Seeing this bizarre sight, William almost burst into laughter. It looked like a band of beggars, oddly shaped and strange. However, it worked perfectly. From afar, no one could spot the flaw, assuming the entire Turkic tribe had come to aid. So, he led this ragtag army to call at Yimin Pass. The defender, Leighton, rushed to observe upon receiving the report. Seeing the vast, ragged army below, he was astonished. But on closer inspection, he couldn't help but laugh. The Turkic soldiers looked so impoverished, as if begging instead of fighting. Chapter 300, Breaking Through the Yimin Pass. Leighton furrowed his brow as he saw the army outside. Were the Tujue people coming here to beg? It was precisely when the grasslands were flourishing. So why would the Tujue be this poor? To do. It seemed they weren't there to rescue but to loot. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to let them in. If they wanted to loot, so be it. If they couldn't, and ended up furious and complained to Nicholas, it could spell disaster for him. He shouted, "Don't attack, everyone's on the same side. I'll open the gate now." He ordered the soldiers to open Yimin Pass and let the Tujue in. Seeing this, William commanded the Xia army to charge toward Yinmin. As they approached, sharp-eyed soldiers on the battlements noticed they weren't Tujue. "General, look at those behind. They're Chinese, not Tujue." Leighton climbed up and confirmed this. Only a few in front were Tujue, the rest Chinese. The difference between Tujue and Chinese was stark up close. Trapped, he knew they were ambushed. "Hurry, close the gate, shoot arrows, don't let them in," he panicked, giving orders. Unprepared for battle, the soldiers hesitated momentarily before scrambling into action. People tried to shut the gate, but the Xia cavalry moved too fast, preventing them from doing so. Fiki led the charge, striking down the guards inside the gate with his spear. The Xia troops surged into Yinmin, and a fierce melee erupted inside. Leighton descended, wielding two large hammers, clashing with Fiki. As a peasant leader, he had immense strength but lacked martial skills, relying mainly on Jamal. Without informing anyone, he quietly left Jinyang with 500 of his men, aiming to escape to Tujue. Farron had anticipated this move. Upon hearing of victories from both fronts, he deduced Nicholas would flee. He told Jalen, "Your Majesty, our two armies have won. Knowing his defeat, Nicholas will abandon Jinyang. We should set up a trap to capture him." Jalen nodded. "Generally, take the necessary actions. If you need me, I'll comply." Farron smiled. "Your Majesty need only remain at the command center. Leave everything else to us." Thus, Farron dispatched troops to besiege Jinyang while setting up an extensive trap, awaiting Nicholas's inevitable surrender. Chapter 301. Nicholas's defeat and death. The Xia army had completely surrounded Jinyang, but the defending troops found that their Khan, Nicholas, had vanished. Nicholas fled, delaying his subordinates' discovery by claiming illness and no longer receiving ministers. All orders were conveyed through eunuchs. The eunuchs faithfully executed his commands, even passing false edicts and indulging in being the Khan for a while. However, they were far inferior to Nicholas, especially in dealing with many situations, which often left everyone baffled and unable to act. Finally, the generals could not tolerate it any longer, gathered together, and forcibly stormed into the temporary palace in Jing. Nicholas knew his dreams of dominion were dashed, with no hope of resurgence. At this point, he no longer thought of escaping. With a bitter laugh, he said, "Emmanuel, go back and tell Jalen that I once stood side by side with him in Goguryeo, earning merit. It was just his luck to gain Hurley's favor and quick promotions. Meanwhile, I was stuck without promotion, sent to the frontier to defend against the Tujue. If I had his opportunities, I could have united the world long ago. Why should I wait until today? He is ultimately too indecisive, but his good fortune has brought him success in unifying the land. I wish him well in governing the people, bringing peace and prosperity, and sparing them the horrors of war." He sighed deeply, timing, fate, destiny. Then he drew his sword and committed suicide. Following him, his 500 guards surrendered to the Xia army. Looking at Nicholas's corpse, Emmanuel shook his head, acknowledging that Nicholas had been a formidable figure who met such an end. He ordered Nicholas's body to be respectfully prepared and returned to Jinyang. Jalen fell silent after hearing Emmanuel recount Nicholas's final words. After a long pause, he said, "Nicholas was strong-willed and courageous, a true man among men. But he was too stubborn and overestimated himself while underestimating the heroes of the world. My success wasn't just due to good fortune. It was because I recruited talent and listened to advice. Esteemed ministers and generals trenched and refused to engage, intending to tie us down so we can't aid the Khan. Their crossbow carts are too powerful for us to break through. Quentin, however, seems eager to attack, fearing Jalen might seize Shangxi, making it harder for him to reclaim it." Bradford was silent for a long time, then spoke, "General Yuqi, our situation is dire. The Khan's fate is uncertain and likely grim. We need to find a way out. You are young, with much potential ahead. Dying here would be a waste. Let's join Quentin and seek his help to avenge the Khan." Jagger shook his head. "I agree about preserving ourselves, but we cannot surrender to Quentin. If we must surrender, let it be to Jalen." "Why? Isn't he our enemy?" "Because Jalen is a benevolent ruler. He wouldn't kill us for personal gain and would value our talents. In the struggle for power, each fights with their skills. If he defeated the Khan, it was due to the Khan's inadequacy, not Jalen's fault. On the contrary, I believe Jalen can unite the world and strengthen the nation. The Li family falls short in comparison, both in character and policies. Bradford nodded. You're right, but will Jalen accept us? We are defeated generals, and he has ample talent already. Jagger responded. If he truly seeks to unify the world, his current talent is insufficient. Before he finished his sentence, Bradford interrupted. Thank you for Rhett's kindness. We are willing to surrender. You're willing to surrender? Bergen blushed, realizing his preparations were entirely unnecessary as they showed no intention of fighting to the end. This was hard for him to accept. Damn, you guys surrender so easily? What am I here for? What's my purpose? He seriously doubted his own value. Jace also said, Abdur Chai, when should we proceed with the handover procedures? Bergen was speechless. This mission was too easy. All right, generals, you're very straightforward. There's no rush for the handover. Aren't you going to put up a fight before surrendering? Bradford and Jace were confused. Dude, which side are you on? You didn't come here to persuade us to surrender but to issue a challenge? Do you want us to be beaten down before we can surrender? They immediately became angry. Damn it, if we don't surrender, we might as well lose our heads. We won't stand such humiliation. Glaring fiercely, Bradford and Jace made Bergen realize his words had been misunderstood. He cleared his throat and explained, Please don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean what you think. What I meant is that since the two of you haven't achieved any notable victories, if you just surrender like this, others might look down on you. Why not defeat Quinton first, and then surrender with a grand victory? That way, you could show your prowess in front of everyone. Bergen reacted quickly. He thought to himself, I can't let them surrender so simply without showcasing my role. If you wish to surrender, let's get you to fight Quinton a couple of times first. If they win, great. If they lose, nothing much is lost. Upon hearing this, Bradford and Jace calmed down. Bradford smiled and replied, Mr. Chai, that's what you meant. Thank you for the reminder. We hadn't considered it thoroughly. But Quinton isn't easy to handle. We fought several battles with him and gained no advantage. Bergen replied, With me around, the three of us combined surely can match Quinton. Listen to me. I'll devise a plan to deal with him. Bradford and Jace exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. They wanted a smooth surrender and believed there would be plenty of opportunities later to earn merits. Why rush now? However, since Bergen had spoken, they felt it inappropriate to argue and reluctantly agreed to his plan. Bergen proposed, Quinton doesn't know about your surrender to Rhett yet. Let's use this opportunity and send someone to feign surrender to him. Quinton will be delighted upon receiving the news and prepare to accept your surrender. We can then take advantage of this moment to assassinate him, earning ourselves great credit. Jace shook his head. Mr. Chai, Quinton is not an ordinary man. This plan might not deceive him. Let's think of another method. Bergen insisted, It's a good plan. Quinton won't suspect it. Generals, please follow my arrangements. If we fail, I'll take responsibility. Having no choice, Bradford and Jace complied, sending a message of false surrender to Quinton. However, Jace secretly wrote a letter and sent it to Farron under cover of darkness. Upon reading the letter, Farron was shocked and hurriedly went to see Jalen. After reading the letter, Jalen sighed, These three are doomed. How can Quinton fall for such a trick? Farron said, Your Majesty, I shall dispatch troops to rescue them immediately. All right, it might be too late. Rescue as many as possible. It's a pity to lose a formidable general like Jace. Upon receiving the letter of surrender from Bradford, Quinton looked pleased. He rewarded the envoy handsomely, saying, The two generals truly understand right from wrong. I admire their decision greatly. Go back and tell them that I accept their surrender. Please bring their troops to Bow Wall where we will hold the surrender ceremony. But inform the two generals to ensure their troops do not carry any weapons to prevent any accidents. The envoy returned and relayed Quinton's instructions. Bergen laughed, saying smugly, See, Quinton fell for it. Not allowing us to carry weapons. Ridiculous. We can hide them anyway. Abdurance, it's a ceremony. We don't need many people. General Bradford and I will lead 5,000 troops to Bow Wall, while General Jace hides nearby with the rest. Approached on horseback, clasping his hands together in salute and said, General Lee, we have come to surrender. We offended you before. Please forgive us. Do not hold it against us in the future. Quinton smiled and replied, Of course, we have no personal grudges. It's just that each of us serves our own master. Abdurance, you've now surrendered. I will treat you as my brother and will not mistreat you. But if you try to deceive me, don't blame me for being merciless, Quinton said, his eyes narrowing and fixing intently on Alan. Alan shuddered in fear, hurriedly saying, Nothing of the sort. We sincerely surrender and harbor no ulterior motives. Good. Then let me ask you, where is Joe? Why isn't he here? Because I didn't bring all the troops. He remains in Shiang County with the remaining forces, preparing to welcome your army there. Is that so? Quinton sneered. The ambush nearby must not be led by Joe. Could you help eliminate them? Realizing his plan was exposed, Alan signaled his men for combat preparation and turned his horse to flee. Quinton, no longer the inexperienced youth he once was, would not allow him to escape. He spurred his horse forward, swinging his saber towards Alan. Sensing the blade's approach, Alan ducked down. The saber barely missed his head, but Quinton's swift counterstrike took his life in an instant. Alan's body fell off the horse. Meanwhile, hidden soldiers attacked from all sides. Saul and his men frantically opened the chests to retrieve their weapons, but Quinton's troops moved too quickly. Before they could arm themselves, Quinton's forces had reached them, slaughtering the 5,000 troops. Even Saul did not escape. By the time Joe heard the commotion and rushed to assist, he found himself surrounded by Spencer and others. Seeing their old enemy, Spencer and his men were eager for revenge. They charged at Joe's force with renewed vigor. True to his reputation as a seasoned warrior, Joe remained calm under pressure. Commanding his troops while retreating towards Shiang County, he hoped to use its walls to hold back Quinton's forces. However, after dispatching Alan, Quinton immediately pursued Joe. Leading the ironclad cavalry, who wore light armor for greater speed and agility, Quintin split Zhou's formation into isolated segments, effectively neutralizing their combat effectiveness. Zhou fought fiercely with his spear, unmatched in strength and skill, even managing to disarm opponents. Yet despite his efforts, his forces struggled to hold on. Seeing his generals struggling, Quintin ordered his archers to fire. Arrows rained down on Zhou, who felt certain death was imminent. Suddenly, a cavalry force even faster than the ironclad cavalry appeared, wearing white armor that gleamed in the sunlight. As Jialen suggested, the empire was not yet settled, and strengthening their position was more important than early confrontation. Thus, he withdrew from Shaanxi overnight, ceding the region to Jialen. Back in Guangzhou, upon hearing Quintin's account, Pedro praised his decision. This was the right move. Acting impulsively would have fallen into his trap. By doing so, you have preserved our army. Quintin then proposed, Father, Jialen is now formidable, making it difficult to advance east from Guangzhou. Instead, we should first clear out the western enemies and lead our forces into Shu territory. Bashu is strategically advantageous, easy to defend but hard to attack, and rich in resources. Controlling it gives us a fallback position. Furthermore, from Bashu, we can sail downstream, bypassing central China, and directly capture the southern territories. Unifying the south first, then attacking from both Jiangnan and Tongguan, will secure the empire. Pedro nodded in agreement. This is a good plan. Proceed as you suggest. However, there are many rival forces, Henri, Jackson, and your sister, who covet Guangzhou. She won't ally with us and will likely hand over her gains to Jialen. Thus, we cannot let her grow unchecked. Quintin sighed. It's a pity she was born a girl. Had she been a man, these warlords wouldn't stand a chance, and she would have united everything already. Chapter 304, Dividing Forces to Attack. Pedro remained silent, feeling a mix of pain and affection for Crystal. His heart held an indescribable emotion. Quintin took a step forward and said, Father, now that Abderster has defeated Kori and occupied Shuafang and other regions, Shuafang is near the border areas. We might as well lead the Turkic and Jackson's troops to attack Shuafang. If this happens, Abderster's forces will be insufficient, and she will inevitably ask us for help. This way, we can smoothly enter Shuafang and occupy her territory. Quintin spoke eloquently, but the more he talked, the colder Pedro felt inside. He never imagined his second son would have such thoughts. Shut up, Pedro scolded. Put away these dirty ideas. She is your sister, and you're calculating against her? You share the same mother, and yet you are so heartless? Whatever choices Crystal makes, she remains my daughter Pedro. I will never harm my own daughter. Moreover, you actually thought about using foreign tribes to attack central China. What a filthy idea. Our affairs should never be decided by the Turks. Your father had no choice but to rely on Turkish strength in the past, and now I regret it deeply. If the Turks dare to invade, I will use all my strength to drive them out. Regardless of how we conflict with Jialen or others, these are internal matters of the Chinese. Internal matters should not be interfered by outsiders. Agreed. Send Fin to handle the persuasion and pacification in Abderchuan, while you lead the army to attack Irvin. Yes, sire. Quintin agreed and left. Pedro sighed, watching his back. He knew Quintin was discontent and might cause trouble, but given his outstanding abilities, Pedro couldn't afford to dismiss him. He could only hope Quintin would behave properly. Jialen had completely taken over Shaanxi. Now protected by natural barriers and free from worries behind him, he returned to Hongshan and consulted his ministers about which vassal state to attack next. William suggested, Abderns, your majesty wishes to avoid conflict with Pedro. Let's leave Uriel as a buffer. We can start attacking John, Harley, and Alex in Huaijiang. After securing Zhanghuai and advancing westward to Jiangsu and Zhujiang, we can move to eliminate Beth in Hubei and open the passage to Bashu. Then we can sail up the river into Abderchuan. This way, we will control 2/3 of the nation before moving through Tongguan to engage Pedro in decisive battle. With this strategy, we can secure the empire. Jialen listened silently, pondering the proposal. William's words made sense, but something felt off. Farron added, Su General's plan is sound but too conservative. If Pedro defeats Irvin and occupies Guangzhou, Hanzhong, and Longyu, Bashu will fall easily, making the entire west his. So much either. Hearing Farron and Giselbert, Jialen made up his mind. Your advice aligns with my thoughts. We shall follow this strategy. Shu Wanjun and Shu Wanche lead the troops to defend Yingyang and Dongping County against possible ambushes from Huaijiang. Just hold the line and report any abnormalities. The rest of the generals will be led by Farron to attack Uriel and Luoyang. Capture him this time. I will lead personally but entrust military command entirely to Farron. I'll act as a consultant. After splitting the forces, the Xia army prepared and launched their attack on Luoyang against Uriel. Chapter 305. The eldest brother has arrived. Floyd was preparing for the offensive while Adonis, Usher, and Matt found Jialen. Usher now served as the Chancellor of the Board of Works, and Matt as the Deputy Chief Executive of the Board of Works. Together they managed the administration, handling all policies and personnel matters. Adonis was an advisor who could offer suggestions on governance, report issues, and correct governmental mistakes. Usher said, Your Majesty, our territory is expanding, but we cannot focus solely on military expansion. Civil administration must keep up. However, we are short of officials, and most of those currently in office are from the old regime. They have only changed their title. Focus on logical and feasible ideas. Select those with practical suggestions, rejecting flowery rhetoric without substance. Adonis and others exchanged glances, finding the concept novel. Exams traditionally focused on classical texts with strict formats. Seeing their hesitation, Jialen smiled. Don't worry. We seek talent, not literary prowess. Talentless brilliance serves no purpose. Matt replied, As your majesty commands. This pioneering method sets a precedent for future exams. Jialen laughed. Abderns, when do you flatter? That's not like you. Matt also laughed. Your majesty jests. My words are sincere, not flattery. Jalen returned to his chambers, about to rest when a eunuch reported Finchen to Jian's. Jedediah requested an audience. Recognizing him as his fourth senior brother, he quickly instructed him to enter. Shortly, Jedediah entered in his usual Taoist attire. Jalen had suggested changing his appearance, but Yuan declined. Yuan explained, "This outfit makes traveling easier, habit has made it comfortable. It works well." He bowed deeply. Taoist Yuan pays respects to his majesty. Jalen chuckled, "Brother, why such formality among brothers? And you're not a true Taoist? Why bow as one?" Yuan responded, "Respectful conduct is important. Despite our closeness, we still have a monarch-minister relationship. Suit yourself. What brings you here?" Yuan answered, "I bring someone who wishes to meet you, but feel elated." Chapter 306, The Tragic Domenico. Domenico sighed and said, "Little junior brother, these past years I was actually imprisoned by someone. It's only now that I've been released." "What?" Jalen exclaimed in alarm. "Who dared to imprison you? Elder brother, just tell me, and I will avenge you." "That person is none other than Zaire, our fifth brother," Domenico explained, then proceeded to recount the entire story. It turned out that after they parted ways, Domenico and Irvin continued to hunt down Turks along the frontier, redistributing the loot they took from them to the poor people there. Domenico relished this lifestyle, but Irvin had different ambitions. Although he also despised the Turks, his primary goal was to establish his own power base, overthrow the Sui Dynasty, and become emperor himself. Irvin had discussed this with Domenico before, but the latter was indifferent to such pursuits. He felt that neither of them had the temperament to be an emperor and thought it better to enjoy life rather than waste energy on impossible dreams. This difference in attitude created a rift between them. Despite this, Irvin secretly began building his power base, aiming for regional dominance. During one of their incursions into Turk territory, they fell into an ambush and were surrounded. At the critical moment, Domenico urged Irvin to escape while he held back the enemy. Thus, Irvin managed to break through the encirclement, leaving Domenico to the Sui Dynasty. He would be freed. Domenico asked, "Does seizing the empire require the Turk support?" Gay replied, "Of course. Only by leveraging Turk power can we secure the empire." Outraged, Domenico denounced Gay for conspiring with the Turks against China. He vowed to resist to the death, understanding now why Irvin had betrayed him. He must have agreed to Gay's terms. Gay left with Zaire after Domenico refused to cooperate. They returned periodically to try and persuade him, but years passed and Domenico remained defiant. Recently, Zaire visited again, this time without Gay. The Sui Dynasty has fallen, and the world is in turmoil, mostly dominated by our master's disciples, assisted by our Turks. His conquest of the Sui Empire is inevitable, Zaire declared. He doesn't need you anymore, but he sent me to offer you one last chance. Will you surrender or not? Domenico steadfastly refused, leading Zaire to sever his pectoral muscles and disable his arms, rendering him useless. Hearing this, Jalen stood up abruptly. "Elder brother, you?" Domenico laughed bitterly. "I'm done for, a cripple." Jalen pulled open Domenico's robe, revealing gruesome scars on his shoulders. His hands, though functional, were powerless. Jalen roared in fury, "Zaire, I'll kill you." Deeply bonded with special medicines for safety, he aimed to heal Domenico. He invited Domenico to remain in the palace, celebrating their reunion and sharing old times. Chapter 307, Poisoning. Jalen invited the Farron couple as well. Upon seeing the Igor, they were greatly surprised and eagerly inquired about his experiences after their separation. Igor recounted his experiences over the years. When Farron and his wife learned that he had lost all his martial arts abilities and become an invalid, they couldn't help but sigh deeply. Farron consoled him, saying, "Brother, you shouldn't be too sad. Even without martial arts, with your talents, you can still earn a place in this world." Igor smiled and waved his arm forcefully. "Big brother, rest assured, I'm not that fragile. Moreover, Rhett said he can treat my injuries and restore me to my original state." "Is it true?" Farron was overjoyed, and he and Aline looked at Jalen with hopeful eyes. Jalen nodded and said, "Yes, I can treat elder brother's injury. Actually, his injury is due to his collarbone being severed, causing his hands to lose strength. I just need to reconnect his collarbone, let it heal through exercise and repair, supplemented by medicines like safflower, Tian Shan snow lotus, angelica, dragon blood sap, rhubarb, etc. It won't take long for elder brother to recover." Jalen mentioned many herbs, which are common treatments for fractures in later generations. However, dragon blood sap comes from Ningbo in the southwestern region of Nanjing. There is a tree called the dragon blood tree, which secretes a red liquid when its bark is cut, similar to blood. Dragon blood sap is extracted from this tree. Tian Shan snow lotus needs to be 100 years old and grown in the extreme cold of Kunlun to be effective, and it is the main ingredient that cannot be replaced. I have already sent people to search for dragon blood sap in Ningbo, but since Tian Shan snow lotus grows in extremely dangerous conditions and is hard to find, there are no century-old snow lotuses available. We need to personally go to Tian Shan to search for them. After hearing this, everyone realized how many medicinal herbs needed to be gathered. Aline said, "Your Majesty, with your busy schedule, you cannot leave, and entrusting such valuable items to others would make us uneasy. I am willing to go to Kunlun to find the Tian Shan snow lotus." Jalen glanced at Farron, who revealed surprise on his face and said, "Your Majesty, let my wife give it a try. She has rich experience in martial circles and martial skills, so we need not worry about her safety." Jalen nodded. "Of course, it's great if Lady Li is willing to go, but I'm a bit worried about you going alone. Let me assign a few helpers to accompany you." After deciding on this matter, the banquet was set up, attacked fiercely, continuously targeting Jalen, who could only dodge, unwilling to harm him. Though Igor's martial skills were formidable, he was under drug control and delirious, relentlessly chasing Jalen, as if he saw only Jalen. Farron and Aline flanked him, seizing the opportunity to knock him down. Farron held him down, but Igor struggled violently, his strength amplified by the poison, making it hard for Farron to subdue him alone. At this moment, the guards rushed in. raising weapons to kill Igor. Jalen shouted, "Do not hurt him, just restrain him." The guards swarmed over and pinned Igor down tightly, binding him with buffalo tendons. He continued to struggle, but eventually succumbed. An hour passed before the effects of the poison wore off. He foamed at the mouth and fainted. Everyone sighed in relief. Farron said, "Your Majesty must have been frightened." Jalen waved it off. "No matter. He acted under drug influence, not of his own will. I do not blame him. But, Your Majesty, we don't know what poison he was given, or when it will strike again. Keeping him here poses a risk. Perhaps we should imprison him until we find an antidote. Jalen wondered if it will work. Abdernce the blood was for the Aurelio, there was no need to consider blood types. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome. If the blood type were wrong, it might have cost the Aurelio his life right then. Soon after drinking the blood, the Aurelio gradually regained consciousness. His eyes, once blood-red, had become clear again. Confused, he looked around and saw everyone watching him with concern. "What happened to me?" Farron recounted the events to him. The Aurelio's face showed a look of pain. "Younger brother, I have wronged you. Kill me." Jalen stepped forward and held his shoulder, saying, "Eldest brother, what are you talking about? I know you couldn't control yourself, and I don't blame you. I won't kill you. You drank my blood, but I don't know if it will work, so I still need to observe you for a while. You don't need to feel guilty. When you recover, you can repay me. If you die, you'll owe me forever." The Aurelio understood that Jalen was comforting him. He nodded vigorously and said, "Younger brother, rest assured, I won't try to kill myself. My life belongs to you now. Once I recover, I will repay you with my life." Jalen ordered the Aurelio to be carried away to recuperate. To prevent any accidents, the ox sinew binding him was not removed. After he left, Jalen spoke to Farron and his wife. "We must hurry in searching for the medicine. Lady Li, this task falls to you." Zella nodded and most of these regions were plains without strategic defenses. Thus, Uriel focused on fortifying Luoyang into an impregnable fortress. Aware of his precarious position, surrounded by multiple foes, Uriel sought alliance with Ge, leveraging his connections to cultivate good relations with Beth, Iggy, John, and others. This avoided being attacked from all sides and created a buffer zone between the southern warlords and the northern powers of Jalen and Pedro. Uriel had ambitions but didn't want to submit entirely to Ge. He placated Ge while secretly strengthening his own power. Using his strategic location, he demanded weapons and food from the southern warlords. Beth and others knew Uriel was unreliable, yet he blocked Jalen and Pedro. If Uriel fell, they would fare no better. So, unless the demands were excessive, they generally met his requests. After Jalen subdued Nicholas, Uriel foresaw Jalen's next target would be him. He convened his key advisors to discuss their strategy. Gaston, an old Sui minister and one of Uriel's generals, said, "Though the world is divided, only 3 truly powerful forces remain. Pedro in Guangzhou, Jalen in Hebei, and Your Majesty here in central China. The final unification will come down to Your Majesty or one of them. However, Your Majesty's geographical position is crucial. It blocks their eastward and southward expansion. This is both a disadvantage and an advantage. We can leverage this to coerce other forces into aiding us." Uriel's eyes lit up. "General Duan speaks wisely. Anyone who attacks me will face resistance from the entire world. Draft decrees to the southern lords demanding weapons, food, and troops. If they don't comply, threaten immediate surrender, which would leave their territories vulnerable. Whoever Jalen or Pedro attacks first, we seek aid from the other. Warn them that if they conquer us, their forces can sweep across the land. Only mutual support can maintain the current balance. We will exploit their conflicts to survive. But we must also strengthen ourselves. We cannot always endure such humiliation." Frank, former father-in-law of Hurley and a general defending Luoyang, had surrendered to Uriel when Zhang was founded. He suggested, "Your Majesty, Jalen and Pedro are too strong to confront immediately. We should expand south. Once we secure Jiangnan, we can divide the territory along the Yangtze River." Uriel nodded. "That sounds reasonable. However, it would mean conflict with Ge. We should only take that step as a last resort. Extract resources from the southern lords and use their wealth to oppose the northern powers. We'll deplete their resources, not ours. If the situation worsens, we retreat south, seize Jingxiang, expel Beth, and claim his territory. Then we can openly defy Ge." Frank said, "Your Majesty's insight is profound." Privately, he thought, "Uriel is even more ruthless and cunning than me, exploiting and then seizing their territory, truly the ultimate betrayal." But he understood. In troubled times, where could one find true kindness? Everyone acted out of self-interest. As long as it wasn't completely inhumane, it was acceptable. There was only one person who had gone beyond redemption, Eustace. Chapter 309. Eustace defends the Yellow River. Eustace was originally a warlord in Boisjou, but his extreme brutality made him notorious. His troops left corpses and rivers of blood wherever they passed, plundering everything and burning what they couldn't carry. Moreover, he enjoyed eating human flesh and encouraged his subordinates to do the same. Calling himself the Garuda King, he once said, "Where there are people, there is our food. Why worry about provisions?" Such depravity was intolerable even to fellow disciples of Ge, like John, Demetrius, and Esmond, who could not stand it. Together, they disregarded Ge's wishes and united against Eustace. When news spread, everyone responded, and Eustace became like a rat on the street, pursued by all, with nowhere to hide. He fled from Boisjou and sought refuge with Uriel. Although Wang despised such a man, he was in an awkward position, surrounded by enemies and in desperate need of assistance. To Wang, Eustace's tens of thousands of troops were a valuable asset. Thus, Wang harbored Eustace, granting him the title of Longxiang General to defend Heiyang on the north bank of the Yellow River against Jalen's forces. After Farron led the Xia army into Zhang territory, he learned that Eustace was guarding the Yellow River. He frowned deeply, having heard of the cannibal king's atrocities and wishing nothing more than to skin and disembowel him. "Now that we know Eustace is blocking our advance, we must eliminate this scourge," Farron declared, gathering his generals for strategy. Uriel's strength may be inferior to ours, but Luoyang has towering walls and deep moats, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Historically, taking Luoyang has always been difficult. A few years ago, Freddy spent 2 months attacking it without success. But Uriel also has weaknesses. Outside Luoyang, there are no strongholds to defend. We should divide our forces to sweep through his territories first before besieging Luoyang. Then, isolated and without support, Luoyang will be defenseless against our might. If Wang sends troops to reinforce other states, we can weaken him by stretching his lines. This would favor our campaign to conquer Uriel. The generals agreed unanimously, supporting this plan. Farron added, moreover, Uriel made a grave mistake by harboring Eustace. Eustace is a notorious cannibal king hated by all. Yet Wang accepted him, making people think he is no different from Eustace and losing their support. Even his own officers might disdain his actions. If Wang had kept Eustace in Luoyang, it would have strengthened his defenses. But instead, he sent Eustace to guard the Yellow River, which is a boon for us. Capturing or killing Eustace will win us the hearts of the people around Luoyang and gain their sincere allegiance. This will give us a better chance of capturing Luoyang. Discussing Eustace incited the general's contempt. Any decent person would find his behavior unbearable, so monstrous and inhumane it was. Jalen spoke up, General Li is right. This time, we must not let Eustace escape and rid the people of this menace. Though we are an army of righteousness and forbearance, for men like Eustace, extermination is necessary. It's a blessing to eliminate evil for the sake of the people. Farron then began assigning missions. He divided the army into 4 contingents. The first, led by Alberic and Evan, headed for Tongguan to capture and hold it, blocking Pedro's path from Guangzhou. The second, under William, Emmanuel, Hiram, Alexei, and Stanley, attacked Zhouqiao, Huaxia, Bianzhou, and Guangzhou from the east to clear out Uriel's eastern forces. After occupying Guangzhou, William would cut off Wang's supply line by capturing Luoco Granary and advance towards Luoyang via Hulao Pass. The third, led by Emmanuel and Hiram, advanced south to capture Yangdi, Longmin, and Xiangyang, blocking Wang's southern escape routes. The fourth, commanded by Giselbert, secured Yiyang to the west, sealing off Luoyang on all sides. Farron personally led the main force to attack Eustace on the north bank of the Yellow River, then moved towards Haiyin to assault Luoyang from the north. This formed a complete encirclement, trapping Uriel within Luoyang. After distributing orders, the generals led their troops toward their respective targets. Farron's main army reached Haiyang, the northern gateway to Luoyang. Uriel stationed Eustace here to protect the crossing over the Yellow River. Dailon defended Haiyin on the south bank, coordinating with Eustace. They agreed that if Eustace came under attack, Zhang would send reinforcements. Eustace gathered all boats along the Yellow River and stored them behind his camp, rather than giving them to Zhang on the south bank, showcasing his cunning. Although he promised mutual aid, Eustace trusted only himself. By keeping control of the boats, he ensured a quick retreat to the south if needed. Zhang, disdaining Eustace's character, planned not to rescue him when the time came. Seeing Eustace's distrust, he was more resolute in this decision. Upon establishing his position on the north bank, Eustace terrorized the region, driving the locals into destitution and resentment. Many fled as refugees upon hearing of Jalin's Xia army advancing against Eustace. They eagerly assisted, each contributing what they could. Farron, representing Jalin, met these civilians, assured them of victory, and promised to reclaim their homes. Grateful, they eagerly awaited the defeat of Eustace. In this translation, I've maintained the paragraph structure and tone of the original text while ensuring the English version flows naturally and coherently. Hashtag chapter 310. Utmost shamelessness. General Farron led his officers to survey the surrounding terrain before returning to the main tent to discuss with Ebn Jalin, Your Majesty, this battle must be swift and not prolonged. Delay will breed uncertainty. Eustace is an extremely cruel and vicious man, capable of anything. If we drag this on too long, he might breach the Yellow River embankment. The floodwaters would wreak havoc on the people downstream. A catastrophic disaster would surely follow. Therefore, we cannot give Eustace this opportunity. I request Your Majesty's permission to use our strongest forces to defeat Eustace decisively. Ebn Jalin nodded and replied, Do as you see fit, generally, follow your plan. Your Majesty, please allow me to deploy the Musket Corps and Artillery Corps. Only these 2 units can ensure a decisive victory. The Artillery Corps was Jalin's newest formation, consisting of 50 cannons, albeit primitive ones, that had not yet seen battle. However, Farron had witnessed their power during trials and brought them up today. Jalin originally intended to keep the cannons as a secret weapon for the attack on Luoyang, but now that Farron had suggested it, he frowned slightly and said, Using the Musket Corps and Artillery Corps is fine, but these units are not yet matured and cannot fight independently. They need support from other units to be effective. Farron responded, I understand, Your Majesty. I plan to bombard Haiyang City with artillery. Its defenses are not solid, so using artillery can suppress the enemy and destroy its walls. Combined with the use of siege towers, we can stun Eustace and capture Haiyang in one fell swoop, preventing him from breaching the Yellow River. Very well, proceed with your plans, agreed Jalin. He knew Eustace was a man of evil deeds who could indeed breach the river. Farron began making arrangements. He ordered Aryan to lead the vanguard and attack Haiyang City, equipping him with 3 siege towers to draw the enemy's attention. Next, he dispatched Kato secretly with the Artillery Corps to reach the designated location. Instead, he used Haiyang City to stall, hoping to slow Jalin down. If Dailon crossed the river to assist, they could launch a 2-pronged attack on Jalin. Driving the civilians to the city walls, Eustace stood behind them, shouting tauntingly, Come attack us, Jalin! Aren't you the benevolent emperor who loves your people? Attack us if you dare. Your subjects await you atop these walls. Save them. If you attack, I'll kill 100 civilians every quarter hour until none remain. Remember, their deaths are on your conscience. Ha ha ha. Jalin felt deep distress upon hearing Eustace's vile threats. He looked at Farron, generally, Eustace is using the civilians to threaten us. What should we do? Farron sensed Jalen's reluctance to harm the civilians and replied, Your Majesty, now is not the time for mercy. Though only a small part of the population will suffer, the majority will benefit and remember your goodness. Jalen acknowledged the logic. It was not a time for hesitation. He said, follow General Lee's advice, but to minimize civilian casualties, let's postpone the attack. We can surprise Eustace with our artillery. Farron nodded. All right, we'll retreat temporarily to mislead Eustace. Thus, they withdrew the troops back to camp. Seeing this, Eustace gloated. Look, they fear us. These people are both our food, only to explode into fragments upon impact. The explosive force reduced bodies to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. These soldiers were frozen in terror, staring blankly at the bombardment. The air was filled with gunpowder smoke and dust, and people were left dazed and confused. Men who were alive moments ago vanished instantly, leaving only tattered clothes and scattered weapons. Some were mangled beyond recognition, body parts strewn about, illustrating the brutal reality of war. People they once knew no longer existed. Upon receiving reports, Eustace arrived near the city walls, his eyes wide with fear. He had never encountered such a situation and had no idea what these falling and exploding objects were. Before long, a breach was torn through Haeong City's wall, and the Xia troops stormed through it, driven by hatred and vengeance against the killers inside. Despite initial panic, the civilians, having long forgotten death, quickly regained their senses and seized weapons to fight back against those who once threatened their lives. Chaos erupted both inside and outside the city, leading Eustace to realize that he could not hold Haeong any longer. What weapon did Jalen bring? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. But this did not stop him from escaping. Abandoning Haeong, he led his forces out of the city toward the Yellow River banks, crossed the river to provide aid. Daelon, after some thought, decided not to help Eustace. He shook his head and said, No, have the troops gather along the riverbank and stand by. We must not cross. The deputy warned, General, if we don't assist, Eben Zheng will blame you. Daelon replied, It's fine. If Eben Zheng asks, say it's too dark and the Yellow River is too dangerous for a night crossing. We'll send reinforcements tomorrow morning. Guard the shore, and if any survivors return, let them in. If the enemy attempts a night crossing, use arrows to repel them. But we cannot risk crossing the river. The deputy thought, by tomorrow morning, Eustace will be dead. Yet he despised Eustace and said nothing more. Eustace, realizing Daelon deliberately withheld aid, focused on fighting while retreating to the Yellow River with the remaining troops. 1,000 soldiers prepared to breach the river, but his orders had not reached them. Upon arrival, Eustace shouted from afar, breach the dike, drown them all. Instead of obeying, the soldiers unleashed a rain of arrows, reducing Eustace's forces further. Theodore, you dare betray me? Don't forget, you've killed just as many as I have. Theodore, Eustace's cousin, had been ordered to break the dike but had other plans. He gathered loyalists and explained, we've killed many and even you've done. Will Jalen spare you? Even if you defect, you're still dead. Brother, I know. We have sinned too much, and there's no way out. But let's not commit more sins. Let's leave a path for our descendants. Even if we don't think of ourselves, we must think of them. Pa, what descendants? Will Jalen spare our descendants? Forget about it. Seeing Eustace still wouldn't change his ways, Theodore ordered the soldiers to continue shooting arrows. At this moment, the pursuing troops arrived as well. Thousands of white-clad figures were especially prominent under the moonlight. Eustace didn't dare stay any longer. With a few hundred soldiers, he fled along the banks of the Yellow River. Before long, only dozens of men were left by his side. Eustace's eyes blazed with fury. The veins on his forehead protruded. He felt that this time he couldn't escape disaster, and death awaited him. But he wasn't ready to die. He eyed a village nearby. If he had to die, he would kill and wreak havoc first. He wouldn't die in vain. With a roar, he charged towards the village, and the dozen or so loyalists behind him lunged like wolves. Determined to go down fighting, they made their final desperate charge. However, just as they neared the village, shouts erupted. Over 100 robust men burst out from the village. Their clothes were disheveled and The water is deep, and there are many hidden reefs. It's dangerous to cross at night. You can only do so during the day, but I have urgent military orders to deliver. If you ferry me across, I'll reward you generously. Eustace searched through his clothing, pulling out a jade pendant, a cherished possession, and handed it to the old man. This is very valuable. Take it as a deposit. Once we cross, I'll give you more. Eustace inwardly planned to kill the old man and retrieve the jade once they crossed. The old man examined the jade in the moonlight. This isn't worth much. Abdur, you must keep your word and pay after we cross. Fine, I promise. Eustace quickly agreed. The old man untied the rope. You're lucky it's me. I've lived by this river for over 50 years and know the Yellow River like the back of my hand. Others wouldn't dare ferry you at night. He steered the boat away from the shore and began to row. Eustace sighed in relief. Finally, he had escaped. Daelon, Jalen, Theodore, you wait. When I recover, I'll make you pay. He resolved inwardly. Yet something felt amiss. The boat seemed to be heading back towards Haeong rather than the opposite bank. Old man, you're going the wrong way. Why aren't you crossing? Abdur, you don't understand the Yellow River. There's a strong current downstream that could capsize the boat. I'm guiding us to a safer place to cross, explained the old man. Relieved, Eustace believed him, though he watched the old man closely. The boat continued along the riverbank, covering several miles, nearly reaching Haeong again. Frustrated, Eustace shouted, Damn it, you're tricking me. Swinging his bronze cudgel at the old man, the latter deftly avoided the attack, laughing. Eustace, today is your end. He leaped into the river, disappearing underwater. Puzzled, Eustace soon found the boat violently rocking as the old man surfaced beneath it, capsizing it. Eustace fell into the water, gasping as he struggled towards the shore. The old man easily overpowered him, pushing him under until he passed out. Pulling him ashore, he bound Eustace securely. Patrolling soldiers nearby had seen the commotion and gathered around. The old man handed Eustace to them. This is Eustace. Take him back for your rewards. Abdur, who are you? Please come with us. His Majesty will reward you. Smiling, the old man replied, no need. He knows who I am. And with that, he vanished. Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure and style, ensuring fluency and accuracy. You will face your punishment, as a testament to those you have harmed. Farron ordered Eustace to be dragged to the street corner, where he would be publicly executed. Eustace screamed like a pig, but everyone despised him, and the soldiers hauled him away without hesitation. At the street corner, civilians surrounded him in layers, some even stepping forward to beat him mercilessly, which the guards allowed. Eventually, almost everyone joined in, battering Eustace to death, reducing him to pulp. This was the fate of the man who enjoyed eating human flesh. At this moment, Theodore was also brought to the main hall of the government office, kneeling silently. Farron looked at him and said, Theodore, by repenting and not breaching the Yellow River, thus avoiding a disaster that would last 1,000 years, you have done a great service. People should remember you for this. However, you and your brother conspired and inflicted great harm on the people, even enjoying cannibalism. Your crimes are unpardonable. Given your significant contribution, you may now speak any last words. Theodore sighed, I know my sins, and I don't seek to defend myself. I only ask generally to grant me a quick death, free from torture. Additionally, I beg to leave behind a bloodline for our family, to ensure its continuation. Please allow this. Farron glanced at Jalen, who responded, by your actions, you and your brother deserve complete extermination. But as the general said, there is virtue in showing mercy. You've saved countless lives from the floods, so I will grant your request. I will spare your youngest son and ensure he grows up properly to carry on your lineage. However, no other adult members of the Zhou family shall live. The principle of collective punishment was widely practiced in ancient times. Jalen knew that, given his current power, he couldn't change this practice yet. Not implementing it might make him seem weak and easily exploited. So, sparing Theodore's son was the compromise he could offer while still following established customs. Despite his gratitude, Jalen himself wasn't entirely happy. This victory came at a huge cost, especially concerning cannons and firearms, both of which were far ahead of their time, with their first historical records appearing only in the Southern Song dynasty. These weapons were not meant for this era, but were forced into existence due to Burl's efforts, advancing technology by several hundred years. However, because they were so advanced, the costs to produce these weapons were exorbitant. Their manufacturing required vast financial resources. Moreover, due to the immaturity of the technology, they were prone to breaking down or exploding, which occurred during the relentless assault on Eustace's forces. 30 out of 50 cannons and nearly half of the 2,000 firearms were damaged or destroyed. Repairing these weapons would require enormous funds, and some couldn't be repaired at all. The sheer boats, the Xia army wouldn't have crossed so easily. Realizing that complaining about Eustace was futile, Zhang thought about the repercussions of failing to aid Eustace and losing the strategic advantage over the Yellow River. Knowing that Uriel wouldn't spare him, surrendering to Jalen seemed a wiser choice. After weighing the options, Daylon surrendered with his 3,000 troops. His men, tired of fighting, celebrated the decision. Zhang felt relieved. Had he resisted, his men might have turned against him. Hashtag chapter 314, a plea for help. After Daylan's surrender, Xia forces occupied the area around Haiyin and Beimang Mountain, opening up the northern gateway to Luoyang. The city of Luoyang was now exposed to the Xia army's gaze. Upon receiving the news in Luoyang, Uriel was furious, angrily cursing Daylon as shameless and Eustace as incompetent. He had entrusted the northern defenses to these two men and provided them with substantial military support, hoping they would keep Jalen north of the Yellow River. Even if they couldn't defeat Jalen, they were supposed to delay his advance, giving Uriel enough time to prepare. However, it never occurred to him that these two would fall so quickly. Not only did Daylon surrender to Jalen, but he also persuaded over a dozen surrounding states and counties to defect, clearing the path for the Xia army straight to the north of Luoyang. Meanwhile, more bad news kept arriving. Ichabod, without issue. We can wear down Jalen. But this is not a long-term solution. Eventually, our supplies will run out. Even if we manage to stall Jalen, it would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing others to reap the benefits. So, instead of simply enduring, since Jalen has spread his forces across different directions, we should send envoys to various lords and ask them to provide troops. Previously, we relied on their resources while we did the fighting. Now it's time for them to contribute. Your Majesty can tell them that if they don't act and just sit on the sidelines, we won't hesitate to capitulate to the Xia army and join forces against them. In such a scenario, no one will come out unscathed. If they agree to provide troops and defeat Jalen, we can then divide his territory among us and benefit together. Uriel nodded in agreement. You're right. No one can remain neutral. If I'm going down, I'll take some with me. Let's send an edict to Pedro, Beth, John, and others demanding they send troops. Whoever doesn't comply will be next on the list. Uriel cursed repeatedly, losing all semblance of imperial decorum. And don't forget to send an order to Gay. If he stands idly by and does nothing for his disciples, he'll get nothing either. Furthermore, we must strengthen Luoyang's defenses. I don't believe Jalen can capture Luoyang anytime soon. I'm prepared to outlast him. Under Uriel's directives, Luoyang braced for a prolonged conflict. The edicts he sent out reached the various lords. Pedro frowned upon receiving Uriel's edict and handed it to his ministers, including Quentin, Lewis, Kimball, Sheldon, and Lu Wansheng. Quentin remarked, Uriel has gone mad, trying to blackmail everyone. Who does he think he is? Pedro responded, don't rush to complain. What should we do? Kimball, a close friend and co-conspirator in the Jinyang uprising, held significant sway in Pedro's court. He said, logically, given our familial ties with Jalen, we should aid him against Uriel. However, in matters of empire building, kinship is irrelevant, and each faction relies on its own merits. For this particular issue, helping Uriel would prevent Jalen from gaining control of central China, which would complicate our plan to unify the land. I lean towards assisting Uriel to resist Jalen. Kimball's stance garnered partial support, with Aiden agreeing, I concur with Mr. Pei. We cannot sit by and watch Uriel be defeated. We must offer military aid. Note, Aiden is the correct name, not Changsun Shunda. The character Dura at the end seems to be a typo in the original input. Pedro nodded and turned to Quentin. Shimin, what is your opinion? Quentin replied, Your Majesty, we absolutely cannot aid Uriel. Doing so would lose us the people's support. By harboring someone like Eustace, Uriel is seen. Chapter 315. Abdurage and intercept. Uriel sent the news to Gay, who flew into a rage. How dare Uriel threaten him? He must have grown tired of living. However, after venting his anger, Gay had no choice but to save Uriel. Gay was different from Pedro. Pedro held the strategic Guangzhou region, defended by natural barriers, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Advancing or retreating was all within control, which made it the best territory for competing for the empire. Moreover, Pedro maintained a close relationship with Jalen, so it was normal that he didn't send troops. However, Gay's situation was different. His chess pieces were mostly placed in the south, except for Irvin and Jackson in the northwest, meaning the south was his core area. If Jalen conquered Uriel, he could advance southward and take control of Qin Qiong in the middle reaches of the Yangtze River. Then they would both possess the advantage of the Yangtze's natural defenses, making it even harder for Gay to defend the southern territories. If there were Uriel as a buffer, Gay could deploy his troops northward to fight for the empire, so saving Uriel was a necessity. But what infuriated Gay was Uriel's attitude. He didn't show any gratitude but threatened instead, implying dire consequences if Gay did not come to his aid. This made Gay extremely angry. Since childhood, apart from Hurley, nobody leaving Jalen alive. This time, Gay decided to take personal action, leaving the Qilian Mountains to command operations in the south. Previously, he had planned to conquer the south and then unify the nation from the north. Now, he intended to reunify from the south. After leaving the Qilian Mountains, he first approached Irvin, instructing him to collaborate with the armies of Tuyuhun and Tubo to attack Chang'an, weakening Pedro's forces and preventing Pedro from assisting Jalen. Irvin, having betrayed Igor, fully aligned with Gay and forged close ties with the people he once hated, the Turks and Tuyuhun. Furthermore, he instructed Jackson to join forces with the Turks to attack Shuafang, where Li Crystal resided. Li Crystal, Jalen's wife and Pedro's daughter, could be used to coerce them both if captured. With the northwest arranged, Gay arrived in the Jiangnan region controlled by Beth. Upon arrival, he took control of Beth's military and began planning counterattacks. He ordered small feudal lords in Huajiang and Jiangnan to form an alliance and attack Shandong counties from the east, while simultaneously striking westward to break Jalen's eastern blockade. Then he personally led his army across the Yangtze River to attack Xiangyang, aiming to recapture it and open up the southern blockade. After breaking through these blockades, they would launch a two-pronged attack on Luoyang to defeat Jalen alongside Uriel inside the city. Gay also ordered his subordinates not to rush into attacks, preferring to wait until Jalen and Uriel were worn down before launching their assault to harvest both sides. Upon receiving Gay's orders, Alex and others swiftly acted, forming an alliance and engaging Ronnie and Janice in fierce battles in the eastern regions. Jalen soon learned of these developments through Rodneyun Tower and promptly informed Farron, who convened a council of generals to discuss strategies. After Farron explained the situation, Brooke said, Commander, we have already stationed heavy troops in Shuzhou and Xiangyang to prevent such scenarios. Now that it has happened, it's not a big deal. We'll handle whatever comes our way. We need to strengthen our defenses and accelerate our attack on Luoyang. Once we capture Luoyang, we can deal with these feudal lords individually. At present, William, Giselbert, and others were besieging Luoyang, while the main camp only had Brooke, Armando, and Adiel. These men lacked strategic insight compared to Giselbert and William, so their advice was less valued. Jalen shook his head, saying, those places only have small contingents to defend, which can't withstand a full-scale enemy attack. They won't hold. Farron agreed, Your Majesty is right. Pure defense will leave us passive. Jalen continued, Luoyang cannot be taken quickly. Uriel relies on this fact, hoping to wear us down. He thinks we can't last long. But he doesn't know my resources can sustain a prolonged campaign. Luoyang is controlling the most prosperous regions at the time, including Ji Province, Central Plains, and Northeast China, which were all important grain-producing areas. With modern planting techniques brought by Jalen, these regions could fully support the army's consumption. Although the economic center was gradually shifting south during the Sui period, the true core areas remained in the north. Therefore, despite Gay controlling the entire Jiangnan region, his actual strength could not compare with Jalen's. Jalen said, Xiangyang has a Manuel and Hiram guarding it. These two are steady and won't easily fall for any tricks. Once we send William there to oversee the situation, even facing Gay, they won't be defeated. All Xiangyang needs to do is defend against Gay's attacks. We'll focus our efforts on the Huai River area. Although Ronnie and Janice are valiant generals, they can be impulsive and easily lose their composure when provoked. Demetrius and others may lack strength but are cunning and deceptive, making Ronnie and Janice vulnerable to their tricks. So I must personally lead the campaign in Huaijiang and defeat the coalition of lords. Farron hastily interjected, Your Majesty's safety is paramount. You should remain in the rear to command overall operations. Let me lead the troops to expand your territory and attack the Huai River coalition. Jalen waved his hand and replied, General Li, you should stay as the commander-in-chief to coordinate battles on all fronts. We can't do without your leadership. I will personally take charge of this expedition, but it will be Gay and Jalen. If Gay wins, the siege of Luoyang will naturally be lifted. If Jalen wins, he might also weaken and no longer be able to trap us. Then we can launch an attack and defeat him. Uriel pondered for a moment and replied, You're right. We shouldn't heed Gay's call. He wants to exhaust our strength. If he defeats Jalen, and we're weak, We'll only have to listen to him. Thus, Uriel retreated into Luoyang, holding fast without engaging, confident that the city's ample supplies would sustain him until Jalen's forces grew weary. He wrote back to Ge explaining his predicament and requesting relief supplies, even offering to appoint Ge as co-king to gain assistance. Upon receiving the reply, Ge fumed, "What an insolent fellow." In his letter, Uriel wrote, "I am trapped in this lone city with scarce supplies. I cannot muster the resources for another battle. I anxiously await General Yang's aid or supplies. Once supplies arrive, I will promptly dispatch troops. Out of gratitude, I wish to confer upon you the title of co-king to enjoy the nation's splendor together. I eagerly anticipate your victory." Ge was nearly driven mad. Efforts to rescue Uriel met with neither gratitude nor cooperation. He thought about the countless campaigns he had waged at his age just for the sake of being emperor. Yet, he still needed to say it marked Jalen's army's first significant defeat. During the beginning of his military career, Jalen had never suffered a defeat. In every battle, he emerged victorious with complete dominance, never losing any of his generals and minimizing casualties among his soldiers. However, this time, the Huaixia coalition managed to kill one of Jalen's most prominent generals, Alexei, which filled the coalition with immense joy. They celebrated their victory with a grand banquet. Upon hearing the news of Alexei's death, Janice, who was stationed in Shuzhou, broke into tears and immediately mustered troops to seek revenge. But just then, Jalen, accompanied by Jagger and others, arrived in Shuzhou. Jalen was also deeply saddened by the news of Alexei's death. Alexei and Emmanuel were among the earliest followers of Jalen. Young and brave, loyal and straightforward, Alexei fought valiantly and was very much favored by Burl. It was heart-wrenching that the youngest had met such an early demise. The other generals were enraged and eager to avenge Alexei. But Jalen held them back, saying, "I understand your feelings, but in war, there will always be victories and defeats, and lives will be lost. In the past, when we were weak, we concentrated our forces to fight, thus avoiding heavy losses. As our influence grows, it becomes impossible to only engage in single-front battles. Sometimes, we may need to fight on multiple fronts, which tests everyone's wisdom and understanding of warfare. Consequently, there will be both wins and losses. Alexei's death pains me deeply, but it is irreversible. Seeking revenge must be well planned. War is a dangerous matter. We must proceed with utmost caution. Otherwise, not only will we fail to avenge him, but we might also jeopardize ourselves." After Jalen's words, the generals calmed down, refocusing their attention on analyzing the current situation. Adiel said, "Your Majesty, though we have lost General Luo, fortunately, Shuzhou remains under our control. This gives us a strategic advantage, blocking the coalition's advance into central China. However, we must also be vigilant about the ongoing conflict in Qi Commandery. Hall and Ernesto may struggle to hold it. If Qi Commandery falls, the coalition will directly threaten Ji Province. Therefore, I request permission to head to Qi Commandery to assist Hall and Ernesto in holding the position and prepare for a counterattack." Jalen nodded and replied, "Old General, your assessment is correct. I shall entrust you and your son with this task. Once you arrive, focus on holding your ground without rushing into a counterattack. The main battlefield is here, where the coalition's main force lies. Only by defeating them here, and may even take advantage of his weakened state. This will force Esmond to withdraw from the coalition, effectively dismantling the Huaihai alliance. Afterward, we can isolate and defeat them one by one. Before long, we will conquer Huaihai." The generals admired Jalen's strategy and began preparing for a decisive blow against the Huaihai coalition. After their celebration, the lords of the Huaihai coalition received news of Jalen reinforcing Shuzhou. Instead of being wary, they became emboldened. John laughed loudly. "Lords, this time Jalen has delivered himself to us. We save ourselves the trouble of chasing him all the way to Ji Province." Alex added, "Indeed. Do you think one man could stand against all of us? He's human, not a deity. With hundreds of thousands of troops, why should we fear him?" Albin remarked. John raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. "Lords, let's be clear about our ultimate goal, the distribution of territories after defeating Jalen." All eyes turned toward him, as this was what they had been thinking about. Though obedient to Ge, none wished to be left behind or suffer a disadvantage. John continued, "I have no grand ambitions for central China, Ji Province, or Shaanxi. Once conquered, feel free to divide these regions among yourselves. But my home is in Qi Commandery, so I intend to secure the Shandong region. I hope the lords will not contest this area with me." Auxiliary Gongfu quickly agreed. "I support King Dou's suggestion. I too have modest ambitions and wish to join King Dou in securing Shandong." John smiled at him. They were close allies, sharing common goals. Both had their eyes set on Shandong. Shandong was fertile, rich in resources, and relatively affluent. Occupying it would provide ample manpower and food supplies. Additionally, being bordered by the sea, it was less vulnerable to attacks from all directions. However, Alex felt irked by this arrangement. "Lords, I am from Donghai County in Shandong. My desire to return home makes it imperative for me to occupy Shandong as well." Alex's insistence on Shandong displeased John and Auxiliary Gongfu. John argued, "Kingly, Central China and Ji Province are even more fertile. We are willing to give those up. Why insist on Shandong? There's plenty of land awaiting division." "I don't care. I refuse to relinquish Shandong," Alex persisted. The tension mounted, setting the stage for the next phase of the conflict. Chapter 318, Facing the Allied Forces. Alex steadfastly refused to give up on Shandong, setting the stage for a conflict with John. The two had long harbored mutual animosity, and now Alex was even more determined not to back down, especially since he coveted Shandong and knew its strategic value. Seeing the tension escalate, others quickly intervened to mediate. Albin said, "We are all brothers. Why create such strife? The world is vast. Does it matter over just this piece of land?" Iggy also tried to persuade them, saying, "When we eventually unite the world under our banner, will there not be plenty of territories for all? Any fertile land you desire will be available. Why insist on Shandong's prefectures? Esmond interjected from the side. Let's not lose our temper. If you both must contest Shandong, I'll join in. I am from Sylvester-Jiang, which falls within the scope of Shandong's prefectures. If everyone wants a share, I should have my portion too. This comment irked Iggy and Albin. Iggy retorted, King Ming, please don't meddle. 3 people arguing is enough. You don't need to add fuel to the fire. Esmond, feeling affronted, replied, I'm merely trying to mediate, not start trouble. If you insist on treating me like this, then Shandong is mine for sure. With Esmond joining the fray, chaos erupted in the council hall. The various kings argued fiercely, nearly coming to blows over Shandong. In the end, Albin tried to calm things down. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stop this argument. We haven't even secured Shandong yet. Why argue over something that doesn't exist yet? The 6 lords each had their own color-coded flags, green, yellow, red, white, black, and red, and the Central Command used green. Initially, the Allied forces all flew green flags, but after the disputes, except for the Unified Command, they reverted to their respective colors to differentiate themselves. Jalen observed this and secretly ordered Armando to lead 5,000 cavalry to ambush John's camp, marked by the black flag. John was the main force in Qizhou, and defeating him would force him to retreat and send reinforcements. Moreover, John's defeat would strike fear into the hearts of the Allied lords. To cover Armando's actions, Jalen appeared before the enemy lines, challenging them. Upon receiving reports, the Allied lords immediately gathered their troops to respond. They felt they couldn't afford to appear weak in front of Jalen. Facing off against Jalen were the 6 lords. Dressed in black, riding a white horse, with golden embroidery on the edges of his black clothes and a gold crown, Jalen looked completely at ease, almost disdainful of his opponents. Meanwhile, the lords were fully armored, looking like they faced imminent danger. Unbeknownst to them, Jalen wore a silk armor underneath, rendering any sword or spear ineffective against him. He shouted, Rebels, I haven't come for you, and yet you have the audacity to attack me without shame. Albin retorted, Jalen, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is the rebel here? With no emperor to rule, the world belongs to those who can seize it. You are merely another pretender. Jalen laughed coldly, Ebon Sui may be dead, but Empress Frisco still lives in Qizhou. She personally handed over the throne to me, entrusting me to restore order and reunify the realm. With Empress Frisco's backing, I am the rightful heir. You are mere clowns who jumped out during the chaos. What right do you have to challenge me? The lords were momentarily speechless. Jalen's words held some truth. Ebon Hurley was dead, but Empress Frisco's position could not be denied. By invoking Empress Frisco's support, Jalen legitimized his claim, though it was uncertain whether he and the Empress truly had an alliance. John sneered, You're taking advantage of Empress Frisco's vulnerable position. How do we know she hasn't been tainted by you? Harley chimed in, Prince Du has a point. Who knows what you've done to Empress Frisco? Why don't you bring her out and let us see? Jalen roared, Abderlance, you dare defile Empress Frisco's honor? Even Iggy, part of the Allied forces, could not bear this anymore. Both he and Empress Frisco came from influential families in Jiangnan, and their clans had a long-standing relationship. He interjected, Your Highnesses, such slanderous remarks should be avoided. This is just hearsay and lacks proof. John wanted to argue back, but realized that infighting on the battlefield was unwise, so he held his tongue. Iggy bowed towards Jalen and said, Brother, as disciples of Master Gay, why should we fight amongst ourselves? By invoking Gay's name, Iggy hoped to leverage the respected master's authority to reign in Jalen. Chapter 319. Group Battle. Iggy was better off not mentioning Gay. Once he did, Jalen's face turned furious. Insolent fool, how dare you mention this deceitful and treacherous false gentleman who betrayed the emperor? Gay has always been showered with imperial grace. Ebon Hurley treated him exceptionally well, granting him an unparalleled status that no minister had ever enjoyed. But he was never satisfied. Not only did he deceive the emperor by feigning death, but he also stirred up trouble everywhere, gathering illegal groups, plotting to usurp the throne of Great Sui, and even sent Eden to kill Ebon Hurley. Why should we talk about such a rebel traitor? Do you wish to serve these rebels? Remember, heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, teacher. The sovereign is the most revered after heaven and earth. Even if Gay were my master, it doesn't matter now that he committed regicide. I have severed all ties with him. He is no longer my master. In my eyes, he is just a traitor. Jalen spoke with righteous indignation, utterly defaming Gay, turning him into a disloyal and unrighteous villain, making these lords feel ashamed any time, taking the blame for all the wrongdoings. John shouted, Stop your scheming here, Jalen. You're a traitor for betraying your school. Today, I shall clear away this traitor for Gay. Brothers, let's attack together, capture this traitor, and hand him over to Gay. John knew that further debate would only make them seem more unreasonable. Better to settle it by force. Might makes right, regardless of who's correct. However, he dared not fight Jalen alone, so he rallied everyone to gang up on him. Harley and Alex knew this wasn't the time for arguments. Whoever won would be considered right. Thus, the 6 of them spurred their horses, surrounding Jalen, wielding weapons and launching attacks. Jalen laughed coldly, his cold iron spear swirling like the wind as he engaged them. These lords included former Sui generals and peasant militia leaders. Their martial skills were impressive, unmatched by ordinary men. Yet, they faced Jalen, a warrior comparable to a tyrant. Jalen's cold iron spear was formidable, none dared to clash directly. The spear shaft, made of lightning-struck wood, could be flexible or rigid, striking from unexpected angles at any moment. Though these lords surrounded Jalen, they gained no advantage. Instead, they struggled to defend against him. None of the 6 could match him. The sound of battle drums thundered, changing the very weather. The Xia army watched as the emperor gained the upper hand, boosting their morale. Cheers echoed across the battlefield. Yet, they couldn't let 6 lords assault their emperor alone. Under Zhou's command, the Xia army surged forward like a tidal wave, charging into the battlefield. The allied forces didn't back down. Under their respective commanders, they they engaged in fierce combat with the Xia army. The Xia army was formidable and well-organized. Despite being outnumbered, the soldiers were vigorous and brave, holding their own. In fact, the Xia army was accustomed to fighting with fewer numbers. They hadn't yet experienced being outnumbered. Jialen believed in training elite troops, not relying on numbers. On the battlefield, numbers were meaningless without effectiveness. Quality mattered more than quantity. Adequate training, orderly formations, and proper tactics made his soldiers capable of 1 to 10 battles. Filled with confidence, they had never lost under the emperor's leadership. Thus, they fought like tigers descending from the mountains, the entire army like a pack of ravenous beasts overwhelming the countryside, fighting the allied forces to a stalemate. Just as the battle reached a deadlock, Armando led his cavalry to John's camp. The battlefield was limited. Not everyone could join the fray. Besides those fighting, many others waited in reserve, ready to replace the frontline soldiers, maintaining formation and preventing enemy ambushes. Both sides did this. If all forces were committed, an enemy surprise attack could lead to chaos and defeat. Aside from the soldiers on the battlefield, the remaining allied troops were stationed in separate camps. John's army, marked by black flags, had also left camp, lining up nearby to observe the battle. But just then, Armando's cavalry charged in. Swift as the wind and fierce as lightning, they appeared and attacked within moments. They stirred up clouds of dust, shrouding the black-flagged army, who had no idea how many riders were coming, feeling as though they fell from the sky. Focused on the battle, the cavalry struck unexpectedly, leaving the scouts unable to react. White-armored warriors rushed in like a white whirlwind. By the time they realized the attack, spears rained down from the approaching cavalry. Short spears launched from behind struck faster than arrows, piercing through their ranks. Thuds sounded as many were impaled, cries of agony filled the air, and the black-flagged army's formation fell into chaos. Chapter 320. Who the hell are you? Clouds swirled, and the wind swept away the remaining clouds. John's army was scattered and defeated, all soldiers retreating to their main camp without any will to fight back. This was also due to, unfortunately, even the two allies assisting John were no match for the Xia army and were pushed back repeatedly. Seeing this, John realized that if he continued to resist, his entire force would be wiped out. He could not rely on the other feudal lords for help. Thus, he ordered his army to withdraw from the battlefield as quickly as possible, abandoning all supplies and ensuring that as many people survived as possible. His troops retreated rapidly, leaving the other feudal lords behind, including Fu Gongji, whom he did not inform before fleeing. When the other feudal lords saw this, they felt that if John withdrew, they might as well retreat as well. But Fu Gongji's forces suddenly faced the Xia army alone and suffered heavy casualties. The rapidity of his arrival meant he faced equal speed in being crushed. When Fu Gongji finally reacted, more than half of his troops had been lost. Furious, he cursed John for his lack of righteousness and not notifying him before fleeing. Unable to catch up with John's troops, the Xia army vented their anger on Fu Gongji's forces, leading to a massacre. Afterward, Fu Gongji had no choice but to order a hasty retreat. Leading the remnants of his forces, he too exited the battlefield. The once formidable coalition had crumbled, with Albin and others witnessing the high morale and overwhelming power of the Xia army. None dared to resist. Each led their troops backward, abandoning their entire camp. Your grandson. The generation gap here was confusing. Albin and others initially intended to comment, especially Demetrius, who wanted to throw in some cold remarks. But seeing the feud escalating, others hesitated and turned to mediate. Iggy quickly advised, both of you stop. We are allies. Let's discuss calmly and avoid rash actions. Remember, our enemy is Jialen. Demetrius added, true, we didn't expect Jalen's ambush. By the time we reacted, it was already too late. We weren't trying to abandon you but observed whether Jialen would target other camps. We acted after confirming safety, or else we might fall for his strategy. But before we confirmed safety, you withdrew. By then, it was too late for us to assist. Albin agreed, exactly, we didn't ignore you. We just didn't act fast enough. Ask our soldiers if we didn't order them to wait. John retorted, enough nonsense. Soldiers follow orders. Yet, he knew he couldn't offend everyone. His tone softened. Now I understand your predicament. But at that moment, I panicked. Jialen targeted only me, so I ordered an immediate retreat. If I held on a bit longer, perhaps your assistance would have arrived. I admit, I was afraid. John thought. Staying longer would mean destruction. But to mend relationships, he had to apologize. Demetrius said, King Dou, it's right to acknowledge your mistakes. As allies, we coalition members started to spectate instead. Demetrius was even delighted, thinking, great, Jialen targets only John and not us. Truly, heaven has eyes. As long as John is defeated, the commanderies of Shandong will be mine, beyond anyone's grasp. He ordered his soldiers to cheer and wave flags, but made no move to assist. Only Cade, who was close with John, fought valiantly to rescue him. The other lords merely watched without active assistance. Yet, even Cade's path was no match for the Xia forces and was repeatedly forced back. Realizing further resistance meant total annihilation, especially with unreliable allies, John commanded an immediate evacuation, abandoning all supplies to ensure the survival of his men. His army withdrew like receding tides, leaving everyone else behind. He didn't even inform Cade who came to his aid. Other lords thought little of it. If John retreated, so would they. But Cade now faced the Xia forces alone. His rapid arrival for aid turned into a gruesome defeat, losing more than half his troops before reacting. Furious at John for fleeing without notice, he had no choice but to retreat too. Leading his battered troops off the battlefield, Cade's intervention rendered the alliance virtually non-existent. Albin saw the soaring morale and overwhelming force of the Xia army. None dared to resist. Each retreated with their troops, abandoning the entire camp. These 6 lords eventually re-established camps over 30 miles away. This battle erased all their previous efforts. Reassembling their scattered troops, they regrouped, disheartened. John erupted in curses. Damn it. Do you all wish me dead? Not one helped. Our vows consumed by dogs. What did you promise and what have you done? We were supposed to share wealth and hardships, yet we've neither. I must be blind to ally with such cowards. Cade, hearing this, angrily confronted John. You still have the nerve to speak, Dou? How did you treat me? I went to save you, and you fled, leaving me to take the brunt. Is this how you treat friends? John didn't mean to offend Cade and felt guilty for dragging his brother into disaster without warning. He wanted to apologize and offer compensation to mend their relationship. But Cade's angry words stung. Fushu and Gong, are you using Lao Tzu with me? As part of the coalition, wasn't rescuing you my duty? You didn't read the situation right or adapt to the changing battlefield conditions. This revision ensures the statement reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original text. It maintains consistency in terminology and style, fitting the context of the dialogue within the narrative. Why blame others? No obligation for me to inform you, John retorted. You. Cade, afford infighting. All should think of each other's benefit. Right? Unity strengthens us against enemies, Esmond agreed. Albin summarized, Jalen remains our primary threat. We need better coordination to prevent this again. Hashtag chapter 321. The alliance crumbles. Grant and the other 5 feudal lords, for the sake of their interests, reached a superficial agreement. They vowed to continue relying on each other and not let this defeat affect their relations. Whether they could actually keep this promise, however, was anyone's guess. To avoid being ambushed by other feudal lords, Grant quietly withdrew some troops from the battlefield of Qi Commandery and reinforced them here, maintaining balance with the other lords. On the surface, they had regained their former camaraderie, discussing how to collectively counter Jalen. Not long after, news suddenly came that Zhou was attacking Sylvester Zhou. Upon receiving the message, Esmond rushed over to the other lords as if his pants were on fire. Brothers, please help me quickly. Jalen is attacking my territory. Sylvester Zhou was the closest prefecture to them and was under Esmond's control. Esmond was the weakest among these lords. To avoid discrimination within the allied forces, he brought nearly all his troops to bolster their numbers. However, this left his base vulnerable. Now, learning that Zhou was attacking his base, how could he agree? Then fine. If not, we part ways. Consider it never mentioned. Esmond seethed with anger but restrained himself, asking patiently, so, what does brotherly want as a reward? Alex replied, the military expenses for this campaign must be borne by you, Lord Ming. I cannot pay for this myself. Esmond thought this was fair. After all, Alex was helping him and should not suffer losses. Even if Alex asked for more funds, he could still bear it. Fine, I agree to this condition. Even without your request, I would have provided more. Does brotherly have any other demands? Alex continued, Dai Prefecture is poor and sparsely populated, close to my territory. Trade between us is frequent. So please, Lord Ming, endure the pain and cede Dai Prefecture to me. Are you joking? Esmond exclaimed angrily. He only controlled 2 prefectures, Sylvester Zhou and Dai Prefecture, and Dai was richer than Sylvester. How could he not be upset? Alex, why don't you just rob me? Trying to gain easy advantages, indeed. I'd rather give it to Jalen than you. Alex shrugged, wearing a mocking smile. Lord Ming, don't get angry. It's business. If you disagree, forget about it. This was your choice, so don't blame me for not helping. This comment earned him disdain from Grant and the others. Damn, the guy was shameless. Not helping was one thing, but to try exploiting the situation, Esmond glanced at the others, realizing he wouldn't get aid here. Fuming, Angshi, Jalen can't reach me soon. I'll return to my peaceful life. But Brother Shin, you should be careful. Jalen's goal isn't just breaking our alliance. He wants to swallow us whole. Albin huffed. What do I fear? I'm in southern Yangtze, Wu, and Yu regions. Those who left are truly at risk. They are Jalen's primary targets. These people don't understand that unity benefits everyone, while disunity harms us. For petty gains, they squabble. Soon, they'll fall to Jalen. Albin and Iggy retreated to their territories with their armies. Thus, the so-called Six-Nation Coalition crumbled after just one battle, dispersing for their individual interests. Gay received intelligence and nearly fainted in rage, barely suppressing his anger with his robust health. He sighed, you cannot rely on such small-minded men. They lack vision and wisdom, mere apes wearing crowns. Unfortunately, he couldn't control these men. He could only focus on intensifying his attack on Xiangyang. Chapter 322. I refuse. Gay was helpless regarding the development of the situation. These feudal lords were not of noble birth. Many had risen from humble origins and, before they became prominent, were ordinary farmers. People Gay would never have considered noteworthy. The disciples he took in were either valiant heroes like Igor, one of the 3 heroes of the Dusty World, or local warlords like Irvin, or impoverished nobles like Tim. There was also Lanny and Helmet, who held influence within their respective ethnic groups and could be relied upon. Even Jalen had been taken as a disciple because Gay saw in him an unflappable demeanor and steadfast resolve. However, people like John only rebelled due to circumstances and thus became feudal lords, living lives not much different from common peasants. With Gay's discerning eye, these ordinary people were never noticed by him. Only after they grew in power did he find them, bestow favors on them, take them as named disciples, and use them to conquer the world. John and others valued Gay's reputation and sought shelter under his wing, joining forces with him. But fundamentally, these people maintained independence and didn't fully obey him. Therefore, Gay couldn't command these people truly. The only force he could mobilize was Bethan's army, as the Frisco family were aristocrats from Jiangnan. Gay had long colluded with the aristocrats of Jiangnan, so the Frisco family's nominee, Bethan, was subservient to him. Though angry, Gay had no choice but to lead Bethan's Liang army to attack Xiangyang. However, under William, Emmanuel, and Hiram's defense, Xiangyang was impregnable, and Gay could not breach it. Abdurance Uriel was besieged in Luoyang and hadn't surrendered to Jalen. Gay still harbored hope that Uriel might cooperate with him, making Jalen unable to focus on both fronts. But Uriel remained entrenched in Luoyang, leaving Gay helpless. Yet he was unwilling to see all of central China fall into Jalen's hands. so he persistently directed attack. Esmond, troubled, knew he wasn't Jalen's match and that resisting further would lead to destruction. He wanted to surrender but worried about the fate of the people. His cousin, Ming Dongui, advised, "Brother, now isn't the time to hesitate. Surrender to Jalen. He is unifying the world and won't mistreat those who surrender." Esmond sighed, "I understand, but I'm concerned if the people will be treated as second-class citizens under Jalen. Unlikely. Look at Ji Prefecture and other regions under him. Everyone lives well, with abundant food and houses built for them. It's far better here," Ming Dongui replied. "But what if he seeks revenge for killing his beloved General Rani?" "That's unlikely unless he wants chaos," Ming Dongui shook his head. As they discussed, soldiers reported that Jalen had sent Ronan as a messenger. Ming Dongui said, "Big brother, this must be his envoy for surrender. Let's hear him out." "Agreed. If he can treat the people fairly, we'll surrender," Esmond replied. They received Ronan warmly, showing utmost respect. Seeing their humility, Ronan smiled. "Prince Ming, you seem to understand my intentions." Esmond nodded. "Mr. One, you've come to persuade us to surrender. I admit I'm no match for Rhett and am willing to surrender." Ronan smiled. "That's wise. As long as you surrender, Rhett will treat you fair. Life's hardships. I don't need any special treatment. Just give me a few acres of land so I can avoid starving and exposure. Ensuring basic survival is enough for me. Treatment and titles are external matters. I don't care about them." Ronan was taken aback. He had expected Esmond to demand better conditions, but instead, Esmond only asked for a means to live. "Prince Ming, you should think carefully. Even if you want to retain the privileges of a prince, Rhett might still agree," Ronan persisted. "I've thought it through long ago," Esmond smiled. "Those things are like clouds, neither brought here nor taken away at death. As long as it's enough, I have no ambition in that regard. But I must fight for the people of Sylvesterjo and Dai Prefecture. They cannot be discriminated against, and should be treated equally with people from other regions. There must be no unfair treatment. Living standards, healthcare, housing, all these areas should not fall short. I don't ask for anything better than elsewhere, but they absolutely can't be worse. That's my only condition. If Red agrees, I will immediately surrender." After Esmond finished speaking, Ronan was stunned. He didn't expect Esmond to propose only this one condition. He reminded Esmond again, "Prince Ming, think carefully. This condition doesn't even qualify as a condition. I can agree right now and fully comply with it. Caring for the people is Rhett's consistent approach. He wouldn't treat the people unfairly or differently. This is basic governance and doesn't count as a condition. If Prince Ming has other requests, please." If Jalen agreed to marry her, even as a concubine, it would be an excellent outcome, though Ander hadn't explicitly stated this. Ronan pondered and replied, "Marriage requires parental consent and a matchmaker's word. I need to consult Rhett. If he approves the marriage, no one would dare disagree." Esmond said, "My daughter has caused me concern. Please help me with this matter, Mr. One. But this isn't a condition. It won't affect our surrender even if Rhett doesn't arrange the marriage." Nodding, Ronan responded, "Rest assured, Prince Ming, leave it to me. I'll report back soon with good news." Outside the city, Ronan relayed the information to Jalen. After hearing this, Jalen chuckled, finding it amusing how Esmond used this opportunity to propose marriage for his daughter. He couldn't blame him. Historically, people often sought benefits through marital alliances. Esmond was no exception. Jalen himself couldn't marry her. He already had 2 wives, Lee Crystal and Talia. Even following local customs, having 2 wives was more than he preferred. Now he needed to find a suitable match for Ida. Despite Esmond's humility, he was still a regional king and deserved a respectable son-in-law. Looking around, most of his generals were already married. Then he saw Jagger, who was over 30 but still unmarried. Jagger grew up poor and lived hand-to-mouth before joining Liu. "However, I still need to consult on this matter." "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. One," Esmond bowed deeply. Thus, Ronan returned to the Xia camp and reported the situation to Jalen after meeting him. Jalen found the whole situation quite interesting. The open-mindedness of people during the Swearenay era was remarkable, as women were very much independent and did not merely rely on men. He could encounter such heroines wherever he went. Being from modern times, he did not only find it acceptable, but also admired such thoughts in women. This is a good thing and can proceed. We should turn it into a grand event celebrating our friendship with Lord Ming, filled with warmth and friendliness so that all citizens can see our goodwill. This will help us win over the hearts of the people. The bride selection contest will be held outside Sylvesterjo City and will be open to the public. It must be filled with joy and celebration. He glanced at Zhou. "General Yuqi, this contest falls on you. You must take it seriously. If you lose to Miss Ming, not only will the marriage be off, but where would you put your face?" Zhou frowned, feeling it was too difficult. How hard was it to marry a wife? "Your Majesty, rest assured, I won't lose." I know your abilities well, and few can defeat you. But General Yuqi, think about it. Miss Ming is going to be your future wife. If you embarrass her in front of thousands of people, watch out. She might not let you into the bridal chamber after the wedding." Everyone laughed heartily at this. Zhou's face turned red as he asked, "Your Majesty, how exactly should we fight?" "How should we fight? Handle it yourself? Do you need someone to teach you? Just remember one thing. Don't lose." Zhou was speechless. Not losing while also ensuring Miss Ming doesn't lose face. It was indeed challenging. Ronan conveyed the news to Esmond, saying, "Prince Ming, His Majesty wishes to make this bride selection a grand festival, showing everyone the friendly relations between our armies and easing any concerns the people have about the Xia army." Hearing this, Esmond was delighted. "Very well, no problem. I will inform every citizen in the city to witness this grand event." Both sides agreed to hold the contest 3 days later. Esmond spread the news throughout Sylvesterjo City. The citizens, upon hearing there would be no more fighting and their treatment would be like that of Jizhou, erupted in cheers and jubilation. The entire city was brimming with joy, and everyone thanked both Jalen and Esmond. Esmond told Ida about this. She sneered, "Such a grand event. I'm afraid Joe might embarrass himself by losing." Ida had always been interested in martial arts since childhood and had even received training from famous masters. However, Esmond never allowed her to participate in battles, saying it was inappropriate for women to go to war. This left Ida helpless. Now finally, she had an opportunity to prove herself, making her extremely excited. Esmond said, "Daughter, you shouldn't be too reckless. This isn't a battle to the death between two armies, it's just a game. Frankly speaking, Joe is going to be your future husband. This cannot be changed." This statement displeased Ida. "Father, I'll decide my own matters. If I don't like him, even if you kill me, I won't marry him." Esmond's face darkened. "Stop being unreasonable. Even if you don't consider me, you should consider the people of Sylvesterjo. If Red is displeased, the citizens of Sylvesterjo will suffer. Humph, leave me out of your men's affairs." Ida retorted coldly, "You didn't allow me to join the battlefield when we fought. Now you're putting all the responsibility on me." "Father, it's impossible. I can't bear this burden." Seeing no way out and worried, Esmond could only soothe her carefully until she calmed down. She promised not to embarrass Joe during the contest, which relieved Esmond. Still, he hoped Joe would live up to his name and defeat her daughter. Otherwise, things might get messy. Time passed quickly, and the third day arrived in a blink. Outside Sylvesterjo City, crowds gathered, filling the area solidly. All the citizens came out to witness this grand event, something no one had ever seen before in terms of a bride selection. Joe's heart raced, feeling more nervous than he did on the battlefield. Such a large-scale bride selection contest was unprecedented. There must be tens of thousands of spectators. Looking at Ida, Joe was satisfied. Initially, he assumed she remained unmarried due to ugliness. Now, seeing her beauty, he felt inadequate in comparison. Ida also observed Joe approvingly. Despite his rough looks, he possessed a heroic aura and was anything but detestable. If skilled in martial arts, he would indeed be an excellent match. Joe saluted. "Miss Ming, please, I am honored to meet you." Ida returned the gesture. "General Yuchi, please don't be too formal. Please go easy on me. We should be equally courteous." After exchanging pleasantries, the official sparring began. Chapter 325, Beauty and the Beast. Joe clashed with Ida, their weapons clashing fiercely as neither yielded an inch. They both unleashed all their skills. However, Joe was mindful of Jalen's instructions and the fact that this concerned his own marriage. He had already taken a liking to Ida, so he did not go all out and let the young lady off easy. Moreover, the festive drum music from the sides made it difficult for him to use harsher tactics. On battlefields, the war drums usually thundered, energizing the fighters who would fight to the last ounce of strength, aiming to kill their opponents. But this contest was different. Though there were sounds, they were joyous drums, striking in a celebratory rhythm, formidable as any man, matching well with Joe. However, her techniques are a bit rigid, clearly lacking practical combat experience. Her moves lack ferocity. Esmond nodded. "Your Majesty's discernment is keen. My daughter has indeed never been on a battlefield. With more training, she will surely become a feared female general in the future." These people in the stands continued to comment on the ongoing contest. Joe and Ida had fought for over 50 rounds. He had always been letting her have her way, feeling that she had earned enough respect now. If they continued, he might seem too weak. Yet, he remembered Jalen's instruction not to embarrass the young lady publicly. He needed a clever move to win gracefully. The two horses clashed again. This time, Ida used 3 consecutive saber strikes. The first was a sweeping slash aimed at Joe's waist. Joe blocked it with his spear, thinking, "This is like trying to murder me. If she disables my lower body, what will she do then?" Unaware of his thoughts, Ida redirected her blade towards his chest after it was deflected. Joe dodged. Following that, she delivered a powerful overhead strike aiming at his head. Joe parried it with his iron spear held high. When Ida's saber landed on the spear shaft, it seemed almost gentle, barely touching it. Joe was delighted, thinking the young lady must be going easy on him. Unexpectedly, after landing on the spear, her saber quickly changed direction, aiming to cut off his hands. If it succeeded, Joe's fingers would be severed. Forced to release his grip, his iron spear fell to the ground, leaving him unarmed. The crowd cheered, praising Ida, thinking she brought honor to Sylvesterjo by disarming Joe. Even if she lost, the people of Sylvesterjo would still be proud. After disarming him, Ida didn't stop. She wanted to end the match and win decisively. She thrust her saber horizontally, intending to knock Joe off his horse. Unknown to her, Joe was letting her shine, intentionally dropping his weapon. He had another skill, disarming opponents without a weapon. This required true prowess. Few could disarm enemies on the battlefield. Seeing the saber approaching, he calmly drew the steel whip from his back, which was another weapon he excelled at. However, it was short and unsuitable for mounted combat, so he hadn't used it before. Drawing the whip, he blocked the saber with it. The saber struck the whip and was stopped. As Ida attempted to retract and change tactics, Joe moved swiftly, grabbing the saber's handle and pulling it toward him while urging his horse forward. Startled, Ida tried to reclaim her saber, but she wasn't strong enough to pull against Joe. Instead, she and her horse were pulled towards him. Panicking, having never startled, Ida thought he would fall and hurt himself. But when she reined in her horse, she saw him standing safely, smiling at her. Embarrassed, she turned away, riding Joe's horse back to Sylvesterjo. Please note that I've maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks from the Chinese text while ensuring the translation is fluent and coherent in English. Chapter 326, Breaking the Supply Line. The marital arts contest for a bride began and ended as a comedy. Everything concluded happily. It was all just a show, performed for others to see, with both sides now having achieved their objectives. Esmond acknowledged Jalen and handed over Sylvesterjo and Daijo to him. Jalen did not renege on his promise and implemented the new policies of Ji Prefecture in these two regions, including food, housing, healthcare, and more. These good policies were warmly received by the people of these two prefectures. The commoners sincerely accepted Jalen's rule, living in peace and contentment thereafter. Destined and Ida also held their wedding ceremony. Destin was so happy that he could only grin from ear to ear. A man in his 30s finally had a wife. After several days of rest, Jalen led his troops away but still instructed Esmond to defend Sylvesterjo and Daizhou. Esmond firmly declined, saying, "Your Majesty, I am merely a defector. If I remain here, it will invite gossip. I wish to manage agricultural matters like Vaughn or return home to farm." Jalen smiled and said, "Minister Ming, do not be overly modest. No one understands this land better than you. Only you can govern it wholeheartedly. Once appointed, no suspicion arises. Abdurance, I am leaving you here. I have full trust in you. You can proceed without fear. Report anything directly to me." His words warmed Esmond's heart. "Your Majesty, I will give my utmost effort and will not let you down." Jalen left Ronan to assist with administrative affairs. Being a civil official, military matters remained Esmond's domain. Esmond was grateful for this arrangement. After leaving Sylvesterjo, Jalen set his sights on John and Harley. John and Harley were notorious collaborators who not only captured Dongping Commandery but also attacked Qi Commandery. They had already occupied half of Shandong. Few other lords dared attack Jalen's territory. After withdrawing from the Allied forces, they intensified their attacks on Qi Commandery rather than retreating from Shandong. If it weren't for the support of Adiel and his son, Qi Commandery would have fallen into their hands. This behavior was utterly intolerable. For such audacious men, Jalen would not hold back and would strike decisively. Discussing the current situation with Destin, Aryan, and others, Aryan suggested that since John and Harley were fiercely attacking Qi Commandery, a direct assault would likely meet their elite troops head-on. Instead, they should employ the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, sending a force to attack John's stronghold of Liuhexian to force his retreat. Intercepting John midway would then resolve the crisis in Qi Commandery. Jalen shook his head. John is not an easy opponent. He is brutal and cunning, with generals like Miao Haichao, Ed, and Joseph under his command. And with accomplices like Harley, their deceitfulness is unimaginable. Moreover, John doesn't care much about his base. Even if we capture Liuhexian, it won't make him return. So, let's defeat him head-on. Let the lords of the world see whether John's Shangmu army or my Flying Eagle army is mightier. The Shangmu army was an elite vanguard force John established, comprising 5,000 fearless fighters who always led assaults. After battles, John personally inspected their wounds. Any injury on the back resulted in execution, as it indicated desertion. Therefore, the Shangmu army fights bravely, never retreating. Any opponent facing them would find it daunting. John relied on the Shangmu army to expand his territory. In the recent alliance, John kept the Shangmu army hidden but brought them along for the attack on Qi Commandery, seeking personal gain. Jalen said, "I want to show that recklessness on the battlefield has no place without proper strategy. We need to demonstrate mad dogs will lose their bite." Laughter erupted, and Jalen divided the army into two. One headed north to distract John, while the other, led by Destin and Aryan, attacked Tremangia Commandery. Aryan admired Jalen and no longer harbored resentment over losing Crystal, realizing he didn't deserve her. Seeing Destin married, he hoped for similar fortune. Chapter 327, Tremangia County. Jagger was currently basking in the joys of newlywed bliss with Ida, having finally experienced one of life's greatest pleasures. When it came time to part ways, Ida intended to follow him into battle. However, Jagger declined her request. He knew that warfare was no place for fun and games. Given Ida's temperament and martial skills, if she went to the battlefield, she would only cause trouble during battles. She would inevitably run into issues sooner or later. Thus, he gently dissuaded his wife from her impulse, and under Ida's tender farewell, he followed Aryan to Tremangia County. Tremangia County has a storied history, giving rise to numerous renowned individuals including scholars like Stephen, Alfonso, and Price, as well as famous figures like Brendan and Jeremy. The founders of the Southern Qi and Liang dynasties, Frisco Daoqing and Frisco Yin, also hailed from Tremangia. Prominent literary figures like Anderson were also from this region. These families held immense influence in Tremangia, making any ruler who controlled the area obliged to pay respects to these powerful clans and heed their advice. Joseph was guarding John's supply line here, ensuring the transport of food to the front lines. Despite his rough, uneducated background, he understood the importance of not offending these prominent Tremangia families. Thus, he treated them respectfully and seldom disturbed them. In times of chaos, these families had their agents embedded within various powers to ensure that no matter which power prevailed, they would have a place to stand, avoiding the destruction of their clans. This was one reason why noble families could last for so long, and why Jalen wanted to break the monopoly of the aristocracy over the upper echelons of society. They controlled politics, preventing many commoners from achieving success. However, Jalen was currently subtly weakening the privileges of the nobility rather than directly confronting them. The most notable figures among the current elite families were Jeffremu from the Frisco family and Colin from the Yin family. These two men led the Tremangia aristocracy, and other families took cues from them. They had little interest in John's regime, deeming it unsustainable. Therefore, they maintained a respectful distance, offering nominal respect but declining involvement in the governance of Tremangia. Other families followed suit, not participating enthusiastically in the administration. Although Joseph respected these people, due to his different background and position, he harbored no particular which is backwards. Without the country, there can be no stable home. In times of turmoil, aristocratic disciples tend to first protect their family's interests before considering loyalty and patriotism, leading to opportunistic shifts of allegiance. I aim to address these flaws without excluding capable individuals. Many of them are loyal to the state. I cannot let these people down. After Jalen's explanation, Jagger understood. He was a commoner himself and knew the difficulty of emerging as a talent from common origins and their frustrated aspirations. However, he realized that governing solely by commoners wasn't feasible since their backgrounds lacked the necessary experience for effective administration. Continuous learning was needed to develop true leadership. Jalen targeted the aristocracy's privileges, not genuinely talented individuals. Understanding this, Jagger knew how to handle the aristocracy in Tremangia by courting them initially. Jalen added, As military generals, it might be difficult for you to build relations with these scholars. I've dispatched Ronan and Carlo with you. Their expertise in Confucian studies will help establish rapport with local elites. So, Carlo and Ronan joined Jagger and headed to Tremangia County. Approaching Tremangia, Carlo suggested to Jagger that he should scout the situation first. Jagger hesitated. Mr. 1, wouldn't that be too dangerous? Tremangia. Approaching the gate, Carlo noticed the lack of strict supervision and spurred his horse onward. However, before he could leave the gate area, several men intercepted him. They were not in military attire but dressed simply, like common scholars. Startled, Carlo didn't understand their intentions. The leading scholar bowed respectfully. Abdur, I am Holden, a disciple of the Tremangia Yin family. May I ask if you were here for the Tremangia conference? As Holden mentioned the Tremangia Yin family, pride showed on his face. It was understandable, as the Tremangia Yin family had produced countless luminaries. Anderson, the renowned Confucian scholar, was from this very family, and now his grandson Colin was in charge of the Tremangia Yin clan. Carlo was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of the Tremangia conference. Frowning slightly, he replied, I am Josue from afar, and have never heard of the Tremangia conference. Could you tell me what it is about? He omitted the D from his name, simply introducing himself as Josue. Holden's expression fell slightly upon hearing this, but seeing Carlo's refined manner, he explained, Mr. 1, the Tremangia conference is organized by our patriarch, Colin. It primarily invites local scholars to participate in lectures and discussions. Scholars will also evaluate heroes and assign them rankings. Reserved for local celebrities, they wondered why this stranger deserved one. Unaware of the scrutiny, Carlo appreciated the Yin family's hospitality, aligning with their family code. After settling into the inn, Carlo visited the Yifeng Tower as per Devlin's instructions, seeking information about the Tremangia conference. The Yifeng Tower in Tremangia was a hub of activity due to its strategic location. Its proprietor, Kim, established it as a bustling center for lodging, dining, and entertainment. The mixing of visitors ensured smooth information flow, making it valuable for intelligence gathering. Upon arriving and confirming his identity, Carlo met with Candace, the tower's manager, a learned gentleman in his 30s who led a powerful underground organization. After exchanging pleasantries, Carlo inquired about the conference. Candace responded, Mr. 1, the Tremangia conference has a long history, originating from Anderson's teachings. Initially limited to prominent families, it has grown into a significant event inviting renowned scholars from the Tremangia region and beyond. Today, it combines lectures, discussions, and evaluations of contemporary figures, allowing free discourse on national affairs. Hashtag Chapter 329, Confucianism. Carlo now understood what the Tremangia assembly truly signified. It was the sense of crisis among the scholars and officials of Tremangia. They believed it was necessary in these families. If we use it to threaten them, I believe they would submit. Carlo shook his head. No. While these families may have produced some scoundrels, they have managed to survive for hundreds of years, meaning they must have effective ways to handle situations. Using blackmail won't work. Moreover, we want their genuine allegiance, not just superficial obedience. Superficial obedience will not make them wholeheartedly serve us. Don't worry. I will use this assembly to win the recognition and sincere allegiance of the Tremangia nobles. Candace nodded. Let's hope so. I've also been invited to attend this assembly, where I'll ensure your safety. Don't worry. After discussing this, Carlo left Yunfeng Tower and returned to the Tremangia Inn. After Carlo left, Candace received reports that a few shameless individuals were spreading rumors about Carlo behind his back. Instead of retaliating against these people, he exposed their own disgraceful deeds publicly. These people appeared respectable on the surface, but behind the scenes, they engaged in selfish and harmful activities. Once their ugly secrets were revealed, they became like rats on the street, universally condemned wherever they went. Eventually, they left Tremangia City in humiliation, never daring to return. These individuals remained baffled about who they had offended and how anyone knew their dirty secrets so thoroughly. They attributed it to bad luck. Sent his confidant Alf to attend. Alf was a learned man, but he felt somewhat inadequate among so many distinguished scholars. Despite being an official representative, Colin insisted he sit in a higher position. After much reluctance, Alf finally took his seat, aware that his knowledge was inferior compared to the others. He decided not to speak unless absolutely necessary, determined to avoid embarrassing himself in front of the esteemed scholars. If there were no treasonous remarks during the assembly, he planned to remain a listener. Jeffrey declared the start of the Tremangia assembly, emphasizing free debate and encouraging everyone to express their views freely without fear of reprisal. He sought Alf's opinion, who nodded and said, I am only here as an observer. As long as discussions don't incite rebellion, no one will be punished. Prince Dou greatly respects diverse opinions. Feel free to share your ideas and suggestions. With this assurance, the atmosphere in the hall became lively, and the scholars relaxed. Some students, seeking comfort, leaned on the tables despite the lack of propriety. After Jeffrey spoke, Colin began his lecture, a long-standing tradition of the Tremangia assembly. Originally, Anderson gave the lectures, followed by Yin Abdurliu, and now it was Colin's turn. Colin was young, only 30 years old, but he was already a well-known Confucian scholar with extensive knowledge. Abdurting in Tremangia Pavilion, he addressed hundreds of scholars outside, delivering an eloquent lecture. Starting with the Analects, he covered classical Confucian texts such as the Great Learning, Doctrine of the Mean, and Book of Documents. While not delving into details, he integrated practical governance insights, making his lecture vivid and engaging. He emphasized that studying classics isn't just about rote memorization but about applying knowledge to real-world governance. Confucianism doesn't produce bookworms but seeks to cultivate capable administrators. Scholars should not indulge in idle pursuits or waste their lives in pleasure but serve the state, supporting rulers to become wise leaders. Sacrificing personal interest for the nation's welfare and adhering to principles is essential. Flattery and sycophancy go against Confucian teachings. Colin spoke passionately, and Carlo nodded in agreement, recognizing Colin's grasp of Confucian principles. Confucianism teaches people how to act responsibly. Yet, looking around, Carlo noticed many people displaying disdain, seemingly uninterested in Colin's words. Chapter 330, Learning in Times of Chaos. Colin's discourse on loyalty and patriotism, though somewhat cliché, epitomized the core essence of Confucianism. Confucianism emphasizes self-cultivation, managing the family, governing the state, and harmonizing the world, a central theme of Confucian thought. However, some of the scholars below grew extremely impatient, even nodding off, which was contrary to the principle of the Tremangia assembly. The representatives from various schools in the Tremangia pavilion watched with furrowed brows. Colin paid no heed to these scholars' impatience. He spoke eloquently about his views, yet many scholars listened with rapt attention, thoroughly engrossed. They greatly agreed with Colin's perspective. After speaking for nearly an hour, Colin concluded his lecture. Many scholars requested him to continue and expressed their desire to study under him. Colin smiled and said, "A teacher merely imparts wisdom. To truly understand its essence, one must practice what they preach and achieve unity between knowledge and action. Joining my school is not difficult, but the challenge lies in whether you can persevere. I only accept disciples who have perseverance. If you are merely passing enthusiasts, I advise you not to embarrass yourselves by coming to me. Consider carefully before seeking discipleship." Colin's words were straightforward but pointed, gently rejecting those who were eagerly seeking discipleship out of fervor, while leaving room for those genuinely eager to learn. Next, Geoffrey said, "If you wish to listen to Master Yan's teachings further, find him another day. Now we can freely discuss the current situation and evaluate today's regional lords. I see many people do not agree with Master Yan's views. You should voice your own opinions now, do not disappoint us." Geoffrey's remarks directly targeted those who disdained Colin's lecture. These individuals exchanged uneasy glances. Most of them were simply weary of reading and had no substantial insights. There were exceptions, however. One scholar stood up and said, "I am from Trumaning in Tremangia, my surname is Sun, and my name is Ungshi. I am a descendant of Ishmael." Upon hearing his name, there was a buzz among the crowd. Ishmael was a military strategist from the spring and autumn period, who vanished without a trace. Over time, many claimed to be his descendants, but none could be verified. Thus, Jalen also raised suspicions. Jalen ignored the murmurs and continued, "I do not believe Master Yan's views are incorrect. In fact, I agree with him wholeheartedly. However, his teachings apply to peaceful times, not times of chaos. In chaotic times, one should study diplomacy, just as Confucius once did, traveling across states to find a ruler who would let us use our talents. Only then can our knowledge be put to practical use." This statement garnered support from several people. After all, Confucianism advocates for action. One should find a place where talents can flourish and fully express themselves. Listening to this, Colin shook his head, deeply disappointed with Jalen. Just as he was about to rebut, someone stood up and pointed at Jalen, saying, "Hold your tongue. It's those who treat themselves and their people well. In chaotic times, many heroes rise, and turmoil reigns supreme. This tests our discernment. We must first see if a ruler has great aspirations and a vision for unifying and governing the world. If not, why should we be loyal to them? We should abandon them without hesitation, for they cannot help us achieve our goals." Jalen sneered, "Isn't it still about being a diplomat?" When Daya responded, "Can they be equated? One involves deliberate choice, the other blind obedience. Anyone who uses you, regardless of their morals, commands your loyalty. Such people lack principles. A true Confucian must choose a ruler wisely. If no suitable ruler exists, one should rather farm in the fields than aid evildoers." Jalen's face turned red with embarrassment as he retreated, speechless. Alf, the representative of John, listened intently, pondering silently. He reflected on whether his decision to assist John was right and then smiled. He realized that the Confucian ideals discussed here belonged to the true great Confucians, not to someone like himself, who had merely read a few books and struggled daily for survival. Any job would suffice as long as it provided a living. As long as he didn't aid evildoers, he felt he was doing justice to his conscience. Choosing a ruler was not something he should concern himself with. If John failed, surrendering and surviving would be enough. This thought mirrored the sentiments of most ordinary people. They wouldn't commit crimes or change history, but sought to live decently and maintain their integrity. Colin and Geoffrey exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement with Wendia's views. Both were waiting at home, having not accepted any power's invitation, unsure if they had found their ideal ruler. Geoffrey bowed and asked, "May I know this gentleman's distinguished name and origins? It seems you are not local." Wendia returned the gesture and replied, "My name is Josue, from Qixin and Bingzhou." Chapter 331, Discourse on Heroes. Geoffrey laughed after listening and said, "Mr. 1, please come into the pavilion to discuss." Carlos slowly walked into the Tremangia pavilion, meeting with the patriarchs of various prominent families from Tremangia. Carlos' appearance was extraordinary, earning him praise from these people. Olaf remarked, "Mr. 1 has an extraordinary perspective. You truly touch our hearts. In this chaotic era, it is indeed difficult to find a wise ruler." These words implied that he had not yet encountered a wise ruler, showing no consideration for Alf's face or John's representative. Alf awkwardly rubbed his nose, pretending to talk to someone nearby. Moreover, both are narrow-minded individuals unlikely to tolerate each other. A confrontation between them is inevitable. Neither can be considered enlightened leaders. Both Geoffrey and Bethan originated from the Frisco family, and Geoffrey was the half-brother of Empress Frisco. However, due to advising Eben Hurley of Sui, Geoffrey was demoted and remained here. He grew up alongside Hurley, sharing deep bonds and feeling immense grief over Hurley's death. He felt relieved that his sister, Empress Frisco, could live peacefully in G province. He sighed and said, "My nephew is overly ambitious. He shouldn't have aligned with Gay. Now whatever he does cannot erase the stigma of rebellion." Olaf proposed, "We've wandered far from the point. Let's talk about the current situation in Tremangia. Prince Wu John has invited us multiple times to assist him. What are your thoughts on this?" Alf could no longer pretend ignorance. It concerned his lord directly. Before anyone else could speak, he interjected, "Patriarchs, our Prince Wu harbors grand ambitions and cares for the people. He selects talent based on merit and values scholars, making him a rare leader." Sunny replied, "Prince Wu is indeed commendable, but calling him exceptionally ambitious is an exaggeration. After years of warfare, he hasn't established any clear policies or secure territory." Matt and Shaw hail from the Weidu lineage. Everyone nodded. The Weidu families were well known within the Guangzhongliang regions, holding significant power. Carlo continued, "Jalen aims not to strike against the aristocracy but to break their monopoly on governance, providing opportunities for commoners. This opportunity is fair and open to competition, not only for commoners, but also for aristocrats. As long as one passes the imperial examinations, they can serve in office. And aristocrats hold advantages over commoners. Aristocrats don't worry about food or clothing, whereas commoners must work and support their families while studying. Their path to government service is harder. Jalen provides them with opportunities, not handouts." His explanation clarified matters for everyone. Jeffrey noted, "Imperial examinations started during Ebenwin's reign, already a known policy. Nobles and commoners alike participate equally." Carlo affirmed, "This system removes the recommendation rights of noble families without affecting truly talented individuals. It encourages aristocrats to strive harder, reinvigorating their lineages, to stay unbeaten in fierce competition. If titles were given by birthright, many noble families wouldn't last long." Colin nodded, agreeing. The Yin family admonitions similarly caution the descendants of the Yin family to remain vigilant and never relax. End of chapter 331. Due to a lack of physicians, Jalen organized medical training and distributed doctors to various places. This allowed people to access medical care at low costs, under a state-supported insurance system. Additionally, there were banks and loans. Carlo spoke confidently for 2 hours without interruption. Everyone listened intently, gaining more insight into Ji Prefecture through his words. His narration was longer than Colin's, but remained engrossing. Jalen set up a recruitment office specifically for talent, allowing individuals to self-recommend for positions in governance. If proven competent, one could be promoted without examinations. There were generous rewards to ensure stability for the newcomers. He continued eloquently, capturing the attention of hundreds of scholars, whose faces reflected admiration and longing. Even the prominent family heads from Tremangia were considering allegiance. After Carlo finished, the venue fell silent as everyone absorbed his words. Eventually, Yovan remarked, "Mr. One, you praise Ji Prefecture highly. Why didn't you stay there instead of coming here? Are you a lobbyist for Jalen, traveling to recruit talent?" Alf, deeply captivated, realized his duty, monitoring the Tremangia conference. He feared such talk might incite rebellion. If he didn't act now, his future would be jeopardized. "Seize this spy," he ordered before Carlo could respond. Soldiers immediately apprehended him. The sudden arrest caught everyone off guard. Yovan regretted asking, realizing it. He hurried away. Watching him leave, Candace sighed, "With such a king, how can anyone conquer the world when speech is stifled? How can one serve such a ruler?" His words roused anger among the crowd. Olaf remarked, "What one does will eventually be judged. Let's see how he handles this. If unjust..." He left the threat unsaid but clear. Jeffrey declared, "We cannot let this go unpunished. If Mr. One is harmed, the Tremangia conference will become a mockery. Let's follow him to General Wang's residence and see how it unfolds." Candace added, "Come along. Let's see together. Rodney Yun Tower won't tolerate such suppression. We will report this widely." Colin quickly intervened, "Lord Song, please don't get carried away. Wait until the matter is resolved. The reputable families of Tremangia won't let Mr. One suffer. For them, this incident was a matter of honor and reputation. If news spread, it would be embarrassing." Jeffrey and others shared this sentiment. They would ensure Carlo returned unharmed, even if he were indeed a lobbyist. Capturing someone at the Tremangia conference without cause would lower their standing elsewhere. The outraged crowd followed Alf back to Tremangia City. Chapter 333, Dilemma. Upon receiving Alf's report, Joseph felt quite helpless. He understood what the Langya conference meant to the scholars of Langya. If mishandled, Langya could become a chaotic city despite these scholars' face war. During such times, many spies are spreading rumors. We must be vigilant. You are Langyu's esteemed guests, and surely don't wish for it to suffer through war. Checking for spies is everyone's responsibility. Josue comes from Jalen's territory and speaks highly of his policies. How can this not raise suspicions? Jeffrey responded, "We understand your concern, but Josue didn't initiate talking about it. He only did so when questioned. He simply described facts." "Josue is naive," Joseph countered. "A spy doesn't announce himself. Answering questions took him 2 hours. Isn't that excessive?" Jeffrey nodded, acknowledging Josue did talk extensively, but that alone wasn't enough to brand him a spy. Joseph continued, "Moreover, we haven't concluded he's a spy. We just need to investigate further. If innocent, we will release him, restoring his reputation." Candace remarked, "General Wang, can those brought in leave unharmed after severe interrogation? Won't they confess whatever you want?" Joseph replied, "Rest assured, Lord Song. We won't use torture on Josue, only routine questioning. If you wish, you can have representatives monitor us." Candace inwardly scoffed but kept silent. Yovan agreed, flawless. "In these turbulent times, do you, a scholar, still find leisure to travel? Don't Confucians aspire to serve the state?" When Daya shook his head, "Lacking knowledge, my aspirations remain unfilled. Hence, I traveled afar to learn governance." "Have you learned anything?" Joseph asked. "Just arrived, participating in the conference, then captured. Learned nothing." This reply embarrassed Colin and others, who felt humiliated that when Daya, seeking knowledge, was treated as a spy. Finding when Daya's answers impeccable, Joseph suspected even more. "Josue, tell me about Jalen. Righteous, wise, loves his people. Do you see only virtues? Say one flaw, and I'll believe you aren't a spy." Joseph stared intensely, waiting for when Daya's reply. Chapter 334, sacrificing one's life for righteousness. Joseph had already planned to give up when he said this. He thought he could not find any flaw in Carlo's arguments, and, in order not to offend these aristocratic families, he decided to release Carlo immediately after he answered the question. Even if he were to be released and then recaptured later for severe interrogation, he felt that the aristocrats should still be given this face-saving opportunity. Colin and others sighed with relief. This question was too easy. Even if Carlo was truly a spy, as long as he mentioned one shortcoming of Jalen, it would pass muster. Everyone has flaws since no man is perfect. Finding someone's merits might be hard, but pointing out heads were equally astonished. They couldn't believe Carlo admitted to being a spy and refused to criticize Jalen. Was Jalen really flawless? That was impossible, but he simply wouldn't say anything negative. It wasn't ignorance. It was admiration and respect, an acknowledgement of Jalen's exceptional character. Was Jalen truly a sage-like figure? These family heads pondered this question. As leading scholars, they had ideals and aspirations for the betterment of the realm. While waiting to support the right ruler, they listened to Carlo's words and formed an impression of Jalen. But committing to leaving seclusion wasn't something they had decided yet. However, once Carlo admitted to being a spy, there was an urgent desire among them to go to Ji province and join Jalen. Through Carlo, they glimpsed Jalen's remarkable charisma. Scholars might often deprecate each other academically, but they held great respect for those with integrity. Carlo demonstrated with his actions that Jalen was a worthy ruler. Looking at the family heads' expressions, Joseph felt bitter. Though he had caught a spy, he had lost, in fact, lost comprehensively. Carlo's action had convinced the Qiuran aristocrats to rally behind Jalen. In this light, Carlo was successful, completing his mission by sacrificing his life to uphold dignity. Seeing the composed Carlo, Joseph felt no joy from capturing a spy. We can no longer remain silent. We must act. Olaf and others echoed his sentiments. Candace realized Carlo wasn't just a stubborn idealist but incredibly astute. He predicted that even if he answered Joseph's question and was temporarily freed, he might still be captured later, potentially endangering Yunfenglu. Moreover, such an answer wouldn't significantly sway the Qiuran aristocrats. If they were considering supporting the Xiaobin, they likely wouldn't rush into it. The situation would fade without impact. Instead, Carlo used his actions to showcase Jalen's charisma, proving that Jalen was worth following. Even if some saw his behavior as exaggerated, the willingness to sacrifice one's life for such a cause was compelling. In essence, Carlo recruited talents for his lord with his actions. Even if he died, it was worthwhile. But could they let him die? Among the most prominent scholars in Qiuran were Colin and Geoffrey. Everyone awaited their stance, hoping for guidance. Chapter 335. Inspiration. Colin and Geoffrey exchanged glances. Geoffrey smiled bitterly. Do we have any other choice? Colin also said, if we do nothing, how will scholars in other places perceive us once the news spreads? They might think we don't have any backbone. Joven's face lit up with joy. Abdurrance, both of you agree. Let's discuss how to proceed next. Geoffrey remarked, scholars' revolt would fail within 3 years. All the supply lines here. His army will arrive soon. Colin laughed. We nearly forgot about Lord Song. You always have the latest information. If you say so, it must be true. So, we'll take 2 paths. One to turn Yusef, and another to liaise with Jace. Meanwhile, we'll secretly gather disciples and prepare them for rebellion. These aristocratic families prepared to ally with Jalen. Candace didn't stay idle. He returned to Rodneyun Tower and started organizing to ensure that Carlo wasn't harmed. Regardless of whether these scholars succeeded, he would rescue Carlo. Abdurting in the magistrate's office of Tremangia Commandery, Joseph pondered. Tremangia Commandery faced a stormy future, unstable due to the immense influence of Carlo. Even though he had traded his life for the trust between the aristocrats and Jalen, killing him wouldn't undo his impact. Should he kill him or not? Jalen seemed to be a benevolent ruler who could improve the lives of the people. If he unified the country, he could create a prosperous era, benefiting all citizens. Recalling his own background, Joseph had been orphaned since childhood, raised by John who taught him skills and bestowed countless favors upon him. Without John, he wouldn't be where he was today. People shouldn't forget their roots, and he couldn't betray John, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Kill oneself for righteousness, lay down one's life for justice. This was not only the ethos of scholars, but also of warriors who stood by their principles. But did killing Carlo truly make sense? Joseph sighed. Abdurrance, he was willing to die for John. Why cause more bloodshed? Keeping Carlo alive could allow him to benefit the people in the future. Such a person would serve better alive than dead. Deciding, he ordered Carlo to be brought up. Although not tortured, Carlo knew this time wouldn't end well. Coming here as a spy, death was the only outcome. However, he had no regrets. He had been moved by Jalen's character and felt his actions worthwhile. When summoned, he thought his time had come. He walked calmly outside. Seeing him in the hall, Joseph asked, General, is there anything else to ask? I've already confessed everything. Joseph gestured for his bindings to be untied and offered him a seat. When Mr. Could you explain Jalen's policies again? Surprised, Carlo repeated what he had previously said. Having heard some descriptions from Alf, now hearing it directly from Carlo left Joseph deeply impressed. Such policies could enrich the nation and empower its people, genuinely improving lives. When Mr. Are these policies actually being implemented? Of course, I never lie, Carlo answered, then cautiously asked, General, are you considering surrender? Joseph shook his head. John has done me a mountain of favors. Without him, I'd be dead. Chapter 336. The Backstab. This was an unexpected surprise. Carlo never imagined events would progress to this extent, and he actually managed to persuade Joseph. Joseph was a formidable general, one of the 3 major generals under John. Harley, Joseph, and Ed. Joseph had won most of his territory for John, and now he was willing to surrender. This was truly an unforeseen turn of events. Joseph gathered his subordinate generals and announced the news. Among them, Yusef was stunned because his cousin Sonny had just approached him, urging him to revolt against Tremangia City and rescue Carlo. He sternly refused. Yusef said, General Wang has been very kind to me. I cannot betray him. I cannot pretend not to know about this and will report it truthfully to him. He even detained his cousin Sonny, all in the name of loyalty to Joseph. But now Joseph spoke of surrendering. Damn it, how can I face my cousin? Truly, I have no face to show myself. Joseph treated his troops exceptionally well, and they all listened to him. With his decision to surrender, the rest of his men had no objections. Thus, the defenders of Tremangia City surrendered while Candace, Colin, and others were still planning to rescue Carlo. Flags bearing Jalen's insignia were raised over Tremangia City. Just as Joe arrived outside the city walls, he was surprised to see his own banners flying to unite the country. Therefore, he did not want to cause more bloodshed or calamity for the people of Tremangia. Choosing righteousness over personal loyalty, he decided to surrender the city. But feeling unworthy of living due to his perceived betrayal of John, Joseph chose to end his life, believing this would repay John's upbringing. He sincerely hoped for the reunification of the country and the peaceful prosperity of its people, wishing Jalen success in bringing happiness to all. Listening to Carlo read Joseph's farewell letter, everyone was deeply moved. Yovan sighed. General Wang had both sentiment and righteousness, but dying for John seems too unwarranted. Colin also remarked, indeed, preserving one's life to benefit the state and its people is far more meaningful. Why resort to self-destruction? Carlo replied, General Wang sought righteousness and found it. This was his choice, a way to repay his debt. We should respect his decision. Joe ordered Joseph to be buried with honor and adopted his son, Wang Gua. Upon hearing of Joseph's death, the people of Tremangia were grief-stricken, deeply appreciative of the general who spared them from war. They spontaneously mourned and buried him. His subordinates personally escorted his coffin, expressing their deep sorrow. Joe now controlled Tremangia, cutting off John's supply lines, plunging his army into famine. Upon learning the news, John cursed Joseph for failing to defend Tremangia but shed tears, remembering how loyal Joseph had been, having saved his life multiple times. He lamented, my son is too foolish. In the prime of his life, why commit suicide? Had he told me, I would have forgiven him. Realizing the situation was beyond recovery, John began strategizing how to handle the crisis. He met with Harley, whose forces relied on supplies from Tremangia, now also facing famine. Harley said, brother, we once roamed freely, fighting and looting wherever we went. Perhaps there's no need to worry. We can return to our old ways. John shook his head. Things are different now. We used to rebel out of desperation. But now, as feudal lords, we must consider the well-being of the entire populace, not just ourselves. Harley asked, so what do you propose? John responded, given the current situation, Jalen holds the strongest power and enjoys the people's support. He will likely unify the country. Let's surrender to him. Agreeing, Harley said, very well, brother. I'll prepare. We shall surrender immediately. Good, I await your news. After Harley left, John arranged the surrender details in camp. His soldiers, hearing the news, were relieved. Fighting endlessly seemed futile, and they longed for peace. John instructed the city. He collapsed from his horse, unable to hold on any longer. By the time Jalen arrived, John was barely breathing, clearly not expected to survive. After examining him, Jalen shook his head. The severity of John's arrow wounds exceeded those he himself had once suffered. If no one had come to rescue him, he surely wouldn't have survived. But was that possible? Time travel wasn't like plucking radishes from the ground, readily available at will. From Ed's account, Jalen already knew that John had been betrayed by Harley during his attempt to surrender. He lamented how John ultimately met his end at the hands of his closest friend. At this moment, John regained consciousness and mustered some strength. Knowing this was just a last flicker of life, he looked at Jalen and said, Your Majesty, I come to surrender. Jalen nodded and replied, I understand. Whatever you have to say, Prince Do, please speak. John managed a bitter laugh. I rose from humble beginnings and believe I've done no harm to the people or the state. It was for self-preservation that I rallied men in the mountains. Your Majesty's benevolence towards the people will certainly unify the realm, making you a revered ruler who brings welfare to all. After my death, please treat my subordinates well. They haven't committed any grave wrongdoings. Please don't why. With Jagger now controlling Tremangia, it has cut off his southern escape route. If we block the north, his army will run out of supplies quickly. I predict he will flee eastward toward Gaomi, seeking an outlet to the sea to return to Jianghuai. Adiel concurred. Your Majesty's assessment is correct. Allow me to lead the pursuit. Jalen continued. Harley is despicable and unrighteous. Revealing his crimes publicly will ensure the people here won't let him go. Along the way, he will face resistance and slow down. I will personally lead a cavalry to chase him down. Send word to Jagger to encircle him from the south. I wish to lead the vanguard, Ed volunteered. Very well. You lead the vanguard and can rally local garrisons along the way to join the pursuit. With that, Ed took up the order, and Jalen personally led 10,000 elite cavalry eastward to pursue Harley. Indeed, Harley fled east as predicted. When John suggested surrendering, Harley discussed the matter with his generals Aristidizing and Burlzhangdao. Aristidizing advised, Prince, we are merely allied with John, not under his command. Following him in surrender will benefit only him, and Jalen will not remember our loyalty. Burlzhangdao added, you must remember when John fled without concern for us, causing heavy losses to our forces. He offered mere apologies afterward, nothing more. Reflecting on this, Harley felt frustrated. Staying with John meant he would always be overshadowed. Yet, going against him seemed impossible. So, should I tell him we won't surrender and continue resisting Jalen? Not wise, Burlzhangdao warned. John is about to surrender. Won't you be asking for death? John needs proof of loyalty, and you'd be delivering yourself. Then, should we leave without saying goodbye? No, Aristides encountered. If John discovers our departure, he'll send troops after us. We're too few to withstand him and will surely be defeated. Then, what should we do? Harley felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he might have only one option left. Sure enough, Aristides's expression turned ruthless. Prince, for complete assurance, we must strike first. Harley hesitated. Isn't this too much? We are brothers like family. How can I do this? Prince, a petty mind does not make a gentleman, and a man without resolve cannot be a hero. This is now a matter of life or death. If you hesitate, we will suffer. Otherwise, follow John and surrender. Translation provided maintains the original tone, structure, and coherence of the text. Chapter 338. Raid. I will never surrender, Cade said fiercely. Having reached this point, he could not give up power. He relished the pleasure it brought him. If he surrendered, he would lose all that enjoyment. Lost it. Aristide suggested another raid, but Cade intervened. We're still close to Qi Commandery. If we loot now, we might expose ourselves to Jalen. Let's hold on for 2 more days until we reach Gaomi, and then we'll plunder. If Jalen learns of our whereabouts by then, he won't be able to catch us. He'll only watch helplessly as we return to Jianghuai. Thus, Cade's army survived by slaughtering warhorses and digging for wild vegetables. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, with plenty of wild greens available. 2 days later, they entered Gaomi territory. His soldiers, unable to endure any longer, started deserting. Many didn't want to follow him further. Aristide again proposed raiding. This time, Cade agreed. He couldn't bear it anymore. Their target became Zhucheng, a county in Gaomi Commandery, just a short distance from the estuary and the largest nearby town. By raiding it, they could replenish supplies and sail immediately, making it an ideal target. Cade ordered Burl Zhangdao and Aristide to lead separate forces to flank Zhucheng from the left and right, while he attacked from the front. Under the cover of darkness, the rebels assaulted Zhucheng in 3 columns. As a mere county seat, its walls were weak and defenseless. The attack came unexpectedly. Thus, the rebels easily occupied Zhucheng. With the gates wide open, soldiers flooded in like floodwaters, driven by greed. Cade had decreed a thorough plundering, with no need to report anything but grain. This incited brutal violence. Red-eyed, the soldiers stormed civilian homes. Unexpectedly, however, Zhucheng was deserted, containing only immovable items. Soldiers quickly reported this to Cade, who knew they had been tricked and ordered a withdrawal. But his troops were scattered throughout the city, beyond control. Just then, cannons boomed as enemy forces poured in from all directions. Jalen had already intercepted Cade's movements during his delay. Upon reaching Gaomi without encountering Cade, Burl deduced he must have taken a slow route to avoid interception. With Adiel and Ed analyzing, they concluded Cade would likely plunder upon arrival due to lack of supplies. They determined Zhucheng would be his target based on its strategic location. So, Ed evacuated Zhucheng's residence, leaving it empty to trap Cade. True to expectations, Cade fell for the ruse. Seeing Cade enter Zhucheng, Xia forces surrounded him from all sides. Originally commanding tens of thousands, Cade's army was now scattered, unable to form ranks. Faced with ferocious Xia troops, resistance was futile. Ed charged forward, swinging his saber into Cade's forces. Behind him were former followers of John, enraged by betrayal and loss of kin. Driven by vengeance, they ignored personal safety, seeking death. Cade spat angrily, his words revealing his desperation. This drew laughter from the Xia army, who viewed him like a clown. Jalen continued, Cade, both armies fight for their lords. There is no personal enmity between us, only the fate of our nations. I see no reason to wipe you out completely. Why not let you live? But you should not have betrayed your friend. Instead of surrendering to me, you killed your close ally Nash and scattered his troops, despite his intention to surrender to me. If you refused to surrender, you could have fought me honorably. Even if you had killed me, I would not hold it against you. But what you did was dishonorable. This I cannot tolerate. Even if I could forgive you, heaven will not. If I let you go, how can I face the loyal warriors who risk their lives for their country and people? Must they also fear betrayal from their friends? You are a descendant of the lands of Qi and Lu, the birthplace of Confucianism. How could someone like you, devoid of loyalty and righteousness, emerge from such a place? Today is your day of reckoning. I will act on behalf of heaven's justice. Stop blabbering. If you want to kill me, do it. At this point, Cade cared for nothing else, knowing his fate was sealed, and dealt with accordingly. Those who had committed serious crimes faced justice, while those with minor offenses were pardoned. Then Ed went to various prefectures to recruit Nash's old followers, who all surrendered and offered their territories to the Xia army. Thus, Jalen regained control over the lost territories in Shandong. Next, he led his army southward, annexing the domains of Nash and Cade in Huajiang. North of the Yangtze, his only remaining adversary was Alex. Alex, realizing the situation was dire, attacked Albin to the south. Despite initial resistance, Alex eventually occupied Wu Prefecture. Albin, cornered, sought refuge with Wanren Suan, intending to seize his territory, but was discovered. Ultimately, Albin chose to drown himself in the river. With the south secured, Alex abandoned the north, leaving the vast territories of Huajiang under Jalen's control. Upon arriving in Jiangdu, Jalen received enthusiastic support from the locals. Not only did they admire his new policies, but they saw him as the rightful avenger of Ebon Hurley and the legitimate heir to the Sui Dynasty. Many benefited from Hurley's reign, so they welcomed Jalen wholeheartedly. Even changing the state name didn't matter to them as long as he avenged Hurley. Jalen emerged victorious from his campaigns in Shandong and Huajiang. Although he initially lost Rani, he avoided launched an attack. Uriel ordered his soldiers to strengthen their defenses, knowing that his fate now hinged on the unfolding events. Worried about Uriel, he chose to retreat and wait for an opportune moment. Word reached Luoyang quickly, shocking Uriel. Within months, Jalen had conquered Huajiang and dominated the north. He would soon attack Luoyang. Uriel ordered his troops to bolster defenses, understanding that this was his last stand. The coming days would determine his fate. Chapter 340. National Peril. Just as Jalen was preparing to attack Luoyang, he suddenly received a letter of aid from Pedro in Guangzhou. This letter had been delivered by an envoy who had traveled day and night, exhausting 2 warhorses along the way. The messenger himself collapsed from fatigue upon arrival, having taken only 2 days from Guangzhou. Jalen's face darkened as he read the letter. He handed it over to an attendant to read aloud to the civil and military officials. Even Farron and others turned pale after listening. Pedro's plea for help was simple and direct, with no formalities, indicating just how dire the situation was. Pedro wrote, "Currently, I am ill and unable to lead the army, while Irvin has allied with the Turks and Tuyuhan forces, advancing deep into our territory, threatening Chang'an. The city is on the brink of falling. Moreover, Jackson from Huaxia has led his troops to besiege Shuafeng, trapping Crystal there. With Shuafeng also under threat, we have no choice but to seek assistance from Ret. Please come to our rescue at once." The message was concise yet conveyed the urgency of the situation in Guangzhou. Farron asked, "Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? Should we proceed to offer assistance?" Without hesitation, Jalen responded firmly, "We must go. We aren't rescuing Pedro alone. We're protecting the entirety of Huaxia and our rear. Although Pedro is still our enemy, his sons are Huaxia descendants. If we allow the Turks to conquer our lands, we will be seen as traitors to Huaxia. Unless we eliminate external threats, internal strife means little. In the end, we might merely be aiding someone else's conquest." All the generals present agreed to send troops. In the face of foreign invasion, internal disputes were trivial. During the Battle of Yinmen Pass years ago, various factions of the Sui Dynasty had united effortlessly to rescue Ebon Hurley. Furthermore, even if they didn't help Pedro, they needed to save Crystal, who was married to Ret and could potentially become the Empress. How could they let her fall into enemy hands? Farron offered, "Abdurance, your Majesty has made up your mind. I volunteer to lead the troops to assist." Jalen replied, "Ministerly, you should stay here and oversee the base. I will personally lead the rescue mission. I intend to drive the Turks out of Huaxia completely, making them too afraid to invade again. Risk it. Ultimately, my strength lies in wisdom, not numbers. Over the years, none of my victories depended on overwhelming forces." Jalen pointed to his head, implying that warfare required strategic thinking. The generals were speechless. It sounded arrogant, yet no one dared contradict him. What he said was true, leaving them unable to refute it, which was what made Jalen truly formidable. Listening to his reasoning felt like boasting, but he was merely stating facts. Continuing, Jalen explained, "For this mission into Guangzhou, a force of 20,000 men will suffice. Pedro's commanders, such as Finn, Rex, Warren, and Spencer, are renowned generals. What they lack is a leader. With proper command, defeating Irvin would be effortless. I will be that leader. This trip might even convince some to join my side." His explanation elicited laughter from the generals. It appeared that behind his righteous claims of saving the land and its people, Jalen's true motive was to incorporate Pedro's forces under his command. Although seizing power might be acceptable in a power struggle, it wasn't always tactful. Finding this pretext allowed him to gain control over Pedro's army, win over his generals, marginalize Pedro, and peacefully seize Guangzhou. No one could object. Indeed, Jalen relied on wisdom rather than brute force. Jalen added, additional In's attack. An unexpected illness struck him, leaving him bedridden. Despite Guangzhou having many capable generals, they lacked a steadfast commander to coordinate efforts and thus could not form an effective alliance. Crown Prince Louis of the Rene army was skilled in administration rather than military affairs and therefore was helpless in this situation. Irvin was valiant and adept in battle strategies. His son, Henri, wielded a golden phoenix wing spear with unmatched prowess, representing the peak of martial prowess among generals. Under Irvin's leadership, the Western Qin army won successive battles, capturing over 30 cities in Guangzhou and nearly threatening Chang'an. In fear, Pedro convened a meeting to discuss countermeasures. At the meeting, Pedro proposed seeking aid from Jalen, but was immediately opposed by Sheldon. As Quentin's maternal cousin and a new generation strategist, Sheldon voiced his opposition. Your Majesty, we cannot do this. This is akin to using a tiger to devour a wolf. Irvin is the wolf, while Jalen is a tiger that we cannot control. Once he enters Guangzhou, it will be hard to expel him. Have you forgotten the story of Lu Zhang? Sheldon's argument garnered support from Lu Wansheng's interest. Have you forgotten the 5 barbarians' invasion of China? The devastation it caused? Now, Irvin represents not just one warlord but the interests of the Turks, Tuyuhan, and Tubo. If he captures Guangzhou, a second barbarian invasion might occur. Who will bear such consequences? Can you, Sheldon, shoulder them? Sheldon lowered his head. He truly could not bear such a calamity. Many within the Rene court, including the Li family, had mixed ethnic heritage but identified strongly with the Han Chinese due to their deep ties to the Central Plains. Thus, they were averse to foreign invasions, fearing to become eternal villains. Continuing, Louis said, no one can bear such a burden. We must call for reinforcements. Only Jalen can save us. No one else can be relied upon. Why did Gay earn universal condemnation? Because he conspired with the Turks. So he won't help us and may even take advantage of our plight. Our internal conflicts are a domestic matter. Whoever wins or loses, it won't endanger the state. In the face of national righteousness, we must set aside our differences. United, we must repel the invaders. Even if we lose everything, it is worth it. And besides, we are not Lu Zhang, nor is Jalen Bud. The outcome remains uncertain. Louis's appeal resonated with principles of righteousness. Meanwhile, the bedridden Quentin sent word endorsing Pedro's plea for help from Jalen to prevent the Turks from occupying Guangzhou. With both Louis and Quentin in agreement, the ministers conceded, and Pedro dispatched envoys to seek aid from Jalen. However, Pedro prepared contingencies. He retained most of his troops in Chang'an to defend against Irvin. He stationed another part at the Hangu Pass to ensure the gateway into Guangzhou remained under his control. The Hangu Pass, east of Tongguan, used to be the sole passage into Guangzhou but became less critical due to changes in terrain. Yet, controlling Hangu still offered strategic protection by severing connections between Tongguan and the outside world. If Irvin was repelled and Jalen refused to retreat, sealing off Hangu would confine him in Guangzhou, allowing Pedro to seize Burl's territory. Upon receiving the call, Jalen quickly mobilized his forces to relieve Guangzhou. Uriel and Luoyang prepared defenses against potential attacks, even recruiting monks from Shaolin and White Horse Temple to assist. However, waiting for Jalin's offensive, Uriel grew curious and discreetly investigated. Jalin did not hide his movements, finding this a perfect opportunity for propaganda. Uriel easily learned that Jalin was heading to Guangzhou to resist the Turks. Upon hearing this, Uriel, seated on his dragon throne, addressed his ministers. Jalin is truly a hero. In times of national crisis, we need such men. Recalling how I led troops to rescue Yinmen when besieged by the Turks, the nation cannot be humiliated. No matter our circumstances, we must protect our homeland from invaders. Suspend heads of barbarians at the frontier posts to warn all who dare challenge our mighty Han. Any who invade our land must be eradicated. Afterward, he sighed, unfortunately, I cannot personally lead the defense now. I can only hope Jalin succeeds in repelling the invaders and restores our great nation. Chapter 342, A Gift. Uriel felt regret for not being able to join the fight against the Tujue. Ge from Jiangnan, however, was overjoyed. Ge had arranged the Western Front but never achieved much success there, leading to his forces having to face Jalin alone. Now due to Quintin's sudden illness, the Western Front had made a breakthrough. Irvin was closing in on Chang'an, and the Li-Rene dynasty's rule in Guangzhou was precarious. Jalin had been forced to head to Guangzhou for aid. Ge believed this was the perfect time to attack Jalin. While Jalin was far away aiding Guangzhou, he planned an eastern offensive to coordinate with the Western Front. Fighting on two fronts would wear down Jalin. He told Beth about his plan. However, instead of delight, Beth expressed worry. Teacher, is this truly right? Ge paused. Right or wrong? Are we doing good by enticing the Tujue to invade central China? Will it cause another chaos like their population, army, and economy pale in comparison? We can't unify China relying only on the south. If Jalin turns his focus here, conquering Jiangnan would be effortless. So, to unify China, we need external assistance, and the Tujue are the best allies. Rest assured, I only use the Tujue and don't intend to share power with them. Once we dominate central China and gain its resources and economy, I will turn on the Tujue. I see the Tujue as mere weeds, capable of vanishing them with a wave of my hand. The day we regain control of China will see us reclaim our heritage, as both Jalin and I despise the Tujue. Beth nodded. I hope teacher keeps your word and doesn't become a sinner forever. Reluctantly agreeing to collaborate with the Tujue and launch a two-front strategy, Ge immediately gathered Liang's troops to attack Xiangyang again. He issued orders to Alex and Iggy to support him, attacking north of the Yangtze River. Ge led the army to Xiangyang once more. William, standing on the city wall, yelled down, Old Yang, in your advanced age, you should enjoy peace with family. But look at you now. Your whole clan annihilated, leaving you alone and pitiful, dying without anyone to mourn. Why? Because of your greed. You've become too ambitious, losing your morals as a parent and minister. This led to your family's ruin and isolation. Chapter 343. Reunion with old friends. Ge's assault on Xiangyang suffered a setback. He still couldn't breach William's defenses. Despite his relentless attacks, which cost him many soldiers, he failed to shake Xiangyang in the slightest. Ge was at his wit's end. Even with his extraordinary abilities, the inadequacy of his troops hindered him from performing to his full potential. Furthermore, Demetrius of Wuiwe and Iggy of Jiang ignored Ge's orders completely. Demetrius told his ministers, isn't this ridiculous? The Abdirks Kingdom's alliance couldn't defeat Jalin back then, and now only Iggy and I remain. Asking us two to attack is like hitting stone with an egg. The only way forward now is to find a place overseas, build ships, and if Jalin ever reaches Jiangnan, we'll flee overseas and live in freedom. Thus, Demetrius dispatched subordinates to set sail in search of a new haven overseas. Iggy had similar plans, but he expanded his territory southward, occupying Lingnan and controlling Nanhai Commandery, looking for a route out to sea from Guangzhou. Both men tacitly agreed to seek refuge overseas rather than engage in domestic strife, as they realized the world would never be theirs. Even surviving in isolation was impossible. Once Jalin, Pedro, or Ge seized the right opportunity, they could easily overrun them. Choosing to invade Shaw, once part of the left cavalry guard, was one of Alpha's two generals. Seeing Shaw stirred deep emotions within Alpha, the three former comrades in arms had gathered again, but their situations had changed dramatically. The Sui Dynasty was no more. Jalin had become emperor. Shaw was a minister of Jalin, while Alpha served the Rene. Though they were friendly now, no one knew if they'd face each other on the battlefield in the future. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Jalin smiled and said, Autry, there's no need to worry about the future. Things will be resolved in due time. But I can assure you, there won't be any large-scale war. Do you not trust me? Hearing this, Alpha's eyes lit up. He trusted Jalin deeply. If he said there would be no war, it would be true. After experiencing so much, these veterans cared more about national stability. They wished for peace and prosperity for the people, even if it meant laying down arms and retiring. Jalin's words made Alpha feel like he was back in his youth, full of vigor despite knowing they represented different factions. Forgetting their current allegiances, he said, Your Majesty, meeting you today feels like seeing the light. If you don't mind, I'd love to have a heartfelt conversation all night. Surprised, Jalin understood Alpha's intentions. Though such words could get him in trouble if Pedro found out, Jalin saw through to his genuine feelings. Moved by Alpha's selflessness and fearlessness, Jalin replied, Autry, tonight we shall drink until dawn. He invited only Shaw, keeping it between the three former comrades of the Sui military. A grand general, a general, and he said, Your Majesty of the Sui Dynasty, it's getting late. You should rest early. We won't disturb you anymore. Shaw was holding an oily chicken leg, shoving it into his mouth. Suddenly changing how he addressed him startled Shaw, who had been boasting just a moment ago. He quickly realized the gap in their statuses and his current unseemly appearance. Startled, the chicken leg in his hand fell to the ground, leaving him unsure whether to swallow or spit out the meat in his mouth. Damn, I got too carried away. How could I forget the Emperor is here? Did I say anything inappropriate? He stared wide-eyed at Jalen, rapidly trying to recall what he had said under the influence of alcohol, but couldn't remember anything. Hearing Lincoln's formal address, Jalen knew the previous atmosphere was gone. Even if they continued talking, it would only be between sovereign and subject, devoid of friendship. He replied, "Very well, it is time to rest." With a deep look at Shaw, he added, "General Wei, all your words will be cherished by me. I will often reminisce on them." With that, he stood up and left. Shaw was dumbstruck. What did I say that made such an impression on His Majesty? He looked pleadingly at Lincoln, hoping for some answers. Lincoln didn't understand his intent, and thought he wanted more drinks. He urged, "General Wei, it's late. Drinking any more asking for money. This is asking for my head." Shaw touched his head, feeling disoriented, unsure of what to do next. "You shouldn't ask the Emperor for a share. If I were you, I'd donate all my assets immediately. Perhaps it could save your life." Yes, Elder, you're right. I'll donate everything tomorrow. Keeping my life is all that matters." Stumbling, Shaw left. Lincoln watched him go, suddenly wondering if he himself had said anything improper but couldn't recall. Old age really does impair memory, remembering others' words while forgetting one's own. He regretted immensely, but took comfort in the fact that Jalen couldn't interfere much with him being from another camp. The next morning, Jalen convened a meeting with civil and military officials to discuss military affairs. The ministers were speculating on what Jalen and the others discussed the day before, but none dared to ask, noticing only that Shaw seemed off. Giselbert stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, our scouts have discovered that besides Lincoln's forces in Hanggu Pass, there are tens of thousands of Rene troops hiding in the western mountains. Please give orders." The generals were astonished. Brooke exclaimed, "Damn it! We came to help Pedro fight enemies, but he's hiding troops here. Is he planning to betray us?" Alberic suggested, "Your Majesty, let's retreat to Tongguan and leave Pedro to fend for himself. After we pacify Gay and Uriel, we can come back and attack Wanzhong, making both Pedro and the Turks submit." All generals agreed. Jalen responded, "Don't get agitated. Our purpose here isn't just to help Pedro, but to protect the people and defend against the Turkic invaders. This situation isn't as you imagine. Pedro hiding troops doesn't necessarily mean he wants to attack us. I believe it's for self-protection, fearing we might act like Bud entering Shu. If we stay in Guangzhou, he'll block Hanggu Pass to prevent our troops from advancing, and to prevent our escape. His goal is to trap us in Guangzhou. As long as we show no intention of staying, he won't use these troops." After explaining, the generals calmed down. Brooke remarked, "Your Majesty, it still feels wrong. Helping Pedro while he secretly defends against us angers me. We would do the same. Don't blame Pedro. However, he has his plans, and I have mine. There's no need for undue worry. After preparing the army, we'll head for Chang'an." "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Shaw stepped forward. Noticing his unusual demeanor, everyone leaned in to listen. Jalen smiled and asked, "Minister Wei, what is it?" Shaw knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, I have been contemplating how to serve the country and relieve your worries. With national crises looming and foreign invaders threatening, this is the time for us to contribute. I wish to donate all my assets to support the military and resist the invaders." The room erupted in shock. "Are you mad, Majesty?" Jalen replied, "I have no objections, but ask the ministers if they agree." The civil and military officials nearby sensed something unusual from their conversation. Seeing the expression on Shaw's face, one of absolute resolve, they knew he was not voluntarily donating his wealth. However, whether he volunteered or not was irrelevant. What mattered was setting a precedent. If such a precedent were set, in the future, the Ebon could use this method to discipline ministers, forcing them to donate their properties, leaving their families destitute, unable to sustain themselves. In the end, families would be torn apart, homes destroyed, and lives ruined. This would be a minor issue. More critically, it would undermine the state's legal system. If corrupt officials could evade punishment through this method, the country would descend into chaos. Without legal constraints, the world would become a dark and lawless place. Colin said, "Your Majesty, regardless of the reasons for General Wei's decision to donate his wealth, we cannot agree to this. This precedent must not be set. If established, it would cause widespread fear and uncertainty within the nation." Shaw hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation, thinking to himself, "I'm donating my property to save my life. What does it have to do with the state? It's all money I've worked hard for. It isn't state funds. Wasn't it hard enough earning this?" However, every official present opposed his donation. Jagger glared at Shaw with eyes like steel bells. He had just gotten married and needed money for buying houses, lands, and furnishing his home. "Shaw, why are you causing this commotion now? We often drink together, but you didn't consult anyone before deciding to do this." Seeing so many people against him, Shaw suddenly understood. "Damn it, I've stirred up everyone's anger. It's not that donating is a problem, but doing it publicly like this, it's clearly a slight." He was impulsive by nature, and last night's drinking left him focused solely on appeasing Jalen without considering the context or the feelings of other officials. Offending Jalen risked his head, but offending the ministers made his daily life unbearable. These people would keep watch on him, ready to report any wrongdoing. Such a life would be too difficult, and as someone who couldn't avoid mistakes, he'd inevitably get into trouble. Now he deeply regretted it, but the words were out, and there was no taking them back. Jalen inwardly chuckled. Actually, he hadn't taken Shaw's offer seriously at all. Yesterday had been one of his most enjoyable days, releasing much pent-up frustration. Even if Shaw had asked for a larger share, it wouldn't have been a big deal. As his position rose, his reliance on Shaw diminished. He had established a government-funded bank, replacing the original Wei family bank, serving the people. Gradually, he sidelined Shaw, never giving him a cut again. If someone followed, I would treat you. If no one followed, Shaw would treat you. Now that Shaw has lost, he must honor the bet and buy everyone drinks. Otherwise, I'll punish him. It turns out it was just a bet. But Shaw, proposing such a bet, wasn't this just troublemaking? This time, he won't be let off easily. Jagger shouted, Shaw, go prepare. We'll head to your tent for drinks soon. Shaw gave Jalen a grateful look, thinking, the Evan is good, helping me out of this mess. Seems he isn't angry with me. Good. The cost of treating the ministers wasn't much for Shaw, so he cheerfully said, a bet's a bet. I have no complaints. However, the military situation is urgent, so we should not delay here. Let's head to Chang'an quickly. If the situation isn't critical upon arriving in Chang'an, I'll treat you all there. They have dishes from all over, anything you desire. Everyone laughed. Chang'an was Shaw's home turf. The Wei family was one of the largest clans in Guangzhou. Arriving there would be like coming home. The ministers no longer pressured Shaw. After packing up, they bid farewell to Jamal. Jamal noticed Shaw's joyful expression. Unlike someone who had just lost his wealth, curious but unable to inquire, he sent them off from Henggu Pass, heading toward Chang'an. Chapter 346, the Guangzhou and Long Right families. After arriving at Tongguan, it was within the controlled territory of the Xia army. Initially, the Wang's brothers bypassed the Henggu Pass to occupy Tongguan. Therefore, Jamal's troops ended up outside Tongguan. However, the troops led by Jamal were not numerous enough to pose a significant threat. Additionally, Pedro had no intention of sending troops outside the pass. Hence, the situation remained unchanged for some time. But after Jalen entered Tongguan, he inquired about the conditions from the Tongguan commander Coleman. Coleman reported that Pedro had once sent someone under the pretext of troop rotation, hoping to send an army to rotate into Henggu Pass. However, because they did not receive orders, he rejected Pedro's request. However, according to reconnaissance reports, one contingent of Pedro's troops bypassed Tongguan, traveled through rugged terrains, and reached the Henggu Pass. Jalen nodded and said, I already know this. You don't need to worry too much. Just defend Tongguan well. Pedro will not attack us immediately. You only need to be wary of sudden attacks from the direction of Henggu Pass. Is the military grain and supplies sufficient in Tongguan? Your Majesty, please rest assured. The supplies at Tongguan are very well prepared. Even if the supply lines are cut off, we can hold out for more than half a year. Good. Remember, never underestimate the enemy. You just need to guard Tongguan well, and don't get involved in other matters. Minister, I obey, Coleman responded. Jalen then dispatched a messenger to deliver a letter to Farron, instructing him to mobilize troops and secretly surround the Henggu Pass, vigilant against any sudden changes. He then led his troops towards Chang'an. When he was 10 miles away from Chang'an, Pedro had already dispatched Crown Prince Louis to greet him here. Upon meeting, Louis bowed respectfully, saying, Louis pays respect to Rhett. Jalen looked at his brother-in-law, the elder brother of Crystal. Louis was in his 30s, mature, dignified, and graceful. He conducted himself composedly before him. Although they were relatives, they belonged to different camps, so it wasn't appropriate to appear overly close. Jalen nodded and said, Crown Prince, there is no need for formalities. Where is the Rene Emperor? The Rene Emperor is waiting for your Majesty in the city. Please follow me. Accompanied by Louis, Jalen arrived at the outskirts of Chang'an where Pedro had been waiting. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered Chang'an. When Jalen first arrived in Chang'an, it was bustling with wealth and prosperity, a place where emissaries from all nations gathered. The streets were teeming with people and traffic flowed endlessly. Now, upon returning, he saw a Chang'an that had experienced warfare. Less lively, many shops on both sides had closed their doors, and there were far fewer foreigners seen around. Clearly, Pedro had been striving hard to revive the economy here. He could arbitrarily depose or install emperors. This filled Claude with deep fear. If the Guangzhou group continued to grow, imperial power would become a mere formality. Therefore, he endeavored to strike at the Guangzhou aristocracy's grip on the court. He went to Luoyang, Jiangdu, and various places instead of staying in Guangzhou. He sought to leave the control of the Guangzhou aristocracy, relocate them from their stronghold, and eliminate them one by one. He introduced measures like the imperial examination system, changed the 9-rank system to the 3 departments and Abdirk's ministry system, and relied on regional noble families to weaken the Guangzhou aristocracy. He even engaged in wars to diminish their power. In the end, he succeeded and failed. He successfully weakened the Guangzhou aristocracy's power, preventing them from monopolizing governance and controlling the administration. But he lost the Sui Dynasty in the process. Their conflict ended in mutual ruin, benefiting no one. However, their downfall allowed many new forces to emerge, leading to the fragmented landscape. Behind the scenes, various factions were jostling for power. Major southern aristocratic families chose Bethan as their spokesperson. Meanwhile, figures like the Qinghe Chui, Boling Chui, and Zhao Junli families chose Jalen, hoping he would represent them and fight for their interests. While trying to weaken the nobility's power, Jalen also utilized their strength, unlike Claude, who aimed for complete eradication. His methods were gentler. Although he implemented many new policies, he didn't undermine the fundamental interests of these families. After seeing the struggle between Jalen and the Guangzhou aristocracy, the noble families realized they should not challenge imperial authority too aggressively. Otherwise, they would harm themselves. Thus, they compromised, accepting Jalen's reforms and willingly relinquishing some privileges. The Guangzhou aristocracy chose Pedro as their leader. As the largest and most powerful Guangzhou group, they suffered catastrophic blows during the struggle with Claude. Their control over governance and politics plummeted, but they remained the most powerful group. They pushed Pedro forward to regain their past glory. They believed Pedro, being from the Guangzhou aristocracy, would protect their interests. So, they chose him. Unexpectedly, like Claude, Pedro detested noble interference in state affairs. After taking control of Guangzhou, he implemented Claude's examination system and the 3 departments and Abdirk's ministry structure, giving the Guangzhou aristocracy little opportunity. Therefore, the Guangzhou aristocracy continued searching, believing Pedro was not a qualified representative and needed a new figure to support. This is why Pedro struggled to stabilize Guangzhou. Faced with Irvin, Jackson, and others, the Guangzhou aristocracy hesitated, uncertain about whom to choose. Chapter 347, Gaining Military Authority. Pedro was fully aware of the intentions of the Guanlong aristocrats, yet he was not willing to compromise and return power to them. restoring the situation before the founding of the Sui Dynasty. He also intended to implement reforms and gain a voice, which would allow him to fulfill his ambitions and ensure the enduring rule of the Reincarnate dynasty. Otherwise, short-lived dynasties like the Wei Jin, Abdurk's 10 kingdoms, Northern Wei, Eastern Wei, and Western Wei would serve as grim references for the Reincarnate. He couldn't allow such a scenario to persist. Therefore, he preferred to seek help from Qiuran, rather than see the plans of the Guanlong aristocrats succeed. In Pedro's view, Qiuran came from a humble background, lacking deep roots and substantial influence. Even with the support of influential families, he believed Qiuran was more manageable compared to the Guanlong aristocrats. Once he could eliminate Irvin and Jackson, both from Guanlong, his control over power would reach its peak. No one would be able to challenge his rule, not even Qiuran. At that time, considering Qiuran was his son-in-law and had once helped him, Pedro would grant him a favorable outcome. But if Qiuran didn't know his place and sought to vie for the throne, Pedro would show no mercy. These were Pedro's thoughts. Meanwhile, Qiuran had come not only to aid Pedro but also to connect with the Guanlong aristocrats, aiming to win their support and undermine Pedro's foundation, paving the way for his own dominance in Guangzhou. Though they walked together, each harbored different intentions, maintaining a facade of harmony while harboring discord. Upon entering the palace, Pedro deliberately placed 2 dragon thrones side by side, symbolizing equality between himself and Qiuran. However, to show his dependence on Qiuran, he positioned his own throne slightly lower, demonstrating respect. Qiuran observed this arrangement and inwardly smiled. Pedro indeed had intricate thoughts. His outward display was impeccable. No wonder Ibn Hurley had been deceived by him until the end. Nevertheless, Qiuran didn't hesitate. Abdurance he had come to assist Pedro, there was no need for false modesty at this critical moment. Thus, he sat without hesitation in the upper seat. Many of Pedro's ministers displayed displeasure, finding Qiuran's action overly presumptuous. Yet, Pedro couldn't openly reprimand him. They deemed Qiuran far too bold to sit in the position of honor. However, Pedro remained affable. Rhett, it has been nearly 10 years since we last met. I remember vividly our days spent guarding supplies in Huaxia town, as if it were yesterday. Qiuran nodded. Indeed, those days are unforgettable. Yet, what is past is past. As generations of people continue, the moon remembers 8,000, less than half of the Western Qin forces. Lewis succinctly summarized the situation in Guangzhou, addressing all that Qiuran wanted to know. Qiuran nodded. The situation in Chang'an was indeed dire. Xianyang, the old capital of Qin, was just a step away from Chang'an, and Irvin could arrive at any moment. With only 2,000 soldiers, and joining the Rene forces, they still only matched half of the Western Qin strength. Given that Western Qin controlled all westward routes, rescuing Crystal required first defeating Irvin. Irvin, his senior 6th brother, a cunning and deceitful individual, had surrendered to the Turks for personal gain, forgetting how they had massacred civilians in the West. It was time for a decisive battle, avenging his elder brother and the border civilians. Qiuran turned to Pedro. Ibn Rene, I brought few troops this time. May I command your troops? What do you think? Pedro calmly replied, Rhett, why distinguish between us? When I sent you 3,000 soldiers initially, I never held back. All Rene troops will follow your orders without reservation. Pedro spoke gracefully, having deliberated extensively. Qiuran had entered Guangzhou with only 2,000 troops, and he had already received reports. After discussing with his ministers, Kimball believed Qiuran aimed to avoid suspicion, bringing only a small contingent to avoid misunderstandings. For deep consideration, Qiuran realized Pedro was indeed a remarkable hero of his time, capable of both decisiveness and flexibility. The ability to unify China under his rule was no mere coincidence. If not for Qiuran's intervention, the empire would likely belong to Pedro. Chapter 348. Luring the enemy strategy. After confirming military authority, Qiuran said, Ibn Rene, I will not be polite. I will command this battle. I would like to hear everyone's opinions on how we should proceed. Sheldon replied, what else can we do? Back then, Shimin used a strategy of staying behind closed doors and waging a prolonged war against Irvin, which wore him down. However, once Shimin fell ill, his generals couldn't wait and engaged Irvin in a decisive battle, leading to our defeat at Qianchuiyuan. If we had followed Prince Qin's initial plan, the Rene army might not have suffered such a defeat. Moreover, after our recent loss, morale is low, and we cannot afford another direct confrontation with Irvin. Therefore, I suggest we hold out in Chang'an and wait for an opportune moment. Sheldon's words garnered agreement from most of the others, including seasoned generals like Rene Jian, Rex, and Qian. They still favored Quentin's defensive strategy. Qiuran shook his head. These Rene generals only saw the immediate situation but lacked strategic vision. The famous Rene generals like Farron, William, and Giselbert all possessed such vision, but unfortunately his words left the Rene generals silent. They couldn't deny Giselbert's logic. Even Sheldon, a staunch supporter of Quentin, admitted he had oversimplified the situation. Pedro nodded. General Sue makes a good point. Rhett, let's follow his plan. Qiuran agreed. Indeed, General Sue's strategy is correct, but we need to refine the details. After all, we face Irvin's 20,000-strong army, while ours is half that size. I believe facing a stronger foe requires not just courage and belief, but also the right tactics. Irvin feels certain of victory and is likely complacent. By manipulating his emotions, we can cloud his judgment. So, I propose that our decisive battle takes place at Qianchuiyuan. Where we lost before, we rise again. First, we send elite troops to ambush Qianchuiyuan while bypassing Irvin's forces. Meanwhile, on the front lines, we use cavalry to provoke him with guerrilla tactics, engaging in small skirmishes to infuriate him before quickly retreating. We lure Irvin into the Qianchuiyuan trap, stretching his lines as he follows us. His 20,000 troops cannot march uniformly, and as we stretch his lines, his forces will thin out. By the time he reaches Qianchuiyuan, his numbers will match ours, and we will be prepared to strike unexpectedly, ensuring victory. Even if we don't annihilate his main force, this battle will lift our spirits and reignite our soldiers' confidence, making future Jalen's actions garnered him much respect, especially among the Guanzhong nobility. Pedro said, Abdurrance Ret is willing to take risks, I will join you. 2 of us together will be more attractive bait. Pedro understood this was a time to win loyalty. His skill in archery made him an asset, but Jalen disagreed. Eben Rene need not join me. This isn't the time for competition. Your presence in Chang'an will draw Irvin's forces. If you leave, Chang'an becomes unnecessary, and he will focus on chasing us instead, which works against us. Thus began the meticulous planning of their trap, setting the stage for what could turn the tide in this conflict. Chapter 349. Visiting the Qin King. Pedro understood that Jalen's suggestion was sensible. Now was not the time to argue over winning hearts when a more pressing issue was at hand. If he left too, it would not be a baiting tactic, but a full-blown retreat. If Irvin concluded they were fleeing, he would undoubtedly launch an all-out pursuit. Facing 20,000 pursuing troops, they could easily be surrounded and captured before reaching Qinshui Plain. By staying in Chang'an, Pedro believed he could draw away half of Irvin's forces, preventing him from fully focusing on chasing Jalen. Thus, he nodded and said, very well, I will follow Ret's plan. However, you must take extra precautions, prepare. During this time, he needed to establish contact with the Guanzhong aristocracy and seek their support. Although ostensibly the battle in Guanzhong was between Irvin, Jackson, and Pedro, it was truly a power struggle among the Guanzhong aristocrats who were selecting their ideal spokespeople. Pedro realized this as well, but being deeply embroiled and having just suffered a defeat, his situation was dire. Inviting Jalen was one of his strategies to break this deadlock by leveraging external assistance, understanding well that matters might develop beyond his control. Yet, to resolve the crisis, he had to take this risk. Jalen also aimed to win the support of the Guanzhong aristocracy, as it would simplify the conflict and be beneficial for establishing dominance in Guanzhong in the future. Thus, he used Sha's invitation as an opportunity to connect with the aristocratic families of Guanzhong. If the Wei family understood, they would invite other nobles to meet, facilitating mutual communication. However, Jalen wanted to visit Quentin first, curious about the illness afflicting his brother-in-law. After returning to the palace, Pedro sent Louis to accompany Jalen to the Qin Palace. Officials from the Qin Palace came forward to greet them, most notably the 18 scholars of the Qin Palace. But notable figures such as Usher, Matt, and Gavriel, who served under Jalen in Ji province, were absent. Nevertheless, other scholars filled the ranks, shivering beneath layers of quilts. Upon seeing Jalen, he managed a weak greeting. Brother, you have come. I never thought we'd meet again. Jalen said gently, rest now, Shimin. Everything will get better. Seeing him like this made Jalen deeply distressed. No matter how strong one was, illness brought everyone to their knees. Historical records noted Quentin suffered from malaria, a dangerous disease in ancient times, often fatal, with recurring fever, chills, and diarrhea, making recovery rare. Though historically Quentin survived, the rewritten history due to Jalen's presence posed uncertainty regarding his survival. Historically, Quentin's condition wasn't severe, yet currently, he appeared gravely ill, barely clinging to life. Jalen knew he must save him. Quentin no longer posed a significant threat. Having already controlled a third of the empire, including prosperous regions, Jalen doubted whether resolving Pedro's predicament would even challenge him further. Regardless, saving Quentin remained essential. Chapter 350. The Medicine King and Sweet Wormwood. Jalen patted Quentin's shoulder and said, don't worry, I'll find a way to save you. It was clear that Quentin had been enduring his illness, relying on his own resistance to fight off the disease's ravages. Although treating malaria in ancient times was challenging, it wasn't difficult for modern medicine, with several methods available to cure it. The primary treatments were quinine and artemisinin. However, given the conditions of this, forming a prescription to treat Qin Wang. Unfortunately, the effect is minimal, with no improvement after medication. Additionally, Shimin often experiences vomiting after taking the medicine, worsening his condition. Draper frowned, deeply troubled by his inability to effectively treat Quentin. Changshan and Shumao were common ancient remedies for malaria, but they had limited success and significant side effects like vomiting, an issue ancient practitioners tried to address. Draper hadn't made any obvious mistakes in his treatment. He followed standard practices. Jalen realized that ancient people did not prioritize sweet wormwood, Qinghao, in their medical practices. While fully extracting artemisinin was impossible at the time, using sweet wormwood in its natural form could still be effective without the severe side effects of Changshan. Not being a physician himself, Jalen hesitated, but knew this was a crucial moment. With the Medicine King present, just a hint might suffice. Why not try treating with sweet wormwood? Jalen suggested. Sweet wormwood? Draper paused, recalling its medicinal properties. It indeed has cooling and heat-clearing effects, but it's rarely used for miasma. Why does His Majesty suggest this herb? Jalen replied, have you heard of Bo? Bo? He's known for alchemy and seeking immortality techniques. Correct. Despite being an alchemist, Bo was also a skilled healer, so I'm hesitant to administer it. Your Majesty and Lady Longsun should decide. Before anyone else could speak, Trina interjected, absolutely not. An untested formula can't be used on Shimin. What if something goes wrong? Jalen responded, I will take responsibility. If anything happens, hold me accountable. Out of the question, Trina countered. You are our esteemed guest, respected and valued, but you can't overstep and make decisions for us. Seeing them arguing, Louis intervened, saying, Your Majesty, this matter is significant. You shouldn't decide for Shimin. Let him and Lady Longsun decide. Jalen didn't press further. He wanted to save Quentin, but respected their decision-making rights. Louis entered the bedroom, explaining everything to Quentin and Lady Longsun. She had emerged from behind the curtain, sitting worriedly beside Quentin. After hearing the explanation, Quentin said, let's follow Jalen's advice and have Dr. Sun try the new formula. But what if it's dangerous? Lady Longsun looked at Quentin with concern. Translation maintained the original structure and style while ensuring clarity and coherence. Chapter 351. Poaching. Quentin looked tenderly at the Nicole. Although she was younger than him, her black hair was streaked with white from worry over his illness. He extended his withered hand and held his wife's, saying, "List of his prescriptions for malaria include Changshan. This is the only formula with Qinghao, and it hasn't been widely used, so I can't be sure. But, Your Highness, I'll administer it cautiously to minimize harm to Prince Qin." "Very well," Louis breathed a sigh of relief, unsure whether he felt comforted or otherwise. Draper wrote the prescription and handed it to Jalen for review. Though not an expert in medicine, Jalen knew basic treatments for injuries from his military background. He remembered about Qinghao from reading about Amberley. However, he knew nothing about formulating the medicine, so he nodded approvingly. Dr. Sun must know best. Follow this prescription. The chief steward of the Qinhuangfu fetched the medicine based on the prescription. At Durance there was still plenty of time before his agreed meeting with Shaw. Jalen stayed at the Qinhuangfu to wait for the medicine to be brought back for Quentin. During this time, he engaged in a warm conversation with Draper. Although Jalen's medical knowledge was quite limited, he could still have an enthusiastic discussion with Draper by relying on some basic medical changsur from his past life. Draper, being the renowned physician of his time, was well versed in traditional Chinese medicine but knew nothing about Western medicine. Even the simplest Western medical knowledge that Jalen mentioned left Draper pondering, unable to judge its validity. Jalen didn't dare delve too deeply into the topic since he only had a superficial understanding and couldn't provide comprehensive explanations. Instead, he shifted the conversation to the healthcare system he had implemented in Jizhou, which piqued Draper's interest greatly. "Your Majesty, is everything you said true?" "Of course it's true. In my domain, we're implementing such policies. Unfortunately, skilled medical practitioners are scarce, making it difficult to promote medical knowledge quickly. Your Majesty, may I assist you? If Dr. Sun is willing to help, that would be wonderful. With your exceptional medical skills, you could certainly train a group of skilled physicians. However, I thought you were the imperial physician here, and thus unable to assist me directly." Draper shook his head. "Not at all. I am not an imperial physician. I came to Chang'an as a traveler invited to treat Prince Qin. I am free to come and go as I please. I wish to leave for Jizhou. Would Red agree?" "Of course I agree." Jalen was delighted to have persuaded Draper, knowing that his presence in Jizhou would significantly boost the promotion of medicine there. After the medicine was brought back, under Draper's guidance, they started boiling it. About 2 hours later, the medicine was ready. A servant boy handed the medicine over to Chang Sun, who personally fed it to Quentin. After taking the medicine, Quentin felt much more comfortable, and the alternating chills and fever subsided significantly. While the medicine wasn't a miracle cure, his improved psychological state played a part. Everyone in the Qinhuangfu was genuinely glad to see Quentin's better spirits. They thanked Draper profusely and viewed Jalen with newfound respect, acknowledging that without his prompt, such treatment might not have been found. Louis felt both joy and concern as he reported back to Evan Pedro. Upon hearing the report, Pedro sighed with relief, feeling happy yet wary of Jalen's capabilities. Meanwhile, Jalen was elated to have helped Quentin, thinking this might allow him to eventually rescue Crystal from her kunji. After bidding farewell to everyone, he left the Qinhuangfu and headed to the Wei residence for the banquet prepared by Shaw. During this time, he engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Draper. Despite his limited medical knowledge, using some modern medical common sense, he discussed fervently with Draper. Draper, knowledgeable in Chinese medicine, found Western medical concepts challenging but intriguing. Jalen dared not delve deeper since he only knew bits and pieces. Instead, he shifted the topic to the health insurance system he implemented in Ji Prefecture, which captivated Draper. "Is all this true, Your Majesty?" "Absolutely true. We are implementing such policies, but skilled physicians are scarce. Even if I spread medical knowledge, it can't be resolved quickly. Can I help you, Your Majesty? If you could help, it would be most appreciated. With your expertise, you could train many skilled doctors. But alas, as the court physician here, you can't assist me." Draper shook his head. "Not quite. I am not bound as a court physician but invited to treat Prince Qin. I am free to come and go as I please. I wish to leave for Ji Prefecture. May Your Majesty approve?" Of course, Jalen was delighted. Convincing Draper would greatly benefit Ji Prefecture's medical advancement. "Apologies to Pedro, but what can we do when we are rivals? If you submitted to me, I wouldn't poach talent." The medicine was prepared under Draper's guidance. After 2 hours, the concoction was ready. A servant boy brought it, and Nicole personally fed it to Quentin. After drinking the medicine, Quentin felt better, relieved from the alternating chills and fever. It wasn't because the medicine was miraculous, but due to his improved psychological state. Even if Qinghao did treat malaria, recovery wouldn't happen immediately. Still, his improved spirits made everyone in the Qinhuangfu happy. They thanked Draper profusely and viewed Jalen with newfound respect. Note: I've maintained the term Qinhuangfu, as it seems to be a specific name or title that may not have a direct English translation. If a more specific translation is needed for context, it can be adjusted. Improved version. Even if Qinghao did treat malaria, recovery wouldn't happen immediately. Still, his improved spirits brought genuine joy to everyone in the Qinhuangfu. They expressed deep gratitude to Draper and regarded Jalen with newfound respect. Louis felt conflicted, pleased yet anxious, before leaving to report to Pedro. Pedro had been informed of Draper trying the new medicine and hesitated to intervene, considering his son's suffering. Hearing Louis's report, he exhaled, feeling hopeful that heaven hadn't forsaken the Lee family. However, he worried about Jalen's abilities and whether he could overcome him in the future. Back at the palace, Pedro pondered, while Jalen, seeing Quentin improve, felt gratified. Saving Crystal's brother finally honored her memory. Soon, he would rescue Crystal from captivity. Jalen bid farewell and headed to the Wei residence for tonight's banquet. Chapter 352. The Wei family's plan. The Wei family was adorned with lanterns and streamers, openly welcoming Jalen's arrival without any reservations due to the Lee-Rene connection. This was because Eben Gaozu of Rene, Pedro, was aware of this matter and had tacitly approved it. Moreover, Pedro could not fully control these aristocratic families. The Guanzhong and Longxi nobility were still uncertain, selecting the person who best represented their interests. Pedro had to rely on these Guanzhong and Longxi nobles and had to pretend to be oblivious to their actions, striving to align more closely with their interests. The Guanzhong and Longxi nobility included the 5 clans and 7 prestigious families, as well as the prominent clans of Guanzhong. Their relationships were complex and intertwined, coexisting yet competing against each other. The Jing clan, as one of the major families in Guanzhong, had existed for several centuries, starting from the Western Han scholar Giacomo. For 3 generations, they held the position of 3 excellencies, becoming powerful families in Guanzhong. Throughout history, they played a crucial role in governing, forming one of the pillars of successive dynasties. By the time of Wei Friscoquan, the Wei family had expanded even further, with dozens of members holding important positions in the court. Qiuran, the current head of the Wei family, was the grandson of Wei Friscoquan and the cousin of Xia. He held the title of Grand General and Duke of Yun during the Sui Dynasty but was now retired, not holding any official position in the Rene Dynasty. However, his daughter was engaged to Qintin, which marked the beginning of cooperation between the Wei family and the Li Rene. But since the Wei family was vast and influential, they had not fully supported the Li Rene. A political marriage could easily break apart. When Xia proposed inviting Jialen, Qiuran paused for a moment before convening a family meeting with key members, including Barker, Wei Yuanzhao, Xia, Abdullah, Wei Hongji, and Heranzi. Qiuran announced Xia's intention to invite Jialen and then asked, Jialen is the emperor of the Xia dynasty. Although he is currently cooperating with the Li Rene, he will inevitably become an opponent in the future. Should we treat this visit as if we are unaware and let Xia handle it personally, or should we open our doors and welcome him officially as a family? After listening, no one rushed to speak. They all deliberated carefully. In such times, large families would place bets on various forces to ensure their survival under any new regime. Seeing no response, Xia spoke up, Brothers, this is a time of changing dynasties, and each of us has different pursuits. I cannot force anyone to accept my views. But I must say that Jialen is undoubtedly the most brilliant warlord of this era. He is wise, brave, and excels at appointing capable individuals. His reforms in Ji province have won the hearts of the people. If anyone can unify the world, it will be him. Therefore, I suggest we welcome him as a family to avoid creating any estrangement. Barker disagreed. That's too simplistic. There are over a dozen forces vying for power. How can you be certain he will win? I think Uriel stands a chance. His daughter was married to Uriel's son, hence his bias. Before Xia could respond, Abdullah interrupted. Uriel cannot win. He's trapped in Luoyang with no support. Jialen will conquer him soon. If Jialen isn't ready, Uriel's certain. It's Pedro. Any misstep by Jialen could lead to his downfall. Moreover, our base is in Guangzhou. Supporting Jialen over Pedro is risky. We should keep our distance from Jialen and not involve the entire family in supporting him. However, given propriety, we should extend a formal invitation to him. Given his status, this gesture is appropriate and will prevent other families from criticizing us. Most agreed with Wei Hongji, including Qiuran, who had already allied with Pedro through marriage, binding himself to Pedro's cause. Thus, while they planned to formally invite Jialen out of politeness, they would not offer him full family support. Chapter 353. How deep the courtyard lies. The Wei family had already set its tone, which displeased Xia. He believed that the Wei family lacked foresight and did not understand the direction of current events. Qiuran said, Xia, don't be upset. Our family won't put all our eggs in one basket or remain obstinate. If Jialen truly stands out, we will reconsider our strategy. Xia had no recourse but to accept it. He understood the family's predicament, though he still felt regretful about their decision. As the banquet time approached, many families from Guangzhou sent representatives to attend the gathering uninvited, aiming to meet Jialen and evaluate him as a potential ally. These families had already discussed the matter at home. So, they showed up without invitation, requesting to join as guests. This surprised Qiuran. It was rare for the nobility of Guangzhou to move so swiftly, signaling that Jialen might indeed possess remarkable. How can we not treat you with respect? These people merely coincidentally gathered here. They heard you were coming and wanted to catch a glimpse of your majesty. Please, enter. The banquet is ready. All right, Jialen said. I only intended to have a simple meal with General Wei, but this arrangement is fine. Let's enjoy the festivities together. As they exchanged pleasantries and prepared to enter the mansion, a group rushed over. Leading the group was Louis, drenched in sweat after riding at full speed. Seeing Jialen, he said, Your Majesty, Shimin has improved. We thank you for your suggestion. Everyone else was puzzled, not understanding what had just happened. Jialen had just left Quintin's presence. How could he not know about his condition? Hearing Louis's words, Jialen knew Pedro was worried about today's banquet. But the Wei family hadn't invited him, so Pedro sent Louis under the pretext of delivering news to check on the situation. If these noble families truly intended to align with him, Pedro couldn't prevent it. Jialen didn't mind Li Rene representatives being present. Even if Louis hadn't come, others would report the banquet details to Pedro. Louis's purpose wasn't just to deliver news. His presence acted as a deterrent, making hesitant attendees less inclined to engage openly. However, Jialen remained unfazed. This moment would reveal the true intentions of the nobles. He said, Abdurance His Zephyral Highness has come. Let's discuss inside. Turning to Qiuran, will the head of the house mind if I invite the crown prince? Not at all, not at all. I'd be honored to have the crown prince here. Abdurance he's come, please join us. Qiuran's daughter had recently been engaged to Qintin. With Qintin ill, Qiuran was anxious. If Qintin succumbed to illness, their alliance with the Li Rene dynasty would dissolve, diminishing opportunities for the Wei family. Now Louis brought news of Qintin's condition, which he eagerly awaited. Despite his anxiety, he maintained composure. Louis was indeed sent by Pedro, who found a perfect reason for attending. On the heels of Qintin's improvement, he dispatched Louis to deliver a message, allowing him to stay and gather information. Pedro knew his presence would limit candid discussions among the nobles. Struggling to find an excuse, Pedro hadn't anticipated Jalen's indifference and willingness to invite him, bringing relief and admiration for Jalen's magnanimity. Everyone entered the Wei residence. Covering hundreds of acres, the estate featured pavilions and intricately carved architecture, exuding opulence. This centuries-old family lived undivided, with branches residing together alongside the main line. They arrived at the banquet hall, capable of holding 1,000 guests, rivaled only by the imperial palace. This was where the Wei family held important meetings, inviting all clan members. Today, over 200 guests joined, effortlessly accommodated by the vast resources of the Wei family. Upon entering, many first-time visitors to the Wei residence felt awestruck. They often heard about the grandeur of the Guangzhong Wei family, but now witnessing it firsthand, they realized the family's immense stature. How deep the courtyard lies, aptly described the Wei family. Despite their substantial influence, the disciples and members of the Wei family remained modest and welcoming, greeting the guests warmly. Chapter 354, Jeffrey and Colin. After everyone had taken their seats according to their status, Keaton asked, "The Crown Prince mentioned earlier that Shimin's condition is improving. What exactly happened?" Many family heads were also concerned about this matter, and perked up their ears upon hearing Keaton's question. Lewis briefly recounted the events. He couldn't keep it a secret, so he openly attributed the credit to Jalen. After hearing his account, people regarded Jalen with even greater respect. Many believed that Jalen was truly magnanimous to treat his own rival. After all, Quintin was a pillar of the Rene dynasty. Many territories were conquered under his leadership. While Quintin was alive, the Rene dynasty remained competitive. When Quintin fell ill, the dynasty rapidly crumbled, almost unable to defend against Irvin's onslaught. If there had been any option left, Ibn Gaozu Pedro might have abandoned Chang'an and fled. Now they were forced to stay here out of necessity. Not only did Jalen lead troops for relief, but he also treated his greatest opponent personally, which could not be described by mere magnanimity. However, some felt disappointed in him, believing he was overly kind-hearted. In this era where heroes contested for supremacy, kindness wasn't necessarily a virtue. Kindness towards an enemy equated to leniency. Excessive leniency would weaken one's strength. Kindness was only fitting during peaceful times. At this point, decisive action was needed to strike at the opponent relentlessly. Hoping to change the adversary through kindness was unrealistic. Historically, wars of unification were won by force, not through kindness. People had varying opinions about Jalen, but he didn't pay much attention to them. What he possessed was beyond their imagination. Kindness wasn't something unusable. When overwhelming power formed, transforming adversaries into allies was the best method. War was inherently cruel, and a great general sought victory through strategy rather than brute force. Military power should be used as a deterrent. Using force was only considered when all other methods failed. Achieving victory without engaging in combat was what sages strived for. Jalen smiled and said, "It's nothing. I merely suggested the treatment, but the medicine was administered by Channing. I can't claim credit for this." Keaton replied, "Your Majesty cannot say that. Your guidance could be what others might never come to understand in their entire lives. This principle is reflected in the teachings of Buddhism." Reed added, "That's true. As educators, we must transmit wisdom and knowledge. The most important aspect is the transmission of values." Now the head of the Dou family, Reed knew he only became its leader due to his nephew, Matt. Although the Dou family rivaled the Wei family in fame, it had slightly declined in recent years, producing fewer talents and wielding less influence compared to the Wei family. The most famous figures in the Dou family were Reed and Matt. Matt, as a prodigy among the younger generation, followed Jalen, becoming a symbol of hope for the Dou family's resurgence. Therefore, the Dou family supported Jalen wholeheartedly, tying the family's fate to his. For this reason, Reed, Matt's uncle, became the head of the Dou family, aiming to pacify Matt. Although Reed envied Matt in his youth, he gradually realized that he could not compete with his nephew. Now, he wanted to support Matt fully to help revitalize the Dou family. The Jing branch of the Dou family became one of the few influential families to mention. Jeffrey from the Trumanelling Frisco clan and Colin, a master Confucian scholar. The Trumanelling Frisco clan was rooted in Jiangnan but held significant status among the Guangzhong nobility, intermarried extensively with the aristocracy. Jeffrey, being the younger brother of Empress Frisco, had considerable influence here. Colin, a renowned Confucian scholar, was unparalleled in his study of Confucianism. These two representatives carried substantial weight, equivalent to the Guangzhong nobility. Moving gracefully through the banquet, they explained Jalen's policies and attitudes towards prestigious families. Family heads of smaller clans surrounded them, listening intently, while major families listened nearby, hoping to gain deeper insight into Jalen. Jeffrey focused on political analysis, discussing the pros and cons of Jalen's policies from a positive perspective, almost eliminating any negatives. Colin analyzed the policies from a Confucian viewpoint, aligning them with the teachings of sages. Using Confucian classics, he justified the feasibility and adherence to saintly guidance. Through their explanations, influential families gained preliminary understanding of Jalen's political philosophy, though more direct communication with him was still necessary. Despite joining Jalen recently without first-hand experience in Ji Prefecture's reforms, Jeffrey and Colin skillfully narrated Jalen's policies, painting a utopian picture that aroused admiration. Jeffrey mainly handled political aspects, analyzing the advantages of these policies, presenting a wholly positive conclusion. Colin, from a Confucian angle, connected these upon the interests of the clans, but rather involved them in the process, allowing them to benefit as well. Their main concern was whether their interests would be protected after unification. If Jalen intended to deliver a devastating blow to the power of the aristocratic clans, they would find it unacceptable. Ferguson spoke first. As the representative of the Dugu family, one of the famous royal relatives in the Guangzhong region, 3 of Isidore's daughters had married into royal families. One became the empress of the northern Zhou Ebon Mingdi, another the empress of Sui Ebon Wen Di Bridger, and yet another was the mother of Li Rene dynasty founder Pedro. The most renowned among them was Cora of Sui Ebon Wen Di Bridger. Cora and Bridger shared a deep marital affection and co-ruled with equal status, known as the two sovereigns. Despite her influence, it seemed that no capable male heirs emerged in the Dugu family after Isidore. Many people joked that the Dugu family relied on women to maintain its aristocratic status. However, the Dugu family didn't seem to mind. Choosing good sons-in-law was seen as a valuable asset. You are just jealous of us. Intermarriage between noble families was common in that era, but the Dugu family's foresight was unmatched. Many regimes were seized by royal in-laws, but the Dugu family, though influential through 3 dynasties, never sought power or wealth. Their needs were simple. They only wanted. His hopes of forming an alliance with Qiuran were dashed. It seemed that the future would be difficult for the Dugu family, who could only rely on the Reincarnate dynasty. However, Qiuran anticipated this and continued, Lord Dugu, do not despair. Although I won't take a concubine, I have many unmarried generals under my command. If you're willing, I can act as a matchmaker for your family. Ferguson was delighted. If your majesty is willing to be the matchmaker, it would be ideal. May I know which general your majesty recommends? What do you think of General Aryan? Young and talented, brave and skilled in combat, General Aryan is an exceptional talent with a promising future. At the mention of Aryan, some Guangzhou nobles nearly laughed out loud. Aryan had become a laughingstock among the nobility because his betrothed became Qiuran's wife. Instead of seeking revenge, he joined Qiuran and became one of his generals. Surprisingly, Ferguson accepted the proposal without hesitation, agreeing to marry his own daughter to Aryan. This decision surprised many, but some understood his reasoning. With Qiuran's group rising in power, many families dreamed of forming an alliance. Abdurance, the Dugu family lacked notable figures to impress Qiuran, and a marriage directly to him was impossible. Aligning with a favored general was the next best thing. The Chai family, though not top tier, was still in a risk of many measures to encourage consumer spending. Is this true? Qiuran nodded and replied, yes, it is indeed true. Only when industry and commerce flourish and the currency in people's hands circulates can we truly achieve a prosperous nation and wealthy citizens. If we only focus on agriculture, we can merely ensure food and clothing are not lacking. It won't make the country genuinely strong. Izzy nodded very approvingly. Your Majesty has set a precedent. Traditionally, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants were ranked in that order. But your Majesty has turned this on its head by starting with the lowest ranked industries like commerce and industry. I am truly impressed. No, Lord Yuan, that's not entirely accurate. I do not start from industry and commerce. Rather, I value scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants equally. I do not regard industry and commerce as lowly professions. That's good, Izzy responded. Actually, I also place importance on commerce and run many shops. I never considered them lowly industries, which aligns with your Majesty's views. But there is one area where your Majesty could improve, which I want to address today. Qiuran listened attentively, curious about what Izzy had to say. Your Majesty, whether it's developing iron smelting, weapon manufacturing, or operating shops, stores, and banks, most of these industries are state-run, leaving only a few for private individuals. I believe this approach is problematic. Although the court monopolizing these industries increases treasury revenue, those nobles who have the capability to engage in these activities do not benefit, leading them to be uncooperative. Nobles have advantages in status and wealth. If they cooperate fully, your Majesty will save much trouble, and the treasury income would not decrease. Though Izzy did not explicitly state it, his meaning was clear. Profitable industries should not be monopolized by the court but should allow nobles to share in the profits. It seemed he was familiar with Qiuran's economic policies and envious of their success, hoping to benefit from them. He judged that if Qiuran handed over even a small portion of the industry to him, he could still make substantial profits even after paying taxes. Representing the interests of economically ambitious nobles within the Guangzhonglan group, each of whom harbored economic aspirations, though to varying degrees. After all, no one would complain about having too much money. Therefore, everyone listened intently, eager to hear Qiuran's response. Qiuran smiled. It appears that Lord Yuan wishes to conduct business in my territory. I welcome this wholeheartedly and will ensure your arrangements are proper. I have always been open-minded. Whoever wants to come to my domain will be welcomed at any time. I will entrust some industries to you for operation. However, industries such as iron smelting formed dramatically, building more residences and becoming one of the wealthiest noble families in the capital. Even after Qiuran reclaimed the bank, the Wei family remained economically powerful due to their previous accumulations, envied by countless aristocratic families. Izzy remained silent, calculating internally. Qiuran continued, of course, this policy is temporary. Once I unify the land, these policies will change. I will privatize iron smelting, weapon manufacturing, and banking. When the realm stabilizes, I will liberalize all industries, allowing private entities equal competition with the state. As long as you produce quality goods that others desire, you will earn money. The government will not interfere. Market demands will decide everything. Even government-operated industries will have no special privileges. I will not compel anyone to use government products. Izzy's eyes lit up. Qiuran's promises were enticing. He wanted to operate businesses in Qiuran's territory but feared government interference. He also wanted to enter the lucrative fields of weapons and banking but felt frustrated. Now, Qiuran addressed both concerns. Although Qiuran's promises came with conditions, given the current situation, they seemed likely to materialize. Moreover, only Qiuran possessed the technologies for smelting and weapon manufacturing. If Qiuran failed, these technologies would disappear. Power. Their political setbacks made them eagerly seek economic growth and then strive for political gains again. Moreover, Qiuran could be considered a direct descendant of Ibn Hurley. Avenging his death would win emotional support. Qiuran's economic strategy won the support of many clans. Then came the families with political aspirations. They possessed talented individuals with the skills and experience to govern and aimed to elevate their status through political achievements. Without waiting for inquiries, Qiuran took the initiative. The Xia kingdom needs various types of talents, and in large quantities. We have set up a recruitment hall where anyone with talent can try their luck. Given the current extraordinary circumstances, we can select talents without going through the imperial examinations, but recommendations from noble families are not allowed. One must personally visit the recruitment hall and pass the test to receive an official appointment. However, this is only a temporary measure. After unification, the examination system will be strictly enforced. Only those who pass the exams can serve in government. This policy cannot be changed. The families aspiring for official positions nodded in approval. The examination system merely deprived them of recommendation rights without closing off their path to officialdom. It would even stimulate their descendants to work harder, maintaining their competitive. The Yuan clan declined into insignificance, surviving under the Li dynasty. They did not blame Eden. Had they succeeded, the Yuan clan would have regained supremacy. However, Qiuran thwarted their ambitions, earning their deep-seated hatred. Besides the Yuan clan and the Li Rene lineage, other families chose to support Qiuran for more options. The banquet lasted long, and Qiuran reaped significant rewards. Elated, he dazzled the guests with witty remarks and futuristic strategies, painting a grand vision of prosperity for the Guangzhong nobility. In this world, clans flourished, the nation thrived, and citizens prospered. He proposed conquering the Turks, Goguryeo, Persia, and raising Chinese banners over the Roman Empire. These noble families felt invigorated, deeply impressed by his charisma. After the banquet, Louis reported to Evan Pedro. Though excited by Qiuran's vision, he realized his lapse. Jiansheng, don't forget your position, Pedro reminded sternly. Startled, Louis wondered if his actions affected his standing in his father's eyes. Cursed. If Quentin surpassed him, his performance today surely swayed his father's judgment. Yet, Qiuran's ideas were compelling, envisioning the Chinese flag planted everywhere, truly making all lands beneath heaven subject to the king's domain. This Qiuran is extraordinary, far beyond our reach, Pedro sighed. Father, there's no need to boost his morale while undermining ours. We have our advantages, Louis defended weakly. No more excuse relentlessly by Quentin, leaving him at a loss on how to react. Gradually, he lost his composure and self-control. He was 10 years older than Quentin, and as the elder brother, he felt proud watching his younger sibling grow. However, during these tumultuous times, military achievements were crucial for one's status. Under Qiuran's tutelage, Quentin became a military genius, almost undefeated in battle. His standing in Pedro's heart grew increasingly important. Furthermore, Pedro did not hinder Quentin's growth. Instead, in various situations, he gave Quentin subtle hints that he could also vie for the throne. Coupled with Quentin's assertive and outspoken nature, this made him vastly different from the mature and steady Louis. Such a personality garnered Quentin many supporters. Louis was both relieved and envious. Yet, he couldn't do much about Quentin because he was his younger brother. So, Louis began to hate Qiuran, who if not for his teachings, would have stopped Quentin from becoming such an accomplished warrior. Without those accomplishments, Quentin wouldn't be favored by their father, and Louis's position would remain secure. Therefore, in a fit of impulsiveness, Louis suggested to Pedro that Qiuran be assassinated, aligning perfectly with his inner frustration. Pedro's reprimand only intensified his resolve, prompting him to find an assassin at all costs, even at the expense of his reputation. As long as it remained hidden, no one would suspect Li Rene amidst the chaos in the land. Others might assume it was another feudal lord who carried out the assassination. This thought consumed his mind like a venomous snake. Determined, he sought counsel from his closest ally, Pedroji. Pedroji was Pedro's fourth son, his third having died. Being the youngest, he was pampered since childhood, and Pedro granted him every wish. Hence, Pedroji was a typical spoiled young noble, even more aggressive and unruly than Quentin. While Quentin possessed a sense of strategy and could consider the broader picture, Pedroji was a complete rogue, rarely considering others' feelings. Having witnessed the rivalry between his two elder brothers, he secretly yearned to compete for power. However, he was the weakest among them and had to rely on Louis to counter Quentin. In his eyes, the second brother was the strongest, while the eldest was more amenable. Therefore, he aligned closely with Louis, often offering ideas on how to combat Quentin. Upon learning of Louis's plan to hire an assassin to kill Qiuran, Pedroji was overjoyed. He knew Qiuran was Li Rene's greatest adversary. If eliminated, it would benefit them immensely. Moreover, possessing this leverage over Louis could be advantageous when vying for the throne. Revealing this later would undermine Louis's support, and perhaps even incite revenge from Qiuran's loyalists. Plus, Qiuran wouldn't be able to guide Quentin anymore, a win-win situation. So, elder brother, you're right. A man must be ruthless to achieve great things. You've been too hesitant before, missing many opportunities. This time, we can't afford mercy, Pedroji laughed. Qiuran is our enemy, regardless of what he does or whom he aids. He won't consider our family's interests. Eliminating him will remove a threat. I fully support you. If you can't find an assassin, leave it to me. My choice will guarantee Qiuran's demise without fail. Louis smiled, yet hesitated. Fourth brother, is this safe? Will it remain secret? Any exposure would harm us. Elder brother, rest assured. I'll ensure it remains undetected, leaving no trace back to us. Very well. Fourth brother, for your loyalty, I won't forget. Should I inherit the throne, you'll be rewarded generously. Brother, you're too formal. Abdurnt's childhood, you've been kinder to me than second brother, who always vies for everything. Of course, I'll help you. Don't worry. I'll prepare immediately. Good. Be cautious. Keep it secret. And wait until after he defeats Irvin before making a move. Understood. Why waste resources now when we can use him first? They finalized their plot to assassinate Qiuran. After Wei family's banquet, many prominent families in Guangzhong began aligning with Qiuran, sending their descendants to Ji province to join the talent recruitment office and serve the Xia kingdom. Izzy stayed true to his word, cutting ties with other forces and fully supporting Qiuran. Though he hadn't relocated his family, he personally traveled to Ji province to negotiate with Adonis, securing favorable treatment for his clan within the Xia kingdom. These developments unfolded separately, but Qiuran remained focused on preparing to defeat Irvin. Giselbert and others had already set ambushes, though 5 days were insufficient. Thorough preparation was essential to prevail. Shuelao Lu hailed from the powerful Hudong Shui clan, one of the Guangzhong aristocracy. Supported by fellow nobles, they were indecisive between backing Irvin and Pedro. Now, Qiuran added to the equation, being both Hurley's rightful heir and Pedro's son-in-law. With strong Guanzhong affiliations and personal merit, he earned significant respect. Choosing between the three depended on who would ultimately represent the best interest of the Guanzhong group. Irvin was a cunning and brutal man, evident in his initial alliance and eventual betrayal of Igor and Qiuran. Driven solely by self-interest, he was as ruthless as any Turk, showing no regard for morality. Dealing with such a person required utmost vigilance. His cunning and brutality made him unpredictable, always ready to flee at the slightest sign of danger. Thus, the trap had to be perfect, leaving no room for suspicion. Chapter 359, the Desi. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qiuran had made all his preparations and received news from Giselbert that they were already lying in ambush at Qinshui Plain, awaiting Qiuran to lure Irvin there. What was strange was that Irvin hadn't launched an attack on Chang'an these past few days. Logically, since he had set foot in Guanzhong, Irvin should have been informed. He would not have left any time for Qiuran's arrangements. If Irvin were in Qiuran's shoes, he would have taken advantage of the unstable situation and used his numerical superiority to launch a full-scale attack on Chang'an without giving Qiuran any time to prepare. Yet, Irvin remained entrenched in Xianyang, seemingly allowing Qiuran the time to prepare, which was very unusual and unsettling. Was Irvin plotting something? Or was he also making preparations? Qiuran couldn't ascertain this, even through his spies within Irvin's army who had failed to gather any information. Nevertheless, what must be faced must be faced. Regardless of Irvin's plans, Qiuran had to remain calm and composed. No matter how cunning Irvin might be, he wouldn't be a match for Qiuran. Qiuran led his troops out of Chang'an, with Evan Pedro seeing him off repeatedly urging caution. Should the battle turn unfavorable, Pedro advised retreating and devising another plan. Qiuran smiled and reassured him, Evan Rene, rest assured. My campaign will surely start with victory. But what was Irvin doing in Xianyang? When Qiuran arrived at Chang'an, Irvin was immediately informed. Upon hearing that Qiuran had come to Guanzhong to assist Pedro, he frowned. At this point, Irvin had nearly won the war, having reduced Pedro's territory to just a few cities including Chang'an. Once Chang'an fell, Pedro would have no chance of recovery. But Qiuran's sudden appearance infuriated him. He knew his former classmate to be resourceful and strategic. He gathered his son Henri, his general Gregory, and the Western Turkic general Bayard to discuss their next move. Bayard's Chinese name was Sui Dynasty. Formerly a general of the Western Turks, he had surrendered to the Sui Dynasty after the defeat of the Western Turks during Ibn Hurley's Western expedition. He served as one of the Sui Dynasty's generals and participated in various campaigns, including the 3 expeditions against Goguryeo. After Eden assassinated Hurley, he returned to the Western Turks, regaining his original name Bayard. Due to his familiarity with the terrain of China, he was sent to assist Irvin in attacking Pedro. Irvin shared the latest reports with him. Henri, being a brave but simple-minded general, grew anxious immediately. Father, what are we waiting for? We should march right away. We must strike while Qiuran is unsteady, defeating him and capturing Chang'an to destroy Pedro once and for all. Irvin glared at him. Our best strategy is to besiege Pedro in Chang'an. The longer we drag it out, the more the Guanlong nobles will push Pedro into action. Alternatively, we can lure Pedro out of Chang'an and eliminate him outside its walls, aligning with the interests of the nobility. As for Qiuran, he's merely an added variable, neither crucial nor dispensable. As they deliberated, a soldier entered and reported that a letter had been delivered to Irvin. Opening the letter, Irvin burst into laughter. Confused, the others looked on inquisitively. Irvin explained, there's no need to worry about Qiuran. Someone has leaked their plan to us. I said the Guanlong nobles wouldn't sit idly by. An informant has already given me the heads up. Bayard exclaimed in surprise. An informant? Tell us what they plan. He didn't ask who it was, knowing Irvin wouldn't disclose it. Irvin said, Qiuran analyzed our movements and sent troops to ambush at Qinshui Plain. He intends to personally act as bait to draw us in, leaving Pedro in Chang'an to distract part of our forces. Henri couldn't help but interrupt. Father, let's attack his forces at Qinshui Plain immediately and ruin his plan. Shut up, you fool. How could I have a son like you? Can't you think things through? How would that lure them out of Chang'an? Didn't I just say we need to draw them out and annihilate them? Henri fell silent, unable to retort. Irvin declared, this is a golden opportunity. Let's use it to our advantage. If we defeat Qiuran in one fell swoop, Pedro, stripped of his external support, will fall eventually. He will be ours. Chapter 360, Confrontation. The spy within the city delivered Qiuran's battle plan to Irvin, revealing his movements. Lemuel asked, what do you plan to do? Irvin smiled and replied, of course, we'll use their own strategy against them and defeat them with it. For now, let's not touch the ambush at Shallow Water Plain or alert them in any way, lest they report back to Qiuran. We will focus our counter-strategy directly on Qiuran. Qiuran aims to lure us to Shallow Water Plain, which is about 700 miles away from Xianyang. His goal is to draw us away from Chang'an to ease the pressure on it. And by the time our forces reach Shallow Water Plain, we will be exhausted and worn out, making it difficult to fight against his well-rested troops. That's his perfect plan. But since Shallow Water Plain is far from here, we can set an ambush halfway along the route and attack Qiuran there. This way, we gain control of the war. He won't expect such a move and will surely fall for it. Lemuel nodded approvingly, thumbs up, and said, Ebon Overlord indeed has a brilliant strategy. Qiuran will never guess this. But how do we set the trap and lure him into it? Irvin explained, our main forces are in the western part of Chang'an, with only a few stationed in the north. Abdurn's Shallow Water Plain is in the northwest of Xianyang. He must pass through our defensive lines to get there. He won't dare go west because that's where most of our forces are concentrated. Instead, he will likely try to escape north to lure us. Therefore, we will set an ambush in Beizhong Mountain in Jing'an and strike him there. They all focused on the map. Beizhong Mountain was not far from Xianyang and was on the strategic route to the northwest. By setting up the ambush here, we maintain proximity, preventing our forces from spreading too thin, allowing us to concentrate and surround them effectively. Additionally, this area is still close to Chang'an, so after defeating Jalen, we can immediately threaten Pedro's safety without a long march. Irvin said confidently, feeling sure of victory. Isaiah raised another question. Your Majesty, what if Jalen doesn't come this way? If he wants to stretch our lines, he could head north and avoid Jingyang altogether. Irvin nodded. That's a good point. But since we control the northern region, we can block his path and force him to follow the route we choose, leading him into our trap at Beizhou Mountain. This plan received approval from everyone. Irvin ordered Henri and Isaiah to lead 10,000 troops to set the ambush at Beizhou Mountain. Isaiah expressed concern. Your Majesty, isn't this risky? Though we claim 20,000, we only have around 10,000. Taking 10,000 with us leaves you with only 3,000 here. His main force, kept close to him as a precaution. Both armies lined up on the battlefield. The flags fluttered, and the soldiers stood ready, glaring fiercely at each other, like predators sizing up their prey. Riding a red steed, Irvin carried 2 large hammers on his saddle. He called out to Jalen, who rode his blood-sweating horse and approached the front line. Their eyes met. 7th junior brother, how much I've missed you. Irvin greeted loudly, pretending to be naive and happy to see his junior brother. Jalen, knowing his nature, despised this false sincerity. He coldly replied, who is your junior brother? I have no elder brother like you, or a teacher like Gay. Between us, only enmity exists. There is no relation. Irvin sighed. Why say such things? We lived and fought together for 2 years, through countless battles. How can you forget that? I cannot forget. Pish, you have the audacity to speak. What did you do to Master Zhang when you fought the Turks together? And then you turned traitor to join the Turks? Mentioning the red randy brought a shadow of sadness to Irvin's face. Yes, I betrayed Master Zhang and handed him over to the Turks. But obedience to a teacher's orders is paramount. Colonel issue. Outsiders have no right to interfere. By conspiring with the Turks and massacring the Han people, you show disloyalty and filial impiety. By betraying Desmond Einar, you display a lack of benevolence and righteousness. A man like you, devoid of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness, dares to dream of obtaining imperial power? It's nothing short of daydreaming. Even if you have the Turks as your father, I will beat you until even your real father won't recognize you. Jalen spoke with righteous indignation, cursing Irvin's ancestors. Irvin's face changed multiple times. This was his heartache. Deep down, he knew allying with the Turks was not a good idea. These Turks had ambitious designs and were not easily satisfied. To gain their help required enormous sacrifices. However, he did not receive much support from the Guanzhong aristocracy. After all, the Hedong Shui clan was one tier below the Li clan. The Li clan was not only part of the Guanzhong aristocracy, but also one of the 5 surnames among the 7 most prestigious families. They had closer ties with other nobles, thus Pedro received majority support from the Guanzhong aristocracy. His intense desire for power compelled him to ally with the Turks. Ostensibly, he followed Gay's instructions, supporting Gay's claim to the throne, but in reality, he did not want to be a puppet. He aimed to become emperor himself. To achieve this, he agreed to the Turks' demands, making many secret promises and even recognizing the Turkish Khan as his godfather. Spies would have reported it. Irvin lifted his hammers and said, come on, this is my first time using chain hammers. You are the first person I take this seriously against. You should feel honored. Dying under my hammer isn't unwarranted. Jalen had calmed down, holding his cold iron spear and said calmly, Irvin, don't you tire from constantly scheming, hiding, and pretending? Why not live genuinely? Tired? What tiredness? When you sit on the supreme imperial throne, you'll find everything worth it. Why should I feel tired? Without waiting, Irvin swung his chain hammer towards Jalen, shouting fiercely, eyes bulging like an angry warrior. The timid might have been scared witless. Unfazed, Jalen blocked with his cold iron spear. The clash of weapons produced a deafening sound. Irvin wielded immense strength. Each strike felt like 1,000 pounds, yet Jalen matched him, steadily parrying each blow. His spear danced like a snake, attacking amidst defense. Rarely did Jalen engage personally now, with countless generals under him, none worthy of his direct involvement. But today, facing Irvin, he insisted because he knew Irvin's prowess. Ordinary men were no match. Irvin held him in equal regard. Their 2 horses circled in a fierce duel, drumbeats echoing loudly. Spectators watched in awe. They'd me? I can't keep fighting him. I'd better rely on overwhelming numbers. Just as he was about to retreat, he noticed that Jalen's spear strikes had become somewhat disordered. It seemed Jalen was also weakening. Should he hold on a bit longer? As Irvin hesitated, Jalen suddenly thrust 3 consecutive spears towards his head, throat, and chest. The cold iron spear created dazzling silver-like patterns, blinding the eye. Irvin hurriedly blocked with his mace, struggling frantically, only to realize that Jalen had deliberately feigned weakness. But it was too late. Although the chain mace blocked the spear strikes, Irvin was now out of breath and utterly exhausted. Jalen's cold iron spear hooked onto the chain of Irvin's mace. With a strong tug, Irvin lost his grip on the mace, which was now dangling on the cold iron spear. Terrified, Irvin didn't dare to stay any longer and hastily retreated. Jalen then forcefully swung the mace behind him, sending it whistling through the air towards Irvin. Hearing the wind, Irvin tried to dodge to the side, but was still hit on the shoulder by his own mace. He let out a groan of pain and rode back to his troops. Upon seeing their leader retreat, Irvin's soldiers rushed forward to meet him and engaged the Xiao army in a chaotic melee. Both sides being cavalry, the battle intensified as horses clashed with horses. However, due to Irvin's head, Jalen with red eyes and demanded, Jalen, what's going on? Explain it to me so I can die knowing the truth. Riding forward, Jalen replied coldly, do you think I'm stupid enough to place an ambush 800 miles away? That was just a decoy. Originally, the 4 groups of troops Jalen arranged before Pedro and the Guanzhong nobles were all fake. After they left, he reconvened with Pedro and generals like Giselbert. This time, only their confidants were present, without any Guanzhong nobles. He told Pedro, Your Majesty, My previous arrangements were merely to deceive others. I believed some of the Guangzhou nobles would inform Irvin of our plans. Pedro sighed. I knew that these people play both sides, supporting both us and Irvin. Yet, striking them down would cause too much turmoil. Jalen said, Your Majesty acted wisely by not alarming them. If we defeat Irvin, they will wholeheartedly support us. For now, we need to use them to pass information to Irvin. In fact, I deliberately placed troops at shallow water plain to let Irvin know our plans. An ambush 800 miles away sounds absurd. It was impossible. Pedro nodded, agreeing that such a distance was impractical and unpredictable. When Irvin heard about our arrangements, he must have taken action. Instead of attacking our ambushing troops, he likely planned an ambush along the allegiance shift. This entire strategy allowed Jalen to deceive even the cunning Irvin. Chapter 363, Outwitted. Irvin of the Western Qin was almost driven mad with fury after listening to Jalen's account. Earl had only been in Guangzhou for 5 days, yet he managed to do so much that reversed the situation in Guangzhou. All Irvin's painstaking efforts were now in vain. How could he possibly accept this? He shouted fiercely, Jalen, you've always spoken of how you hate the Turks and wanted to exterminate them all, condemning others for colluding with the Turks. Yet you're no different. You also collude with the Turks. Jalen responded calmly, Irvin, stop barking like a mad dog. Where are these Turks you're talking about? I don't even know who they are. Irvin pointed at Colby and shouted, Stop feigning ignorance. The person is right here. How can you deny it when everyone is watching? Jalen gave a cold laugh and said, Ask him if he's Turkish. Wouldn't that clear things up? At this moment, without waiting for Irvin's inquiry, Colby, standing on the city wall, declared, No need to ask. My name is Colby, and I am genuinely Han Chinese, as are my tribesmen. Irvin went berserk. Colby, aren't you afraid that heaven will punish you for this betrayal? Heaven will not forgive you. Irvin, by calling me Colby, you acknowledge that I am Han. Moreover, what has heaven to do with me? I believe in Laozi, Jesus, and Buddha, but not in your heavenly God. His words left Irvin speechless. Despite Irvin's cunning, he was helpless against this situation. Seeing no other way out, he decided to fight his way through. Fortunately, his army was elite, and despite being outnumbered, they fought bravely. After fierce fighting, they carved out a bloody path to the north, but out of the original 30,000 troops, only a few thousand broke through the encirclement. They fled north desperately, as their route west was blocked by Xianyang City, and there were still Irvin's forces in the north. They ran frantically like dogs chased from their homes, heading northward. Suddenly, they heard a cannon blast, and countless hidden soldiers emerged from all sides, surrounding them completely. Irvin felt as though his soul had departed. It seemed that this time, he would meet his end. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the soldiers around him were his own men, led by Henri. Henri was equally stunned. He had been ordered to ambush at Beizhong Mountain and stationed himself and Billy, one in front and one behind the mountain, agreeing to intercept the enemy once they were fully inside. After setting up, he sent scouts to gather information on the battlefield of Xianyang. Today, they reported that the two armies were engaged outside Xianyang, and he prepared for battle. Later, a scout reported someone retreating towards their position, though unable to identify which group. Without overthinking, assuming it must be Jalen using a trap, he decided to prove himself by attacking preemptively. Unfortunately, he intercepted his own father. Irvin was livid at his son's incompetence, failing to gather intelligence and nearly causing his death. Furious, he slapped Henri twice, only for the impact to hurt his wounds, nearly making him fall off his horse. Hearing the commotion, Billy rushed over and was equally bewildered. Your Majesty, what happened? Why are you retreating? Don't talk. We've been tricked by Jalen. He's still chasing me. Let's block him first. Irvin pointed back, and Henri led his troops forward to attack. He intended to show valor in front of his father. Seeing reinforcements, Jalen did not prolong the fight and withdrew his troops back to Chang'an. This victory boosted the morale of Pedro's army, lifting the shadow of their previous defeat. All the generals praised Jalen for his strategic prowess and brilliant military tactics. His consecutive stratagems cost Irvin heavy losses, forcing him to retreat and relinquish control of Xianyang, thereby relieving the crisis around Chang'an. Afraid to linger near Chang'an after the defeat, Irvin retreated to shallow water plain to regroup, giving Pedro an opportunity to recover. Back in the city, Jalen received a grand welcome. This victory prompted the Guanlong nobility to re-evaluate their relationship with him. Previously, they had only heard tales, but now they had witnessed his strategy firsthand, impenetrable and unpredictable. In the Golden Hall before Ebon Pedro and all the nobles, Jalen ordered a basket of letters brought forward. These were letters from members of Pedro's army and Guanlong nobility, written to Irvin, now seized by Jalen. Some present turned pale and trembled. Looking at the reactions, Jalen then told Pedro, Your Majesty, this reminds me of the Battle of Guandu between Houston and Yuan Shao. Back then, when Yuan Shao was strong and Houston weak, many of Houston's subordinates wrote letters to Yuan Shao expressing willingness to surrender. However, they didn't act on those intentions. They were merely preparing for both outcomes. Now, it's the same. These people haven't taken any substantive actions. I suggest we follow Houston's example and burn these letters, forgiving and forgetting. What do you think, Your Majesty? Pedro, feeling helpless, knew that allowing Jalen to appear magnanimous meant he couldn't refuse without seeming heartless. As per the Summer Ebon's suggestion, let this be a one-time affair. If such behavior recurs, severe punishment will follow, Pedro announced, bringing relief to everyone. They were genuinely grateful to Jalen for handling the matter well. Yet, Jalen secretly smiled. Whether Houston burned the original letters or kept them to coerce ministers later remained uncertain. But he definitely didn't burn the originals. He needed to know who these vacilators were and subtly pressure them to ensure they wouldn't betray again. Everyone else was spared except for one. The man who leaked military secrets to Irvin. While others merely tried to curry favor without action, this individual had actually acted. Had Jalen not foreseen it, they would have failed. Therefore, such a person could not be allowed to live. Not long after, a key member of the He Donglu clan was executed without publicly revealing his crimes, but everyone guessed it was due to his betrayal to Irvin. Hashtag chapter 364, seizing Liangzhou. The discussions in the council were still ongoing. Although Irvin had been defeated, he was not completely eradicated, and the threat posed by the Tujue had not diminished. Dominic was merely the vanguard of the Tujue. There were still large Tujue forces waiting in the rear. Additionally, the Tubo troops had yet to move, posing a significant threat to Guangzhong's security. However, the noble families remained silent, with some even requesting to leave in order to avoid suspicion. Evan Pedro agreed to their requests, leaving only his direct subordinates and military generals behind. All military secrets discussed here would not be leaked. Eastern Tujue. This arrangement seems like using Jackson to shield against the Eastern Tujue on behalf of Western Tujue and Irvin, causing him great dissatisfaction. Therefore, his attacks have been lackluster, mostly in a state of observation. To improve fluency and clarity, I would suggest Shuafang is a desolate region adjacent to Eastern Tujue. This arrangement essentially uses Jackson as a buffer between Western Tujue and Irvin, leaving him highly dissatisfied. As a result, his attacks have been half-hearted, mostly Ganwang, observational in nature. Further refinement. Shuafang is a desolate region adjacent to Eastern Tujue. This arrangement essentially uses Jackson as a buffer between Western Tujue and Irvin, leaving him highly dissatisfied. As a result, his attacks have been half-hearted, largely observational. Moreover, Jackson is suspicious and ungrateful, dealing poorly with rewards and punishments. His generals have voiced many complaints. Being veterans of battles against the Tujue, they harbor deep animosity towards them and do not approve of Jackson's collaboration with the Tujue. By exploiting this situation and sending agents to sow discord between Jackson and the Tujue, we can provoke conflict between them. Using the hands of the Tujue to eliminate Jackson, and leveraging the general's resentment towards the Tujue, we can bring them under our control. Who is this general? Pedro replied, "This is my General Gio. He has lived in Liangzhou for generations, and holds considerable influence among the local nobility." Jalen was pleased, knowing from history that Gio went to Jackson, destroyed his regime, captured him, and eventually became Grand Protector and Duke of Rome, stationed in Liangzhou. He was one of the 16 heroes of Wuda. If history did not deviate, Gio was indeed the best choice. Nodding, Jalen said, "Abdurance general and volunteers, let's send him. Familiar with the local customs, he will certainly succeed." Pedro agreed. "Very well, let Gio return to Liangzhou." Jalen thought for a moment and added, "Sending him alone leaves him vulnerable. I will also dispatch Ulysses and Armando to accompany him. Both have been to Liangzhou and know the area well." Pedro agreed, and these three prepared to leave Chang'an. Jalen gathered Ulysses and Armando and instructed them. "When you reach Liangzhou, besides dismantling Jackson's forces, you have another task." Ulysses, naturally reclusive, had contemplative intentions but stayed in the military due to the unsettled world. This sudden nomination surprised him. "I will follow your orders, your majesty, and do my utmost," Ulysses assured. Jalen greatly admired his maturity and reliability, having seen him execute tasks perfectly. "I sent Hongfu and Kim to Kunlun Mount I for the throne. What good would conquering Shuafang be if it only served others?" Thus, he sent his general Steve to completely surround Shuafang, containing but not assaulting it, awaiting developments. Though Crystalline Shufang was confined, she remained safe and sound, out of immediate danger. Gio and two others did not rush to Shuafang but directly went to Liangzhou, Jackson's stronghold. Liangzhou was located on the frontier, a strategic military site since ancient times. When Claude toured Zhangye, it fell under this region's jurisdiction. The Yellow River stretches up to the white clouds. A lone city stands amidst myriad towering peaks. Why should the Chang flute lament willows when spring winds never cross the Yumen Pass? Wang Shihuan's Liangzhou lyrics describe this place. Here, border residents were fierce and warlike, with great combat capabilities. Gio was a local magnate here, and his brother Clifton was a top general under Jackson, rallying the entire clan to support him. As such, Gio was heavily favored by Jackson. Upon returning home, Gio met his brother. Clifton was shocked. "Brother, why are you back? Aren't you under Pedro? What do you intend to do here?" Gio did not conceal his intentions, explaining his purpose. "Qiuran, Jackson isn't a wise sovereign capable of achieving greatness. He'll eventually be overthrown. To protect our family, we should sever ties with him before his family betrayed Jackson." Clifton asked, "Brother, what's your plan?" After pondering, Gio replied, "First, introduce me to Jackson. I'll pretend loyalty to gain his trust. Then, sow discord between him and his ministers, driving them apart. Finally, we'll overthrow him." Agreed. "Who are these two?" Clifton gestured at Ulysses and Armando. "They are the Xia Eben's subordinates, Ulysses and Armando. They're here to assist me against Jackson." Introduced them as Xie Ding and Ho Ji. Armando frowned inwardly but said nothing. Clifton agreed. The next morning at court, Clifton addressed Jackson. "Your Majesty, my brother Gio has returned from Chang'an, wishing to serve you." Intrigued, Jackson asked, "What did your brother do in Chang'an?" "He was one of Pedro's generals, accompanied by Xie Ding and Ho Ji, also Pedro's subordinates." Overjoyed, Jackson said, "Truly a blessing. Bring them in." Inside, Gio and his companions entered. Majestic and formidable, especially Ulysses in flowing white attire. They appeared ethereal and heroic. Jackson was delighted. "General, it's an honor to have you serve me." Gio responded, "Your Majesty, I heard about your uprising while in Chang'an and wished to return home to contribute. Thus, I left Chang'an to serve you. General Xie Ding and Ho Ji admire your prowess and wish to join us. We hope you'll accept us." Jackson writes, "With divine mandate supporting him, he will inevitably unify the world in the future. If your Majesty were to surrender Liangzhou, even the ancient sages could not compare to you." Upon saying this, everyone in the Golden Hall was stunned, exchanging looks. Jackson's expression changed drastically, taking a long time before he finally said, I possess thousands of miles of territory and 100,000 valiant troops. How can I kneel in submission? Do you come to pledge allegiance, or to be a lobbyist for Pedro? If you're here to lobby, forget about it. When his demeanor changed, those around him seemed almost gleeful. He got carried away, some thought. He probably thought he could speak freely as a new general. Is Gio foolish? Who does he think he is to persuade His Majesty to surrender? His Majesty hasn't been emperor long enough. Zhou's statement was intended to probe Jackson. If Jackson agreed to surrender, it would save much trouble. Otherwise, other plans would be necessary. Now it appeared Jackson wouldn't easily surrender, so he continued, Your Majesty, do not be angry. I am genuinely here to serve you, with no second thoughts. I spoke thusly to test Your Majesty. If Your Majesty had any intention of surrendering to Renee, I would resign and return home. What sense would it make to leave Renee only to follow you back? I'd rather retire to the mountains as a hermit. On distant borders should be wary. Steve leads troops far away. Precautions are necessary. Jackson felt increasingly uneasy. Edric added, Your Majesty should decide soon. Steve commands half of Liangzhou's army. Any mishap would endanger Liangzhou. Even if you don't execute him, you must recall him and not let him command troops outside again. Edric's words convinced Jackson. Deep down, he didn't want to kill Steve because of his talent, but suspicions weighed heavily on him. Recalling Steve seemed the best solution. Fine, let's recall Steve. Gio stepped forward. Your Majesty, I haven't earned merit yet, but I volunteer to deliver the decree. Jackson nodded. All right, you, Xiedeng, and Hoji go summon him. For now, Davian shall lead the Shuafeng army. Davian was his son, whom he wanted to command Shuafeng's army. However, he hadn't considered that Steve and Davian were not on good terms. Steve treated Davian arrogantly, causing mutual resentment. Unaware of these tensions, Jackson finalized the plan. Returning home, Gio recounted the day to his brother Clifton. Brother, today really scared me. If not for your quick thinking, I wouldn't know how to proceed. Why did you talk about surrendering to Jackson? Abderging, Gio replied. I wanted to save effort. If Jackson surrendered, wouldn't everything be easier? He won't. But if you go to Shuafeng with the decree, and Steve returns, won't things unravel? Not necessarily. This situation can't be easily explained unless real evidence appears. Besides, do you think Steve will have a chance to return? Brother, what do you mean? To deal with him in Shuafeng. General Xianho, please assist. Ulysses and Armando, since arriving in Liangzhou, mostly followed Zhou's arrangements as they were unfamiliar with the area. Gio instructed, Generals, instead of accompanying me, spread rumors near Shuafeng that Steve intends to surrender to Pedro. Jackson already knows, and sends his son to capture and execute Steve. Ensure Steve hears this rumor to force him into rebellion or surrender. But what if he remains loyal despite the rumors? Asked Clifton. Abdurmple. If he doesn't surrender, the rumors will reach Davian, who surely won't let Steve live. Once dead, with no witnesses, clearing his name will be difficult. Moreover, Steve's death will instill fear among Jackson's men, making them easier to control. Gio arranged for Armando and Ulysses to spread the rumors while he and Davian set off for Shuafeng. Chapter 367. Killing upon meeting. Davian's eyes darted about, and his face was yellowish, a typical wastrel. If not for being Jackson's son, he would have been beaten up long ago. Precisely because of this, Steve despised him. Davian hated anyone who looked down on him, so he harbored deep resentment towards Steve. This time, Jackson sent him to Shuafeng to lead the army. He was overjoyed, thinking it was finally his moment to shine. He planned to win a few battles and earn respect, as well as glory in Jackson's eyes. Gio understood his character well and constantly flattered him on the journey, making Davian feel like a god above all. Little did he know, others saw him merely as a lunatic. As they approached Shuafeng, Gio reported to him, Your Highness, our scouts have brought news that Steve is preparing to surrender to Pedro. Once you reach Shuafeng, he will be captured and presented as a gift to Pedro. Davian was startled. Damn it, Steve has never treated me kindly and often badmouths me to father. Is he really going to betray us? He tried to maintain his composure. Is this information reliable? Can Steve do such a thing? Right now, we only suspect he's collaborating with Pedro. There's no concrete evidence. Would he really rebel? Your Highness, I'm concerned about your safety. If you don't trust this, send someone to verify. If it turns out to be false, wouldn't that be better? Gio suggested. Davian thought for a moment and decided to send one of his confidants to investigate, ensuring his own safety. After sending the man away, he felt uneasy and anxious. Soon, the confidant returned, confirming that similar rumors were spreading in Shuafeng, originating from Steve's camp. Shocked, Davian hurriedly called for Gio to return to Liangzhou and report to Jackson. But Gio stopped him, saying, Your Highness, doing so would disappoint His Majesty. Returning now might make you lose favor, and you won't get another chance to lead troops. Davian, already terrified and at a loss, realized returning wasn't an option. But what should he do? Gio whispered a plan. Strike first. Even if Steve wants to capture you, he won't attack immediately. Let's use this opportunity to kill him when we meet. Then present the Emperor's decree and take command of the Shuafeng forces. Without their leader, others won't dare revolt. This way, you'll earn great merit and earn praise from His Majesty. Davian blinked, considering this. It was risky but could earn him substantial credit, especially in terms of vying for the position of Crown Prince. He decided, fine, follow General's plan. I'll show father my ability this time. He secretly arranged for Roberto, his confidant, to prepare to kill Steve upon meeting. After finalizing the plan, he dared to continue his journey, yet prepared to flee at any sign of trouble. The rumors in Shuafeng also reached Steve's ears. Others who surrender shall be spared. Hearing this, the officers knelt, motionless. Davian considered executing everyone for safety, but Gio whispered, don't kill them. Otherwise, no one will control the soldiers, leading to a mutiny. Chilled, Davian cleared his throat. Steve conspired with Pedro to betray the Liang dynasty. Having gathered evidence, I executed him. You are all guilty by association, But since the primary offender is Steve, and you've shown remorse, I forgive you. However, none of you can remain as officers. Hand over your authority and serve as common soldiers in the camps. They obeyed silently, hating Davian with a vengeance, wishing to tear him apart. Chapter 368. The Qiong Rebellion. After Davian took over the armies of Shuafang, he became arrogant and overbearing, disregarding everyone else. After sending a letter to his father, he began preparing for the armies of Crystal. Jiao saw his reckless behavior but did not intervene. Instead, he went to comfort the demoted generals, secretly pointing out that all these actions were orchestrated by Davian. In reality, even without being told, they already hated Davian intensely. It wasn't just because he had demoted them to common soldiers. More importantly, he killed Steve. Steve was a man of straightforward character who would voice his disapproval when something irked him, much like his disdain for Davian. Wang was effectively free from any threat. After returning to Liangzhou, Jackson questioned Davian about who advised him to kill Steve. Davian responded indifferently, "No one advised me. It was my own decision." Rumors in Shuafang claimed Steve planned to surrender to Pedro and capture me as an offering. Better safe than sorry. I couldn't wait for him to act first, so I struck preemptively. He believed he had done a commendable deed, expecting praise. However, Jackson flew into a rage at the thought of executing a general based on rumors without verifying them. After berating Davian, he banished him from the palace, leaving Davian bewildered and dejected. Following his departure, Jackson rewarded Gio, Ulysses, and Armando, unaware they were behind the scheme. Meanwhile, Gio covertly conspired with local aristocratic families in Liangzhou to topple Jackson's rule. Abdurance Liangzhou was a border area. Its population was diverse, including Han-assimilated Tujue and Tuyuhuan tribes. These people, called Shunhu, were numerous yet poor, living in squalor and often causing unrest. Instead of appeasing them, Jackson employed violent suppression whenever trouble arose. Amidst a disastrous year with failed harvests, these Shunhu suffered immeasurably under Jackson's neglect, growing increasingly discontent. The leader of the Qiong tribe, Di, having sought refuge with Jackson, found his promised title of Sishi unfulfilled, sparking resentment. Seeking a rebellion, Di gathered the disgruntled Shunhu. Recognizing the need for a leader, Gio proposed the idea. At first, Di denied his intentions. Gio said, "There's no point in hiding it. If I hadn't gotten concrete proof, I wouldn't be here. Denying will get you reported to the emperor, regardless of truth. Remember what happened to Steve." Di, fearing becoming another victim like Steve, confessed, "We truly want to rebel. The Qiong and Shun who can't survive under Jackson's oppression. If we had a choice, we wouldn't." With a grave expression, Gio replied, "I've lived here generations. I sympathize deeply. If you have any demands, I will try my best to meet them." Understanding his implication, Di replied hastily, "If you lead us, we'll follow you." Gio clarified, "Not necessarily. I serve Eben Rene. After resolving our crisis, simply obey the Eben's orders." Agreeing, Di followed Zhou's plans. Gio also contacted Trements and Barak, both former Sui Dynasty generals disillusioned by Jackson's alliance with the Tujue. Moved by justice, they betrayed Jackson after Zhou's persuasion. With everything in place, Gio arranged for the Qiong and Shunhu rebellions, with Di. Upon hearing this, Edric knew things had gone awry. Jackson was now swayed by Barak's opinion. Though he treated his subordinates well, Jackson was prone to suspicion and gullibility. Barak responded, "The Hu people starve because they are weak and idle. Why haven't Han civilians experienced the same situation? Because the Han people work diligently. Should your majesty assist such lazy individuals, it will create imbalance and turn hardworking people lazy as well. Moreover, the granary reserves are for emergencies. How can they be easily given to the Hu? To deal with such a rebellion, brutal suppression is necessary. Otherwise, if the Hu people get what they want now, they'll rebel every day thereafter. Can you manage that continuously?" Trements also echoed this stance, supporting his view. Jackson hesitated, feeling Barak's arguments held more weight. If he placated the Hu people this time, what if they revolted again in the future, draining Liangzhou endlessly? He turned to Gio for his opinion. Gio stepped forward upon seeing Jackson's gaze. "Your Majesty, I have lived here since childhood and have witnessed the Hu people's insatiable nature. Fulfilling their demands once will only lead to even more outrageous requests next time. This cycle will never end. I am willing to lead an army to eliminate this threat permanently." Jackson, hearing Zhou's words, made his decision. "Well said. We must not indulge them any longer." Unable to refute, only begging for his life. However, Pedro did not intend to let him live. Being a member of the Guangzhou nobility, Jackson still posed a potential threat despite his current fall from power. Pedro feared that ambitious men might use his influence to rally support against him. Thus, Pedro ordered Jackson's execution in Chang'an under charges of collaborating with the Turks, consolidating his regime and preventing internal strife. Jalen sighed upon hearing the news. He knew Pedro's heart was narrow-minded, unable to tolerate others. By doing this, while stabilizing his own rule, many warlords fearing death would hesitate to join him. Historically, Pedro's ruthless killing of Vaughn incited another uprising in Hebei, posing a massive threat to the Rene dynasty, delaying the unification process. However, now that Hebei was under his control, this historical scenario wouldn't unfold. He wouldn't allow Pedro to win as history recorded. The world should unify under his leadership. If the Li Rene dynasty wished to exist, their only option was to surrender, allowing him to provide suitable arrangements. He wouldn't kill like Pedro but wouldn't leave room for trouble either. The distant northwest, the vast Turkic territories, would be the Li clan's ultimate destination. Pedro appointed Gio as governor of Liangzhou, placing the region firmly under his control. Gio immediately ordered Clifton to withdraw from Shuafang and station heavy troops at the Jade Gate, blocking the entry of western tribes into Huaxia, defeating and clearing the remaining Turkish and Tuyuhuan forces. With this move, the passage for Turks to support Irvin and Longxi was completely sealed. The troops left with Irvin numbered only a few tens of thousands, lacking food supplies. Turkic High Priest Sui Dynasty, furious, organized heavy troops to attack the Jade Gate, hoping to reopen this vital passage. But Geo, leading the Liangzhou troops unitedly, staunchly defended the Jade Gate, holding back the Turks outside. After helping Geo seize power in Liangzhou, Ulysses and Armando bid farewell. Geo questioned, "The situation is now stable. Why the urgency to leave?" Ulysses replied, "Everything is under your control. Our mission is to travel to Kunlun Mountain." Geo didn't press further. Despite cooperation, they belonged to different groups. Not asking more was wise. But he cautioned, "Kunlun Mountain is treacherous, with unpredictable weather. It's forbidden territory. Be cautious. If danger arises, withdraw immediately." Ulysses thanked him. "We appreciate your warning." Leaving Liangzhou, they headed toward Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 370, The Hidden People. Mount Kunlun is incredibly mysterious, being the origin of Chinese mythology and humanity. Many legends arose here, turning it into a place of pilgrimage for people seeking traces of immortals. This mountain is also one of the ancestral grounds of Taoism, where its culture thrives. Whether it's the legend of Laozi traveling westward to Kunlun after passing through the Han Pass, or the heavenly and earthly immortals described by Bo, including the earthbound immortals residing in Kunlun. Despite its remote location, Taoist culture flourishes here, with many practicing cultivation in pursuit of immortality. However, the concept of immortals remains elusive. These practitioners merely seek solace in this pristine land, away from the hustle and bustle of the world, hoping to find inner peace. Far from the reach of the imperial court and sparsely influenced by the powers of central China and the western regions, Taoist practitioners here are largely untouched by secular affairs. Ulysses and Armando left Liangzhou, traversing deserts and wastelands before finally reaching this mystical mountain. Though they had previously traveled to the western regions, the sight of Kunlun's towering peaks stretching towards the heavens was still awe-inspiring. They felt like mere specks standing before ancient giants, an overwhelming sense of insignificance pressing down on them. Indeed, they felt powerless. Kunlun was vast beyond comprehension. Searching for two individuals here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Where should they even begin? There seemed to be no clear starting point. Ulysses glanced at Armando. "Oh brother, let's find a place to settle down first. It seems we won't find any news about Kim and the others anytime soon. We'll have to search patiently." Armando nodded in agreement. He had heard tales of Kunlun, but never imagined how insignificant the mountains he had seen before would seem compared to this colossal range. Truly, this was what mountains were meant to be. At the foot of the mountain, there were settlements of Tibetans, pastoral people living here with warm hearts and open arms. They did not shun outsiders. Instead, they welcomed Ulysses and Armando with hospitality. Inside a warm tent, eating roasted lamb legs and drinking barley wine, Ulysses and Armando felt the warmth of Tibetan hospitality. Their faces flushed red as they struggled to keep up with the endless rounds of toasts offered by the hearty men inside. Young, beautiful women danced and sang beside them, their performances uninhibited and free from the constraints of Central Plains etiquette. This unrestrained rituing made it hard for the two of them to resist. Note: I have maintained the meaning and flow while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The term virtuing is directly translated to passion or enthusiasm, but in this context, describing their performances as unrestrained and virtuing captures the essence better. The Tibetan barley wine lacked the sophisticated brewing techniques found in central China, retaining a more primitive method. However, its high alcohol content provided warmth within, effectively helping them withstand the severe cold of the high plateau. In the midst of the Tibetans' hospitality, they eventually succumbed to intoxication, while the Tibetans dispersed amidst laughter and music to rest. They slept until midday the next day, waking up feeling refreshed and relieved from the fatigue that had accumulated over many days. It seemed this barley wine also had the effect of alleviating tiredness. When the Tibetans gathered again to invite them for more drinks, Ulysses and Armando, now wary, repeatedly begged off in fear, drawing laughter from their hosts. The chief of this Tibetan tribe was an elderly man named Ellsworth, who spoke fluent Chinese, indicating he had visited Han settlements before. Ulysses thanked the elder for his hospitality and inquired about Amaryllis and Kim, not expecting much in return. To his surprise, Ellsworth responded affirmatively, "I have seen them." Ulysses and Armando were delighted and quickly asked where he had encountered them. The elder replied, "Several months ago, they came to our tribe. They were so beautiful that they captivated many of our young men's hearts." A nearby Tibetan youth named Caden, dissatisfied, loudly protested, "Why just ours? Are you saying old Gongbu's heart wasn't stolen too?" His comment sparked laughter among the crowd. Elder Ellsworth did not get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Beauty is a gift from heaven. What's wrong with admiring it? They are as pure as white lotuses. Though I am old, you are young. Yet you act like cowards, none daring to pursue these two white lotuses." His words carried a hint of rebuke. Caden blushed and retorted, "How do you know we didn't try?" "And what was the outcome?" the elder asked. Caden hesitated before admitting, "We lost. Both of them are skilled martial artists, far beyond our abilities. So no one succeeded in winning them." The youths in the tent lowered their heads, confirming Caden's words. Ellsworth did not mock them further but encouraged them. "An eagle does not become mighty in a single day. Do not lose hope. There are plenty of good girls waiting for you to pursue." He then turned back to Ulysses and continued, "They caused quite a stir here. Later, they asked me about the Tian Shan snow lotus and where to find one that is over 100 years old. Such a flower is rare and hard to come by, especially one that old." Hearing this, they were disappointed and wanted to leave. But out of kindness, I told them to search in the depths of the glacier at Yuzhu Peak. The terrain there is rugged and often covered in snow, seldom visited by people. If any such snow lotus exists, it would likely be there. They were very excited and insisted on going. I couldn't stop them, but since they left, there has been no news. We don't know if something happened or if they moved on elsewhere. Armando and Ulysses were overjoyed. At least they now had a direction to follow, not aimlessly searching. They thanked the elder and decided to head for Yuzhu Peak to find Amaryllis and the others. Elder Ellsworth warned them, Yuzhu Peak is extremely dangerous, with avalanches happening anytime. It's beyond human control. I advise you not to go. Ulysses replied, one of those women is my friend's wife, and the other is another friend's wife. Such close ties make it impossible for us to give up. We must see for ourselves. Armando rolled his eyes at him, thinking, who is my wife? Kim? Do I even have a relationship with her? She almost killed me back then. Ulysses gave him a warning glance, urging him not to reveal the truth. Ellsworth, realizing he couldn't dissuade them, showed them the way to Yuzhu Peak and advised them to return if anything went wrong, to seek alternative solutions. Tibetan barley wine lacked the sophisticated brewing techniques of Chinese wines, relying instead on primitive methods. Yet, its high alcohol content provided warmth against the harsh plateau climate. Eventually, overwhelmed by the hospitality, both Ulysses and Armando succumbed to drunkenness, afraid to pursue these two white lotuses. His words stung but carried a deeper meaning. Peixiang, blushing, retorted, how do you know we haven't tried? And how did it go? The elder countered. Peixiang hesitated before admitting, we all lost. Their martial skills are formidable. None of us could match them. Thus, none of us succeeded. The youth lowered their heads, confirming Peixiang's words. Ellsworth did not mock them but encouraged them. An eagle doesn't become strong overnight. Do not lose hope. There are plenty of fine women waiting for you. Then, turning back to Ulysses, he continued. Their presence caused quite a stir. They later asked me about the legendary Tian Shan snow lotus, seeking a place where they could find one over 100 years old. Such things are rare, especially ones over 100 years old. Disappointed, they planned to leave. I couldn't bear it, and directed them to Yuzhu Peak in the glacier's depths. It's the highest and most perilous area, covered in perpetual snow, rarely visited. If any century-old snow lotus exists, it would be there. They were delighted and insisted on going despite my warnings. I couldn't stop them. Abdurns then, there has been no news. We don't know if they ran into trouble or moved elsewhere. Ulysses and Armando were elated. At least they now had a direction, rather than aimlessly searching. After thanking the elder, they prepared to head to Yuzhu Peak. Ellsworth warned, Yuzhu Peak is treacherous. Avalanches can happen at any moment. It's beyond human endurance. I urge you not to go. Ulysses replied, one woman is my brother's wife, and the other is a friend's. Our ties make it impossible for us to give up. We must see this through. Armando rolled his eyes, muttering, my wife? Kim? Do we even know each other? She nearly killed me once. Ulysses winked at him, silently warning him to keep quiet. Ellsworth understood their resolve. He showed them the way to Yuzhu Peak and advised, if anything goes wrong, do not hesitate to return and reconsider your approach. Chapter 371, Seeds of Evil. Armando and Ulysses had not yet left the Tibetan village when Caden hurried after them, saying, please walk slowly. They stopped and Ulysses asked, is there something else, brother Caden? Caden, speaking in broken Chinese, replied, I forgot to mention earlier that there are deities on the mountain. If you encounter any danger, you can call for help, and they will come to your aid. Deities? The two men exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. In ancient times, people believed in deities. Every religion used the concept of deities to propagate their doctrines, and the common folk unquestioningly accepted this belief. We'll keep it in mind, Ulysses replied. They suspected something amiss, but thanked him regardless. Caden spoke sincerely, no need to thank me. If you meet the goddesses, tell them how beautiful they are. Caden misses them. The burly man blushed slightly as he finished. After leaving the Tibetan village, they headed towards Yuzhu Peak. Which one of them is my wife? Armando asked, somewhat disgruntled. Of course, it's the flirtatious innkeeper. Not Abdurster-in-law, right? Ulysses chuckled. The innkeeper is quite a hotshot now. She oversees the intelligence network of Red, with branches of Rodney and Lu everywhere. Not to mention, she's rich beyond measure. If you married her, you could save yourself 20 years of struggle. Cut it out. I wouldn't do something like that, Armando laughed. He gazed at the distant snow-covered peaks, wondering when he too could reach the summit and overlook the vast landscapes below. Ulysses meant it as a jest, but he planted a seed in Armando's mind. With Kim's wealth and intelligence network, wouldn't it be much easier to achieve what he wanted? If you don't want to, the herdsmen behind us are lining up. As they walked through the snow-capped mountains, the deeper they went, the more snow accumulated around them. Snow covered the mountains, stretching endlessly in every direction, a vast expanse of white, where birds flew not and human traces vanished. It seems they really didn't come here. Perhaps the women never made it this far, Ulysses said. Armando nodded, right? Climbing here was already difficult for us, let alone two women. They probably gave up halfway and searched elsewhere. Let's go back to the Tibetan camp and plan our next move. They agreed to leave, but Ulysses, still unconvinced, scanned the area one last time, hoping to find something. Brother Ho, look over there, he exclaimed suddenly. Following his finger, Armando saw a crystal clear, pristine lotus flower blooming on a cliffside, standing out beautifully against the snowy background. Tian Shan snow lotus, Armando cried out in surprise. Just when they despaired of finding the women, they unexpectedly discovered the Tian Shan snow lotus. Though neither had seen the real thing, Jalen had described the appearance of the Tian Shan snow lotus and even drew detailed sketches to help them remember. Now, upon seeing the flower, which appeared to be centuries old, it was undoubtedly a genuine 100-year-old snow lotus. Chapter 372, The Giant Python and the Immortal Crane. Ulysses looked around and said, we didn't find Julian Anyanyang and the other two, but being able to find the Tian Shan snow lotus makes this journey worth climbing rope they had brought along just in case. After testing its length, they confirmed it could reach the Tian Shan snow lotus. Ulysses secured the rope to a rock beside the cliff, giving it a firm tug to ensure it was solid. Brother Ho, go down now, but be extremely careful. Armando nodded, tying the rope around his waist and gripping a steel knife. He began descending slowly, the sheer cliff and slippery ice beneath his feet making the descent treacherous. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang. He was almost beside the snow lotus when suddenly, a dark cave nearby opened, and a giant python emerged, its head glinting in the dim light. Note, zhang is an Old Chinese unit of length, approximately equal to 3.3 meters or 10 feet. It has been retained here to maintain the original flavor while ensuring clarity. It guarded the snow lotus, considering it its sacred treasure. Its emerald eyes locked onto Armando as it lunged toward him, jaws agape and terrifyingly wide. Though near the snow lotus, Armando remained alert. He knew from stories that rare treasures often had fierce guardians. So, even in his excitement, he did not relax. Startled by the python, he shouted desperately, "Brother Xia, pull me up." Ulysses, hearing the commotion, hurried to pull him back up. As Armando struggled, his body dangled in mid-air. The python, though, did not relent, closing in on him. Its breath, rank and foul, nearly made him retch. Suspended in the air, Armando swung his knife to fend off the python's attacks. Several times the python lunged, only to be repelled by his swift strikes. Afraid of falling off the cliff, the python dared not venture too far out of its cave. Realizing Armando was about to escape its reach, the python angrily opened its mouth wide, trying to suck him down. Though it didn't bite, the immense suction slowed Ulysses' efforts to pull Armando up, causing him to sink gradually. Ulysses clung to the rope, unable to loosen his grip. His skill as an archer was useless here, and he watched helplessly as Armando neared the python's grasp. Just then, a sudden crane call rang out. A majestic immortal crane swooped in from afar, aiming directly for the python's eyes. Caught off guard, the python loosened its grip. Taking advantage of this moment, Ulysses pulled Armando up to safety. Armando lay gasping on the ground, too exhausted to stand. Furious at losing its prey, the python turned its wrath on the crane. The crane, clearly experienced in such battles, immediately flew high into the sky, beyond the python's reach. After rescuing Armando, the crane perched atop the Jade Pearl Peak. Only then did Ulysses notice how large it was. Over 6 feet tall with a wingspan of nearly 12 feet, standing like a towering giant before them. "You are mere mortals. Why do you come here to pick the snow lotus?" the crane spoke. Ulysses and Armando were dumbfounded, encountering what seemed to be a mythical creature. Armando nearly fainted on the spot. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the crane, clad in white robes that shimmered brilliantly, blinding their vision of its features. The crane had carried a rider, someone who had flown here atop the bird. It was this person who had spoken. A deity? They never expected to meet a legendary figure here. Perhaps the nomads' tales were true. Such beings truly existed. Yet they realized it couldn't be a real deity but someone disguised as one. Ulysses bowed gratefully, "Thank you for saving us. We came here searching for people and stumbled upon the snow lotus." The white-robed figure asked, "Whom are you searching for?" Regaining his composure, Armando stood and described the appearances of the Red Abdurk woman and Julian Anyanyang, omitting their names in case they used aliases. The figure scrutinized them closely before asking, "Are you traveling together?" "Yes," Ulysses replied, detecting a hint of suspicion. "Do you know where they are?" The figure coldly responded, "Of course I do. Follow me. I will take you to a place." Ulysses and Armando agreed, reassured by the stranger's rescue. The white-robed figure mounted the crane and led the way as they descended the Jade Pearl Peak. Armando thought to himself, "When will I get to ride a crane too? Riding it would make me fearless of avalanches." Chapter 373, Secrets of the 5 Pecks of Rice Sect. After descending from Jade Pearl Peak, the man in white robes sat on a celestial crane to guide the way. Ulysses thought to himself, "No wonder they appear and disappear so mysteriously. The herdsmen don't know how they arrive because they ride on celestial cranes to fly." They twisted and turned through several paths until they arrived at a hidden valley. The valley was shrouded in thick mist, blocking its entrance, making it rarely visited by people. Inside the valley, it was warm like spring with lush greenery, distinctly different from the snow-covered mountain outside. Countless blooming flowers filled the area, resembling an idyllic paradise. In the center of the valley stood a row of Taoist temples with blue tiles and red walls. Although somewhat simple, they retained an air of solemnity. Above the main gate of the temple were 2 large characters, 5 Pecks, Wudou, indicating that this was the 5 Pecks temple, 5 Pecks Guan. Correction. In the center of the valley stood a row of Taoist temples with blue tiles and red walls. Although somewhat simple, they retained an air of solemnity. Above the main gate of the temple were 2 in white robes, but without any glowing aura, clearly ordinary Taoists. They glanced briefly at Ulysses and his companion before continuing their tasks, ignoring them. The man in white robes returned inside, removing his disguise to reveal his true appearance, a 30-something-year-old Taoist with a clean-cut, scholarly demeanor. He led them to the main hall and said, "My name is Emilio. My Taoist name is Lingshatsi. Please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Ulysses and Armando waited in the main hall. Soon, a few people entered from outside. Leading the group was Lingshatsi, followed by an elderly man with white hair but a ruddy complexion, looking vigorous and walking briskly. Behind them were the 2 women, Hongfu Nu and Kim. Upon entering the hall, Hongfu Nu and Kim were initially startled to see Ulysses and Armando, then quickly expressed their delight. Hongfu Nu exclaimed, "Brothers, what are you doing here?" Ulysses responded, "Abdurster-in-law, we came looking for you. We encountered danger on Jade Pearl Peak and were rescued by Lingshatsi. This explains it. Let me introduce you to Taoist Zhang Feiyu, the celestial master. My sister and I were also saved by him," Hongfu Nu explained, pointing to the old Taoist. Ulysses and Armando hurried over to pay respects. The celestial master helped them up and smiled. "No need, already centuries old. However, it is guarded by a giant python. Hunger has fought it multiple times without success." He referred to the celestial crane as Hunger. Suddenly, Ulysses asked, Celestial Master, which sect do you belong to, and why have you chosen to live in seclusion? The Celestial Master replied, we are of the 5 Pecks of Rice sect. Nodding, Ulysses continued, the 5 Pecks of Rice sect, also known as the Orthodox Unity School, has its leader, the Celestial Master, cultivating on Long Tushan. What is your relationship with the Celestial Master on Long Tushan? Before the Celestial Master could answer, Emilio angrily interrupted, what Celestial Master? He is merely a fraud. We are the true Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master sternly added, our ancestor Shan was killed by Era. So the rumor is true, Ulysses exclaimed. Hongfu knew, Armando, and Kim were unfamiliar with the situation and didn't understand. Driven by curiosity, Ulysses had read ancient Taoist texts, discovering a record stating that the true founder of the 5 Pecks of Rice sect was actually Shan from Shu. However, after Era killed him, he falsely claimed his grandfather Anton as the founder. The Celestial Master explained, Ancestor Shan and Anton preached Taoism in Shu at the same time. Anton, coming from Jiangxi, received much assistance from Ancestor Shan, who shared his insights. However, Anton kept his own knowledge secret. Initially, both could have been considered co-founders of the 5 Pecks of Rice sect, but Era used military power to kill Ancestor Shan. He then altered the teachings of the sect, excluding Ancestor Shan from history, thus making Anton the sole founder. Our family fled to the Kunlun Mountains to avoid persecution by Era. For hundreds of years, we have lived here, often helping local herdsmen with good deeds. To avoid disturbing our cultivation, we remain mysterious. The translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, preserving the tone and style of the original text while ensuring a natural and fluent English narrative. Chapter 374, Collaboration and Deceit. After listening to AJ's account, Ulysses and the others finally understood the origins of the 5 bushels of rice religion here and deeply sympathized with their plight. They hadn't expected that today's Jing school, widely spread in the world, had such an inglorious beginning. However, several centuries have passed, and the truth has long been buried. Even if someone wanted to rectify this injustice, the difficulty would be immense. Would that be convenient? Ajay smiled and replied, of course, since Ling Xiao has brought you here, I consider you as our guests. Feel free to stay. Thus, arrangements were made for the 2 to reside at the 5 bushels temple. The 4 of them gathered to discuss their next move. Lily remarked, a Tian Shan snow lotus over 100 years old is extremely rare. It seems we won't find it. Let's return and report back. Kim agreed, and Ulysses sought Armando's opinion. Armando said, fellow travelers, the century-old Tian Shan snow lotus is right before us. Why not take it? You mean the Tian Shan snow lotus on Yuzhu Peak? A giant python guards it, making it impossible to approach. How can we pick it? Ulysses responded, having lost hope of obtaining the lotus. Armando shook his head. Relying solely on our strength isn't enough, but with AJ's assistance, it could be done. Would they help us? Kim asked, impressed by Armando, despite past misunderstandings that left an impression on her heart. The 2 hadn't met since then, leaving room for longing in both their hearts. Now, encountering him again stirred unusual feelings. Armando looked at her, their gazes meeting, and Kim felt like something was gnawing at her heart. Armando's heart also skipped a beat, but he didn't show it, continuing, Ajay may not help us, but Zhang Lingxiao certainly will. Ask mine, otherwise, you wouldn't have saved me. That was merely coincidental. I saw General wasn't prepared for the python. If forewarned, you wouldn't have needed my help. Armando laughed. No need to dwell on the past. Can you guide me around the valley? Certainly, General. Please follow me. Emilio gestured courteously. They toured the temple grounds, which featured a tranquil environment of high mountains and flowing streams, dense pine forests, bird songs, and floral scents. A perfect place for cultivation. After the tour, Armando sighed. This truly is a paradise. In the future, if I have the chance, I'd love to live here. Except what? Emilio asked curiously when Armando paused mid-sentence. Armando shook his head. If one stays here for life, it feels too confining. No matter how beautiful the scenery, it grows tiresome with time. Watching Emilio's reaction, Armando noted the slight change in his eyes, but saw him quickly composed, calmly replying, outsiders find everything transient. Monks don't yearn for worldly pleasures. Even within limited space, one can find inner peace through diligent practice. As long as one focuses on cultivation, all else fades. General Ho isn't a monk, naturally not understanding this joy. Despite Emilio's calm exterior, Armando perceived his subtle unease. He chuckled. Matt, clever. You catch on quick. No need for further persuasion. If you help us, we will certainly recommend you to Ret. Would he help exonerate me? Can he stand against the Celestial Master sect? Armando shook his head. I can't guarantee it. He may not help you. So why should I assist you? For an illusory promise? Emilio sneered coldly. Armando fixed his gaze on him. I'm just providing you with an opportunity. Whether you seize it or not is up to you. Do princes and generals have a fixed lineage? Events have passed for centuries. No one will exonerate you. Only you can do that yourself. Once your sect rises above the Celestial Master sect, you'll trample them beneath your feet. What you need to do is develop your followers and overthrow the Celestial Master sect. Then you will become the legitimate Celestial Master. Armando's words stirred Emilio's passion. No one would exonerate him now. Success relied on his own efforts. Leveraging Jalen's support to expand his sect and surpass the Celestial Master sect. Then the Celestial Master sect would be like fleeting clouds, insignificant before him. All right, I agree to help you. He nodded. Armando patted him. That's the spirit. We are helping each other. And even if Jalen doesn't assist you, I will. Armando gazed intently at him. We are kindred spirits, harboring lofty ambitions, but struggling to realize them. If we cooperate, I must revitalize our family and return us to prominence, no matter the cost. Haroun closed his eyes and remained silent, leaving him alone. Leaving Haroun, Emilio found Armando and the others. Armando had already told Ulysses about his willingness to help. They were very pleased. With Emilio's assistance, their chances of success increased significantly. He joined them, and they welcomed him warmly. Ulysses said, "It's truly an honor that Taoist Ling Xiao is willing to help us." Lonnie waved his hand. Each person has their own needs. Still, even with my help, fighting the giant python won't be easy. Its thick hide makes it nearly invulnerable to ordinary weapons. Little Hong found its weakness in its eyes after several encounters. Only injuring its eyes can hurt it effectively. They exchanged worried glances. Hitting the python's eyes seemed incredibly difficult. Armando said, "If we work together, defeating the giant python isn't impossible." He pulled out a black rectangular package from his satchel. This is a gunpowder pack. If placed inside the python's belly and exploded, even its impenetrable skin can't withstand it. Seeing this, Kim was surprised he brought explosives. These were provided by Jalen before their journey, anticipating possible use. Now, they were indeed useful. Taoist Ling Xiao controlled Little Hong to attack the peak. It was Kim and Amethyst's first time atop the Jade Pearl Peak. They marveled at the magnificent scenery, feeling refreshed. When they saw where the Tianshan snow lotus grew, they understood how dangerous it was for Armando to venture down there. They couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect and admiration for his bravery. Apart from Little Hong, the Wudumi sect also brought 2 other cranes as a precaution, though they were smaller and couldn't carry people. After securing the climbing ropes, 2 sect members pulled them up while Ulysses stood by to shoot arrows if necessary. This time, Armando tied the rope around his feet and descended headfirst down the cliff. The Wudumi sect had launched numerous attacks on the giant python before, hoping to obtain the Tianshan snow lotus, but always failed. Now they pinned their hopes on Armando's explosives. Preparations complete, Little Hong began to lure the python out. Garfield controlled Little Hong, flying her down from the summit toward the Tianshan snow lotus. He knew that approaching the lotus would alarm the python. Sure enough, just as Little Hong neared the snow lotus, the python emerged halfway from its cave, opening its enormous mouth to bite her. Little Hong immediately flew sideways, looking for an opportunity to peck its eyes. Having fought many times before, both sides knew each other's tactics well, guarding against any weak points. After several rounds of fighting, neither gained the upper hand. The other 2 cranes then joined in, helping to fight the python. Armando signaled the sect members to lower him down. 2 sect members controlled the ropes, lowering him slowly while he hung upside down, holding an explosive package in one hand and a flint in the other, ready to ignite it. As the python fought Little Hong, it had long noticed Armando. The Wudumi sect's strategy involved using Little Hong to distract it, while others came down to pick the Tianshan snow lotus. The python had been tricked before, nearly losing the snow lotus, and thus was vigilant. Seeing Armando descend, the python abandoned Little Hong and lunged at him, its massive jaws exhaling a foul odor and its green eyes fixed on him. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Armando knew this was a critical moment. He mustn't hesitate. Suddenly, an arrow shot from the cliff top, striking the python's eye with incredible speed. The arrow was shot by Ulysses, who had been adjusting his angle, waiting for the right moment. Known for his marksmanship, Ulysses took advantage of the python's raised head and released the arrow. The arrow pierced the python's eye. Enraged by the pain, the python, unable to reach Little Hong, turned fiercely towards Armando. Hanging upside down, Armando waited for this moment. "Pull!" he shouted. The 2 sect members above hurriedly pulled him up, assisted by Amethyst and Kim. Though the python moved faster, it lunged toward him. In a swift move, Armando ignited the explosives and threw them into the python's mouth. Blinded by pain, the python instinctively retreated into its cave, swallowing the explosives. In a flash, a deafening explosion erupted from the cave, and half the python's body was blasted out, tumbling into the abyss below. Success. The python was eliminated. Armando was quickly pulled up, and he excitedly waved, having experienced a hair-raising moment. Riding Little Hong, Zhang Lingxiao flew to the Tianshan snow lotus and carefully picked it. He then flew back to join them. The Tianshan snow lotus glistened with purity, emitting a fresh fragrance that invigorated everyone, dispelling the foul smell left by the python. Mission accomplished. This trip wasn't in vain, Armando said. Before anyone could respond, a rumbling sound came from above. Snow avalanche. Zhang Lingxiao yelled. They realized they had forgotten the potential for avalanches with such loud commotions. Although they were on the summit and temporarily safe, a blocked path would leave them trapped and doomed. The sound was deafening, indicating a massive avalanche. "Quick, get on the cranes. Let them fly us down," Zhang Lingxiao shouted. Everlings. Ulysses and the others saw this but did not think much of it. Instead, they felt it was a good thing and were happy for them. Only Armando remained inscrutable. They carefully packed away the Tianshan snow lotus. After their mission was complete, it was time to leave. They bid farewell to Huron, who did not try to detain them but only warned them to be cautious on their journey. Garfield also expressed his wish to leave with them, which Huron agreed to, believing that if it couldn't be prevented, it should be allowed to happen naturally. Fate determined both calamity and fortune, and nothing could alter it. The 5 of them left Wudo Temple, exiting the valley and embarking on their return journey. They encountered no obstacles along the way and passed by the old site of the Taiping Inn, now in ruins, obviously too dangerous for anyone to operate. After entering Yumen Pass, they entered Pedro's territory. Seeking updates on current events, they found Gio, who was delighted to see them return successfully. Currently, the battles in Longxi are still at an impasse, but because Yumen Pass is sealed off, foreign troops can't advance into Guangzhou. As a result, Pedro's forces have gained the upper hand, and Irvin has had no choice but to consolidate his troops, avoiding dispersing them. Upon hearing this news, role in the intelligence network. If anything went wrong there, he wouldn't receive any critical information, leading to poor decision-making. Jalen also met Garfield, who was impressed upon seeing that Jalen had become a king in his early 30s. This solidified Garfield's resolve to improve the plight of the Wudumi sect. Hearing that Garfield had assisted in obtaining the Snow Lotus, Jalen offered him rewards, but Garfield refused. Your Majesty, as a monk, these worldly possessions mean nothing to me. Please reward your soldiers instead. Understanding the deeper meaning behind his words, Burl Mingshi replied, Taoist Garfield, I understand your intentions, but I cannot openly support you. This is an internal dispute within Taoism, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to intervene directly. Moreover, the Tianshi sect has flourished over centuries with many followers across the land. Any action against them could provoke severe backlash, and I can't let the entire country suffer for one person. Garfield responded, Your Majesty, I don't seek your intervention against the Tianshi sect. I merely ask for your support in spreading my teachings. As long as you allow me to propagate my doctrines, I need nothing else. Jalen considered this and said, I can't agree to this. You may spread your teachings within my territories without interference. If you have the capability, you may Chapter 378. Irvin's frustration. After a period of treatment, Quentin had fully recovered from his malaria and was back to his vigorous self. As soon as he regained his health, he immediately returned to the front lines to join his brother-in-law, Jalen. Jalen felt an indescribable sense of amusement when thinking about how the historical Ebon Taizong of Rene had become his devoted admirer, almost like a fanboy who adored him. Unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. Abdurance Jalen had arrived, Quentin could only remain an admirer. He would not simply hand over the world to Pedro and his son. The country's divided forces might be fewer now, with unification on the horizon, but many challenges remained after unification. There were still grand plans to conquer the Tujue and Persia that needed realization. Quentin asked, Your Majesty, what should we do next? Now, since they belonged to different camps and Jalen was a monarch, Quentin did not dare address him informally as before. Jalen pondered for a moment and said, Currently, Irvin is besieged in Fufeng. Although his troops are numerous, they are disorganized and not entirely under his control. The Tujue and Tuyuhan soldiers are arrogant and unruly, not fully obeying Irvin's commands. Previously, these people could receive supplies through Liangzhou, maintaining their independence, so conflicts weren't too apparent. Now that the grain supply route through Liangzhou has been cut off, they depend on Irvin's supplies. These people are used to being pampered. Even if supplied by Irvin, they might not follow his orders. Leading these forces meant starving his own army, yet even then, these outsiders still defied him, creating more problems. It was truly like raising a group of lords who caused endless trouble. So, Irvin sought every opportunity to challenge Jalen in battle, preferring defeat to such frustration. Losing battles would also thin out his forces, easing his burden. But after several battles, Jalen drove Irvin back to Fufeng, away from Chang'e. Then he avoided further engagements. The Rene forces fortified themselves and began a war of attrition, seeing who could last longer. Every time Irvin attacked, he suffered significant losses without weakening the Rene forces. But this strategy couldn't go on forever. Even if all his troops were lost, it wouldn't shake the Rene forces. Desperate, Irvin's son Henri and General Isaiah rushed in. Isaiah shouted furiously, Your Majesty, the Tujue soldiers are raiding the locals again, massacring entire villages and boasting of victory. If this continues, we'll become universally despised. Irvin's mind raced. He regretted every wrong step he had taken. Had he not betrayed the Goguryeo and allied with Gay and the Tujue, things might have turned out differently. Following Jalen could have granted him a prestigious place in history. He had no chance to speak when the Tujue leader Hayward and Tuyuhan leader Aaron stormed in angrily. Despite the guards' attempts to stop them, they barged through. Hayward shouted, Your Majesty, our soldiers have no food. When will you send the promised supplies? Otherwise, we'll starve to death. Aaron added, We haven't eaten properly today either. Irvin felt suffocated with anger. Suppressing his fury, he replied, Wasn't the military ration already delivered to you? How can you need more? We also need to eat. Hayward waved dismissively. That little amount? Barely enough for a few days. 1 month's worth of rations depleted in days? Irvin exclaimed. Aaron responded, 1 month for you, but a few days for us. Irvin nearly fumed with rage. He had cut down on his own army's supplies to prioritize theirs, advising them to conserve. They agreed but devoured the rations in days. Did you raid the villagers? Irvin demanded. Hayward sneered. Raid? We were suppressing bandits. Your region isn't peaceful, filled with robbers. We were maintaining order. Get out. Get out. I never want to see you again. Irvin roared, filled with regret. He wanted to kill them both, but restrained himself. After driving them away, he panted heavily. Hayward taunted, Your Majesty, remember who invited us here. Is this how you treat us? Send the supplies quickly. If we don't see them by tomorrow, my army will act unpredictably. Aaron echoed, Same for us. Without food, more bandits will appear. They swaggered out of the hall, leaving Irvin spitting blood and fainting. Henri and Isaiah rushed to help him. After some time, Irvin regained consciousness, looking at them painfully and breaking down in tears. After a while, he said, Prepare yourselves. We will surrender to the Rene army. This war must end. We have lost. Before that, we will eliminate those beasts to avenge the people. Chapter 379. At the end of the rope, Irvin was so enraged by the Turks and Tuyuhan that he spat blood. He felt he could no longer go on living, and as he lay critically ill, he repented in his last moments, realizing that he had been wrong. He should not have lost his mind for power, seeking help from foreign tribes and inviting them into the pass, causing incalculable disasters. This only worsened the poverty of the people in Longxi. It went against everything he stood for. He had grown up in Longyu with deep ties to the land, always empathizing with the common people. The actions of the Turks and Tuyuhan enraged him, rekindling his old resolve to fight against the Turks. He wanted to atone for his sins by personally destroying the very Turks he had brought in before he died. Henri and Finian advised Irvin to rest, and then left the hall. In a secluded place, Finian asked, Prince, what do you plan to do? Henri replied, Of course, we must act according to father's wishes. We can't let those beasts live. I will mobilize troops to attack them. Finian shook his head and said, Your Highness, we cannot do that. Why? Do you dare to defy father's orders? Zhonglu explained, We've been enemies with Pedro for so long, each seeing the other as a thorn in the side. If we surrender now, there will be no good outcome for us. Our lives might not even be spared. And are you willing to give up your power, Your Highness? Henri had enjoyed the privileges of being a prince and was far from ready to give it all up. But father, the ebon is old, and it is time for you to take control. What happens next depends entirely on you, Finian whispered, stepping forward. You want me to rebel? Even if Henri was slow-witted, he understood the implications. Don't you still desire power? Henri remained silent. Indeed, he had yet to fully enjoy the fruits of power. Just say the word, Your Highness, and I'll dedicate my life to your cause. But the situation is unfavorable for us. If we don't surrender, what else can we do? Henri asked. Zhonglu said, Continue allying with the Turks. With tens of thousands of Turks supporting us, we'll have the means to resist Pedro. As long as we keep them well-fed, they'll follow us. Henri was tempted but hesitated. But where will we get food? We're already short on supplies. Plunder. Zhonglu said. If the Turks can plunder, so can we. Force the wealthy to hand over their money and grain, and if they refuse, kill them. We'll do whatever it takes to obtain money and food. And if there's no more food, aren't there still people? Henri shivered at the implications of Zhonglu's words. He knew exactly what that meant. He would become like Eustace, infamous for his cruelty. But the lure of power made it hard for him to let go. He hesitated. Zhonglu urged, If your highness continues to waver, how can you become an emperor? To achieve greatness, sometimes you must not be bound by trivialities. Sacrificing some people's interests for the greater good isn't too much to ask. As long as we succeed, history will be written by us. When the time comes, we can embellish this incident, and in a few years, who will remember what we did? Only your glorious achievements will remain. These words thoroughly swayed Henri. He began to envision a future where he ruled supreme, enjoying absolute power. Fine, I'll follow your advice. After we succeed, you'll be second only to me, with half the kingdom under your command. Thank you, Your Highness. No, thank you, Your Majesty, Zhonglu said. Well, it's hard to explain to father. General, please handle it for me. By handle it, Henri implied more than just explaining. He was also hinting for Zhonglu to eliminate Irvin. Zhonglu understood and accepted the order. Back in his room, Irvin felt increasingly despondent. The recent battles had exhausted him both physically and mentally. Now, the betrayal by the Turks had left him spitting blood, though he knew his vital energy was damaged, and his days were numbered. He recalled the days when he and his elder brother galloped freely across the lands of the Turks, living a life of justice and freedom. Regret surged within him. Brother, I've wronged you. It's my fault that led to your death at the hands of Master and Zaire. I'm about to join you in the underworld. I hope you can forgive me for my mistakes. Brother Abdirks knows his faults. May I have another chance to make amends? This time, I wish to defeat these Turk dogs while alive. Seventh brother, please forgive your elder brother. This time, I wish to fight alongside you. Lying in bed, Irvin's thoughts raced uncontrollably. He didn't know that Jalen had saved Igor, keeping the news hidden from most people. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Irvin frowned and sat up from his bed. Who's making noise outside? He shouted. Bang! The door flew open, letting in a cold gust of wind. Zhonglu rushed in. Your Majesty, Prince Jean Davidson, has rebelled. A ceremonial sword and poisoned wine. You may choose whichever you prefer. I'll ensure you depart respectfully. Furious, Irvin spat blood and died, without using any of the offered items. Chapter 380, Going Against the Tide. After Irvin's death, Henri succeeded him as the king of Western Qin and became the emperor of Western Qin. He announced that Irvin had passed away suddenly due to illness brought on by his concerns for the state. The ministers were deeply wary of this matter. None dared to comment further, and strategist Leonard died of excessive grief. With no one left to restrain Henri, he let himself loose. Not only was Henri simplistic and unstrategic, but he was also cruel by nature. He did not care for his soldiers, and would use horrific punishments like gouging out eyes and slicing noses at the slightest provocation. He also often brutally slaughtered prisoners of war. Therefore, he was feared and unpopular among his subjects. While Irvin was alive, he could still somewhat control Henri, who would then behave a little better. Now that Irvin was dead, Henri revealed his true nature completely. He summoned Jason and Zach to his side and told them, We are short on food now, with insufficient provisions. If you two insist on pushing, we might as well part ways and become enemies. Let's have a showdown. Although these two had been pressuring Irvin heavily, they were helpless against Henri. Irvin was relatively close. People fell to their knees before him, none daring to stand. Henri greeted them warmly, saying, Why, fathers and elders, what's wrong? You are my pillars of support. How can I mistreat you? Please rise and take your seats. Next to them were hundreds of chairs arranged neatly. Reluctantly, these families sat down, uncomfortable and unable to sit properly, finding it more torturous than standing. Henri said, Military matters are urgent, so I won't mince words. I am about to embark on an expedition, but our supplies are lacking. I hope the esteemed elders can donate some funds to alleviate my worries. What do you think? I will not ask for your donations without reward. Positions in the Great Qin court are prepared for you, and you can send your offspring into office. I promise I won't treat you unfairly. And once the treasury is full, I will return twice the amount donated. These wealthy families exchanged uneasy glances. They hadn't expected Henri to be so direct. No one spoke. Among them, the Li clan held the most power. A branch of the Li family of Longxi, they dominated Fufeng County, untouchable. The head of the Li clan, Buddy, stood up and said, Your Majesty, before coming here, we discussed and agreed to donate 5,000 taels of silver for military expenses. The money will be delivered shortly. Upon hearing this, Henry's face darkened. 5,000 taels? Buddy explained, yes, 5,000 taels. That's what we managed to gather after much effort. In such chaotic times, it's difficult to collect more. Henri slammed the table and barked, 5,000 taels? Are you treating me like a beggar? I spend more than that on a single meal. No one knew how much he ate daily. Supporting him must have been challenging for Irvin. Yet no one dared to contradict him. Buddy trembled and asked, then what does your majesty suggest? Henri smiled again. Each of you should donate 4/5 of your family's wealth. I promise you will receive unparalleled honors. Uncle Lee, if you donate 4/5 of your wealth, I guarantee you'll rank among the highest officials, a minister second to none. What? These wealthy families thought they heard wrongly. Donate 4/5 of their wealth? It sounded like outright robbery. Buddy felt that Henri was being unreasonable. Believing in the prestige of the Li clan of Longxi, Buddy believed Henri wouldn't dare harm him. So Buddy said, Your Majesty, we cannot possibly produce that much. Cannot produce? Henri looked at Buddy. Cannot produce? Buddy stood firm, refusing to give in. Very well, forget it. What about the rest of you? Henri turned to the other noble families. Seeing Henri fail to intimidate Buddy, they felt emboldened. They started crying poverty, claiming they couldn't contribute 4/5 of their wealth. If Henri had named a specific sum, things would have been easier. The wealthy families would have bitten the bullet and agreed if they could bear the burden, given Henri's notorious reputation. Better to suffer financial loss than offend him. But donating 4/5 of their wealth was impossible. It would impoverish them instantly, and even if they did, Henri might claim it wasn't enough and demand more, which was essentially open theft, stripping them of their entire fortune. Moreover, with Buddy leading the resistance, these people thought there would be safety in numbers. There's no way he'd dare harm all of us, or he'd lose the empire. However, they underestimated Henri's madness. He planned to rob these people, then flee to Eastern Turkic for refuge. He intended to incite the Western Turks and Tuyuhan to attack first, drawing Jalin's attention, while he fled north to Eastern Turkic. Eastern Turkic was powerful and hostile towards Western Turkic. They wouldn't harm him for the sake of the Western Turks and might even value him for bringing along numerous troops, giving him hope for resurgence. This plan was concocted by Zhong Luohua, hence his actions today. Chapter 381. Insight. Henri saw that everyone had made their stance clear, and not a single person was willing to hand over their wealth. Immediately, he roared in anger. Bind them up, strip them naked, and tie them to the pillars. Soldiers on both sides rushed forward and stripped these people bare before binding them up. These individuals, who had always lived in luxury, had never experienced such a scene. They were all frightened into paralysis, offering no resistance. The square was filled with a stark, ghastly sight. A scene both terrifying and absurd. I'll ask one more time. Will you hand it over or not? Henri asked menacingly. At this point, Buddy gritted his teeth. No, we won't hand it over. Henri, don't forget who helped raise your family. Have you thought about the consequences of your actions? Henri coldly replied. The world was won by my father and me. What's it got to do with you? Abdurance, you're so obstinate and unwilling to part with your wealth. I'll boil you alive, and then confiscate everything from your family. He gave an order, and soldiers dragged Buddy down from the pillar and carried him towards the boiling oil pot. Faced with the reality of the situation, Buddy lost control of his bladder and bowels, incessantly pleading, Your Majesty, spare my life. Please spare me. I'll hand it over. I'm willing to comply. Too late, Henri calmly stated. Buddy was thrown into the oil without struggling, quickly turning into a pile of bones. This terrified the wealthy and nobles present so much that they lost control of their bladders and bowels. Anything. Countless valuables flowed into Henri's coffers. After securing the loot, he immediately ordered Jamie and Leland to lead the charge against the Rene army while he oversaw the main force. To ensure their cooperation, he shared some of the wealth with them. These two originally hesitated to lead the charge due to the higher risk involved. However, seeing the treasure and promised further rewards after success swayed them. Considering they lacked food supplies, they agreed, knowing they would starve otherwise. The turmoil in Fufeng did not go unnoticed by Rodneyun Tower, which reported to Jalin. Earlier, Jalin had received a letter from Irvin, written after sending Henri away. He dispatched a secret envoy to deliver it to Jalin. Irvin confessed his sins, acknowledging that greed had blinded him, leading to wrongdoings against his master brother. Seeking redemption, he wished to join forces with Jalin to eliminate the Turkic presence in the region and alleviate his guilt. He intended to surrender to the Rene army, willing to face execution by Ibn Pedro. He had already ordered Henri and Zhong Luru to prepare accordingly. Irvin mentioned he was gravely ill, nearing death, and wanted to make amends before passing. In his plea, he wrote, Seventh brother, give Abdurk's brother a chance to atone. Jalin passed the letter to Quentin, who commented, Read, isn't this favorable? We can agree to Irvin's request. Jalin sighed, it seems beneficial but might not be feasible. The crucial factor is Irvin's illness. If he were healthy, he could control Henri. Now, being gravely ill, he lacks the power to deter Henri. Under his officers' incitement, Henri will likely refuse our terms and commit patricide. Irvin's days are numbered. Sure enough, news soon arrived of Irvin's death. Officially declared as illness-related, Jalin knew he was killed by his son. Henri's brutality became evident when reports emerged about his extortion of the wealthy in Shuafang. Jalin deduced that Henri planned to flee. Henri uses a scorched earth tactic to obtain money. His actions will only alienate the people further, making it impossible for him to establish roots in Longxi. Quentin agreed. Normal people wouldn't do this. Isn't this self-destructive? Can you rob once and expect to do it again? People won't wait for his move. They'll rise against him first. Red, where do you think Henri will flee? Jalin pondered and said, logically, he should head west to the western region since they've allied with them. However, the Huaxia corridor is now blocked. Attacking through there would waste time, and we are right behind him. Henri won't choose this path. Entering Chang'an from the east is even less likely. If he could succeed, he wouldn't have looted the wealthy. Now he has two routes, south into Shu or north into eastern Turkic territory. Entering Shu allows him to carve out a foothold. But he has no support in Shu, and its danger lies in Hanzhong. Losing Hanzhong makes Shu a small area, merely prolonging his downfall. Therefore, I believe he will head north to the eastern Turkic tribes, stronger and closer to the heartland. Should unrest arise, it facilitates entry into the central plains. Henri will abandon the western Turkic troops to distract the Rene army and flee west to Qinzhou, plundering along the way. Then he will move north into eastern Turkic territory. Chapter 382. Sweeping away the remnants. Jalen's analysis was sound and logical. All the generals, upon hearing his words, unanimously agreed. Indeed, if Henri wanted to escape, his only option would be to flee eastward to the eastern Turks. Henri's inevitable path to the East Turkic Khaganate is through Pingliang Commandery. If we block Pingliang Commandery, he will have no chance of escape, Quentin said. I am willing to lead a force to intercept Henri in Pingliang. Jalen nodded and replied, that's excellent. King Qin only needs to secure the strategic pass there without engaging in battle. Given the lack of supplies in Henri's army, they won't be able to hold out for long. Once our reinforcements arrive, they will inevitably be defeated. But to prevent him from turning back eastward to plunder, Giselbert, you should lead a force to guard Jingchuan. Ensure that Henri is contained within this region to launch rockets at the Rene camp. The Turks were skilled archers, and countless flaming arrows shot towards the Rene camp, dotting the sky like fireworks. The rockets densely rained down on the Rene camp. However, no matter how skilled they were, they still relied on manpower, while the Rene forces used mechanical power for their repeating crossbows and siege towers, which offered faster shooting speeds and longer ranges. If the Turkic soldiers got too close, they would be hit. If they stayed far away, their rockets posed no threat to the Rene forces. It only created a show, looking impressive but harmless. With no options left, Alfred was at a loss, but the Turkic action of firing rockets infuriated Jalen. He ordered the siege towers to advance. The siege towers, equipped with wheels, moved forward under mechanical power. Arrows rained from within the towers. Moreover, this time, the Rene arrows were tied with explosives, causing devastating explosions when they struck the Turkic ranks, sending them flying. The Rene forces had never used such weapons before, and the Turks were caught completely off guard, terrified by this unprecedented display. They had never seen anything like it before. It was truly terrifying. Two massive 20-meter-high iron siege towers advanced, shooting countless arrows. Whether they hit or missed, the arrows exploded upon contact, creating an unstoppable barrage. The Turks were massacred, losing their will to fight but not fleeing far. Instead, they headed towards Fufeng Commandery, where they had come from, hoping to return home. However, upon reaching the city walls, they discovered that Henri's army had already fled, leaving behind only an empty city. The gates were closed by the civilians of Fufeng City. The civilians, holding various makeshift weapons, stood shakily on the city walls. They hated the Turks deeply and refused to let them enter the city. Having been raided by Henri, they faced even crueler Turks but chose to defend their homes despite their fear. Furious, Alfred realized he had been deceived by Henri, who used him to distract Jalen while escaping. His plan had backfired, and he risked being killed here. With the pursuing Rene forces closing in, he dared not attack Fufeng City. Although he viewed the civilians as easy targets, time did not allow for further delays. He led his battered troops around the city walls, wasting valuable time. This delay allowed Jalen to surround them with Rene forces. Rene cavalry led the charge, followed by infantry. Using grappling hooks and trip ropes, once any Turkic soldier attempted to escape, they would trip and be pulled down, then decapitated with practiced efficiency. The Turks and Tuyuhun soldiers were utterly terrified. Most dropped their weapons and surrendered, but the Rene forces showed no mercy and continued. Henri's soldiers grew increasingly discontented. Though he amassed much wealth from the rich families, he shared nothing with his men who now resented him deeply. The prospect of fleeing to the cold East Turkic territories, abandoning family with no hope of return, was unacceptable to them. Thus, soldiers began deserting in small groups. Initially, Henri executed many deserters to intimidate the others, but this only caused more defections. Jalen pursued to Qinzhou and found widespread devastation, many civilians displaced and destitute. He comforted the people and dispatched supplies while leading his army onward. News spread among the people of Qinzhou, Fufeng, and Longyu, who spontaneously formed militia groups vowing to catch Henri. As Jalen's forces grew to nearly 200,000, he also cleaned up Henri's deserters. Some joined his cause, others continued pillaging and were captured. By the time they reached Pingliang, over 100,000 followed. Meanwhile, Henri's army dwindled to just 3,000 to 4,000, too demoralized to fight. Without response from the Turks, he sent Isaiah ahead to seek help. Leading a few thousand men, Zong did not get far before being intercepted by Quentin. Quentin arrived at Pingliang faster than expected, catching Isaiah unprepared. Renowned for his military genius, Li personally led the charge, defeating Zong's lives, leaving them displaced, homes destroyed, and families ruined. With him right before them, they felt an urge to tear Henri apart. At this point, Henri realized that resistance was futile. He shouted loudly, "Jalen, senior uncle, please speak." Jalen rode forward and sternly said, "What do you have to say? Speak your mind." Henri bowed on horseback and said, "Senior uncle, you and my father were brothers in arms, practicing arts together years ago with deep brotherly affection. Now that my father has passed away, can you ensure his legacy by sparing a descendant to carry on his name? I am ready to surrender and pledge allegiance. Could you forgive me? I am willing to serve under your command, fight loyally, and never harbor two hearts." Henri's combat prowess far exceeded Irvin's, nearly unmatched in the world. Even Jalen dared not claim certainty of victory against him. He was hailed as a contemporary overlord, comparable to Alan. Having such an ally would significantly enhance Jalen's power. Quentin stood anxiously beside him, fearing Jalen might accept Henri's offer, which would be detrimental to the Rene dynasty. Yet he knew better than to interfere, for it might backfire. He remained silent as Jalen turned to ask, "Shimin, what do you think?" Quentin was speechless, finding this situation difficult to handle. Reluctantly, he sighed, "Years of long you without shame? How will your homeland view you? Even if I didn't kill you, could you leave here alive?" Irvin repented, so I forgave him and acknowledged him as a senior brother. As for you, you should end your own life. Afterward, I will raise your son, ensuring his survival as a legacy for your brother. Jalen's words enraged Henri. He bellowed fiercely, "Jalen, you show no mercy. If you insist, I won't give you the satisfaction easily. Even if it means the end of the Shui lineage, I won't go down quietly. Men, follow me into battle against the Rene army. We shall fight to settle our honor." He lifted his phoenix wing gold-plated spear, expecting a roar of support. But there was no response. Soldiers retreated, dropped their weapons, and knelt to surrender, terrified by the overwhelming presence of the angry populace. Henri found himself abandoned, alone facing hundreds of thousands of enraged civilians. In his despair, he laughed bitterly. His face twisted grotesquely. He felt like the world's greatest fool. What true betrayal meant, this was it. No one was willing to stand by him in his final moments. Hurley had many willing to die alongside him, but Henri stood truly alone, bloodshot eyes blurring his vision. He swayed on his horse, amidst the roaring crowd. Jalen watched him silently. "Your Majesty, I will die with you," a voice echoed. Paul did not involve the rest of Irvin's family in the conflict. He protected them, earning support from the He Dong branch of the Shui clan. He sent Quentin back to Chang'an to report to Pedro, and then returned with his 20,000 troops to Qin Prefecture, where he settled down without any intention of going back to Chang'an. Instead, it seemed that he was preparing for a campaign into Shu. With Lane now firmly under his control, obtaining the land of Shu would mean that despite having fewer troops, he could easily handle Pedro's forces in the west. Moreover, he still had hundreds of thousands of troops in the east. If they attacked from both sides, Pedro's regime would be at risk. Burl was even more formidable than Irvin because while Shui only launched attacks from one front, Burl threatened on two fronts. Most importantly, he had gained significant support from the Guanzhong aristocracy, even surpassing the support for Pedro. This move by Jalen instilled fear within the Pedro camp. Pedro gathered his key ministers to deliberate on how to respond. Quentin attended this meeting. Upon hearing about the ambush plan for Burl outside of Hango Pass, he sighed and said, "Father, Jalen must have discovered the ambush. That's why he chose to stay rather than retreat." Pedro replied, "The ambush at Hango Pass is merely a precaution. As long as Burl agrees to leave Guanzhong, we won't take action. Only if he mimics Bud and remains here will we cut off his path home and He actually surrounds us instead of the other way around. More importantly, he has commanded our armies, and many generals are very loyal to him. While he hasn't poached our troops, they may not wish to fight against him. They respect Burl deep in their hearts." After hearing Quentin's analysis, everyone broke into a cold sweat. Burl had unknowingly turned the tables on them. If a conflict arose, he might prove even more dangerous than Henri. Rene might struggle to subdue his 20,000 troops. After pondering, Pedro asked, "Shimin, what should we do?" Quentin contemplated and replied, "Our best option is to withdraw our troops from Hangu Pass and let Burl leave freely. The longer he stays, the worse it is for us. He will certainly leave troops behind in Longyu, but we can deal with that later. The main goal is to get him out of Guanzhong. If he refuses to leave and tries to seize Guanzhong, withdrawing our troops will allow us to concentrate our superior forces against him. We must use several times his number in troops to ensure victory. This is our worst-case scenario. We also need to win the support of the Guanzhong aristocracy to stand a chance." Pedro agreed, "Very well, let's follow your advice. Let's try not to escalate matters and continue our strategy of consolidating Guanzhong and Shu before challenging the world." Pedro's tone conveyed resignation. Everyone knew Jalen already controlled 2/3 of the prosperous region. Chapter 386. Both Abdurds employ tactics. Jalen had secretly fled, which greatly surprised everyone. All their preparations turned out to be in vain. Even Pedroji's planned assassination attempt was thwarted. He left quietly, taking nothing with him, leaving behind a messy situation that Pedro now had to resolve. "Order the checkpoints and outposts along the route to capture Jalen at all costs. We can't let him escape Guanzhong," said Aiden angrily to Pedro. Louis shook his head and said, "It's too late. We don't know when he left." Giselbert was able to deliver this letter to us, indicating that Jalen is already safe. He wouldn't have handed the letter over if the fish hadn't already escaped. Even setting up an ironclad net would be futile now. So what should we do? Should we attack the 20,000 troops he left behind? Once they settle down, recapturing Longyu will be extremely difficult, and they'll share control of Shu territory with us, said Pedro, sitting on the dragon throne, furrowing his brows. Kimball replied, absolutely not. Attacking those 20,000 troops would be meaningless. Quentin added, indeed, we shouldn't attack them. They are highly mobile, and we might not be able to eliminate them entirely. Instead, it would exhaust our forces, leaving us no time for other matters. Moreover, Jalen Pedro to send supplies and visit often. Sometimes it was grain, sometimes valuables. Leaders like Warren and Spencer visited under the pretext of old friendships, feasting, and hunting together. After accepting one invitation, Giselbert stopped appearing but did not stop his subordinates from interacting with Pedro's officers. Over time, relations seemed cordial on the surface. However, only the two sides knew their true intentions. Jalen didn't want to antagonize the Li clan yet, given he still had Gay to deal with. He knew Pedro wouldn't let him leave easily. Even if Pedro wanted to, his subordinates might create incidents to detain or kill him. Deciding to remain tactful, Jalen chose to slip away quietly to Luoyang, just like Meng Qingjun once stealthily crossed the Hangu Pass. He left Giselbert and Armando in command of the 20,000 troops stationed in Longyu, while he disguised himself and exited Guanzhong with several key officers. Though his men weren't particularly skilled in stealth, they benefited from the powerful intelligence network of the Fengyun Tower. Under its guidance, they smoothly passed through multiple checkpoints and returned to Tongguan. Upon arrival, he met Farron, who awaited him with troops at Tongguan. News of their victory against Irvin and the Turkic alliance had already reached Farron, thrilling him. Farron anticipated potential obstacles during Jalen's return, so he promptly stationed his troops. Chapter 387. Unfulfilled Wishes. Jalen and his men did not stay long in Tongguan. After leaving Kenneth and his brother to guard the pass, they returned to Luoyang. Conrad, upon receiving the news, dared not to obstruct them, watching them leave before reporting to Eben Pedro. Pedro commended Conrad for his actions and confirmed that it was wise not to antagonize Jalen at this time. Thus, peace was restored in Guangzhou. Pedro and his sons were focused on governing Guangzhou while consolidating control over Shu. Abdurance there were no local separatist forces in Shu, and Pedro had prepared in advance. They smoothly occupied the region. Having secured Shu and Guangzhou, they worked diligently, waiting for the right moment. After returning to Haiyang, Jalen sent Braden back to Jizhou, allowing him to expand his religious followers without official obstruction. Whether or not he could overthrow the Celestial Master sect was their internal affair. The state would not interfere. Success would depend on his own abilities. Braden, delighted with the imperial edict, hurried to Jizhou. Dressed in white robes, with an ethereal appearance and riding a celestial crane, he looked every bit the part of a Taoist immortal. If he were alive today, he'd be a top-tier celebrity, commanding attention wherever he went. Upon arriving in Jizhou, he quickly gained a significant number of followers, even more efficiently. Frustrated, Uriel waited eagerly for their return, but they never came. As night fell, he returned to the palace dejectedly. He didn't sleep well that night and was up early the next morning, cleaning up and waiting on the city walls. Jalen, come on, come and see me. I'm still alive, and it won't be easy to take my life, he muttered. Around mid-morning, the Xia army finally appeared. They were dressed in new uniforms, marching spiritedly toward the city. Looking around, Uriel noticed that everyone else was ragged and unkempt. Abdurging, he thought, even in this, we can't compete. But then he steeled himself, it doesn't matter. As long as I don't lose to you, Jalen. Jalen sat atop his red-blooded warhorse at the foot of the city wall, calling out to Uriel. Seeing Jalen astride his magnificent steed, exuding immense authority, Uriel tried to remain composed. Prince Burl, it's been a long time. Jalen smiled faintly from below. King Qiong, I'm doing well. Have you had enough to eat? I have fine wine and fresh meat here for you to enjoy. These words almost broke Uriel's resolve. Frustration welled up within him. I've eaten, and I'm fine. I heard you helped Pedro defend against the Tujue invasion. How did it go? We achieved a great victory, annihilating countless enemies. That's good. Don't let the morale of the Central Plains falter. Uriel smiled. You only asked about my wishes, but I haven't asked about yours. Jalen, do you have any unresolved wishes? Jalen laughed. What unresolved wishes do I have? You should focus on yourself. My affairs don't need your concern. Uriel proudly stated, the outcome is not yet decided. How do you know I can't turn the tide? Jalen gazed at him quietly before laughing again. My wish is for the flag of China to fly over every corner of the world, to achieve true unity under heaven. Braden received the decree joyfully and hurried to Jizhou. Clad in white robes with a transcendental appearance and riding a crane, he exuded an air of Taoist grace. Today, he would be a top-tier celebrity, with his entrance accompanied by exclusive BGM. He quickly attracted a large number of believers in Jizhou, developing followers even faster than when Jalen and Bertrand had been shamans. However, as promised, Jalen did not stop him. What happened behind the scenes remained unknown to others. After completing these tasks, Jalen turned his attention to Luoyang. At this time, Uriel and Luoyang had been under siege for over a year. The Xia army outside cultivated fields and practiced agriculture, being self-sufficient, so the siege did not significantly affect them. Though the Xia army did not attack, those inside suffered from limited supplies, eating old grain and craving fresh game. Uriel felt, come see me. I'm still alive, and taking my life won't be easy. By mid-morning, the Xia army appeared, dressed in new uniforms, looking well-fed and spirited. In contrast, Uriel's men were ragged and unwashed. Abdurging, he admitted, we can't compare. But then he steeled himself, thinking it didn't matter as long as he didn't lose to Jalen. Standing tall on the wall, he watched Jalen ride a steed below. King Burl, it's been a while, Uriel said, feigning calmness. King Qiong, I'm well. Have you eaten? We have wine and fresh meat here, Jalen replied, smiling. This nearly broke Uriel's composure, filled with frustration. I'm fine, I've eaten. I heard you helped Pedro defend against the Turks. How did it go? We won decisively. Good. Don't let the Central Plains spirit diminish. Unfortunately, I couldn't join. These wine and meats are to celebrate our victory. They're also for your troops, something to celebrate together. King Qiong, please accept them. Fine, I'll accept. If I can't revel on the battlefield, I'll do so in Luoyang. Many soldiers from Jalen's side brought wine and meat to the walls. Uriel lowered baskets to haul up the provisions without betraying them. Once done, Jalen declared, today is a day of victory over foreign invaders, worth celebrating. Let's be at peace today. After today, we will be enemies. I must attack Luoyang. King Qiong, do you have any unfulfilled flying across the world? What a grand vision. Jalen, you are truly impressive, Uriel murmured. If you fail, I will help realize your wish to see Huaxia's banners spread throughout the land, Uriel solemnly pledged. Jalen nodded without saying anything and led his troops back to the main camp. Uriel also descended from the city wall, ordering food and wine to be distributed to the soldiers so they could enjoy a hearty meal. Gaston stopped him. Your Majesty, you must not do this. Why? Uriel asked. Because it will shake the morale of our army. Jalen knows we lack food in the city. This is deliberate. Once the soldiers have eaten their fill, they might start dreaming of escaping. This mindset is not conducive to defending the city. Your Majesty should order all the food and wine thrown away. Under no circumstances should it be distributed. Uriel said, can the soldiers really remain content with guarding the city if they see us throw away good food? Gaston was at a loss for words. It's been a long time since the soldiers had meat. Let them have a feast. Besides, this is a celebration to demonstrate our national prestige. They must partake. Though we fight Jialen to the death, it is family business over who governs. But fighting the Tujue is a matter of state that requires celebration. No matter what happens in the future, today the soldiers must eat well. Uriel spoke with great valor, bringing tears to many eyes. Family and country, intertwined and inseparable, countless people have sacrificed their families for the sake of their nation, ultimately for the well-being of their loved ones. Uriel returned to the palace, drinking the fine wine and enjoying the delicious food Jialen had sent. He drank until thoroughly drunk. That night, no one in Luoyang remained sober. All were intoxicated. That night, the city walls of Luoyang were left unguarded, as if defenseless. However, the Xia army did not take advantage of the situation. Jialen did not attack while Luoyang was vulnerable. He gazed at Luoyang and sighed, turning to Farron beside him. Uriel is a hero too. Though he is of non-Han origin, he considers Zhongyuan his home. His eagerness to rush from Jiangdu to rescue Claude and Yinmen shows he sees himself as part of Zhongyuan, unwilling to allow foreign invaders. There may be some showmanship in this, but why doesn't anyone else even put on a show? Farron nodded. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Uriel has exceptional qualities, which allowed him to become a regional lord. Yet his ruthlessness and brutality toward the people doom him to lose their support and prevent him from becoming the ruler of all. Jialen looked at Luoyang. Uriel was much like him, rising from humble origins. However, Jialen came with knowledge from the future, these monks as agents within Luoyang. Farron understood immediately. This was a brilliant move. Uriel would not suspect the monks, making their mission easier. Thus, Jialen sent envoys to invite Shaolin monks to infiltrate Luoyang. The abbot, Vincent, agreed without hesitation when summoned by Jialen. This was because Uriel seized Shaolin's land and cut off its provisions, threatening the temple's existence. Once Uriel escaped Luoyang, Shaolin would likely cease to exist. The monks couldn't willingly relinquish their land and needed to act to reclaim it, thus aligning with Jalen's plan. Vincent selected 49 skilled warrior monks led by Arden, disguised as ordinary monks, to serve as insiders in Luoyang. Additionally, he dispatched 500 warrior monks to join Jalen's forces. Knowing this, Jalen promised to return Shaolin's lands and grant an additional 100 hectares upon defeating Uriel. In pursuit of their interests, the monks set aside their spiritual calling, becoming ruthless fighters willing to risk their lives for the cause. Chapter 389. Shaolin Warrior Monks. Arden brought 48 other monks to the city of Luoyang. Uriel ascended the city wall to observe, and upon seeing so many monks, he was momentarily stunned. May I ask your name, master? Uriel inquired toward Arden. I am humble monk Arden, from the West Mountains Qingyun Temple, Arden replied. Uriel said, Master Arden, there are too many of you here. The city doesn't need so many monks, hardships, but rules must be followed. If your majesty insists on reducing the number, then we won't enter. Uriel thought for a moment before saying, very well. Abdurance this is for the late emperor, the ceremony cannot be meager. All of you may enter. He ordered his men to hoist Arden and the others into Luoyang using baskets. From a distance, Farron watched them enter the city and asked, Your Majesty, shall we launch an assault? Jalen smiled and said, No need. You only need to prepare your troops. When the time comes, I will inform you. Everything is ready except the right moment. As long as Arden and his team act as insiders within the city, taking over Luoyang will be as easy as pie. Your Majesty, does that mean everything is set? Farron asked, pleasantly surprised. Jalen nodded. Indeed. We just need to wait for the right time. They exchanged a knowing smile and returned to camp. Upon arriving in Luoyang, Arden and the others noticed how desolate the city had become, far removed from its former prosperity and splendor when nations gathered in homage. Now, the city was full of ruins and starving people. Unclaimed houses were dismantled for use in defense. Countless famished civilians stared helplessly at the soldiers passing by, yearning for an end to the war. Arden murmured several times, Umitba, lamenting the scars left by war. He wished for this abhorrent conflict to end soon, for the sake of humanity and the Shaolin temple's reclaiming of its property. They reached the palace, originally built by Hurley, now occupied by Uriel. Seated on the golden throne, Uriel asked Arden below him, How many days will the ceremony last? 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, or 49 days, whatever your majesty decides. Uriel dismissed everyone from the hall, leaving only Arden, Crown Prince Leaf, and a few others. Uriel then said, Master Arden, I didn't let you in merely to honor the late emperor. I have another purpose. Arden asked in surprise, Your Majesty, what else? Another ceremony perhaps? Uriel shook his head and chuckled wryly. I don't have so many ceremonies to conduct. Actually, I'm letting you in so you can help me escape. What? Escape Luoyang? This humble monk can't assist with that. Master, please do not worry. I have a plan. In fact, Uriel planned to use his meeting with Jalen to propose holding a ceremony for Hurley. Knowing Jalen would agree to maintain appearances, he could disguise himself among the monks to escape Luoyang, thus buying time for his comeback. After hearing Uriel's plan, Arden nodded and said, Umitba, indeed. Who would have thought your majesty had such a scheme? This humble monk can assist. But to avoid suspicion, the ceremony must still be conducted. To save time, it should last 7 days. Any shorter, and others might grow suspicious. Thank you, master. Once I'm free, I will repay you. I will rebuild Qingyun Temple and repay your kindness. Umitba, saving a life is better than building 7 layers of pagoda. Monks practice compassion without expecting reward. Not that they didn't seek rewards, but lesser deeds wouldn't suffice. Delighted, Uriel arranged for them to stay at the Qian Yen Terrace, where they prepared both the ceremony and his escape plan. According to Leaf's plan, unnecessary monks should be killed, needing replacements for disguises. However, Uriel disagreed, fearing it would raise suspicion and anger Arden, leading to non-cooperation. Such actions would be counterproductive. It was best to treat the monks kindly, considering their small group couldn't cause much trouble anyway. Leaf agreed with his father's judgment and did not persist. The monks began conducting the ceremony at the Qian terrace, while Uriel prepared to escape, hiding valuable treasures and carrying only some priceless items. To conceal his intentions, he continued drinking and reveling as usual. To prevent his ministers from guessing his plan, he lifted the alcohol ban, distributing remaining wine among them, explaining it was either a celebration of victory or a farewell drink in case of defeat. His somber tone moved the ministers to tears. Even those thinking of surrender were touched by his apparent resolve. Taking the wine home, they drank day and night, ignoring thoughts of the future. Secretly, they hoped Jalen would soon conquer Luoyang, ending this turmoil. Having pacified the ministers, Uriel intensified preparations. Arden led the monks staying at the Qian terrace day and night, stating ceremonies shouldn't be disturbed. Thus, Uriel cleared out all others, leaving only the monks behind. Chapter 390. So that's how it is. Originally, there is no tree of Bodhi, nor is there any platform of a bright mirror. Not a single thing exists. Where then can the dust be found? Uriel had been holding out in Luoyang for over a year, but now he could not hold on any longer and was preparing to escape. With 7 days left, Uriel shaved his head and prepared to leave with his crown prince Karim and a few trusted men like Gaston. He left behind all his wives and concubines, unable to take them along. He put forward a body double to mislead people and prevent discovery while he himself escaped from the city of Luoyang with monks like Arden. Looking at the grand city of Luoyang, Uriel thought to himself that one day, he would definitely return here and rebuild its glory. However, before Arden and the monks went too far out of the city, they encountered Jalen's troops who were conducting checks on anyone leaving the city. Uriel kept his head lowered, hoping Arden would say a few words on his behalf to avoid the inspection. He was even prepared to part with some priceless treasures to pass through undetected. Unexpectedly, Arden not only did not speak on his behalf, but pointed him out. He is Uriel. After speaking, the Shaolin monks surrounded Uriel and his party. Realizing he was betrayed, Uriel cried out, "Arden, you are a monk who should show mercy. What do you gain by doing this?" Arden coldly replied, "Your Majesty, I am a monk from Shaolin Temple. When you seized our temple's assets, did you think of showing mercy and sparing us a way to live?" Only then did Uriel understand it was the Shaolin monks. "I even left you a place, but it seems I made a mistake. I should have eradicated you completely." Regret filled Uriel. If he had known it would come to this, why had he done those things? Seeing he couldn't move the Shaolin monks, he tried to appeal to the officer in charge. If he was moved, Uriel still had a chance to escape. He shouted at the officer, "General, if you let me go, I will give you invaluable treasures." Saying so, he had Karim bring forward a package full of priceless treasures. The officer did not even glance at it, saying coldly, "Uriel, look at me carefully." Removing his hat, he revealed a young face that Uriel could not identify. "General, we've never met before. I don't recognize you," Uriel replied. "Uriel, you forgot about Adin?" Mentioning Adin brought back memories. During Jalen's attack, many rebelled against him and surrendered. Adin tried to rebel within Luoyang, gathering forces to capture Uriel. But after being betrayed, Adin failed and was executed by Uriel's order. The man before him? Do you remember? Let me tell you, I am Pierce, Adin's eldest son. You think you can escape from my hands? Hearing this, Uriel felt despair. If only he had stayed in Luoyang where he had more protection. Now, with just a handful of men, they faced hundreds. Rather than surrender, he decided to fight until death. As Uriel was about to make a desperate attack, he heard shouts and the sound of cannon fire coming from Luoyang. Turning around, he saw flames engulfing the city. The sky was lit up with fire. What was happening? There was no sign of Jalen's army attacking the city. So how did this chaos start? Who got into the city? Puzzled, he momentarily forgot his attack. Arden clasped his hands and chanted, "Amit Ba Buddha, such sin. What's going on?" Uriel asked frantically. Arden explained the situation to him. It turns out that while Jalen besieged Luoyang without directly attacking, he sent Cosmo to secretly dig an underground passage leading into the city. Cosmo, experienced in digging tunnels, began working immediately after receiving orders. After surveying the terrain, he dug deep to avoid detection. Knowing Uriel had defeated the city, he had trenches dug inside the walls, placing large pots to detect any digging sounds, and assigned personnel to watch over them. Unfortunately, for every height there is a greater height. Jalen managed to dig from even deeper below. If Uriel had known what Cosmo specialized in, he wouldn't have been surprised. After all, Cosmo was an expert whose life's work revolved around tunneling. And with the Zoroastrian religion's 200-year history of tunneling, it wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Thus, professional tasks should be left to professionals. At this stage, Uriel could foresee the outcome for Luoyang. If the city could still put up a fight with its deep moats and high walls, now the people inside could not withstand the Xia army's assault. Witnessing his kingdom crumble before his eyes, Uriel flew into a rage. He roared and slashed at Pierce with his saber. Pierce deflected with his spear, and the two engaged in combat. Karim, Gaston, and Mohammed joined in, knowing they couldn't escape. Even in death, they intended to make a last stand. Yani and the Shaolin monks blocked their path, each armed with a staff supplied by Pierce's soldiers. This was an uneven battle. Although Uriel and his men were skilled in martial arts, they were disadvantaged. Now it was a simple matter. Inside the city, soldiers opened the gates for Jalen, who led his troops into Luoyang. Seeing the city's devastation, he immediately issued orders to calm the populace, organize firefighting efforts, and tally the damage. He also swiftly resumed normal life and production to restore peace for the citizens. After enduring nearly a year of hellish existence, the exhausted civilians received food supplies from Jalen. Finally free from fear, they gradually regained their peace. Pierce delivered Uriel's head. Upon seeing the once mighty Uriel reduced to such a state, Jalen did not further humiliate him. He ordered his body to be sewn together and given a proper burial. With this, almost two-thirds of the population under the control of the Central Plains came under Jalin's dominion. Pedro and Gay were astonished by the news. Pedro was greatly surprised. Jalin had conquered Luoyang within a month of leaving Guangzhou, and almost without bloodshed. The once mighty Uriel had put up virtually no resistance. Jalin truly displayed masterful tactics. Quentin reassured him, saying, "Father, you shouldn't worry too much about Jalin. The battle for Luoyang exaggerated his capabilities." "Why do you say that?" Pedro asked. "Jalin has been besieging Luoyang for a year. The city's defenses are worn down, and the morale of its defenders is low. Plus, Uriel abandoning them demoralized them further. Also, his strategy was effective. Using tunnels caught the defenders off guard, making it easy for him to win. This doesn't reflect the true strength difference." Pedro nodded. "You're right, but we shouldn't underestimate him either. His tactics are unpredictable, and he often wins using unexpected methods, which makes him most formidable. We must remain vigilant in defending Guangzhou." Though Quentin didn't voice it, he still harbored a bit of resentment, believing he could have done just as well if given command. Gay also learned of Uriel's defeat. His frustration nearly burst. Uriel was a fool for letting monks enter the city at such a critical moment. Otherwise, he might have held out longer. While Sui captured Luoyang, Gay's siege on Xiangyang remained fruitless. The situations differed. Luoyang was isolated, while Xiangyang had supply lines intact. William defended Xiangyang, coordinating with Emmanuel and Hiram in Fanberg. His tactics were flexible, occasionally launching surprise attacks on Gay, keeping him constantly on guard. Despite setbacks, Gay made some gains. Frisco Sun's troops grew stronger through war experience. Yet, even this elite force couldn't break Xiangyang. Upon learning of Uriel's fall, Gay withdrew. Jalin's unification of the north seemed inevitable. Now, he faced the prospect of Jalin's southern campaign. There was no... Igor grabbed his arm, excitement palpable. Though an impolite gesture, Jalin didn't mind. In fact, he was delighted. Few people treated him so intimately, especially as his status grew, turning most people into awestruck followers rather than close friends. "Of course, Desmond. Once you're ready, we can start immediately." "I'm ready. There's nothing more to prepare. Just heal me." Amused by Igor's eagerness, Jalin also empathized with his longing to recover. He himself had experienced similar desires during his military days. All the necessary medications were prepared. Jalin took out a specially crafted knife designed for this very purpose. "Desmond, I need to cut open your clavicle, realign the bones, and then sew it back together. This will restore you. However, the process is excruciatingly painful, far beyond what most people can endure. I'll give you the best medication available to alleviate the pain as much as possible." "Brother, you must endure." Igor laughed heartily. "I've died once already. What can't I endure?" "Little brother, proceed." "Did General Guan Yu's bone-scraping therapy make him stronger? Am I not equal to Guan Yu?" Jalin almost faltered, surprised that Igor knew of Guan Yu's legendary feat. Nodding solemnly, he instructed his men to finalize preparations. All medications were soon ready. Jalin asked Igor to remove his upper clothing, revealing scars all over his body from Zaire's torment. Jalin felt a pang of sorrow. Igor waved it off. "Haha, just flesh wounds. Once I'm healed, I'll settle the score with Zaire. Proceed. I can handle it." Jalin gave Igor a mixture of mandrake flower and other drugs, a potent anesthetic. However, to prevent nerve damage, Jalin only dulled his senses, minimizing long-term effects. As the anesthetic took effect, Igor felt no immediate pain but watched the entire procedure clearly. "Doesn't hurt at all. Are you deceiving me?" He heard the crunching sound of bones being cut, but felt no pain. "You'll feel it when the anesthesia wears off," Jalin replied stoically, fully focused on Igor's wound. Though he'd never operated before, only learned about such procedures from army doctors. Years of martial training ensured his hands remained steady. Carefully, he cut open Igor's clavicle and worked meticulously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as an attendant wiped them away. Igor grew increasingly tense, knowing the critical moment had arrived. He dared not move, fearing disruption. Time ticked away, and as the anesthesia began to fade, unbearable pain struck Igor. Sweat poured down his face. He gritted his teeth, trying not to cry. Almost no idle plots left, and many wastelands have been cultivated. Farmers now own their land, boosting agricultural enthusiasm. The chemical fertilizers have also improved, increasing yields. Households now have surplus grain, solving food concerns. Moreover, regional commercial development incentives have greatly enhanced our economy. Jalin nodded, as these were expected outcomes. If not achieved, he would lack the resources for empire building. In an agrarian society, grain and population are crucial for victory. Whoever controls more grain and population gains a natural advantage. True land consolidation issues would resolve with higher yields, as farmers wouldn't mortgage their lands if they can feed themselves. Thus, basic class conflicts ease. However, this caused discontent among landlords who used to quickly accumulate wealth through land acquisitions. Jalin cut off this income but provided new opportunities, industry and commerce. He elevated merchant status, encouraging financially capable landlords to invest in new ventures. Although peasants had enough to eat and some surplus, they lacked the means to compete in commerce, mostly defeated by wealthy landlords. Few emerged victorious. As landlords became merchants, industry and commerce flourished, promoting consumption and providing livelihoods for the unemployed. This created a healthy cycle, significantly strengthening Xia's national power. But military strategy suited him perfectly, allowing him to excel. Arriving at Xiangyang's front line, Farron had already led troops there. William had defended against Gay for a year without major harm, growing ever more experienced. Facing generals, Jalin said, "This is our first genuine naval battle. We must cross the Yangtze into southern territories. Our army mostly consists of northerners unaccustomed to water battles. Gay leads southerners skilled in naval warfare. How should we proceed?" Historically, the Yangtze was insurmountable. Strong states like former Qin's Fujian failed due to unfamiliarity with naval combat during the Battle of Feishui. Capturing the Yangtze equates to half of southern territory. Thus, naval supremacy is critical. William responded, Your Majesty, over the past year, I've faced Ge multiple times and engaged in the Han River. Familiar with Ge's tactics, I request to lead as vanguard. Jalen smiled, I knew you'd volunteer, but you excel in defense, not offense. Let someone else take the vanguard role. Farron asked, Your Majesty, do you have a specific vanguard in mind? Jalen nodded, Yes, I've chosen someone already en route to Xiangyang. Vanguards were crucial. Failure could ruin the entire campaign. Choosing wisely was paramount. Just then, soldiers announced that General Ed sought audience. Hearing Ed's name, everyone understood. However, much of southern Jiangnan remains undeveloped, lacking economic strength and population density compared to us. The key cities lie along the Yangtze River, becoming sparsely populated and unsuitable for habitation further south due to dense mists. Thus, defeating Beth requires targeting his capital and the cities along the Yangtze River. A single attack from Xiangyang might not suffice. Instead, we should divide our forces into 3 routes, one heading towards Jiangling, another upstream to Yichang to seize the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, and a third route targeting Jiangxia and Hanyang to secure the lower reaches and prevent Iggy and Demetrius from aiding Beth. This way, Beth's capital Jiangling will be exposed to us. Once the timing is right, capturing Jiangling will be within reach. Jalen had established this strategy against Beth, yet they did not immediately launch an attack. They awaited Ed's training of a formidable navy. It wasn't that Jalen distrusted the original Jianghuai army, but when John and Ed attacked Qi Commandery, they relied on the Jianghuai infantry. By the time they surrendered, most of the Jianghuai navy had defected to Demetrius and moved to Jiangnan. This left Jalen with little option but to train a new navy. However, Ed was highly skilled in naval warfare, quickly organizing a 20,000-strong navy under his leadership. The navy trained day and night on the Han. Why would he weaken his military with a formidable enemy approaching? This was the result of power struggles. Beth felt his position was threatened, prompting him to protect his authority. Initially, Beth was elected leader by Ardell, Sean, and others who feared punishment after a failed uprising. However, with the fall of Sui, no one pursued retribution, leading to ambitions among leaders like Ardell who began questioning Beth's leadership, especially since Beth leaned on Ge, treating them coldly, which displeased them. They felt betrayed, recalling how they had initially elevated him to power. Who was Ge? Just a renegade dog, once infamous for assisting Claude in seizing power, causing suffering for many. Now Ge wanted to kill Claude and become emperor himself. Why support such a person? Thus, Ardell plotted to assassinate Beth and Ge and claim the throne. However, neither Beth nor Ge underestimated the threat. Being adept at political coups, Ge saw through the plan. Advising Beth to stabilize internal affairs before unifying the realm, he suggested downsizing the military. Beth accepted the advice, initiating large-scale troop reductions, primarily aimed at removing Ardell's military power. Forces previously under Ardell were transferred to Beth's loyalists, maintaining military strength but shouting angrily, Villain! Why have you betrayed me and attacked me so treacherously? Sean sneered and threw out Ardell's brother's severed head, saying, Your plot was known to King Liang. I was specifically ordered to capture you. I advise you to surrender. Seeing his brother's head, Ardell understood that his plans had been exposed. He said to Sean, When the rabbit is dead, the dog is cooked. Don't you know what happened to Sam and Walt? If I die, your days will be numbered too. Let's join forces against Beth. Sean knew well the fate of Sam and Walt but, blinded by greed, believed he could handle Beth on his own. Without listening, he commanded his army to attack Ardell again. Realizing the peril, Ardell fought fiercely but was eventually overwhelmed and killed. Beth kept his word and promptly appointed Sean as chancellor, making him the foremost among the ministers. Sean became arrogant and acted arrogantly, disregarding everyone else. However, Beth seized the opportunity to strip him of his military power, leaving him with an empty title and no real authority. In Beth's presence, Sean had no say. Realizing too late the error of his ways, Sean regretted his actions, but it was already too late. He lost all leverage against Beth. Soon after, Beth fabricated an excuse and had Sean executed. With this move, Beth consolidated his internal control. No one dared challenge him anymore. They could only submit to his rule. However, this also caused widespread fear and unease, with everyone living in dread that their turn might come next. After consolidating his power, Beth's feelings towards Ge changed. Initially, he was merely holding the throne for Ge, intending to give up his position in the future. But the longer he held power, the more he was reluctant to relinquish it. Ge now became a thorn in his side. Yet, Beth still relied on Ge because only he could defeat Jalen. Ge, as a seasoned general of the previous dynasty, had formidable reputation and was Jalen's mentor, which made him uniquely qualified to confront Jalen. Beth sought Ge's advice on how to deal with Jalen. Ge pondered for a moment and suggested, King Liang, though Jalen controls vast lands north of the Yangtze, attacking southward won't be easy for him. He lacks a navy and ships. Without a navy, he can't conquer the southern territories, Beth remarked. True, but navies can be trained, and ships can be built. These are solvable issues. Does that mean we're not safe? Beth asked. Not entirely. A navy can be built over time. Also, King Liang, while your territory is vast, the population is scattered and not concentrated. Jiangling, adjacent to the Yangtze, is strategically important, but in case of emergencies, it's difficult for reinforcements from other regions to arrive in time. Why don't we consider moving the capital south to Changsha? It lies deep within our territory. If besieged, it can be supported from all sides. Unlike Jiangling, which is too close to the border and hard to reinforce if endangered. Ge proposed moving the capital, but Beth fell silent, eventually responding, Lord Yang, relocating the capital is a major decision with far-reaching implications. For now, since Jalen hasn't attacked, let's put this aside. Beth did not want to leave Jiangling. It was prosperous and climate-friendly. Changsha, on the other hand, had a variable climate, humidity, and poor soil. It was not a desirable place. Historically, it was where convicts were exiled. There would be no turning back once moved there. Gay sighed. Without his own army, he was powerless to influence events further. Meanwhile, Pedro in Guangzhou wasn't idle. He dispatched Fin to control Bashu. There were no notable leaders or factions controlling Bashu during the end of the Sui Dynasty, so whoever arrived first claimed it. The locals had no interest in participating in the power struggle. Pedro took advantage of this, effortlessly occupying Bashu. Upon arrival, Fin established good relations with local forces, adhering to the principle of allowing the people of Shu to govern them. Hundreds of warships in grand procession downstream out of Abderchuan towards Yiling, he was determined to shine. However, before setting sail, he had to contend with the rebellions scattered throughout Abderchuan. Though overall peace reigned and there was no large-scale resistance, disturbances still erupted among ethnic minority enclaves. Leaving these areas unaddressed risked cutting off his retreat route, effectively trapping Rene forces on the Yangtze. Therefore, Fin devised a strategy, appointing children of local tribal chieftains as officers within his ranks, offering them generous rewards and involving them in the campaign. On the surface, this elevated their status. In reality, it held them hostage to ensure loyalty. Any rebellion would result in immediate reprisals against these hostages. The tribes, blinded by superficial benefits, did not recognize this tactic and accepted gleefully. With the tribe secured, Fin advanced unhindered, swiftly seizing control of Yiling. Ecstatic with success, he reported to Pedro that Yiling was secure and Jiangling's capture imminent. He coveted the title of pacifier of southern China, once conferred only upon Hurley. Achieving this glory for himself was a tantalizing prospect. However, his elation was short-lived as he discovered Jalin's Xia forces already occupied Yichang and Jingmin across the river, even closer to Jiangling than his own position. Now facing of outpacing the Xia forces, the Xia fleet shadowed his movements closely. Confronted by their persistent presence, Fin inquired about their intentions. They responded that they were conducting maneuvers and observing the battle to gain experience. Infuriated yet powerless to act without provoking hostilities, Fin resolved to press forward. Thousands of ships set sail, targeting Qin Qiong. Unprepared for an attack during high water conditions, the defenders faced sudden, unexpected assault. Fin's bold move underscored his determination to seize the initiative despite the risks. Yet, it was also driven by the pressure from Jalin's relentless pursuit. Ultimately, this race against time and the lurking threat of the Xia forces fueled Fin's decision. A choice made under duress, but embodying his resolve to claim victory or face defeat. Chapter 397. A kind reminder. Jalin wanted Fin to be in this very state. When he learned that the Rene army was advancing from Abderchuan by water to vie for control of the empire, he and Farron devised this strategy. Abderance the Xia navy was newly trained and inexperienced in naval warfare. Engaging Terrence directly might not yield desirable results. Now that the Rene army was willing to take the lead, they could simply follow behind and reap the rewards. Farron wholeheartedly agreed with Jalin's perspective. People under high pressure were often more formidable than usual, but such prowess came at a cost and couldn't last long. Once overwhelmed by pressure, collapse would happen swiftly. The Xia army could then capitalize on the Rene army's breakdown to claim victory effortlessly. For this reason, Farron and Ed personally came to Yichang to oversee the operations. Jalin dispatched William and Emmanuel to attack Jiangxia and Hanyang, while he led the main force towards Jiangling himself. However, these two groups only supported the navy, as capturing Jiangling required naval combat, which was indispensable. Under pressure and driven by anger, Fin reached Xinjiang. Tadeo, who was stationed there, had no preparations ready. Upon receiving news, he hastily gathered warships to intercept them. But in his rush, he only brought several hundred patrol ships, Mengchong Dou Jiande, none of which were giant warships. These patrol ships were long and narrow, fast and agile, capable of ramming enemy vessels and were essential for river battles, much like horses on land. They were also well protected, with cowhide covering the hulls to resist fire attacks, and featured 3 levels of cabins equipped with crossbows for attacking enemies. Despite their agility and protection, the Mengchong Dou Jiande ships were powerless against the Rene's giant warships. The Rene fleet lined up its dozens of giants at the forefront, unafraid of the smaller ships' assaults. The Mengchong Dou Jiande were crushed under the sheer power of the giants. Furthermore, the Rene forces had the adversary, preparing to join the fray. Absolutely cannot let the Xia forces join in, Fin thought. They'll steal our victory. He ordered an all-out assault on the Liang left flank. Under relentless Rene attacks, gaps appeared in the Liang defense. 2 Wuya warships withdrew, creating further disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Fin intensified the attack on the weakened flank. The Liang ships scattered, unable to resist further. Tadeo had no choice but to retreat deeper, approaching Jiangling city. Another resounding victory made Fin feel elated. Looking back at the Xia forces, he thought, you won't get this cheap. The Xia army even sent envoys to congratulate him. They praised Fin, comparing him to ancient generals like Wu Qi and Ishmael. They presented many illustrations showing the Rene forces overwhelming the Liang, with Fin depicted heroically. Smiling, he kept the pictures and had them sent to Chang'an for Ebon Gaozu of Rene to see. Fin told the envoy, thank you for Xiaohuang's congratulations, but I am determined to take Jiangling and will leave no room for error. Tell him Jiangnan belongs to Rene. The envoy replied, General, we admire your valor, but before leaving, Marshal Farron insisted I convey a few words to you. What message? Fin asked, puzzled. He knew about Farron and his strained relationship with Ebon Gaozu. The envoy said, Marshal Li noted that in this final battle at Jiangling, the Liang forces have nowhere to retreat and will fight fiercely. In desperate situations, the brave prevail. Therefore, they will be willing to die for the cause. You should slow down, allowing them to relax before striking again. Otherwise, it may backfire. Fin scoffed, I think Farron is anxious. Seeing my imminent victory, he's trying to discourage me. Tell him I have never known defeat since I set out. Please wait for good news. The envoy nodded repeatedly. Your confidence is admirable, but Marshal Li advised you to retreat ashore if you fail. Reinforcements await you there. Fin coldly replied, no need. I won't fail. Tell Farron if I do, I'll retreat to Bashu immediately, leaving Terence to him. Note: this translation maintains the structure, style, and flow of the original text, ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. Character names are kept consistent with pinyin. Chapter 398. Small against large. After dismissing the envoy, Finn was still fuming and ordered his soldiers to immediately attack Jiangling. Deputy General Aristide advised him, "General, Farron's advice is sound. The Chu army has always been fierce. Once they are cornered without a way out, they will become extraordinarily tenacious. If we ease our pace and offensive strategy, send envoys to persuade them to surrender, and give Beth an opportunity to capitulate, it would help to dampen their fighting spirit." Finn shook his head and replied, "Our forces are now in a precarious position. Besides dealing with Beth, we must also guard against Jalen's sneak attacks. We are deeply penetrating enemy territory, risking everything. Our only way out is victory. Beth currently has only a few thousand troops in Jiangling, but he has 40,000 scattered elsewhere. If these reinforcements arrive, we'll be in peril. With Beth ahead and Jalen behind, we'll be caught between two fires, which would put us at a significant disadvantage. Farron may seem like he's offering advice, but in reality, he's delaying our assault to benefit the Xia army. We must strike hard and decisively. Once we capture Jiangling and seize Beth, no matter how formidable his forces are, they will fall apart." Hearing this from Finn, Aristide couldn't press any further as he agreed with Finn's reasoning. The Liang forces were in a desperate fight for survival, just like the Rene forces. Both had little margin for error, and it was now a matter of who could endure longer. The envoy returned to the Xia army camp and relayed Finn's words to Farron, who nodded approvingly and rewarded the envoy. Ed asked, "It seems you weren't surprised by Finn's response, indicating you had anticipated it." Farron smiled and replied, "Indeed, I knew he would say that. If he had followed our advice, it would have been strange. Finn is young and arrogant, already intoxicated by 2 victories. He believes capturing Jiangling is effortless. Plus, we are lurking behind him, pressuring him. He will rush to capture Jiangling to secure a foothold and avoid being caught between 2 enemies. He also fears Beth's reinforcements arriving, which would ruin everything. So, he won't care if the Chu forces fight tooth and nail. Instead, he'll push himself as hard as them." My letter was meant to fuel his fire, making him even more determined. Farron laughed heartily after speaking. Once he stopped laughing, Ed asked, "General, what if Finn truly succeeds? After all, the garrison in Jiangling is not large." Farron looked into the distance and said, "Will we allow him to win here? Even if he conquers the Liang forces, he will ultimately fail." Ed understood the implication in Farron's words and did not ask further. Matters concerning the unification of the land justified some means. Moreover, since Xia was the strongest, fully controlling the initiative, altering history slightly would suffice later. Farron instructed Ed to lead the navy and continue following Finn, while he commanded his own army on land to provide support. He also notified Jalen and William to advance simultaneously toward Jiangling. A trap was set, waiting for its prey to fall into it. Beth in Jiangling felt like an ant on a hot pan. He hadn't expected Finn to launch an attack during the flood season, leaving him unprepared and unable to gather reinforcements in time. Initially, he relied on Tadeo to hold back Finn and buy time. Unfortunately, Tadeo proved far weaker than expected, suffering 2 defeats and retreating to Jiangling. Finn had reached his doorstep, but Beth had fewer than 10,000 troops. How could he resist Finn's much larger force? He sought advice from Gay. Though Gay resented Beth for ignoring his counsel and undermining him, he knew now wasn't the time for personal grievances. Thus, Gay advised, "Now, only if you personally mobilize the soldiers, instilling a sense of urgency and promising rewards, can you rouse their fighting spirit. Finn has been continuously advancing without rest. His forces are almost spent. If ours can show bravery, we can defeat him. You should issue pleas for assistance to rally reinforcements from all sides to outnumber them." With no better option, Beth drafted pleas for help and dispatched messengers to various regions. He then addressed the troops personally. "The nation is on the brink of collapse. The enemy is at our city gates. Once Jiangling falls, not only me, but your families will be endangered. It's rumored Finn is merciless. If Jiangling is taken, he will loot and slaughter without mercy. To protect your loved ones, we must prevent Finn from entering Jiangling. If you can halt his advance, every soldier present will be honored with titles as reward. Unlike Eben Hurley, I will honor my promises." His words stirred the Liang forces, committing them to defend Jiangling to the death. They prepared for battle, their warships filling the river. When Finn arrived and saw this, he took a deep breath. With the situation at stake, retreat wasn't an option. He had to push forward. The Liang forces were fiercely determined, rushing towards the Rene fleet with small boats called arrow boats that swiftly traversed the river. Using their agility and speed, they repeatedly attacked the Rene's larger ships, exploiting the latter's lack of maneuverability. These arrow boats were faster and more nimble than the Rene's massive ships. They carried 1 or 2 soldiers and approached quickly due to their small size. Some had spikes at the bow, causing them to latch onto larger vessels upon impact. The Liang soldiers either boarded these ships or ignited the arrow boats to set fire to the Rene fleet. This unexpected tactic caused significant damage to the Rene ships. The Rene forces, having previously advanced smoothly, found themselves struggling. It was a classic David versus Goliath scenario where the smaller forces had the upper hand. As the larger ships were destroyed, the Rene faced potential disaster. Thoughts of retreat emerged. Finn noticed something was wrong. Continuing this way would cause heavy losses for the Rene. He ordered a retreat. However, the large ships, difficult to turn, collided with others, causing chaos. Without intervention from the Liang, many Rene soldiers perished from collisions alone. Behind them lay Ed Xia forces, which didn't let them pass. With no choice, Finn led his men ashore and fled on foot. Chapter 399, Taking over the battlefield. Finn was forced to retreat from the battlefield, abandoning all supplies along the way, unable to carry them. He had lost, and lost completely. The Liang army caught up, and upon seeing the scattered supplies, they disregarded the Rene forces and began frenzied looting. Just then, Xia troops attacked from all sides, entering the Liang ranks. With their attention focused on the loot, the Liang army did not anticipate this ambush and fled in chaos. A victory turned into a defeat, forcing them back to the river. After escaping the battlefield, Finn had just stopped when a cannon sounded, and countless Xia soldiers appeared from the side. They surrounded him with bows drawn and swords unsheathed. At the forefront was Farron, whom Finn had met in Chang'an. Hence, they knew each other. Farron, seated on his horse, said, "Generally, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here." Finn scoffed coldly. "Farron, what do you want? Are you planning to take advantage of our defeat?" Farron shook his head. "Where did that come from? Seeing that you've suffered a defeat, I came to assist you. Once, I warned you about the fighting spirit of the Liang army, but you didn't heed my advice, leading to this outcome." Speechless, Finn could only remain silent. Farron indeed sent warnings, but he suspected Farron's intentions at the time, and thus ignored them. Now Farron was taunting him, and he couldn't refute it. "Farron, if you're only here to say these things, please step aside." "Of course not. I'm here to invite you to watch how our army defeats the Liang army." "You?" Finn almost fainted in anger. Farron had correctly predicted that the Xia army would wait for the Rene and Liang armies to exhaust themselves before capitalizing on the situation. However, gaining an advantage wasn't easy. Finn sneered. If he couldn't devise a counter-strategy against the Liang army, how could the Xia army succeed? He glanced around. Xia soldiers surrounded him. His naval troops were ill-equipped for land combat, and they would be at a disadvantage. If Farron turned on them, eliminated them, and blamed Frisco Sun, where could he seek justice? To avoid immediate loss, he said, "Abdurance, I've already lost. Dealing with the Liang army is your responsibility now. Please let me leave." Farron shook his head. "The land isn't Frisco Sun's territory. It belongs to our—" Tadeo smirked, having seen how he crushed the Rene. Attempting history to repeat itself, he dispatched hundreds of fast-moving boats to counterattack using previous tactics. But before contact, Xia large ships veered aside, revealing 3 colossal vessels. Each ship was 100 meters long, 40 meters wide, and 30 meters tall, surpassing 5-toothed warships in size. Dark and imposing, they emerged like giants on the river, positioning themselves in a line across the river, blocking passage. Even the fast-moving boats couldn't bypass them to reach the rear. Finn was taken aback. After following him for so long, the Xia army concealed these ships deeply. He looked at Farron, who smiled without a word, gesturing him to continue watching. Tadeo was surprised but quickly dismissed it. What use are giant ships? The bigger, the clumsier. Once the fast-moving boats rammed them, they'd be useless, burning effortlessly. He ordered the boats to continue the attack. These agile boats darted forward like dragonflies skimming water. Upon reaching the giants, boulders were hurled at the small boats, but they skillfully dodged. Finn snorted. "I thought this was a brilliant strategy. It's just the same as what the Rene used, with little effect." Farron replied, "Patience, General. Watch." Ducking under boulder strikes, the boats neared the giant ships. Numerous grappling arms extended from the giants, striking at the fast-moving boats. Any hit shattered them into splinters. Yet, the fast-moving boats cleverly evaded. Some boats ignited flammable materials, intending to nail onto the giant ships and ignite them. No originality, Finn sighed. Repeating past mistakes. Has the Xia army learned anything? It seemed cruel, allies sending themselves to be defeated by the Liang army. However, Finn noticed these fast-moving boats weren't sticking to the giants, but bouncing off instead. The impact force caused them to ricochet, colliding with other boats, pinning them together and immobilizing them. Dozens of fast-moving boats became entangled, blocking the river. Others had to avoid them or suffer the same fate. Their agility diminished, repeatedly struck by grappling arms and boulders. What was happening? Translation ends here to ensure coherence with the provided chapter. Chapter 400, A Deceptive Strategy. Finn was thoroughly baffled. Why weren't the Xia army's large warships afraid of being rammed, or pinned down by the spike boats? One must understand that even large warships were made of wood. Even the hardest timber couldn't withstand the impact of the Dalherding, spike nails. These spike nails, specially designed to destroy large warships, were about a foot long with sharp points on both ends. If one end was embedded into their own ship, and they only reclaimed their own, but also seized those of the Rene army. Dozens of these 5-toothed warships sailed toward the giant ships. Although smaller than the giants, they outnumbered them tenfold. They launched countless boulders at the giant ships from their vessels. Yet when the boulders struck, they barely damaged the hulls and rolled into the water. Finn was utterly bewildered. No matter how sturdy the ship, it would show cracks after so many rocks hit it. The giant ships did not sit idly by. Suddenly, several cannons appeared from within each giant ship. Aiming at the 5-toothed warships, they unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. The thunderous explosions sent cannonballs crashing into the Liang warships, leaving them riddled with damage. Many burst into flames, burning entire ships. Liang soldiers had no choice but to jump into the water. They were petrified, having never seen such a spectacle. A weapon that could explode upon impact. Finn's mouth hung open in shock. What could possibly possess such power? Farron had witnessed artillery shelling during the Battle of Yellow River against Dylan, but seeing it again left him equally awestruck. Too barbaric, the flesh and bone simply could not withstand the onslaught of cannon fire. Even the sturdiest ships could not resist it. Unfortunately, current technology was too primitive. Each use of the cannons rendered them unusable, necessitating new ones at great expense, a cost they couldn't sustain. Otherwise, with the cannon's power alone, they could dominate all. Led by Taoist alchemists, Burl merely refined its use. Ministers have already begun studying and refining it. We can now produce explosives. Soon we will create cannons like Jalen's. Truly? That would be splendid. Pedro rejoiced, but soon shook his head. We shouldn't be too optimistic. We haven't even identified the material of his giant ships, let alone the cannons. Such materials are not ordinary. Your Majesty, don't belittle ourselves. Anything Jalen can make, we can too. I refuse to believe he's centuries ahead. After thought, Pedro responded, Regardless, we mustn't provoke him. We'd be inviting trouble. He ordered Finn to retreat to Bashu, rethinking strategy. Upon receiving the order, Finn withdrew, ceasing contention over southern territories. After besieging Jiangling, Farron suggested releasing all captured warships downstream in the Yangtze. Other generals opposed this. Ed argued, we struggled to capture these ships and will need them in future battles. How can we discard them? Jalen agreed, smiling silently. Facing opposition, Farron explained, while we surround Bethan, we don't know when Jiangling will fall. Frisco's forces are scattered across 40,000 men. If they hear and come to aid, it will increase our casualties. If we release the ships downstream, rescue forces might think Jiangling is already conquered, hesitating between coming or not. This buys us time. By the time we capture Jiangling and Bethan, reinforcements will arrive too late and won't fight for a fallen leader. We can offer surrender terms, avoiding unnecessary loss. We leave the ships here. What help will they be against overwhelming forces? We'd face bitter battles, possibly aiding Bethan instead. Convinced, the general saw the logic. Between 40,000 troops and the ships, priorities were clear. They all agreed with Farron's plan. Chapter 401. Terrence surrenders. Thousands of warships drifted downstream, causing Terrence's reinforcements to hesitate and stop advancing. The sight of broken ships, blood-stained and devoid of life, made them uncertain whether Jiangling had already fallen. It was now the busy farming season in southern China, and the soldiers, who had been called back from their farms for this rescue mission, were already discontented. The crops left unharvested, and the forced conscription further dampened their morale. Seeing these drifting warships only increased their reluctance to continue the rescue mission. Even the generals shared the same sentiments. The betrayal by Ardell and Sean had left them disillusioned, fearing they would receive no commendation even if they did come to the rescue. Thus, the reinforcements stalled, sending scouts to gather more information to see if Jiangling had truly been breached. After the Xia army besieged Jiangling, Terrence felt as if sitting on pins and needles. Jiangling's defenses were not as formidable as those of Xiangyang or Luoyang, relying heavily on its water city supply lines. With the water city now captured by Jalen, his supplies were cut off. Moreover, Jiangling's garrison numbered less than 10,000, struggling to hold off the nearly 100,000-strong Xia army. Terrence regretted not heeding Gay's advice to relocate the capital to Changsha, where he could have waited without worry until his 40,000 troops were ready, leaving the outcome of the conflict uncertain. Thinking of Gay, he realized it had been some time since he last saw him. After Gay was tasked with boosting the soldiers' morale, he vanished without a trace. Upon learning this, Terrence was enraged. Old fox, you incited me to oppose Jalen but fled when things got tough. As Burl's mentor, you're afraid to face him, calling yourself a military god. What a disgrace. Gay had seen the impending defeat and fled amid the chaos, disguising himself and escaping to the Turks, seeking refuge under Ian. Terrence regretted ever allying with Gay, whose fear of death and arrogance had ultimately led to his downfall. Climbing onto the city wall, Terrence surveyed the Black Sea of enemy camps stretching endlessly, with 3 colossal warships menacingly facing Jiangling. Though he did not know the cannons were out of commission, he dared not risk it. Even a few cannon shots could be devastating. After several days of holding out with no reinforcements, Terrence knew it was too late for any aid to arrive. Jalen was likely giving him a chance to surrender gracefully. If he refused, there would be no mercy once the city fell. Deciding that surrendering might save his life and spare the civilians, he opened the city gates and knelt before Jalen, pleading for forgiveness. Jalen, seated on his horse, berated Terrence's faults. Terrence replied, the Sui Dynasty collapsed, and many heroes vied for supremacy. What crime have I committed? Fate simply did not favor me. Jalen shook his head. Your actions indeed were not solely your fault, but harboring Gay was a mistake. Gay, as an old minister of the former dynasty, colluded with foreign invaders like the Turks, becoming a national traitor. You should not have allowed him to remain, aiding him in his wicked deeds. When will you turn over this old villain? Terrence was speechless. He should have treated Gay as an enemy, but it was too late as Gay had already fled. Your Majesty, Gay has already escaped, and I do not know his whereabouts, he replied. Letting this old villain escape again frustrated Jalen, but he understood that someone like Gay would always plan an escape route. Terrence was now powerless. Neither killing nor sparing him mattered much. Yet sparing him could help gain support in the south, especially considering Terrence still commanded 40,000 troops. Upon entering Jiangling, Jalen reassured the city ethnic groups in Lingnan. After marrying Rodney Azai, she effectively maintained stability in Lingnan and safeguarded national unity. The Rodney family wielded considerable power in Lingnan and could influence its political direction. However, the Rodney family harbored no grand ambitions, focusing solely on development within Lingnan and never extending their reach beyond it. This remained true during Ricardo's time. He upheld law and order in the Lingnan region while skillfully navigating relations with surrounding forces, preventing them from interfering in Lingnan affairs. Ricardo knew that chaos was temporary, and a unified state would eventually emerge. He awaited the arrival of a true sovereign to reunite Lingnan under the centralized court. Naturally, he ensured this reunification would guarantee the Rodney family's position in Lingnan. With Bethan's defeat by Jalen, Ricardo felt pressure, recognizing the difference between Jalen and previous regional warlords. Jalen had already united most of the empire and possessed the aura of a future unifier. Therefore, Ricardo proactively extended an invitation for Jalen to visit Lingnan. The pretense was tourism, but in reality, he aimed to gauge Jalen's intentions regarding the continued governance of Lingnan by the Rodney family. Jalen, who was in Jiangling studying potential military targets, received Ricardo's invitation. He discussed it with his advisors to decide whether to accept Ricardo's request. Farron commented, Ricardo is testing us to see if he can continue ruling Lingnan. The Rodney family has been managing Lingnan for nearly a century, wielding significant power. It would be challenging to completely eradicate them. If we only eliminate Ricardo without uprooting the Rodney family's influence, it would be counterproductive. We'd waste military resources and face difficulties if they retreated further south. So, We must take our time to gradually bring Lingnan under central control. We should agree to Ricardo's request. However, Lingnan is known for its malarial conditions, which often make northerners ill. Thus, your majesty need not personally go. Instead, sending an envoy for formal investiture would suffice. Upon investiture, Ricardo will surely submit. William added, your majesty should not risk traveling to Lingnan. If you're concerned, I can go in your stead. Jalen nodded, your points are valid, and we cannot use force in Lingnan as it would be counterproductive. But I must personally visit Lingnan. Why? Everyone asked in confusion. Jalen explained, if our response is lukewarm, Ricardo won't sincerely submit, leading to resistance against officials we send to Lingnan. Additionally, I want to assess territories further south. Our vision shouldn't be limited. We must look at expanding our horizons. Our immediate goal is national unity, but local leaders to meet Jalen. With a smile, Jalen addressed them. Abdurance I rose to power. I've taken responsibility for the nation, vowing to alleviate suffering. Lingnan's people are also descendants of China, and I treat everyone equally. I will provide policies to develop Lingnan rapidly, changing its perception and transforming it into an economic hub. His words electrified everyone. Could the neglected Lingnan become a focal point? Ricardo asked excitedly, is this true? Will you really prioritize Lingnan? Of course, why would I deceive you? It will take time, but it will happen. Wonderful. For the sake of our descendants, I'll support this wholeheartedly. Jalen assured. Policies similar to those in Ji Prefecture will apply here. I will remain to craft policies tailored to Lingnan's needs. I will recruit talent to assist in governance and promote maritime trade, making Guangzhou a maritime hub. Ricardo had waited for these assurances. As long as the Rodney family retained its status, he welcomed Lingnan's transformation. Chapter 403. Overestimating one's abilities. Ricardo had achieved his objectives and was content. The Rodney family never harbored ambitions to conquer the world, fully aware of their own limitations. Therefore, they were satisfied with dominating Lingnan. This had been the consistent teaching within the Rodney family, faithfully carried out by subsequent generations. Jalen received a warm welcome here. After several days of arrangements, he conducted on-site inspections across various parts of Lingnan. He warned Ricardo not to focus solely on Lingnan, but also to firmly control Jiaoji and the areas south of it, while launching attacks against the Burla kingdom to gradually annex it. Jalen said, I intend to establish the Annam Protectorate here to manage affairs in this region. Would General Rodney be willing to take on this responsibility? After hearing Jalen's description, Ricardo felt an unprecedented sense of ambition surge within him. In all his years in Lingnan, he had never had such grand aspirations. In fact, regions like Jiaoji had always been under the control of the Central Plains dynasties, though control fluctuated with changes in national power and regimes. Generally, these regions remained under the dominion of the Central Plain kingdoms. Following the chaos after the fall of the Sui Dynasty, places like Jiaoji broke free from central control. Ricardo focused only on managing Lingnan and ignored the neighboring Jiaoji region, without exercising any governance over it. Now that Jalen proposed not only reclaiming Jiaoji and Annan, but also expanding outward to annex the Burla kingdom, Ricardo felt unworthy and inferior. He pondered for a moment before replying, Your Majesty's trust is overwhelming. My abilities are limited, and I know my own capacity. Managing Lingnan alone has exhausted my efforts. I have no capability for anything more. However, Your Majesty can rest assured that as long as you send someone to support the overall situation, I will spare no effort to cooperate and charge into battle whenever needed. Jalen observed him for some time before saying, General Rodney seems very self-aware. Very well, since you do not wish to assume this position, I will dispatch others to take up the task. After making additional arrangements here, Jalen returned to Jiangling. He then issued orders to establish 5 military governorates, Guangzhou, Rongzhou, Guizhou, Yongzhou, and Jiaozhou. Among these, the Jiaozhou military governorate would manage affairs in Jiaoji and Annan, also known as the Annam Protectorate. He sent Qiuran, Janice, and others to govern Lingnan. Qiuran, having surrendered with Vaughn, had since followed Jalen faithfully. A capable individual in his own right, Jalen appointed him to oversee the entirety of Lingnan's administration. Qiuran gladly accepted the mission, eager to demonstrate his prowess. Though he had previously lacked opportunities, Jalen now gave him the chance to excel, and he was determined to perform excellently. Jalen warned him, Lingnan is complex with Han and ethnic minorities coexisting. When dealing with issues here, avoid simple brutality. Communicate gradually and utilize local leaders for management. Do not intervene excessively. You need only maintain a firm grasp on the big picture. Expansion should proceed slowly, waiting until Lingnan's economy and population stabilize. Qiuran memorized these instructions, assuring Jalen that he would follow them. However, privately, he thought Jalen was overly cautious, confident that he could handle everything efficiently upon arrival. After settling matters in Lingnan, Jalen turned his attention to Iggy. Iggy's territory bordered Beth, covering most of Jiangxi. Following Beth's surrender, Iggy recruited many of Beth's scattered troops, significantly boosting his influence in Jiangxi. Ricardo's surrender to Jalen caused immense dissatisfaction among Iggy. He had repeatedly tried to recruit Ricardo, who paid lip service while ignoring his commands, preventing him from influencing Lingnan. Now, Jalen obtained the vast region of Lingnan without significant effort, infuriating Iggy. Capitalizing on his increased strength, he launched attacks on Xuanzhou and Chaozhou, aiming to seize Lingnan while Jalen's hold was still weak. Even if defeated in Jiangxi, he planned to retreat to Lingnan and Annan to carve out his domain. Thus, he dispatched Lin Yaoshi with 10,000 troops to attack Xuanzhou. Qiuran, Janice, and Ricardo met Lin Yaoshi at the Hungpu Pass and Yuling stronghold, engaging his forces there. Upon receiving reports, Jalen was equalized results over appearances. Jalen told Iggy he could surrender only by relinquishing all power and relocating to Ji Prefecture. Unwilling to truly surrender, Iggy could not agree to Jalen's demands and continued to resist. Eventually, he was overwhelmingly defeated. Fleeing to a cave in Anqing, he received unexpected support from civilians in Yuan Prefecture. Buoyed by this hope, Iggy emerged from hiding and resisted the Xia army once more. As expected, the poorly organized civilian forces were no match for the seasoned Xia soldiers. Moreover, the majority of the populace opposed his rule. Without popular support, Iggy suffered another defeat. Falling ill after this failure, he eventually died in Yuan Prefecture. Iggy's forces were eradicated. Chapter 404, The Ronin of the East. In the Jiangnan region, only Alex's forces remained, and he was now besieged in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang area. Alex was a particularly cunning man who could both bend and stretch as circumstances required. In his earlier days, he had twice sought refuge with John, betraying him on both occasions, which allowed him to gradually build up his strength. He took advantage of John's defeat in Qizhou and gathered the remnants of John's troops left behind in the Huai River and Yangtze River regions. With these troops, he crossed the Yangtze River, seizing Albin's territory and usurping his position in a coup d'état. Through this method, Alex became the surviving force and, for better fluency and natural reading in English, we can revise it as follows. The maritime routes along the southeastern coast were already well developed, with ships capable of sailing to distant lands. His scouts eventually found a new place, the land where Su Fu was rumored to have once set foot. This land, known as the Eastern Ocean, Dongyi, was in its Asuka period, ruled by feudal lords from Asuka and led by Tatiana, the first female emperor of Japan. Tatiana appointed Trenton as regent to strengthen imperial power, dispatching envoys to the Sui Dynasty to learn their ways. They established the 12-level cap law in the 17-article constitution, leading to a burgeoning national strength. This ambition extended to launching several invasions against Abdurrah. Upon learning of Alex's presence, Tatiana immediately summoned Trenton to discuss the matter. Trenton saw it as a heaven-sent opportunity to expand Dongying's territory into China. Dongying admired Chinese culture immensely, adopting many aspects of it. This admiration fueled a desire for conquest. Despite being a small island nation, they harbored ambitions to invade China. Trenton received Alex's envoy and agreed to allow Alex to establish a foothold in Dongying, but demanded in return that Dongying send troops to assist Alex in defending Jiangsu and Zhejiang. If they managed to unite the world by defeating other Chinese forces, Dongying and Alex would divide the empire. The envoy, unable to make such decisions, relayed this back to Alex. Alex, delighted, readily agreed. He thought the Dongying people were fools for daring to challenge China without measuring up. However, he welcomed them to deplete their strength in battles. He planned to seize control of Dongying and rule as its emperor if necessary. Hearing that Dongying women excelled in serving men, he anticipated indulging in such pleasures. Thus, Alex and the Dongying people, each with hidden motives, quickly reached an agreement. Tatiana dispatched 10,000 Dongying Ronin to support Alex in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. These Ronin were led by Soga no Amako, a powerful figure in Dongying whose aggressive nature rivaled that of Trenton. Soga no Amako, despite his name implying otherwise, was indeed a robust warrior who led the Dongying Ronin fearlessly into battle, wielding katana swords aggressively against the Xia army under Jalen. Jalen and Farron marched upstream along the river, reaching Lake Tai and preparing to assault Suzhou, a key town near the lake. Suzhou, known for its abundance, provided crucial grain supplies for Jiangnan. Its capture would cut off food supplies to the region. During their first encounter with Alex, Jalen's forces suffered a setback. Unaware of the hidden reinforcements from Dongying, the intelligence services had not uncovered this information. The initial clash resulted in a significant defeat. Despite being called Umako, Soga no Amako was a towering warrior who led the Ronin fearlessly. The Dongying soldiers, under his command, fought ruthlessly with katana swords, displaying unmatched ferocity. Having grown arrogant after numerous victories, the Xia army underestimated the Dongying fighters. Their cavalry, bewildered by the unconventional appearance of the opponents, scattered and suffered heavy losses. The Dongying troops, screaming and hacking, surged through the Xia ranks. Miscalculating, Farron and Jalen withdrew their forces about 20 miles away to regroup. Farron and others offered to take responsibility for the defeat, but Jalen waved them off, saying, "This was my oversight. I didn't anticipate Alex's audacity to ally with the Dongying." Farron, unfamiliar with the Dongying, asked, "Your Majesty, who are these Dongying people? Where do they come from?" Jalen explained their origins and added, "These people are savage and lustful, feigning courtesy while harboring vile intentions. They will commit any atrocity. They are worse than beasts and uphold the spirit of Bushido, fighting without fear of death." Resolved, Jalen declared, "I will kill every one of them. Let them stay here, since they don't fear death." His words incited fury among his soldiers, who vowed not to let these barbarians escape without punishment. Lords and presided over by Tatiana, the first female emperor. Trenton, appointed as regent by Tatiana, strengthened imperial power through reforms. Envoys were dispatched to learn from the Sui Dynasty, leading to the formulation of the 12 levels of rank and the 17-article constitution. With national strength growing, they harbored great ambitions, frequently launching invasions against Abdurrah. When Alex's men found Dongying, Tatiana took them seriously and convened Trenton to discuss the matter. Trenton saw it as an opportunity to invade Chinese territories. Dongying greatly admired Chinese culture, which they emulated extensively. From admiration came the desire to conquer. Despite being a small nation, they dared to invade China. Trenton met with Alex's envoy and agreed to let Li establish a base in Dongying, but on the condition that Dongying send troops to assist Li in defending Jiangzhou. If they could unite China under their rule, Dongying and Alex would split the spoils. The envoy returned this proposal to Alex, who happily agreed. He thought the Dongying people were fools for daring to invade China. He planned to weaken them and eventually seize power in Dongying itself, making himself Eben. Hearing that Dongying women were skilled in serving men appealed to him too. Ruling as an overseas emperor would be blissful. Thus, both parties schemed secretly and quickly reached an agreement. Tatiana sent 10,000 Dongying Ronin to support Alex in Jiangzhou. These rapidly, slicing through the ranks, Farron and Jalen retreated 20 miles, regrouping their forces. Farron and others apologized for the failure. Burl waved them off, saying, "No need, This was my oversight. I didn't expect Alex to shamelessly ally with the Dongying. Farron asked, Your Majesty, who are these Dongying people? Where do they come from? Earl explained, These people are cruel and lascivious, seemingly polite but truly filthy and despicable. They will stop at nothing, acting like beasts or worse. Their valor comes from their Bushido spirit. They must all be killed. Not one should escape. Let them stay here. Earl's words sparked fury among the Xia soldiers. Knowing these were despicable beings who likely harmed civilians, they vowed not to let them escape. Farron ordered Emmanuel, Hiram, Jagger, and William to each lead 2 armies to encircle the Dongying. Given the Dongying's bravery, the Xia soldiers resolved to see whose resolve was stronger. A fierce desire for revenge burned within every Xia soldier. Chapter 405. Rest and Recuperation. Alex felt elated after his victory. Everyone said Jalen's army was invincible, yet this supposedly invincible force had been defeated twice by him. He sent large quantities of fine wine and beautiful women to Delfino as a reward. Delfino had long been lost in the opulence and prosperity of China. Despite China having endured numerous wars, leaving its people in dire straits, it still far surpassed what the Japanese from the small islands could imagine. Delfino had never seen such wealth before. He swore he would never leave and wanted to be king here. Alex sneered inwardly. K. You think you can invade China? If not for using you now, I would have destroyed you long ago. Once I'm done with you, none of you will survive. You want to stay in China? Fine. Leave your bones here then. Unaware that both Alex and Jalen had designs on them, Delfino reveled in the fine wine and beauties around him. The Japanese celebrated, believing their era was dawning, envisioning more Japanese entering China to claim it as their own. However, they were unaware that doom had already befallen them. The next day, the Xia army continued to challenge. Delfino led the Japanese forces out, confident that the Xia army was easy prey and ready to rout them just like last time. But Jalen did not engage them directly. Instead, he lured them into an ambush, encircling them with 80,000 troops who surrounded the enemy in a dumpling-like formation. Facing an overwhelmingly larger Xia army, Delfino did not falter. Leading the Japanese Ronin, he attacked, attempting to dodge. The Japanese found themselves pierced by spears. Terrified, despite their samurai spirit, they were reduced to panicked, defecating wrecks. There was no spirit left in them to fight the Xia army. They were like lambs awaiting slaughter. The Xia army swept through, decimating the 10,000-strong Japanese force. Delfino, unwilling to the end, had his head cut off. On his deathbed, he regretted leaving Japan, realizing his folly. Jalen employed his strongest non-explosive tactics, annihilating the Japanese almost without bloodshed. This was the fate of invaders. He seized Suzhou, capturing this key city in Jiangnan. Upon arriving in Suzhou, he immediately moved on to Yuhang where Alex resided. Upon reaching Yuhang, he found the city in ruins, abandoned, devoid of defenders. Inside, a eunuch delivered a letter from Alex. I'm gone. Knowing I cannot match you, I avoid your sharp edge, but things are not over. I will return, and the struggle for supremacy will unfold. Jalen scoffed. A mere clown with delusions of grandeur. He showed the letter to his officers, who grew furious. Hiram suggested pursuing Alex. No need, Jalen replied. It appears Alex has fled to Japan. Our navy isn't ready yet, so let him go for now. Once our navy is matured, we will destroy Japan, making it disappear forever. Those who invade. Chapter 406. Military Examinations. In the year 628 AD, 5 years had passed since Jalen halted the war. Over these 5 years, governance was effective, and people lived in harmony with favorable weather conditions. His new policies implemented across various regions ensured that citizens' livelihoods were secured, and the economy flourished. The areas gradually recovered from the ravages of war, exhibiting signs of prosperity and national strength. As life stabilized, people no longer lived in fear, and the population began to grow. Population growth was essential for the country's development, allowing more resources to be utilized. Relations between the Sui Dynasty and the Reincarnate dynasty were complex. While there were mutual exchanges and cooperation, they remained in an adversarial state, always on guard against each other. Diplomatic envoys were frequently sent between them, fostering economic collaboration, which benefited both sides. However, both understood that this peace was temporary and that one day, they would inevitably face each other on the battlefield for the unification of the nation, a struggle where only one could prevail. Neither side was willing to relinquish their power for the other, but the Guangzhou nobles gradually shifted their focus towards supporting Jalen. Although his political center was in Ji Prefecture, far from the Guangzhou region, the policies he introduced benefited them significantly. Thus, they moved out of Guangzhou and developed their influence in Ji Prefecture, recognizing that interests supersede loyalty to any specific location. To gain more political and economic benefits, the Guangzhou nobles actively supported the new policies, establishing new strongholds in Ji Prefecture. Historically, Claude of Sui attempted to weaken the Guangzhou nobility by forcing them out of their stronghold, but he failed. Now, Jalen succeeded using economic incentives to integrate them into the construction of Ji Prefecture. Jalen's policies ensured that these families could no longer regain their former status, yet they accepted this as they gained unprecedented benefits. Just like how the waves of the Yangtze River continually push forward, over 5 years, many young talents emerged, eager to contribute to the nation. One day, during a court session, Jalen addressed his officials, "Dear ministers, after 5 years of recovery, our nation is stable, and our people are content. The national strength has grown, and now I wish to initiate a campaign for the unification of the country. What do you think?" The ministers exchanged glances. Adonis responded, "Your Majesty, unifying the nation is a significant endeavor. With our current strength, it's an excellent opportunity to extinguish the Rene and achieve unity. We should plan accordingly." Farron added, "We train our troops daily, and this is the time to use them. However, 5 years is not a short time, and many of our generals have aged. In recent years, civil examinations have selected numerous talents who serve as pillars of local administration. Yet, there has never been a military examination, depriving martial artists of opportunities to advance. I propose holding a military examination to select capable individuals to join the ranks of our generals, infusing fresh blood into our army. Please grant your approval, Your Majesty. Farron's suggestion sparked discussions among the ministers, all agreeing it was a sound proposal. There hadn't been significant warfare for 5 years, and the soldiers' skills might rust. Through a military examination, they could select talent, boost morale, and reignite the desire for victory. It would also revitalize the soldiers' spirits. Jalen nodded. Indeed, Farron's suggestion is wise. Let's hold the military examination in March when spring arrives. Notify the entire nation, and let those who practice martial arts prepare. By March, they will gather at Hongshan County for the competition. Following the examination, we shall immediately launch our campaign for national unification. Farron, William, Adonis, and Usher will oversee the details, ensuring we select the best to reinforce our military forces. After receiving the order, Farron and others immediately began preparations for the military examination. They agreed to select Zhuang Yuan, top scholar, Bang Yin, second place, and Tan Hua, third place, for the top 3 positions, along with 20 Jinshi, military graduates. Other outstanding candidates would serve. You can't afford laziness in battle. It's a matter of survival. Train harder now to increase your chances of living later, the youth in white advised. Why bother? The world is peaceful. Perhaps we won't even see war till we're old. More training won't change that, another retorted. ####Chapter 407. Striking first. The young man in white frowned deeply, clearly affected by those words. However, he quickly shifted his mindset. We shouldn't say that. Strengthening our bodies and defending the homeland are not mutually exclusive. Even though there is no war now, we cannot slack off. The enemy is everywhere. If we relax our vigilance, it will be too late to prepare when they attack. Only by preparing in advance can we remain calm when the enemy arrives. Moreover, more practice can also strengthen our bodies. We'll have the energy for anything else as well. Forget it, Gillis. You know our family's situation. There's a lack of labor at home. If I spend more time here, the family can't support itself anymore. So in a few days, I won't be able to come practice martial arts. I must help with the household work, one youth said gloomily. It's the same for our family. My father's carpentry awaits me to inherit. It seems we can only follow the old path. We are different from you, another youth added. The young man in white shook his head. His name was Dino, living in Jiangzhou of Longmen. He was once the child Jalen saved, now grown into a youth. Although Jalen did not interfere with his life, he provided generous care for Dino and his mother, ensuring their clothing and food were sufficient, and even hired a private teacher to instruct him in martial arts. Jalen also left behind a manual on spear techniques for Dino to study. Melanie was very virtuous, never easing her demands on Dino. She consistently urged him to study literature and practice martial arts so that he could serve the country when he grew up, repaying Jalen's kindness. However, she did not tell Dino that Jalen had recognized him as an adopted son, fearing it might make him lose the drive to progress. These youths were all locals from Jiangzhou, growing up alongside Dino as playmates who practiced martial arts together. But their families were not well off. Initially, their parents hoped they would change their fates through martial arts. However, now with national stability and peace, being a soldier no longer promised better prospects, leading their parents to find various excuses to stop them from practicing. Though Dino had no worries about food or clothes, and his mother supported his martial arts training, he couldn't do much to help his friends and silently accepted their decision to stop practicing. Gillis, good news? A youth ran over. Dino saw it was his close friend Shimin. Shimin was sweating profusely, but they had no shortages. Yet Shue's grandmother intentionally let Jalen provide limited assistance, intending to temper Dino's independence. Jalen approved, believing a virtuous mother would certainly educate her child well. Upon returning, Dino found his grandmother puzzled. She asked, Gillis, why are you back so early today? Did you slack off? Dino smiled. Of course not, mother. I came back to share some good news. Good news? What kind? His grandmother asked curiously. Mother, the Eben is holding a military examination to select talent directly for the army. This is my chance. I want to take part in the exam and serve the country. Shue's grandmother showed a hint of reluctance. She only had one son and wished for his peaceful life. However, she understood that to repay Jalen's kindness, she couldn't hinder him. Her son was naturally suited for martial arts, and years of effort were aimed at helping him rise in status. She did not wish to owe anyone favors and hoped her son could change his fate through his own hands. Thus, despite her reluctance, she firmly supported Dino. I understand. I won't stop you. If you want to take the exam, go ahead. It's still early, practice a bit more. Remember, there are always stronger people out there. Never underestimate anyone. Yes, mother, Dino replied and returned to the square alone, resuming his practice. The next day, all his companions returned. They had explained the situation to their parents yesterday, who all agreed to support them. Viewing this as an opportunity, none wanted to miss it. Thus, they began training, with Dino coaching them while refining his skills. This scenario unfolded in various places, keeping many awake with anticipation for the military examination. The Reincarnate dynasty also received this news. When Pedro heard about it, he promptly convened his ministers to discuss. Pedro was already old, his spirit waning, feeling his control over the court weakening. Meanwhile, the rivalry between Quentin and Crown Prince Louis intensified. Although the historical incident of the Xuanwu Gate coup hadn't yet occurred, both parties cultivated loyalists, each seeking to defeat the other. Pedro didn't suppress either side but adopted a conciliatory approach, hoping they would cease their conflicts. However, this attitude only made matters more unpredictable. Louis increasingly felt insecure in his position, while Quentin believed he could vie for the crown prince title. Their conflict was imminent. If not for the lingering threat of Jalen, they might have clashed sooner. Pedro informed everyone about Jalen's plans for the military examination and sought their opinions. Danji spoke up first. Your Majesty, Qiuran is clearly targeting us. However, after 5 years, our strength has grown significantly. Abderance he intends to annex us. Why don't we strike first? Advance through Tongguan Pass and initiate a campaign to unify the world. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly. Chapter 408. Dispatching people to cause chaos. Sheldon, as a representative of the radical faction, always stunned everyone with his bold remarks. When he made this statement, everyone was bewildered. Even Quentin, the most aggressive one, had never thought of launching an attack first. According to Quentin's thoughts, they should merely hold onto Guangzhou firmly, striving for a safe corner to maintain a regional power. If changes occurred in the realm, then the Li Rene could send troops out of Guangzhou to capture the Central Plains. If Qiuran remained strong, they would have no choice but to accept their fate of being a minor power. However, Sheldon was even more radical and suggested invading the Central Plains directly. Quentin quickly understood Sheldon's intentions. Lewis excelled in administrative affairs and was Pedro's assistant, making it difficult for others to get involved. Quentin's strengths mostly lay on the battlefield, and without any ongoing national issues, his talents weren't showcased, which posed a significant disadvantage. But if a war started, it would highlight Quentin's abilities. Moreover, obtaining military power, what is your plan? If it's about wanting military power, don't bother talking. Quentin shook his head. I dare not, Your Majesty. Qiuran's military examination stipulates no restrictions based on background or region. There's no limit on participation from outside his jurisdiction. Therefore, we can send people to participate in his military examination. Once they win, they can gain his military power and create chaos within his regime, undermining his rule. Quentin's suggestion enlightened everyone. It was a brilliant plan to destabilize Qiuran by joining the military exams and turning his policy against him. Pedro nodded in agreement. This method seems feasible. Who shall we send? The chosen person must be capable. Otherwise, going would be futile. Yet, most of Pedro's generals were familiar to Qiuran and would be easily recognized. At this point, Emiliano stepped forward and volunteered. Your Majesty, I wish to go. Lidiazong was Pedro's clan nephew, in his 20s, who had not been in Chang'an previously, thus unknown to Qiuran. He wielded a Fangtian halberd with extraordinary bravery. Pedro inspected him. Lidiazong was tall and handsome, exuding martial valor. A rare talent indeed. Dou Jiande, this mission to the capital of Xia is perilous. Do you have the courage? Pedro asked. Officially attend the exams, following proper procedures, Yuanji suggested. Pedro considered and agreed. That's reasonable. Led an envoy under the pretext of visiting Crystal in Hengshan. Quentin sensed Yuanji's ill intentions, but refrained from opposing due to their rivalry, fearing it would appear deliberate. After the court session ended, he warned Lidiazong, stay clear of Yuanji. I suspect his intentions aren't pure. Don't let him implicate you. Lidiazong, close to Quentin, acknowledged, thank you, second brother. I understand. Quentin imparted further advice before parting ways. Lewis also approached Yuanji, questioning, fourth brother. Why did you volunteer to go to Hengshan? Yuanji replied, Lidiazong is aligned with Quentin. If he gains credit, it strengthens Shimin's support, disadvantaging us. My goal is to disrupt his plans. But this concerns the future of the Rene dynasty. How can you risk it? Brother, I do this for you. If you waver, I withdraw my support, Yuanji threatened. Faced with Yuanji's obstinacy, Jinsheng conceded silently. Although he felt this betrayed the Rene, his inner resentment toward Quentin's potential success outweighed his reservations. Chapter 409. Final Interpretation Authority. While the Rene dynasty was preparing, the Turks were also making their own preparations. They intended to use the same tactics to sabotage Qiuran's military examination. Ge was almost. Training in martial arts often required financial support. Thus, most of these candidates were from wealthy families who could afford the costs. In contrast, scholars usually stayed in temples to save money. Qiuran sat in his study, discussing the examination specifics with Farron and others. Adonis worriedly said, Your Majesty, this policy seems inappropriate. Please reconsider. Which part? Qiuran asked. The one that allows anyone, regardless of background or criminal history, to participate. This is prone to causing trouble, Adonis explained. It invites foreign infiltration. What if they send spies who pass the exam and gain military power? Also, letting criminals join could affect our thriving state. Usher echoed Adonis's concerns. I share this worry. Martial artists can be disruptive without moral constraints. After the civil officials spoke, the military officials concurred. Farron suggested, Your Majesty, why not thoroughly investigate the candidates' backgrounds? With our intelligence capabilities, it wouldn't be difficult. Qiuran smiled. You only see this rule but miss the last clause. Matt responded. We notice the final authority lies with the court, but we don't understand its purpose. It means that despite agreeing to follow the rules, I reserve the right to interpret them, Qiuran explained. All regulations must conform to my interpretation, rendering irrelevant any conflicting clauses. Farron and others were stunned. If someone became the top-ranked candidate but was disqualified by this final say, it undermined the whole process. Wide roads, well-aligned buildings, and countless shops, brimming with vitality. In such a lively environment, beautiful women adorned the streets, exuding charm. Sherman, that girl is looking at you. Terry suddenly exclaimed. Really? Where? Sherman looked around, trying to spot the beauty. At that time, social norms were open. Young couples who fancied each other could openly interact before formalizing their relationship. Sherman searched earnestly. Isn't she right there? Terry pointed. Chapter 410. The Oracle reveals. As his finger pointed, everyone almost laughed out loud. It turned out that Terry was pointing at a woman selling face powder. She was probably in her 40s, wearing a bright red jacket on top and a large green skirt below. Her face was plastered with makeup, so thick it fell off in clumps as she spoke. Truly, she could not have been uglier. Terry was making fun of Sherman. Sherman, if you marry her, I'll personally make you a big bed and send it over, guaranteed to be sturdy. Go to hell. Shimin kicked out with his foot, but Terry dodged. Amidst the laughter of their companions, they walked past the face powder stall, and Shimin couldn't help but look back. At that moment, the woman also looked up and met his eyes. She smiled gently. Her smile could charm a city, even a nation. That one smile seemed eternal. Time seemed to stand still, and Shimin felt like nothing else existed except for her. Her image filled his mind. Just a moment later, Shimin couldn't take it anymore and vomited, startled by her suddenly revealed mouth full of black teeth. As he vomited, he ran away. Dino and the others chased after him, laughing. They were just a group of children filled with youthful innocence. They laughed and played, enjoying the beauty of the city. While running, Shimin accidentally bumped into someone. It was Havelock, who had come to Huaxia and was staying at the luxurious Rodneyun Tower. There, he enjoyed premium services and could keep abreast of news from all regions. After settling in, he went out with his servants to explore the streets. Having come from the grasslands, he had never seen such a bustling place before. His body was different from ordinary people, and though he was bumped into, he remained unharmed while Shimin was knocked back a few steps and fell to the ground with a thud. Shimin sat on the ground for a long time, thinking he had hit a pillar. Dino and the others came over to help him up. Knowing that Shimin had fallen, but also recognizing the man he bumped into, Dino hurriedly apologized to Havelock. Before Havelock could say anything, his servant yelled, "Blind dogs! Watch where you're walking. If you hurt our master, can you afford the consequences?" Dino frowned. How unreasonable could this servant be? Terry retorted, "How do you speak? You curse right away?" We admitted fault and apologized. What more do you want? They were all martial artists with short tempers, unable to tolerate such disrespect. He was about to attack Havelock's servant. However, Havelock was on a mission and didn't want to cause trouble. Noticing that the others were also martial artists and possibly competitors, he might gain allies if he befriended them. He quickly clasped his hands together and said, "Brother, please forgive my servant's rudeness. I apologize on his behalf." His politeness calmed Dino down, who stopped Terry. "This is our fault, so if there's no issue, we will take our leave." Havelock replied, "Hold on, don't go yet." "What's left?" Shimin, now standing, asked irritably. "Just a little bump, you're not hurt. Do you want me to take you to the clinic?" Havelock laughed. "You misunderstand. I noticed you're all here for the examination, and I'm here for the same reason. I'd like to get to know each other for mutual support." Realizing this, Shimin smiled and introduced himself. "I misunderstood you, sir. I'm Shimin. This is my elder brother Dino, and this is Terry. These are my brothers." Havelock responded, "It's an honor, brothers Zhou and Shui. I am Havelock. If you're free, let's chat over drinks at a nearby tavern." Dino wasn't keen on involving himself, sensing something come sworn brothers with you all. Shimin was about to agree when Dino interjected, "That's difficult. Before coming here, I consulted an oracle, which warned me against forming any new brotherhoods here. Doing so would bring harm to my family." Chapter 411. The most bustling place. Ancient people were superstitious. Dino used the excuse of fortune-telling to evade Luis's suspicion. Luis did not press further. Shimin had never known about Dino's fortune-telling activities. He was just about to ask when Dino stopped him with a look. They chatted for a while more, exchanged contact addresses, and then went their separate ways. Back at the inn, Shimin couldn't help but ask, "Brother, when did you consult a fortune-teller? Why didn't I know about it? If I knew, I would have gone too." Dino shot him a stern glance. "Don't make things complicated. If it weren't for you causing trouble, why would we get involved with him?" Terry also remarked, "Are you silly? Brother said that on purpose. He doesn't want to form an alliance with Luis." Shimin scratched his head, asking, "But I think Luis is a good person. What's wrong with forming an alliance with him?" Dino explained, "One can know a man by his face, but not by his heart. I find that although Luis appears warm on the surface, there's a coldness lurking within. He isn't as he seems." Though young, Jalen's cultivation made Dino travel extensively with his master, but agreeing meant admitting competence. Nevertheless, he felt confident about winning first place. His years of hard work weren't in vain. After some teasing, they returned to their rooms to rest. Prince Qi, Yuanji, also arrived at Huangshan Mountain. He came ostentatiously under the pretense of visiting his elder sister. Garth and Hank did not accompany him. When Princess Crystal saw Yuanji, she was surprised by his visit, as they rarely interacted due to their age difference and her absence abroad. Nonetheless, she welcomed him warmly and hosted a family banquet with Jalen. Jalen had no fondness for Pedroji, knowing through history that he was frivolous and inept compared to his brothers. However, Jalen hid his true feelings, suspecting Pedroji's ulterior motives. If necessary, he would not hesitate to deal with him severely. Pedroji openly expressed his intent, telling Jalen he came to observe the military exams. "Brother-in-law, I just want to broaden my horizons. Please agree. Don't let me waste this trip," he pleaded. Jalen smiled. "That's trivial. Watch freely. With my busy schedule, any issues should be discussed with your sister." "Thank you, brother-in-law. What about unifying the realm? Can I assist you internally?" Pedroji suddenly blurted out. Startled, Jalen laughed. "No need. Unifying the realm is as simple as reaching into a bag. Consider your fuss." Pedroji turned to Ronan. "Minister 1. What's the most bustling place in Huangshan?" Chapter 412. The 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. Ronan was a prudent man who held deep disdain for such frivolous individuals. However, due to the queen's arrangement, he had no choice but to accompany Pedroji. When Pedroji asked where the liveliest place was, Ronan replied, "Prince of Qi, the most vibrant place in Huangshan is undoubtedly the Wind Cloud Tower, which is also where your highness is staying. People come and go here, all seeking what they desire." Pedroji laughed. "Minister 1, you are indeed good at jesting. I know it's lively here, but could Huangshan only have this one lively spot? I merely wish to stroll around Huangshan, not to cause trouble. There's no need for you to be so anxious. Don't forget my sister's instructions. She asked you to accompany me to relax." Unable to argue with him, Ronan thought that with him accompanying Pedroji, nothing untoward would happen. He said, Huaxia now has a population of 1 million, and there are certainly more lively places than just the Wind Cloud Tower. Besides the Wind Cloud Tower, there is also the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion. It is an ideal place for literati and poets to recite verses, solve riddles, and in the center of the garden was a lake with rippling waters, beside which stood the 10,000 Flowers Tower. From atop the tower, one could admire the entire garden scenery. Many beautifully adorned boats floated on the lake, filled with graceful beauties, attracting numerous travelers and poets to visit. The women here were not only talented and well-educated but also skilled in various arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even a learned scholar like Ronan was willing to drink here and discuss life ideals with the ladies. However, even Ronan didn't know that the owner of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was Jalen. Not only him, but no one knew that Jalen was its true owner, not even Kim's intelligence network. Officially, the owner of the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion was a man named Reed, supposedly a relative of the Guangzhou noble family, the Yuan family. He remained mysterious, with no one ever seeing his true face. Under his direction, the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion existed not only in Huangshan but also expanded into major cities. Others assumed this was an agreement between the Yuan family and Jalen. The Yuan family gained economic benefits while Jalen received political support from them, each getting what they wanted. What they didn't realize was that Jalen was truly controlling the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, using it to gather intelligence. From his past experiences, Jalen knew that having only one intelligence agency was risky. If that single agency encountered, Ronan called for the waitstaff to bring their finest wine and dishes, allowing Pedroji to savor them. As they dined and chatted on the tower, Pedroji's mind wandered toward the boats. He barely tasted the food. While they conversed idly, a commotion erupted downstairs. Pedroji peeked out from the window and saw 2 people leap out from a boat and engage in a fight on shore. Seeing someone causing trouble here piqued Pedroji's interest. These 2 appeared to be martial artists from Huangshan, neither willing to yield, exchanging blows fiercely, locked in an intense struggle. Though Pedroji wasn't skilled in martial arts, he had frequent interactions with generals, giving him discerning eyes. He noticed that these 2 were quite skilled, reaching a high level of martial prowess. He became intrigued and wished to meet these 2. Minister 1, let's go downstairs. Prince Qi, it's better if we stay. We don't want you to get hurt. Ronan, a civil official, showed little interest in fighting. But Pedroji wouldn't listen and quickly descended the stairs. Outside, a crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. These 2 were equally matched, neither gaining the upper hand. At that moment, a person emerged from the crowd, blocking the 2 fighters. Stop. We are all fellow martial artists. There's no need for this. Why don't we stop and make friends? The newcomer shouted. Who are you? Interfering in our business. Both enraged fighters stopped fighting each other, and instead attacked where a new banquet was set up to welcome the 3 guests. Ronan nodded approvingly. Pedroji indeed knew how to make friends with heroes. As long as Pedroji didn't cause trouble, he wouldn't interfere much. They all introduced themselves. The 2 men were named Grayson and Fagan. One was from the Fanyang Lu clan, and the other from the Qing Hui clan. However, neither received much attention or resources within their families. This time, they had come to Huangshan for the military examinations, hoping to change their fates. In the painting boat, they both had set their eyes on the same woman, leading to a jealous fight between them. When they learned that the young master before them was Prince Qi, Pedroji, they were startled and quickly bowed in respect. Pedroji smiled and said, no need for such formality. I am merely here to observe the military exams. Let's address each other as brothers without regard to status. Grayson replied, how can we do that? Even if you aren't Prince Qi, you're still the Ebon's brother-in-law, and even the Ebon would give you special treatment. Don't say that. If you remain so distant, it insults me. Pedroji pretended to be offended. Havelock laughed and said, Abdurance Prince Qi has spoken so kindly. Let us not stand on ceremony. Martial artists tend to be straightforward, and with the ice broken, the atmosphere warmed up. The 4 of them toasted each other, boasting of their heroic deeds. Ronan furrowed his brow, realizing that while sharing a meal together posed no issue, swearing brotherhood would complicate things. This association could affect their performance in the examinations. After all, Pedroji wasn't part of the Sui Dynasty. If word got out about their connection to Pedroji, they might be disqualified from government positions. Havelock was skilled and talented. Losing him would be a significant loss for the state. Thus, despite risking Pedroji's displeasure, Ronan warned the 3 men, consider carefully. Prince Qi's position is delicate. Will associating with him impact your military examination? His words struck home. Pedroji glared at him but couldn't reprimand him since Ronan was dispatched by Crystal to keep an eye on him. The 3 men exchanged glances. Grayson spoke up, many thanks for the warning, Abdur 1. However, I know my limits. Passing the examination is uncertain. But to meet someone of Prince Qi's stature is rare. Opportunities like this don't come often. I don't care about fame or status. Having Prince Qi as a friend is enough for me. He didn't clarify that he was hedging his bets. Should opportunities fail in Xia, he turned to Renee. His family already wavered between Renee and Jalen, let alone individuals. Fagan shared the same intention. Havelock pondered for a moment and said, you're right to warn us, but we are forming private bonds, which won't affect our duty to the state. Despite my limited ability, I know right from wrong in matters of national importance. I will never compromise the greater good. While his words sounded noble, Pedroji detected something unusual. Havelock didn't specify whose national interest he referred to. It could mean either Xia or Renee. It was flexible. Pedroji smiled, and Havelock nodded. Ronan, a straightforward person, missed the underlying meaning and assumed Havelock clearly distinguished public duty from personal relations. He ignored Grayson and Fagan altogether. With Ronan no longer opposing, the 4 men smoothly swore brotherhood. Pedroji didn't lose face by doing so because the Lu and Chui families were on par with the Li family. Havelock, whom Pedroji valued most, might come from a prominent background despite not mentioning it. What Pedroji didn't know was that Havelock was a spy sent by the Turks. Had he known this, he might reconsider the alliance. Though ambitious, he dared not openly associate with the Turks. Chapter 414. The Top Courtesan. After these four men became sworn brothers, Havelock was the eldest. Pedroji was the second. Grayson and Fagin were the third and fourth. Their relationship seemed much closer after this brotherhood ceremony. Havelock and Pedroji had intentionally cultivated this closeness, while Grayson and Fagin genuinely treated them as brothers. Recalling what happened earlier, both of them felt a bit embarrassed. Fagin said, servants on the barge hurriedly informed Charlotte inside. Grayson shouted as he boarded the barge, quickly announced that His Zephyral Highness, the Prince of Qi from the Reincarnate dynasty, wishes to meet Charlotte. Have her come out immediately. He used Pedroji's title, which caused Pedroji to frown. He didn't want his identity revealed, firstly because of its sensitivity, and secondly because this place was for pleasure. It wouldn't look good for him to be here. Though he intended to cause trouble, he hadn't planned to do it here. Now, words were out, and there was no taking them back. He glanced at Ronan and shrugged helplessly. Ronan also didn't want his identity exposed. They were here for leisure, not to draw attention. However, the foolish Grayson believed that using Pedroji's title could intimidate Zui Shuang. After all, women admired men of status and power, which would elevate their own status. Yet, unexpectedly, the madam on the barge said coldly, I apologize, gentlemen and your highness, Prince of Qi, but Charlotte is tired and will not receive visitors today. Please return another time. Pedroji, used to absolute authority in Chang'an, never hesitated before anyone, not even Ebon Pedro or Crown Prince Louis. Arrogant and domineering by nature, he hadn't expected Charlotte to show no deference at all, challenging his pride. He stepped forward, never one as stunningly beautiful and regal as this. He bowed respectfully. This is Pedroji. I apologize for my haste. I simply wish to meet you. Charlotte sized them up and softened her tone slightly. So you are the Prince of Qi from the Reincarnate dynasty. My servants lack decorum. Allow me to apologize. Pedroji felt delighted. He thought, women are always opportunistic. Once they hear my name, they won't dare offend me. Your apology is appreciated. Perhaps we could enjoy some wine together to make amends? Unexpectedly, Charlotte's expression turned cold. Prince of Qi, you've struck my guards and seen me. Leave now. I do not entertain commoners. Pedroji was furious. I'm getting nowhere. What more can I say? Miss, why must you be so unfeeling? Name your price, and I'll fulfill it. I want you gone. I don't wish to see you, Charlotte snapped coldly. Pedroji grew desperate. You ungrateful wretch. Speak politely to me, or I won't leave. I demand your company. He reached for her, but she deftly sidestepped, sneering, what a fake Prince of Qi. Your title means nothing to me. She lashed out with her fists, and soon they were engaged in a fierce brawl on the barge. A crowd rapidly gathered, excited by the spectacle. They had watched 2 fights earlier and weren't disappointed by this new development, an altercation between Pedroji and the top courtesan herself. People knew that the advantage further. You've already won. Aloysia scoffed. Why didn't you say this when he started attacking me? Now you come out pretending to be chivalrous? It's not that easy. She continued throwing punches at him, and Havelock began fighting her. Unlike Pedroji, Havelock was genuinely skilled and had undergone physical enhancements, making him stronger than an ordinary person. With ease, he could block Aloysia's attacks. However, he restrained himself, unwilling to reveal his true strength here. Instead, he exchanged blows with her in what appeared to be an evenly matched fight. In reality, he could defeat Aloysia in one move. Suddenly, a loud command came from outside the crowd, followed by a squad of soldiers rushing in and surrounding the area. Leading them was the commander of the Imperial Guard, Kato. Kato commanded the Imperial Guard, responsible for protecting Ebon Jalen and the safety of the palace. Crystal had sent him to resolve the situation at Wanwafang, 10,000 Flower Parlor. When she received news from Ronan, Crystal immediately realized that Pedroji might cause trouble. She knew that Wanwafang was Jalen's intelligence agency responsible for gathering information. The courtesans there were specially trained, and should a conflict arise, it would be her younger brother who would suffer. Knowing Pedroji well, she understood that he was unlearned and unskilled. Why he concealed his strength? He can't be that strong. I found his skills mediocre, Pedroji retorted. What do you know? Crystal countered. If you could see his true strength, you wouldn't have fought with the courtesan. After some thought, she said, perhaps he plans to participate in the military examination and doesn't want to reveal his skills prematurely. Let's not investigate this further. Interview both parties and release them all. Kato acknowledged and proceeded to question Havelock, Grayson, Chui Yeping, and Aloysia before releasing them. Havelock returned to Rodneyun Tower, feeling disheartened. His attempts to connect with Shui Ringue had been rebuffed, and his friendship with Pedroji almost exposed his identity. From now on, he needed to be more cautious to avoid mishaps. Havelock remained in Rodneyun Tower, avoiding going out altogether. Aloysia, upon returning to Wanwafang, immediately began investigating Havelock's background. Actually, Aloysia was one of the secret intelligence agents trained under Jalen during his early reign in Hongshan. Jalen recruited outstanding orphans from various regions, training and developing their potential using advanced methods. These orphans had no ties to anyone except Jalen, and they swore absolute loyalty to him. They could not be swayed by others. Initially, Jalen didn't fully trust Zoroastrianism to remain loyal, so overestimate the simplicity of matters. If it were so easy to handle me, I wouldn't be alive today. If he wants to challenge me, let him do so. We'll see who ends up laughing last. After all, the final say rests in my hands. However, as he reviewed these 2 reports, he thought, it appears Kim and Armando have not colluded with Gay. Otherwise, they would not have submitted these reports. Storm Tower, being an established intelligence organization, should normally deliver its reports faster than the Myriad Flower Bureau. Its delayed submission hints at a problem. Kim must have hesitated to submit this report initially but relented after some consideration. This couple seems increasingly suspicious. Jalen hadn't relaxed his surveillance on Armando and Kim over the years. Despite their cautious behavior, especially given Kim's expertise and intelligence, he found no evidence to incriminate them. Had this report not been delayed, he might have cleared them of suspicion. Now, this late report confirmed his suspicions. The pair was problematic. Summoning Farron and Adonis, Jalen ordered them to discreetly arrange countermeasures without divulging any details. Although he didn't explain why, these elite subordinates immediately grasped that internal issues required covert handling. Meanwhile, in the governor's mansion of Fufeng County, Longxi Commandery, a man and a woman sat inside discussing plans. These two were none other than Armando and Kim. Life had been indulgent for them over the past 5 years. It's been moving troops, but we don't know why. Yet, he won't act against us now. We must hasten our plans. Once he suspects us, it's too late. I understand. The Storm Tower closely monitors his activities. How are your preparations? The 5 Pecks of Rice sect has grown rapidly, challenging the Celestial Master sect. I've also aligned with Prince Qin. With my aid, he secures the Reincarnate dynasty, and he assists me in seizing Jalen's empire. We'll divide the world. Can you trust Quentin fully? Armando scoffed. Of course not. He only uses me, and in the end, he'll betray our alliance. We all use each other. Who wishes to share the spoils? Their betrayal grew more profound, forgetting past loyalties. As spring approached, preparations for the military examination began. Huaxia remained peaceful during this period. Pedroji was confined in the palace, and Havelock hid within the Storm Tower. Herbert and Shimin practiced diligently in their inn for the upcoming military examination. Outside Huaxia City, the military training ground was converted into an examination venue. A prominent temple dedicated to Mickey, the legendary warrior from the Three Kingdoms era, stood out. Built in Huaxia County, where Mickey hailed from, the temple honored him. The examination was open to the public, attracting vendors selling food and souvenirs, and gambling rings betting on the top candidate. Dennis, a student from Luoyang trained at Shaolin for 10 years, currently led the odds. Havelock ranked 10th, due to his demonstration at the Myriad Flower Bureau. Down on the viewing platform, with Pedroji sitting beside him. He glanced down and saw Havelock, Grayson, and Fagin. He waved slightly, acknowledging them. However, Crystal had warned him not to associate with these people anymore to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. Here, he dared not disobey her, so he pretended to be very well behaved, appearing harmless. Jalen gestured for Farron to announce the rules of the martial examination. By now almost 60 years old, Farron's face showed visible signs of aging, yet his spirit remained unyielding, his sharp eyes radiating wisdom. Though he was elderly, his ambitions remained strong, desiring to assist Jalen in unifying the world before his time. Farron stood on the viewing platform and addressed the crowd below. Though the Sui Dynasty currently enjoys national wealth and prosperity, with its people living happily, the country remains fragmented. There are still divided forces, not only the Rene dynasty but also the Eastern and Western Turks, the Shui Yantua, and the Tuyuan. They occupy territories that belong to our central plains. His words caused a stir among the crowd. He continued, these lands must return to our nation, or we will feel ashamed before our ancestors. Thus, unifying the country is our military duty. We must be willing to sacrifice ourselves for this cause. Now, His Majesty has initiated this imperial examination to select capable generals who will serve in the army, contributing to the nation, a glory and responsibility for all martial practitioners. The crowd listened, their blood boiling, once again shouting, long live the Ebon. Havelock clenched his teeth, vowing not to let Jalen have his way. Farron gestured for calm and proceeded. This examination is divided into 3 parts. The first part is a written exam on military strategy and leadership skills. The second part tests personal strength, bow shooting, stone lifting, etc. The third part is combat, where candidates must defeat each other using various skills. This will test both physical prowess and strategic application. These 3 parts have different weightings, with the combat section carrying the highest score, but this does not mean the other 2 are less important. Even if one wins the combat, failing miserably in the other sections disqualifies them from being top scholar. The rules had already been distributed to the candidates, and they knew the content well. Farron repeated them mainly for the audience, informing them of the process. Finally, Farron added, there may be unexplained matters. The Sui Dynasty reserves the final right to interpret. Few understood what this final right entailed, but no one paid much attention to it. A total of 460 candidates finished early, many submitting blank papers, unable to think of ways to defeat the Turks. After the written exam ended for the day, everyone went back to rest. Farron and his team began evaluating the answer sheets. Apart from those who submitted blanks, each candidate provided their own viewpoint. With their rich military experience, the evaluators could quickly judge which proposals were feasible. 2 papers caught their attention, one from Dino and another from Havelock. Havelock proposed a step-by-step approach, steadily advancing with superior forces to gradually exhaust the Turks until ultimate victory. Dino, conversely, suggested a surprise attack straight to the heart of the Turks, aiming to crush their central authority. Defeating the Turkish headquarters would bring about their collapse, a tactic reminiscent of Han Dynasty General Campbell. The 2 viewpoints sparked intense debate among Farron and his colleagues. Both methods had merits and drawbacks. Still, Farron favored Dino's strategy for its efficiency. Using Havelock's method meant depleting both the enemy and their own resources, engaging in a war of attrition. Hashtag Chapter 418, The Compass. Farron handed the 2 examination papers to Jalen. After reviewing them, Jalen smiled and asked, what do you think, Your Excellency? Farron replied, I believe Dino's strategy is more practical. Tell me your reasons, Jalen urged. The territory of the Turks is vast, sparsely populated, with their people living as nomads, moving from place to place in search of pasture. Force is also necessary. Combining both approaches yields the best result. As for the supply issue, there's no need to worry. Military biscuits can address this. Look at this. Jalen ordered someone to bring over a round disc, marked with fine graduations, and in the center was a needle. This looked like a Si Nan, ancient Chinese compass, but it was far more exquisite, small, and portable. This looks like a Sinan, but isn't quite the same. I don't know what this is, Farron replied. Jalen laughed. You're right, my dear minister. This is a Sinan, but it has been improved by our craftsmen. We call it a compass. It's easier to determine direction with this than with the traditional Sinan. The needle is not natural magnetite but a crafted magnetic needle, allowing accurate readings based on the graduations. With the compass, the problem of getting lost is solved. With its guidance, you will always stay on the right path. Is that true? Farron asked excitedly. If so, crossing the desert to attack the Turks would be much simpler. The once daunting desert plains of the Central Plains would become easily navigable. Of course, I've never forgotten my aspirations. I want to create a unified empire where the flag of Huaxia flies in every corner. I've never ceased planning to defeat the Turks. This compass is an improvement on the ancient Sinan. Its directional accuracy is 10,000 times better. If Li Guang had this, he wouldn't have lost his way and missed critical opportunities. Perhaps Campbell could have thoroughly eradicated the Xiongnu with it. Jalen's face shone with anticipation as he envisioned defeating the Turks. Farron nodded. According to your majesty, then Dino should rank first in the written exams, and Havelock's plan should be considered impractical, thus nullifying his score. Jalen thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, put Havelock first and Dino second. Farron was puzzled. Why, your majesty? Dino's response was clearly superior. Jalen smiled. Dino is my foster son and a pillar of the state, while Havelock is a Turk spy, a new disciple of Ge. What? Havelock is a spy? Why not arrest him instead of naming him first? I want to play a little game with him, see how big a storm he can stir up. Also, this gives Dino a chance to face adversity. If I remove Havelock now, Dino loses this opportunity. Farron was speechless. What if Havelock defeats Dino? Won't he become the top scholar? Ha ha ha, the final decision rests with me. He won't become the top scholar. Besides, I can reveal him to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring natural flow and coherence with previous content while strictly using English. Hashtag chapter 419. The outside wager. The martial examinations continued, with the next round testing strength and skill, specifically weightlifting and archery. Yesterday's events were uneventful for the onlookers, who saw nothing but the scholar candidates answering questions. This left them feeling utterly bored. They had no interest in such matters and dozed off easily. Today, they arrived with renewed anticipation, hoping to witness thrilling competitions. The announcement that today's test would focus on strength and skill immediately sparked their interest. Various stone locks and weights of differing magnitudes were set up within the martial examination grounds. Each participant could choose the weight they wished to lift, with 3 attempts allowed. The final score would be based on the heaviest successful lift. If a contestant failed all 3 attempts, they would be eliminated. After yesterday's literary examination, nearly 1/3 of the candidates had already been eliminated, and few of those remaining scored satisfactorily. Truly accomplished individuals who excelled in both literature and martial arts were rare. However, today's physical but he also carried it for 100 steps before placing it back down, showing no signs of fatigue. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause and drumbeats in admiration of his feat. Lifting 1,000 caddies was impressive, but walking with it was extraordinary. Havelock appeared effortless in his performance. Next was Dino, who also chose the same 1,000 caddy weight. He lifted the stone lock and carried it for 100 steps but didn't stop there. He threw the stone lock high into the air, causing an outcry from the audience. Such immense strength was required to throw a stone lock so high. The stone lock tumbled through the air, creating a roar as it fell. If it landed on someone, it would crush them flat. The falling weight from that height would exceed 1,000 caddies. Amidst the audience's shocked exclamations, Dino caught the stone lock gracefully and placed it down lightly, revealing no signs of exhaustion. The entire arena fell silent, as if time had stopped. Tens of thousands of spectators stared wide-eyed, unable to make a sound. It felt like the silence could amplify the noise of a single needle drop into a thunderclap. Could this still be a human? They thought Havelock had the greatest strength, but now Dino proved to be even more powerful. Havelock furrowed his brows. Although he could achieve similar feats, he couldn't do it with such ease. This showed him that Dino was in odds for the candidates were promptly adjusted, with Dino leading at 1.3 to 1. Havelock came second at 1.5 to 1. Those who bet on Dino when his odds were highest were thrilled, dreaming of potential riches. At the time, the odds were 200 to 1, though few actually placed such bets. That evening, facing a lavish spread of food, Dino felt puzzled. He asked Shimin, "What's the occasion? Why such a feast?" Shimin smiled, "Nothing special, just wanted to nourish brother for today's exertions, and prepare you for tomorrow's challenges." Terry shook her head. "No good deed goes unpunished. I'm sure you have some scheme in mind, wanting brother to do something for you." "No way, I genuinely care about brother. Just trying to help," Shimin said with feigned innocence. Dino looked at him skeptically. "Really? That's not like you. You're usually so frugal. What's going on?" Shimin scratched his head, admitting, "All right, I'll be honest. I went to the casino and placed a bet on brother winning. The odds were 200 to 1, and I bet 200 taels. I'll be rich if brother wins the title. So, I figured I'd give you the best possible start." Everyone was speechless. Could this work? Translation complete. The story maintains its original tone and style, and the paragraph structure and line breaks are consistent with the source text. Hashtag chapter 420, Young Hero. The brothers couldn't help but laugh at Sherman's antics. He was indeed a comic gem. Yet, despite the jesting, Dino felt his brotherhood's heartfelt intentions. He nodded and said, "Good brothers, next time if there's an opportunity to make money, let everyone know. Don't hog it all to yourselves." Upon hearing this, the brothers were momentarily speechless. After a while, Terry finally said, "Big brother, if you put it that way, I should tell you that we actually all bet on you winning. We wanted to tell you at first, but we thought you wouldn't bet on yourself. That money would have been wasted, so we didn't tell you." "Big brother, You can't really disappoint us. Dino was thoroughly bewildered. He pointed at them, unable to speak for a long time before finally managing to say, "You should pay up. How did you know I wouldn't bet on myself?" Brother has always had confidence, don't you know that? Shimin laughed and said, "Big brother, don't be like this. Otherwise, how about we sell you our shares? We'll give you odds of 1.5 to 1. What do you think?" The other brothers nodded. They had bet at 200 to 1. If Dino won as the top scholar, they'd still profit greatly. Even if they gave him some share, it wouldn't matter much. Dino thought for a moment and said, "All right, but this is your decision." Shimin responded, "I said it, big brother. How much are you buying?" He knew Dino didn't have much money. Even selling a few hundred taels wouldn't be a problem. Dino raised a finger. "1 tael? That's too little. Let me just give you 2 taels outright." Some even queued up overnight to secure good spots. All the candidates arrived at the venue, radiating confidence and vigor. Previous competitions had been individual displays, offering no clear comparisons. But today, they would face each other directly, revealing their true strengths. Everyone harbored the hope of outshining others and securing the top position. Dressed in white armor, Dino stood out among the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. He held a halberd, though his skills were primarily those of spear techniques. Havelock appeared in black. Even his horse was black. He looked like a ghostly shadow emerging from darkness, also wielding a halberd. Havelock glanced at Jalen on the platform, his senior brother. He thought, I wonder what level Jalen was at back then. It's unfortunate he doesn't have many chances to compete now. Otherwise, it would be interesting to see who's stronger. Farron announced that whoever won 10 consecutive matches would become a candidate for the top scholar title. Those who achieved 8 consecutive wins would be considered for the Imperial Scholar title. As the competition began, no one stepped forward immediately, preferring to observe others first. This created an awkward silence. Suddenly, a yellow horse darted out from among the candidates. "Let me meet the heroes of the world." The voice was youthful, clearly belonging to a child. Dino and others looked over to see a boy around 11 or 12 years old, with a charming and sturdy appearance. Dressed in battle attire, he wielded a large saber taller than himself. He reached the center of the arena and clasped his hands, saying, "Honorable elders, my name is Castor, son of Adiel, here to learn from all of you." Indeed, he was Adiel's youngest son, Castor, only 11 years old. His father and elder brother were renowned generals, especially his brother Orlando, who was capable of leading battles independently. When Castor heard about the martial examination, he begged his father Adiel to let him participate. Adiel disagreed initially, telling him, "You're still young. If you wish to serve the country, you should wait a few more years. What would you do being so young?" Castor replied, "Heroes emerge young, father. Don't underestimate youth. Look no further than brother Ronnie, who joined the army at an age not much older than mine. If he can, so can I." Adiel doted on his youngest son and reluctantly allowed him to try. He didn't expect him to become the top scholar. Rather, he hoped Castor would gain some experience. Joining the military wasn't difficult for their family. Thus, Castor participated in the examinations. He completed the first 2 rounds, though his performance wasn't outstanding due to his young age and limited strength and experience. However, he managed to lift 3 tears surged within Hank, so he came out to confront Castor. Yet upon entering the field, he still tried to suppress his anger and said, "Little boy, this isn't a place for you to play. Go home quickly, your family is waiting for you." Castor sized him up and asked, "Who are you? And on what grounds do you speak to me like this? I'm also a competitor, so why should you look down on me?" Hank smiled and replied, "Young whippersnapper, if you don't listen, my name is Mahjong, and I will teach you a lesson if you don't leave." "Oh, Mahjong, I remember your rank was behind mine. How dare you embarrass yourself by coming out here?" Castor said, tilting his head. This statement drew laughter from the crowd, making Hank's face flush with embarrassment. "You little brat, you're asking for a beating." He became enraged and no longer hesitated, raising his spear and striking towards Castor. Military exams differ from civil service exams, where only written answers are required. In military exams, one must engage in actual combat using real weapons. Sometimes, for safety reasons, weapons might be wrapped in thick cotton, but most of the time, to maintain fairness, they remain unmodified. Weapons wrapped in cotton can still cause damage, especially heavier ones like spears. Impressed by Castor's prowess, Jalen nodded approvingly from the viewing platform, recognizing Castor as a future hero. However, being young, he still needed refining and wouldn't win against Mahjong. "All right, let's end this," Jalen decided and instructed Farron to stop the match, declaring Hank the winner and allowing him to continue competing. Farron called for the gong to stop the match. Hearing it, Hank and Castor separated, with Castor breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Farron announced, "You both have fought well, but Hank wins and will continue competing. Castor, you are eliminated." Castor objected, "That's unfair. I haven't lost yet. I want to keep fighting." Farron sternly replied, "No more disrespectful behavior. As the examiner, I know you cannot win. Moreover, His Majesty wishes to see you. Go to the viewing platform now." "Ah, the Emperor wants to see me." Castor ran towards the platform without further argument. The crowd laughed, finding the boy's actions charming, and no one felt Farron's decision was unfair. They knew Castor wasn't a match for Hank. By ending the match, Farron had protected Castor. Hank continued his competition while Farron returned to the platform. Castor knelt before Eben Jalen. "Your Majesty, Castor greets you." Jalen smiled. "Rise. No need to be formal. I didn't expect you to grow so fast and become quite skilled." "Your Majesty, I haven't lost yet. Why declare me defeated?" Castor persisted. "You truly have a competitive spirit. Do you think I can't tell who's losing?" Jalen pretended to frown. Castor knew he couldn't win, but his youthful pride wouldn't allow him to concede easily. "Your Majesty, don't revoke my eligibility to compete. I can still challenge others." Jalen appreciated his persistence. "I adopted you as my foster son years ago, and I haven't taught you much. From now on, stay by my side and learn from me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Castor was elated and quickly thanked him, fearing the offer might be retracted. Jalen sighed, amused by the cleverness of the young boy. His advisors had provided special training and physical enhancements to Castor, allowing the 10-year-old to wield heavy weights. Back on the field, Hank showcased his abilities, defeating 8 opponents and earning a chance to compete for the military Jinshur degree. If he won 2 more matches, he could compete for the title of champion. Feeling triumphant, Hank believed no one could rival him, not even Garth, Flash, or Yang Bolong. The championship belonged to him. End of chapter 421. Chapter 422. No move made. Each of you nobles, weigh yourselves before coming forward. Don't embarrass yourselves with your lack of skill, and it will be a waste if you lose your lives here. People like the hero of the Sui Dynasty. Now seeing him, Hank felt apprehensive, yet victory had clouded his judgment. Dennis, I've heard of you, but to compete with me, you need to weigh your abilities. I'm not just anyone. Dennis remained calm, nodding. I've considered it. I can defeat you in 3 moves, so I believe I'm capable. His serious tone angered Hank. Dennis, you're too overconfident. Defeat me in 3 moves? Try then. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Let's see what you've got. The crowd laughed at their exaggerated claims. One boasted defeating the opponent in 3 moves, the other offering 3 free moves. If Dennis won within 3 moves, it would be unclear if it was genuine or due to Hank's generosity. Was Ma Wenzong tough-mouthed or truly skilled? Dennis chuckled. This seemed unfair. Winning within 3 moves would be seen as given, and any win past that would seem like breaking a promise. Hank realized his words sounded weak in light of Dennis's claim. Dennis, stop boasting. Let's fight properly. Hank attacked, aiming for Dennis's head. Unfazed, Dennis waited until Hank was close. As Hank's spear descended, Dennis gently patted his horse's head. The old red horse bolted forward rapidly, reaching Hank swiftly. Hank's spear missed, his body leaning forward, finding a cudgel tip right before him. He couldn't evade it in time. Frustrated, he felt defeated by his own actions. Dennis didn't intend to harm him. Seeing Hank approach the cudgel, he retracted it and tapped Hank's back instead. The horses crossed paths. Turning around, Dennis bowed. Abdur Ma, please accept my apologies. Winning without a single move, Hank's face turned red as he rode away amidst applause for Dennis's magnanimity. Only the true experts saw through Dennis's gesture. Hank would have been seriously injured otherwise. Dennis, you won unfairly. I challenge you. Riding up was Frisco Han from Wu County. He noticed Dennis's superior horse, but felt prepared. Thus, he challenged Dennis. In battle, Frisco Han realized Dennis's strength wasn't just on horseback. He had genuine skill. Using surprise and speed earlier was purely because of Hank's offer of 3 moves. Within several bouts, Frisco Han conceded defeat. Dennis quickly vanquished 10 challengers before resting. Scholars continued fighting. Dino, Lewis, and Fraser each defeated 10 opponents and retired to rest. They tacitly avoided challenging each other while others were fighting, knowing the decisive moment would be in the final competition for the championship, avoiding unnecessary risks. Sherman also triumphed over 8, earning his Martial Scholar title. By day's end, 20 gained the qualification above the level of Martial Scholar, qualified for the championship round. Farron announced a break overnight, resuming the championship contest the next day. People dispersed, returning to rest. Pedroji pondered something deeply. He asked Jalen, Your Majesty, I wish to stroll through the streets and return to the palace later. Will Your Majesty allow this? Abdurance the Wanhua Manor incident, Pedroji had stayed inside the palace obediently. Now he requested this. Jalen smiled. You're our guest. I won't restrict your freedom. Just don't play too much and return early to avoid worrying your sister. I will, Your Majesty. I promise to return early and not cause trouble, replied Pedroji. Jalen returned to the palace with his entourage. Chapter 423. No limit on casualties. Pedroji watched as they all left. He took a few attendants with him and went to the Rodneyun Tower to find Flint. Upon seeing Flint, he said, I never expected Brother Yang to have such great prowess. I really couldn't see it. Flint laughed and replied, Your Highness Prince of Qi, you are jesting. I am just an ordinary person. Pedroji said, Brother Yang, with your abilities, why don't you serve the Rene dynasty nearby instead of traveling so far to serve the Sui dynasty? Flint had long wished to connect with Pedroji but didn't get the chance last time before things happened. Pedroji hadn't shown up again since then, leaving Flint helpless. Now that Pedroji approached him willingly, Flint wasn't anxious anymore. Your Highness Prince of Qi, are you trying to recruit me? If others heard this and it reached the Eben's ears, even as his relative, you might not be able to protect yourself. Pedroji paused and then said, Elder brother, you're joking. Only you and I know about this. Who else would know? Everyone knows that the Great Xia is unrivaled in strength. Why should I forsake the Great Xia to join the Rene? Pedroji said, Brother Yang, here you can at best secure the top rank. Besides, the top rank isn't guaranteed for you. Even if you win the top rank, with figures like Farron, William, and Emmanuel around, your chances for prominence are slim. But in the Rene dynasty, it's different. I assure you, once you join us, you'll immediately become a general and build your achievements now. Listening, Flint pretended to ponder, and after some time, he said, Your Highness, you make a valid point, but I'm close to securing the top rank. After becoming the top scholar, I can lead troops into battle. Although I need time to rise to prominence, there's still hope. Would I give that up just for a general's title? Pedroji sensed something in his words and whispered, If you follow me, once I become emperor, I will share the realm with you. We will rule together. What do you think? Prince of Qi, you harbor these ambitions? What about your reaction, deeming him trainable? As for Flint, being a spy sent by Gay, who sought chaos, it was unsurprising he conspired with Pedroji. But why did Pedroji not see Li Zong? Could they already know each other? He must investigate further. Soon, his intelligence network identified Li Zong as Garth, Pedro's kinsman. So, It seemed even his father-in-law wasn't idle, sending someone to cause trouble and trying to seize the troops through the martial exams. Given this, Jalen wouldn't hesitate. When the time came, he'd take away Pedro's son and nephew, letting them report back to Pedro in the afterlife. It was their own doing. Garth had hidden well, and Jalen hadn't suspected him. However, Pedroji inadvertently helped Jalen by revealing more information. The next morning, the martial exam site was packed, filled with spectators. People even stood on a hill outside the venue, which charged admission for a better view. This hill, leased by the entrepreneurial Yuan family, initially drew mockery for being an extravagant expense. Who would pay to watch from a hill when viewing the exam was free? However, due to overwhelming crowds, many paid for tickets to climb the hill, obtaining a clear, elevated view. The Yuan family profited immensely, making those who ridiculed regret their lack of foresight. All participants gathered, with Dino, Flint, Garth, and Dennis each taking a position. Today's competition format was round robin, where everyone fought each opponent. 3 wins secured first place, 2 for second, 1 for third. Combining previous scores, they would determine the top 3 ranks. Zhuang Yuan, top, Bang Yin, second, and Tanhua, third. Abdurance Dino led previous rounds. He defended against challenges from the other 3. If he won all 3 matches, he would definitely be the new Zhuang Yuan. Dino's entrance earned thunderous applause. He was charming and dashing, capturing the hearts of many. His opponent was Dennis, riding his thin red horse. By now, no one underestimated the steed. It was truly exceptional. Just as the match was about to start, Farron halted the contest. Farron announced, by imperial decree, the martial exam selects generals fit for battle. Without limiting casualties, certain skills cannot be fully demonstrated. Therefore, the objective is to win, regardless of casualties. In other words, killing your opponent won't hold you responsible. You may exert your full potential. Chapter 424. Uncovering the truth. The atmosphere in the martial examination arena suddenly became tense. The remaining 4 candidates were all national talents, yet they were being encouraged to engage. Could it really be like this? He glanced at Dino and then at the reviewing stand, telling Farron, Lordly, I only wish to serve the country. To me, even becoming a small soldier on the battlefield is enough. As for winning first place, that's secondary. Why risk my life here when preserving myself to kill more enemies would be better? Therefore, I've decided to withdraw from the exam and not participate in the competition for the martial top scholar. Dennis's decision to withdraw aligned with his Shaolin background. Despite entering the secular world, Buddhist compassion still influenced him. Farron nodded and said, Excellent attitude. You can be taught. If you wish, you can become my disciple. I will teach you my skills to help you become a revered general. Thank you, Lordly. Dennis was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected to gain Farron's favor by withdrawing and become his disciple. After all, Farron was hailed as a military god, unparalleled in strategy and warfare. Additionally, as one of the 3 heroes of the Dusty World, his martial arts were unmatched. He quickly dismounted and bowed to Farron. The audience was taken aback. Things had turned unexpectedly. Becoming a martial top scholar didn't seem appealing anymore. Withdrawing seemed to be the best choice. Lordly, do you need more disciples? I want to be your disciple too, Dino joined in, asking. Farron nodded. Of course I do. I hope to train more disciples to serve the country. However, you can't compete? Why not me? Dino was speechless. Did I offend you? But if you win first place, I can reconsider. You mustn't withdraw, Farron added. Why do this to me? Dino felt helpless. Farron then addressed everyone. The state has no choice but to take these measures. Foreign spies have infiltrated the martial examinations and are among these 4 candidates. His words caused a commotion. How could there be spies? And they were competing for the martial top scholar. They must not succeed. Havelock frowned. Had he been exposed? He looked at Jalen on the reviewing stand. Jalen's expression was unreadable. Prince Chi Pedroji, sitting beside Jalen, was anxious. He knew the truth. At least 2 of the 4 were spies. If caught, they mustn't implicate him. Garth might not betray him, but Havelock was uncertain. Farron continued, the court knows the identity of the spies, but since they've reached the final stage, they deserve a chance. Treat this as a real battlefield. Only those who triumph and become the top scholar will be spared. Failure means certain death. Farron's words echoed in the air, chilling everyone. Now they understood the reason for the strict rules. It was to eliminate the spies. Lordly Master, can I continue the exam? Dennis was roused by the mention of spies and wanted to compete. Stand aside. This isn't your fight, Farron rebuked. He knew Dennis wasn't a match for the other 3 and was protecting him. Dennis left regretfully. He wished he hadn't withdrawn so soon. Now only Dino, Havelock, and Garth remained. One of them was a spy. Dino scanned Havelock and Garth. Which one was the spy? Havelock looked devious, likely hiding sinister intentions. He could very well be the spy. But Garth, seemingly loyal and modest, couldn't be ruled out either. As Dino hesitated, Farron whispered to him, Dino, there are 2 spies. It's up to you how to proceed. Ah, Dino understood. Farron was afraid he'd go easy on them, so he revealed this beforehand. He wanted Dino to eliminate both. No problem. Dino smiled at Garth and Havelock. Eliminating these 2 would be the beginning of his rise. Back at the reviewing stand, Jalen asked Farron, what did you tell Dino? Nothing much, just that there are 2 spies, Farron replied, glancing at Prince Chi Pedroji. Jalen nodded. Good, it's up to Dino now. Pedroji couldn't sit still. He felt as if needles were pricking his back. Jalen knew everything. He was terrifying. How could he ever be an opponent? He regretted coming to Hongshan. Wasn't this walking into a trap? Jalen looked at him and said, Yuenji, did you know Havelock is Gay's disciple and a spy for the Tujue? What? Pedroji slumped onto the ground. He never imagined Haman or Da Run. He shouted. For a more contextually fitting translation, knowing that Da Run is a respectful address, it could be Examiner Abdur, he shouted. This maintains the formality and respect implied in the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Farron stood up from the platform without coming down, remaining at the edge of the stage. Do you have something to say? Are you considering withdrawing? Think carefully, Farron said coldly. Zion shook his head. Of course not. I request to compete with Lewis first, then face Dino. Is that acceptable? He hoped to tackle the second-best Lewis first, followed by the strongest Dino. Perhaps he could defeat Lewis as a last resort before meeting his end. Farron frowned. The rules do not specify such arrangements. However, you can ask Lewis if he agrees. If he consents, then you may proceed. Lewis stepped forward beneath the platform and said, Examiner Darun, I disagree. Note, the term Darun is often used as a respectful address in this context. While it's technically not incorrect to leave it untranslated for those familiar with Chinese terms, including it without translation may confuse some readers. An alternative could be to translate it fully, Examiner Abdur, or Examiner Darun, if you want to retain the original flavor. For better fluency and naturalness in English, I recommend. Lewis stepped forward beneath the platform and said, Examiner, I'm in years by Jalen. Inattentive for a moment, Zion was thrown off his horse and killed. His bravado ultimately cost him his life. Pedroji mourned silently, but he had his own worries. All he could think about was hoping Dino would quickly defeat Lewis to prevent him from exposing Zion's ties to the conspiracy. Below, Grayson and Fagan also grew anxious. Could Lewis be the spy? If so, they would not escape blame either. Thus, they too hoped Dino would eliminate Lewis without giving him a chance to speak. No one suspected Dino of being a spy. His impeccable appearance made it hard for anyone to believe otherwise. His immaculate looks made him above suspicion. People were indeed too emotional and subjective in their judgments. Fortunately, this time, their judgment was correct. Lewis approached Dino, pointing his halberd at him. Dino, we meet again. Dino responded coldly. Lewis, you are a Chinese traitor willing to be a spy for the Turks, bringing shame upon yourself. No one can save you today. So you knew. But what does it matter? If I defeat you, I can still leave, and even your emperor cannot stop me, Lewis replied calmly. Defeat me? We'll see if you can, Dino retorted. Don't think your strength gives you an edge. That's because I didn't use my full potential. At full power, you stand no chance against me. Is that so? Dino smiled. Sadly, I also haven't used my full strength. Lewis yelled, stop talking nonsense. Let's settle this with true skill. Without further ado, he initiated the combat, swinging his halberd at Dino to test his strength. Dino did not back down, blocking the strike. A loud clang resounded as both riders reeled back several steps. Their strength was nearly equal, neither gaining the upper hand. Lewis felt frustrated. His body had been enhanced by Gay, making him stronger than average, yet he gained no advantage against Dino. Dino was also surprised. Lewis was indeed holding back. His strength was comparable, and he must remain vigilant. Understanding each other better, they resumed their battle, halberds flying faster and more fiercely than before. Lewis, hastily trained by Gay, was matched by Dino, nurtured from childhood by Jalen. Initially, they were evenly matched, but over time, Lewis's weaker foundation began to show. After some time, Lewis gradually became overpowered. Knowing he couldn't escape the martial examination grounds, he resolved to take Jalen down with him. Seizing a moment when their horses separated, he broke free from Dino and charged towards the platform. Drawing his bow, he fired 3 arrows directly at Jalen. No one anticipated the sudden attack. Shocked cries filled the audience as the arrows sped toward Jalen. Jalen remained calm, sitting motionless, allowing the arrows to hit him squarely in the chest. Upon seeing this, the crowd was stunned. Pedroji, however, reacted immediately. Chapter 426, The Dust Settles. How wonderful. Your Majesty. He called out as he lunged forward, a dagger appearing in his hand. He planned to take advantage of the chaos and deliver one more blow. Abdurance, he was the first to react. No one else noticed him. He approached Jalen, pretending to embrace him, but in reality, he aimed the dagger at the spot where Jalen had been struck by an arrow. This way, it would be unclear whether the wound was from an arrow or a knife. Thud. The dagger struck Jalen, but something was wrong. It felt like the dagger had hit iron. It wouldn't penetrate. What was happening? He looked up at Jalen. Jalen stared at him with a mocking expression. Brother-in-law, are you alright? I'm fine. Nothing can harm me while I wear this golden thread armor. However, you are in trouble now, Jalen said coldly. I gave you a chance. If you hadn't acted, I would have let you return to Guangzhou. Alas. In one swift motion, Jalen flipped his wrist and plunged the dagger into Pedroji's chest. Pedroji's eyes widened. You. He managed only 2 words before he fell silent. Jalen shouted loudly, there's an assassin. Hurry, save the Prince of Qi. He was trying to save me. The ministers rushed over, but it was too late. Pedroji was already dead. The ministers quickly apologized to Jalen for their negligence, which almost allowed Havelock to harm the Eben. Jalen waved them off, saying, it's not your fault. This was due to my own carelessness. Thanks to UNG, I wasn't killed. Bury the Prince of Qi honorably. We cannot forget his sacrifice. Even though he was already dead, giving him a good name wouldn't hurt. After all, a good reputation can't be eaten, but it's still valuable. Meanwhile, Havelock, seeing that Jalen was unharmed, tried to shoot another arrow, but Dino was already behind him, preventing any further attempt. With a single thrust of his spear, Dino pierced through Havelock's back. Havelock died, filled with regret. The events unfolded so suddenly that the crowd finally realized what had happened. It had been an incredibly close call. If anything had happened to the Eben, the Sui Dynasty might have collapsed. Fortunately, Dino had saved the day. For a moment, cheers erupted in the examination hall, praising the hero. Hank, witnessing the deaths of Pedroji and Garth, knew he wouldn't fare well either. Clearly, Jalen had known everything. Afraid to stay, he tried to escape during the chaos. But there were too many people. Before he could flee, he was surrounded. Emmanuel led the charge, knocking Hank to the ground with a heavy spear strike, sending him to join Garth in death. Farron announced the end of the military examination, declaring Dino as the new Wu Zhuangyue. He also revealed the identities of Havelock and Garth, one sent by the Turks, the other by the Li Rene, both intent on destabilizing the Sui Dynasty. Luckily, both were killed by Dino. The crowd applauded once again, cheering for the hero. Farron then announced that 3 additional candidates would be selected to complete the list of Jinshi. He officially ended the examination, thus concluded the military examination. Back at the Golden Hall, Jalen met with the newly appointed Jinshi scholars, encouraging them and retaining them in the military. He turned to Dino, Gillis, do you know who I am? Dino was taken aback. What did His Majesty mean? Of course, he knew him. Your Majesty, of course I recognize you. I didn't mean it like that. Do you know that I am your adoptive father? Dino was completely baffled. How had this happened? He had no idea. Jalen explained the past to him, revealing that the skills he had learned over the years were taught by instructors sent by him. Once Dino understood, he knelt down and thanked Jalen sincerely. Jalen helped him up, saying, no need for such formality. You've grown up, and now is the time to tell you these things. From now on, serve the country diligently. He encouraged Dino further. At this moment, the heads of the Liu and Shui families arrived with Grayson and Fagan, apologizing for their actions. These two had not dared to hide the fact that they had sworn brotherhood with Havelock and Pedroji. The family heads, realizing they couldn't conceal it, quickly brought them to apologize to Jalen. If they had delayed, Jalen might have found incriminating evidence, possibly implicating both families. Associating with Pedroji wasn't too serious, but being linked with Havelock was a major issue. Jalen didn't press the matter hard, saying, they are just young men who made poor choices and friends. No big deal. Be more careful next time. The family heads apologized profusely, assuring that such incidents would never happen again. Jalen didn't punish Grayson and Fagan. Instead, he used this opportunity to extract numerous benefits from the two families, gaining complete control over them. This was minor compared to the more significant matters at hand. After the military examination, Jalen convened his generals to discuss the unification of the realm. With peace and prosperity restored after several years of recovery, the nation was ready to march toward unification. Everything was thriving. It was time for war. He summoned Farron, William, and others to the Golden Hall to discuss mobilization. Farron said, Your Majesty, if we plan to use military force, I suggest starting with the Eastern Turks. Why? Asked Jalen. Farron replied, Now, the only remaining power is the Li Rene returns. The people of Goguryeo seized vast areas of Liaodong, while we were preoccupied with internal strife, and had no time to look north. This has become a persistent problem in the northeast. We can no longer let them run rampant. This time, we aim to reclaim Liaodong and expel the Goguryeo forces. Farron and others listened with fervor. It was finally time for the decisive battle, a battle of glory. If they could participate in such a war during their lifetime, it would be an honor that every martial general sought. Jalen ordered, Farron, as the commander of the Western Expeditionary Force, will lead all armies. Herbert will serve as the vanguard, while Aryan, Evan, and Alberic will each command divisions attacking the Eastern Turks. I shall personally lead the reserve forces. William will be the commander of the Eastern Expeditionary Force, with Emmanuel, Hiram, and Jagger leading divisions against Goguryeo. In this war, the Eastern Turks must be utterly destroyed. In this war against Goguryeo, the enemy must be completely driven out of Liaodong, restoring our territory. Colin, Ronan, and Jeffrey will act as envoys to Pedro to negotiate his surrender. They must persuade Pedro to prioritize national unity over division and reunify the country. After Jalen finished giving orders, everyone prepared for the mission. 3 months later, everything was ready. The army was well prepared, banners fluttered in the wind, and the Xia forces marched forth with high morale. 2 armies took their oaths and set sail towards their respective objectives. First, let's focus on William's route. Their objective here was relatively simple. They didn't need to thoroughly defeat Goguryeo, just retake the lost territories in Liaodong. Goguryeo had never been idle. Seizing the opportunity when Jalen was busy quelling regional separatist forces, Goguryeo took advantage of the chaos to capture Liaodong and incorporate it into its territory. Most of William and Emmanuel's men had experienced Claude of Sui's 3 expeditions against Goguryeo. Even those who hadn't fought on the front lines knew about the humiliating defeats of the Sui army. Thus, they harbored deep-seated hatred for Goguryeo, eager for revenge and redemption. The current king of Goguryeo was King Yangyu, Ronglio, Jie Jianwu, but the real power lay in the hands of the powerful minister Yun Gaesamin and his son, Yun Namsim. These two dominated the kingdom, controlling Goguryeo's affairs. They were the ones who encouraged Jie Jianwu to attack Liaodong. William, Emmanuel, Hiram, and Berldmingzhen divided their forces into 4 routes heading towards Liaodong. Goguryeo was shaken. King Yangyu wanted to withdraw his troops back to the Yalu River to defend the mainland. However, Yun Gaesamin opposed this. He believed that while the Xia forces were advancing aggressively, they still faced threats from the Rene and Turkic forces. Therefore, it was impossible for them to deploy heavy troops here. Abandoning Liaodong without a fight would appear too weak, allowing neighboring Beech and Abdurla to take advantage and invade their lands. So, they must not abandon Liaodong. Instead, they should engage the Xia forces in a decisive battle. King Yangyu asked, if we lose, wouldn't Beech and Abdurla become even more rampant? What if they attack us? Yun Gaesamin replied, we won't defend Liaodong alone. By issuing decrees, we'll compel Beech and Abdurla to send troops to defend Liaodong. Would they dare refuse? A victory in Liaodong benefits us. A loss means all 3 kingdoms suffer. Thus, Beech and Abdurla won't have the strength to challenge us. Consequently, Goguryeo conscripted 50,000 soldiers, each from Beech and Abdurla, to guard Liaodong and threatened to attack them if they disobeyed. Under duress, Beech and Abdurla sent their troops to assist Goguryeo in defending Liaodong. Yun Gaesamin personally led the defense at Liaodong city, commanding the allied forces. Together, the combined forces of Goguryeo, Beech, and Abdurla totaled 20,000 men. Yun Gaesamin believed this was more than enough to resist the Xia forces and possibly launch a counterattack. Decisions attacked Liaodong city. Young Shimin thought he could hold the city for months until winter forced the Xia forces to retreat due to lack of supplies. But how could the Xia forces now be inferior to the Sui army of old? William used the same siege tactics as before, but this time, there were 10 mobile siege towers instead of 2. Goguryeo had 6 siege towers, 2 of which were bought at great cost from the central plains, after they had learned the hard way. They tried to analyze and replicate these siege towers, but the technology far exceeded their capabilities. Without Jalen's expertise, such machines could not be recreated. Nevertheless, Goguryeo managed to produce a few imitations with lesser firepower, though they appeared intimidating. Young Shimin confidently placed 6 imitation siege towers in Liaodong city, believing it gave him an edge. However, the Xia's authentic siege towers proved superior. The imitations crumbled like paper, proving useless under the genuine siege tower's power. In less than a day, the Xia forces captured Liaodong city, slaying thousands and driving Young Shimin back to Goguryeo in humiliation. William ordered his men to salvage the imitation siege towers, treating them as semi-finished products that could be modified and made functional more efficiently than building new ones from scratch. Thus, William completed the mission of repelling Goguryeo and reclaimed Liaodong. His forces remained along the Yalu River, awaiting Jalen's next instructions. The establishment of the Sui Dynasty had the support of Empress Dowager Frisco. He offered her continued support in the Turks if she ceased her rebellious activities. Otherwise, her fate would be no different from that of the great Princess of Justice, left unburied after death. However, Harlow dismissed these warnings, believing that the powerful Eastern Turks could easily overwhelm the Sui Dynasty. Thus, she continued inciting Braun to invade southward. After a period of rest and recuperation, Jalen targeted the Eastern Turks first, determined to make them pay blood for blood and eliminate this enemy once and for all. Braun knew his actions were unpopular, so he heavily relied on Duke, a Han advisor, to implement reforms to strengthen the Turks. Yet, Duke was greedy, tyrannical, and appointed relatives, lacking real talent. His reform policies blindly copied Han practices without adhering to Turkic traditions, leading to harsh and complex decrees that alienated the Turkic people. As a result, many felt oppressed and defected to the Sui Dynasty, including Dinam, son of Avram Khan. Tuli enjoyed great prestige among the Eastern Turks. His defection weakened their power significantly. Instead of exterminating Tuli, Jalen welcomed him warmly and dispersed his followers across various regions to receive Han education and integrate them into Han society through assimilation. When Braun heard about Jalen's attack on Dingxiang, he prepared for battle. Dino's light cavalry covered a vast distance in just 2 days, arriving at Dingxiang without rest and immediately launching an attack. This sudden assault caught Braun off guard. He believed the Xia force to be our hero. Why don't you manage the court yourself? Thinking Kong Sumi aimed for power, Braun rebuked him and expelled him from the camp. Frustrated and feeling misunderstood, Kong Sumi feared Duke's retribution. He decided to defect to the Sui Dynasty instead. He opened the gates of Dingxiang and let Dino enter. Dino seized the opportunity, capturing Dingxiang, forcing Braun to flee northward. Even in retreat, Duke blamed Kong Sumi, convincing Braun of his disloyalty. This increased Braun's reliance on Duke. Farron arrived with the main army, praising Dino highly, comparing him to Campbell for winning such a decisive victory. Dino credited Kong Sumi's defection for their success. Jalen also rewarded Kong Sumi, inviting him to serve under him. Kong Sumi respectfully declined, saying, "Your Majesty, I defected for self-preservation and feel unworthy to command against my own people. I wish to retire as a common man." Touched by his loyalty, Jalen allowed Kong Sumi to choose a place in the Central Plains to settle with his clan, ensuring they remained together. Grateful, Kong Sumi and his people moved to the Central Plains. After a brief respite in Dingxiang, Farron continued the campaign against the Eastern Turks. Chapter 429, Falling from the Sky. Dino did not take a break. Farron's order was for him to closely follow Yonatan's tent. Wherever Yonatan ran, Dino would chase, never giving Yonatan any chance to catch his breath. Dino led his troops in pursuit of Yonatan, accompanied by his brothers Shimin and Terry. These young men were elated. They finally had the opportunity to see real battle and could charge across the battlefield at will. They defeated Yonatan again at White Mountain, forcing him to retreat to Iron Mountain. By this point, he was like a homeless dog, utterly exhausted from being relentlessly pursued and almost unable to escape. He couldn't help but blame Harlow, reasoning that if it weren't for her insistence on advancing south, Jalen wouldn't have retaliated so fiercely. Yonatan was truly terrified by this defeat, and thus passed the blame to Harlow. In reality, if not for his insatiable greed, things wouldn't have ended up this way. Harlow, although a woman, did not shirk responsibility as Yonatan did. Instead, she remained composed. She advised Yonatan, "Great Khan, we've only lost a few battles. Why are you already losing heart? Our territory is vast. If we flee into the Great Desert, no matter how fierce Dino might be, he won't be able to catch us." "He speaks easily," Yonatan replied. "But with them pursuing us relentlessly, how can we get to the desert? And winter is coming soon. Without water or grass, how can we survive there?" Harlow said, "Great Khan, you can send an envoy to Jalen to offer surrender, stalling the Xia army. This will buy us time to escape Dino's pursuit. Furthermore, our territories include the Uyghurs, Ziyanchuo, and other Tela tribes. Great Khan, issue orders for these tribes to come to our aid. With reinforcements, do we need to fear Farron? No matter how many Xia soldiers attack, they'll all perish on the grasslands. Let their bodies feed the eagles. If we can't beat them, let's use a false surrender to stall the Xia army here. Once spring comes, we can retreat into the desert to regroup. When we're ready, we can invade south again to avenge ourselves." Yonatan thought this was a good plan. He sent envoys to Dino's camp to negotiate surrender, and also sent messages to the Uyghurs and Ziyanchuo for aid. However, upon receiving his pleas, these tribes did not offer assistance. Instead, they broke away from Eastern Turks' rule and attacked from the north. Seeing his situation deteriorate, Yonatan pinned his hopes on the Sui Dynasty accepting his feigned surrender, allowing him to regroup and reclaim power over the Eastern Turks. Upon receiving Yonatan's letter of surrender, Dino dared not decide alone. He took the envoy Shisilacai to Farron, who immediately informed Jalen. Jalen laughed after hearing the news and said, "Reward the envoy generously and tell him that the great Xia accepts Yonatan's surrender. We will soon send envoys to discuss the details." Shisilacai accepted the rewards and returned to Iron Mountain to report to Yonatan, who rejoiced at the news. He finally had a chance to catch Jalen and awaited the spring to prepare his revenge. Soon, the envoy Dalon arrived at Iron Mountain with only 100 elite guards. Upon meeting Yonatan, they began negotiating the terms of surrender. Dalon insisted that if Yonatan wanted to surrender, he must execute Harlow from the Sui Dynasty. Otherwise, the surrender would not be accepted. Yonatan expected this condition and felt reassured. To him, Harlow had outlived her usefulness, and using her life to ensure his safety was a fair deal. Both sides started discussing specific terms, and Yonatan dropped his guard entirely. As the northern winds swept the whitegrass and snow began falling in early August, thick snow covered the north. Yonatan felt secure, believing the Xia army wouldn't wage war in such harsh conditions. But he didn't realize the Xia army intended to use this weather for a surprise attack. Dino had advanced within 10 miles of him. His soldiers wore new cotton armor, impervious to the cold. They braved the heavy snow, marching toward Iron Mountain. Aryan's forces approached from another direction. Dino encountered a 1,000-man reconnaissance unit, all huddled in tents to avoid the cold. None had ventured out to scout. By the time they realized they were surrounded, it was too late. All were killed. Deprived of scouts, Yonatan was like a blinded beast, unaware of impending danger. While celebrating inside his tent with Dalon, Xia troops suddenly stormed Iron Mountain. Cities on the grassland lacked high walls, with only traps that proved ineffective against the attackers. Yonatan was stunned as Xia troops seemed to fall from the sky, overwhelming Iron Mountain. Chapter 430, Capturing the Enemy. Braun never imagined that, in the midst of a snowstorm, the Xia army would descend from the heavens and storm his encampment. He didn't even have time to kill Dalon, who stood opposite him. He hastily fled from the tent, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Dalon drew his saber and led 100 guards through the center of the Turkic camp. At this moment, Aryan arrived with another contingent of the Xia army, engaging in fierce combat. The Turkic soldiers were completely unprepared and were caught off guard, unable to mount any effective resistance. In no time, they were routed and scattered in all directions. After escaping the encampment, Braun fled northward with Dino hot on his trail. By now, only about 100 men remained with Zoran, and more of them fell off their horses under the barrage of Xia arrows. Suddenly, a group of riders appeared before Zoran's eyes. "I advise you to return and prepare for the arrival of our armies." Infuriated, Akil retorted, "We are not Turks but the Tiela people, not to be trifled with. If you do not meet my demands today, you won't leave here." Relying on his greater numbers, Akil did not take Dino seriously and prepared to use force. Unfazed, Dino raised his halberd. "If you dare provoke me today, I will annihilate the Zuyanchuo tribe." Negotiations broke down, and Akil attacked the Xia forces. Dino sheathed his halberd, drawing his bow, each arrow finding its mark among the Zuyanchuo soldiers. Akil was astonished by the accuracy of this young Xia general, whose archery skills surpassed even the finest warriors of the steppe. But with numerical superiority, he believed he could overwhelm the Xia forces and ordered a full assault. Realizing his small contingent faced imminent annihilation if surrounded, Dino commanded a strategic retreat, while personally covering the rear. He knew the key to turning the tide lay in capturing Akil. Eager to prove his valor, Akil charged ahead of his troops, wielding his saber and rallying his men forward. He fantasized about becoming the new ruler of the steppe by defeating the Xia army, and he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. But suddenly, the young general halted his retreat and charged straight at Akil. The two closed rapidly, leaving Akil panicking. He had no confidence in facing Dino alone. His courage built it forced Braun to commit suicide and eliminate Harlow and Zoran's sons, but countless Turks surrendered. The Eastern Turks were virtually eradicated. This triumph solidified the Central Authority's dominance over the northern frontiers, ensuring peace. Farron had Akil brought before him, untied, and treated hospitably with food and drink. Chapter 431, Pacifying the North. After entertaining Jared, Farron personally escorted him out of the encampment and released him back to his people. Before leaving, Jared profusely thanked him, expressing his willingness to submit to the Xia dynasty and fully obey its rule. He promised that upon returning, he would immediately lead the Zuyanchuo tribes to surrender. The generals were puzzled as to why Farron was so courteous to Jared. They believed that if they simply launched an attack, the Zuyanchuo and Uyghur tribes would be no match for them. Farron explained with a smile, "Please remain calm. The Zuyanchuo and Uyghur tribes are newly risen powers with fierce warriors who fear no death. A direct attack would result in significant casualties for our army. However, by treating Jared kindly and letting him go, the Zuyanchuo will lower their guard. If we then launch a surprise attack, we can defeat them effortlessly." Devious. This was the unanimous thought among the generals. Farron was indeed devious. Yet, this method could minimize their losses, and such deviousness was not unwelcome. Farron began deploying his troops for a surprise attack on the Zuyanchuo, the land of the Eastern Turks. They celebrated Jared's return without vigilance. No one anticipated that the humble Farron would launch a surprise attack. They were lost in their own fantasies. In the dead of night, a bitter wind howled as the Zuyanchuo people slept soundly. Arrows tipped with fire rained into their camp, accompanied by explosions. Many Zuyanchuo died in their sleep, ascending to the heavens to meet Tengri. Startled awake, the survivors fled their tents. Flames illuminated half the sky, contrasting starkly with the swirling snow. White snow turned red with blood. In the bitter cold, even weapons felt foreign to their icy hands. Half-dressed and disoriented, they couldn't stand straight in the biting wind, their numb fingers unable to grip their weapons. Jared had assumed the Xia army would wait for his response before acting. But the Xia forces attacked immediately, showing that Farron's release of him was intended for this surprise assault. His actions had compromised the entire tribe. Now realizing the situation was dire, the Zianchuo were surrounded by the Xiao forces, like lambs to the slaughter. Knowing resistance was futile, Jared led the remaining members to kneel and surrender. The 9 tribes of the Tiela thus submitted to the Sui Dynasty. Jalen rewarded Farron and his troops lavishly. He detained the Zianchuo tribal leaders. We can confront Jalen. Thornton pondered, then asked, do you think the Rene dynasty will join us? Gay replied, it depends on their resolve. As long as they don't want to be absorbed by Jalen, there's a chance. Hagen added, we and the Rene have deep enmity. Can they trust us? Enemies aren't eternal, only interests endure. Pedro understands this. To safeguard himself, he may agree to our request. Great Khan, I will personally visit Chang'an to meet with Pedro. I'm old friends with Pedro. I believe I can persuade him to ally with us. Thornton agreed. He dispatched Gay to negotiate with the Rene, while sending envoys to Persia for assistance. Additionally, he moved his headquarters back nearly 1,000 li to prevent a surprise attack from the Xiao forces. Gay left the Western Turks, heading to Chang'an to discuss a potential alliance with Pedro. Chapter 432. The reaction in Chang'an. Looking northwest towards Chang'an, one can see countless mountains. Gay had not returned to Chang'an for many years. In his prime, he was a prominent figure there, commanding admiration and respect from all. However, due to Hurley's suspicions, if he had been willing to renounce his power and retire into seclusion, living a life of poetry and admiration for the beauty of nature, it would have been a peaceful existence. But he was enamored with power and refused to let go, even resorting to faking his death to pursue higher authority. As a result, he spent over 20 years in hardship, losing his family and wandering like a stray dog. No matter where he went, since the deaths of Pedroji and Garth, Pedro had been under intense mental stress. Now, with senior officials such as Kimball and Zhang Sunshun deceased, most court members were young radicals like Grover and Marty. Grover staunchly supported Quentin and opposed surrender, arguing vehemently, Your Majesty, if heaven's mandate lies with the great Rene, we shall remain the lords of the world. If it does not, we should still strive against fate. How could we surrender without a fight? We possess the richest territories once held by Qin, fertile lands thousands of miles wide, and prosperous people. With the defenses of Tong Pass and Frisco Pass, it is indeed a place of martial strength. Though Jalen holds the upper hand temporarily, the Central Plains are not unified like a solid board. Just like the 6 states of old, though he appears to have united the feudal lords, hidden conflicts surge beneath. Should he make any misstep, chaos will erupt across the Central Plains, leaving him too preoccupied to attack us. Pedro paused and asked, So, what do you propose? How do you intend to deal with Jalen? Grover replied, Your Majesty should entrust the greater powers to Shimin, allowing him control over military and political affairs to manage state matters. Pedro chuckled coldly. And why is that? Grover, unhesitating, said, Because Guangzhong used to be part of Qin territory, and Shimin, being named Qin, absolute authority over the Rene dynasty, and warned Quentin not to plot otherwise. Otherwise, he could be made a beggar. Quentin must remember everything he has comes from Pedro. Although Pedro didn't punish him, it was clear he wouldn't entrust the empire to Quentin. Louis, hearing Pedro reject the suggestion, breathed a sigh of relief. He feared his father would give Quentin the power. Yet, rejecting it now doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. While Quentin lives, their rivalry continues. Only death could resolve it entirely. Facing a formidable enemy, they first needed to focus on dealing with Jalen. After Grover's proposal was rejected, no one offered better solutions. Confronted by Jalen's dominance, everyone saw only 2 paths, surrender or a feudal last stand. Surrender seemed simpler, while fighting to the death meant certain death. Everyone knew that the Rene alone stood no chance against Jalen. To preserve the Rene dynasty, they needed to unite with the western region's nations against Jalen. Yet, no one dared suggest this, as it was too sensitive, riskier than proposing Quentin take power. It was a matter of internal Rene policy, and criticism was minimal. But the western regions were enemies, who caused untold suffering in the west. Nicholas, Irvin, and Jackson's fates served as warnings. Alliances with the Turks promised bad endings. Proposing this would invite eternal condemnation. While Louis pondered within the palace, a guard reported an old acquaintance outside seeking an audience. Louis wondered, his life would be beneficial to me. Does that matter? Would anyone believe you if you told them? Louis said, You should leave while I haven't changed my mind. Prince, are you trying to drive me away? Don't you want to know why I came? Gay asked calmly. There's no need to ask. I can guess. You're here as an envoy for the Turks, trying to convince us to ally with them against Jalen. But let me tell you, that is merely wishful thinking. Our Rene dynasty will never cooperate with the Turks. Our conflict with Jalen is a family matter, none of your business. Gay, in honor of our former master-disciple relationship, let me advise you to repent and turn back before it's too late. You're already advanced in age. Why cling to power and wealth? Seeking a remote mountain for tranquility wouldn't be better for you? Louis's words made Gay laugh. Prince, you sure like to joke. Would you willingly give up your power to serve others? Your father won't live many more years. Soon, the throne will be yours. Would you be willing to let everything become nothing? If the Li Rene dynasty surrenders to Jalen, would you still be as you are now? Think about it. Gay's words deeply moved Louis. The Li Rene dynasty was on the brink of survival, and he was about to succeed Pedro. However, if the Li Rene dynasty were annexed by Jalen, all his power and status would vanish. He was very clear about what happened to the families of deposed rulers. Even if Jalen spared his family for Crystal's sake, his pursuit of power and status would also be lost. Seeing Louis hesitate, Gay continued firmly, a person should have pursuits. What use is life without power and status? Just like me, at almost 90, I'm still active. People must always look forward. Now, only the Turks can help both of you. If you join forces with the Turks, there will be mutual benefits. Divided, there will be mutual harm. Only through cooperation can you collectively deal with Jalen and ensure your survival. Once Jalen strikes, it may be too late. Louis remained silent, then spoke after a moment. Gay, I understand what you say. Yet the Han and the Turks are enemies. We will never betray our people and history for generations to come. Please leave. Gay sighed. Prince, you truly have a stubborn mind. Don't you know history is written by the victors? Once you gain power, isn't this part of history yours to shape? And will the Rene dynasty remain allied with the Turks forever? After defeating Qiuran, you'll confront the Turks. Once victorious over the Turks, the Rene will be hailed as saviors of the nation. At that time, who will remember your past alliance with the Turks? They'll only remember your heroic victories over them. Louis's eyes widened. Gay, what do you mean? Weren't you an envoy for the Turks? Gay shook his head. I am Chinese too, only residing among the Turks now. My heart remains in China, and I will never forget its people. If given the chance, I will return to China. Prince, you could be the one to help me achieve this. I am willing to assist you in ascending to power and reviving the grandeur of China. Louis rejoiced upon hearing this. He knew Gay's capabilities, the strategist who had established great achievements in unifying southern Burl and northern Qi. Despite his current downfall, Gay could still soar high with the right opportunity. With his assistance, Louis could not only secure his position but also become an emperor renowned for ages. However, collaborating with the Turks posed a significant risk. But compared to becoming an emperor, taking a small risk was nothing. Abdur-Su, do you really mean this? Will you return to the Rene? A man returns to his roots as he grows older. I'm no exception, though returning is difficult. I need your help, Prince. Very well. If you help me ascend to power and establish unmatched achievements, I will assist your return and make you a revered hero again. Gay laughed heartily. Many thanks, Prince. They agreed. But only Gay knew his true intentions. Prince, the key now is convincing Pedro to ally with the Turks. Only then can we discuss other matters. Louis nodded. Indeed. I need my father's approval. With your mediation, I believe he will agree. But there is Capri. But after her death, Pedro embraced freedom fully, accepting many concubines and expanding the imperial harem. Within a few years, he fathered over 20 more sons, truly achieving many children, much happiness. As a result, he became increasingly attached to his power and filled with hostility towards Qiuran, unwilling to relinquish control. Yet Qiuran's strength was overwhelming, and there was no way to resist. Thus, Pedro worried constantly, fearing loss and gain alike. He also considered allying with the Turks to counter Qiuran but feared tarnishing his reputation and thus could not make a decision. This evening, while he was worrying in the palace, someone reported that the crown prince sought an audience. Louis had the right to enter the palace freely, but rarely visited late at night. This time was an exception. Pedro knew something must be amiss and immediately summoned him to the study. Upon arrival, Pedro asked, "It's so late. Why have you come?" Louis replied, "Father, I've brought an old acquaintance." "An old acquaintance? Who?" "He's here." Louis gestured outside, and the guards escorted Gay inside. Wrapped in a black cloak, even his face was covered. Once in the study, he removed his hood and greeted, "Abdur Rene. Long time no see." Pedro scrutinized closely, startled. "How dare you still come here?" Seeing his reaction, Gay wore a helpless expression. Only a few people knew he had faked his death, including Pedro. Pedro knew about it, and even entrusted his daughter to him for training. However, as Pedro's power grew, he severed ties with Gay completely. "Your Majesty, where do you think I should be?" Pedro intended to call the guards but feared they might not match Gay, risking his own safety. So he restrained himself and did not signal them. Glancing at Louis, he instantly understood the prince's plan, colluding with Gay to pressure him into abdication. Being shrewd, Pedro quickly grasped their intentions. "Gay, are you here to propose an alliance? Let me make it clear, that's impossible. I will never cooperate with the Turks. However, as old acquaintances, I won't make things difficult for you. Go back to the Turks and give them your report." Facing this dismissal, Gay remained unperturbed and silent. Louis then spoke up, "Father, please reconsider. The fate of a fallen nation is well documented. No ruler who lost his country met a good end. Father, you know this, don't you? Qiuran is different. He's your brother-in-law and won't harm us. Would he really kill me? True, Qiuran won't harm us, but can you guarantee he won't harm your younger brothers? They have no relation to him." That struck at Pedro's heart. He now feared for his young sons, mere children. Qiuran had feelings for him, Louis and Quentin, possibly sparing them. But having no connection to these children, he would surely try to eliminate them to prevent the restoration of the Rene dynasty. Seizing the moment, Gay said, "Your Majesty, don't hesitate. The prince and I have discussed it. Only by cooperating with the Turks can we save the Rene dynasty. If you delay, the opportunity will be lost." Seeing that Louis and Gay had reached an agreement, Pedro knew opposing them might lead to his assassination. It was better to enjoy a few more years of luxury. "Abdurgang," he said, "I am old. Ultimately, it's the young who will rule. I no longer wish to interfere. Jincheng, handle this matter on my behalf. If you manage it well, I will abdicate and become the Grand Ebon." Louis knelt immediately. "Father, I dare not. I only think of the everlasting prosperity of our empire. Never would I force you." Pedro waved him off. "No need for this show. I mean it sincerely. If you handle this well, I will abdicate and become the Grand Ebon. But you must promise one thing. No harm shall come to your brothers. Swear on this or I won't feel safe in trusting you with the throne." Louis knew Pedro tested him, aware that agreeing might prompt Pedro to ask Quentin to kill him. Therefore, he firmly refused, protesting vigorously. Eventually, Gay, impatient with their performance, intervened. "Your Majesty, listen to me. Now is not the time to discuss the throne. Focus on defeating Qiuran first. Reach a joint military agreement with the Turks and deal with other matters later." Hearing this, Pedro and Louis ceased their pretense. Pedro remarked, "If so, I will remain emperor for a few more days and abdicate once the deed is done. Jincheng, liaise with the Turks, but ensure this is handled discreetly." Pedro didn't want to take the risk of allying with the Turks and entrusted this to Louis. Knowing the risks involved, Jinqing agreed for the chance to become emperor. Should he triumph, altering history books would suffice. Even failure meant losing everything, but faced with such temptation, nothing else mattered. Accepting the task, Jinqing asked, "Father, what if Shimin opposes?" Pedro fell silent. Quintin's fiery temper and hatred for the Turks were well known. He often led the ironclad cavalry in raids against the Turks, using them as training targets. He would never agree to an alliance with them. "I'll handle it. I will persuade him or find a way to keep him out of this, but you must not harm him. I know you two detest each other, but you're both my flesh and blood. I can't bear seeing family feud. I won't allow any harm to come to either of you." Unfavorable, the western regions can retreat into their territories, but Rene will suffer. Jialen will target us first, and even if other western nations fall later, that's not our concern now. So an alliance with the western regions is unrealistic. It would merely make Rene a pawn for others. Everyone agreed with Sheldon, recognizing that joining the western regions was unwise. But fighting alone or together, they could not win. The only remaining option for Rene was to surrender. Quintin sat quietly, rapidly thinking. He acknowledged that surrender was best to preserve Rene's legacy and offer a chance for resurgence. Besides, inheritance was unlikely for him now. Surrendering meant no loss and possibly gaining Jalen's favor. "But before we surrender, there's one thing we must do," Sheldon interjected. Startled, Quintin looked at him. "What must we do?" "Military remonstration." Two chilling words left Sheldon's lips. Military remonstration? Quintin felt like he had been struck, stammering. Others were equally shocked, though they handled it better, hinting at similar thoughts. Or perhaps Quintin was just pretending. Sheldon explained, "The Ebon and Crown Prince won't agree to surrender. They'll fight for their positions, choosing to ally with the Turks against Jalen, even at great cost. These actions serve only their interests, bringing harm to our nation and people. We must initiate military remonstration. With such achievements, Jalen will reward you well, maybe even granting more authority." Sheldon continued, "Once Jalen trusts you, we can strike again, killing him and taking the throne. Jalen won't suspect that all his efforts will ultimately benefit us." They laughed, having plotted all this to gain the imperial throne. They had previously agreed that direct confrontation would lead to certain death. Even with Armando's betrayal and support from Ling Xiao of the Five Pecks of Rice sect, Jalen remained untouchable. To overthrow Jalen required winning his trust, and then striking unexpectedly. Eliminating loyal ministers would allow them to seize power legally. Ultimately, Quintin and Armando would divide the empire. Offering Rene was part of their plan. Conquering the world was their ultimate goal, known only to the three. Armando concluded, "Qin Qiong, prepare well. Rodney Yun Tower will provide information, keeping everything under control." Chapter 436, The Hunt. In response to Jalen's threats, all factions were restless, seeking the greatest benefits for themselves. After receiving Pedro's promise, Louis sought out Quintin. "Come, let's go hunting," Louis said. Quintin was taken aback. It was a rare occurrence for Louis to actively invite him on a hunt. But he did not object, preparing everything and following behind Louis. The two brothers left Chang'an and arrived at the foot of Lishan Mountain. "Yes, brother. Those were the best times. With your protection, I never suffered any hardship." They both reminisced about the past. As Quintin grew older, his abilities surpassed those of Louis, and under Pedro's tacit approval, he received even greater favor. This directly threatened Louis's position, turning them into bitter rivals who attacked each other both at home and in court like enemies. The days of brotherly love were long gone, and moments of united effort almost non-existent. "Shimin, in the future, we must still cherish each other and share our father's burdens," Louis said. "Of course, in my heart, we will always be family," Quintin responded. "Good, Shimin. Now, the Rene dynasty is at a critical juncture. I hope you can contribute your efforts to protect its existence." Quintin stood up, replying, "Brother, whether I am part of the royal family or a commoner, I would strive to uphold the Rene dynasty." Well said, Louis nodded. "Shimin, father has decided to ally with the western regions to counter Jalen. I hope you do not oppose or undermine father's plans." Hearing this, Quintin's face turned pale. "Brother, father wouldn't do such a thing. Did you encourage him?" He glared coldly at Louis, who felt uneasy under his gaze but insisted, "It is the only hope for the Rene dynasty to survive. We cannot stand alone against Jalen." Fury raging toward the tent. The guards rushed to contain it, fearing for the prince's safety. The bear was large and fast, showing no fear of the guards. Within moments, it charged through them, ignoring their weapons. Stimulated by the chaos, the bear became wild, striking at the guards with its powerful paws, forcing them to scatter. Seizing the opportunity, the black bear bolted into the tent. Louis and Quintin heard the ruckus and tried to exit the tent, only to come face to face with the bear. Louis recoiled in terror, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. His face drained of color. Quintin was startled but remained calm, having faced numerous dangers before. He drew his saber, standing guard against the bear. The bear stared at Quintin with small, curious eyes. All prey it encountered fled in fear, so why did this one stand firm? Without hesitation, the bear raised its massive paw, larger than 2 human hands, and swiped at Quintin. If hit, bones would break and tendons tear. Chapter 437, Secret Preparations. Facing the dire situation, Quintin showed no signs of panic. Instead of retreating, he advanced and crouched lower, moving closer to the black bear and dodging its attack by ducking his head. The saber in his hand slashed towards the bear's paw. Sensing the danger from the steel blade, the black bear swiftly withdrew its paw, opened its massive jaws, and lunged at Quintin's neck. Quintin quickly sidestepped to the bear's back, swinging the steel blade towards the bear's rear. Unaware of Quintin's location, the bear saw Louis on the ground and was about to pounce on him. Suddenly, it felt a sharp pain in its back as Quintin's blade struck, wounding it despite its thick hide. The bear immediately abandoned Louis and charged at Quintin, intent on biting the man who had injured it. All this happened in an instant. The bear had already reached Quintin, with its claws ready to grab him. Once they landed on Quentin's shoulders, it would be over for him. Quentin's saber was too long to wield in time. He swiftly pulled out a dagger from his robes and stabbed it towards the bear's heart while simultaneously crouching down. Puff! The dagger pierced the bear's heart. This was a treasured blade that met no resistance as it entered the bear's body. At this moment, the guards outside rushed back into the tent, forming a protective circle around Quentin, attacking the bear with their weapons. Injured in the heart, the bear's movements became sluggish, unable to evade the guards' attacks. More wounds appeared on its body. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, only exhaling and not inhaling. The guards also rescued Louis, who lay on the ground pale-faced and still shaken. Shimin, I owe you my life. Otherwise, that bear would have eaten me alive, Louis said after regaining some composure. We are brothers. There's no need to thank me. I would give my life to save you, eldest brother, Quentin replied. However, Quentin inwardly regretted saving Louis. If the bear had killed him, it would have removed a major obstacle, sparing him from having to stage a coup. But during the emergency, he couldn't treat the bear as if it were human or under his control. He couldn't be sure that the bear wouldn't turn on him after harming Louis. Against the bear, he had to launch a full attack to subdue it as soon as possible to avoid being hurt himself. In doing so, he inadvertently saved Louis. Yet he didn't regret it. If the situation arose again, he would still make the same choice. However, this action earned him goodwill from Louis, buying him more time for preparations. Initially, Louis planned to suggest to Ebon Pedro that Quentin be dealt with once they returned to Chang'an. After the incident with the bear, he decided to give Quentin another chance. Shimin, reconsider what I said earlier. I will give you 3 days. If you still refuse after 3 days, do not blame me for dealing with you. Louis left the hunting grounds hastily, protected by his guards, returning to Chang'an. After standing in place for a while, Quentin also returned to Chang'an with his guards. Upon arriving at his residence, Quentin immediately gathered his generals and advisors for a meeting. They expressed their concern for him, but Quentin waved them off, saying, I am fine. Let's discuss our next move. Sheldon suggested, Your Highness, we cannot delay any longer. We must act now to ensure the safety of all of us. Louis won't stop at just striking against you. Warren added, Yes, staging a coup is the best option. If your highness does not agree, we might have to change allegiance and join the prince. Quentin responded, There is no need for that. I've already made up my mind. For the sake of the country, I will stage the coup. However, how we proceed needs your advice. Sheldon explained, Prince Louis gave his highness 3 days. We must complete our preparations within this time. The Ebon has been misled by the prince, leading to poor decisions. Controlling Prince Louis will resolve everything. He not only has his own guard but also recruited thousands of soldiers, known as the Chang'an army, loyal only to him. We have no military power to mobilize the army externally. To deal with the prince, we must lure him into the palace where his guards are limited. Resolving matters inside the palace allows us to pressure the Ebon directly. Quentin asked, How can we deceive Louis into entering the palace? Marty suggested, Your Highness, accuse the prince of debauchery within the imperial harem. The Ebon will surely be enraged and summon him. All eyes turned to Marty in shock at such a ruthless strategy. Even Quentin was surprised by the severity of it. It was not only to ruin Louis politically, but also to devastate him mentally. This rumor would destroy Louis's reputation irreversibly. But it would force the Ebon to summon Louis, who would have no choice but to explain the situation to Pedro to clear his name. After a pause, Sheldon agreed, This is indeed a good plan. We will ambush Louis at Xuanwu Gate. Once we control him, the Ebon will listen to us, and we can persuade him to surrender to Jalen for the good of the nation. General Qian commands several hundred soldiers and is responsible for guarding the palace. Together with the hundreds from the Qin Wangfu, we have over 1,000 men, more than enough to deal with Prince Louis. Improvements made. 1. Ensure that the term Qin Wangfu is consistently translated as Qin Wangfu to maintain consistency in terminology. 2. Adjusted phrasing for more natural fluency in English. Responsible for guarding the palace sounds more fluid than guards the palace. 3. Combine sentences for better readability while ensuring the meaning remains clear and concise. Quentin nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. Generals, please work diligently. We carry the hopes of the people. This action determines the fate of the nation. Strict secrecy is crucial. Also stationed at Xuanwu Gate by Qian. After making all these arrangements, Quentin sought an audience with Ebon Pedro at the palace. Pedro had been preparing for an alliance with the Tujue people and received updates from Louis. He was aware of Quentin's actions and choices. For his defiant second son, Pedro was deeply troubled. On one hand, he relied on Quentin's military talent. On the other hand, he was frustrated by Quentin's refusal to cooperate. Pedro was undecided, still wavering. He was discussing matters with senior officials like Kimball and Rodney Day when an attendant reported that Quentin was seeking an audience. Pedro was surprised. Quentin rarely came to the inner palace. Why did he come this time? Had he changed his mind? That would be wonderful. Thus, he ordered Quentin to meet him in the study, keeping Kimball and Rodney Day as witnesses. If Quentin refused to cooperate, he would seize the opportunity to capture him. When Quentin arrived at the study, he knelt down abruptly. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Pedro waved his hand. Stand up, no need for formalities. What brings you here? Quentin remained on his knees. Father, I have urgent matters to report. This matter is for your ears only. Please ask everyone to leave so I can speak candidly. Pedro frowned. Just say it. There are no outsiders here. It's fine if they hear. Father, this is not suitable for others' ears. Before Quentin could finish, if anyone else learns about this, you will be held accountable. And you must witness the confrontation tomorrow. They all agreed hastily, none daring to speak further. Revealing royal secrets could cost their heads. Kimball and others returned to their homes along with Quentin. Pedro drafted an edict summoning Louis to the palace the next day to hear his defense. Abdurance returning from Mount Lishan, Louis informed Pedro and waited at home for news. Discussing the current situation with Gay, Yang advised him to kill Quintin and Pedro, thus securing his position and ruling over all. Louis hesitated, finding it difficult to harm his father and brother. Receiving Pedro's edict, Louis was nearly enraged. How despicable. He and Quintin had been battling openly and covertly, bribing palace staff to gain intelligence. Even Quintin used his wife, Princess Changsun, to gather information from the consorts. But they never crossed the line into chaos. Gay read the edict silently. After a moment, he said, "To secure the throne, Quintin will stop at nothing. If you don't act soon, you will suffer his wrath. I should have killed him at Mount Lishan. Tomorrow, I'll see father and request his execution." Chapter 439. The incident at Xuanwu Gate. Gay shook his head upon hearing this and said, "Jinsheng, are you still waiting until tomorrow? This is clearly a scheme by Quintin to frame you. I suggest you send troops to surround the Qin Wangfu, Prince's residence, tonight and catch him off guard." Note: for better understanding, Qin Wangfu could also be translated as Qin Wangfu, or Prince Qin's residence. The term Wangfu specifically refers to the residence of a prince or a high-ranking noble, and it should be clear that Qin here refers to Quintin's title as the Prince of Qin. Continuing with the translation for context, Louis was taken aback. Tonight? Yes, there must be no delay. Any hesitation will lead to changes in the situation. Louis lowered his head without a word. After a moment, he raised his head and said, "No, I can't do that. This situation is clearly Quintin's false accusation. As long as I meet father, I can explain everything clearly and substantiate his guilt. At that time, Quintin will have no argument and will surely be punished by father. If I attack him today, it will seem like I'm guilty and trying to silence him. That would make an innocent matter become true. Even if I ascended the throne, I would be despised by everyone. I cannot do such things. I must see father and explain clearly to him." Gay sighed after listening. "Your Highness, do you think Quintin would dare accuse you and still let you see Pedro? He will definitely eliminate you before you see Pedro." Louis shook his head. "Impossible. Quintin has no military authority and cannot mobilize troops. With just a few people in his residence, they are no match for my Changlin army. Once in the palace, I'll be even safer. This isn't his place to run wild." Louis confidently believed that Quintin couldn't harm him. Seeing Louis ignoring his advice, Gay sighed and said nothing more. After leaving Louis, he immediately packed up and fled Chang'an. Years of experience told him that it was unwise to stay. His sudden departure made Louis very angry, but he had no way to deal with him. However, after Gay's escape, Louis became more cautious. He wore 3 layers of heavy armor and was fully equipped. Before dawn, he was ready, deciding to enter the palace early to avoid being harmed by Quintin. Once inside the palace, he would be safe. He called on 2,000 Changlin soldiers to escort him, heading towards the palace in grand fashion. On the way, he was anxious, fearing some danger, but nothing happened until they reached the palace gates. At the palace gate, the guards stopped them. Louis ordered the Changlin soldiers to wait for his news. He entered the palace with only over 100 attendants. Abdurance he had the right to enter the palace. The guards didn't pay much attention and let them through. Louis led over 100 people. He said, "Not me, but someone else is rebelling. I'm following orders to capture the traitor." "Who is rebelling? Whose orders?" "Crown Prince is rebelling, intending to assassinate his majesty." From behind Qian came a cold voice. Quintin appeared with a black scimitar. Seeing Quintin, Louis knew the situation was dire. Yet he still couldn't believe Quintin dared ambush him in the palace. He shouted loudly, "Quintin, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? Let me pass." Quintin shouted back, "Officers, listen up. The Crown Prince brought troops into the palace late at night with evil intentions. Capture him immediately." With his command, Qian led the soldiers charging forward, attacking Louis's group. Louis realized Quintin was serious and regretted not taking Gay's advice earlier. Now he was at a disadvantage. Quintin led nearly 1,000 men, who had been lying in ambush, gaining a significant advantage. Louis's 100+ guards were unable to resist. In a short time, over half were killed. Still, these were his loyal men who did not give up. They fought through the enemy, protecting him as they rushed deeper into the palace. Xuanwu Gate was closed, so they had no choice but to press forward. Meeting Pedro was their only chance to escape. Seeing this, Quintin drew his bow and shot arrows at Louis. At this point, he showed no restraint, disregarding familial ties. Quintin's archery skills were good. The first arrow missed, but the second hit Louis's arm. In excruciating pain, Louis fell from his horse. Qian and others rushed forward, hacking down anyone who resisted. Just as Louis got up, a spear struck his head, shattering it. His dead body fell to the ground. Seeing the Crown Prince dead, the remaining guards knelt and surrendered. Qian ordered, "Execute them all." The soldiers surged forward, killing everyone. No one was spared. Quintin did not intervene. After clearing the area, they split into 2 groups. One group, led by Quintin, Sheldon, and Qian, headed to control Pedro inside the palace. The other group, led by Warren and Renee Jian, attacked Louis's allies outside. The Xuanwu Gate incident didn't fail to happen. It was delayed by 3 years and erupted in this form. Louis was taken aback. "Tonight? Yes, we cannot delay. Hesitation leads to disaster." Louis lowered his head in silence. After a moment, he lifted his gaze and said, "No, I can't do that. This is clearly a false accusation by Quintin. Once I see father, I can explain everything and confirm his guilt. When that happens, Quintin will have no choice but to accept punishment. If I attack him today, it would look like I'm acting out of guilt and trying to cover my tracks. That could turn rumors into reality. Even if I ascended the throne, I would be despised by all. I can't do such a thing. I need to meet father and explain everything to him." Gay sighed after listening to this. "Your Highness, do you really think Quintin would dare accuse you and still let you see Pedro? He will surely eliminate you before you can reach Pedro." Louis shook his head. "Impossible. Quintin has no military authority and can't mobilize troops. With just a few people in his residence, they're no match for my Chengal army. Once inside the palace, it'll be even safer. This isn't where he can act recklessly. Louis confidently believed that Quentin couldn't harm him. Seeing that Louis wouldn't heed his advice, Gay sighed and said nothing more. After leaving Louis, he immediately packed his things and fled Chang'an. Years of experience told him that staying here was too dangerous. His sudden departure angered Louis, though he couldn't do anything about it. However, after Gay left, Louis became more cautious. He wore 3 layers of armor and equipped himself thoroughly. Before dawn, he prepared to enter the palace early to avoid any assassination attempt by Quentin. Once inside the palace, he would be safe. Accompanied by 2,000 soldiers from the Chang'an army, he set off for the palace with great caution, fearing any danger along the way. But nothing unexpected happened until they reached the gates of the palace. He ordered the Chang'an army to wait for his news and only brought over 100 attendants into the palace. As he had the authority to enter the palace, the guards didn't pay much attention and allowed them in. Louis, leading 100 men, arrived at Xuanwu Gate, the only path to Ibn Pedro's study. Louis knew that Qian guarded Xuanwu Gate, who supported Quentin. However, he didn't worry since this was within the palace, and Qian wouldn't dare commit treason. Upon arriving, he found Xuanwu Gate tightly shut. Louis sent someone to knock on the gate repeatedly, asking, "Who dares to come to the palace in the dead of night?" "It's the Crown Prince. Open up quickly." The person inside immediately lit a torch and opened the gate. "It's the Crown Prince. Forgive me for not knowing." Louis, eager to find Pedro, paid no attention to the guards and entered Xuanwu Gate with his men. After entering, he came across a large courtyard, 500 meters long and wide. Beyond the courtyard lay the inner palace where Pedro rested and handled state affairs. As soon as he entered, the gate closed behind him. Looking back, he was puzzled why the gate was closed so quickly, but dismissed it since he was inside the palace. Riding through the courtyard, suddenly torches blazed up around them, and hundreds of soldiers emerged, surrounding them. At their lead was Qian, fully armored, wielding a spear, blocking their way. Sense of kinship was gone now. Though his first shot missed, the second arrow struck Louis's arm, causing intense pain and sending him falling off his horse. Qian and others rushed forward and attacked without mercy. Just as Louis struggled to stand, a spear crushed his skull, killing him instantly. His body fell to the ground. The remaining guards, seeing the Crown Prince dead, surrendered on their knees. Qian ordered their execution, and all were slaughtered without mercy. Not a single man survived. Quentin watched silently as the bodies were cleared away. They then split into 2 groups. One, led by Quentin, Sheldon, and Qian, went deeper into the palace to control Pedro. The other, led by Warren and Renee Jian, attacked Louis's supporters outside. Thus, the incident at Xuanwu Gate, delayed by 3 years, finally unfolded in this manner. Chapter 440. The resolution to surrender. Historically, the incident at Xuanwu Gate was staged by Quentin to vie for the imperial throne. Now, however, he has initiated it to counsel the emperor, his father Pedro, with military force. Naturally, his ultimate goal remains the supreme position on the throne. Yet this time, his path to becoming emperor is much more difficult. It's not just a matter of subduing Pedro inside the palace. Before long, Quentin, Sheldon, and Qian entered the palace. Seeing Pedro, Quentin prostrated himself on the ground, weeping bitterly. Father, eldest brother feared tomorrow's confrontation would expose him, so tonight he chose rebellion, intending to kill father and seize the throne. Luckily, your humble son received word and managed to corner him at Xuanwu Gate, preventing his advance on the palace. Pedro nodded, saying, "Indeed, you did well. With you by my side, I am reassured. Where is the Crown Prince?" Eldest brother refused to surrender and was killed by stray arrows in the ensuing chaos. "What? You killed Jianqing?" Pedro, already dressed and seated, stood up in shock upon hearing these words. "Your Majesty, in the heat of battle, there was no way to prevent it. I am truly helpless," Quentin responded. Pedro sank back into his seat, realizing Quentin had truly killed Louis. He had hoped Quentin might spare his brother, but things turned out this way. Yet, he could do nothing, as his life was still in Quentin's hands. Any defiance could lead to another, sudden death, scenario. If he's dead, then let it be. Such a disobedient son would only bring disgrace. Sheldon stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the remnants of the Crown Prince's faction are still resisting. To minimize bloodshed, please issue an edict urging them to lay wish for your Majesty to surrender to Jalen and reunify the nation, thus restoring a united empire, which would be a great contribution to the state. Collaboration with the Turks would only bring suffering to our people, especially those in Guangzhou. Unification is inevitable. Please reconsider." Pedro finally understood Quentin's intentions. No wonder he did not take the throne. He planned to surrender. Given the situation, Pedro had no choice but to agree. "Very well, as you wish. I have held this position long enough. Giving it to you or your brother-in-law makes no difference. If you do not want it, fulfill your brother-in-law's ambition, letting him unify the country and become the ruler of all." Qian left with the edict to persuade Louis's followers to surrender. Given that the Crown Prince was dead, these men feared retaliation and fought desperately. Some even planned to attack the Qin Wangfu in a last-ditch effort to capture everyone inside. Note: for a more natural English translation, Qin Wangfu should be translated as Qin Wangfu, or contextually explained. Here it's kept for simplicity, but ideally should be fully translated or explained based on the full context of the document. After receiving the edict of amnesty from Ebn Gaozu, they finally heaved a sigh of relief and ceased their resistance, laying down their weapons to accept the court's judgment. However, during the chaos, all sons of Crown Prince Louis and Prince Pedroji were killed, eliminating potential future threats. The court officials also learned about this incident, but no one dared to speak out, let alone defend the Crown Prince. Thus, the incident at Xuanwu Gate concluded, and Quentin emerged as the greatest beneficiary. Although he did not become the emperor, he effectively held the power of the Reincarnate dynasty in his hands, turning Ebn Gaozu into a puppet ruler. Quintin's first action was to reassure the officials, emphasizing that the measures taken were solely due to the rebellion by the crown prince and had nothing to do with them. Additionally, instead of punishing the crown prince's followers, he reinstated them to their original positions, ensuring their continued service to the Reincarnate dynasty and guaranteeing there would be no retribution. With these changes, those who once served the crown prince shifted their allegiance to the Qin King. After settling these matters, Quintin promptly convened Geoffrey, Colin, and others in Chang'an to discuss the unification of Xia and Rene. He promised that for the stability of the country, the Reincarnate dynasty was willing to accept the rule of the Xia dynasty, thus bringing the country back to unity. Upon hearing this news, the eminent scholar Colin shed tears of joy, for after over a decade of conflict, the nation finally saw the hope of reunification. With Pedro's edict pardoning them, they breathed a sigh of relief and ceased resistance, laying down their weapons for judgment. In the confusion, the sons of the crown Prince Jianqing and Prince Yuanji were all killed, eliminating potential threats. Court officials learned of the event but dared not speak. No one defended the crown prince. Thus ended the incident at Xuanwu Gate, with Quintin emerging as the greatest beneficiary. Although he did not become emperor, he wielded control over the Reincarnate dynasty. Pedro became a mere puppet. The first action Quintin took was to soothe the officials, explaining that this was solely due to the crown prince's rebellion, unrelated to them. Furthermore, he did not severely punish the crown prince's faction, reinstating them to their positions and promising no future reprisals. These former allies of the crown prince now served the Qin King. Having settled these matters, Quintin promptly convened a meeting with Geoffrey and Colin in Chang'an to discuss the merger of Xia and Rene. Quintin promised, for the stability of the state, the Reincarnate dynasty would submit to the rule of the Xia dynasty, restoring unity. Upon hearing this, the renowned scholar Colin shed tears, moved that after over a decade of turmoil, the country finally saw hope for unification. Chapter 441. Strategic Planning. Geoffrey and others hurriedly reported the news to Jalin. Jalin was at Huaxia, discussing with his ministers the next steps. His current goal was to unify the nation once again, restoring it to a single, unified state. Despite sending Geoffrey, Colin, and others to Chang'an to negotiate with the Li Reincarnate dynasty for a peaceful unification, the results were minimal. Pedro, who had initially shown interest in talks, had become increasingly uncompromising. All signs indicated that Pedro would not easily relinquish control over Guangzhou and Shu, making war inevitable. The insatiable desire of man is like a snake swallowing an elephant, Adonis remarked. Power can corrupt one's nature. Now that Pedro has tasted the joy of power, he certainly won't give it up easily. Farron also said, indeed, Pedro endured for years just to seize the throne. How could he willingly step down? For such a person, we must strike hard enough to make him see reason. Amidst the heated discussions, everyone agreed that military force was necessary to achieve final unification. William added, we've almost surrounded Li Reincarnate. If we attack from all sides, they will be unable to resist. They will have no choice but to surrender. Please let His Majesty make a decision sooner rather than later. The longer we delay, the less likely Pedro will surrender. Just as everyone was debating, news arrived from Guangzhou. Upon hearing that the Li Reincarnate dynasty was willing to discuss a peaceful unification, everyone was surprised by the sudden change. However, with Armando, Adonis and the others were taken aback. Your Majesty, since you knew of Armando's intentions, why didn't you stop him? Jalin sighed. Armando has known me for many years and followed me faithfully. Without solid evidence, taking action against him would cause dissatisfaction among many. That's why I haven't moved yet. And what about Rodneyun Tower? Farron asked, knowing it was controlled by Kim, who had married Armando. Did Kim betray Jalin? Jalin shook his head, silently acknowledging that Rodneyun Tower had betrayed him. Adonis pointed out, Your Majesty, Rodneyun Tower serves as your eyes and ears. With it compromised, our intelligence may be skewed. Information could be filtered by Armando before reaching us, leading to misjudgments. Given the severity of this, I suggest we act now to prevent Armando from revealing his true colors, reclaiming control of Rodneyun Tower before we suffer significant losses. Farron considered Adonis's words. Abderway, don't worry unnecessarily. If Your Majesty allowed Armando free reign, wouldn't he have prepared countermeasures? Adonis and William looked at Jalin, awaiting his response. Jalin admitted, I didn't intend to hide anything from you. This matter is too crucial for too many people to know. I indeed have control over the situation and am informing you so you can prepare. Adonis and the others were. Adonis asked, what rewards do you plan to give Quintin? He deserves power for submitting the Li Reincarnate dynasty. To silence public opinion, he must receive a fitting position. I intend to keep him as Qin King and grant him military authority. The western regions, Turks, and Tubo offer ample opportunities for him to establish more merit. I will give him the chance to prove his true intentions. This translation aims to preserve the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Character names have been transliterated using pinyin where appropriate. Chapter 442, Duel. Jalin made preparations on Mount Hung. He had to guard against Quintin and the 5 Pecks of Rice sect. Under Emilio's development, this sect had already become a nationwide religion. Their followers had grown into hundreds of thousands, scattered across the great rivers and southern lands, with believers everywhere. They rivaled the official Celestial Master sect, vying openly and secretly. The 11th generation Celestial Master, Adrian, knew well the origins of the 5 Pecks of Rice sect, so they refused to yield to each other, fighting to the death. After several centuries of development, the Celestial Master sect boasted millions of followers, always keeping the 5 Pecks of Rice sect under pressure. No matter how Emilio tried, he could never surpass the status of the Celestial Master sect. Emilio had once approached Usher, hoping for official support from the Xia dynasty, but Uxia dynasty. This marked an end to over a decade of feudal strife, and the country was rejoicing. Jalin did not move the capital back to Chang'an. One reason was that Guangzhou was the stronghold of the Gansu elite. Claude of Sui had moved the capital away from Chang'an after dedicating his life to it. He could not return it. Moreover, Chang'an lacked water sources and grain supplies. Rather than enduring future hardships, it was better to abandon Chang'an now. But he personally came to Chang'an to accept the surrender of the Reincarnate dynasty. At the surrender ceremony, Pedro bowed to him, and Qiuran raised him up, symbolizing the reunification of the state. Qiuran reassured him, Duke Rene, we are old friends and relatives. I will never mistreat you. Your living standards will remain the same as before. No one can withhold them. Pedro thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your benevolence and wisdom are truly admirable. I am immensely grateful. Pedro understood that Qiuran could maintain his economic treatment, but would not let him interfere politically. After the incident at Xuanwu Gate, Pedro had tired of power struggles. He just wanted to enjoy the company of his children and live out his days peacefully. After comforting Pedro, Qiuran said to Quintin, Shimin, you have made a significant contribution to the state and its people. Speak freely if you have any requests. The instruments from the previous office of astronomy, fearing damage to them and escorting them himself. He had been too busy until today. Why have you come? Qiuran asked, their titles unchanged. Yuan Tiangong smiled, junior brother, I've brought you an old friend today. An old friend? Qiuran paused, remembering that most of his old acquaintances were either by his side or had become rivals. Some had long passed away. He could not figure out who would be important enough for Yuan Tiangong to personally bring over. Just have him come in, Qiuran said. Following the attendance announcement, a young monk dressed in gray cloth robes walked in. He looked handsome, his expression resolute and eyes firm, appearing to be around 30 years old. Meeting Qiuran, he clasped his hands and said, Amitba, this humble monk, Che, pays respects to senior brother. It's you? Qiuran was very surprised. This was none other than the young monk Che from Gay's side, now a full-fledged monk. Qiuran was thrilled. Nearly 20 years had passed without news of Che. He wondered how Che had spent those years. Che, sit down quickly and tell me how you've been all these years. I thought you were long gone. Though Qiuran spoke thus, he knew deep down that Che would not easily perish. He had yet to complete his significant mission. You should have come to me earlier. I would have found a way to send you abroad. There's no need for such delays. Indeed, Qiuran controlled the southern seas and could transport Che to India by sea. Che said, it's not too late, elder brother. Please give me an official document so I can pass through the border and proceed on my pilgrimage. Qiuran thought for a moment and replied, no hurry, be patient. Not only will I provide you with the document, but I'll also escort you through the western regions to ensure your safe arrival at the origin of Buddhism. He instructed Bertrand to take Che to rest and then convened Quintin, Farron, Su Dingfang, and others for discussion. Your Excellencies, I plan to reclaim the western regions and completely annihilate the Western Turks. What do you think? Quintin and others exchanged glances. They knew Qiuran had such intentions, but did not expect him to move against the Turks so soon. Quintin, having recently surrendered, acted cautiously and had not yet incited rebellion alongside Armando. They were waiting for the right opportunity. He saw this as a chance to gain military control, which was necessary before another rebellion could be planned. Thus, Quintin supported Qiuran. Your Majesty, I believe the Turks have been enemies of the Central Plains for generations. There's no hope for peace. We must thoroughly defeat them to eliminate threats and ensure our people live in stability. Farron, however, objected, Your Majesty, although the Turks are long, but during the Sui Dynasty's rise, these states submitted to the Sui. This led to Claude's western tour. Just reaching Zhangya caused war with the Turks. The Turks attacked to capture Hurley and reclaim the western states, but failed. After the Sui fell, the western states again submitted to the Turks, whom they both love and hate. If we use escorting Che as an excuse and I personally visit the western states to persuade them to submit to us, what would happen? Would the Turks sit idly while I poach under their nose? They won't. They'll launch war to capture me. They believe this would remove the threat of diet to them. We need only set up ambushes and wait like hunters for rabbits. After Qiuran finished his plan, Farron and others believed it was sound. Luring the enemy into initiating attacks meant defeating their main force first, simplifying subsequent conquests. However, Farron shook his head in opposition. That's too dangerous. It puts your Majesty at risk. We have many ways to deal with the Turks without such peril. William agreed. Indeed, Your Majesty must prioritize safety. Any danger would be too costly. Su Dingfang suggested, Your Majesty, if a risky mission is necessary, allow me to go to the western states on your behalf. Qiuran waved off their concerns. Enough persuasions. This is the best method to handle the Turks. Other methods would waste resources and burden the people. Otherwise, the plan would fail. Moreover, too many accompanying soldiers might scare off the Turks, preventing the desired result. Only Qiuran could serve as the bait. His presence alone could provoke the Western Turks into an all-out assault without reservation. Despite the obvious dangers, Qiuran insisted on this course of action. Having faced numerous challenges, he no longer feared these risks. After listening to Qiuran, Farron and others could not persuade him otherwise and had to proceed with his plan. Qiuran said, for our journey to the western regions, we will set up camp in Gaochang. It is neither too close nor too far from our controlled areas, and Gaochang is predominantly Han Chinese with a strong Buddhist influence. Even King Adrian is a devout Buddhist. He is a dedicated follower of Buddhism. If we send Master Che to the western regions, Gaochang will be the ideal landing spot. King Adrian will certainly welcome him grandly. Gaochang's influence in the western regions is significant. He will undoubtedly invite other kings to hear Che's teachings, allowing me to establish communications with the leaders. And once Incel of the Western Turks learns of this, he won't miss this chance. He will mobilize fully to attack us. You can ambush and encircle him, thus completing the annihilation. That's the entire plan. Do you have any comments? After hearing his analysis, Qiuran smiled. What do you mean? Taking Quintin with you, knowing his hidden intentions. Why risk bringing him along? If he takes advantage of chaos to assassinate you, wouldn't that put you in grave danger? Qiuran's expression turned serious. Quintin is both a disciple and a friend. Half of his military prowess comes from talent, the other half from my training. My feelings towards him are complex. That's why, despite knowing his plots, I've tolerated him. hoping he will see the light and aid me wholeheartedly. This mission is also a test. If he attempts assassination, I will take drastic measures. If he fails to understand this opportunity and persists, Gaochang will be his burial ground. Rest assured, his schemes won't escape my notice. This battle is critical. Success means incorporating the western regions into Huaxia territory and turning the Western Turks into history. Devote yourself fully to the overall strategy rather than focusing solely on me. Farron could only comply, thinking privately. If you die, even a victorious campaign means failure. But with Jalen's warning, he dared not say more. After returning, Quentin conferred with his advisors, including Sheldon and Armando. Sheldon suggested, this is a golden opportunity. With Jalen far from home, his guard is likely weak. We should seize this moment to stage a coup. Armando shook his head. I don't think we should act. This might be a test. Jalen doesn't fully trust Qin. He seems suspicious of Rodneyun Tower, deliberately testing us to expose our flaws. So, he won't be as unprepared as it seems. Quentin nodded. I agree. We shouldn't move this time. We should support his operation and defeat the Western Turks. But this opportunity won't come again. Once Jalen defeats the Western Turks, his prestige will soar. It will be hard to assassinate him back in the capital, Sheldon countered. Chapter 445. Building Momentum. Quentin's lips curled upwards at the end of the conversation. Who said I would let him return to the capital? So, what does Prince Qin mean? I won't make a move until we have defeated the Western Turks. They are not only Jalen's adversaries but also my enemies, threatening our safety, perhaps even more so than Jalen. I would rather give up the throne to eliminate the Western Turks. On this point, Jalen and I are in agreement. Sheldon and Armando both nodded. They too harbored deep-seated hatred for the Turks, eager to exterminate them without delay. But after eliminating the Turks, I will then deal with Jalen. For that is when he will be most complacent, feeling that the world is his oyster. Only at that time will he let down all his guards. We will take advantage of this moment to strike, assassinating him at the peak of his life, letting him experience the sensation of falling from the cart. The Buddha will bless you. He didn't realize that Jalen intended to use him. Chang'an City was bustling like never before. Absent the turmoil, the city had been quiet for a long time, but now it was lively again. Due to the arrival of a monk named Che who was set to deliver sermons and was supported by Eben Jalen, thousands flocked to witness his presence. When Che appeared before the crowd, everyone was awestruck. The monk was exceptionally handsome, his demeanor impeccable. Without uttering a word, he captivated the audience. When he began to speak, people were further astounded by his profound knowledge of Buddhism. He spoke eloquently, sharing his understanding of the teachings with clarity. He presented both his endorsements and criticisms, embodying the compassion and equality of Buddhism before the crowd. As Che preached, he also pointed out the inadequacies of Chinese Buddhism, the loss of sacred texts and factionalism, lacking a unified scripture respected by all Buddhists. Thus, he vowed to seek true scriptures from India, their origin. This vow inspired fanatic adoration among Buddhist followers, many willing to become disciples to protect him on his journey. Che's preaching lasted for 49 days. During this period, many monks from other regions came to Chang'an to hear him preach, enhancing his renown throughout the western regions. Many kings awaited his arrival, particularly King Jushuantai of Gaochang leadership. Though Ge narrowly escaped, the alliance between the Western Turks and the Reincarnate dynasty was shattered, leaving the Western Turks to face Jalen alone. Their envoy to Persia brought bad news. Persia was embroiled in civil war and could not intervene. Thus, external aid refused the Western Turks, leaving Ansel distressed, unsure how to counter the Sui dynasty threat. Even if he moved the capital further west, it wouldn't alleviate his worries. Now, hearing that Jalen would venture into the western regions left him simultaneously alarmed and pleased. Alarmed, because Jalen's arrival would strip the western region kingdoms of his control, making them subordinates of Jalen. Pleased, because Jalen's western expedition offered a chance for a surprise attack. He remained the regional overlord, after all. However, he suspected Jalen's motives, thinking this might be a trap to target the Western Turks, urging caution. Chapter 446. Attack is unavoidable. Jalmer shared his thoughts with his ministers to solicit their opinions. Ge immediately voiced his concerns after hearing the plan. Khan, do not be lured by immediate gains. My rebellious disciple is cunning. This move of his must harbor a sinister plot. This Western region's campaign will not be as simple as he claims. I believe this is a ploy to lure us into a trap, intentionally drawing us to attack him only to annihilate us within his ambush. Ian also agreed, Khan, Lord Yang speaks wisely. We must not be deceived. He now seeks to engage us but cannot locate our main forces, so he does not dare to make a move lightly. But if we launch a surprise attack on him, we would expose ourselves to him, achieving his goal of finding us. This would equally provide him the opportunity to eliminate us. Jalmer fell silent, deep in thought. He shared these worries. He had witnessed too many instances where overconfidence led to failure. However, Ge and Ian's views were opposed by Helmet. Now among the best of the young and middle-aged generals, Helmet had repeatedly distinguished himself in battles with the Western Turks. Yet Jalen was like an insurmountable mountain that always weighed on him, making everything he did seem less impressive than Burl's. With such an opportunity right before him, how could he let it slip easily? He stood up and said, Khan, we must not proceed like that. Doing so will only put us in a more passive position. It's better to take a gamble. The Khan asked, why do you say that? Helmet replied, Jalen does not dare attack us because first, our territory is vast. Once he penetrates into our core, his supplies would run short, preventing him from easily attacking us. Secondly, our outer regions are protected by the Western region states. If his army attempts to attack us, they would be constantly harassed and ambushed by these states, keeping him occupied and unable to focus on fighting us. But all this will change once he comes to the Western regions. The 30 Abdurk states will likely surrender upon seeing him, for they fear his reputation. After their surrender, we'll lose our buffer zones. His troops can then directly assault us. With these countries as a stepping stone, his supplies can keep up. In this situation, we will be forced into a defensive position. Holding on to our territory would become nearly impossible. Therefore, his arrival in the western regions represents our last chance. Even if this opportunity is fraught with deceit, we must seize it or risk a worse fate later. Helmut's words moved Xiaomer. What Helmut said was true. Losing the western regions would mean the end of any advantage the Western Turks had over the Sui Dynasty. The western regions were the gateway to the Turks and could not be lost. Recalling the past, when Ibn Hurli of Sui arrived in Zhangya, Osiris launched a campaign against the Sui to contest for control over the western regions. That failed war turned the Western Turks into vassals of the Sui. If Jalen now advances into the western regions while he remains passive, his rule will soon come to an end. With Burl's strength, conquering the Western Turks would be effortless. Realizing this, he decisively said, Helmut is right. I cannot stand idly by while Jalen occupies the western regions. Even if there is a plot, I must confront him. Ian and Gay remained silent, unsure how to dissuade him. Though they saw the wisdom in Helmut's words, based on their experience, they opposed taking risks. They believed enduring losses now to preserve the Western Turk territory, waiting for changes in the Central Plains, could eventually allow them to escape the Han Chinese rule. But they knew they could not convince the Khan, who was already set on his decision. The Khan declared, Jalen dares to delve into the western regions, pressuring us. As descendants of the eternal sky, I cannot tolerate this. This time, I will meet him personally. I will mobilize all our forces for a decisive battle, sparing no effort, even if only one warrior remains. Ian tried to dissuade him. Khan, even if you must fight Jalen, there's no need to mobilize so heavily. Just dispatch a capable general with elite warriors. Why should you risk yourself? The Khan shook his head. If I do not face Jalen personally, how can I maintain my standing among the western region states? This is a crucial battle for Turkic fortune, and I must lead it myself. Helmut applauded. The Khan is wise and brave. We will surely triumph. His eyes gleamed with determination, recalling old grudges with Jalen. Their encounters had always ended in fierce battles, and neither could tolerate the other. As a renowned monk, inviting him to the Turks could benefit many. While the Turks did not officially endorse Buddhism, there were many Buddhists among them. Chapter 447, the Tibetan Invoice. After Master Che preached the Buddhist scriptures in Chang'an for 49 days, he began his journey westward under Jalen's protection. Many Buddhist devotees wished to accompany Che on this journey, and Jalen did not refuse them. Thus, he led several hundred devout followers towards the western regions. Che, who had always been a man of quiet devotion, found it difficult to adjust to the sudden presence of these followers in Jalen's army. Though he was a monk, detached from worldly matters, years of wandering had given him deep insight into the world around him. Despite Jalen not explicitly stating his intentions, Che could see that he planned to use him for some purpose. One day, Che approached Jalen and said, Brother, you have helped me greatly, and I am grateful. The Buddha will certainly acknowledge your benevolence. You know the Dharma well. There is no need for me to remind you. Jalen looked at him with interest, realizing that the monk had indeed seen through something. It made sense. Che, if he were truly the weak and easily swayed figure portrayed in legends, would never have embarked alone on his studies in India or written such an extensive work as the records of the western regions of the great Reincarnate dynasty. Che must be a shrewd and decisive man, observant and quick-witted. Jalen smiled and replied, Little brother, I understand your concerns, but let me assure you, while I may be using you, it will never involve anything against the teachings of Buddhism. He then explained his plan to use the escort mission to gain control over the western regions and defeat the Western Turks. Master Che, rest assured, I will not involve you in my affairs. You continue with your mission, and I will attend to mine, Jalen said seriously, changing the tone and addressing them more formally. After hearing this, Che realized he could not change Jalen's mind but took comfort in the promise that he would not be directly involved. With preparations in place, Jalen led 5,000 soldiers to escort Che westward. Che wore a new cassock, rode on a tall horse, and was followed by hundreds of monks walking faithfully behind him. These monks became living messengers of Buddhism. Along the way, many more believers joined their ranks. Che preached continuously as they traveled, and his following grew larger. Though he disliked the attention, seeing so many embrace Buddhism filled him with joy. Jalen's intent was to draw the Western Turks' attention by making his presence known, thus increasing the chances of a decisive battle. He therefore did not rush, stopping frequently to allow Che to preach, slowing down the progress but building a formidable reputation. After nearly 2 months, they reached Shimin Pass, the gateway to the western regions and also into the domain of the Western Turks. However, before they could proceed, dozens of lamas blocked their path, seeking an audience with Jalen. Lamas were monks of the Tibetan Tantric tradition, usually recognized for their profound knowledge of Buddhism. Tibet, at this time, was under the control of Tubo, which had long been allied with the Turks against the Chinese Empire. Recently, however, Mak unified the Tubo tribes and sought friendly relations with the Han Chinese, even proposing a marriage alliance with the imperial family. Though Jalen had not yet responded due to his focus on national unification, these lamas now appeared before him. He ordered the convoy to rest at Shimin Pass and received them in his tent. One of the lamas greeted Jalen with clasped hands. Little brother, do you remember your elder brother? Startled, Jalen scrutinized the lama. Third elder brother, is that you? He exclaimed in surprise. The lama was indeed his second elder brother, Norbert. This unexpected reunion brought warmth to Jalen's heart, especially since they had not met since parting ways long ago. Jalen asked eagerly, elder brother, what have you been doing all these years? Why no news? Norbert, ever laconic, simply replied, I have lived in Tubo without traveling elsewhere, so it's natural that we didn't meet. Another lama beside him introduced himself, Your Majesty, I am Nigel, one of the 8 Dharmapalas of esoteric Buddhism. Let me explain elder brother's experiences. Nigel recounted how they were disciples of the Tibetan Tantric tradition, spreading Buddhism in Tubo during a time of tribal conflict. Through their efforts, they helped unify the region under Mak's rule. For this, they were revered as protectors of the state. Jalen praised, "Elder brother, this is remarkable. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Norbert remained expressionless. "It is merely my duty. Nothing worth boasting about." Jalen chuckled, acknowledging his terseness, then asked Nigel, "Why are you here? And why did you block our path?" Nigel explained, "We come to seek peace between Tubo and Xia. Our king, Mac, wishes to ally with Xia. He has sent envoys before, but received no clear response. So, he sends us here today." Realizing the intention, Jalen replied, "This is a noble cause. My apologies for the delay. I hereby affirm that Xia is willing to form alliances with any friendly nation." Chapter 448. No need to seek Dharma in the West. Mac of Tubo wished to form an alliance with Sui Dynasty but received no reply, so he sent envoys to seek Jalen for a discussion. Jalen immediately agreed. Though Tubo had once been an accomplice of the Turks, it was only one tribe, not representing all of Tubo. Now that Mac unified the tribes and offered an alliance, Burl was naturally pleased. Gordy continued, "Your Majesty." Che promptly paid respects to the immovable Wisdom King, who nodded in silence. Gordy clasped his hands together. "Greetings, Master Che. Long have I heard of your reputation, finally getting the chance to meet you." Burl explained to Che, "These are the 8 great wisdom kings of Tibetan Tantric Buddhism. They want you to study Tibetan scriptures, believing them more complete than those of India." Hearing this, Che asked excitedly, "Elder brother, is it true? Are your scriptures indeed comprehensive? Do they include the Yogacarabhumi Sastra?" The immovable Wisdom King shook his head. "Not yet transmitted." Gordy said, "Though the Yogacarabhumi Sastra is not available in Tubo, due to its proximity to India, our Tibetan scriptures are richer and truer than those in Central Plains. You can cultivate in Tubo without needing to go to India. If you do plan to visit India, you'll still pass through Tubo." Che replied, "I've long heard of the Yogacarabhumi Sastra and yearn to study it. Abdurance it's unavailable in Tubo. I must go to India to seek the Dharma." Braden retorted, "Master, why are you so obstinate? Our Tibetan Buddhism is far superior to yours. Inviting you to learn here is an honor. Don't be ungrateful." Unprovoked, Che responded, "Amitba, I've heard Tibetan Buddhism only recently rose in Tubo. Buddhist teachings were not spread there before. Say won't measure up to ours and embarrass you?" Burl smiled, "You misunderstand. Abdurance, you're so confident in Tibetan scriptures, this debate should be handled meticulously. In this remote place, few will know of your victory over Che. If you're debating, it should be grand, letting millions of Buddhists witness it firsthand." Surprised, the Wisdom Kings exchanged glances. Gordy asked, "Then what does your Majesty propose?" Burl pointed forward. "Beyond the Jade Gate Pass lies Gaochang Kingdom, where Buddhism is widely practiced. The King Bear is preparing to welcome Master Che. I suggest holding the debate in Gaochang. With pilgrims gathering, this would greatly promote Tibetan Buddhism if you win. Surely you don't oppose such arrangements?" The translation maintains the paragraph structure and original tone while ensuring readability and natural flow in English. It accurately conveys the characters' names using pinyin and keeps the storyline coherent. ##### Chapter 449. The Auspicious Dignity. The several Vajra kings of Tubo did not expect Jalen to suggest such an idea. They exchanged glances, each showing some hesitation. Even the fiercest among them, Jiang Sancheng Lani, Vajra king who subdues the 3 worlds, hesitated. They wanted to defeat Che and have him study Tibetan Buddhism, but if this debate were held publicly, it would escalate into a contest. Persuade a friend to drain another cup before he departs west of Yangwan where no old friends remain. After leaving Yumen Pass, they embarked on the Abdurok Road, the trading route connecting China with the western regions. Usually, only solitary merchants ventured along this desolate path through vast stretches of desert, echoing centuries of solitude. But because of Jalen, this road now bustled with life. He led 5,000 troops, but his total entourage numbered nearly 10,000. Most were Buddhist followers who accompanied Che on his quest for Dharma, while others joined just to witness the spectacle. If the historical Che had seen this scene, he would have marveled at the twists of fate. His original journey to seek Dharma in India was unauthorized by Ebon Taizong of Renai. He was a fugitive, even pursued within China. He barely escaped the guards at the 5 passes. But now, he left China in grand style, escorted by Ebon Jalen and countless devotees. As the convoy moved westward, numerous small kingdoms in the western regions welcomed them, choosing to submit to the powerful Sui Dynasty. Jalen graciously received them, offering gifts of porcelain and tea from China and re-establishing alliances to rebuild the ancient Abdurok Road. The nations readily accepted the jurisdiction of the central government once more. Their journey brought them to Gaochang. King Adrian of Gaochang had already received news and prepared meticulously. "Not all Majesty." Jalen dismounted to help him up. "King Chu is too kind. We are brother states, no need for such formalities." After arranging for Che, Adrian invited Jalen to the palace. Despite being devout, he recognized Jalen as the key figure. Inviting Che was merely an excuse to forge alliances with the western region kingdoms. Thus, Adrian had already invited the rulers of these kingdoms to discuss alliances with Jalen. Most leaders of the 36 kingdoms were in Gaochang, waiting in the palace. When Adrian brought Jalen into the palace, these rulers paid homage. They had heard of Jalen's rise from obscurity to emperorhood, unifying China. Curious about this remarkable individual, they found him elegant yet commanding, inspiring respect and awe. This, they realized, was the aura of kingship, possessed only by those with unyielding willpower. Chapter 450. The Abdurok Road. The kings of the western regions were awed by Jalen's demeanor and captivated by his charisma. Callan, the king of Kucha, bowed deeply and said, "I have long heard of Rhett's great reputation. Meeting you today truly makes us admire you. Your Majesty is indeed a dragon among men." Jalen smiled and replied, "Your Majesty is too kind. We are all human beings. I haven't sprouted 4 claws yet." Everyone laughed heartily as they took their seats. Ben ordered a banquet to be set up. As everyone savored the fine grape wine, watched dances from Gaochang, and listened to music from Kucha, the atmosphere was harmonious. However, Deep in their hearts, none of them were merely there for the wine. After a while, Callan could no longer hold back and said, "We have heard that your majesty has reunified Huaxia, which we all find extremely delightful." Jalen nodded. "Heaven did not bestow its mission upon me in vain. Finally, Huaxia has been reunified once more. From now on, Huaxia will never be bullied again. It will stand tall at the pinnacle of the world." Ben added, "Abdurance, your majesty has united the world. Will you continue to uphold the policy of friendly relations with the kingdoms of the western regions as established by the Sui Dynasty?" During Hurley's reign, to demonstrate the might of the Great Sui, he allowed people from the western regions to enter the central plains, where they could eat, drink, and take whatever they wanted without paying. While trading with the Chinese, they could obtain valuable items without spending a penny. This policy had severely harmed the people of Longxi, and the downfall of the Sui Dynasty began due to this western poverty. The 3 expeditions against Goguryeo were merely catalysts. By revisiting this issue, Ben hoped to gain an advantage again. Was far more important. Jalen glanced at Vlad but remained calm. It seems Yinchi agrees with Eben Hurley's policy. Does Yinchi also implement the same policy? I would be willing to lead my men to Yinchi to enjoy it. How could we? Only fools would do that. I am not a fool, Vlad retorted, only to realize how foolish his statement sounded when he saw everyone looking at him as if he were one. Jalen spoke coldly. "Do you think I am a fool?" No, Vlad hastily denied, fearing that Jalen would rally these people to destroy Yinchi in anger. Jalen surveyed everyone present. "I said, the Great Xia is willing to engage with all nations, but this must be based on mutual respect and fairness. The Great Xia will not oppress any small nation with its power, nor will it be taken advantage of. I believe you all understand the policies of the Great Xia, which enrich and empower our people and are the most advanced policies in the world today. The Great Xia is ready to assist all friendly nations. If you ally with us, we will bring you resources like agriculture, fertilizers, salt, healthcare, banking, and more, ensuring your people enjoy the same treatment as our own citizens. We will also support your infrastructure development to strengthen your nations and enrich your people. Of course, this is all based on fairness. Any nation that enjoys the benefits of the Great Xia, while still viewing us as fools, will face the wrath of our iron cavalry. Once the cavalry of the Great Xia arrives, everything will be obliterated, ensuring your nation fades into historical obscurity." Jalen's words struck both fear and joy in the hearts of the audience. They feared offending the Great Xia, bringing disaster upon themselves, but they were thrilled by the prospect of receiving technological aid from Jalen, which would surely lead to the prosperity of their nations. Once they became strong, no one would dare bully them anymore. Jalen had carefully considered his strategy. He couldn't treat the western regions like he treated the Turks. These small nations bore no grudge against the central plains, and historically, their relations had always been friendly. Treating them harshly would alienate all friendly tribes. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't fight everyone. He understood the principle of gaining support through righteousness. Through economic means, he could pull the western regions under the umbrella of the Great Xia and gradually assimilate them through Han culture, making them part of the Central Empire. Such peaceful transformation would be far better than conquest by force. Even if these countries understood his intentions, the immense economic benefits would make resistance futile. Sure enough, King Ben of 37 years old, beautiful, but with wrinkles beginning to appear around her eyes, revealing an age and demeanor not fitting her status. The revelry outside did not affect her. All of it seemed irrelevant to her. The shadow observed her from the darkness for a while, confirming that she was alone. Then he slowly stepped out from the shadows and bowed. "Your Majesty." The sudden appearance of someone in the room startled the queen, causing her complexion to pale, but as someone accustomed to power and experience, she did not scream. Instead, she regained her composure and sternly asked, "Who are you?" The shadow smiled. "Your Majesty, I admire your courage. I am Prince Abdermian of the Turks." "Abdermian?" The queen frowned. "Why are you here?" "I come to propose a collaboration." "What can we possibly collaborate on?" "Killing Jalen," Abdermian said coldly. His hatred for Jalen ran deep, and he could not wait for the Turkish army to arrive. So he sneaked into the palace alone to seek an alliance with the queen to eliminate Jalen. The queen furrowed her brow. "Why should I collaborate with you? What benefit would killing him bring me?" Abdermian replied, "Your Majesty, why ask when you know full well the answer? Jalen massacred your entire clan, becoming your family's archenemy. Don't you wish to avenge them?" These words caused the queen's face to turn pale, revealing immune to all poisons. "How will this work?" Abdermian's face darkened. "Who said it's poison? It's a tonic, a life-threatening tonic called Qiuran Ke, 10 Great Tonics pill. Made from 10 of the most precious herbs, this pill can strengthen the body and improve one's constitution. Even those suffering from long-term illness would recover their vitality and become formidable warriors. But if consumed alongside Frisco Huandan, restoration pill, it turns lethal. Abdermian Jalen has taken Frisco Huandan before. If he takes Qiuran Ke again, well?" Abdermian left it unsaid, but Esme understood. "All right, I agree, but I have one condition." "Tell me," Abdermian said. "After you kill him, let me see his head first. Only then can my hatred be quelled." "Agreed. Once you give him the medicine, inform me. After I kill him, I'll notify you." Abdermian placed the medicine down and vanished into the night. Esme held the packet, sitting on the bed, lost in thought. By now, the banquet had ended, and King Adrian, thoroughly drunk, was carried back to his chambers and slept heavily. Esme looked at him, tidied herself up, and instructed, "Take me to where Ret Jalen is staying." Her attendants did not dare delay, and hurriedly carried her to Jalen's residence. Outside, it was filled with soldiers from the Xia army, who blocked her path. Esme said, "Please inform the Eben that Esme of the Sui Dynasty requests an audience with him." The soldiers quickly reported inside. Though Jalen had drunk a lot, his mind was still clear. When he heard that Esme wanted to see him, he was puzzled. When Esme was married to Gaochong, he was just a minor soldier, and afterward, nothing significant happened involving her. Thus, he never knew the queen of Gaochang was a Sui princess. Now, he wondered why a former dynasty's princess wanted to meet him. He decided to see her and hear what she had to say. He ordered her to be escorted into the chamber. Upon meeting, Qiuran asked, "Princess, what brings you to see me?" Without being formal, he directly asked her. Esme scrutinized him and remarked, "Indeed, you carry the bearing of a hero, very much like the late emperor." She referred to Evan Hurley. "I have lived in Gaochang for many years and haven't seen anyone from home. Hearing that the emperor is here, I wish to meet him and hear news from home." Chapter 452, 10-ingredient Great Tonic Pill. Qiuran did not know much about Esme, but he still received her. When he heard that the princess wanted to hear about Central Plains, he unreservedly told her the tumultuous history of the end of the Sui Dynasty. He recounted Claude of Sui's 3 expeditions against Goguryeo, the massive peasant uprisings, the division by regional lords, and the rise of various heroes vying for dominance in Central Plains. He also mentioned how Claude was assassinated by Eden in Jiangdu. Eden, lacking talent and often pardoned by Hurley, betrayed his benefactor by killing him, ultimately leading to the fall of the Sui Dynasty. To avenge Hurley, Qiuran led his army to kill Eden and his brothers, rescuing Empress Frisco and many other coerced ministers. With Empress Frisco's support, the Xia dynasty was established, eventually ending the chaos and reunifying the country. Stability was restored, and the people of Central Plains could live peaceful lives once more. After listening to this, Esme sighed deeply, relief apparent on her face. In Gaochang, she had little understanding of the situation in Central Plains. Everything she knew came from passing merchants, who often relayed hearsay and misinformation. Over time, the truth had become distorted. Previously, she thought the Yuan clan was killed by Qiuran during their struggle for power. But today, hearing Qiuran's account, she realized the Yuan clan truly deserved their fate. Their betrayal and murder of Hurley incited public outrage, making them targets for execution. Even if Qiuran hadn't killed them, someone else would have. Esme sighed and said, "The past is like the wind. Today I finally understand the truth. Thank you, Your Majesty, for rebuilding the state and bringing peace back to Central Plains. I feel at ease here." Preserving its essence. The jar itself isn't made of ordinary clay. It's crafted from a soil called 7-colored earth, mixed with deer antler, snow lotus, and other medicines during the firing process. This jar alone is a great tonic. Just carrying it can improve one's constitution. After being sealed for a century, this wine now contains nearly 100 types of herbs. Anyone who drinks it will feel an immediate surge, almost like becoming immortal. However, once opened, it must be consumed immediately, or its potency will dissipate. Really? Qiuran looked regretfully at the open jar, wondering why he had opened such precious wine. Seeing his pained expression, Esme said, "Abdurance, it's already open. Your Majesty should drink it before the potency fades." Qiuran did not suspect any harm from Esme and, being immune to all poisons, drank the entire jar without hesitation. As soon as the Jalou wine entered his body, a wave of warmth rose from his dantian to his head, making him feel light and buoyant, almost floating. It felt similar to burning liquor, a potent spirit widely consumed by common folk due to its simple brewing method. Qiuran last tasted burning liquor when he was among the lower classes, but he hadn't encountered it since rising in status. Yet, drinking the Jalou gave him the same sensation, likely due to its powerful medicinal effects. Esme watched him finish, a meaningful look on her face. "How does it feel, Your Majesty?" "It feels good," Qiuran answered casually, though he hadn't noticed anything extraordinary. "That's good. Does Your Majesty know someone named Helmet?" Upon hearing Helmet, Qiuran's eyes widened. "How do you know about Helmet?" he asked, staring intently at Esme. "You haven't answered my question yet," Esme countered. Qiuran thought for a moment. "Helmet is my sworn enemy. In that case, before I came here, Helmet approached me. He gave me a packet of medicine to give to Your Majesty and promised me that you would be killed." Qiuran's face twitched. He didn't expect her to say that and glanced at the wine jar, wondering if the medicine Helmet gave her was in the wine. But he was immune to all poisons. "What kind of medicine did he give you?" he asked sternly. "He gave me something called the 10-ingredient Great Tonic Pill. It's supposed to be a highly effective tonic, even surpassing the efficacy of Frisco-Wandin." Qiuran was puzzled. Why would Helmet be so generous as to give him the 10-ingredient Great Tonic Pill? What was his motive? While it's a tonic, its potency clashes with Frisco-Wandin. If taken after Frisco-Wandin, it becomes poisonous and negates Frisco-Wandin's effects, Esme said coldly. Qiuran was alarmed. He hadn't expected this. The soft, weak feeling in his body intensified, and he felt utterly drained of strength. Even his trusted lightning blast would seem unbearably heavy. "Do you know why I agreed to help Helmet?" Esme asked. "Why?" "Because my name is Adele." Chapter 453. A high monk falls victim to an assassination attempt. "I am not a princess of the Sui royal family, but a daughter of the Yuan clan. Among those you killed from the Yuan clan was my father," Esme's voice echoed. So this is how it ends, he thought. He had conquered the world, subdued the lords, and ruled over countless peoples. Yet he never imagined he would ultimately be undone by a woman. He cursed himself for his carelessness in trusting her words so easily. It was also because he believed he was immune to all poisons that he became complacent. He never expected Helmet to have this move up his sleeve. Now that things had reached this point, Qiuran surprisingly calmed down. No matter how enraged he felt, it wouldn't change anything. This poison wouldn't kill him. It would merely strip away his abilities, reducing him to an ordinary man, devoid of all his enhancements. But at his current status, there was no need for him to act personally. Many people below him were already working on his behalf, and he only needed to preside over them. "You may leave," Qiuran waved dismissively. "You won't kill me?" Esme was taken aback. "You sought revenge for your father, which is understandable. And this poison isn't lethal. We're even now, and we owe each other nothing." In reality, Qiuran knew that even if he killed Esme, it wouldn't change the outcome. What was lost would still be lost. Moreover, Killing her might infuriate Sawyer of Gaochang, potentially ruining the strategy he had painstakingly crafted. Losing the entire western regions just because of Esme would be too great a cost. As a ruler, Jalen couldn't afford to focus solely on personal vendettas. He had to consider the nation's well-being and not let personal emotions dictate his decisions. Thus, after careful deliberation, he decided to temporarily set aside his grievances for the greater good and let Esme go. Esme was speechless for a while. She hadn't expected Jalen to spare her. He truly appeared to be a benevolent and wise ruler. Kneeling down, she said, "I thank your majesty for sparing my life. However, Helmet will come after you again. Please be wary." With that, she stood up and slowly walked out of Jalen's chamber. Jalen watched her retreating figure pensively. After a while, he removed the lightning-struck wood from his body. It had exceeded the limit he could bear, and if he kept it any longer, it would crush him. He caressed the wood tenderly. It had accompanied him for 20 years. After being healed by Jalen, Igor had been in recuperation. Over these 6 years, he had fully recovered, even surpassing his former self. However, Jalen had kept him hidden, assigning him secret missions. This time, his task was to protect Che during the journey to the western regions, and he had been guarding him all along. Upon encountering the assassination attempt, Igor emerged to defend Che. The two engaged in fierce combat, and though the black-clad assailant was skilled, matching Igor blow for blow, they were evenly matched. Their struggle alerted the Buddhist monks outside, who rushed to the scene. Seeing this, the black-clad figure abandoned the fight and fled. Igor pursued him relentlessly. Despite attempts by the monks to intercept the assassin, he fought his way past them and escaped into the desert, disappearing into the wilderness. Upon receiving news of the incident, Sawyer of Gaochang sobered up immediately, breaking out in a cold sweat. Not just him, but the rulers of all the western region states were terrified. Che wasn't just a revered monk. He was the link between Jalen and the western region states. Because of this, Jalen had been able to enter the region under the pretext of escorting Che. If Che were harmed in Gaochang, the wrath of Jalen would descend upon them, possibly leading to an immediate invasion. Fortunately, Che was unharmed. The kings gathered together to apologize to Jalen. Sawyer, it was also easy for others to believe. Thus, they reported back to Jalen that it was the Turks who sent the assassin. Upon hearing this, Jalen flew into a rage. These scoundrels! I haven't even come after them yet, and they dare to try and assassinate Master Che? They really don't want to live anymore. I will personally eliminate the Turks. What do you think? These kings had anticipated that Jalen would believe their words and direct his anger towards the Turks. They had planned this in advance. The king of Gaochang, Bear, took the lead in making a pledge. "Your Majesty, we will follow wherever your cavalry leads. We will not let you down." Jalen was delighted. "To all my kingly subjects, I hereby promise that as long as you help me destroy the Turks, I will not treat you poorly. Desia's assistance will arrive immediately." Grateful beyond measure, these kings left the place. After they left, Dominic walked in from outside. "Little junior brother, your move really worked. They've indeed shifted the blame onto the Turks." Jalen smiled. "Thank you for your efforts, senior brother." "Not at all. Brothers don't need to be so formal. I've been bored out of my mind. This just relieved it," Dominic said with a laugh. At this moment, a black-clothed man also entered, kneeling before Jalen. This black-clothed man was none other than the assassin who attacked Che. It turned out that this entire event was orchestrated by Jalen himself. His plan was designed to make the kingdoms of the western regions blame the Turks, thus ensuring their unwavering loyalty and obedience. "G. Rodneyshire Bowen pays respects to the leader," said the black-clothed man. Jalen waved his hand. "Rise. Have all arrangements for your master's funeral been completed?" "Thank you for your concern. Everything has been arranged properly," Bowen replied. Bowen was the disciple of the former G. Rodneyshire Desi. Desi had protected Jalen for nearly 2 decades, until he fell ill recently and passed away. On his deathbed, Desi recommended his disciple Bowen to succeed him as the next G. Rodneyshire to protect Jalen. Jalen accepted this suggestion and appointed Bowen as the new G. Rodneyshire, tasked with handling Desi's funeral arrangements. After finishing the funeral, Bowen came to Gaochang to find Jalen. Before Jalen could ask any detailed questions, he handed over the task of staging the assassination of Che to Bowen. Bowen didn't disappoint and successfully carried out the mission. Now Jalen had successfully redirected all accusations to the Turks, waiting only for them to act. However, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost collapsed. Fortunately, Dominic caught him. "Junior brother, what's wrong? Why do you look so weak?" Jalen slowly sat down, breathing heavily. "Senior brother, actually, I've been betrayed." Who betrayed you?" "It was Helmet. He had someone send me a 10-ingredient great tonic pill, which nullified the effects of my Frisco Huandon. Now I'm just an ordinary person again, without any of my former abilities. I might even be worse off than an ordinary person. My strength has deteriorated to that of an elderly person. I probably won't last a few more years." Dominic roared in fury. "That animal! If he has any skill, why doesn't he face me head-on instead of resorting to such despicable means? He harmed me in the past, and now he's harmed you too. He's worse than an animal." Jalen waved his hand. "Senior brother, there's no point in saying more. This time, I must crush the Turks and kill Helmet. That will be my wish fulfilled. You must help me achieve this goal. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, he won't harm you again. I will help you. I'll personally kill that beast and gay." "Good, with those words, I can rest easy. You may leave now. I need to rest for a while." After a few sentences, Jalen broke out in sweat, looking exhausted as if he couldn't hold on any longer. Dominic and Bowen exchanged glances. They allowed Jalen to rest and then exited his chamber. Bowen bid farewell and returned to his hidden post to protect Jalen, while Dominic stood guard at the door, watching for any suspicious individuals and prohibiting them from approaching Jalen's residence. Late at night, everything was quiet. Soldiers who had been busy all day had fallen asleep, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. A man dressed as a eunuch appeared before Dominic. "Who are you?" Dominic demanded. "Reporting to Senior Master, I am the Emperor's inner attendant. It's late, and I wish to check if His Majesty needs some midnight snacks. Dominic had no official position, so Jalen's close attendants addressed him as Senior Master. Hearing the attendant's words, Dominic scrutinized him carefully. Go in, but return quickly if nothing is needed. Yes, Senior Master, the attendant replied and entered the room. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Dominic heard two soft calls from inside the room. He knew it was the attendant calling Jalen, so he didn't pay much attention, pacing back and forth outside the door. Jalen was half asleep when he heard someone calling him. He forced open his eyes and asked, Who's there? Why are you calling me? Looking at the eunuch before him, he realized he didn't recognize him and abruptly woke up. Who are you? The eunuch's face twisted grotesquely. Jalen, you really don't recognize me? Look closer. He raised his head and stared intently at Jalen. Jalen studied him for a while, then shook his head. I don't know you. You've been wanting to kill me every day and night. How could you not recognize me standing right before you? The eunuch's voice changed, becoming, I still have to protect you. No need. I just want to be alone, Jalen said firmly, though not loudly. The Aurelio had no choice but to say, all right then, be careful. Helmet, that bastard, is nearby. Shout if you're in danger. Helmet's facial muscles twitched as he silently vowed. Once I take care of Jalen, I'll come back and kill you. Jalen followed Helmet out of the camp and into a forest. The cold moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a speckled and flickering light within. The two stood in the woods, and Helmet couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Jalen, I never thought you'd come to this. Now that you're in my hands, how do you wish to die? Jalen remained calm. Helmet, it's too early for you to speak so confidently. Are you sure you can beat me? Ha ha ha. Helmet laughed wildly. Stop pretending. You've already lost all your power. Can you still lie to me? Esme has already told me that she gave you the 10-ingredient Great Nourishing Pill, and your people around you have long told me about your condition. How does the 10-ingredient Great Nourishing Pill taste? Your senior brother was so concerned for you, sending you such a good supplement. Phew, despicable scoundrel. You dare not face me openly but resort to treachery from behind. What kind of hero are you? Are you joking? Helmet looked like he heard something hilariously funny. We're mortal enemies. Any means to kill you will be justified. As for being a hero, you can explain that to Yama in hell. Tell him you were killed unfairly and see if he'll right the wrongs for you. Abdernsu appeared. You stole our master's favor. Master devoted everything to making you great while forgetting about us. All the benefits went to you, leaving us nothing. And you're our Tujue enemy, intent on exterminating all of us. How could I tolerate your existence? But you've always been in Zhongyuan, and I never found a chance to kill you. Who knew you would foolishly come to the western regions? Don't you know this is Tujue territory? Here, I can do whatever I want. You chose to walk into hell when heaven offered you a way out. Killing you will cause chaos among Xia's army, and we Tujue will easily defeat them. Then we'll march south into Zhongyuan without resistance. At that time, I will massacre every single one of the Zhongyuan civilians you try to protect, making you a sinner in Zhongyuan. From now on, you'll be eternally branded on the pillar of shame. Helmet grew more arrogant and smug with each word. Enraged, Jalen shouted, Helmet, you beast, I'll kill you. With that, he clutched his chest, coughing incessantly, seemingly struggling for breath. Helmet sneered, Kill me? Do you think you have that ability? Look at your current state. How can you kill me? You've sent away your guards. Who will save personal defense? Helmet was stunned, not only because Jalen was prepared, but also because their brief exchange revealed Jalen's full power, contradicting any signs of weakness. You didn't take the 10-ingredient Great Nourishing Pill? Of course not. Did you really think I would fall for it? Jalen remained composed. Helmet felt beads of sweat form. Too frightening. Jalen hadn't fallen for the trap. He was deceiving himself. How did you know? Esme told me herself. I know. She told you after you drank the 10-ingredient Great Nourishing Pill. How did you know she would trick you before she said anything, preventing you from drinking? You're wrong. I didn't suspect a thing, so I drank all the wine. Then why weren't you affected? Foolish. Although I drank the wine, there was no 10-ingredient Great Nourishing Pill in it. It was just ordinary liquor with some deer antler added by Esme. Real tonic wine. Helmet's anger boiled. Why didn't he think of that? To be deceived by Esme. At this point, Jalen wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he explained the events, much like Helmet had done earlier. Hashtag chapter 456, making a move. Esme had never intended to harm Jalen. After listening to his account of the tumultuous events at the end of the Sui Dynasty, she offered him some fiery liquor and left a letter for him before departing. In her letter, Esme explained everything clearly. Though she did not know the exact situation in central China, she understood that her father's death was due to power struggles. Such conflicts had no personal enmity involved. There was no question of right or wrong. Therefore, she would not seek revenge on Jalen. Abdurance he could unite the country. She hoped he would continue being a good emperor. As long as he benefited the people, her father would rest in peace. Esme harbored no thoughts of vengeance. Her constant melancholy stemmed from grieving over her father's death, not a desire for revenge. She clearly distinguished between personal grievances and national righteousness. After reading the letter, Jalen sincerely admired Esme's magnanimity. However, he still pretended to have been tricked, merely to lure Zaire out. He knew Zaire would certainly plant spies around him to monitor his condition, so he deliberately showed signs of weakness. Zaire fell for it hook, line, and sinker. That was the whole story. After Jalen finished explaining with ease, Zaire was so furious that he didn't know what to say. His carefully devised plan had been thwarted by a woman. Originally, he thought that given Esme's hatred towards Jalen, she would surely help him succeed. But he underestimated the loyalty someone could have towards their nation. Just as they were about to engage, a voice called out, Damn you, I finally found you. You're not leaving here today. It was Rugged Randy. Upon realizing something was amiss after Jalen left, he followed the direction they had gone. Hearing Zaire's howls, he traced the sound into the woods. Once, rugged Randy had been disabled by Zaire, his pectoral bones severed. Seeing Zaire now made his blood boil with hatred. He rushed forward to attack. Meanwhile, another figure emerged from the darkness on the opposite side of the woods, faintly visible under the moonlight. Count me in too. It was Ezra, who had been secretly protecting Jalen. Seeing rugged Randy approach, he revealed himself to block Zaire. Zaire looked at the two and sneered, Jalen, you set up an ambush. Even if you kill me, I won't acknowledge your victory. A true fighter fights one-on-one. Bullshit. I can take you down alone. Why would I need others? Rugged Randy roared. Jalen looked at Zaire. I truly feel sorry for you. Facing death with no allies. They weren't planted. They've always protected me. They are my friends, my brothers. What do you have? Rugged Randy and Ezra felt warmth at these words, especially coming from the Ebon. Zaire, however, felt a heavy blow. His life had been solitary, like a lone wolf. No one had ever been close to him, nor had he considered anyone a brother. Blade met sword. Jalen advanced, stepping in the pattern of the 7 stars, simultaneously slashing at Zaire's throat. Zaire quickly retreated. However, the slash was a feint. Taking advantage of Zaire's focus on the blue abdurk, Jalen kicked at his abdomen. Unprepared for this kick, Zaire barely managed to leap back, narrowly avoiding it. Chapter 457. Rowing against the current. He was midair, swooping down toward Jalen. The cold aura of Justino's blade fiercely pressured Jalen, but Burl remained calm and composed, executing a diamond iron bridge maneuver to evade the strike. The green thread raised, pointing at Helmet's chest. If Helmet continued his descent, the green thread would slice through his torso, eviscerating him. In midair, Helmet hastily twisted his body, shifting to the side before landing on the ground. Before he could react, Jalen lunged forward with another sword strike. Helmet kicked off the ground, sliding backward to evade. Within those brief exchanges, Helmet found himself at a disadvantage. He never imagined that Jalen's sword technique could be so swift and unpredictable. Startled, he thought, there had never been any rumor that Jalen learned swordsmanship. Where did he learn this? A mocking smile spread across Jalen's face. Helmet, you don't know when I learned sword techniques, do you? There are many things you don't know. Unfortunately, I won't tell you. You should not talk if you won't tell. Helmet inwardly fumed but said nothing. He had resolved not to engage in dialogue no matter what Jalen said. He stepped forward once more, clashing swords with Jalen again. Jalen was relentless, his green thread flickering as he unleashed an endless stream of bizarre and cunning sword moves, striking at places Helmet could barely defend. Though Helmet had spent decades honing his skills with the blade, his expertise shone as he defended and parried, holding out despite being on the defensive. Defeat wasn't imminent for now. Jalen admired Helmet's endurance. To hold out against him for so long without succumbing was no small feat after all. Burl had put in immense effort into mastering sword techniques. For today's encounter, Jalen had prepared meticulously. Knowing his cold iron spear stood out too much, he anticipated that others would study and find ways to counter it. Furthermore, since Gay had taught him the spear techniques, Gay likely knew how to neutralize them. He could not rely on anyone else for his life. During his training, he had suspected the identity of the Nameless Elder. After entering the world, he sought methods to break through these constraints. Tales of those who vanished without a trace, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. To think that Jalen had also ventured into such martial arts training. If the 500-pound cold iron spear symbolized the pinnacle of strength among weapons, then the green thread represented the epitome of flexibility. It weighed almost nothing, as light as a feather. Yet it excelled in finesse, with Burl's sword techniques elusive and unexpected, rendering defense nearly impossible. As Burl engaged in his first real sword combat, he initially felt somewhat unfamiliar with it. But as the duel with Helmet dragged on, he gradually adapted, his moves reaching perfection, fluid and seamless. Gradually, Helmet became less of a match. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Back in the day, they had been evenly matched, perhaps even with Helmet having the upper hand. However, recent years saw Helmet investing more effort into plots and schemes rather than improving his martial skills. He focused solely on countering Burl's spear techniques, relying on shortcuts to gain an advantage instead of hard work. Compared to Jalen, who never slacked off and pushed himself relentlessly, Helmet simply couldn't compare. Though Burl had risen steadily in rank, he remained ever vigilant, never relaxing his standards, thus achieving his current level. Rowing against the current, if you don't advance, you fall behind. Helmet was now trailing behind Jalen. Once Burl's sword techniques reached proficiency, Helmet struggled to keep up. His Justino became slower, unable to match the speed of the green thread, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Realizing he couldn't win, Helmet was unwilling to admit defeat. Seizing a moment when Burl wasn't paying attention, he pulled out a cylinder, a secret weapon designed by Gay, the extinction needles. This cylinder contained 10 extinction needles controlled by a mechanism. Once struck, the poison on the needles would quickly kill the opponent. Abdurance his skills couldn't defeat Jalen, Helmet decided to resort to hidden weapons. Even if he couldn't escape, he wouldn't let Jalen live. He would take Burl down with him. He pulled out the extinction needles and was about to launch them when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Half of his body went numb, stiffening immediately. Jalen, noticing Helmet pulling something from his robes, anticipated the use of hidden weapons. Acting preemptively, he launched his own concealed weapon. Burl's concealed weapon was ingeniously hidden within his clothes, embedded in a dragon-shaped design on his shoulder, which looked intimidating yet hid the weapon inside. The activation mechanism was located on his wrist, disguised as decorative buttons. One touch could release the weapon without the need for drawing it. Translation notes. Character names have been converted to pinyin, e.g., Jalen, Helmet. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as per the original text. Efforts were made to maintain the tone, style, coherence, and natural fluency of the English translation. Chapter 458, Too Cruel. After Zaire was struck by Jalen's hidden weapon, his body lost control and fell to the ground. Jalen, You are shameless. How could you injure me with a hidden weapon? He couldn't help but shout. We both play dirty, Jialen sneered as he picked up the extinction needle. The Randy added. Indeed. You think only you are allowed to plot against others while nobody can plot against you? Do you still have any decency left? Zaire was left speechless, almost choking with anger. He had failed to defeat him in combat, nor could he outwit Jalen's speed. Now, he couldn't even argue back. He felt his entire body stiffening, devoid of strength. The sensation of countless ants crawling over his skin was unbearably itchy, urging him to scratch his skin raw. But he couldn't move his body, trembling uncontrollably, his face shifting with different expressions. What kind of poison is in your hidden weapon? Sweat trickled down Zaire's face, the numbness and itching growing more intolerable by the second. Watching him in agony, Jalen slowly spoke. The hidden weapon you were struck by is called Soul-Searching Needle. Grow more unbearable. Yet the death he anticipated did not come. That poison should have killed him instantly. What was happening? Did I buy fake medicine? Impossible. No one would sell fake medicine. Zaire looked at Jalen fearfully. Jalen chuckled. Fifth Desmond. I forgot to tell you that after being hit by the soul-searching needle, poisoning yourself is ineffective. It disrupts your body structure so other poisons lose their potency. You can't even move to hang or strangle yourself. Enjoy the pleasure brought by the soul-searching needle. Jalen had never called him Fifth Desmond before. Hearing this suddenly, Zaire felt despair, shouting loudly, Kill me quickly, please. Jalen ignored him, instructing Ezra to drag Zaire back to the camp and put him on display outside the camp gate. King Bear of Gaochong rushed hurriedly, having been rather disoriented lately. After Jalen arrived in Gaochong, chaos had erupted. 2 consecutive assassinations exposed Gaochong's defenses, leaving nothing to its name. Bear didn't blame Jalen but rather the Turks who had shown complete disrespect towards him. When Bear entered Jalen's camp, he continuously apologized. Jalen smiled and said, King Ju, your place isn't secure enough. Right after my warning, incidents happened again. How can I support Gaochong wholeheartedly when everything ends up in the hands of the Turks? Bear broke into a cold sweat. He deployed troops to surround the Great Buddha Temple, strictly checking all personnel entering and exiting, fearing any mishaps. He summoned the kings of the 36 Western region nations, borrowing troops to protect Gaochong. Bear addressed them. This is the opportunity for the Western regions to rise. Ibn Jalen won't let the Turks off easily. If he destroys the West Turks, vast Western territories will lack rulership. At that time, everyone's efforts will decide who benefits. Those who don't contribute or ally with the Turks will be eliminated. Everyone understands now? The 36 kings immediately pledged full support to Jalen, sending their troops to Gaochong, awaiting orders to annihilate the West Turks after the debate. Desiring benefits, hundreds of thousands of troops gathered in Gaochong within a short period. Chapter 459. The end of the hero. The Buddhist debate assembly was being prepared in an orderly manner. Master Che, secluded in the Great Buddha Temple, would not meet anyone as he focused on preparing for the upcoming debate. He knew Jalen was leveraging his influence to connect with forces in the Western regions, but for him, this debate was something he could not retreat from. As the representative of Chinese Buddhism, if he lost, Chinese Buddhism would be suppressed by Tibetan Buddhism, and the Western countries would abandon it in favor of Tibetan Buddhism. Centuries of spreading Chinese Buddhism would come to an abrupt end. Though Tibetan Buddhism was merely a branch under the same Buddha, the thought was still unsettling to him. A monk might be detached from material desires, but he could not allow the lineage of Chinese Buddhism to be defeated. The leader of the Western Turks, Amiri, and Gay had both learned that the assassination attempt by Helmet had failed and that Jalen had put Helmet on public display outside the military camp. Amiri angrily berated Helmet for his incompetence, not only failing to accomplish the mission but also exposing Turkic movements, giving Jalen ample time to prepare. Ian tried to console him. Even if Helmet hadn't gone, Jalen would have known we planned to ambush him. His purpose is to draw us out. How could he not be prepared? Gay glanced at Ian gratefully. Helmet was his disciple and now, as a master, Gay couldn't escape blame. Besides, Helmet was the son of the previous Khan, making him a rival to Amiri. This mistake would certainly be used against him. Knowing it won't help, Amiri snorted. Better than sending him on a foolish suicide mission. Immediately inform the kings of the Western regions. Let them consider whether they wish to aid the Sui Dynasty or the Turks. He knew that the Western countries had already sent troops to Gaochong. I'll make them understand the consequences of betraying the Turks. If they remain stubborn, even if I can't destroy Jalen, I can obliterate their nations. Gay hurriedly advised, Your Majesty, don't do this. Amiri glared at him. Why not? Gay explained. They're uncertain and hesitant. They fear Your Majesty on one hand, yet dare not offend Jalen on the other. If you threaten them now, it will only backfire, forcing them to support Jalen. Instead, we should offer them incentives and promise more land. People will do anything for profit. Only benefits can make them work for Your Majesty. Continuous pressure will drive them to side with Jalen, leading to mutual destruction. Infuriated, Amiri shouted, Gay, shut up. What right do you have to speak? You incited trouble everywhere to seize power, all to no avail. You were driven away like a stray dog, running east and west without a place to stand, eventually seeking refuge here among the Turks. I took you in for old time's sake. But you and Helmet have been giving bad advice, leading to our repeated defeats and this current Qin. Improvements made. 1. Changed keep to have been, to better convey the ongoing nature of the action. 2. Added this current before Qin, for clarity. Note, Qin should be translated to English as predicament or difficult situation, based on full context. But you and Helmet have been giving bad advice, leading to our repeated defeats and this current predicament. I can't listen to you. I'm Turkic, and for the glory of the tribe, I can't abandon him, even at the cost of my life. For the glory of the tribe. Gay repeated these words. He once served the glory of the Sui Dynasty, but abandoned that faith in the power struggle. Eventually, he deserted Huaxia for the Turks. For the glory of the tribe. Gay stumbled out of the tent, seeming decades older. Ian watched his departing figure, shaking his head silently. He was ready to share the fate of the Turks. If this failure led to disaster, he would not seek to live. Back in his tent, Gay packed briefly. There was little to take, just some daily necessities and a few books. The Spring and Autumn Annals, Book of Documents, Analects, The Art of War, and Sun Bin's Art of War. Books he cherished, unwilling to discard. Once, his home was lavish and golden, filled with world-class luxuries. Now, everything was empty, nothing remained. Even his descendants had perished, leaving him alone. Only these books stayed by his side. Gay caressed the books tenderly, eyes filled with affection. Past events had vanished into thin air, never to return. With a strike of flint, he burned all the books. He didn't need them anymore. He decided to risk Gaochong and rescue Helmut. Helmut was his only remaining disciple, his last companion. He couldn't leave him behind. His other disciples were either dead or turned into enemies, opposing him completely. Regardless of success or failure, he no longer needed these books. The greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. His heart was dead now. Note asterisk the translation has maintained the original tone and style, paragraph structure, and line breaks as requested. Chapter 460, Provocation. After burning his books, Gay left the tent with unwavering determination. At this point, the kingdom of Gaochong had made all preparations for the scripture debate conference. Sergio led the kings of various western regions countries to the debate site. He brought Helmut along, who had been poisoned for 2 days and now felt an unbearable pain as if pricked by needles all over his body. But he couldn't move a muscle or control his voice. He could only silently endure the agony. His face clearly showed how painful he was feeling. Sergio tossed him aside near the viewing stand, saying, "Helmut, listen to the compassionate Buddhist scriptures here. Consider it your junior brother's great kindness, giving you an early absolution." Helmut glared at Sergio with wide eyes, fixed on him. If looks could kill, Sergio would have died countless times already. Sergio sat down on the viewing stand indifferently, while the civil and military ministers, as well as the kings of the western regions, seated themselves on either side. Some of these kings knew Helmut and were astonished by what they saw, unsure how the Turkic prince fell into Sergio's hands. Yet, looking at Helmut's facial expression, they understood he was in torment. In fact, Helmut had been publicly displayed for 2 days. It was just that no one recognized him at first. Only upon closer observation did they identify him as Helmut. The debate between Che and the 8 Tibetan Mahayana Ming Wang began. The rise of Tibetan Buddhism was recent and limited to Tubo territory, but it was directly transmitted from India, making its scriptures more precise than those of Chinese Buddhism. The 8 Ming Wang arrived fully prepared, having thoroughly studied Chinese Buddhist texts and found contradictions within them. They aggressively attacked the value of Chinese Buddhism with their words. Even Akalanatha, usually not good with words, spoke eloquently about the sutras, as if transformed into someone else. Hearing the Ming Wang criticize Chinese Buddhism, many Buddhist followers began to waver, believing Chinese Buddhism indeed inferior to Tibetan Buddhism. When it was Che's turn to debate, the situation was highly unfavorable for him, and he struggled to defend the contradictions in Chinese Buddhist teachings. Che used this time to study Tibetan Buddhism and concluded it was indeed more accurate. Due to its relatively recent origin, there hadn't yet been any misinterpretations introduced by word-of-mouth transmission. However, Che, a master debater, didn't focus on comparing the pros and cons of Chinese and Tibetan Buddhism. Instead, he posed direct questions. Did Tibetan Buddhism include Yaga Karabhumi Sastra, or Burl Glacier Luin? These were the parts missing in Tibetan Buddhism, leaving them no choice but to admit the lack. Che said, "Abdurance, you don't have these scriptures. Why stop me from seeking Dharma in the West? These are the most fundamental scriptures needed to truly understand Buddhism. I must seek Dharma in the West because Chinese scriptures lack these fundamental elements. Even your Tibetan Buddhism lacks them, proving both are incomplete. Neither has grasped the essence of Buddhism." Then he made a grand vow. "I will travel west to obtain these scriptures, bring back Yaga Karabhumi Sastra, and spread them widely to compensate for the shortcomings in Chinese scriptures. Not only that, I'll also present these scriptures to Tibetan Buddhism, allowing it to evolve." Che's magnanimity moved all believers, who cheered for him and wished him success in his quest. Even the 8 Ming Wang admired Che's broad-mindedness, admitting their narrowness and agreeing not to obstruct his journey. Che said, "Our purpose is to promote Buddhism. Our methods differ. Let's consider this debate a draw." Peacock Ming Wang replied, "Indeed, Che's compassion knows no bounds. Let's declare this debate a draw. From now on, Tibetan Buddhism should communicate with Chinese Buddhism, exchanging knowledge to advance and share the benefits of Buddhism with all." His words earned praise from Buddhist followers, restoring their confidence in Chinese scriptures. The conference ended amicably, just as everyone celebrated. An elderly man with grizzled hair and a wrinkled face walked briskly into the venue, exuding vigor despite his age. Guards stopped him, but the old man unsheathed his sword and rushed in, astonishing the guards. This was practically suicide among tens of thousands of guards. Hundreds surrounded him but held back to capture him alive. On the viewing stand, Jacob was alarmed. He had feared something unexpected might happen during the debate, and it did. Just as he ordered the intruder killed, Sergio intervened, saying, "Don't stop him. Let him in." Jacob pleaded, "Your Majesty, he's an assassin. If he enters, it'll be dangerous. Deal with him outside to avoid disturbing you." Sergio waved it off. "No need. He was once my teacher who taught me martial arts. Let him in. I wish to see him." Jacob was shocked. This old man was the renowned Gay, daring enough to single-handedly disrupt the debate. Nonetheless, on Sergio's command, Jacob ordered the guards to let Gay in. Hundreds of guards parted ways, allowing Gay to enter the venue without changing expression. He walked straight toward Helmut, looking sorrowfully at his beloved disciple, Sace Jalen, asking gravely, "What have you done to him?" "Nothing much, just administered several poisons to slowly torture him over 3 days, letting him die in endless pain. Only 2 days have passed. The worst is yet to come. His body cannot touch anything. Any contact brings excruciating pain. But how can one avoid touching anything? Isn't that right, master? Jalen's words, filled with sarcasm, stabbed like a venomous snake into Gay's ears. Hearing this, Gay's body trembled uncontrollably. How heartless you are. Even if Helmut is your enemy, killing him would suffice. Why must you torment him so? Especially since he is your senior brother. How can you do this to him? Gay's voice shook. He had deep affection for Helmut, his only apprentice by his side. Torture? Master, you are too partial. Is this not fair punishment considering what the eldest brother once did to us? Back then, why didn't you stop him? Now you speak of torture, but aren't you biased? Jalen said coldly. Igor stood beside him as well. At this moment, Yehia and Che also arrived behind Jalen, quietly watching. Gay looked at his former disciples and nodded. Good. You all do well. True to my teaching, you have not disappointed me. Che clasped his hands together and said, Amitba, master, stop this madness. We know everything you've done. Lay down your arms and find enlightenment. Do not continue down this wrong path. Mistake? What mistake have I made? He forced me, framing me for crimes I never committed. My greatest mistake was taking on Jalen as a disciple. Gay spoke angrily. Jalen laughed. Was joining the Turks my threat? Was conspiring with the Turks and harming the people of China my doing? Gay, stop making excuses. If not for your ambition, you wouldn't be here. You brought yourself to this end, unrelated to anyone else. If you still consider yourself Chinese, kill yourself. Afterward, I will bury you honorably. Otherwise, your body will be left to rot in the wilderness. Gay looked around. The entire area was surrounded by Xia troops and people from various Central Asian kingdoms, all watching him coldly. He looked at Helmut, who lay on the ground, his consciousness fading due to intense pain. Disciple, you go first. Your master will follow shortly, Gay whispered before plunging his sword into Helmut's chest. The cold blade jolted Helmut back to awareness, even allowing him to speak. Thank you, master. But it's not enough to kill me thoroughly. Jalen's poison prevents a swift death unless you sever my head. Please, give me mercy. Gay was stunned. He had tried to help Helmut escape his torment, yet failed. Damn Jalen. What drugs did he use? Those nearby shuddered upon hearing Helmut's words. It was brutal, truly brutal. Never become Jalen's enemy. He was merciless. Jalen and Igor watched silently. Finally, Gay, gritting his teeth, beheaded Helmut, ending his suffering. Gay, now mad, held Helmut's severed head aloft and laughed hysterically at those present. Look, this is what you wanted. Che and Yehia chanted prayers to release Helmut's soul, regardless of his past actions. Gay shouted, be silent. Where was your compassion earlier? Now you pretend to be righteous? So-called high monks, nothing but hypocrites. Bitterness and rage consumed him. Visible aging set in rapidly. His tall, robust frame began to wither as he became hunched and frail, appearing helpless amidst the crowd. Regardless, Gay could not care less. Years of restraint resulted in this fate, his blood and tears blurring his vision until the world became blood-red. Swinging his sword, he charged fiercely at Jalen, intending to slay this rebellious disciple before they died together. Guards, unmindful of Gay's identity, rushed forward to protect Jalen, ready to tear him apart. At this moment, Yehia lunged forward, shielding Gay with it. At that moment, why did he choose to sacrifice himself for Gay? Even if Gay had died and pleaded for mercy, he might still have listened. But Rahim chose the most extreme path. Rahim consoled him, saying, Your Majesty, please do not be saddened. All is destined by heaven. This was Rahim's own choice, not your fault. Jalen replied, offering flesh to feed the eagles, giving one's body to the tigers. This is the choice of a high monk. Senior brother truly qualifies as an eminent monk, deserving of people's reverence. After this matter concludes here, I will send envoys to Tibet to negotiate peace, fulfilling your wish for harmony between Tibet and China. Thank you, Your Majesty. Rahim can now rest in peace. The other Lannies paid their respects with Buddhist greetings. After the debate session concluded, the believers gradually dispersed, forever remembering the events that unfolded. However, before they left Gaochang, Western Turkic Khan Carver led hundreds of thousands of troops to surround Gaochang. This time, he left no reserves behind, determined to capture Jalen in Gaochang. King Doug of Gaochang turned pale with fear. He knew the Turks would not let go easily but never expected Carver to mobilize the entire nation. Gaochang and the western region's combined armies only amounted to 10,000 troops, far outnumbered by the Turks. Even with the additional 5,000 troops Jalen brought, it wouldn't make much difference. He silently blamed Jalen for underestimating the situation and not bringing more troops. Now surrounded by Carver's army, the outlook seemed dire. The kings of the western regions and Doug all received threatening letters from Carver. In the letter, Carver noted he remembered their treachery and betrayal of the Turks. However, he was magnanimous and willing to offer them a chance. If they assisted him in capturing Jalen, he would overlook their past actions. Otherwise, his troops would crush any resisting nations. After reading the letter, these kings gathered to discuss their next move. Help Jalen continue fighting the Turks or assist the Turks in killing Jalen. King Kelebu of Ramsabis of Kucha stood up and said, regardless of what you decide, I stand firmly with the Great Xia. Firstly, the Great Xia has promised us aid and always keeps its word. Secondly, the Turks often break their promises and bully surrounding countries using their military power. Moreover, Carver appears magnanimous but is petty and cannot tolerate others. We all betrayed him once, so he won't spare us. Even if we helped him capture Jalen, he would eventually turn against each of us, showing no mercy. It's better to fight him to the death now rather than be eliminated later. His words resonated with the other kings, who agreed with his logic. However, King Craig of Yinchi asked, we know you are right, but how do we face the current situation? With tens of thousands of Turkish troops advancing, we are like eggs hid late to back out. Jalen eyed them. Doug answered, Your Majesty, we've made up our minds. We will not betray your trust and will follow you until the end. Jalen applauded, excellent, you've made the right choice. I won't disappoint you. Do you have a plan? The kings looked at him hopefully. Jalen smiled, rest assured. Defeating the Turks is like reading an open book. I planned this mission precisely to eliminate this threat. I've set a perfect trap, ready to close it now. Hearing this, the kings felt relieved, glad they had made the right decision. Hashtag chapter 463, exposing the traitor. Jalen's words reassured these people, calming their anxieties. They no longer felt lost and unsure. Seeing their expressions, Jalen smiled. Gentlemen, there is no need to worry. I have come here to engage in a decisive battle with the Turks. How could I not be prepared? General Farron leads the main army right behind us, ready to arrive at any moment. Moreover, I have 2 other units that have already taken a roundabout route to cut off the Turks' retreat. This time, the Turks will come but never return. Khan Miles is merely delivering his own head. All you need to do is watch. Remember, those and will forever follow your orders loyally. Jalen sneered. Save your false apologies. You know exactly what you've done. I despise traitors more than anything, yet you continually leaked our plans to the Turks. He picked up a stack of letters from the table and tossed them down. As the letters fell, Craig's heart sank deeper into despair. All his letters were intercepted. He had harbored hope that only one letter was captured. Trying to bluff his way out, Craig realized now he faced certain death. The other kings watched the numerous letters with chills running down their spines. It wasn't the fear of Craig revealing their actions, but rather the fear of Jalen's thorough surveillance. Craig must have been meticulous, confiding in no one. Yet all his letters ended up in Jalen's hands, proving they were under constant watch. Thankfully, none of them had done anything treasonous. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as Craig. Suddenly, Craig stood up, drawing his dagger. He yelled, "Don't believe Jalen. He cannot stand up to the Turks. Join me now and kill him. We'll claim credit from the Khan. I will speak well of you, ensuring your rewards." As he looked around, his disappointment grew. No king responded. Instead, they drew their weapons, aiming not at Jalen but at him. Craig knew it was hopeless, but decided to take a few with him in death. He lunged at Bear, who dodged, while the other kings swarmed and chopped him into pieces. Everyone vied to strike first, fearing falling behind might raise suspicion. Relieved, they feared Jalen's methods too much. After Craig was killed, Jalen nodded approvingly. "I am pleased with your actions. Now, go secure the Yinchi troops, don't let any escape." Bear and the others understood it was time to prove their loyalty. They left camp and immediately gathered their forces to surround the Yinchi army. Although Craig had served as a Turkish spy, his soldiers remained unaware. In a sudden ambush, they became captives. Confused why their supposed allies turned against them, the Yinchi soldiers finally understood after becoming prisoners. Their king had betrayed the western regions, and Jalen caught and executed him. Hearing this, they also despised their king's actions. Yinchi's prime minister, Zak, assured Jalen that Yinchi would remain loyal and continue to resist the western Turks. Jalen simply replied, "That decision isn't mine alone. We must hear the opinions of the kings of the western regions." Led by Bear, the kings of the western regions refused Zak's offer, seeing Yinchi as a conquest within their grasp. Realizing Yinchi's end, Zak acknowledged the division among other nations, blaming Craig for their downfall. The western regions divided Yinchi among themselves, gaining tangible benefits and feeling grateful to Jalen. Jalen said with a smile, "You earned this. Follow me, and many opportunities for growth await." With internal issues, Ian sighed inwardly for his old friend, shedding a few silent tears. It wasn't because he had deep feelings for Gay, but because he saw his own fate reflected in Gay's story. However, as a Turk, he could not abandon the Khan and escape. Doing so would brand him a traitor. No matter what, he would fight until his last breath. This was his destiny, a path from which there was no turning back. Trumandin, however, harbored no such sentiments. He remained arrogantly stubborn and resolute, never believing he could fail. Though aware of his inferiority against the great Xia in terms of power, now that Jalen had come to his doorstep, on his territory, he believed he would not lose this battle. Thus, he launched a frenzied offensive, hoping to capture Gaocheng and Jalen swiftly. However, the western regions united in resistance, holding the Turkic forces at bay outside Gaocheng, preventing a rapid breakthrough. The great Xia reinforcements had also arrived, leading to a stalemate. Still, Trumandin felt confident. His army outnumbered the combined forces of the great Xia and the western regions by 2-1. The grasslands were lush, ensuring ample provisions. The great Xia's supply lines, stretched too thin, faced logistical challenges. A protracted war would favor him. Once the great Xia ran out of supplies and withdrew, he could settle scores with the western regions, reasserting his dominance. Even if Jalen tried to aid them, it would be too late. Escaping deep into the desert, he would be impossible to catch. Immersed in these thoughts, Trumandin was suddenly interrupted by Jalen leading the kings of the western regions for a challenge. This was unprecedented, as Jalen hadn't shown himself during previous Turkic attacks. Curious about his opponent, Trumandin led Ian and other generals into battle formation. Trumandin was tall with deep-set eyes that emitted sharp glares, adorned with a beard that gave him an imposing presence. In his mid-30s, he was in his prime, energetic and formidable. Clad in chainmail armor, with a bow on his back, 12 feathered arrows in his quiver, and a longer-than-average scimitar on his saddle, this weapon bespoke his exceptional prowess. He called out to Jalen, who approached. Now almost 40 years of warfare had slightly grizzled his hair, but he remained vigorous, riding his 20-year-old red-blooded horse, which, though elderly, remained spirited and robust. The Western Turks had been a perpetual nemesis to the Central Chinese dynasty since their inception, engaging in endless wars. To undermine the unity of the Chinese dynasty, the Western Turks cultivated various separatist forces. Now, Jalen had unified the Central dynasty by defeating all these forces. Meeting each other now, both men sized each other up, acknowledging their mutual prowess despite being enemies. Finally, Trumandin spoke first. "Jalen, why do you invade the Turks without cause?" Jalen laughed coldly. "Surely, you talk nonsense. This is the Western regions, not your land. The Western regions have belonged to the Central Dynasty since the Han era, inseparable from Chinese territory. His voice resonated clearly, leaving even the Western regions' rulers speechless. Indeed, the Han dynasty had established protectorates in the Western regions. After its decline, many small states emerged, including the Turks who took control. Jialen continued, I came here to protect my home. Who is the invader? In response to invasion, the people of Huaxia will resist eye for an eye, blood for blood. A thunderous roar erupted behind him. Eye for an eye, blood for blood. The sheer force shook everyone present. The Turkic soldiers instinctively stirred, overwhelmed by this display of strength. Even the Western region kings trembled, realizing the 10,000-strong Xia army could rival 100,000. The king's horse involuntarily stepped back 2 paces before steadying. Truman shouted, Jialen, stop lying. The Western regions are free, unrelated to the Great Xia. If they're free, why invade them? Jialen countered. As a friendly neighbor, aiding the Western regions against foreign aggression is justifiable. Cornered, Truman retorted. Your words mean nothing. We must speak through strength. Defeat me, and the Western regions and all of Turkestan are yours. Fail, and your life is mine. Talk is useless. Jialen scoffed. Surely, you reveal your true nature. Do you believe having a strong military grants you impunity? Today, I'll make you beg for mercy. Thus began a confrontation where both leaders knew only strength would decide their fates. Chapter 465, The Dwarf. Jialen and Incel had an unpleasant conversation and were about to engage in combat. However, as rulers of 2 nations, could the soldiers below let them fight? A warrior from each army emerged to replace them. On the Western Turk side, the warrior was named Corbin. From the Great Xia side, it was a young general in white armor, Dino. Without exchanging any words, they immediately launched into a fierce battle. Dino, being youthful and spirited, had matured significantly after suppressing the Eastern Turks and now led the younger generation. He possessed the potential to succeed the older generation and become a new commander. In this battle, he took the initiative first. His halberd moves were unpredictable and powerful, giving Corbin a hard time. After only 10 rounds, Corbin was knocked off his horse. Thunderous drums echoed from the Xia army, boosting their morale. The morale of the Western region's troops also rose as they cheered for Dino alongside the Xia army. Ansel's face darkened. Losing the first battle made him feel disgraced. Another warhorse then galloped out, ridden by Corbin's brother, Max. He had studied martial arts under an extraordinary man of the Western Turks named Tucker, who was invincible. It took him years before he returned. Upon returning, Max had never lost a battle. No matter how formidable the opponent, he always ended up victorious. Nobody knew how he won, even when asked. Opponents seemed bewitched, standing motionless while he dealt with them effortlessly. He remained shrouded in mystery among the Turks, with nobody knowing his true capabilities. After his brother's defeat, Max took the field confidently, aiming to avenge him. Armed with a bronze staff and carrying a large bulging bag on his back, Max approached Dino, swinging his staff. Dino parried the blow with his halberd. Behind the scenes, Jialen grew uneasy, suspecting that Max's bag contained some kind of concealed weapon. Concerned that Dino might be at a disadvantage, Jialen considered signaling for his withdrawal. But at that moment, the outcome was already decided. Ever since Max appeared, Dino had been wary of the bag. Assuming it housed some sort of concealed weapon, he decided to strike preemptively. At the moment their horses crossed paths, Dino executed a swift, moonlit turn move, thrusting his halberd towards Max's back. Caught unawares, Max barely avoided the attack, but Dino managed to sever the strap holding the bag. It dropped heavily to the ground. To everyone's surprise, a person no more than a foot tall, a dwarf, emerged from the back. Holding a tube, he frantically ran back toward the Turkish lines, resembling an adult in appearance, but tiny like a baby. This was Tucker's son, a dwarf. When Max studied under Tucker, the latter was gravely ill and entrusted his son to him. They devised a strategy where Max would confront enemies up front, while his dwarf son, Henrik, would ambush from within the bag, shooting poison darts unnoticed due to his small size. The duo's tactics had never failed until today, but Dino's preemptive strike exposed and thwarted them. Startled by the dwarf's appearance, Dino quickly reacted. Drawing his bow, he released 3 arrows in rapid succession, all striking the dwarf. He collapsed dead instantly. Seeing this, Max turned pale. Knowing he couldn't match Dino, he pinned all hopes on Henrik. With Henrik dead, Max fled back to the Turkish camp, too terrified to return. His cowardice drew ridicule from both the Xia and Turkish soldiers. And he had to swiftly defeat the Turks. Jialen calmly replied, "It's not difficult to defeat Prince Avram Khan. What's challenging is ensuring we can destroy a large number of enemies. If we only defeat them but let their main force escape, the Turks will regroup and return. When that happens, they'll be even harder to deal with." His words resonated with the rulers of the Western regions. This was their concern as well. If they couldn't crush the Turks' main force, once Jalen's Xia army withdrew, they would suffer Turkic retribution. Their losses would be enormous. Jacob hurriedly said, "Indeed, Your Majesty, this is something we worry about. It would be best if we could utterly defeat the Turks' main force." Jialen nodded and continued, "This is precisely what I've been considering. Now, I finally have a plan. Look here, south of Gaochang, there's an ancient Lulan city not far away. Lulan city is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and lies in a basin. If the passage is blocked, it's very hard for people inside to get out. Moreover, I once visited the ancient city and know there are numerous underground tunnels beneath it. These tunnels crisscross the ruins, reaching every corner, where countless troops can hide. I plan to send soldiers to ambush there ahead of time, then lure the Turks into the Lulan area, surround them, and annihilate them. By doing this, the Turks will be entirely destroyed in Lulan. I'm willing to give you a chance. Are you willing?" Longduoki's eyes lit up. The humiliation of losing his country always weighed heavily on him, making him yearn for its restoration. He didn't expect this opportunity to come so soon. Your Majesty, I'm willing. Command me, and I'll do anything. Good, that's all I wanted to hear. Jalen took a letter from the table and threw it to him. Read this letter. It's for Prince Avram Khan of the Turks. Long Duoki read the letter and broke out in cold sweat. The letter clearly detailed Jalen's entire plan. How to deploy, how many troops, all laid out. Moreover, it included plans for an insider attack, using the moment when all allied forces were at Lulan to capture Jalen from within Gaochang, ensuring victory. After reading, Long Duoki hastily bowed. Your Majesty, there must be a spy. I'm willing to root out this traitor for you. Jalen smiled and asked, what do you think of this plan? If you were Prince Avram Khan, would you believe this spy? Naturally, I would trust it completely. The plan is too detailed, revealing everything about your strategy. They can't help but believe it. Jalen said, good. Abdurance, that's the case. Take this letter to Prince Avram Khan. Long Duoki was stunned. Was His Majesty testing him? Your Majesty, I have no intention of betraying you. By the eternal heaven, I swear if I break my vow, may I be torn apart. Duoki realized Jalen had been calculating all along. Mobilizing the Western allies was merely a ruse. His true aim was to crush the Western Turks right in Gaochang. After accepting the order, Long Duoki left the camp under the cover of night, heading to the Western Turk camp to deliver the letter. Arriving at the Turk camp, he was immediately noticed. He shouted loudly, I have urgent military intelligence for the Khan. This matter is too important to delay. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original Chinese text. Chapter 467, The Empty City. Xiaomer was currently discussing military matters with Ian and others. On his table lay a secret dispatch. Just as Jalen had predicted, someone from the Allied forces had sent this dispatch to him, revealing all of Jalen's arrangements. The person who delivered this dispatch was from Rodneyun Tower, acting under the instructions of Armando. This was a decision made independently by Armando without consulting Quinton. As a staunch proponent of war, Quinton would not take action against Jalen until he defeated the Turks because it would be advantageous for the Turks if he did otherwise. Emotionally, Quinton would not agree to such a move. However, Armando was different. Our country was destroyed by Jalen, and I seek vengeance to restore our nation. Xiaomer responded, indeed, Long Tariki and I were close friends. He often provided me with intelligence, which is why his death at Jalen's hands pains me deeply. But how can I trust you? Zach replied, Khan, all Yanqi soldiers yearn to reclaim their homeland. If you doubt me, I will swear an oath before the eternal sky. Among the Turks and the people of the western regions, swearing an oath to the eternal sky was considered inviolable. Hearing this, Xiaomer was delighted and pulled him up. Very well, I trust you. The Turks and Yanqi are brothers, and I cannot stand idly by while my brother suffers. If we defeat Jalen this time, I will entrust you with managing the affairs of the western region. You shall be the ruler of the west. Overwhelmed, Zach knelt again, placing his right hand on his chest. Eternal sky above, I, Zach, swear eternal loyalty to the Khan. If I break this vow, may I be pierced by 10,000 arrows. Xiaomer was very pleased and embraced him, declaring them sworn brothers. After Zach left, Xiaomer's expression darkened. Ian asked, Khan, do you really believe what he said? Of course not. What good is an oath? If he later says he doesn't believe in the eternal sky, what then? Ian almost laughed. Sure, Danon had used similar tactics to deceive Henri. It was surprising the Khan remembered this incident. If we don't trust him, what should we do? Xiaomer pondered, neither fully trust nor dismiss him. His information aligns with what we've heard from Rodneyun Tower. Haichang must indeed be weakly defended. With our overwhelming force, we shouldn't fear Jalen. No matter what plans he has, they won't be effective against our numbers. We have hundreds of thousands of men. Surely we can overwhelm their tens of thousands. Strength prevails over skill. I refuse to believe we can't capture him. Ian nodded, thinking he should warn the Khan not to follow Zach's advice and to press forward to avoid Jalen's delaying tactics. Surprisingly, the Khan agreed with him. We cannot delay. Tomorrow, we will launch an all-out assault, regardless of cost. We must capture Jalen and not let him escape. Under Xiaomer's orders, the Turkish army stayed awake all night, preparing for the attack. He divided the troops into 4 groups of 10,000 each, targeting Haichang from all sides. Most of the Turks were cavalry, and he commanded the heavy armored cavalry to lead the charge, using their defensive strength to withstand the enemy, followed by light cavalry to exploit their speed. Without high walls, Haichang was easier to attack. Previously, the combined forces defending it numbered over 20,000, making it difficult to breach. Now, only 3,000 defenders remained, insufficient to stop the Turkish cavalry. Long Zach watched in amazement, already thoroughly impressed. He had thought he would be the greatest hero of this conflict, but it turned out that Sergio had merely used him as a feint. Lulan ancient city was surrounded by the allied forces of the western regions. Armando revisited this place where he once fought alongside Sergio, met followers of Zoroastrianism, and eventually used wolves to wipe out the incoming Sui army. He and Quinton hid in an underground passage, with no one around. Prince Qin, what do you think of this place? It's not bad, perfect for an ambush. I hope we can eliminate the Tujue here and fulfill my wish, Quinton replied. Ha ha ha, Prince Qin, you're thinking too much. The Tujue won't come here, and neither will Sergio, Armando said smugly. What? What do you mean? Quinton was shocked. Armando said calmly, I've already leaked Sergio's plan to Incel. Knowing there are few troops in Gaochang, Miles will catch Sergio off guard. He has so few men. Do you think they can escape the tens of thousands of Tujue pursuers? Armando looked around the tunnel. It's a pity. We can't fight alongside him again. This place will echo no more. How could you do this? Quinton was furious. He wanted to become emperor, but he also wanted to eliminate the threat posed by the Tujue, even more than becoming emperor. You promised me that you'd wait until after dealing with the Tujue before making your move. Why did you act now? Facing Quintin's accusations, Armando said nonchalantly, because this opportunity is rare and invaluable. Sergio devised a plan to put himself at risk. If we don't take advantage of it, we might never get another chance. This time, we can eliminate him and kill loyal generals like Farron and William, clearing our path. No, I won't agree to this. I need to go back and warn him. Your actions will bring joy to enemies and sorrow to loved ones. It will cause disaster for the people of Central Plains, Quintin declared and started walking out. However, Armando blocked his way, saying menacingly, Quintin, you're a smart man. You should know that I wouldn't let you send any message. Moreover, you must understand that after killing Sergio, the emperor will be me, and you must unconditionally obey me. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. At this point, Armando was in a frenzy. He had long abandoned the agreement to divide the world with Quintin and no longer respected him. As a great ruler in history, Quintin, even with altered historical events, feared no one. He sneered. Armando, don't celebrate too soon. This won't be as simple as you imagine. I won't submit to you. Even if you kill me, I will still send the message. With these words, he ignored Armando and strode toward the tunnel's entrance. However, his body felt weak, and he fell involuntarily. What did you do to me? Quintin shouted. Armando walked up to him, laughing lightly. Nothing much, just softening powder. You're too tired. Rest for a few days and reappear afterward. Quintin felt his throat ache, and he could only gasp. Armando clapped his hands, and two black-clothed men appeared from the shadows. Take him away, watch him closely, and make sure he doesn't die. The black-clothed men carried Quintin away. Armando was cautious. Before completing his plans, he wouldn't kill Quintin. Only after thoroughly eliminating Sergio would he feel safe. Now, all he needed was to prevent Quintin from warning anyone. Spies from Rodneyun Tower constantly updated him on the situation, but the news coming in was all terrible. According to reports, instead of killing Sergio, Miles was counterattacked. How could this happen? Armando was baffled. How did things turn out differently from his expectations? He gathered Adrian and other kings from the western regions to discuss the return to Gaochang. Adrian said, His Majesty ordered us to set up an ambush here. Until His Majesty arrives, how can we retreat? Armando had no choice. Without Sergio's order, none dared to act independently. But how did Sergio win? Was there divine protection? Of course not. It was purely due to the success of Sergio's strategy. Miles prepared for an entire night. At dawn, he launched his attack. 40,000 troops stormed Gaochang City en masse. Morning brought renewal, with all creatures refreshed after a night's rest, ready to greet the sun. Black-clad Tujue soldiers filled the sky, casting Gaochang into solemnity. Encircled by 40,000 troops, this solitary city seemed bleak. Entering the city without resistance, the Tujue Iron Cavalry found it too easy. All their preparation went to waste. It was an empty city. Sergio had withdrawn. Moreover, the city's residents had also evacuated. 40,000 troops flooded the city, filling every space. Standing outside Gaochang's imperial palace, Miles felt as if in a dream. Where were the enemies? Where were the opponents? When did they leave? Did they foresee the imminent attack and retreat early to Lulan Ancient City? A series of questions swirled in his mind. Khan, this place is empty. Aren't we falling into a trap? Let's withdraw quickly, Ian urged anxiously. Why withdraw? Who can threaten us here? Sergio's traps are in Lulan Ancient City. He would be happy for us to rush there. We stay here and wait for them. When they find we haven't fallen for their trap and try to return, they will find their home gone. Spread the word. Rest in place and occupy this city. We'll wait before they could fully withdraw. The earth began to tremble violently. Explosions rocked the city, causing chaos and carnage among the Tujue forces. The massive crowd of 40,000 troops, packed into the city, could not disperse quickly. With no idea where the next explosion would come from, they stood dumbfounded, paralyzed by fear. As the explosions continued, enormous dark clouds gathered overhead, casting an ominous shadow. The sky turned pitch black, looking fierce and terrifying, as if announcing the end of the world. What is happening? Ansel was visibly shaken, never having witnessed such a scene. Your Majesty, retreat. This must be gunpowder Jalen planted. He's used explosives multiple times to attack his enemies, Ian urged urgently. Ansel snapped back to reality and ran toward the city gates. Boom after boom, the explosion seemed relentless, reducing half of their army to dead or injured within moments. The remaining troops, terror-stricken, fled without any semblance of order or discipline. Ansel wondered as he ran. How much explosive did Jalen have? When did he set it all up? It couldn't have been done hastily. Just as the scattered Tujue forces approached their camp, thousands of Xia soldiers emerged, dressed in military uniforms and wielding spears, charging straight towards them. Ansel changed direction, only to find more Xia soldiers surrounding them from all sides. There were at least 200,000 Xia soldiers in total advantage by rushing here. Ansel was furious. He had truly believed Jalen had weakened his defenses. Now, he realized how foolish he had been. Zack, drenched in cold sweat, thought, too damn devious. That was his verdict on Jalen. Khan, retreat. We'll protect you. Preserve yourself for a better day. As long as you survive, the Tujue can rise again, Ian advised. He led a suicide squad, charging towards the Xia forces to create a path. Dino blocked his way, and the two engaged in battle immediately. Ian's long hair, previously tied back, was now loose, giving him a demonic appearance. Normally graceful and godlike in demeanor, he maintained a mystic image as the Tujue state preceptor. Now, survival was his sole focus. Using a specially crafted staff as his weapon, he fought Dino fiercely while other soldiers continued to charge. Ansel and the remnants followed, desperate to break through. The Xia forces, well-disciplined and tightly organized, resisted relentlessly. After losing thousands of men, the Tujue managed to carve out a bloody escape route. Ansel fled like a hunted dog towards the desert. In the midst of the chaos, Ian fought Dino fiercely. Seeing Ansel escape, Vincel until they captured or killed him. They immediately set off in the direction of Vincel's retreat. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Jalen then turned and led the remaining troops toward the ancient city of Lulan. In Lulan, Armando was in a state of agitation. He knew nothing of Jalen's arrangements, but hearing of Vincel's defeat threw him into confusion. He surmised that Jalen had somehow learned something and deliberately kept it from him. Now that he had defeated Vincel, he would move against him next. Armando felt helpless. His loyal forces numbered only a little over 10,000, while the other troops did not heed his commands. Moreover, he was surrounded by the allied forces of the western region's nations, which had encircled him intentionally or otherwise upon arrival. Nearby stood Farron with his own formidable army, watching like a hawk. What initially seemed like a trap set for the Turks now appeared to be a planned ambush against him. This made him cautious and fearful, though he still harbored a sliver of hope that Jalen had not uncovered his plans for rebellion. The days passed like years for him, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Finally, the day arrived when Jalen and his men approached. Gathering the kings of the western regions and others, including Farron, Jalen informed them of the battle's results in Gaochang. There was jubilation among them. The oppressive yoke of the Turks was lifted, and these nations could now enjoy true freedom without any overlord. Acknowledging this, Jalen, gesturing to a seat beside him, Armando sat in silence. How long have we known each other? Jalen asked. About 20 years, Armando replied after some thought. 22 years and 3 months, Jalen nodded. You were among my first friends. There was initial mistrust between us, but we resolved it and befriended the Zoroastrians. A look of reminiscence crossed Armando's face. In those vibrant years, they had been full of vigor. 20 years had flown by, transforming them from comrades to lord and minister, working together through trials and tribulations. They ended the chaos of the late Sui era, establishing a unified state and bringing peace to the land. Time had aged them, turning their hair gray, yet their bond remained deep. He wondered when ambition began gnawing at him, driving him to seek supremacy, to become the ruler of all. For this, he had engaged in countless deceitful acts in the shadows. Jalen looked at him. Did you inform the Turks of this operation? Why betray me? Armando nodded without denying it. For your position. That throne is too tempting to resist. Every man dreams of it. He continued slowly, ruling supreme, deciding fates. No one can give it up. Is it worth it? Betraying friends, family, bearing the eternal stain of history? Armando stood and approached Jalen's desk, staring intently at him. It's worth it. From this position, you can't understand the allure, but have to think of the welfare of all subjects and bring blessings to the realm. This position cannot be obtained through treachery or deceit. It must be earned honorably. Armando, reflect on your actions. Do you have the virtue to sit here? Can you earn the support of the people? Armando trembled on the dragon throne, as if unable to bear the weight. He stood up, returning to his place. Only then did he feel better, free from the immense pressure. He let out a long breath. Your Majesty, you're right. I am indeed unworthy to sit there. Now? Jalen asked, his gaze meaningful. Do you think you will ever be worthy in the future? Yes, Armando said proudly, regaining his confidence. He was a proud man, now back to his usual self. Your Majesty, I admit my past deeds were inadequate, but I can strive to become like you. Unfortunately, time does not favor me. I no longer have such opportunities. Armando grew increasingly somber. I once dreamed of ruling the world and worked tirelessly towards that goal, but I strayed off the right path and failed to understand the responsibilities that come with this position. It bears the hopes of millions, not a place for one person to act as they please. True rulership means bringing pride to Armando's path. Brother-in-law, I'm here, Quentin said softly. Please tell Father and Abdurster that I died in battle, so they won't worry. Now, heartbroken and disillusioned, he realized that all his calculations had led to this end. He felt like Zhou Yu facing Brendan, a regrettable inevitability. Jalen turned, looking at him, filled with internal conflict. He despised traitors, especially Quentin and Armando's secret plot to kill him and seize power. It was unforgivable. Luckily, he discovered it early. Had he not, the dead one would have been him. Yet, part of him hesitated. Quentin was almost like a protege, half his skills learned from Jalen. They shared a resemblance in many ways, and Jalen once considered him a successor. He had no children yet and hadn't decided who would inherit the empire after his death. It wouldn't be hard to have children. He could simply expand his harem. But his modern mindset made him reluctant to do so. He promised to remain faithful to Crystal and Callie. He didn't want to be a stud for heirs. Yet, in his position, he couldn't help but consider the succession issue. Seeing Jalen silent, Quentin turned to leave. Stop. Who said you could go? Jalen's voice echoed. Quentin halted. Being a proud man, he asked, Your Majesty, I am ready to die. Do you want to kill me yourself? I didn't say you should die. I'm letting you live. Why? Shimin deserves to face the consequences of his actions. Jalen replied, I let you live to atone for Chapter 472, the Queen of Persia. After General Armando committed suicide, the rebellion was quelled without inflicting substantial harm to the great Xia. This outcome was a consequence of his own actions. If he had not alerted the Sui Yi who Khan of the Turks and sought to kill Jalen through the Turks, Earl would not have acted against him. By collaborating with foreign enemies, he had crossed the line that could never be tolerated, a betrayal of national integrity. After his death, Lady Juliana from Chang'an also met her end by hanging herself at home. Rodneyun Tower changed hands. The new owner was Melissa from the Wanhua workshop. The two intelligence agencies merged into one entity. However, outsiders were unaware, believing that the struggle between Rodneyun Tower and Wanhua workshop had ended with the former's defeat, and all entertainments now belonged to the latter. For those seeking pleasure, whether it was Wanhua workshop or Rodneyun Tower made little difference, as long as they could enjoy themselves. The 5 bushels of rice sect, which had previously spread widely, also faced setbacks. Their leader, Garfield, and his core members were assassinated, leaving no trace of the perpetrator. With Garfield dead, the sect was left leaderless and was relentlessly defeated by the Celestial Master sect until its eventual demise. The rise and fall of the 5 bushels of rice sect were as fleeting as a meteor, shining brightly for just a moment before the entire steppes will obey your commands. The Sui Yihu Khan humbled himself deeply, knowing that the Persian cavalry was world-renowned. Persia and the Roman Empire had fought for years, blocking Rome's eastern expansion. Without Roman restraint, Persia's eastern expansion would have overwhelmed even the central plains. He had once asked for Persian assistance but was refused. Now, encountering the Persians seemed like salvation. If they intervened, Jilin would surely be defeated. The Persian queen responded, Khan, it is not that we do not wish to assist you, but we are dealing with an internal rebellion. Once we suppress the rebels, we can lend you our support. Disheartened, the Sui Yihu Khan replied, Your Majesty, in that case, I will take my leave and seek help elsewhere. Queen Pudanduksu gestured for him to stay. Do not depart hastily. Stay here under my protection. I will ensure your safety from your enemies. With no other options, the Sui Yihu Khan thanked the queen and agreed to remain. The queen ordered her men to house him and his troops, but did not return their weapons. Meanwhile, the Xia army arrived, and seeing the vast Persian forces, Farron and his generals hesitated. They sent envoys to negotiate, discovering these were Persian troops. Farron knew the Sui Yihu Khan was among them and demanded his surrender. The Persian queen responded, To obtain the Sui Yihu Khan, let your emperor come personally. Farron reported this to Jilin, who hurried to the front lines. Welcomed into the camp, Farron explained, Your Majesty, the Persians number hundreds of thousands and seem hostile. They appear ready to attack. Earl frowned. We have peaceful relations with Persia. Why would they invade without cause? They might be expanding into Turkic territory, possibly aiming to conquer the Turks, Farron speculated. Earl clarified. The Turkic lands are part of our domain. Any incursion here is an invasion. Considering this, Earl said, let's first ascertain the Persians' intentions. If they intend to invade, we won't tolerate it. I initially planned to subdue Persia in a few years, but if they act rashly, I'll destroy them now. Generally, are our cannons ready? Yes, my Evan. We brought 5,000 artillery pieces. We haven't used them yet, but they're ready. Additionally, 10 siege engines are on standby. Earl slapped the table. Prepare the weapons. Aim the cannons at the Persians. If negotiations fail, bomb them immediately. No matter how many Persians there are, none will return. Earl then dispatched a messenger to meet Queen Pudanduksu and demand the surrender of the Sui Yihu Khan. The Persian soon replied that Queen Pudanduksu agreed to meet him, but insisted the meeting be within the Persian camp. Only if Earl dared to attend would she hand over the Sui Yihu Khan. Chapter 473. The voice is so familiar. After the news came, Farron and others raised objections. William said, Your Majesty, this matter is out of the question. Negotiations between both sides should be held in a neutral position. How can it take place in one party's camp? What if something happens? Giselbert also added, Now we don't know the Persian situation clearly. We cannot be careless. If they turn their backs on us and detain your Majesty, then what should we do? Jilin remained silent, calculating what the Persians were planning. Though he made it sound easy to use cannons to attack the enemy, it was only wishful thinking. The Xia army soldiers, after countless battles, were already exhausted and could not endure another confrontation with the Persians. Once choosing war, if they failed to eliminate the opponent at once, the entire Xia army would likely be wiped out. The best option now was to negotiate with the Persians. This was the only solution. Even if they planned for a decisive battle with the Persians, it wouldn't happen now. They needed thorough preparation. After pondering for a moment, he made an immediate decision. I must go to this meeting. Your Majesty. Farron wanted to say more. Jilin waved his hand to stop him. I know what you're going to say, but this concerns the life and death of our troops, Xia army. However, they also understood that adhering to Jilin's plan would provide the best protection for the great Xia, minimizing losses. After arranging everything, Jilin only brought a dozen attendants to the Persian camp. Facing the massive force, even thousands or tens of thousands of people would not be enough. Why let more people die? Devon insisted on accompanying him, saying, We are brothers in arms, always acting together. Now you're taking a risk, and I can't let you go alone. Jilin laughed, replying, All right, elder brother, let's collaborate again. Hopefully this isn't the last time. Younger brother, you've always been blessed. It won't be the last time. The brothers set off. Upon arriving at the Persian camp, the Persians admired their bravery, seeing only a few coming to the appointment. People respect heroes and aspire to become one. Despite the different countries, the soldiers were impressed by Jilin's demeanor and treated him respectfully. They led Jilin and his group to a grand tent, Camilla's tent, richly decorated and spacious enough to hold hundreds comfortably. Soldiers made them wait outside while one went in to report. Soon, a 16-year-old boy, dressed elegantly and very handsome, emerged. He introduced himself as Giovanni, the queen's son. Jilin was stunned. The prince looked much like someone from central China. If not for his, Camilla sat behind the curtains, her face hidden under a veil. Seeing this, Jilin was taken aback. He hadn't expected to end up in the queen's bedroom. It seemed the queen intended to seduce him. How could this be tolerated? He'd maintained his virtue all these years. Was he to lose it here? Absolutely not. He'd rather die than yield. For a warrior, dying in battle is trivial, but losing honor is not. He couldn't disappoint Crystal and Yang Panan. As he indulged in these thoughts, he heard the queen say, Jilin, why haven't you come in yet? Ah, this voice sounds so familiar. Hashtag chapter 474, talking about ideals. Jilin was stunned. This voice had haunted him for countless years. It belonged to Talia. After she left, he hadn't heard it again. Now, hearing it in his ear once more, it sounded as sweet and pleasant as celestial music. Why did the queen of Persia's voice sound exactly like Talia's? Before he could process it further, the Persian queen lifted the curtain inside and rushed out. The veil covering her face had fallen off, revealing an exquisite beauty. It was Talia herself. Jilin, I've missed you so much. Talia's voice was soft as warm jade pressed against his body, her lips meeting his in a kiss. It was truly Talia. Jalen finally came to his senses but couldn't comprehend how she became the queen of Persia. Without time to think further, he embraced her passionate form, his mind blank from the sudden emotions. For over 16 years, they had been apart, their longing profound and unrelenting. In that moment, they embraced with fervor. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. Talia had betrayed him. She already had a son of considerable age. He had long been cuckolded. Filled with bitterness, he shoved her away. Coldly, he said, "Your Majesty, please maintain your dignity." Talia looked at him with bewilderment, confused by his sudden change from ardent to icy. "Mingchen, you?" Talia asked. "Your Majesty, we are now representatives of two different nations. Please don't do this. Moreover, you have a son. We belong to different paths, so please don't act like you did just now," Jalen replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. Talia first froze, then burst into laughter like silver bells ringing. Despite her mature age, she still exuded charm. "Jalen, so you're jealous. You think I remarried? Huh? You believe you were cuckolded, don't you?" Jalen remained silent, his face grim. He wanted to strike the woman before him, yet years of yearning kept him restrained. No matter how she changed, she was always someone he had loved. As the ruler of a nation, he must remain, and her status as the holy maiden of Zoroastrianism in China, finding her invaluable for spreading the religion. He appointed her as a high priestess of Zoroastrianism and gave her a Persian name, Qiuran Ke, to help spread the faith. Thus, Talia stayed as a high priestess, keeping her motherhood secret. There were 10 high priestesses at the time, each responsible for promoting Zoroastrianism across different regions. They competed fiercely. Whoever recruited the most followers would gain prominence and potentially succeed the high priest. Talia was determined to prove herself, not letting the hardships of a foreign land deter her. She grew stronger, transforming from one of the weaker priestesses into the strongest, amassing countless followers. Over more than a decade, she became indispensable within the Zoroastrian community. Alongside Foster, she expanded Persia's territory several times over, creating a superpower spanning Asia and Europe, rivaling the Roman Empire. Recently, the elderly Foster passed away and left his position to Talia. She smoothly ascended to become the ruler of Persia. However, news of her child leaked, sparking rebellions. Some opposed her on these grounds, while others defended her fiercely, engaging in battles with the rebels. Due to the rebels' preparedness and surprise attacks, Talia's forces lost control of the capital and were forced to retreat to the border. If she couldn't quell the rebellion, she would have to flee abroad. So that was it. Talia endured immense challenges in a foreign land, ultimately ruling such a vast empire. Had it not been for her having a child, she wouldn't have faced expulsion. Even so, tens of thousands of loyal followers remained by her side, making her a formidable figure. Most importantly, after all these years, she hadn't forgotten him. She still harbored deep feelings for him. Where else could he find someone like her? Without hesitation, Jalen hugged Talia, saying, Pan, you've suffered. All these years, I haven't been there for you. From now on, I won't let you leave me again. I'll protect you, ensuring no one can hurt you. Talia blushed, burying herself deeper into his embrace. They clung to each other, inseparable. Suddenly, the loud voice of Igor interrupted, shouting, Junior brother, where are you? Are you okay? What kind of place is this with so many tents? He couldn't wait outside any longer and intruded. Jalen quickly called out, Senior brother, don't come in. I'm fine. I need to discuss important matters with the queen. Wait for me outside. Hashtag chapter 475, clearing the rebels. The speed of Igor was extremely fast. He too was concerned about Jalen's safety. The moment Jalen finished speaking, Igor had already rushed to the inner Persia as part of Huaxia. Talia replied, I don't need your help. I can handle these people myself. You're still as resolute as ever. Now that I'm here, there's no need for you to take action. Jalen gently stroked the woman in his arms. Cut it out. If your troops were still formidable, would you be so obedient and come here? Talia squinted her eyes. Jalen felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had been seen through. Rest assured, even if my troops are not as strong, I have weapons. Once I provide you with my weapons, suppressing the rebellion will be a piece of cake. Jalen patted his chest, making a solemn promise. Talia nodded, trusting him wholeheartedly. She knew that since Jalen dared say this, he could certainly achieve it. The two emerged from the tent. Jalen saw his son with dark circles under his eyes, filled with paternal love. He hadn't expected to have such a grown-up son. The great Xia now had a successor, eliminating concerns over inheritance. He patted Zhanyun, who knelt down to greet him. He had already heard from his mother that Jalen was his father. Growing up without a father, always looked down upon by others, he never imagined his father would be such a remarkable figure. Wise, martially powerful, and so kind. From the bottom of his heart, he accepted Jalen without any reservations due to their absence in his early life. Quentin seemed somewhat dejected. He had initially seen hope in succeeding Jalen, but now those hopes were dashed. However, reflecting further, he grew calm. The throne never belonged to him. Being allowed to live was already Jalen's grace. What more could he ask for? Devoting his energy to beneficial endeavors for the people was better than continuing scheming. Understanding this, Quentin joined the celebration, feeling elated. Jalen did not torment Jalmer, giving him due respect, as he was still the monarch of a country, a former conqueror and a hero of his time. He gave Jalmer a dagger and let him commit suicide. Jalmer sighed deeply before ending his own life. The Western Turks were completely eradicated, relegated to the annals of history. Jalen ordered that all cannons, rifles, and siege equipment be handed over to Persia. Seeing these weapons, Talia was overjoyed. With such weapons, she had nothing to fear from the Persian rebels. After deliberating, Jalen led the Xia army back to rest and regroup, while Talia remained to suppress the rebellion. Jalen left Giselbert and William to assist Talia in battle. Both were competent generals capable of handling major operations. With their assistance, quelling the rebellion would be relatively easy. Qiuran also left Quintin to manage the aftermath of the Western Turks, effectively entrusting him with the vast territories of the Western Turks. Initially, Quintin was hesitant to accept this assignment. Qiuran said, "I trust the people I put initiative." These regions flourished and were integrated under Chinese civilization, becoming part of Chinese territory. After 5 years of recovery, the nation became wealthy and strong. The prosperity of China blossomed, and all its people lived in happiness. On this day, Qiuran announced his intention to launch a military campaign against Goguryeo, aiming to pacify Japan and eliminate Demetrius, who had been wandering there, thereby putting an end to the last separatist force since the fall of the Sui Dynasty. The officials applauded loudly, as this was also their desire. Even though central China had already been unified, they felt that the country was not truly united until Demetrius was eliminated, leaving a lingering sense of regret. Now that Qiuran proposed this, everyone agreed. Qiuran left his son Burl Zhanyan to oversee the kingdom with Adonis and Usher assisting in governance. Farron, now in his 60s and often on sick leave, volunteered to lead the campaign after hearing about the planned attack on Goguryeo. Qiuran, considering Farron's age and health, agreed to bring him along but did not entrust him with military command. Instead, he appointed Giselbert as Grand Commander, overseeing all military affairs, with Dino as Deputy Commander. The attack on Goguryeo would come from Liaodong, while Ed served as Admiral and Castor as Vice Admiral for the naval assault. Alike, due to his excessive demands and autocratic rule. Much like Shibo of the Jin state, whose arrogance kept the Han, Zhao, and Wei families awake in fear, leading to their eventual alliance to destroy him and divide Jin. The other Goguryeo nobles now sought to overthrow young Shimin. His words only strengthened their resolve to rebel. Thus, cracks formed within Pyongyang, especially with the deteriorating battle situation. After accepting Goguryeo's surrender, the Xia army did not stop. Their goal was to kill young Shimin. The Xia forces were joined by Baekje and Abdurla, who seized many Goguryeo cities. Only Pyongyang remained, and under puppet king Dou Jiande's support, the officials revolted, opening the city gates to let the Xia army in and surrounding young Shimin to prevent his escape. Seeing the writing on the wall, young Shimin cursed them for their short-sightedness, realizing Qiuran aimed to wipe Goguryeo off the map, not just to kill him. But it was too late. The soldiers stormed forward, dismembering young Shimin. Dou Jiande welcomed the Xia army into Pyongyang, officially surrendering and pledging allegiance to Hestona. Qiuran accepted the terms and called in Baekje and Abdurla, proposing to divide Goguryeo's territory among them. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Xia dynasty, both kingdoms declined, crediting Hestona's efforts and offering to become tributary states. Pleased, Qiuran spared them but thoroughly restructured Goguryeo, establishing the Annong Protectorate with 9 subordinate prefectures, 42 counties, and 100 districts. The locals were educated using Chinese texts, and Dino was appointed protector to govern the region. Dou Jiande finally understood the true intent, to completely pacify Goguryeo. His surrender was merely a ruse to dismantle resistance. With no means left to resist, they were forced to accept Xia's rule. With the threat from Goguryeo eliminated, Qiuran turned his sights on Japan. By then, the Xia navy boasted 10 Shenwei warships, each capable of carrying 3,000 soldiers and equipped with numerous cannons, which had been technologically improved for repeated firings without damage. Additionally, there were dozens of Wuyao warships and thousands of other vessels. This fleet was ready for long voyages and could withstand storms with minimal losses. Confident in its strength, Qiuran planned to conquer Japan, trample the cherry blossoms, and plant the Chinese flag atop Mount Fuji. With a single command, the Shenwei fleet set sail, carrying 10,000 Xia soldiers across the sea to wage war on Japan. Chapter 477. Unification. After fleeing to Japan, Alex managed to carve out a territory with his Jianghuai troops. He established himself here, challenging the indigenous forces of Japan. Currently in Japan, it was the Ebon Swamiten's reign during the Asuka period, but power was held by the powerful minister Ardal. Ardal wielded immense influence over Japan and could arbitrarily depose and install emperors. After numerous struggles with Alex, he realized that they couldn't completely destroy each other. Thus, Ardal sought peace with Alex, hoping that Li would use the advanced civilization of Huaxia, China, to aid Japan. Alex, too, understood through years of conflict that he couldn't conquer Japan, so he accepted Ardal's proposal. Collaborating with the Asuka regime, Li applied the administrative methods he had learned from Qiuran to govern Japan. Although his knowledge and resources were limited, they were more than enough for the backward Japanese society. In just a few years, Li transformed Japan into a strong nation. This fueled Ardal's ambitions, leading him to fantasize about invading China. However, as Li aged, his longing to return home grew stronger. He often gazed out at the sea, dreaming of one day returning to his homeland. Ardal saw through Li's thoughts and said to him, "King Wu, I know what you desire. If you assist me in attacking China, I will help you realize your dream of returning home sooner." Li shook his head, replying, "I won't help you. I am Chinese and will never help you attack my country. Why are you so stubborn, King Wu? If we conquer China, you can go back. Isn't that what you want?" asked Ardal. "I want to return, but not this way," Li said, pausing before continuing. "And besides, you're no match for him. You have no chance of winning." He referred to Qiuran. Ardal became agitated. "You're undermining us. Let me show you Japan's strength." He took Li to a secret shipyard where thousands of warships were lined up, the largest capable of carrying 5,000 men, true maritime behemoths. Li was visibly impressed. Ardal had secretly built an enormous fleet, clearly determined to conquer China. "How does this look? With such naval power, we can dominate the seas and continuously transport troops after landing in Baekje. Conquering China is imminent." Li shook his head again. "These ships aren't enough. You don't understand Qiuran's capabilities. His warships may be smaller, but they are far superior to your wooden vessels." Ardal lost patience, saying, "We'll see. Soon enough, I'll show you Japan's true strength." Not long after, news came that Qiuran had conquered Goguryeo and sent his navy to attack Japan. Excited, Ardal invited Li to witness the defeat of the Chinese navy. Looking at the frantic Ardal, Li silently shook his head. Some people simply didn't know their limits. A failure would soon bring him to his senses. Gathering thousands of warships, Ardal launched an attack without waiting for Jalin's navy. The endless fleet covered the sea. Additionally, musketeers provided cover, while siege towers carried hundreds of soldiers forward. These modern equivalents of armored vehicles terrified the Japanese, who had no means of resistance. The Japanese retreated relentlessly. In a short time, all of Japan fell to the Chinese forces. The land was filled with Chinese flags. Both Ardal and Ebn Swamitan surrendered. Burl showed no mercy. Knowing the treacherous nature of the Japanese, he eradicated the imperial family and dismantled the roots of Japanese power. Then, he appointed his master brother Igor as ruler of Japan and sent scholars like Colin to educate the Japanese in Chinese culture. Mount Fuji now proudly flew Chinese flags, symbolizing grandeur. Alex was captured, and his forces were defeated. After years of exile, Li no longer harbored ambitions. Returning home was his only wish. Earl granted this, bringing Li back to Mount Hung, where he reunited with former rivals like Vaughn, Paul, Ernesto, and Pedro. Forgotten were past grudges. These former lords decided to contribute to China instead of warring. Finally, Burl eliminated the last rebel force, unifying China. He also incorporated Goguryeo, Japan, Turkic tribes, and Persia into Chinese territory. His reputation surpassed that of ancient emperors, leading ministers to petition for him to conduct a ritual on Mount Tai. Uriel and others appeared in his mind. These individuals either became his generals or his defeated foes. During the chaotic end of the Sui Dynasty, many heroes vied for supremacy, but Jalin emerged as the ultimate victor. As the eastern sky lightened to the color of fish's belly, the sun rose above the clouds, casting rays of brilliance. At this moment, Jalin felt utterly fulfilled, and Du Fu's poem resonated deeply within him. How majestic is Mount Dai! Its verdant peaks stretch endlessly across Qi and Lu. Nature has concentrated here all its marvels and wonders, dividing light from dark, as if cleaving day from night. Layers of clouds rise, stirring my heart, while birds return to nest, stretching my eyes wide. I shall ascend the highest peak, and see all mountains appear small. The end.